He had just been granted the title of prince when he was banished to a place where he was doomed, and everyone in the capital bet that he would not live more than a month. This was not an accident, but a predetermined exile. He had been a pawn from the very beginning. A severe headache swept through his mind, and poorest suddenly opened his eyes. He was first relieved that he was not dead, but then felt that he would have been better off dead. He transmigrated into the body of a prince, but this identity held no glory. It was merely a meticulously crafted death sentence. Despite his prestigious title, the seventh prince of the Iris Empire had no presence in the capital, and no one even mentioned his name. Under the guise of granting him fiefdoms and recognizing his merits, the king sent him to the land of no light, effectively removing him from the core of power and exiling him in disguise, intending for him to quietly perish on the border. The land of no light is surrounded by perilous terrain. To the west lies the desert of bones, to the east the Dragon's Spine Mountains, to the south the misty forest, and to the north the enemy kingdom of Dawn. There is no room for development here, only the heavy burden of survival. The territory is destined for destruction. His entourage was very meager, consisting of 10 knights, 2 civil officials, and the ostracized Grand Knight Lord. Lacking resources and support, and with no one hoping for his survival, this was an unspoken public execution. As the carriage rolled over the hillside, Thorn saw only desolation, wasteland, strange trees, and dilapidated villages, all shrouded in a deathly stillness. The townspeople were emaciated and numb, radiating utter despair. However, the Lord's mansion in the center of the wasteland was intact and prosperous, with an overflowing wine cellar and highly concentrated resources. Thorn immediately saw the crux of the problem. The place was not lacking in resources, but they were monopolized by others. As soon as he got out of the carriage, Captain Buck of the Guard stepped forward to stop him, trying to use old rules to suppress the new Lord. Lord had only drawn his sword an inch when the sword energy struck Buck, causing him to kneel and instantly dispelling the threat. Thorn took over the Lord's manor, but he knew that this was only a superficial victory and that the real crisis had just begun. Flipping through the ledger, Thorn's face turned cold. The territory was 3,700 gold coins in debt. Food was only enough for half a month, and the tax revenue for the next 3 years had been completely plundered in advance. Even a living tax has been included in the list. This is not governance. It is clearly endless plunder. With the government facing financial collapse, food shortages, and a loss of public morale, he was in a hopeless situation from the start, trapped in a desperate predicament with no troops, no money, and no way out. The cold wind blew against the window panes. Sitting alone in his study late at night, Thorn knew that if he didn't break the deadlock soon, he wouldn't last a month. Just as despair was about to strike, a cold, mechanical voice rang in his mind. System activated. The civilization apocalypse system has been activated, and most of the vast technology tree from the Stone Age to interstellar travel is now locked, with only primitive technologies available. The system issues a task. Gain 50% approval from the people. Failure results in death. Although there was no explicit countdown, Thorn knew that failure in the mission meant complete elimination. Upon seeing the reward for water purification technology, he immediately recalled how the townspeople drank muddy water. He realized that this reward was the key to breaking out of the current predicament. The next morning, the noise woke Thorn, and a father and daughter were kneeling in the mud in front of the mansion gate. The girl trembled, and a knight stared at her with greedy eyes. The atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. The Minister of the Interior explained in a low voice that this was a first-night tax set by the previous lord. This is a test and provocation by the old forces. Everyone is watching Thorn's choice. Thorn walked down the steps, looked into the girl's desperate eyes, and publicly announced the abolition of the virginity tax. The entire place fell silent instantly. Heck, the leader of the old forces immediately launched a counterattack. Lord intervened, and a sound of bone cracking shattered the morning air. Thorn then announced the abolition of all exorbitant taxes, overthrowing the old order and completing his second counterattack. The townspeople went from shock and bewilderment to kneeling in submission, and their acceptance gradually solidified. But Thorn knew that this was only the beginning. With the fiscal deficit and food crisis still unresolved and the survival problem unsolved, everything will eventually collapse. The water purification technology rewarded by the system became the key to breaking the deadlock. He informed the people that a divine blessing ceremony would be held the next day to distribute divinely bestowed living water, which rekindled a glimmer of hope in the numb people. Upon returning to his residence, he ordered the collection of charcoal and sand. Everyone looked puzzled, as food was running out, and this action seemed pointless. Pete couldn't help but question it, and Sam echoed his sentiments, both agreeing that it was nonsense. Thorn ignored the doubts and directed the carpenters to make a large wooden barrel with a hollow bottom, requiring the holes to be fine and dense so that water could flow out, but sand could not. He then picked up charcoal to explain. He explained that charcoal could physically absorb impurities in water, which astonished the official. Lord drew a parallel to sieve filtration, and Thorn added that it was due to the effect of multiple layers of interception. He drew a filtration structure on the ground, from bottom to top: cloth, fine sand, coarse sand, gravel, and charcoal. Muddy water would become clear after passing through this structure. Only then did everyone realize that this was not a joke. Thorn even personally sifted the sand. The prince took the lead, the knights joined in, and Lord also came to assist. He ordered the work to be completed before sunset, and the backyard instantly became bustling with activity. Inside the dungeon, Heck scoffed when he heard Thorn's plan to create living water from sand, gravel, and charcoal, convinced that Thorn would embarrass himself the next day and the old forces would be able to retaliate. As the evening sun painted the sky red, 3 wooden buckets formed a makeshift filtration system. Thorn took out the murky pond water that the townspeople drank daily and poured it into the top layer of the system. The muddy water slowly seeped in, and everyone stared intently at the outlet. After a long time without seeing any water flow, suspicion began to grow. The civil official's face turned pale, and Lord's brows furrowed. Thorn's heart sank. If he failed, his people would not only fail to recognize the mission's setback, but he would also lose the water purification technology and civilization points, and his own prestige would collapse. He quickly checked and found that the filter layer was packed too tightly, obstructing the water flow. The principle was correct. The problem was simply structural. The entire room held its breath, waiting for his response, and the confidence on his face froze. Thorn was secretly annoyed, suspecting that there was a problem with the filter material or the charcoal layer, and his confidence was on the verge of disappearing. Pete and Sam concluded that the plan had failed. The knights whispered among themselves. Lord gripped his sword hilt tightly, and the atmosphere in the backyard was incredibly awkward. Just as Thorn was about to make an excuse to delay, the first drop of water fell from the spout, followed by a continuous stream of water droplets that converged into a thin stream. Clear water gushed forth like a small spring. Pete, Sam, and the knights were greatly shocked, and Lord also looked surprised. Thorn was overjoyed inside, but on the surface he pretended to be calm. Lord brought out the raw water and compared it with the clean water. The muddy water was extremely murky, while the clean water was crystal clear. The stark contrast shocked everyone. Everyone worried that the purified water was poisoned, but Thorn drank it all in front of everyone. The entire room fell silent. Pete nearly fainted, and Lord showed signs of nervousness for the first time. Thorn stated that the water was sweet and questioned the crowd's doubts. The next morning, the town of Darkness was packed with people who had come to watch the Divine Grace ceremony, and many mocked Thorn for faking it. Thorn, dressed in casual clothes, took to the stage and set up the filter barrels for everyone to see for themselves. The murky, foul-smelling wastewater was poured into the device, and the entire audience held their breath in anticipation. Mockery began to rise, but suddenly a clear spring gushed forth from the spout, plunging the square into a deathly silence. The dirty water turned into clean water, and the old woman thought it was a miracle. Thorn scooped up water and handed it to the little girl, who said the water tasted sweet, igniting the emotions of everyone present. The townspeople knelt in worship, and the local guards were forced to submit. Thorn was inwardly sighing when the system notification sounded as expected. System notification: the water pollution crisis has been initially resolved, and public support exceeds 70%. New player quest completed. Reward, 100 civilization points. Unlock the basic hygiene and disease prevention branches of the agricultural era, and you can exchange them for technologies such as soap, alcohol disinfection, wound dressing, and sewage systems. Thorn realized this was the beginning of civilization and immediately announced the permanent opening of the clean water spring, to which the people cheered. As night fell, Thorn stared at the map in worry. The water problem was solved, but the food crisis was imminent, with only enough grain in the manor for 10 days. Thorn's gaze was fixed on the misty forest to the south, but Pete hurriedly tried to dissuade him, saying that wild beasts roamed the forest and that the half-human, half-spider Arachne preyed on intruders. Upon hearing of Arachne, Thorn instead saw it as a strategic resource that could be utilized, stating bluntly that poverty was the only monster in the world. Pete warned that all the food combined would only last the group 10 days, shattering their newly ignited hope once again. Thorn tapped the map, concluding that the misty forest was the only way out. Pete, Sam, and Lord all tried to dissuade him, saying the forest was extremely dangerous. Thorn retorted, asking if they were simply going to sit and wait to starve to death. Everyone was speechless. Thorn decided to personally lead the team into the forest to hunt the next day. Thorn produced 2 novel items, compressed biscuits and directional smoke bombs, leaving the interior minister utterly bewildered. The two tried the compressed biscuits and were amazed by their high-calorie content, suggesting they could serve as high-quality military rations. Thorn brushed it off as a trade secret, then demonstrated a smoke grenade, producing a powerful burst of thick, yellow-green smoke. Lord was filled with awe and knelt down to request the presence of his guards. Thorn selected only Lord and 2 knights skilled in tracking and archery. At dawn the next day, the 4-man team entered the gloomy, misty forest. The team discovered fresh footprints of the Ironclaw Moa, and Thorn determined that the nest was not nearby, so they continued deeper into the area. The group found the tusked boar's burrow. Lord thought it would be difficult to deal with, but Thorn planned to hunt it for food and quickly devised a strategy. The smoke bomb lured the wild boar out, and the 2 knights killed it with a single arrow, quickly completing the hunt. The knights were convinced of Thorn's abilities. The group divided the prey and drew simple routes along the way, as the light in the forest grew increasingly dim. A strange, sweet, fishy smell wafted through the air, and a huge spider web appeared ahead, its silk thick and stained with blood and rags. The spider silk was as hard as iron. A fierce battle had just taken place here. Lord recognized the spider silk as Arachne's and also discovered traces of humans hunting the spider woman. Thorn sensed the danger and ordered a temporary evacuation. Suddenly, a piercing scream, barking dogs, and cursing came from the depths of the dense forest. A fierce fight was taking place nearby. A sharp scream pierced the dense forest, accompanied by the chaotic sounds of fighting. Thorn raised his hand to signal the squad to be on alert, and Lord advised him to evacuate immediately to avoid getting involved in trouble. Both knights also advocated prioritizing Thorn's safety. Thorn countered by saying that his territory was running out of food and decided to go and scout out a way to find a way to survive. He indicated that smoke bombs could be used for self-defense and sent 2 knights ahead to scout ahead. The squad stealthily approached, the strong stench of blood filling the air as they made out the battle raging in the open. For mercenaries from the Blackblade mercenary group used hunting dogs to surround their prey, acting cruelly and despicably. Arachne, whose prey is a silver-haired girl with the upper body and a giant spider with the lower body, is severely injured and on the verge of death. Thorn was deeply shocked to see that the other person had human eyes. Lord recognized the group as the Blackblade mercenary group, who were involved in the slave trade and planned to sell the spider woman on the black market for profit. The mercenary was priced at 50 gold coins, and his language was foul, which disgusted the 2 knights. The hounds attacked, and the spider woman was severely injured, her eyes filled with utter despair. Lord advised Thorn to stay out of it, but Thorn looked into the girl's eyes and struggled internally. He ultimately determined that the spider woman was a valuable strategic resource and must not fall into the hands of scum. Thorn made up his mind, and the mercenaries had already taken out a large net, ready to capture the spider woman. The spider woman, unwilling to become a slave, raised her forelimbs, intending to commit suicide. Thorn suddenly spoke up, calmly surveying the entire arena and finding the right moment to shoot. Thorn ordered Lord to rescue the people, which greatly shocked Lord, who knew it was an official order. Lord was concerned about the disparity in strength, but Thorn said that they would not rely on brute force to win, but would use special means to achieve victory. Thorn took out a small oil paper packet, determined to turn the tide of the battle. Although Lord did not understand the principle, he understood Thorn's determination. Barton was about to capture Alea with his net when she prepared to commit suicide. At the critical moment, Thorn ordered the smoke bombs to be thrown. Lord made the first move, and 2 paper packets landed at the mercenary's feet. Thorn then threw out a third one, and the resulting white poisonous mist quickly enveloped the entire open space. The poisonous fog was blinding and pungent, causing the mercenaries to scatter in disarray. The hunting dogs, also irritated by the smell, went out of control, and the enemy's formation completely collapsed. Lord and his 2 companions were greatly shocked. A mere few paper packets had easily defeated their formidable foe. Thorn ordered the enemy to be subdued without bloodshed, and Lord and 2 knights stunned all the mercenaries with palm strikes and hand chops. The group quickly cleared the area through the smoke, and Thorn took the opportunity to rush towards the critically injured and dying Alea. Alea instinctively retaliated, but Thorn narrowly avoided it and immediately pressed and bandaged her wound. Alea was powerless to resist and could not tell whether the person in front of her was friend or foe. Thorn gritted his teeth and carried her body. He endured the excruciating pain of carrying such a heavy load and, with the help of 3 guards, quickly retreated from the forest. A mercenary who escaped the net witnessed the entire incident and harbored resentment. The group fled until they reached a safe mountain pass before stopping. Thorn was exhausted, and his team members marveled at what they considered an overwhelming tactical victory. Thorn checked on Alea and found her unconscious and barely breathing. Bluish-black lines appeared around the wound, and a putrid stench filled the air. The infection was spreading rapidly. Thorn realized she had sepsis, and in this world where there was no cure, she was almost certain to die. The gates of the Lord's manor were kicked open suddenly, and everyone inside froze instantly upon seeing this. Thorn carried the half-human, half-spider Alea, who was severely injured and bleeding, into the room, a sight that was extremely striking. The maid fainted on the spot, and the guards frantically drew their swords, mistakenly believing that the Lord had been attacked by a monster. Thorn had no time to deal with the commotion, focusing solely on saving lives, while Lord used his imposing presence to subdue the guards. Thorn sternly ordered the preparation of fire, hot water, and strong liquor, and placed Alea on a bearskin rug. The people were superstitious and believed that Arachne was an omen of misfortune, but Thorn bluntly stated that the real calamities for the territory were hunger and ignorance. He declared that Alea was under his protection and that anyone who dared to harm her would be severely punished, thus intimidating everyone. Thorn unwrapped the bandages. The wound was severely infected, and without treatment, there was no hope of recovery. Ordinary ale has a weak disinfecting effect, so Thorn immediately ordered the preparation of an iron pot, a lid, and reeds, which puzzled everyone. He built a simple distillation apparatus to purify the spirits, obtaining a high concentration of pungent alcohol. The alcohol ignited with a ghostly blue flame when it came into contact with fire, astonishing everyone. Thorn then took the opportunity to call it holy water for purifying wounds. He took control of the situation and prepared to clean and treat Alea's wounds. The excruciating pain of the burning sterilization awakened Alea, and she struggled frantically in resistance. Lord obeyed the order and firmly held down the restless Alea. The stinging pain from the alcohol cleaning caused Alea to scream incessantly, leading bystanders to mistakenly believe that Thorn was assaulting her. Thorn removed the necrotic tissue and repeatedly disinfected the area with alcohol, which required a great deal of physical exertion. When there was a shortage of suture material, the spider silk spun by Alea became natural sutures. Thorn disinfected the spider silk and then personally stitched up the wound, his skillful technique astonishing everyone. The headmaid's fear vanished, replaced by awe. After the stitches were completed, Aleya's condition stabilized, while Thorn collapsed, exhausted. He arranged food and lodging, when a knight hurriedly reported that the escaped mercenaries had attracted a large number of people to the door. The enemy has specifically demanded Aleya, and Thorn faces a new crisis. Thorn's eyes turned cold. He arranged for people to take care of Aleya and changed into his prince's formal attire. Lord thought a fight was about to break out, but Thorn planned to suppress him with law in public. The area surrounding the Lord's manor was filled with people, all fearing the mercenary group and the noble forces behind them. Barton shouted at the door, produced the Viscount's hunting permit, and claimed that Aleya was his cargo. Thorn appeared in full regalia, with royal knights lined up to guard the scene, their imposing presence intimidating all the mercenaries present. In response to Barton's demands, Thorn publicly promulgated a law declaring the protection of all intelligent life within his territory. He declared that Aleya was a subject, and that the sale of slaves was a grave crime, which deeply moved the townspeople. Barton brandished the permit and attacked, but Thorn tore it to shreds in front of everyone. Enraged, Barton ordered an attack. Royal knights drew their swords, forcing back the mercenaries and subduing Barton. Thorn gave him a choice, and Barton, in order to save his life, abandoned his possessions and left in a sorry state. The townspeople cheered and supported Thorn, but Barton declared that the Viscount would surely come to take revenge. Back in the study, Pete was puzzled as to why Thorn had let the other go. Thorn explained the reality of the territory's weak army and poor finances. A direct attack would only invite a massacre of the city. Letting the enemy go would at least buy time to prepare for war. After seeing the crowd off, Thorn was exhausted, both physically and mentally. The intense treatment and standoff had pushed him to his limit. Thorn rubbed his temples, lamenting that being a lord was even harder than working overtime in his previous life. He pushed open the door intending to rest, but instead stumbled upon an unexpected scene. The door opened, and Thorn paused. The fireplace flickered, and Aleya's icy gaze locked onto him, instantly tensing the atmosphere. Aleya has awakened, huddled in the shadows like a predator, her purple eyes sharp, her spider legs poised and ready, full of vigilance. The two faced off across the distance. Thorn calmly assessed the situation, while Aleya instinctively defended herself. The atmosphere in the room was tense and ready to explode. Thorn caught a glimpse of his stitched wound and her hungry belly, and Aleya's stomach rumbled, awkwardly breaking the silence. Thorn understood, turned his back to her to show he meant no harm, and the other woman's killing intent immediately diminished. He prepared clean water and grilled meat at a safe distance, waited quietly, and gave the choice to Aleya. Aleya had anticipated abuse and death. She had never been given food, and hunger and suspicion tormented her for a long time, causing her psychological defenses to weaken. She used her spider legs to hook the plate, stared intently at Thorn, and finally couldn't resist eating the roast meat. The delicious aroma of the roasted meat soothed her guard, and she abandoned her concerns to devour it. Seeing this, Thorn knew that the seed of trust had been planted, and his personal system panel immediately popped up. The system notifies you that Aleya's hostility has decreased, trust progress is 1%, and the species panel has been unlocked. She is severely injured and weak, and her favorability has decreased by 50. The panel shows that Aleya possesses a variety of powerful racial talents, making her a top-tier strategic resource. The system suggested unlocking textile technology, and Thorn realized that the Arachne clan was a key asset for the future. His gaze toward Aleya grew increasingly fervent, viewing her as a potential military resource. Aleya sensed something was amiss and became wary again, while Thorn composed himself. Her complexion improved slightly after she ate. After regaining her strength, Aleya re-examined Thorn, overturning her preconceived notions about humanity and filled with inner conflict. After a long silence, she asked in broken human language, puzzled as to why Thorn had saved her, questioning whether all humans were evil. Aleya's question hit the nail on the head. The air in the room froze, and her gaze was scrutinizing. Thorn knew this was a life or death test, so he met her gaze calmly and revealed his true thoughts. Thorn claimed that there is no good or bad race. Only humans commit evil. and that he saved her only because he couldn't bear to see her life end. Alea was greatly shocked. She realized that Thorn meant no harm, and her hatred crumbled. The system notified her that her trust progress had increased to 10%. Thorn pressed for details about the past, easily triggering painful memories for Alea. Alea recalls how her people once lived peacefully, but were slaughtered by a human lord, their home destroyed, and they were forced to flee. The survivors hid in the misty forest, but were still hunted down by the former lord. Their people suffered heavy casualties and were plunged into endless despair. She went out in search of food, but was ambushed and desperately asked for directions. Thorn listened with heavy heart and resolved to make a decision. He offered shelter and food in exchange for the tribe's submission, and hope ignited in Alea's eyes. Thorn laid out his terms in a tough deal, offering protection in exchange for their loyalty and spider silk. Alea led the way, venturing deep into the damp, winding, and misty forest. Lord remained on guard the entire time, while Alea used spider silk to open a secret door in the rock wall, revealing the dark entrance to the cave. The cave was filled with the smells of decay and disease, and Thorn knew at a glance that it was like a graveyard. The cave was vast, and the surviving Arachne was emaciated. Upon seeing Thorn, he was filled with hatred and fear, and the situation was on the verge of chaos. Kalvana, the leader of the spider witches, appears, wary of Thorn's intentions, and regards him as a potential enemy. Thorn revealed the desperate situation of his tribe's survival and made a 3-day bet, promising to improve the situation or else he would be at Thorn's mercy. Corvana was forced to agree to the bet, and Alea's persuasion became the key, while the entire tribe watched coldly. Thorn was confident and had Alea show him the water source and bitter salt, thus officially making the bet effective. Lord was on high alert, while Thorn ignored the murderous intent around him and insisted on checking the tribe's survival resources. Alea led the way. The salt was coarse and harmful, and the water source was extremely polluted. Thorn's expression grew increasingly solemn. Corvana made a sarcastic remark, and Thorn immediately ordered the preparation of pots, cloth, sand, and firewood. The spider women were full of doubts, but Kalvana gave the order to do so, and the bet officially began. Thorn refined the bitter salt into refined salt, which greatly surprised all the spider women in the cave. He taught them techniques for curing and smoking meat, filling the caves with the aroma of meat and revitalizing the community. Thorn prioritized giving the bacon to the cubs, which changed Kalvana's attitude, giving her the upper hand on the first day of the bet. Corvana took Thorn to see the 6 spiderlings. The environment there was even colder and harsher. Corvana explained that her tribe was suffering from a debilitating disease, with cubs dying one after another, and asked Thorn if he could cure them. She urgently questioned whether Thorn's knowledge could save her dying people. The fate of the tribe rests on this, and Lord is extremely nervous, as it concerns a bet and a matter of life and death. Thorn stepped forward to examine the young spiders, and after a moment spoke with certainty, "This is not a disease." These words shocked Corvana, and Thorn bluntly stated that this was the punishment for his ignorance, which enraged the spider women. He pointed out that polluted water sources and poor sanitation breed germs, and that the tribe's people living in such conditions for a long time were, as if they were collectively poisoned. The cave fell silent instantly. All the Arachne were struck dumb, their minds blank. Absurdity and fear mingled within them. For the first time, they realized how terrifying the so-called debilitating disease truly was. Thorn gave them no chance to argue. He gave the order to crush their doubts with action. If you want to live, follow these 3 ironclad rules. First, he ordered that all water must be boiled before drinking, and anyone who dared to drink unboiled water would have their legs broken. Second, he demanded that deep pits be dug downwind, and all excrement must be centrally disposed of, with severe penalties for violators. Third, he demarcated restricted areas, requiring anyone who came into contact with patients to wash their hands repeatedly with salt. The 3 commands were all bizarre, yet no one dared to question them, for he had just performed a miracle with salt. Corvana struggled internally. She found them absurd, yet could not suppress the urge of her instincts. She turned abruptly and roared, ordering the entire tribe to act immediately, her voice like thunder. The spider women trembled as they carried out the task, boiling water, digging pits, and cleaning up the filth. For the first time, order returned to the cave. Thorn nodded and turned to the herb area. He had Alea lead the way and began searching for usable plants. Using his knowledge from his previous life, he identified plants that resembled purslane and dandelions and ordered them to be mashed into a paste. The green ointment was quickly prepared, its bitter smell filling the air, causing everyone to hold their breath. He returned to the forbidden zone, first cleaning the spiderlings' bodies with warm salt water, then taking out his leather pouch. A pungent yet cleansing scent wafted out. He called it holy water for purifying evil spirits. That was actually distilled and purified alcohol, but they only saw his decisive action in wiping the pustules. The young spiders convulsed in pain, and the young spider woman cried out in alarm, but he didn't stop. The pustules were cleaned, ointment was applied, and he clapped his hands. Now, it's up to them to decide their fate. The calendar on the wall reminded everyone that today was the last day of the bet. Time passed in waiting. The cave air became fresher, and the tribespeople's complexions gradually returned to normal. All eyes were fixed on the forbidden area. Life and death hung by a thread. As the sun was setting, a weak yet clear cry suddenly rang out. It wasn't a groan, but a cry of hunger. The spider woman who had been tending to her rushed out, tears streaming down her face, almost incoherent. She's awake. The fever's gone. She's crying for food. After 3 seconds of silence, the cave erupted in a thunderous roar of cheers. Despair was shattered, and joy swept across every face. Kalvana almost collapsed, tears finally streaming down her face as she looked at the spiderlings peeking out. The next second, the proud queen knelt on one knee and bowed her head to Thorn. Her movement became a signal, and all the Arachne knelt down in unison, their right hands placed on their breasts. Oaths echoed through the cave. They pledged their eternal loyalty to Thorn Arist. A pale blue screen flashed before his eyes. The wager was complete, and the tribe's favorability soared. The system notified him that a civilization node had been reached, a new technology tree had been unlocked, and progress had accelerated dramatically. Thorn's heart pounded. He knew that what he had gained was not just the tribe, but the future. Suppressing his elation, he personally helped Corvana to her feet, his voice gentle yet firm. From this day forward, you are no longer monsters, no longer prey. You are my people. Corvana looked up, her eyes burning with fervor, declaring that the spider silk was at their disposal. Thorn, however, shook his head, saying that the value of the spider silk far exceeded their imagination. He described strong cables, fine fishing nets, perfect stitching, and lightweight, stab-proof armor. Every word ignited a flame for the future. For the first time, they were proud of their talent. Thorn took the scroll and slowly unfurled it before everyone's eyes. The blueprints depicted neat wooden houses, workshops, a canteen, a medical clinic, and a playground for children. The location was marked at the border between Darktown and Misty Forest, a place where sunlight could reach. He held up the blueprints, his voice resonating in every heart. Let's say goodbye to this place. Together, under the sun. Let's build a home that truly belongs to us. Boom! The boulder that had blocked the path of generations of Arachne's lives was slowly pushed aside by Lord with overwhelming force. Golden light, carrying the fragrance of grass, pierced the depths of the cave, cutting through the darkness as if by a knife, and the emptiness instantly came to life. The light fell on the wrinkled face of the elderly elder, whose cloudy eyes widened suddenly, and her withered fingers reached out to grasp the beam of light. She murmured, "Sunshine," her voice hoarse like the grinding of stone, and the next second, cloudy tears slid down her cheeks. All the Arachne in the cave stared blankly at the entrance, their breaths caught, and the forgotten warmth in their memories returned. There was no pursuit, no fear, only pure light. Yet this tranquility made them unable to believe it. Corvana's tall body trembled slightly as she looked back at the longing and fear in her people's eyes, her heart torn in two. Her gaze finally settled on Thorn in the sunlight. He didn't turn around, standing silently like a barrier. Corvana suppressed her surging emotions, took 8 heavy spider legs, and walked step by step toward the light at the cave entrance. As her entire body was bathed in sunlight, the warmth seemed to melt her soul, and she closed her eyes to receive this long-awaited blessing. Behind her, Alea helped the youngest child follow, then the third and fourth, their steps so light as if afraid to disturb a dream. Nearly 50 Arachne, like fledglings, cautiously emerged from the cold, dark tomb and finally stepped into the sunlight. On the watchtower of the town of No Light, a drowsy guard rubbed his eyes and saw a group of soldiers appear at the edge of the forest. Thorn and Lord were leading the way, but what followed behind them sent chills down their spines, and they screamed, "Monster!" Alarm bells rang wildly, shattering the morning tranquility. The town seemed to be engulfed in flames, and terror spread instantly. The townspeople rushed out of their huts, and when they saw the figures with the upper bodies of women and the lower bodies of giant spiders, their blood ran cold. Men grabbed pitchforks and axes. Women clutched their children tightly. Fear overwhelmed reason, and the town descended into chaos. Arachne was also frightened by the hostility. They had just crawled out of hell only to run into a knife's edge again, and instinctively assumed an attack stance. Sharp spider legs were aimed at the crowd. The air was taut like a bowstring, and a conflict was just a spark away from exploding. "Shut up, all of you," Thorn roared, silencing the commotion. His face was so dark it looked like it could drip water. Lord stepped forward, his mountain-like pressure looming over the town entrance. The shouters trembled as if they had been choked. In the deathly silence, Thorn's icy gaze swept across every face. He pointed to the tense Arachne behind him, his tone as firm as iron. "They are not monsters. From today onward, they are just like him, citizens of the land of No Light, partners who have come to build a home." He hurled the words "Master Architect" at the townspeople, and before they could even process them, his next threat extinguished the flames of discontent. "Anyone who calls him a monster again, anyone who dares to show hostility, he'll hang them from the flagpole at the town entrance." The air froze instantly. The townspeople swallowed hard, fear still lingering, yet no one dared to speak. Thorn's prestige was like a nail driven into their hearts. Thorn withdrew his gaze and turned to Corvana, his voice eerily calm. "According to the blueprints, begin." The reversal was thus averted. Corvana bowed respectfully, then turned and gave orders in her tribal language. The spider women immediately divided the tasks, and the team moved like gears meshing together. The next day, on an open field outside the town, humans and Arachne began their first collaboration in a tense and strange atmosphere. Human craftsmen were building the wooden frame, working hard but making slow progress. The beams were about to collapse, the ropes weren't long enough, and their grumbling grew increasingly urgent. Just as they were in a frantic rush, the spider warriors appeared, their 8 legs like a crane, steadily supporting the beams and easily placing them in place. The young spider woman silently climbed the tall pillar, spraying silvery white spider silk from her abdomen. The joints instantly tightened, and the air quickly solidified. Each joint was completed in seconds, stronger than a mortise and tenon joint. The human blacksmith watched with his eyes bulging out, his hemp rope in his hand looking like a joke. More Arachne joined in, moving heavy objects with terrifying stability, climbing and securing things with effortless ease, and operating with absurdly high efficiency. They moved between the frames, spinning webs that, soaked in bodily fluids, became translucent walls, allowing light to pass through, waterproofing, and providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. The human craftsmen were dumbfounded. Axes and hammers clattered to the ground. What a top team could do in a day, they accomplished in an hour. Fear was crushed by speed, and the townspeople were filled with fervor. They suddenly realized that the so-called monsters resembled long-legged building gods. The bold carpenter approached the young spider woman, gesturing and asking for her advice. The spider woman was initially startled, but then tilted her head in curiosity, and the initial awkwardness began to melt away. In just 3 days, the outline of a new village rose from the ground, with rows of wooden houses and streets and squares taking shape, like creation itself. As night fell, a huge bonfire was lit in the center of the construction site. For the first time, humans and Arachne sat around it, tentatively exploring each other but not backing down. The townspeople offered the young spiders some roasted wild boar meat, which smelled delicious. The child timidly took a bite and squinted, while the mother reciprocated with fragrant fruit. Without a word, a smile, a nod, and amidst the crackling of the campfire, harmony spread quietly like a warm current. On the distant hillside, Thorn smiled as he looked down at the bustling scene. Alea standing beside him, her purple eyes illuminated by the moonlight. She watched her people, her smile trembling, saying she had never imagined sitting around a campfire with humans, her eyes filled with gratitude and adoration. She relayed the chief's words, saying that Arachne would be his sharpest spear and strongest shield, and then went a step further, saying that she also belonged to him. Under the moonlight, their eyes burned with pure intensity, creating a subtle atmosphere. Thorn's heart tightened, realizing the pace had suddenly become too fast. He coughed, took a half step back, and adopted the aloof expression of a lord, leaving behind only the words, "This is just the beginning," forcefully suppressing the ambiguity. His gaze passed beyond the campfire, reaching the distant sea of bones and the Dragon's Spine mountain range. His ambition wouldn't rest on a single village. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight touched the earth, all humans and Arachne gathered in the square, their eyes fixed on the central flagpole. Lord brought over a folded flag, and everyone thought he was going to raise the lion emblem. But Thorn shook his head and unfurled a brand new flag the next second. The red flag unfurled, with bronze threads embroidered with gears and gold threads embroidered with ears of wheat. The two intertwined, as if sewing the future into cloth. Thorn hung the flag on the flagpole, forcefully plunging the base into the ground. The flagpole stood firmly, and the red flag fluttered in the wind. It was like a declaration and a prophecy. The old era had been overthrown on this land, and the shadow of a new civilization was beginning to breathe on the flag. This also foreshadows the birth of a completely new civilization defined by knowledge and survival on this forgotten land. The cave fell silent instantly. All the Arachne were struck dumb, their minds blank. Absurdity and fear mingled within them. For the first time, they realized how terrifying the so-called debilitating disease truly was. Thorn gave them no chance to argue. He gave the order to crush their doubts with action. If you want to live, follow these 3 ironclad rules. First, he ordered that all water must be boiled before drinking, and anyone who dared to drink unboiled water would have their legs broken. Second, he demanded that deep pits be dug downwind, and all excrement must be centrally disposed of, with severe penalties for violators. Third, he demarcated restricted areas, requiring anyone who came into contact with patients to wash their hands repeatedly with salt. The 3 commands were all bizarre, yet no one dared to question them, for he had just performed a miracle with salt. Corvana struggled internally. She found them absurd, yet could not suppress the urge of her instincts. She turned abruptly and roared, ordering the entire tribe to act immediately, her voice like thunder. The spider women trembled as they carried out the task, boiling water, digging pits, and cleaning up the filth. For the first time, order returned to the cave. Thorn nodded and turned to the herb area. He had Alea lead the way and began searching for usable plants. Using his knowledge from his previous life, he identified plants that resembled purslane and dandelions and ordered them to be mashed into a paste. The green ointment was quickly prepared, its bitter smell filling the air, causing everyone to hold their breath. He returned to the forbidden zone, first cleaning the spiderlings' bodies with warm salt water, then taking out his leather pouch. A pungent yet cleansing scent wafted out. He called it holy water for purifying evil spirits. That was actually distilled and purified alcohol, but they only saw his decisive action in wiping the pustules. The young spiders convulsed in pain, and the young spider woman cried out in alarm, but he didn't stop. The pustules were cleaned, ointment was applied, and he clapped his hands. Now, it's up to them to decide their fate. The calendar on the wall reminded everyone that today was the last day of the bet. Time passed in waiting. The cave air became fresher, and the tribespeople's complexions gradually returned to normal. All eyes were fixed on the forbidden area. Life and death hung by a thread. As the sun was setting, a weak yet clear cry suddenly rang out. It wasn't a groan, but a cry of hunger. The spider woman who had been tending to her rushed out, tears streaming down her face, almost incoherent. She's awake. The fever's gone. She's crying for food. After 3 seconds of silence, the cave erupted in a thunderous roar of cheers. Despair was shattered, and joy swept across every face. Kalvana almost collapsed, tears finally streaming down her face as she looked at the spiderlings peeking out. The next second, the proud queen knelt on one knee and bowed her head to Thorn. Her movement became a signal, and all the Arachne knelt down in unison, their right hands placed on their breasts. Oaths echoed through the cave. They pledged their eternal loyalty to Thorn Arist. A pale blue screen flashed before his eyes. The wager was complete, and the tribe's favorability soared. The system notified him that a civilization node had been reached, a new technology tree had been unlocked, and progress had accelerated dramatically. Thorn's heart pounded. He knew that what he had gained was not just the tribe, but the future. Suppressing his elation, he personally helped Corvana to her feet, his voice gentle yet firm. From this day forward, you are no longer monsters, no longer prey. You are my people. Corvana looked up, her eyes burning with fervor, declaring that the spider silk was at their disposal. Thorn, however, shook his head, saying that the value of the spider silk far exceeded their imagination. He described strong cables, fine fishing nets, perfect stitching, and lightweight, stab-proof armor. Every word ignited a flame for the future. For the first time, they were proud of their talent. Thorn took the scroll and slowly unfurled it before everyone's eyes. The blueprints depicted neat wooden houses, workshops, a canteen, a medical clinic, and a playground for children. The location was marked at the border between Darktown and Misty Forest, a place where sunlight could reach. He held up the blueprints, his voice resonating in every heart. Let's say goodbye to this place. Together, under the sun. Let's build a home that truly belongs to us. Boom! The boulder that had blocked the path of generations of Arachne's lives was slowly pushed aside by Lord with overwhelming force. Golden light, carrying the fragrance of grass, pierced the depths of the cave, cutting through the darkness as if by a knife, and the emptiness instantly came to life. The light fell on the wrinkled face of the elderly elder, whose cloudy eyes widened suddenly, and her withered fingers reached out to grasp the beam of light. She murmured, "Sunshine," her voice hoarse like the grinding of stone, and the next second, cloudy tears slid down her cheeks. All the Arachne in the cave stared blankly at the entrance, their breaths caught, and the forgotten warmth in their memories returned. There was no pursuit, no fear, only pure light. Yet this tranquility made them unable to believe it. Corvana's tall body trembled slightly as she looked back at the longing and fear in her people's eyes, her heart torn in two. Her gaze finally settled on Thorn in the sunlight. He didn't turn around, standing silently like a barrier. Corvana suppressed her surging emotions, took 8 heavy spider legs, and walked step by step toward the light at the cave entrance. As her entire body was bathed in sunlight, the warmth seemed to melt her soul, and she closed her eyes to receive this long-awaited blessing. Behind her, Alea helped the youngest child follow, then the third and fourth, their steps so light as if afraid to disturb a dream. Nearly 50 Arachne, like fledglings, cautiously emerged from the cold, dark tomb and finally stepped into the sunlight. On the watchtower of the town of No Light, a drowsy guard rubbed his eyes and saw a group of soldiers appear at the edge of the forest. Thorn and Lord were leading the way, but what followed behind them sent chills down their spines, and they screamed, "Monster!" Alarm bells rang wildly, shattering the morning tranquility. The town seemed to be engulfed in flames, and terror spread instantly. The townspeople rushed out of their huts, and when they saw the figures with the upper bodies of women and the lower bodies of giant spiders, their blood ran cold. Men grabbed pitchforks and axes. Women clutched their children tightly. Fear overwhelmed reason, and the town descended into chaos. Arachne was also frightened by the hostility. They had just crawled out of hell only to run into a knife's edge again, and instinctively assumed an attack stance. Sharp spider legs were aimed at the crowd. The air was taut like a bowstring, and a conflict was just a spark away from exploding. "Shut up, all of you," Thorn roared, silencing the commotion. His face was so dark it looked like it could drip water. Lord stepped forward, his mountain-like pressure looming over the town entrance. The shouters trembled as if they had been choked. In the deathly silence, Thorn's icy gaze swept across every face. He pointed to the tense Arachne behind him, his tone as firm as iron. They are not monsters. From today onward, they are just like him, citizens of the land of no light, partners who have come to build a home. He hurled the words, Master Architect, at the townspeople, and before they could even process them, his next threat extinguished the flames of discontent. Anyone who calls him a monster again, anyone who dares to show hostility, he'll hang them from the flagpole at the town entrance. The air froze instantly. The townspeople swallowed hard, fear still lingering, yet no one dared to speak. Thorn's prestige was like a nail driven into their hearts. Thorn withdrew his gaze and turned to Corvana, his voice eerily calm. According to the blueprints, begin. The reversal was thus averted. Corvana bowed respectfully, then turned and gave orders in her tribal language. The spider women immediately divided the tasks, and the team moved like gears meshing together. The next day, on an open field outside the town, humans and Arachne began their first collaboration in a tense and strange atmosphere. Human craftsmen were building the wooden frame, working hard but making slow progress. The beams were about to collapse, the ropes weren't long enough, and their grumbling grew increasingly urgent. Just as they were in a frantic rush, the spider warriors appeared, their 8 legs like a crane, steadily supporting the beams and easily placing them in place. The young spider woman silently climbed the tall pillar, spraying silvery white spider silk from her abdomen. The joints instantly tightened, and the air quickly solidified. Each joint was completed in seconds, stronger than a mortise and tenon joint. The human blacksmith watched with his eyes bulging out, his hemp rope in his hand looking like a joke. More Arachne joined in, moving heavy objects with terrifying stability, climbing and securing things with effortless ease, and operating with absurdly high efficiency. They moved between the frames, spinning webs that, soaked in bodily fluids, became translucent walls, allowing light to pass through, waterproofing, and providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. The human craftsmen were dumbfounded. Axes and hammers clattered to the ground. What a top team could do in a day, they accomplished in an hour. Fear was crushed by speed, and the townspeople were filled with fervor. They suddenly realized that the so-called monsters resembled long-legged building gods. The bold carpenter approached the young spider woman, gesturing and asking for her advice. The spider woman was initially startled, but then tilted her head in curiosity, and the initial awkwardness began to melt away. In just 3 days, the outline of a new village rose from the ground, with rows of wooden houses and streets and squares taking shape, like creation itself. As night fell, a huge bonfire was lit in the center of the construction site. For the first time, humans and Arachne sat around it, tentatively exploring each other but not backing down. The townspeople offered the young spiders some roasted wild boar meat, which smelled delicious. The child timidly took a bite and squinted, while the mother reciprocated with fragrant fruit. Without a word, a smile, a nod, and amidst the crackling of the campfire, harmony spread quietly like a warm current. On the distant hillside, Thorn smiled as he looked down at the bustling scene, Aleia standing beside him, her purple eyes illuminated by the moonlight. She watched her people, her smile trembling, saying she had never imagined sitting around a campfire with humans, her eyes filled with gratitude and adoration. She relayed the chief's words, saying that Arachne would be his sharpest spear and strongest shield, and then went a step further, saying that she also belonged to him. Under the moonlight, their eyes burned with pure intensity, creating a subtle atmosphere. Thorn's heart tightened, realizing the pace had suddenly become too fast. He coughed, took a half step back, and adopted the aloof expression of a lord, leaving behind only the words, "This is just the beginning," forcefully suppressing the ambiguity. His gaze passed beyond the campfire, reaching the distant sea of bones and the Dragon's Spine mountain range. His ambition wouldn't rest on a single village. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight touched the earth, all humans and Arachne gathered in the square, their eyes fixed on the central flagpole. Lord brought over a folded flag, and everyone thought he was going to raise the lion emblem. But Thorn shook his head and unfurled a brand new flag the next second. The red flag unfurled, with bronze threads embroidered with gears and gold threads embroidered with ears of wheat. The two intertwined, as if sewing the future into cloth. Thorn hung the flag on the flagpole, forcefully plunging the base into the ground. The flagpole stood firmly, and the red flag fluttered in the wind. It was like a declaration and a prophecy. The old era had been overthrown on this land, and the shadow of a new civilization was beginning to breathe on the flag. This also foreshadows the birth of a completely new civilization defined by knowledge and survival on this forgotten land. The completion of the new village injected unprecedented vitality into this desolate land. Sunlight shone on the streets of the town of Wugwang, where human craftsmen and Arachne people worked side by side. Even though they couldn't understand each other's languages, they could achieve near-perfect coordination with just a glance or a gesture. Thorn's prestige reached its zenith at this moment. The townspeople no longer regarded him as an ordinary lord, but as someone capable of creating miracles, and even those terrifying monsters were willing to build homes for him. The entire town of darkness was immersed in a long-lost hope. Everyone felt that this dying territory had finally ushered in a true future, but Thorn's inspection almost sent him to his death on the spot. He had barely stepped out of the Lord's manor when an indescribable stench assaulted his senses. The smell, a mixture of excrement, rotting flesh, sewage, and the putrid odor of livestock entrails, struck his nostrils like a hammer blow, making Thorn's stomach churn. His face turned ashen instantly, and he nearly vomited on the spot. At that moment, he finally understood that the truly terrifying thing about Wugwang Town was not its poverty, but the fact that the place was an environment completely unfit for human habitation. There were no real roads on the streets. What they called roads were just muddy ground trampled flat by countless footprints, the mud mixed with strangely colored filth, swarms of flies hovering around, and the air filled with a suffocating stench of decay. A woman came out of a wooden house and casually threw a basin of dirty water into the middle of the street. Not far away, several naked children were chasing and playing in the mud. One child slipped into the dirty water and didn't seem to care at all, grabbing mud and continuing to throw it at his companions. Thorn's eyes twitched violently, and he was completely stunned. In all his years in his previous life, even when he visited the most backward villages, he had never seen such an outrageous scene. Here, defecating anywhere is not considered a bad habit. It's become an ingrained tradition, and nobody sees anything wrong with the environment. Lord followed behind, looking at Thorn's utterly bewildered expression. In his view, this was how the town was supposed to be. Every territory had evolved this way. Thorn didn't explain. He just covered his mouth and nose and continued walking. But the further he went, the colder the chill became, because he discovered something even more terrifying than filth and chaos. The townspeople almost all reeked of a strong, sour stench. Many had skin covered in rashes and pustules, and some had even scratched their wounds open, with yellow pus oozing from their skin, a truly gruesome sight. The children's condition was more serious. Almost every child had signs of skin disease. The wounds and red spots instantly reminded Thorn of the spiderlings that had died in the Arachne cave. That was no ordinary disease. He had seen this scenario far too many times in the modern world. It was a classic case of infection and sanitation collapse. Just then, a suppressed sob came from the blacksmith shop. Thorn frowned and walked over, and his expression changed completely after just one glance. A 7 or 8-year-old boy was being held down on a wooden stool by his mother. The boy's arm had been cut by metal, and the area around it was visibly red and swollen, even oozing yellow pus. Even more horrifying, the woman was about to use a dirty strip of cloth to bandage the child. The cloth was covered in black iron filings and stains, so filthy it looked like you could wring oil out of it, making Thorn's scalp tingle. "Stop!" Thorn rushed over almost instinctively, snatched the dirty cloth from his hand, and his voice was filled with barely suppressed anger. The blacksmith's wife was stunned into place. She couldn't understand why this high and mighty lord would suddenly become angry over a rag. Thorn stared at her and spoke slowly and deliberately. He told the woman that if she continued to use this stuff to bandage the wound, the child's entire arm would rot away, and he might even die. But the blacksmith's wife's answer left Thorn completely speechless. She simply said, with a blank expression, that they had always done it this way. That one sentence made Thorn understand everything completely. The morbidity disease in the Arachne cave, the skin disease that plagued the town of darkness, and the absurdly high infant mortality rate, the root cause was the same. What truly kills them is never the curse. It's the bacteria, viruses, and parasites that are invisible to the naked eye, lurking in the water, the soil, and between everyone's dirty fingers. In this era devoid of any concept of hygiene, these microscopic killers are more terrifying than famine and war. They are the true demons that slaughter this land. A strong sense of crisis instantly gripped Thorn. He finally realized that if he didn't change things immediately, Darktown would be completely destroyed by a plague sooner or later. No matter how much food or how powerful an army he possesses. If the sanitary conditions remain unchanged, a single disease outbreak is enough to bring down the entire territory. Thorn turned abruptly and led Lord back to the Lord's manor. He didn't even care about the crying child anymore, because only one thought remained in his mind. That thing must be made immediately. Back at the Lord's manor, Thorn burst into the meeting room like a whirlwind, startling Pete and Sam, who were sorting through the accounts. Without any preamble, he issued the order. Thorn demanded that they immediately collect all animal fat from the entire town, including waste oil and grease. He then demanded a large collection of plant ash, especially the white ash left after burning hardwood. The more the better, and he was even willing to trade it for double the price of smoked meat. Pete and Sam were completely dumbfounded. They simply couldn't understand why their young lord would trade his precious food for unwanted garbage. But seeing Thorn's terrifyingly serious expression, the two dared not refute him. Half an hour later, the atmosphere in the conference room became extremely tense, because Thorn announced something even more outrageous. He planned to create something called the purifying block. This block could wash away filth, kill the disease-causing insects, and truly rid the entire territory of disease. The ingredients were simply grease and ash. Pete became agitated upon hearing this and immediately stood up to object, because in his eyes, it was a complete waste of food. For Darktown, every drop of oil could save lives. But now Thorn wanted to turn these things into an inedible stone, which Pete found completely unacceptable. But Thorn looked at him calmly. He told Pete that this thing was more important than food because it could prevent children from dying from a small wound. The meeting room suddenly fell silent. Because the diseases and premature deaths Thorn described were all true events that had occurred in darkness, and no one could refute them. Thorn then ordered Sam to compile data across the entire territory. He demanded that all those who had fallen ill be recorded, along with the children who had died in the last 3 years, and their true causes of death. Thorn wanted to use the most brutal data to make everyone see reality. Because the truly terrifying enemy is never hunger, but the death hidden in filth. Finally, he walked to the window and looked out at the newly built village. Thorn slowly spoke, telling Pete that knowledge is the most powerful force in the world. It can turn trash into gold. It can also turn the worthless into something that can truly save lives. Just then, Thorn suddenly remembered something. His gaze swept across the courtyard and landed on the silver-haired girl, Alea, a meaningful smile slowly spreading across his lips. The next second, he spoke directly to the girl. Thorn asked her if there was a tree in the misty forest that, when burned to ash, was pure white and even felt like it burned your tongue when you licked it. I need a special kind of ash. Thorn's voice rang out in the Lord's Manor conference room, his tone calm, yet leaving everyone completely bewildered. Alea, who had just been summoned in, blinked her purple eyes, her face full of curiosity. Behind her, the chieftain Corvana remained silent, her 8 spider legs slightly retracted, like a cold statue ready to strike at any moment. Pete and Sam were completely dumbfounded. They had just been told by the Lord to collect grease and wood ash, and now they heard about special ash, making them feel that this Lord's ideas were becoming increasingly bizarre. Thorn didn't explain much, but directly stated his needs. He wanted to find a plant or tree that, when burned to ash, could be soaked in water to produce a liquid that would have a strong burning sensation, so intense that licking it would even burn the tongue. After hearing this, Aleya's little face immediately showed confusion. She subconsciously looked at Corvana, like a child facing a problem and seeking help from the elder they trust most. Corvana narrowed her dark red eyes and gave Thorn a deep look. She seemed to be trying to discern a conspiracy from the human lord's face, but Thorn's eyes were open and honest, filled only with an urgent need for an answer. After a moment of silence, Corvana finally spoke. She said that there were indeed several plants in the misty forest that matched the description, one of which was called scorched root grass, whose roots resembled red-hot irons. The sap of this grass is extremely dangerous. If it comes into contact with the skin, it will immediately rot and create a hole, so no one in the Arachne tribe dares to touch it casually. Upon hearing the words, highly poisonous, Thorn suddenly laughed. He laughed as if he had finally grasped a crucial clue, his excitement almost uncontrollable, and he even blurted out that it was it. The way everyone looked at him changed instantly. In their eyes, Thorn had transformed from a strange lord who wanted to make stones from Greece into a madman who actively sought out poisonous herbs to refine things. Thorn quickly realized he had gotten too excited and immediately cleared his throat. He regained his composure as a lord and said that the most deadly poison, if used differently, could become the best medicine. Aleya and Corvana were completely confused, but they were used to Thorn spouting incomprehensible words. They simply obeyed his orders. Pete and Sam exchanged a glance, their hearts pounding with even greater panic. They had initially thought the Lord was merely wasting oil, but now they realized he was actually planning to put highly poisonous plants into the so-called purifying block. The next day, a strange group appeared at the edge of the misty forest. Leading the way were several tall Arachne warriors who moved with ease through the complex forest, as if they were born to belong to this forest. Behind them followed a group of human craftsmen carrying axes and saws. These burly men were usually quite bold in town, but once they stepped into the human-restricted area, they all shrank back, fearing that a monster might pounce out of the bushes. The Arachne warriors warned them along the way to avoid dangerous plants. A carpenter nearly stepped on a man-eating vine, but the spider-woman called out to him in time, startling him so much that he quickly pulled his foot back and stammered his thanks. Soon, the group arrived at a patch of dark red plants. The roots and stems were coiled on the ground, their surfaces charred and reddish-brown, looking from a distance as if they had been burned by flames, exuding a dangerous aura. Corvana pointed to the plant and told Thorn that it was scorching roots. The human artisans glanced at it and instinctively backed away, as if even getting close would burn their skin. Thorn immediately assigned tasks. Arachne was in charge of felling and cutting the trees, while the humans were responsible for carrying them from a distance using long poles and ropes. No one was allowed to touch the sap directly. At the command, the Arachne warriors moved immediately. A young spider woman climbed onto a tree branch, spitting out spider silk to entangle the top of the scorching root grass. With a sudden tug, the entire poisonous plant was uprooted in an instant. Another spider woman swiftly severed the roots with her sharp forelimbs. While the human craftsmen were still figuring out how to proceed, Arachne had already finished processing a large section, leaving them dumbfounded. Soon, the scorching roots had piled up into a small mountain. Only then did the craftsmen realize what was happening, and they quickly used long poles and ropes to tie up these highly poisonous plants, carefully carrying them back to Wuguang town. The operation went more smoothly than anyone expected. The two races, who had once feared each other, began to develop a tacit understanding through their shared work, and the tense atmosphere gradually eased. If a human craftsman slips and falls, the spider woman nearby will extend her spider legs to steady him. When the spider woman runs out of silk, the human will immediately hand over a spare rope, and fear is gradually dispelled by the sweat. Thorn stood on the hillside watching this scene, a satisfied smile on his face. For him, collecting the scorching root grass was only the first step. More importantly, humans and Arachne had begun to truly cooperate. Back in the Lord's Manor's backyard, which had been cleared out and turned into an open-air workshop, Thorn drew blueprints on wooden boards with charcoal instructing the craftsman to build a layered filtration system for filtering wood ash according to the structure. The craftsman and Arachne were busy again. With the cooperation from the previous day, their movements were noticeably smoother, and in less than half a day, a simple yet practical filter pool appeared in the backyard. Thorn had his men pile up the scorched roots and set them ablaze. The roaring flames engulfed the poisonous plants, burning them to ashes, which were then carefully poured into the top layer of the filtration system. Then, buckets of clean water were slowly poured in. The water seeped through the wood ash, then through the sand and animal hides, filtering downwards layer by layer, finally flowing out from the bottom as a clear but oily liquid. A pungent odor quickly filled the air. Everyone craned their necks to stare at the liquid, both frightened and curious, because they knew it was coming from a highly poisonous plant. Pete cautiously asked if this was water that would burn your tongue. Thorn didn't answer, but simply picked up a feather and slowly dipped one end into the liquid. The next second, a slight sizzling sound rang out. The pure white feathers curled up, turned black, and melted as if they had been branded with a hot iron. In less than 3 seconds, more than half of them disappeared into thin air. The onlookers gasped in shock. Several timid townspeople even took a few steps back, their eyes fixed on the bucket of liquid as if it were the breath of a demon. Thorn himself was startled by the corrosive power, but he didn't show it. He turned to the crowd and calmly told them that the more dangerous a power is, the more life-saving it can be if used correctly. He pointed to the bucket of strong alkali solution and then to the melted animal fat beside it. He told everyone that when these two substances were mixed in the correct proportions, poison would no longer be poison, but would become a miracle that purified impurities. No one understood proportions or fusion, but as they witnessed the feathers melting and heard Thorn say it could kill the disease-causing insects, their eyes slowly shifted from fear to awe. Thorn was very satisfied with the effect. He knew that people of this era couldn't understand complex principles, so he used the most shocking phenomena to make them believe that they were creating miracles. Soon, the first experiment began. Thorn himself stood in front of the large cauldron filled with molten grease and had a daring craftsman slowly pour in the strong alkali solution using a long-handled wooden ladle. The moment the grease and lye came into contact, they sizzled. White smoke rose from the pot, and Thorn roared, ordering everyone to keep stirring in one direction and not to stop. He held a long wooden stick and stirred the large pot continuously. The liquid in the pot gradually became murky, and a strange smell of greasiness and pungent odor filled the air. Everyone held their breath and stared at the bottom of the pot. Time ticked by. Thorn's forehead was beaded with sweat, and the mixture in the pot seemed to be thickening. Everyone thought a miracle was about to happen. But just when everyone was most excited, something went wrong in the pot. The previously murky mixture separated into layers again, with yellow grease floating on top and grayish-white filthy liquid settling at the bottom, and the smell became even more unpleasant than before. The scene fell into dead silence. The people who had been full of fervor just moments before froze, because this pot of stuff looked nothing like a miracle. It looked more like swill dredged from a stinking ditch. One of the craftsmen couldn't help but mutter, "It's a failure." Those words were like a needle, instantly piercing all expectations, and Pete's face showed a pained expression of "I knew it." Sam's face was equally disappointed. Lord silently stepped forward, standing beside Thorn, and warily looked around to prevent anyone from saying anything offensive out of disappointment. To everyone's surprise, Thorn showed no sign of frustration. He dropped the stick, wiped the sweat from his brow, and instead laughed, as if it were all part of his plan. Thorn told everyone that the first time was just to calibrate the proportions. The real failure wasn't the separation of layers in the pot, but not knowing where the problem lay. Now, he knew how to adjust the proportions to achieve the perfect balance. After saying that, he went directly to another large spare pot. This time, he reduced the amount of lye and readjusted the oil ratio. Under the skeptical gaze of everyone, the second experiment began. Thorn's movements were noticeably more steady. The wooden stick moved steadily in circles in the pot, and although the mixture still had a strange taste, it no longer separated into layers, but became more and more uniform with heating and stirring. The liquid slowly turned into a paste, and the paste slowly turned into a syrup. A completely new smell began to appear in the air, different from both oil and lye, as if some unknown substance was being born. Finally, Thorn stopped stirring. He looked at the pale yellow, semi-solidified paste in the pot, and a triumphant smile spread across his face. He then instructed the craftsman to pour the entire pot of soap into a wooden frame lined with clean animal hide. The craftsman used a wooden board to slowly smooth the surface, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the cooling yellow substance. Thorn clapped his hands and calmly announced that it should be left to rest overnight. Tomorrow, everyone would see for themselves how trash can be turned into gold. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving the crowd in the courtyard stunned. The yellow paste slowly cooled and solidified in the night breeze, and no one knew whether it was a miracle or a smoother failure. But in everyone's heart, it felt as if an invisible hand had scratched at it hard. An itch, a curiosity that was driving them almost mad. Chapter 18 Soap. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, the backyard of the Lord's manor was already packed with people. Pete, Sam, the town's foreman, blacksmith, carpenter, and the core members of Arachne led by Corvana and Aleia, everyone who witnessed yesterday's alchemy experiment, was present. All eyes were fixed on the huge wooden frame in the center of the courtyard. Nervous. Expect. Suspect. A complex mix of emotions swirled in the air, making it almost impossible to breathe. Can that yellow paste made from highly poisonous plants and waste oil really become the miracle that the Lord speaks of? Or were they simply keeping this young lord company all night, watching a lump of solidifying garbage? Thorn yawned as he walked out of the mansion. He glanced at the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, which looked as if they were about to be executed, and almost burst out laughing. It's just making a soap, isn't it? It's like a lottery draw. He walked to the wooden frame, squatted down, and poked it with his finger. Yes, the hardness is acceptable. All right, the moment to witness a miracle has arrived. Thorn clapped his hands, signaling the two craftsmen to come forward. Under the watchful eyes of everyone who held their breath, the craftsman carefully disassembled the mortise and tenon joints of the wooden frame. Splash! The wooden planks fell over in all directions. A huge, complete, unevenly pale yellow solid cube appeared before everyone. It looked rough, with some unmixed bubbles on the surface, and emitted a strange smell that was not pleasant, a mixture of grease and wood ash. The scene was deathly silent. The expected dazzling golden light did not appear. I didn't smell the legendary, enchanting fragrance either. Is this all there is to it? Sam, a craftsman and temporary foreman appointed by Thorn, mustered his courage and stepped forward. He carefully reached out and broke off a small piece from the edge of the Yellowstone. I pinched it. It's rock hard. I brought it to my nose and smelled it. It has a greasy, strange smell. Sam's face showed extreme confusion and a hint of undisguised disappointment. Your Highness. He spoke cautiously, afraid of offending the capricious lord. This thing, it's hard and oily. What can it be used for? This question reflects the sentiments of everyone. Yes. What can this thing actually do? Should we use it as a stone to hit someone? It doesn't seem hard enough. Are you going to burn it as firewood? You'd probably be suffocated by the smoke. Pete's old face had already slumped, and his wrinkled face seemed to say, I knew it. However, Thorn showed no embarrassment whatsoever in the face of everyone's doubts. Instead, he laughed. That smile was unfathomable. What can you do? Oh. Thorn didn't explain. He simply snapped his fingers. Someone come here. A guard immediately stepped forward. Go to the kitchen and bring me a basin of the dirtiest water in town. Go and bring me the greasiest, blackest rag the cook used to wipe the stove. The order left everyone even more bewildered. The dirtiest water? The oiliest dishcloth? My lord, are you giving up entirely? Soon, the guards brought over a basin of murky sewage, which was even floating with vegetable leaves and unidentified suspended matter. Another guard pinched the tip of his nose and used 2 fingers to disgustfully lift a rag that had almost turned into a black, hard lump and was emitting a strong smell of rancid oil. Holy crap! Thorn's eyes twitched when he saw the rag. Is this a rag? This is more like a block of asphalt formed from solidified petroleum. He suppressed his physical discomfort, drew a dagger from his waist, and easily cut a palm-sized cube from the huge yellow solid. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he did something amazing. He threw the yellow stone directly into the basin of foul-smelling sewage. "Your Highness," Pete exclaimed in surprise. "This is such a waste. I don't even know what it is." Thorn ignored him. He rolled up his sleeves, put his hands into the basin of dirty water, picked up the yellow stone, and began to rub it repeatedly in the water. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. Nothing happened. The disappointment in everyone's eyes grew stronger. However, on the 4th time, a miracle happened. In Thorn's hand, fine, white foam began to emerge from the murky sewage. The bubbles just kept piling up. It surged out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within seconds, Thorn's hands were covered with a thick layer of snow-white, dense foam. A fresh, unprecedented scent instantly overwhelmed the stench of sewage and filled the air. "Oh my God! What is that? Is it snow? It's bubbling. That rock is bubbling in the water." The entire backyard instantly erupted in chaos. Everyone craned their necks, their eyes wide like saucers, staring intently at Thorn's hand, their expressions shifting from disappointment to astonishment, and finally, to utter shock. Corvana's dark red eyes suddenly narrowed. Alea covered her mouth with her small hand, her amethyst eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? A greasy stone, when placed in sewage, can actually produce foam whiter than snow. This goes against all of their common sense. Thorn chuckled inwardly. "You bumpkins, this is nothing." He didn't stop. He also threw the tarpaulin, which had turned into a black, hard lump, into the foamy sewage. Then he started washing. Twist, rub, screw, over and over again. A miraculous scene unfolded once again. The basin of sewage, which was originally murky and filthy, began to become increasingly black and dirty under the influence of the foam. The solidified black grease on the rag was gradually broken down and peeled off under the foam. A few minutes later, Thorn stopped what he was doing. Under the deathly silence of everyone, he slowly lifted the rag from the basin of sewage that had turned to ink. Whoosh! Water droplets fall. A piece of fabric, almost restored to its original linen color, old yet incredibly clean, appeared before everyone. The entire venue was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone's brains seemed to have been struck by lightning and completely shut down. They looked at the clean cloth in Thorn's hand, then at the basin of sewage on the ground that was as black as ink. An unparalleled, mind-blowing idea began to grow wildly in their minds. This Yellowstone, it can wash away dirt. This. Pete's finger trembled as he pointed at Thorn, his lips quivering, unable to utter a complete sentence. In all his years of life, he had never seen such a bizarre and magical sight. This is beyond his comprehension. This is magic you conjured up using that venom and waste oil. He stammered out the question. Thorn tossed the clean cloth aside, rinsed his hands with water, and then picked up a clean cloth to dry them. He turned around, looked at Pete's face, which was filled with shock and awe, and smiled slightly. That smile was like that of a god. "I'll say it again, Pete. This is not magic. This is knowledge. This is science." One sentence, like a morning bell and evening drum, struck heavily on everyone's heart. Knowledge. Science. So this is the power of knowledge that the Lord always talks about. It can use poison and garbage to create miracles that purify filth. Just then, Thorn's gaze swept over the blacksmith and his uneasy son in the crowd. "Come over." The blacksmith trembled and quickly pulled his son to Thorn's side. Thorn crouched down and looked at the boy's still red, swollen, and oozing wound on his arm. "Don't be afraid." He said something gently, then cut off a small piece of Yellowstone, put it back into a basin of freshly changed water, and rubbed it to create a basin full of foam. "It might hurt a little bit, just bear with it." Under the boy's anxious gaze, Thorn cupped the gentle foam in his hands and carefully covered it with his infected wound. "Gently wash him." The boy's body was initially tense due to nervousness, but he quickly relaxed. There was no stinging pain as I had expected. Only one kind of cool, refreshing, and unprecedented sense of cleanliness came from the wound. The sticky pus and the itchy, painful sensation were all washed away little by little by this magical white foam. He even let out a soft groan of pleasure. A few moments later, the cleaning was complete. Thorn dried his arm with a clean cloth. Everyone crowded over to take a look, and gasped in shock once again. The redness and swelling around the wound had subsided considerably, and the disgusting yellow pus had been completely washed away. The entire wound became exceptionally clean and refreshed. It doesn't even look so scary anymore. Oh my God! The blacksmith looked at his son's arm, and his eyes instantly reddened. He knew that his son's arm had been saved. It was the Lord. It was this divine object he created that saved his son's life. Thump! The 7-foot-tall, burly man could no longer contain his excitement. His knees buckled, and he knelt heavily before Thorn. "Your Highness." He choked back tears, his forehead hitting the ground hard. "You saved my son's life. From this day forward, my life, and the lives of my whole family, belong to you. I'll do whatever you ask." "Your Highness." Another voice rang out. "It's Pete." He walked up to Thorn and bowed deeply, at a 90-degree angle. His weathered old face was etched with shame and regret. "Please, forgive my ignorance and short-sightedness. I apologize for my foolish remarks yesterday." He raised his head, his eyes now devoid of any doubt, only filled with fervent worship and conviction. "You're right. This stuff can save lives more than food." Thorn helped the blacksmith up and readily accepted Pete's apology. He knew that from this moment on, his prestige had truly reached an unprecedented peak in this land. He held the pale yellow, unadorned solid in his hand high. I was faced with faces full of excitement, enthusiasm, and hope. His voice echoed throughout the entire backyard. "This stuff can wash away filth, bring health, and end those pointless deaths caused by filth. It will be the first sword in our lightless territory to fight against disease and death." I named it. "Soap, soap, soap." In the crowd, someone shouted first, and then a thunderous cheer rose into the sky. Everyone's gone mad. They stared at the soap in Thorn's hand with eyes so burning they seemed to want to melt it. They all wanted one. "For your children, for your family, wash away those damned illnesses." Thorn gestured for everyone to be quiet. "I know you all want it. Don't worry, soon, every one of us will be able to use it." He seized the opportunity and announced it loudly. "However, making soap requires a large workforce and standardized management. Therefore, I have decided to establish the first workshop in our wugwangling. I will be publicly recruiting workers. Anyone willing to work hard for the territory is welcome to apply. The workshop will not only provide food, but also extra pay. Workshop, worker, salary. These new words are once again stimulating everyone's senses. They can not only get soap, but also earn a better life for themselves and their families through their work. In an instant, the entire backyard was once again overwhelmed with ecstasy. However, at that moment, a guard rushed in from the front yard, looking flustered, interrupting the revelry. "Your Highness." The guard rushed up to Thorn, panting as he reported. "A merchant has come from outside the town. He said he came from the neighboring Red Iron territory and heard about the miracles we have here, so he came to pay a visit." "Merchant?" Thorn raised an eyebrow. The news spread so fast. Pete immediately stepped forward, straightened his robes, and whispered, "Your Highness, the merchants of the Crimson Iron territory are always cunning and greedy. We must be careful." Thorn nodded. "Let him in." A moment later, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious silk, slightly overweight, and sporting a shrewd mustache, entered the backyard, surrounded by a group of guards. As soon as he entered, he saw the simple water purification system in the yard, and a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. But he only glanced at it. The next second, his gaze, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, was fixed intently on the pale yellow, still dripping wet piece of paper in Thorn's hand. On the soap. As a businessman who travels all year round, his keen sense of smell instantly detected an odor from that substance 100 times stronger than gold. Business opportunity. His breathing suddenly became rapid. Those shrewd eyes gleamed with an undisguised, wolf-like greed. Chapter 19 Soap, Lace, and the New Tax Law. The fat merchant Marco's eyes, like two flies stuck to butter, were fixed on the pale yellow soap in Thorn's hand. His expensive, custom-made silk dress, embroidered with gold thread, looked both ridiculous and jarring against the backdrop of the desolate town of Wuguang. But he was completely unaware. What new village, what architectural marvel, what magical scene of humans and spiders living in harmony? He didn't see any of it. In his world, all that remained was that ordinary, even slightly strange-smelling Yellowstone. As a merchant who lived a life of danger and sought gold in the desert, his nose, more sensitive than a hunting dog's, instantly detected a strong, suffocating scent of gold from that thing. Oh, my great and benevolent Prince Thorn. Marco's meticulously groomed mustache jiggled exaggeratedly with his fawning smile. He practically jogged to Thorn, his obese body pushing through the crowd with a greasy, nauseating sound as he knelt on one knee. Please allow me, the humble Marco, to kiss the noble tips of your boots. Your radiance shines brighter than the midday sun. Upon hearing of your miracles, I immediately abandoned all my business and traveled day and night, just to witness your great deeds with my own eyes. Thorn's eye twitched. Holy crap, this acting is so good. It would be a waste if he didn't win an award in his previous life's entertainment industry. Marco didn't give Thorn a chance to speak at all. He clapped his hands, and two strong guards behind him immediately lifted a heavy wooden box onto the table. Snap! The box was opened. Glittering gold, sparkling with jewels. A box of so-called luxury goods from the capital's several unevenly dyed silks, several strings of inferior gemstones of varying sizes, and a wine glass inlaid with copper pieces to imitate gold. In Thorn's eyes, this was just a box of defective products from the Yiwu small commodities wholesale market. But the townspeople of Wuguang town had never seen such a luxurious thing in their lives, and they all gasped in amazement. Marco was very satisfied with this effect. His small, beady eyes gleamed with greed as he lowered his voice and spoke in what he thought was a seductive tone. Your Highness, these are mere trinkets, nothing more. If only you would bestow the formula for this divine artifact upon this humble Marco. He paused, then held up 5 large, fleshy fingers. 5 gold coins. I'm willing to offer 5 gold coins. This number exploded like a thunderbolt in the minds of all the townspeople. 5 gold coins. Oh my God. What does that mean? Interior Secretary Pete's breath caught in his throat. 5 gold coins. That's 2 whole months' worth of tax revenue from the wealthy Red Iron Territory to next door. That's enough to buy half of the town of Dusk. Everyone's attention instantly shifted from the box of luxury goods to the soap in Thorn's hand. Their eyes changed. If what happened before was reverence for a divine object, now it is fanaticism for a moving gold mountain. Prince Thorn casually conjured up a mountain of gold. However, Thorn merely scoffed at the astronomical price that would drive any lord mad. 5 gold coins. Are you trying to get rid of a beggar? Once soap is widely available, its value far exceeds a mere 5 gold coins. It is the golden key that can unlock a hygiene revolution across the entire continent, change the lifestyles of hundreds of millions of people, and create a brand new commercial empire. Mr. Marco. Thorn laughed, a laugh like a fox that has spotted a fat sheep. I see your sincerity. But, he then changed the subject. Do you think my territory needs your little something? Marco was taken aback. Not lacking? Are you kidding me? You live in such a poor, God-forsaken place that you don't even have a decent road. You say you're not short of money? Are you an idiot? Just as Marco was about to open his mouth to mock him, Thorn snapped his fingers. Corvana. Yes, sir. The Spider Queen, the matriarch, stepped forward with steady steps, holding in her hands an exquisite little box made of the smoothest wood. Thorn took the box and slowly opened it amidst everyone's curious gazes. There was no gold or silver jewelry in the box. There was only one, neatly folded, strange garment with very little fabric. It was a creation woven from the finest, silvery white silk of the Arachne spider. The upper part consists of 2 delicate, human curve cup-shaped wraps connected by 2 thin ribbons. The lower half is a smaller triangular piece of fabric with mysterious lace trim. In the sunlight, the spider silk shimmered with a soft, moonlit glow, thin and translucent, possessing an unimaginable, ultimate allure. Thorn even recalled the scene when he handed the design drawings to Corvana. He explained in a serious tone. Well, this is a, high-tech textile that combines comfort and support. Yes, that's right. To improve the quality of life for the residents of our territory. The towering spider queen simply stared expressionlessly at the two exaggerated curves on the drawing with her red eyes, remaining silent for a long time before replying in a strange tone. My lord, your aesthetic sense is truly unique. Unique, my ass. That's what you call advanced. Thorn picked up the Victoria's Secret Darktown limited edition, outfit enough to make any man's nose bleed with 2 fingers, and waved it at the fat merchant Marco. Marco's breathing stopped. His tiny, beady eyes widened instantly, looking like copper bells. His eyeballs almost bulged out of their sockets. He stared intently at the clothes, his mouth unconsciously agape, drool almost dripping down his throat. He wasn't amazed by the design, but by the material. Oh my God, what kind of material is that? It's softer than the most expensive velvet in the capital. It's even lighter than the moonlight gauze of the elven legends. That luster, that texture. If we took this back to the capital and sold it to those lonely and empty noble women. No, sell it to His Majesty the Emperor. Present it to the Empress. This is another gold mine. Marco felt like he was going crazy. He reached out his trembling hand, wanting to touch it, but Thorn deftly dodged it. Mr. Marco. Thorn's voice carried a hint of amusement. Now, do you still think I need your box of junk? Marco's face instantly turned a deep liver color. Humiliation. This is a blatant insult. His prized luxury goods from the capital were nothing but a pile of dog shit compared to this unknown little trinket. This exiled prince. What kind of terrifying technology does he possess? Your Highness, you have such a gold mine. Why do you still want to stay in this poor and remote place and live such a hard life? Marco was not giving up. He changed his approach and tried to arouse Thorn's desire. As long as you are willing to cooperate, I guarantee that within 6 months you will be able to buy a mansion in the most prosperous area of the capital that is even more luxurious than the royal palace. Thorn looked at him and shook his head. That look was as if he were looking at a pitiful, short-sighted insect. Mr. Marco, you've made a mistake. Thorn put away the underwear and turned his gaze to the newly built village in the distance, to the townspeople and Arachne, whose faces were filled with hope. His voice, though not loud, clearly reached everyone's ears. I'm not sitting on a mountain of gold. I am creating a new world, a world that can continuously grow mountains of gold. The Lord's mansion, the meeting room. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. No, absolutely not. Interior Secretary Pete stood up excitedly. Your Highness, soap is a divine object. It's a gold mine. We must sell it at a high price. 1 bar. At least 1 silver coin. No, 2 silver coins. He counted on his fingers, his face turning bright red. In this way, as long as we sell 100 coins, we can completely pay off all the debts of the territory. We'll have money to repair roads, buy grain, recruit more guards. Across from him, Alea was also so anxious she was about to stand up. This innocent spider woman had pleading eyes filled with purple pupils. But, Lord Thorn, the children in town, and my people, they can't afford it. 1 silver coin is enough for them to eat for a month. She mustered her courage and spoke softly. You are like the sun, illuminating us. This soap is a gift from you. Shouldn't we just give it to them directly? 1 represents the short-sightedness and utilitarianism of bureaucrats in the old era. 1 represents the simplicity and gratitude of a new ally. 2 opposing viewpoints clashed fiercely. All eyes were focused on Thorn. Thorn leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. He smiled. What you're saying makes sense. However, you have only seen one side of the story. He stood up and walked to a huge, newly drawn map of the Dark Territory. Pete, you want to make money with soap to replenish the treasury. That's fine. The development of a territory cannot be separated from money. Alea, you want all your people to have access to soap and enjoy good health. And that's perfectly fine. A lord's responsibility is to protect his people. He picked up a charcoal pencil. So why can't we do both things at the same time? He turned around and revealed his answer. I've decided to implement a dual-track system for soap sales. The first step is to sell to the outside world. The target is merchants like Marco, as well as all nobles and wealthy people outside of the lightless territory. For them, soap is a luxury. We'll sell it for as much as it's expensive. We'll use their money to build our homeland. Second track, internal supply. All townspeople and Arachne who are registered in the land of no light can enjoy welfare prices. Thorn wrote a number on the parchment. Each household can purchase 2 bars of soap per month at a cost price of 10 copper coins, upon presentation of their household registration certificate. 10 copper coins. When the price was announced, Pete and Alea were both stunned. At this price, there's no way to make a profit, not even enough to cover labor costs. It's practically free. Just as Pete was about to object, Thorn raised his hand to stop him. I know what you're trying to say, Pete. The territory will lose money, won't it? No. Thorn's lips curled into a mysterious smile. This money will not need to come from the Lord's manor. It will be paid by a brand new tax. I've named it health tax. From today onwards, the Land of No Light will establish a public finance account. All taxes will go into this account, and every penny in this account will be used for public services. For example, subsidies to pay for your soap purchases. For example, the public bathhouses and sewage systems we will build in the future. And for example, paying the workers in the workshops. Taxes are collected from the people and used for the people. This is what a civilized territory should look like. These words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the minds of Pete and Sam. Taxes, aren't they meant for the Lord's enjoyment? Taxes are meant to serve the people themselves? Oh my God, what kind of unheard of, mind-blowing concept is this? They looked at Thorn with eyes filled with shock and fervor. What magnificent new world this young lord has in his mind. That afternoon, a notice written by Thorn himself was posted in the most conspicuous place in the square. The notice instantly attracted the attention of all the townspeople. When they saw the sign that each household can purchase 2 bars of the divine soap for 10 copper coins per month, the crowd erupted in a thunderous cheer. Long live the Lord. This is a true blessing. However, the cheers abruptly stopped when they continued reading and saw the small print note that the cost will be subsidized by the newly established sanitation tax. The crowd fell silent instantly. The atmosphere became eerie. Tax. Taxes again. This word, like a poisonous thorn, is deeply embedded in the hearts of every resident of Wuguang Town. They had been tormented for far too long by the hundreds of exorbitant taxes levied by their former lord. The shadows of breathing tax and living tax still loom over their minds. Although the Lord abolished those evil laws, is he now going to use a new trick to collect money? Among the crowd, several men with gloomy eyes exchanged a furtive glance. They were veterans who had been dismissed from the former Lord's guard and had long harbored resentment towards Thorn, the newly arrived pretty boy prince. The opportunity has arrived. Don't be fooled, everyone. A man with a scarred face suddenly jumped onto a rock and raised his arms, shouting, "Look carefully. It's tax. It's that damn tax again. What kind of bullshit welfare price is this? It's just a different name for trying to squeeze money out of our pockets. How is it any different from the old breathing tax?" His words instantly ignited a spark of doubt in the crowd. That's right. Why should they take our money? Is he trying to use this soap as an excuse to collect all the taxes he's owed before? Another tall, thin man joined in the incitement, his voice sharp and shrill. He's a liar. A liar just like that devil before. He's trying to use this broken stone to swindle us out of our last penny. Down with the liar lord. We don't want to pay taxes. Give us our money back. Anger, like wildfire, spread rapidly. The townspeople, who were just moments before grateful to Thorn, instantly turned ferocious under the instigation of a few troublemakers and their deep-seated fear of the word tax. They raised their fists, shouting angry slogans, and approached the Lord's manor. A riot is about to break out. Lord's figure appeared on the steps of the Lord's mansion like an iron tower. His hand was already on the hilt of his sword, and his cold, killing intent made the first few rioters involuntarily stop in their tracks. However, Thorn stepped out from behind him and gently pressed his hand. Facing the angry, incited, and ignorant faces in the square, Thorn's face showed neither anger nor fear. There was only a trace of peace. He calmly walked up to the platform, holding a pale yellow bar of soap in his hand. The entire square gradually quieted down under his gaze. Thorn looked around at everyone and slowly began to speak. His voice carried clearly throughout the entire square. It seems you still don't understand the true value of soap. You don't understand what I'm about to bring you. He raised the soap in his hand, a mysterious smile curving his lips. Then, tomorrow, I will hold a grand baptism for the entire town of darkness. At that time, you will see with your own eyes what you get in return for every penny you pay. As he finished speaking, behind him, the courtyard gate of the Lord's manor was slowly pushed open. Dozens of huge iron pots have been neatly set up. Under the pot, a raging fire roared. Inside the pot, water was boiling and plumes of hot, white steam were rising. A grand performance, capable of overturning everyone's perceptions, is about to unfold before everyone's eyes. Let's begin. Chapter 20: The Great Baptism of the Masses. The square was shrouded in sweltering heat. Dozens of large iron pots, hastily erected, resembled a line of steel behemoths, spewing out scorching white steam that shrouded the entire square in a hazy mist. The water in the pot was bubbling and churning, making a deafening sound. Beside them, a small mountain was piled up on a makeshift platform made of wooden planks. A small mountain made up of countless pale yellow divine objects soap. The unique smell, a mixture of grease and wood ash, permeated the air, carried by steam, and entered everyone's nostrils. All residents of Wuguang town, including the Arachne people who had just moved out of the underground, were ordered to attend. They stood at the edge of the square, a dark mass, their faces etched with a complex array of emotions. Curious, suspect, expect. There was also a lingering, deep-seated fear evoked by the word tax. They whispered amongst themselves, their eyes all fixed on the young lord standing on the high platform. Why is he making such a big fuss? What exactly is he trying to do? So much firewood burned, so much water boiled. What a waste. I still think it's unreliable. What if he can't come up with anything interesting after I pay the money? Thorn took in all the whispers and comments, but a calm smile remained on his lips. He was internally ranting and raving. Holy crap. Isn't this just like the grand opening sale of a bathhouse in my past life? They made it sound like some kind of sacred ceremony. Am I, the prince, now working part-time as a bathhouse scrubber? He cleared his throat, offering no lengthy discourse or impassioned speech. He simply stretched out his hand and waved to the audience. Blacksmith, bring your son up. A stir ran through the crowd as the blacksmith, leading his somewhat timid son, walked onto the platform under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Thorn crouched down and pulled the boy to his side. He raised the boy's severely infected arm and showed it to everyone. In the sunlight, the gruesome wound had completely healed, leaving only a new pink scab. The original redness and pustules had vanished without a trace. Exclamation point. A low gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd. They all remembered the terrible state the child had been in just a few days ago. It's only been a few days? That's it. Thorn's voice, carried clearly through the steam, reached everyone's ears. Yesterday, I saved his hand with soap. He paused, his gaze sweeping over every bewildered face in the audience. Today, I will use it to give you all a gift more precious than gold or food. Its name is health. After he finished speaking, he said no more. He rolled up his sleeves, picked up a bar of soap, and walked to a large wooden tub filled with warm water that had been prepared beforehand. Then, under the watchful eyes of thousands of people in the audience, he began to undress the little boy. The boy was a little scared, his body tense. Thorn patted him on the shoulder and said in a gentle voice, "Don't be afraid. It won't itch anymore once you wash it clean." He carried the boy into the warm wooden tub. The grime that had accumulated over the years had formed a thick, grayish-black armor on the boy's body. Thorn took a deep breath, barely resisting the urge to throw the kid out. This isn't even human. This is a walking lump of mud. He soaked the soap in water and then began to wipe the boy's body. A miracle unfolded before everyone's eyes. From Thorn's hands, a thick, white foam welled up. He cupped the foam in his hands and gently applied it to the boy's back, then began to scrub. The grayish-black grime, enveloped in foam, was gradually broken down and peeled off. As the clear water was washed over him, streams of black water flowed down his body, quickly turning the clear water in the wooden bucket into murky ink. The boy's skin, at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealed its original color. It was a healthy, childlike tan that they had never seen before. Oh my God! Look, that child's back. The dirt has all been washed away. The crowd erupted. They craned their necks and stared wide-eyed, as if watching the most incredible magic show. The boy initially pursed his lips tightly because of nervousness, but he quickly relaxed. An unprecedented, refreshing, and comfortable feeling came from my skin. Those red rashes caused by dirt and sweat, those itchy and painful little sores, all seemed less tormenting under the magical foam. He even let out a soft, satisfied sigh. Cull. The sigh was very soft, but it struck like a thunderbolt, hitting the hearts of everyone in the audience, especially the mothers. As they watched the scene on stage and saw the incredibly comfortable expression on the child's face, their hearts clenched instantly. They thought of their children. Those children who were also covered in dirt, and who were also tormented by rashes and unknown sores, crying every night. A few minutes later, Thorn lifted the boy out of the tub and dried him off with a clean linen cloth. A brand new, clean-cut boy, seemingly radiant, appeared before everyone. Some of the red rashes and small sores on his skin, after all the dirt was washed away, were still there, but were noticeably less red, swollen, and frightening. She looked refreshed and energetic, like a completely different person. The entire room fell silent. The next second, a woman burst out of the crowd, crying out in anguish. She was the blacksmith's wife and the boy's mother. She rushed onto the platform, hugged her child tightly, and stroked his clean face with trembling hands, feeling his smooth skin. Tears streamed down my face like beads from a broken string. My child, my child. She was incoherent and sobbing uncontrollably. Sudden, she turned around, faced Thorn, and knelt down heavily. Thump! The sound of his forehead hitting the wooden board was heavy and loud. Your Highness. Thank you. Thank you. She didn't know what to say, so she could only express her overwhelming gratitude in the most primitive and direct way. This kneeling seemed to be a signal that ignited the emotions in the hearts of all mothers. My child is also covered in rashes. A mother holding her baby could no longer hold back and rushed out crying. Your Highness, I beg you, please save my child too. And mine too. Your Highness, please. Whoosh. The crowd instantly went out of control. Several, even a dozen mothers, carrying their children, rushed towards the platform like madmen. Their faces were streaked with tears, but their eyes burned with an intensely burning hope. That was not a riot. It was a most instinctive desire to give everything for one's child. Everyone, line up. Lord's towering figure blocked the way at the front of the stage, his icy voice carrying an undeniable authority. Anyone who dares to defy this rule will be immediately disqualified. The guards immediately sprang into action, forcibly separating the crowd and creating a passage. The Arachnias also moved. Their massive bodies, however, became the best maintainers of order. At Corvana's command, the spider women quickly formed a human wall, separating the women, children, and strong men. Although the scene was chaotic, miraculously, no stampede occurred. Thorn looked at the pleading faces below the stage and smiled. He knew. He won. To win completely. Don't rush. His voice drowned out all the noise. Today, everyone has a share. Sisters of Arachne. Yes, sir. Corvana responded loudly. Distribute the hot water. Distribute the soap. Let our people all take a hot bath like never before. Yes. The order has been issued. The entire square instantly transformed into a bustling, massive open-air bathhouse. The Aranes demonstrated their astonishing strength and efficiency. They worked in pairs, easily lifting a large pot filled with boiling water and steadily delivering it to each of the makeshift bathrooms, separated by wooden planks and animal hides. More spider women, carrying large bars of soap, distributed them to everyone waiting in line. At first, people were somewhat afraid of these half-human, half-spider monsters. But when a spider woman carefully handed a bar of soap to a human child with her seemingly ferocious limbs and said in broken human language, "Don't be afraid. Wash, clean," all barriers vanished in the rising white steam. People started lining up. Children first. After the women. Finally, the men. The entire town of Wuguang witnessed an unprecedented and massive collective baptism. Laughter, exclamations, and the sounds of children playing replaced the previous doubt and deathly silence. An elderly man with white hair, his hands trembling, entered a cubicle with the help of his grandson. A moment later, from the cubicle came suppressed, aged sobs. The old man came out, holding up his hands and staring blankly. Those were hands covered in calluses and wrinkles, but so clean that you could see every line on the palm. For the first time in decades, he saw what his hands looked like. So this is what my hands are like. He was in tears, sobbing uncontrollably. This scene deeply stung everyone present. They looked at the dirt washed off themselves and their families, and then at each other's faces, which, though unfamiliar, were clean and refreshed. An indescribable emotion spread among the crowd. It's a feeling of abandoning the old self and welcoming a new life. Night falls. A huge bonfire was lit in the center of the square. After bathing, the people changed into their cleanest clothes, which they had washed themselves, and sat around the campfire. They looked each other over. "Hey Buck, I just noticed that the areas where you don't have a beard are quite white. Get lost. Your wife looks 10 years younger after she's washed up." Ha! Good-natured jokes rose and fell. The air was filled with the crackling of campfires, the aroma of food, and a scent called happiness. The entire town of Wuguang had never been so peaceful and full of life. Thorn stood on the steps of the Lord's manor, quietly watching all of this. Pete and Sam stood behind him, the two old men looking at the happy, smiling faces in the square, their eyes already moist. "Your Highness." Pete's voice was choked with emotion. You have created a miracle." Thorn shook his head. "This is not a miracle, Pete. This is just civilization in its very beginning." He turned around and gave Sam a new order. "Sam." "Yes, Your Highness. Starting tomorrow, we will conduct the most detailed census in the entire territory. Every household and every person, men, women, young and old, must be registered." Thorn's gaze fell upon the Arachne people who were sharing roasted meat with the human children. "Including them, all our new subjects, not one can be missing." "Yes, Your Highness." Sam nodded heavily, understanding that the Lord was playing a much bigger game. Just then, in a corner of the crowd, a figure stood out from the crowd. It was the same scarred man who instigated the riot yesterday. He washed himself clean and changed into a worn but tidy set of clothes, making the scar on his face look less grotesque. He watched the laughing crowd around the campfire, watched the children running around, so clean they looked like angels, and his expression changed again and again. Ashamed, regret, there's still a hint of longing. He hesitated for a long time, and finally, as if he had made up his mind, he quietly walked to the inconspicuous wooden box in the corner of the square. That was the sanitation tax box set up by Thorn. He pulled a hot copper coin from his pocket. That was the only copper coin he had. He glanced at the young lord's figure on the high platform, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Finally, he lowered his head and solemnly dropped the copper coin into the coin slot of the wooden box. Clang. A soft sound. It was as if the final death knell had been tolled for the end of this old era. It was as if the first note had been played for the birth of this new world. Thorn took in the whole scene, a slight smile playing on his lips. Human hearts can be used. However, just as he was about to turn around and enjoy the rare celebratory atmosphere, in his mind, a cold, long-absent mechanical voice suddenly rang out without warning. "Fight! The Lord has completed the milestone achievement. Baptism of civilization. The cleanliness of the no-light territory, the health of its inhabitants, their sense of belonging, and their sense of civilized identity have all reached critical levels. Achievement settlement in progress." Thorn was taken aback. "It's here." He suppressed his excitement and waited for the system's reward. Based on past experience, at most a few hundred civilization points and a small technology. However, The system notification that flooded the screen the next second struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him completely frozen in place. Settlement complete. Congratulations, Lord Thorn-Heiress, for receiving the following reward. 1. Civility points 10,000. 2. Unlock the advanced tech tree of the agricultural era. 3. Special reward. Unlock a brand new technology blueprint. Basic city piping network, full blueprint. 10,000 civilization points. Thorn's breath caught in his throat. This is fucking instant riches. But that wasn't the most shocking thing for him. What truly left his mind blank was the last reward. Primary, urban pipe network? What is that thing? Chapter 21, The Revelation of Civilization. Byte. Host detected to have completed hidden mission. The cornerstone of civilization chapter of purity. Task evaluation. Perfect. Bonus rewards. 1,000 civilization points. Unlock new tech trees, basic healthcare, and city planning. Thorn's mind went blank. The world before his eyes seemed to vanish instantly, leaving only a huge virtual panel radiating a soft light. On the panel, the technology tree, which originally had only one main trunk, is now growing wildly. 2 brand new, thick branches forcefully forked out from the main trunk. One branch, a vibrant green representing life, has 4 large characters suspended at its top, basic medical and health services. The other one is a rock gray color, representing order, with 4 words floating at the top. Urban planning. Thorn's breathing became rapid instantly. He almost couldn't wait to sink his consciousness into that green branch. Basic medical and health services. Pathogen theory basic concept. Unlocked. Disinfection and sterilization methods alcohol/boiling water. Unlocked. Surgical suture intestinal suture. Not unlocked requires 500 civilization points. Herbalism Atlas beginner. Not unlocked requires 800 civilization points. Penicillin culture concept. Unlock condition. Thorn's gaze was fixed on the last item. Penicillin. Holy crap. This is the founding father of modern medicine. It's a miraculous drug that can snatch countless people back from the clutches of death. However, when he saw the string of question marks and the word concept at the end, the ecstasy on his face froze instantly. Holy crap. Thorn cursed under his breath. Are you kidding me? Isn't this like slapping a menu for a Manchu Han imperial feast in my face and telling me, "Want to eat this? Fine, go and raise a pig from a single-celled organism first." Is this what they call a reward? That's called drawing a pie in the sky. He suppressed the urge to complain and turned his attention to another reward. Primary urban pipeline network, complete blueprint. The moment his consciousness touched this word, an incredibly large and complex, 3-dimensional model instantly unfolded in his mind. That was an outrageously complete system. Starting from the sewage outlets of each detached house, to the precisely angled ceramic pipes laid underground, to the main pipe that gathers all the tributaries, and finally leading to a huge, 3-stage sedimentation and fermentation system outside the city. Septic tank. The entire model is structurally precise and logically clear. Every detail shines with the brilliance of science and rationality. Thorn was completely stunned. This is no longer a simple blueprint. This is the ultimate achievable goal of simplifying a modern city's public health system using the world's existing materials. With it, Wuguang Town can completely say goodbye to its primitive state of overflowing sewage and foul odor. This is the true cornerstone of civilization. Just as he was feeling excited, another crisp notification sound rang in his mind. Byte. A deep mutual trust has been detected between the host and the intelligent race, Arachne, and the alliance has been certified by the laws of the world. Activate the special state, civilizational coexistence. The entire Arachne tribe has received a faint light of civilization blessing, permanently increasing their work efficiency by 5% and permanently locking their loyalty to the host at worship. Thorn was taken aback. He could sense that there seemed to be a faint, mysterious connection between himself and the Spider Queen Corvana in the distance. This reward was more comforting to him than 10,000 civilization points. This is not a cold transaction. This is the most solid alliance he earned with respect and goodwill. Your Highness, Your Highness. An excited voice, distorted with emotion, pulled Thorne back to reality from the shock of the system. Interior Minister Pete, his wrinkled old face beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum, almost ran up to Thorne, so excited he was incoherent. Did you hear that? In the square. They are all praising you. They all say that you are not an exiled prince, but a true god who brought hope. Pete's voice was filled with heartfelt pride and fervor. In his view, Thorne had accomplished what only a god could do. However, Thorne simply looked at him calmly and shook his head. No, Pete. Pete's smile froze. Thorne's voice was distant and profound, as if it pierced through the campfire and laughter before him, revealing something deeper. We just washed away the mud on the ground. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the clean and happy faces. However, the root cause of sludge production is still there. As long as the root cause is still there, no matter how clean you wash it today, the filth will grow back tomorrow. Pete was completely dumbfounded. What are the root causes of sludge production? What is that? He had lived for 60 years and had never thought about this question. It's dirty, isn't it, just because you're too lazy to wash it? He couldn't understand the deeper meaning in Thorne's words at all, and could only stand there blankly, staring into Thorne's deep eyes that seemed to see through everything. Thorne offered no further explanation. Playing the lute to a cow is too tiring. Some things are better seen with their own eyes than explained 1,000 times. Come with me. He turned around and walked towards the Lord's manor. Summon Sam and Chief Corvana to my study. A moment later, the Lord's mansion, the study. This place has become the highest decision-making center of the lightless territory. A hint of doubt appeared on their faces. What important matter could the Lord have summoned them at the height of the celebration? Thorne did not speak. He walked to the huge map table, which was made of several pieces of sheepskin pieced together. On the table lay a brand new, blank, huge sheet of parchment. Under the curious gaze of the three, Thorne picked up a sharpened charcoal pencil. Then he started drawing. There was no draft. Without hesitation, his hands, steady and strong, drew precise lines that quickly extended across the parchment. Pete and his two companions all craned their necks, watching with curiosity. Soon, a strange architectural outline appeared on the paper. It was a long, narrow, low house. But strangely, the house was divided into many identical small compartments. Is this a barracks? Sam couldn't help but mutter to himself. But this cubicle is too small. It can't even fit a bed. Thorne ignored him and continued drawing. In the back half of each small compartment, he drew a strange, large-sized pottery jar-like object, deeply embedded in the ground. There is a space connected underground, and on the back of that compartment, a pool is drawn, covered by a set of boards. The three of them, including Pete, became increasingly confused as they watched. Their brows were so furrowed they could trap a fly. What on earth is this drawing? The house doesn't look like a house, and the jar doesn't look like a jar. They had never even heard of such a bizarre structure, let alone seen it before. Especially Corvana, the Spider Queen. Her dark red eyes gleamed with a high-speed, computational light as she tried to understand the structural principles behind the blueprint. But it failed. This completely exceeds the architectural knowledge that the Arachne people have inherited for thousands of years. This thing is neither load-bearing nor aesthetically pleasing. What is its purpose? Finally, Thorne stopped writing. A photograph that seems incredibly rudimentary to later generations, but was considered groundbreaking in its time. The structural design drawings for the public toilet dry toilet version have been completed. He looked up at the three capable henchmen in front of him whose faces seemed to scream, "Who am I? Where am I? What is this painting?" Thorne's lips curled into a mysterious, almost charlatan-like smile. He used a charcoal pencil to gently tap the most crucial structure on the drawing, which resembled a large earthenware pot. The voice carried a hint of seduction. "Guess. What is this thing used for?" Chapter 22, The Temple of the Outhouse. The air in the study seemed to freeze. Pete, Sam, and Corvana, the Spider Queen, 3 pairs of eyes, 6 gazes were all fixed on the parchment with its bizarre drawings, their expressions more fascinating than the last. Pete's brow furrowed deeply. His few remaining brain cells, those responsible for finances, were working at breakneck speed. The house was long and narrow, divided into sections, and large earthenware jars lay buried beneath. "Your Highness," he began tentatively, guessing cautiously. This could be a new type of moisture-proof underground granary? Thorn, what the hell is this granary? Is this what your granary looks like? All those compartments. Are you planning to store each grain of rice as an offering? Sam, the kind-hearted man in charge of the census and civil affairs, offered his understanding from a different perspective. I get it. He slapped his thigh, suddenly realizing. These are defensive fortifications. These small compartments are firing ports for archers. The earthenware jars underground are for storing boiling oil and molten gold. Your Highness is far-sighted. You are preparing for the future of the lightless territory. Thorn's eye began to twitch. Jinji, brother, you were just one step away from the truth, but unfortunately you took a completely wrong turn. He took a deep breath, placing his last hope on Corvana. As a tech-savvy person, surely she could figure something out? The towering spider queen calmly scanned the blueprints with her dark red eyes, remaining silent for a long time before finally giving her conclusion. Sir, from a practical point of view, this building is completely meaningless. She raised her head, her tone very sincere. It can't bear weight, has no defensive function, and the compartments are too cramped to be habitable. If I had to say what its purpose was, perhaps it was some kind of religious ritual site that I can't understand. Thorn gave up completely. He felt like his CPU was about to be burned out by these simple, honest natives from another world. Damn it. Explaining science to a bunch of illiterate people is harder than asking me to build an atomic bomb by hand. Thorn was internally ranting, but on the surface he managed a mysterious smile. He used a charcoal pencil to heavily mark the drawing. What you're saying is all wrong. This is not a granary, not a fortress, and certainly not a place of worship. Its name is public toilet. A deathly silence fell over the study. The expressions on Pete and Sam's faces shifted from confusion to bewilderment, finally settling on a look of utter horror, as if to say, has His Highness gone mad? Even the usually calm Corvana had a noticeable flicker in 6 of her 8 eyes. Toilet? To build such a huge house just for taking a dump? In their limited understanding, this word is closely associated with concepts such as filth, stench, corners of walls, bushes, and urinating and defecating indiscriminately. And this noble prince is actually going to build a palace specifically for such the lowest and most filthy act. Your Highness, you're not joking, are you? Pete's voice was trembling. Do I look like I'm joking? Thorn's smile vanished, and his expression became more serious than ever before. He walked to the window, pointed to the newly renovated land outside, and to the people whose faces were still beaming with happiness. I ask you, why did we take a bath yesterday? Because I'm dirty? Sam answered instinctively. Then why is it dirty? Thorn pressed. Where did that filth that caused the blacksmith's son's arm to fester and ooze pus come from? He gave his answer without waiting for their response. It comes from the soil. It comes from the garbage we carelessly discard. It comes from the excrement we excrete wherever we go. Those things harbor billions of tiny monsters invisible to the naked eye. They burrow into our wounds, pollute our water sources, and attach themselves to our food. Then, they make us sick, cause us pain, and kill us. I call this a germ. Taking a bath only washes away the germs on our bodies. But as long as we live in an environment surrounded by feces, these germs will keep coming back. These words, like something out of a fairy tale, completely shattered Pete and Sam's fragile worldview. An invisible little monster? Are there things in feces that can kill? This is even more outrageous than the most outrageous story ever told by a bard. Thorn knew they couldn't understand, and he didn't expect them to understand immediately. He only needs them to carry it out. Therefore, what I want to build is not an ordinary toilet. His gaze became intense and resolute. I am building the first temple to protect against disease and death in the land of no light. A cornerstone of civilization. The next day, the news that the Lord was going to spend a large sum of money to build a temple specifically for defecating spread like wildfire throughout every corner of Dark Town. The townspeople, who had just been moved to tears and worshipped Thorn like a god because of the mass baptism, were now collectively plunged into great confusion. In the tavern, several expelled former guards were drinking cheap ale and loudly mocking each other. Have you heard? Our divine messenger is about to perform a miracle, building a golden latrine, a scarred man chuckled. Ha ha. Does he have so much money he doesn't know what to do with it? Wouldn't it be better to give us more salaries with that kind of money? I think he's a madman. A complete pretty boy who knows nothing about the hardships of ordinary people. The temple? Bah. I call him the shit temple. From now on, we'll call him Shit King Thorn. The foul language drew a burst of laughter. Even the ordinary townspeople thought it was utterly absurd. My lord, aren't you being a little too particular? Yeah, the bushes in the corner are pretty convenient. They've been like this for decades, and not many people have died there. Chill. Keep your voice down. Don't let Lord hear us. Rumors, like filthy sewage, began to spread again in the dark corners of the town. However, this time, Thorn chose to completely ignore it. He didn't even bother to refute the rumors, because he knew that the most powerful way to deal with ignorance and prejudice was not to make excuses, but to smash an irrefutable fact in everyone's face. The backyard of the Lord's manor was quickly cleared out and turned into a temporary project command center. Thorn gathered two people. One is Kalvana, the Spider Queen. The other is the old stonemason, Later. He's the old man who came with his daughter to pay the first night tax in Chapter 2. From that moment on, Later regarded Thorn as a living god, his loyalty reaching its peak. He was not only the best stonemason in Darkshire, but also highly respected among all craftsmen. Chief Corvana, Master Later. Thorn got straight to the point, laying out the layout diagram of the public toilet in front of the two of them. I need you all to work together to complete this project. The Arachne clan is responsible for the rapid construction of the main structure, as well as the production of a special material. Master Later, you are in charge of gathering all the human craftsmen to carry out the foundation excavation, timber processing, and pipe laying. I need absolute flatness and precision. Later looked at the blueprints, and although he still didn't understand what they were for, he nodded heavily without any hesitation. Your Highness, rest assured, whatever you ask me to do, I will do. Even if it means going through fire and water, I will not flinch. Thorn nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Corvana. Chieftain, the blueprints require that the floor and lower half of the walls be absolutely waterproof, corrosion-resistant, and smooth for easy cleaning. Grinding with stone would be too time-consuming and costly. Does your Arachne tribe have any solutions? That's his real purpose today. Upon hearing this, Later frowned as well. Yes, Your Highness, to achieve the effect you described, we would need to use glazed tiles transported from the capital, and the price. We couldn't afford it even if we sold the entire town of Wuguang. Corvana remained silent for a moment. Her abdomen twitched slightly. Whoosh! A strand of silvery white spider silk shot out from her fingertips and precisely stuck to a wooden stake in the distance. Then, she sprayed out a second strand of silk. This strand of silk, however, is completely different from the previous one. It is no longer silvery white, but has become a translucent, slightly yellowish, viscous substance. The thread fell to the ground, emitting a peculiar, resin-like odor. My lady, Corvana began to explain. We, the Arachne people, can secrete two kinds of spider silk. One is incredibly strong, used for combat and construction. The other, she pointed to the puddle of viscous liquid on the ground. It is extremely elastic and sticky. If you mix it with a type of red clay unique to the western side of the misty forest, stir it evenly, apply it to the surface of an object, and let it air dry, it will form a protective layer that is as hard as leather, as smooth as a mirror, and completely waterproof. We call it spider glue. Later listened in stunned silence, as if he were listening to a myth. However, Thorn almost jumped up the moment he heard the keywords mixed, dried, as hard as leather, and watertight. His pupils suddenly contracted due to extreme excitement. Holy crap! Holy crap! This is fucking natural organic concrete. It's cement. How could a wage slave who spent his past life working on construction sites and could recite cement grades by heart just to please the client not recognize this thing? His biggest headache after transmigrating was the outdated building materials. But to his surprise, he got them without any effort at all. These Arachne people, What kind of monsters are they? This is clearly a mobile, high-tech building materials factory with its own production line. Amazing. Kalvana, you're simply my goddess. Thorn was so excited that he grabbed the Spider Queen's hand, his eyes shining. The towering Spider Queen stiffened slightly, and a suspicious blush seemed to flash across her usually expressionless face. She withdrew her hand somewhat awkwardly and whispered, "As you command, sir." The construction of the toilet temple began with unprecedented speed and fanfare. The construction site presents a peculiar scene that is both magical and harmonious. Under Later's command, the human craftsmen worked with great enthusiasm, digging the foundation, felling, and processing timber. Although they didn't understand, their trust in their lord and the fact that they received their daily allowance of bread and broth filled them with strength. On the other side, it was the performance time for the Arachne clan. A dozen or so tall spider women, with their 8 segmented limbs, moved swiftly across the construction site like the most precise machines. They used their immense strength to easily lift the heavy beams and instantly secure them with tough spider silk. The entire wooden frame of the building was erected in just one day. What amazed all human artisans the most was the process of making spider glue. As truckloads of red clay were delivered to the construction site, the spider women surrounded them. They secrete that sticky yellow spider silk, which mixes with the clay, and they stir it with their long, segmented limbs in a peculiar, rhythmic motion. The movements were elegant and efficient, like a sacred ritual. Soon, the originally loose red soil turned into clumps of dark brown, gelatinous substance that emitted a peculiar odor. "Master Later, you look," a young craftsman stammered, pointing at a spider woman applying spider glue. The spider woman then evenly spread a lump of spider glue on the wooden floor and then gently scraped it with a smooth stone slab. A miracle has happened. The originally rough and uneven wooden board was instantly covered with a thin, smooth, mirror-like dark brown glue. Under the sunlight, the gel-like substance quickly began to solidify, eventually forming a complete, seamless floor with a slight leather sheen. Later reached out his hand, trembling, and carefully touched it. It feels warm and smooth to the touch, yet it's hard, and there are absolutely no gaps. He poured a ladle of water on it, but the water droplets rolled around on it without penetrating even a little bit. A miracle. This is a true miracle. Later let out a sigh that came from the depths of his soul. He turned his head and looked at the massive Arachne, who had once filled him with fear, but now there was no longer a trace of fear or prejudice in his eyes. All that remains is a heartfelt, fervent adoration for top peers. He walked up to Thorn and bowed deeply, his voice filled with shame and admiration. "Your Highness is right. They, the ladies of Arachne, are the finest artisans in the world. I am ashamed of my previous ignorance and prejudice." Thorn patted him on the shoulder and smiled. The most important step in racial integration was achieved through joint construction labor. The project is progressing rapidly. Just 3 days later, the main structure of the first public toilet in the history of Wuguang Town has been officially completed. It stands quietly in a corner of the square, forming a stark contrast with the dilapidated buildings around it. It wasn't as luxurious as people imagined. The main structure was made of logs, but the lines were simple and smooth. The roof was covered with waterproof animal hides and had several high windows for lighting and ventilation, allowing sunlight to stream in without obstruction. What is most striking is its dark brown floor, so clean it reflects one's image, and the rows of neat, uniform cubicles with their own individual doors. This thing doesn't look like a cesspool at all. It was so clean, so tidy, it even had a touch of sacredness. The townspeople's curiosity was completely piqued. They began to gather in the distance, pointing and whispering among themselves. "That's the toilet? It doesn't smell good? Nonsense. Nobody's ever used it before." Finally, on the evening of the 5th day, Thorn announced that the first public restroom for men has been officially completed and is now open to the public. He personally led a group of daring men into this peculiar building. Wow! When they saw the rows of individual wooden doors that could be opened from the inside, everyone gasped in amazement. In this era, there is absolutely no privacy when it comes to defecating. And now, the Lord is actually providing them with private rooms for such a lowly act. This is an unprecedented level of respect. Amazing as it may be, and awe-inspiring as it may be, Thorn stood at the door, smiling, and gestured for them to enter. Come on, warriors, who is willing to experience this epic-making first? However, he was met with an eerie silence. The men looked at each other, their faces filled with embarrassment and hesitation. Although, this place is very clean, upscale, and very private. But, let them go into a special room to do that. Something feels off. That's such a ritual. I can't poop. Finally, a man scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Your Highness, I'm suddenly not in a hurry anymore. After saying that, he turned and slipped away. Yes, I'm not in a hurry anymore. I still prefer to go to the same old place. Let's go. The crowd dispersed in an instant. They would rather walk a few extra steps and run to the old corner outside the town than be the first to try something new. A moment later, the once magnificent, clean, and groundbreaking public toilets have become deserted. Thorn was left alone, standing there all alone, his smile gradually freezing. A gentle evening breeze swept up a fallen leaf, creating an extremely awkward atmosphere. Holy crap! Thorn let out a desperate scream in his heart. We've given you top-of-the-line hardware, a 5-star experience, and you're not satisfied? Fine, you guys are good. It seems that unless I give you a little technological and ruthless shock, you won't know what it means to be powerless. Chapter 23, A Tax on Pooping. The darkness of night could no longer conceal the gradually hardening smile on Thorn's face. The magnificent, clean, and groundbreaking public toilet, like a forgotten work of art, stands lonely in the evening breeze. Meanwhile, its target users are contentedly contributing their efforts to the fragrance of this land in various dark corners of the town. Thorn's eye twitched uncontrollably. Holy crap! He let out a roar that echoed through the heavens in his heart. I built you 5-star private outhouses with partitions. I provided a revolutionary sanitation solution. I didn't even charge you admission. And what was the result? You bunch of bastards would rather fight with stray dogs for territory than experience the dawn of civilization. User experience feedback, right? Okay, I got it. Your feedback is, I love the latrine, and the latrine loves me. Fine, you guys are good. Thorn took a deep breath, and the mask of a benevolent lord was ripped off his handsome face, revealing a cold and cruel smile that would make even a capitalist weep. Since you won't listen to reason, don't blame me for making you drink the penalty shot. Since soft tactics aren't working, then I'll show you what a combination of technology and ruthlessness, an iron fist, looks like. The next morning, a large crowd gathered in front of the bulletin board in Wuguang Town. A brand new notice, in the largest font, occupies the most prominent position. Unlike previous mild proclamations that encouraged production and announced benefits, every word of this proclamation exuded an undisguised coldness and hardness. Thorn, dressed in a well-tailored black lord suit, stood personally before the proclamation. Behind him stood Lord, who stood like an iron tower, and 10 fully armed royal knights. The scene was more like an announcement of war than a declaration of government orders. Cough. Thorn cleared his throat, and the entire square fell silent instantly. He didn't look at anyone. His gaze was straight ahead, and his voice, though not loud, had a metallic quality that clearly struck everyone's ears. I, Thorn Arist, the rightful lord of the Darklands, hereby promulgate the first edition of the Darklands Public Health Management Law. He paused, giving everyone time to process what he had to say. Article 1. From the time this decree is promulgated, throughout the entire territory of Wuguang, in all public areas, including but not limited to streets, alley corners, squares, and under city walls, anyone is prohibited from urinating or defecating in any form or place. As soon as he finished speaking, a barely suppressed commotion and whispers arose from the crowd. What? You won't even let us take a dump anymore? He controls everything, from heaven and earth to people's poop and farts? Thorn seemed not to hear him, his voice suddenly rising, carrying an unquestionable authority. Article 2. Anyone who violates this law will be fined 10 copper coins upon discovery. No mistakes allowed. No delays allowed. The crowd erupted. 10 copper coins. Has he gone mad? This is robbery. How is this any different from the old breathing tax? I knew he was a fraud. His true colors have finally been revealed. He was just trying to find another way to scam us. Thorn coldly surveyed the faces, some angry, some mocking, and continued. Article 3. All fines will be deposited into a public finance account specifically for the maintenance and expansion of public toilets throughout the town, as well as the construction of subsequent sanitation facilities. The accounts will be managed by the interior officer, Pete, and will be published monthly for the supervision of all residents. He finally turned his gaze to the crowd. I'm not asking for your money. I'm using the law to force you to live the life of a civilized person. I've finished speaking. Who agrees? Who disagrees? The square was deathly silent. No one dared to object, because Lord's hand was already on the hilt of the sword. But everyone's faces were filled with resentment, mockery, and resistance. Ridiculous. That's ridiculous. In the entire Iris Empire, I've never heard of such an absurd law. They're sending people to arrest them? How? Are they going to have people stand guard in the corner every day, sniffing out the smell? The town is so big, and there are so many people. How can he possibly catch them all? The law does not punish the masses. These 4 words popped into almost everyone's mind. They decided to treat it like a fart and just let it go. Thorn sneered inwardly as he looked at the expressions on everyone's faces. Oh, you all think I'm joking, right? You all think the law doesn't punish everyone, right? Great. I love how you guys look, like you've never seen the harsh realities of life. He turned around and took a black box from a servant. He walked up to Home Secretary Pete. The poor old accountant was pale-faced. He had a premonition that he was about to be thrust into the limelight. Thorn opened the box, inside which lay a bronze badge. The badge's design was simple, a broom and a sword crossed, symbolizing the determination and power to sweep away filth. Pete. Thorn's voice became serious. From this day forward, I appoint you as the first Chief Health Inspector of the Lightless Territory. He personally pinned the heavy badge to Pete's faded old official robe. I authorize you to lead 2 royal knights and be fully responsible for the enforcement of this decree. Anyone who dares to obstruct the enforcement of the law will be considered to be challenging the Lord's authority and may be executed without prior notification. Pete's body trembled violently. Looking at the cold badge on his chest, he felt not honor, but the weight of a mountain. He knew this was absolutely the most difficult and offensive job in the world. But he knew even more that he had no way out. He looked up into Thorn's unfathomable eyes and saw trust, but also an unquestionable command. He bowed deeply, his voice hoarse but exceptionally firm. Yes, Your Highness. I will never let you down. Very good. Thorn patted him on the shoulder. Go, and wake up those who are still dreaming. The health inspection and enforcement team quickly set off, led by Pete, followed by 2 burly, expressionless royal knights. The group looked utterly comical. A frail old man, accompanied by 2 menacing war gods, went to arrest someone for urinating or defecating indiscriminately. The image is primarily abstract. The enforcement process was 1,000,000 times more difficult than Pete had imagined. As soon as they turned a corner, they saw a man watering the base of a wall. Just as Pete was about to speak, the man turned around, was startled, and ran away in a flash without even pulling up his pants, leaving only a yellow puddle and Pete standing bewildered in the wind. How? How are we supposed to chase after them? Pete was so angry that his beard stood on end. The knight remained silent, simply watching him. His eyes seemed to say, "You give the order, and we'll chase after him. Even if he runs to the ends of the earth, we'll cut that thing off for you." Pete shivered and waved his hand. Never mind, next one. They found an old woman squatting behind a dilapidated house. Pete stepped forward and cleared his throat. "Madam, according to the Lord's new decree." The old lady looked up, her wrinkled face beaming into a smile. "Oh, sir, I didn't do anything. I just had a bad back, so I squatted down to rest my legs and watched the ants carrying food on the ground." After saying that, she stood up shakily, dusted herself off, and left. Pete was so angry when he saw the fresh, still steaming evidence on the ground that he almost had a stroke on the spot. Cheating. They're blatantly cheating. After a whole morning of work, The enforcement team came up empty-handed and was instead treated like monkeys by the townspeople. Various sarcastic remarks were heard incessantly. Pete felt like he had completely lost face. The two knights behind him grew increasingly cold-faced. They were elite warriors who had fought on the battlefield and slain heads. Yet here they were doing this humiliating work. One can imagine their anger. Damn it, do they really think I'm a pushover? Pete cursed inwardly. He recalled the unquestionable look in Prince Thorn's eyes when he gave him the task. No way. We have to make an example of someone today. Make an example of someone. Just then, a sharp, provocative voice came from a secluded alleyway not far away. What kind of bullshit law is this? I'm taking my poop right here, so what? Does he have the guts to send someone to smell my ass? Ha ha ha. That's the voice. Pete's eyes narrowed instantly. It's that scarred guy named Greg. That's the troublemaker who incited everyone in the tavern last time to give the Lord the nickname Shit King. It's like choosing the path to hell when there's a way to heaven. A ruthless glint flashed in Pete's eyes, and he made a silent gesture to the two knights behind him. Outflank. The two knights, like ghosts, silently surrounded both ends of the alley in an instant. Greg was smugly liberating himself in the corner, cursing and boasting about his heroic deeds. He was completely unaware that two mountain-like shadows had already loomed behind him. That feels so good. After he finished, Greg pulled up his pants and gave a satisfied shiver. He turned around, ready to receive his companion's praise, but he froze instantly as if he had been petrified. Two royal knights, nearly 2 meters tall and clad in heavy armor, stood like gatekeepers, blocking all paths through the alley. Beneath their cold helmets, only a pair of emotionless eyes were visible, staring intently at him. You guys. Greg's drunkenness instantly sobered up considerably. Immediately afterwards, Pete's small, thin figure slowly walked in from the alley entrance. He was backlit, so his expression was obscured, but his voice was as cold as ice. Glag, you're under arrest. Greg's face instantly turned a deep purplish red. He glanced at Pete, then at the growing crowd of onlookers, and a surge of anger welled up inside him. He fears the royal knights, but he's not afraid of that old geezer Pete. I've been arrested? By what right? He roared, trying to drown out his fear with his loud voice. It's my right to poop and pee. That's my freedom. What right do you have to tell me what to do? Free. Pete sneered as he approached step by step, pointing at the filth on the ground. His voice suddenly rose, like a thunderclap. Is your freedom just about letting everyone smell your stench? Is your freedom the kind of freedom that causes the blacksmith's son's arm to fester because of the freedom created by people like you? Is your freedom to turn the clean homeland that the Lord bestowed upon us all into a stinking cesspool again? With each word he spoke, he took a step forward. His unprecedented aura forced Greg to retreat repeatedly. The townspeople who were watching were all stunned. Is this still the same timid and submissive old accountant Pete? It's like he's a completely different person. Pete walked up to Greg, stopped, and a flame he had never seen before burned in his aged eyes. He stretched out a withered hand and opened it. Article 2 of the Public Health Management Law stipulates that violators will be fined 10 copper coins. Now, immediately, right now, give me the money. I won't give it to you. You dare touch me and see what happens. Greg roared, his voice trembling with fear. Bass. A soft sound. The knight behind Greg drew his long sword an inch from his waist. It's only an inch. That chilling glint instantly touched the back of Greg's neck. The biting cold made every hair on his body stand on end. He had no doubt that if he uttered just one more word, his head would separate from his body in the next second. Greg's legs buckled, and he almost knelt on the ground. He trembled as he rummaged through his pocket for a while, finally pulling out 10 copper coins, stained with sweat and oil, and placed them shakily into Pete's hand. Pete didn't even glance at him. He turned around, raised the copper coin high in his hand, making sure everyone could see it clearly. Then he walked up to a wooden fine box held by a knight. In the deathly silence of the entire venue, he threw the 10 copper coins in one by one. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. 10 crisp, piercing sounds, like 10 resounding slaps, landed hard on the faces of every onlooker in the town. The mockery, ridicule, and indifference on their faces all vanished. Instead, there was astonishment, shock, and even more, an undisguised fear. They finally understood. My lord, I'm not joking. This damn law is serious. The deterrent effect of the first fine is immediate. That afternoon, the town streets were cleaner than ever before. Even the most stubborn smell of urine in the corner had faded considerably. And that magnificent public toilet finally welcomed its first batch of users, who, though reluctant, ultimately held their noses and went inside. However, new problems have arisen. Some people would rather hold their breath until their face turns purple than go to that high-class outhouse. Some people have become smarter. They hold back during the day and then sneakily find a secluded corner after dark to finish quickly. Although the streets were invisible at night, that familiar, faint stench still lingered in the air. In the study of the Lord's manor, Thorn listened to Pete's report, his fingers lightly tapping the table. It seems that fines are not enough of a deterrent. He looked out at the pitch-black night, a slight smile playing on his lips. They are still not afraid. They've just become better at hiding. Pete looked worried. Yes, Your Highness, we can't exactly send people to patrol at night, can we? That would be too much of a waste of manpower. No. Thorn shook his head, turned around, and looked at Pete with a glint in his eyes that sent chills down the latter's spine. We don't need tighter patrols. We just need tougher rules. He slowly opened his mouth and uttered a sentence that almost froze Pete's blood. Pete, relay my order. Amend the law. Starting tomorrow, the first offense will result in a fine. The second offense will double the fine. And if anyone is caught a third time. Thorn paused, then gave a devilish smile. Then punish him by making him clean all the public toilets in the town for a whole week. Pete gasped, and the hairs on his body stood on end. He knew. This is the Real trump card. Chapter 24, The Taste of Civilization. The study was deathly silent. Pete gasped, feeling as if Thorn's devilish smile was about to blow his skull off. Cleaning all the public toilets in the town for a whole week. What kind of torture is this? This is 1,000 times more cruel than hanging people on the city gates for public display. That's a toilet. Although it's a new-style toilet built under the Lord's supervision, it's still a toilet. Just imagining that scene, a prisoner, surrounded by the entire town, carrying a brush and a bucket, going in and out of rows of cells, the smell, that kind of social death that seeps into your bones. Pete's face turned pale instantly. He had no doubt that once this decree was promulgated, no one in the entire town of Darkness would dare to challenge the Lord's absolute authority on the matter of urinating and defecating anywhere. Holy crap, Your Highness is pushing someone to their death. Pete let out a wail in his heart, but when he looked at Thorn, his eyes held a hint of fanaticism and worship that came from the depths of his soul. Ruthless. That's fucking ruthless. This is truly swift and decisive action. Go. Thorn waved his hand, his smile returning to its gentle and harmless state, as if he hadn't been the one who had just proposed the devil's punishment. Let our people truly understand what collective honor means. Yes, yes. Pete scrambled out of the study as if a monster were chasing him. He wanted to carve this most terrifying decree, one that would be etched into the history of Darkshire, onto the bulletin board as quickly as possible. The next day, when Pete nailed the new supplementary decree to the bulletin board with trembling hands, the air in the entire town of Darkness seemed to freeze. The third time, a punishment to clean the whole town's public toilets for a week? A literate villager read the line of text aloud, word by word, his voice trembling like a leaf falling in the autumn wind. The crowd erupted instantly. But this time, it wasn't anger nor mockery. It was pure, heartfelt, deep-seated fear. In the tavern, the drunkards who were boasting yesterday about how they outsmarted the law enforcement team were now green with rage. Sweep the toilets? A week. A man's wine glass fell to the ground with a crash and shattered. I think I was in the corner of the wall behind my house last night. Another person's voice was choked with sobs. Everyone instinctively squeezed their legs together, and a chill ran from their tailbone straight to the top of their head. That imagery was so vivid. They don't care about being fined 10 copper coins, or even 20 copper coins. However, making them the laughingstock of the whole town, turning them into maggots in a sea of excrement, and making them toilet heroes sung about by children. No, kill me. This is worse than death. The former troublemaker, Greg, the scarred man who was the first to be fined, was now sitting in the corner, his face ashen and his whole body trembling like a leaf. Last night, he couldn't resist and relieved himself at his usual spot. If they get caught, that would be the second time. One more time. He dared not think any further. He suddenly stood up and, under the horrified gazes of his companions, rushed out of the tavern without a word. He was going to that damned, magnificent, and unfamiliar toilet temple. He wanted to go and see what kind of den of dragons and tigers it was. Thus, a highly dramatic scene unfolded in the history of Wuguang Town. Groups of men, with solemn expressions and tragic steps, walked in twos and threes toward the brand-new building in the corner of the square, as if they were going to their execution. What they were thinking was, damn it, I'm going to see what's so great about this thing today. Even if we can't pull it out, we still need to familiarize ourselves with the terrain. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Greg was the first to rush to the door. He took a deep breath and pushed open the slightly ajar wooden door. The expected stench did not hit us. Instead, there was a faint, peculiar smell, like a mixture of resin and soil, and the smell of sunshine. Yes, the smell of sunshine. The high windows let in bright light, illuminating the entire space. The floor was an unprecedentedly smooth, mirror-like dark brown spiderweb surface, so clean that it reflected his face. Rows of individual cubicles, each wooden door wiped clean. Greg hesitated for a moment, then mustered his courage and pushed open the door to an empty cubicle. The space inside wasn't large, but it was enough for a person to turn around. Underfoot was a ceramic squatting pit, also covered in spider glue, making it incredibly smooth, without a single stain visible. Next to it was a small wooden bucket, filled with some hay and sawdust. Most importantly, there is a wooden bolt on the door that can be inserted from the inside. Privacy. Absolute privacy. Greg was stunned. He had lived for over 30 years, and this was the first time he had realized that taking a dump could be done in such a decent way. There were no flies, no foul odors, and no awkwardness of being stared at. There was only quiet, cleanliness, and an unprecedented sense of security. He went inside as if possessed, closed the door, and bolted it. The world fell silent instantly. A few minutes later, Greg pushed open the door and came out. His expression was complicated. He was like Columbus who discovered a new continent, or like a pitiful creature whose worldview had been violently shaken. Outside, his companions were waiting anxiously for him. How is it, Greg? Doesn't it stink in there? Is it like a dungeon? Greg opened his mouth, but after a long while, he managed to utter a single sentence. No, it doesn't smell. He looked at his companions with a dreamy look in his eyes. It's cleaner inside than my house. And it can lock the door. Everyone was stunned. Cleaner than my home? And it can even be locked? This is a toilet? This is clearly the study of a nobleman. Let's go in and take a look. More and more people are entering public toilets with the mindset of inspecting the enemy's situation. Then, they all came out with the same look of disbelief as Greg. Starting that afternoon, the usage rate of public toilets skyrocketed from 0 to 100%. At first, people were a little unaccustomed to it, sneaking in furtively and coming out blushing. But gradually, they discovered that this thing was fucking useful. No more worrying about stepping on someone else's landmine. No more worrying about being chased and bitten by stray dogs halfway through your poop. No more freezing cold on your bottom in the wind. Habits are formed in this subtle way, from being forced to actually liking them. 1 week later, the first rays of morning sunlight shone into the town of Wuguang. An old woman named Mara, as usual, shakily got out of bed. She had suffered from cough and asthma for decades, and every morning she would be choked by the thick morning fog in the town, which was mixed with various excrements. She habitually covered her mouth and nose, walked to the window, and prepared to open only a small crack for ventilation, as usual. She pushed open the wooden window. Then she froze. The familiar, overwhelming stench that I had expected did not appear. A scent, one she had never smelled before, so fresh it felt unfamiliar to her, wafted in. That was the fragrance of earth after the rain. It is the sweetness of the grass in the corner. It's the pure, cool scent of the morning air. Cough, cough, cough. Mara coughed violently, choked by the overly clean air. But this time, her cough did not cause her any pain. Instead, it felt like coughing out all the filth that had accumulated in the lungs for decades, bringing an unprecedented sense of relief. She breathed in greedily, in large gulps. The fresh air rushed into her lungs, as if cleansing her soul. She looked out the window. On the street, several children were running, chasing, and laughing without restraint. They didn't cover their noses. The smiles on their faces were so bright and so pure. Mara's eyes welled up with tears. She thought of her grandson, who had run around in the street like this when he was a child, fell, got an infection, and died a few days later. The doctor said it was the dirty air of the town that killed him. At that time, she felt that this was fate. It is the fate of everyone in Dark Town. But now, Marla stretched out her wrinkled hand and wiped the corner of her eye. Warm tears streamed down her cheeks. She cried. She cried like a child. These are not tears of sorrow. These were tears of joy, the first time in my 60 years of life that I had breathed clean air. The entire town of darkness has gone mad. Everyone noticed this miraculous change. Oh my God, the flavor is gone. I can smell the aroma of wheat from the bakery. I used to have to walk all the way to the door to smell it. Look, butterflies are now flying around in that alley that used to be the stinkiest. People rushed out of their homes and stood on the clean streets, breathing heavily like fools. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with unbelievable ecstasy. An invisible thing called happiness, like sunshine, filled the entire town. Just then, Greg, the former troublemaker, walked up to Pete, who was on patrol. The people around him fell silent and looked at him curiously. Greg's face turned bright red, and he bowed deeply to Pete. Then he took out 10 copper coins from his pocket and stuffed them into Pete's hand. Lord Pete, his voice was hoarse but full of sincerity. This is the fine I owed you last time, not the Lord. Pete was taken aback. Greg continued, his voice not loud, but loud enough for everyone around to hear clearly. I was wrong. My Lord is right. He's not punishing us, he's saving us. The crowd was deathly silent. Immediately, thunderous cheers erupted. Long live the Lord, the messenger of God, Thorn. Praise be to the Lord. The roar was so loud it almost blew the roof off the entire town of darkness. They finally understood. That young prince brought them not only clean streets, but also the hope to survive. A completely new and dignified way of life. Thorn is strolling along the newly renovated streets. He listened to the cheers coming from afar, looked at the genuine, unadulterated smiles on the faces of his people, and felt the hard-won fresh air. He let out a long sigh of relief, feeling a sense of comfort emanating from every pore. This is even better than earning 100 million. Wow, this generation of users has finally gotten going. Thorn was internally ranting and raving. If I had known PUA, if I had known this method of user education was so effective, I should have done it on day one. What a waste of my breath. My KPIs. However, the sense of accomplishment from transforming a hellish cesspool into a livable town is amazing. Just as he was happily enjoying the fruits of his victory, the cold system notification sounded in his mind, as expected. Fight. Lord has completed the milestone achievement, the breath of order. The territory's Environmental Sanitation Index, Resident Happiness Index, and Civic Cohesion have all exceeded the threshold. System Civilization Apocalypse Progress increased to 9%. Congratulations, host. You have received the following reward, 2,000 civilization points. Unlocked a new building blueprint basic epidemic prevention station. Thorn's eyes lit up instantly. Epidemic prevention station. Wow. The toilet revolution was barely finished, and the public health system has already caught up. With this thing, he can start researching disinfection, isolation, and some basic disease prevention. This is an epic boost to improving the survival rate of his people. His alliance with the Arachne tribe was strengthened to an unprecedented degree thanks to this in-depth technical cooperation on spider glue concrete. Corvana now looked at him as if he were a walking, drawing god. Everything is moving in the best possible direction. Thorn was in a better mood than ever before. He even started humming tunes from his past life. However, at this moment, Your Highness, something terrible has happened. A panicked, panting voice came from behind him. Thorn's smile froze instantly. He turned around and saw a royal knight in charge of border security scrambling toward him, his face showing the look of someone who had seen a ghost. What's the panic? Thorn frowned. Is the sky falling down? The knight rushed up to him, stumbled, and almost fell to his knees. He clutched his knees, panting heavily, his voice filled with undisguised fear. Your Highness, the border of the misty forest to the south. We've discovered traces of a large number of unidentified individuals. Thorn's heart sank. They left this behind. The knight, trembling, pulled a sharpened wooden plaque from his robes and handed it over. On the wooden sign, a rough but clear emblem was carved with a knife. It was a wild boar, pierced by a spear, howling in agony. Thorn's pupils suddenly contracted. He recognized the emblem. The so-called hunting permit, that patent, the leader of that group of mercenaries, produced back, then had this insignia on it. This is neighboring territory, the one that supports the mercenaries who traffic in the Arachne people. The coat of arms of the Viscount Roosevelt. The knight's voice, trembling with despair, uttered his last words. Your Highness, they've erected hundreds of these wooden signs at the edge of the forest. The same sentence is written on all of them. Hand over the spiders, or face war. Chapter 25. A challenge from the Viscount. War. This word, like a bomb dropped into a calm lake, instantly stirred up a monstrous wave throughout the entire town of darkness. The news spread faster than the plague. In just half an hour, the square outside the Lord's mansion was packed with a dense crowd. However, this time, their faces no longer bore happy smiles and adoring gazes. Instead, there was a deep-seated fear, a deathly pallor, and eyes filled with doubt and anger. The air, which had just been cleaned, seemed to begin to fill with a familiar stench of despair again. War? Viscount Rosk is going to war with us. Oh my God, we're doomed. The Viscount's army has over 1,000 men. How are we supposed to fight them? It's all that monster's fault. I told you it was a menace. Why did the Lord take it in? Hand it over. Hand over that spider monster. We don't want to die. Yes, hand over the monster and save us. The clamor of the crowd grew louder, and their emotions more and more agitated. Those townspeople who had just been praising Thorn as a messenger of the gods were now like a pack of enraged wild beasts, questioning their lord with the most vicious language. In the crowd, the old stonemason Latrez fiercely protected his daughter, shouting at those around him, Are you all insane? It was the Lord who saved us. It was the ladies of Arachne who helped us build our house. How can you say such ungrateful things? However, his voice was quickly drowned out by the even louder noise. Ungrateful? When your life is about to be lost, what's the point of talking about gratitude? Later, don't talk like you're not in the same boat. Your daughter is safe, but what about our lives? One man even tried to rush toward the gates of the Lord's manor, but was unceremoniously pushed back by 2 royal knights with their sword sheaths, and fell to the ground. Riots are about to break out. Just then, squeak. The heavy gates of the Lord's manor slowly opened once more. Thorn, still dressed in his pristine white prince's suit, walked out step by step. Behind him stood the towering, silent Lord, and the 10 eternally expressionless royal knights. Choke! 10 knights, in perfect unison, plunged their long swords into the ground. The crisp metallic clanging sound was like a heavy hammer blow, striking the hearts of every agitator. A cold, emotionless, and ruthless killing intent instantly enveloped the entire square. The square, which was bustling just a moment ago, fell completely silent in an instant. All the townspeople involuntarily took a step back, looking at the white figure with awe. Damn, these people are so difficult. Their customer loyalty is terrible. I just gave them a 5-star review cashback promotion, and now they want a bad review and a refund? Do you believe I'll blacklist you all? Thorn was internally ranting, but his face remained coldly calm. He slowly walked down the steps, his gaze like a sharp sword, sweeping over the faces filled with fear and unease. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable power that could penetrate all noise. I heard you want to make the decision for me. No one dared to answer. Thorn's gaze fell on the man who had first shouted, "Hand over the monster." The man's legs went weak and his face turned deathly pale at Thorn's look. "You," Thorn said, pointing at him. "Come forward." The man was so frightened that he almost collapsed to the ground. Under the fearful gazes of those around him, he shakily stepped forward. "Who did you just say you wanted to hand over?" Thorn asked calmly. I. The man's lips trembled, unable to utter a complete sentence. "Are you teaching me how to be a lord?" Thorn's voice suddenly turned cold. "No, I wouldn't dare." "Lord." Thorn didn't even glance at him again. Lord's figure appeared behind the man like a ghost. Smack! A crisp, resounding slap. The man screamed as he was sent flying, rolling twice on the ground, his mouth full of blood and several teeth knocked out. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by the slap. They never expected that the kind Lord who would bring them fresh water and build them toilets would act so decisively and without hesitation. Thorn surveyed the entire room with a cold gaze that made everyone who met his eyes feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. "I, Thorn Arist, am the sole Lord of the Darklands. My law is only one. All who live on this land and have toiled and sweated for it, whether they are human or Arachne, are my subjects. I will not trade my people, whether it's for money or for so-called peace." His voice, like a carving knife, pierced into everyone's hearts, word by word. If war is going to come, then let it come. But before that, who dares to undermine the morale of the army, mislead the people, or attempt to divide my territory? His gaze fell once again on the man lying on the ground groaning. That's his fate. Now, who else wants to teach me how to do things? In the square, you could hear a pin drop. Fear overwhelmed everything. Those who had been shouting the loudest moments before all lowered their heads and dared not look at Thorn again. Thorn snorted coldly, turned around, and walked into the Lord's manor without looking back. Bang! The heavy door slammed shut behind him, shutting out the clamor and panic of the world. The atmosphere in the study was so oppressive it was almost suffocating. Thorn plopped down in the chair, feeling completely drained. Damn, being a movie star is more tiring than being a corporate slave. Those words just now almost burned out my CPU. No trading of citizens? That sounds nice. Now the question is, what are we going to use to fight? With words. Before him, Home Secretary Pete and Civil Controller Sam were ashen-faced and trembling like sieves in the wind. "Your Highness," Pete's voice trembled as he held a tattered ledger in his hand. "We've checked. In the territory's granaries, the grain is running low. The weapons, we only have a few dozen rusty, broken swords and a few bows with rotten strings left by the guards. The money, we only have a few dozen gold coins and some copper coins left." Sam, his face contorted with grief, added, "Your Highness, what's worse is the human heart. Although you managed to calm them down just now, the fear won't disappear. Especially those dozens of local guards under Buck. They heard about the war with Viscount Roscoe, and several of them have already secretly run away. There was no money, no food, no soldiers, and not even the hearts of the people. This is all the possessions of the Lightless clan. A complete and utter mess, rotten to the core. With this, how can we fight against a well-equipped and powerful hereditary Viscount? This isn't just a hellish start. It's like feeding kills right from the start, without even a chance to surrender." Pete and Sam exchanged a glance, both seeing deep despair in each other's eyes. They fell to their knees with a thud. "Your Highness, perhaps we should run," Pete cried, tears streaming down his face. "As long as we're alive, we can always fight again. With your status, if we return to the capital, His Majesty won't." "Run." Thorn looked out the window, and for the first time, a genuine weariness appeared on his handsome face. Where could he possibly run to? An exiled prince, fleeing back to the capital like a stray dog? His brothers would devour him whole, skin and bones. The world is so vast, yet there is nowhere for him to find refuge. A desperate situation. This is a truly desperate situation, surrounded by enemies on all sides. Internally, public morale is wavering. Externally, a powerful enemy is pressing in. He had only 11 loyal knights and a nascent civilization at his disposal. Is it possible that all his efforts, struggles, and hopes, all brought about by his transmigration, will be utterly crushed here by a ridiculous war with a huge disparity in strength? A tremendous, suffocating sense of powerlessness overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. His breathing became rapid. His vision began to darken. The instinct for survival was pushed to its limit at this moment. Just when he felt he was about to be completely crushed by this pressure. Fight! The cold, yet heavenly system notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. Host detected facing a territorial survival crisis. Will to survive has reached a critical point. The emergency side mission, the People's Armed Forces, has been activated. Thorn's pupils suddenly contracted. Mission name, the People's Armed Forces. Mission description, the continuation of civilization depends on strong military protection. An unarmed territory, in the dark law of the jungle, is nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. Faced with Viscount Rosk's threat of war, please assemble a true armed force belonging to Darklands, loyal to you, and use it to repel the first wave of invaders, declaring to the world that Darklands thorns are poisonous. Mission requirements. 1. Within 7 days, establish and train a militia of no fewer than 50 men in the town of Dusk. 2. Equip the militia with standard weapons using existing resources. 3. Successfully repel Viscount Rosk's first armed invasion. Military rewards. 5,000 civilization points. Unlock the Military Technology Basic Technology Tree. Rewards special building blueprints, beginner shooting range, and beginner forging workshop. Rewards special weapon blueprint, military hand crossbow. Thorn's breathing stopped. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. Military Technology Tree. This is exactly what he needs right now. His gaze was fixed on the last item of the mission rewards. The blueprint, gleaming with a bronze light, seemed to possess boundless magic, slowly unfolding in his consciousness. Its crossbow arm employs a composite structure, with smooth lines that exude a sense of mechanical beauty. The crossbow body is equipped with a sophisticated, foot-operated automatic cocking mechanism and a clearly marked sight. Beside the blueprints were lines of data that he was intimately familiar with, yet which in this world seemed like divine pronouncements. Effective range, 120 paces. Armor-piercing capability, can penetrate standard leather armor within 50 paces. Noise rate, skilled shooters can fire up to 4 shots per minute. Thorn's heart began to pound wildly. A range of 120 paces. Armor penetration at 50 paces. A rate of fire of 4 rounds per minute. What the hell does that even mean? The average archer of that era had an effective range of only 70 or 80 paces, and the skill required for archery was extremely high, demanding exceptional physical fitness and training from the soldiers. As for the local militia of Viscount Roscoe, it was a miracle if even half of them wore leather armor. This isn't a crossbow at all. This is clearly a semi-automatic rifle from another world. It's a dimensional reduction attack. The shadow of war remains thick and inescapable. But in Thorn's eyes, that trace of weariness and despair had vanished without a trace. Instead, a raging fire, powerful enough to set the whole world ablaze. He slowly stood up and looked at Pete and Sam, who were kneeling on the ground, looking completely bewildered. A smile returned to his face. That smile was radiant, confident, and even carried a hint of bloodthirsty fervor. Run. He gently shook his head. No, we won't run. He walked to the window, opened it, and let the fresh, hard-won air flow into the study. He looked at the still fearful and uneasy people in the square, his voice calm, yet carrying a power that could reassure them. We will not only not run, we will fight. And we must win. Pete and Sam were dumbfounded, thinking their lord had been driven mad by the pressure. However, they saw a fire burning in Thorn's eyes that they had never seen before. Thorn made a cold, silent declaration to the Viscount Rosk, whom he had never met. Viscount Rosk, is it? You want a war? Congratulations, your order has been confirmed. Now, I will upgrade you for free to the deluxe, one-sided, blood-soaked, massacre experience package. No need to give a positive review. Chapter 26, I don't keep useless people. Inside the study, Thorn's eyes gleamed with an almost fanatical light. Before him, Suspended in the air was a complex and precise three-dimensional model composed of pale blue light. Military crossbow. Every part, every structure, is disassembled, magnified, and rotated by the system in the most intuitive way. The composite crossbow arm is full of powerful beauty. The ingenious trigger mechanism is a work of art, and the foot-operated power cocking mechanism is simply a genius design. Holy crap, this thing. It's like an AK-47 from the era of cold weapons. Effortless, precise, armor-piercing. Most importantly, simple structure and standardized parts. Isn't this designed for assembly lines? Viscount Rosk, you're finished. You're still playing with broadswords and spears. I'm about to upgrade you to the semi-automatic rifle era. Are you scared? Thorn roared inwardly, but on his face he maintained the air of a profound scholar as he took out the blueprints from his system space. Lord, look here. His voice trembled slightly, a tremor he himself was unaware of. Standing beside him was the Night Lord, a ruthless knight who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He was staring intently at the three-dimensional model before him, and for the first time, a crack of shock appeared on his eternally unchanging icy face. He spent his life on the battlefield, and he had seen more weapons than he had eaten salt. But he had never seen such a disruptive design. This assist device, Lord's voice was a little hoarse. He stretched out his calloused hand, as if trying to touch the illusory light and shadow, allows an ordinary person, or even a woman, to easily cock this crossbow. That's right. Thorn couldn't help but smile. Its crossbow arm is made of a composite of multiple materials, and its explosive power far exceeds that of an ordinary single wooden bow. According to the data in the blueprints, its arrows can easily pierce through the inferior leather armor of the Viscount's guards within 50 paces. Lord's pupils suddenly contracted. 50 paces, armor broken. He knew better than anyone what this meant. This means that Viscount Roscoe's arrogant heavy infantry will be as vulnerable as naked in front of the militia of the land of no light. The most crucial thing, Thorn pointed to the small trigger, is its standardization. Not a single part needs to be made by top-notch craftsmen. With qualified carpenters and blacksmiths, we can mass-produce it in a short time. Lord didn't say anything more. He simply stared silently at the model, his breathing becoming heavy without him even realizing it. A storm was brewing in his weathered eyes. That was the awe and ecstasy that came from the depths of a pure warrior's soul when he saw a divine weapon that could change the nature of warfare. He finally understood just how terrifying the young prince he served harbored in his mind. Look, even the professionals are shocked. With this level of skill, why even bother running? I'll retaliate with a defense of the lightless territory, turning him into a laughingstock in the modern history of the Iris Empire. Thorn smugly admired Lord's expression, his heart brimming with pride. All right, that concludes our theoretical learning. Now, let's meet our future seed players. He waved to dispel the light barrier and turned to walk outside. It's time to test the mere strength of our territory's only armed force. The central square of Wugwang Town. Buck, the former captain of the guard and now the vice captain, was reluctantly shouting at a group of crooked-looking guys. Everyone stand up straight. The Lord is coming to inspect us. He had just been released from the dungeon, his backside still bearing the bruises Lord had drawn from his sword sheath, and his fear of Thorn far outweighed his awe. However, his soldiers clearly did not have as good memory. There were only about 40 so-called guards scattered around the square. They were less like soldiers and more like a bunch of thugs dragged out of a tavern. Some were yawning, with sleep still clinging to the corners of their eyes. Some were whispering to each other and whistling at the women passing by. Some simply leaned against the wall, looking like they might fall asleep at any moment. Their equipment was incredibly diverse, making it a veritable beggar's fashion show. Rusty helmets, tattered leather armor, chipped daggers, and some even carried not swords, but boning knives at their waists. The entire group stood crookedly and haphazardly, completely lacking discipline, and the air was thick with the sour stench of a hangover and a listless, decadent atmosphere. When Thorn and Lord appeared in the square, the group of people lazily quieted down, their gazes filled with scrutiny, contempt, and a hint of undisguised mockery. Holy crap! Thorn's eye twitched uncontrollably. Is this my last army? That's it. Is this an army? This is a mobile experience pack. I feel like Viscount Ross could send a cook and wipe them all out. How does Buck lead his troops? Does he operate on the principle of equality for all? No one gets to stand up straight. Suppressing the urge to immediately disperse the group, Thorn stepped forward, trying to make his voice sound calm and authoritative. My lords, I am Thorn Arist. He looked around at everyone and continued. You must have heard that Viscount Rosk has declared war on us. He paused for a moment, observing the reactions of the crowd. The anticipated sense of shared hatred and righteous indignation did not materialize. Instead, a more unbridled disturbance ensued. I knew it. It must have been that spider monster that caused this. War? What a joke. With our numbers, we wouldn't even be enough to fill the Viscount's teeth. My lord, you have plenty of money. Why don't you take some out and try to make peace with the Viscount? We don't need to risk our lives. One of the guards, with a pointed face and monkey-like features, even shouted with a grin. Yes, your highness. War is so damaging to harmony. Besides, our salary is only a few copper coins a month. It's not enough to earn us enough for risking our lives. Ha 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 ha. Laughter erupted from the crowd. They looked at Thorn as if he were an ignorant child, their eyes filled with the mockery of adults for naivety. Lord, standing behind Thorn, instantly turned cold, his hand already resting on the hilt of his sword. Thorn raised his hand to stop him. His face still wore a calm smile, but there was no warmth in that smile. Good heavens, I'm just fucking speechless. I'm here preparing for the Great Patriotic War, and you bunch of bastards are talking to me about salary? You want me to surrender? Where is your professional ethics? Where is your sense of honor? Oh, I forgot, you don't have that stuff. Thorn's gaze fell on Buck, who was in the lead. Buck, you're their superior, what's your opinion? Buck felt a jolt when his name was called. He glanced at the expressionless lord, then at the group of brothers behind him waiting for him to step in. Greed finally overcame fear. He felt this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This young prince has no soldiers left to command except them. This is the perfect opportunity to take advantage of him. Buck cleared his throat, took a step forward, and tried to puff out his chest, striking a pose that he thought was very imposing. Your Highness, what the brothers said is not without reason. He smiled slickly and held up 3 fingers. It's not that we can't go to the battlefield and risk our lives. But there are a few conditions. First, the salary must be tripled, and it has to be paid in advance. Secondly, we must take 70% of all the spoils. Third, if we win, you must reward each of us with 10 gold coins, plus a house in town. He became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he could already see gold coins and beautiful women beckoning to him. Your Highness, please reconsider. After all, in the entire Dark Territory, we are the only ones capable of wielding weapons. If you don't have us. His words came to an abrupt end, because a foot wearing a black leather boot kicked him hard in the stomach without warning. Bang! A muffled thud. Buck flew backward like a tattered sack, letting out a pig-like scream, and crashed heavily to the ground, curling up like a shrimp while clutching his stomach. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. They looked at Thorn in horror. The young prince, who had been wearing a gentle smile just a moment ago, now had only a cold, Siberian-like rage on his face. Trying to bargain with me? Who do you think you are? A bunch of parasites on the city, a bunch of good-for-nothings who only know how to oppress their neighbors, a bunch of cowards who want to surrender before even seeing the enemy. Want triple pay? I'll send you on your way to hell right now, so you can collect your paycheck. Thorn's anger had been completely ignited. He kicked Buck over, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He pointed at Buck, who was groaning on the ground, and then at the group of dumbfounded guards. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like ice knives piercing into everyone's ears. From this moment on, all of you. I've been fired. What? He fired us? The guards were taken aback at first, then erupted in a commotion. You can't do that. We are the territory's guard. Fire us. Then what will you use to fight the Viscount? Your mouth. Thorn sneered, not even bothering to say another word to them. Lord, and you too. He ordered the 10 royal knights behind him. Step forward. Confiscate all their weapons, armor, and the bronze badges that identify them. Yes. The 11 knights scattered instantly, like tigers among sheep. Their movements were swift and decisive, brimming with an irresistible aesthetic of violence. What are you doing? Let me go. This is my sword. You cannot take it. On my hand. Compared to these truly battle-hardened elites, the local guard's rudimentary skills were simply a joke. Rebellion? In a single encounter, his joints were dislocated and he was pinned to the ground. Escape? He had only taken 2 steps when the knight struck his knee with the scabbard of his sword, causing him to scream and fall to his knees. Less than 5 minutes. The square was filled with cries of anguish. More than 40 guards who were arrogant just a moment ago were now kneeling on the ground with bruises and swelling on their faces. All their valuable equipment had been stripped off and piled up into a small mountain. The royal knights tossed the confiscated bronze badges, engraved with guard numbers, into a wooden box, making a crisp, clinking sound. That sound was like the death knell tolling for this rotten army. The dismissed guards looked at Thorn with complicated expressions. Some cursed, some begged for mercy. But more often, it was schadenfreude and resentment. Fine. Very well. You're firing us, huh? I'd like to see how you defend Darktown without us. Just wait. As soon as the Viscount's army arrives, we'll be the first to open the city gates. Then, your head will be our pledge of allegiance to the Viscount. They waited. Let's wait and see how this arrogant young prince will face the Viscount's army alone. Wait and see him regret his actions, beg for mercy, and finally be hanged on the city wall in a miserable state. Thorn saw all of this. He turned to Lord and made a throat-slitting gesture, mouthing him, "Tonight, keep it clean." Lord nodded in acknowledgement, said something to the royal knight beside him, and the knight took the order and left immediately. Then Thorn went to the pile of scrap metal, looking down at the trash, kneeling on the ground. His voice was cold, but it carried clearly throughout the entire square. "I've got it. I have no privileges, and I don't support useless people." After saying that, he didn't even glance at them again, turned around, and slowly walked away amidst the astonished, confused, and fearful gazes of the townspeople. A complete break. He personally severed the last and only official armed force in this territory. He had completely placed himself in a desperate situation where he had no troops to use. In the square, everyone thought he had gone mad. Even the interior minister, Pete, was so frightened that he turned pale and almost fainted. However, just when everyone thought he was going to return to the Lord's manor and have a headache over his recklessness, Thorn stopped in his tracks. He turned around and gave an order to Lord, who had remained silent the entire time, an order that left everyone, including Lord himself, utterly bewildered. "Lord." His voice was as calm as a deep pool of water. "Go and fetch me the best carpenter in town. Remember, it's pleased." Chapter 27. The First People's Crossbow. Lord's movements were as fast as a black lightning bolt. When his expressionless face appeared at the door of the only decent carpenter's shop in town, Drucker, the old carpenter who was planing wood, trembled, and the sharp plane almost sliced off a piece of his flesh. "Knight, sir." Drucker and his 2 young apprentices were so terrified that they wanted to kneel down on the spot. In Darktown, being approached by a knight from the Lord's manor usually means imprisonment or worse. Holy crap, this NPC's initial fear level is way too high. "Lord, does your face have a built-in wipe out your entire family debuff?" Thorn watched this scene from afar through the window of the Lord's manor and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Lord ignored their fear and simply uttered a single word in his calm, still voice. "Please." Drucker and his apprentices were completely dumbfounded. "Please." The word coming from the mouth of this god of death knight was 1,000,000 times more terrifying than simply saying, "Come with us." Is this some new slang? Is it the invite the enemy into the urn? In utter confusion and fear, the old carpenter Drucker and his 2 trembling apprentices were practically escorted by Lord's icy aura and led all the way into the Lord's study. Then, they saw the blueprint that would stay with them for the rest of their lives. What is this?" Drucker stretched out his calloused hand, trembling, and pointed to the parchment spread out on the table, covered with all sorts of strange lines and structures. The drawing depicted a weapon he had never seen before. It was shaped like a bow, yet it was fixed to a wooden frame. The frame also contained various tiny, intricate parts that he couldn't understand. A crossbow. Thorn's voice rang out calmly. A weapon. Your Highness. Drucker's voice trembled with tears. He had lived for nearly 60 years, and this was the first time he had ever seen such complex woodworking blueprints. This thing, forgive my poor eyesight, the structure on it, is too complicated. Especially this, the part that can be fastened, and here, the groove that keeps the bow arm under tension. This is simply something that no mortal could make. He pointed to the fixed structure of the trigger and crossbow arm, his old face scrunched up in a bitter expression. If I were to use my best skills, working tirelessly day and night to polish every single part, and then assemble them perfectly, good heavens, at the fastest, it would take at least 10 days. And there's no guarantee it would even work. If one of those bow arms were to snap back, it could smash a person's head in. One of the bolder apprentices added in a low voice. Yes, Your Highness, every single part here requires extremely high precision. If it's even slightly off, it might not hold together properly, or it might fall apart. The atmosphere in the study instantly plummeted to freezing point. The glimmer of hope that had just ignited on Pete and Sam's faces was extinguished once again. One every 10 days? The daylily buds are all cold. Viscount Roscoe's army won't give you 10 days to come up with inventions. 10 days? Holy crap, this is all handmade, and a limited edition, right? It seems the craftsmanship of this other world is all about incredibly efficient production. Thorn rolled his eyes inwardly. All right, it seems you primitives won't know what a technological explosion is until I give you a live demonstration of the Industrial Revolution. Is it complicated? Thorn smiled. He walked to the table and picked up a new parchment and a charcoal pencil. No, it's not complicated at all. Amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, Thorn offered no further explanation of the final assembly diagram. His pen moved swiftly across the paper. We don't look at the whole, we only look at the parts. Master Drucker, look at this. Thorn drew a rectangular wooden block with grooves. I call this a crossbow body. Don't worry about its use, just tell me, with your skills, how long would it take to make an exact replica? Drucker leaned closer and took a closer look. It was just a simple wooden piece, and although it had grooves, it was no challenge for an old carpenter like him. This is simple, half an hour will be enough. Very good. Thorn nodded, then drew a curved piece of wood with a latch. I'll call this a trigger. How long will it take to make one? This is a little more complicated, but an hour should be enough. What about this one? Thorn drew a half-finished crossbow arm. Thorn didn't stop. His pen moved so fast it seemed to dance. The crossbow body, the crossbow arm, the trigger, the string locking gear, the sight. In less than 15 minutes, he dismantled the creation of God that was originally so complex as to inspire despair into a dozen or so independent part diagrams, each so simple that any apprentice could understand them. He spread out a dozen or so small drawings on the table. Now, look at it again. Thorn's voice held a strange magic. Do you still find it complicated? Drucker and his two apprentices stared intently at the disassembled parts diagrams, their eyes widening and their breathing becoming rapid. Complex? No. They are confident that they can perfectly manufacture any one of these individual parts in a short time. But Your Highness, even if we make all these parts, it will still take the most skilled craftsmen a lot of time to fine-tune them so that they fit together perfectly. Drucker still couldn't wrap his head around it. Who said we needed to debug it? Thorn made a startling statement. He picked up two blueprints depicting the same parts and said, What I want is not almost, but exactly the same. He picked up a wooden ruler and a thin rope from the side. From this moment forward, this ruler is a divine decree. I will mark the length, width, thickness, and curvature of every part on every part drawing. What you need to do is strictly follow these dimensions. I want the 10 crossbow bodies you make to fit perfectly with any 10 triggers. I want all the parts you make to be interchangeable. I don't need craftsmen. Thorn looked around at the stunned crowd and uttered those words, each one like a thunderclap. What I need is an assembly line. Assembly line? What does this mean? No one could understand it. But they soon understood. The backyard of the Lord's manor, A place that used to be used for storing miscellaneous items has now been completely cleared out and transformed into a bustling open-air workshop. Thorn personally directed the division of all the carpenters in town, along with their apprentices, a total of more than 20 people, into different groups. Master Drucker, you have the most experience. You will lead 5 people to be in charge of making the most crucial part, the crossbow body. These are your blueprints and standard dimensions. I've made a sample for you. Just follow it. You? Yes, it's you. What's your name? Thorn pointed at a young, strong carpenter. Your Highness, my name is Carl. All right, Carl, you take 5 men and they'll be in charge of making the crossbow arms. Remember, the curvature and toughness of each one must be exactly the same. And you guys, you're in charge of the trigger. You are in charge of sharpening the arrows. An unprecedented production model, which overturned everyone's understanding, was thus established crudely and efficiently under Thorn's orders. Each person is responsible for only one process. Each person only needs to make one of the simplest parts. They didn't need to understand the principles of the crossbow. They just needed to work like machines, constantly and repeatedly turning the wood in their hands into the standardized shape shown on the blueprints. At first, they were not used to it. Your Highness, the crossbow I made seems to have some discrepancies with the one my apprentice made. Your Highness, I think I ground the trigger's locking tab a little too deep. Chaos is inevitable. But Thorn was like the most patient teacher and the strictest supervisor, wielding his oracle of the gods as he moved between each workstation. No, the groove here is too shallow, about half the thickness of a fingernail. Redo it. The crossbow arms in your group have the wrong curvature. Go over there. There's a curvature template I drew. Put each one on it and compare. Any that don't meet the standard, burn them all as firewood. Size. 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 I don't care what methods you use. I just want the result. I want all the parts to be exactly the same, like they were made from the same mold. Holy crap, this is even more exhausting than leading my graduation project group in college. Their sense of standardization is practically non-existent. After this battle, the first thing I'll do is implement 9-year compulsory education. It has to start from the very beginning. And weights and measures. They absolutely have to be standardized. While inwardly raging, Thorn corrected their mistakes in the simplest terms. Gradually, a miracle occurred. After the initial chaos and a lot of scrap, the carpenters slowly began to master the knack of this standardized production. They no longer need to think, they only need to repeat. The movements became faster and faster. The precision is getting higher and higher. In the backyard of the Lord's manor, the sounds of hammering, sawing, and polishing created a peculiar, rhythmic symphony. The news got out. Have you heard? The Lord is building a mysterious weapon. It seems to be called a crossbow. I heard it can shoot through a wild boar 50 paces away. The Lord has dismissed all the guards. He wants us to defend Darkshire on our own. The fear of war still looms over the town. But a new emotion is quietly growing in people's hearts. That's the sense of honor that comes from being trusted by the Lord. It's the sense of mission to forge weapons with our own hands and defend our homeland. Count me in. I used to be a blacksmith. A blacksmith put down his wine cup and rushed toward the Lord's mansion. I can tan leather. I can make quivers. A leatherworker followed. I'm strong. I can move wood. More and more people spontaneously gathered in the backyard of the Lord's manor. They don't want money or compensation. They simply wanted to contribute their share to this war that was a matter of life and death for everyone. The entire town of darkness, like a rusty machine, began to slowly start running under Thorn's deafening roar. Night falls. In the backyard, dozens of torches illuminated the area as if it were daytime. Sweat soaked everyone's clothes. Wood chips covered their hair and faces. But no one complained or groaned. In their eyes shone a light called hope, a light brighter than any fire. Just then, a slender and mysterious figure, accompanied by a group of equally silent shadows, appeared silently at the entrance of the workshop. It was Corvana and her Arachne people. Your Highness, Corvana's voice was clear and melodious. I have heard of your predicament. She glanced at the crossbow arms being made under intense pressure and shook her head slightly. This wood isn't tough enough. If we force it, either the range will be limited, or it will break very quickly. Her words made the artisans, who had just been full of enthusiasm, feel a pang of unease. This is a fatal problem. Holy crap. My Spider Queen. You're practically my Doryman. I was just worrying about falling behind in material science, and you gave me a cheat code. Thorn was overjoyed, but his face remained calm, as if everything was under control. Oh, then in your opinion, what should we use? Corvana did not speak. She simply raised her hand, and a Spider-Woman silently stepped forward, taking out a roll of shimmering silver-white silk thread from her pouch. The thread, finer than a human hair, reflected a metallic sheen in the firelight. This is the war silk spit out by the strongest warrior of our race, Corvana said, a hint of pride barely perceptible in her voice. Its resilience far surpasses that of the tendons of any beast in this world. She handed Thorn a roll of spider silk. Thorn took it. It felt as light as a feather, yet possessed an amazing elasticity. He winked at Lord beside him. Lord understood, drew his longsword, and slashed hard at the taut spider silk. Clang! A crisp sound. Lord's steel longsword, capable of cutting through iron like mud, was actually deflected, and that thin spider silk was completely intact. The entire audience gasped. All the gazes directed at Corvana and the spider women behind her changed. From fear, it turned into deep awe. Great! Excellent! Thorn couldn't help but burst into laughter. Corvana, you and your people have solved my biggest problem. With this black technology of spider silk used as crossbow strings, the power of military crossbows can be fully utilized. Even more so. One day and one night. For a full day and night, no one closed their eyes. When the first rays of sunlight of the next morning shone into this bustling backyard, all the parts have been completed. Hundreds of crossbow bodies, arms, triggers, were neatly stacked together, like soldiers awaiting inspection. Everyone stopped what they were doing, automatically formed a circle, and focused their attention on Drucker in the center. The old carpenter's eyes were bloodshot, but his spirit was more excited than ever before. Before him lay a set of the most perfect parts, which he had personally selected. His hands stopped trembling. As if performing a sacred ritual, he picked up the crossbow and steadily inserted the composite crossbow arm into the slot. Then there's the trigger. Here. Finally, he took the incredibly strong crossbow string made of spider silk from Lord's hand. He took a deep breath and used all his strength to hook the crossbow string. Click! A crisp sound, signifying the perfect meshing of all the parts. It's done. A weapon with a sleek design, gleaming with the luster of wood, yet exuding a cold and murderous aura, lay quietly on the workbench. Its lines are full of the beauty of mechanics. Its structure is full of wisdom. It is not the work of any one person. It is the first industrial flower that the entire town of Wuguang nurtured with sweat, hope, and wisdom. It's a success. Success. Someone, in a hoarse voice, was muttering to themselves. The next second, thunderous cheers soared into the sky. People hugged each other, laughing and jumping, some even crying tears of joy. They did it. These humble, forgotten people created with their own hands a magical artifact that could change their destiny. Thorn smiled and walked through the cheering crowd to the front. He reached out and picked up the brand new military crossbow, still warm from the wood. It's heavier than I expected. The cold, slightly murderous touch stirred an indescribable surge of heroic spirit within him. He stroked the smooth crossbow body, feeling the terrifying power contained within the tough spider silk crossbow string. He turned to Lord, who was beside him with a similarly complex expression, and calmly said, "We have the weapons. Now, we should go find the person who holds it." His gaze passed over the cheering crowd and landed outside the window. The light shone on the myriad lights of the town of Wuguang, which were awakening in the morning light. Chapter 28. The Battle for Bread and Toilets. For the first time, the morning sunlight failed to dispel the gloom over the town of Wuguang. The shadow of war, like a shroud soaked in ice water, weighed heavily on everyone's heart. The square in front of the Lord's manor was once again packed with people. This time, however, there were no cheers, no applause, only faces etched with fear and bewilderment. Like a flock of lambs abandoned by a shepherd, they huddled together, trembling, not knowing where to flee. Inside the study, Home Secretary Pete was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, and it seemed as if he had lost a few more strands of his thinning hair. "Your Highness, you really want to do this?" His voice trembled. "They are just commoners. Carpenters, blacksmiths, farmers who can barely hold a sword. Send them to fight against Viscount Roscoe's regular army? That's not mobilization. That's sending them to their deaths." Civil Clerk Sam also had a long face, and the booklet used to record household registrations in his hand was deformed from being squeezed. "Yes, Your Highness, the will of the people. The will of the people is the most fragile thing. Yesterday you dismissed the guards, which established your authority, but it also left them completely without a backbone. Now, they are terrified. If you force them to go to the battlefield, I'm afraid it will incite a popular uprising." "A popular uprising? Seriously? You think all that 5-star review campaign I've been doing these past few days was for nothing? The user experience is top-notch. Now we just need one last step to ignite their willingness to pay. Oh no, I mean their fighting spirit." Thorn sat on the Lord's throne, slowly and methodically wiping the newly made military crossbow, which still smelled of fresh wood, without the slightest anxiety on his face. He even had the mood to complain in his mind. These bureaucrats are still stuck in the early stages of feudalism. What do they think war is about? The charge of knights? The king's commands? Wrong. War is about logistics, the economy, and even more so, the will of the people. It's about spirit. What I need to do now is ignite that spirit in them. He raised his head, looked at his 2 subordinates who were almost kneeling, and gave them a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, I never do anything I'm not sure I can do." He stood up and gently placed the crossbow, which gleamed with a deadly light, on the table. "Let's go. It's time to let our people see the miracles they have created with their own hands." Squeak. The gates of the Lord's manor opened for the 3rd time amidst great anticipation. Thorn appeared on the steps. Behind him, Lord and 10 royal knights stood like silent statues on either side. But this time, what attracted everyone's attention was not them, but the thing behind them that was being carried out by more than a dozen strong men. Those were more than a dozen brand-new, identical military crossbows. They were neatly stacked on the high platform, and in the morning light, the crossbow strings woven from spider silk reflected a silvery, cold luster. Their smooth, powerful lines, their intricate yet deadly structure, acted like a giant magnet, instantly drawing away all sound from the square. The whispers of fear vanished. Instead, there was only deathly silence. And hundreds of gazes, a mixture of curiosity, shock, and a hint of greed. See that? That's called visual impact. What is a sense of security? Having an AK-47 in front of you is the greatest sense of security. Thorn was very satisfied with the opening. He slowly walked to the front of the platform, his gaze sweeping over the numb and terrified faces below. Unlike those foolish nobles who shouted empty slogans like, "For glory," or "For the Empire," he did not do so. He simply reached out and gently stroked the crossbow, speaking in a calm tone, as if chatting with a neighbor. "I know you are afraid." His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. "You are afraid of Viscount Roscoe, afraid of his army, afraid of war. This is normal, because you are human beings, not stones. You have families, children, and a small piece of land that you have just been allocated to yourself." Many people in the audience instinctively lowered their heads and clenched their fists. Thorn's words struck a chord with them. "So, I'm not standing here today to order you to your deaths." Thorn's tone shifted, becoming serious. "I just want to ask you a few questions." He extended the first finger. "What kind of water were you drinking a month ago?" It was sewage from that stinking ditch at the east end of town, filled with dead rats and feces. Drinking it would give you diarrhea and make children have high fevers. And now, he raised his voice. "What kind of water are you drinking? It's clear, sweet, fresh water. I ask you, isn't this water delicious?" A commotion broke out in the crowd. A bold man subconsciously licked his chapped lips and shouted, "Delicious! Yes, it's delicious. Sweet as honey." A few scattered responses rang out. Thorn smiled. He extended his second finger. "Where did you take care of your personal matters before?" "Right behind your houses, right on the streets of town." The whole town of Wuguang stinks like a giant cesspool. There are more flies and mosquitoes than people. And now, we have toilets. For the first time in decades, our town can smell the fresh scent of grass. I ask you, do you like this clean air? Like. This time, the response was much louder. Many women even proudly held their heads high. Cleanliness was their most basic pursuit. Thorn's gaze sharpened. He extended his third finger, his voice like a heavy hammer blow. In the past, how much tax did you pay? You paid taxes to breathe. You paid taxes to walk. You even paid taxes to live. Your daughters were even treated like livestock and offered up to that fat pig lord of the past. And now, where are those dog-shit taxes? Do your wives and daughters still have to worry about being defiled by those beasts? There is none left. Long live the Lord. From within the crowd, someone let out a long, suppressed, tearful roar. Emotions were ignited. Thorn didn't stop. He walked down the steps and into the crowd. His pristine white prince's suit stood out so incongruously among the ragged townspeople, yet it was all the more convincing. The water is filtered out by us, bit by bit. The toilets were built brick by us. Peace and dignity are things we have won back from the old forces with our own hands, through unity and courage. His voice was no longer calm, but filled with fiery passion. Every inch of clean land beneath your feet, every sip of sweet water you drink, every peaceful smile on your children's faces. None of this is a gift from me, Thorn Urist. It was you. Every single one of you. You earned it with your own sweat and your own hands. Now, Thorin whirled around, pointing toward the forest, his voice booming like thunder. Now, Viscount Rosk, that nobleman who treats you like pigs and dogs, ready to slaughter you at any moment. He's here. He's going to steal our water. He's going to fill our toilets. He's going to put those damn taxes back around every one of your necks like shackles. He will steal your food, seize your wives, and enslave your children. He wants to destroy everything we've worked so hard to build. He wants to throw us back into that filthy, foul, and hopeless hell. He looked around at the faces flushed red with anger, and with all his might, he uttered his final question. Will you agree or not? No way. No way. A roar like a landslide and a tsunami erupted simultaneously from hundreds of chests, converging into a torrent powerful enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Fear was completely replaced by anger. Numbness, utterly shattered by dignity. They may not understand what glory is, but they know that no one can take away the rice bowl they just picked up. They may not understand what a nation is, but they know that no one can destroy the toilets they just built. This is the simplest truth. Fight for bread. Fight for toilets. Fight for everything that allows them to live like human beings. Just as this frenzied atmosphere reached its peak. Thump. A dull thud as a cane struck the ground. The crowd automatically parted to make way for each other. The old stonemason later, the man who once risked his life to smash the gates of the Lord's mansion to clear his daughter's name, now leans on his cane and walks steadily towards the platform. His back was still hunched. His legs remained disabled, but his eyes shone like two stars. He walked down to the foot of the platform, not looking at Thorn, but turning around shakily to face all the neighbors he had known his whole life. He opened his withered lips and said in a hoarse but clear voice, "In my life, I have knelt before gods, nobles, and former lords. I have knelt my whole life, and what have I gotten in return? I almost lost my own daughter." He paused, and tears welled up in his cloudy eyes. It was the Lord who made me stand tall as a father for the first time. Now, someone wants to break my back again. He took a deep breath and suddenly threw his cane to the ground. My old life was saved by the Lord. Today, I'm returning it to him. He turned around and bowed deeply to Thorn. My Lord, count me in. I may be old and unable to swing the hammer anymore, but I can still sharpen arrowheads for the warriors. Even if I die, I want to die protecting the place where my granddaughter can grow up in peace. The old man's words were like a scorching spark that fell into the square, which was already piled high with dry firewood. Well said, Uncle Later. A rough roar rang out. From the crowd, the troublemaker, Grag, along with his brothers who were also bruised and battered, strode out. His fleshy face was now filled with struggle and determination. He walked onto the stage, grabbed a military crossbow, and the heavy weapon seemed as light as a feather in his hands. He shouted at the top of his lungs towards the audience. I'm a fucking bastard. I've been since I was a kid. Stealing, fighting, getting drunk. Everyone treats me like a dog. His eyes turned red. It's the Lord. He didn't look down on me. He gave me a job. For the first time, I was able to earn a decent living through my own hard work. He raised his crossbow high, as if making a vow. Before, I was just a worthless old man. If I died, I died. But now I want to be a human being. I want to keep this place where I can be a human being. That son of a bitch from Roskman's prison wants to steal it. Get the hell over my dead body first. If the old stonemason's actions were touching, then Grag's roar was a complete explosion. Count me in. Grag is right. I want to be a man too. And me. I'm a blacksmith. I can fight. My son wants to go too. Defend our homeland. Defend Wugwang Town. Sign up. We're signing up. The crowd went completely mad. They surged toward Pete, the interior minister, who stood dumbfounded on one side of the platform. Register me. My name is Hank. I can draw the hardest bow. Me. My name is Sam. I'm fast. I can be a scout. Pete was overwhelmed by this wave of fervor and staggered backward. Looking at the excited, resolute faces before him and the rough, powerful hands reaching out to him, the quill pen in his hand began to tremble uncontrollably. He recalled his past despair, the exorbitant taxes and levies, and the lifelessness of the city before the prince's arrival. His eyes welled up with tears. Hot tears streamed down his aged face and dripped onto the brand new roster. Well, he choked back tears and, with all his might, wrote the first name in the booklet. Hank Mokla. Then came the second, the third, the 10th, the 50th. The sheer volume of applications made Pete's arms ache, but he felt no fatigue whatsoever. His heart was filled with an unprecedented burning passion and excitement. Amidst this frenzy dominated by male hormones, a discordant voice rang out. Wait a minute. We're here too. The crowd parted, and several tall, broad-shouldered women strode out. Leading the group was Hank the blacksmith's wife, a woman who could wield a sledgehammer to help her husband forge iron. She stepped to the front of the stage, looked at Thorn without fear, and said loudly, Your Highness, our men are fighting, but we women can't be idle. Although we may not be good at using crossbows, we can carry supplies and treat the wounded. We also want to sign up. Defending our homeland is not a matter of men or women. Yes, we want to sign up too. The women behind her echoed in unison. This scene stunned all the men in the square. Immediately, even more enthusiastic cheers and applause erupted. At that very moment, a cold system notification sound, tinged with a hint of human excitement, frantically flooded Thorn's mind. Fight! A key milestone in the progress of civilization has been detected. The awakening of the people. Congratulations, host. Hidden achievement triggered Seal's Guardian. Achievement effect. When you give a public speech, your voice will automatically gain a group resonance effect, increasing volume by 50% and credibility by 20%. All listeners will be more easily moved by your will. Holy crap! Isn't this the passive skill of that mustachioed guy in the German pub? System, what the hell are you trying to make me develop in? Thorn's CPU instantly overheated from the description of this achievement. My main focus is on farming, technological advancement, and shared prosperity. What's with giving me the talent of a warmonger? Oh well, might as well take this free buff. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and a relieved yet solemn smile appeared on his face. He looked at those brave women and nodded solemnly. I approve it. The logistics team for Wugwang Town is now established. You will be in charge. The conscription rally concluded amidst a frenzied atmosphere, one that could melt steel. As night fell, Thorn looked at the roster in his hand, which was filled with densely packed names. There were already more than 100 names on it. 73 volunteer soldiers. The logistics team consists of 35 people. This is all that Wugwang Town has to offer. A motley crew of farmers, artisans, and even former alcoholics. But in Thorn's eyes burned a flame unlike any he had ever seen before. He turned around and looked at Lord, who had been silent all along, and at the alluring Queen Arachne, Corvana, who had appeared out of nowhere. His voice was calm, yet filled with unwavering resolve. That's enough people. But they are not soldiers yet. He turned his gaze to Lord, his deep eyes gleaming with trust and expectation. Starting tomorrow, these 73 people are yours. I don't care what methods you use, whether it's beatings, scoldings, or corporal punishment. Within 7 days I want them to learn to stand in line, to obey, and to use their crossbows to shoot through a target 100 paces away. Yes, Your Highness. For the first time, Lord's voice was tinged with excitement and huskiness. Training a group of new recruits? That's exactly what he's good at. Then, Thorn's gaze turned to Corvana. The Spider Queen was examining the roster with great interest, her dark red eyes filled with a wild curiosity. Thorn's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Corvana, I am here, sir. I have heard that your people are natural hunters, the deadliest assassins in the misty forest. Corvana proudly raised her chin. The forest is our kingdom. Very good. Thorn's voice carried a hint of seduction. Starting tomorrow, I need your soldiers. We're not going to spin yarn, nor are we going to weave nets. He paused, then spoke slowly and deliberately the plan that made both Corvana and Lord's pupils shrink in shock. I want them to train alongside our human soldiers. I need you all to join me in defending Darktown. Chapter 29 Soldiers. The dawn in Darktown was ripped apart for the first time by a hellish roar. The workshop in the backyard of the Lord's manor, which had just witnessed the birth of a miracle, has now been transformed into a veritable devil's training camp. Run, you bunch of spineless cowards. Haven't you eaten? Lord's perpetually icy face was now etched with coldness. Astride a tall horse, he stood like a moving steel statue, mercilessly surveying the 73 recruits below who were carrying loads. Each person carried a sack full of stones, the heavy burden making it hard for them to straighten their backs, their lungs burning like flaming charcoal. I can't take it anymore. A young farmer turned pale, his legs went weak, and he vomited. Vomit. This seemed to be a signal, and one after another, people collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, their eyes unfocused like stranded dead fish. Glag was among them. His bulky body was now his heaviest burden, sweat streamed down his face, and he felt his heart was about to leap out of his throat. Damn it, he cursed between breaths. I used to fight people from the east side of the city to the west side, and I was never this tired. Holy crap, Lord, are you training troops or creating a monster? This intensity would bankrupt any personal trainer at a gym back home. Is your motto, I'll train you to death? Thorn stood by the window of his study on the second floor, holding a cup of warm salt water, watching the horrific scene below, his eyes twitching involuntarily. These people's physical condition is already like malnourished bean sprouts, and you're giving them the training package of 300 Spartans right off the bat? Are you trying to create an undead army in 7 days? If things continued like this, before Viscount Roscoe even arrived, his precious volunteer army would be ruined by his own men. Thorn put down his water glass and went downstairs. Lord, his calm voice wasn't loud, but it silenced the entire noisy training ground. Lord rode over, dismounted, and knelt on one knee. Your Highness. Let them rest, Thorn said. Lord frowned almost imperceptibly. Your Highness, war is imminent and time is of the essence. Mercy is not the way to command an army. Their will and bodies need the most rigorous training. I know, Thorn nodded. But polishing a piece of iron also requires alternating quenching and cooling. Simply smashing it will only break it. He walked up to the panting crowd and looked them over. Night Lord's training methods are the standard of the Imperial Royal Knights. If you can persevere, each of you will become a warrior capable of taking on 10 men. These words elicited a hint of longing on many people's faces, but this was quickly overwhelmed by extreme physical exhaustion. But, Thorn changed the subject, we don't have that much time. What we need isn't 73 berserkers, but an army that obeys orders without question. He looked at Lord, his eyes carrying an unquestionable command. From now on, I will determine the training plan. You will be responsible for its execution. A hint of surprise flashed in Lord's eyes, but he did not hesitate at all, and immediately bowed his head. Yes, Your Highness. All right, it's time to give you feudal knights a lesson in the basics of 21st century military theory. Thorn cleared his throat. Everyone, rest for 15 minutes. Then assemble. 15 minutes later, everyone had regained some strength and stood in a loose, crooked formation. Very good. Thorn stood in front of them. From now on, we will begin a new training program. This program is not strenuous, but it is more important than weighted running. He paused, then uttered 2 words. Stand at attention. Huh. Everyone was stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. Standing? Just standing like this? What kind of training is this? Everyone, head up, chest out, feet shoulder-width apart, hands close to your trouser seams, eyes looking straight ahead. Do not move or speak without my order. Anyone who moves will not get dinner tonight. Thorn's voice became stern. Although Lord was puzzled, he faithfully carried out the orders, patrolling the ranks like an eagle and correcting those loose postures. At first, everyone thought it was simple. But 10 minutes later, the ordeal began. Maintaining one position without moving is more uncomfortable than running several laps. Sweat gets into your eyes, causing itching and stinging. Mosquitoes land on your face, causing unbearable itching. Your muscles start to ache, as if countless ants are gnawing at them. What is this all about? Finally, a young man couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Shut up. Lord's icy voice rang in his ear. Want to be eliminated? The young man shuddered in fright and immediately shut his mouth. Half an hour later, Thorn finally called for a halt. More than half of the people collapsed to the ground almost immediately. Now, let's move on to the next exercise. Thorn gave them no chance to catch their breath. Left turn, right turn. A new round of chaos has begun. Some people turned left, some turned right, some spun around in place, and a few people bumped into each other. The whole scene was like a swarm of headless flies. Holy crap, this coordination is practically non-existent. Is being unable to distinguish left from right a universal human trait? Even the girls in my university military training class weren't this bad. Thorn was internally ranting, but his face remained impassive. He made Lord repeat the commands over and over again, using the most tedious method to forcibly instill the concepts of left and right into these people's minds. Finally, Thorn conducted the strangest test. Everyone listen up, he shouted. Now, jump 3 times on the spot, then bark like a dog. The entire room fell silent. Everyone looked at Thorn as if he were an idiot. Even Lord, whose icy demeanor showed a crack. Your Highness, what are you doing? What? Don't you understand my orders? Thorn's eyes turned cold. A commotion broke out in the crowd. This is too insulting. A proud blacksmith blushed. That's right. We're here to serve in the military and protect our homeland, not to be clowns. Grag frowned, wondering if the Lord had lost his mind. However, while most people hesitated and protested, a thin figure jumped 3 times on the spot without any hesitation. Then, somewhat shyly but clearly, he barked, "Woof!" It was Hank who was the first to sign up for the army. Once there's a first one, there's a second and a third. More and more people, though their faces were flushed, still carried out the order. But there were still more than 20 people standing there, their faces full of resistance, motionless. Thorn smiled. He pointed to those who had carried out the order. You, stay here. Then, he pointed to the 20-odd people who hadn't moved, and his face instantly darkened. You can get out now. What? The 20-odd people were all shocked. Why? Just because we didn't learn to bark like dogs? That's right. Thorn's voice was icy cold. On the battlefield, things change in an instant. What I need are not clever people with their own ideas, but soldiers who can carry out my orders without any compromise, 100%. No matter how absurd or stupid the order may sound. You dare to question an order that poses no danger whatsoever? How can I entrust my back to you? Roll. Thorn's last word struck like a thunderclap. The 20-odd men, their faces alternating between pale and flushed, finally slunk off their sacks and left the training ground. After this round of selection, the original team of 73 people was reduced to 50. But the look in the eyes of these 50 people was completely different. There was a newfound sense of genuine awe in their eyes as they looked at Thorn. Thorn looked at them and nodded in satisfaction. I hereby declare that, from this day forward, the first combat order of Wuguang Town is officially established. You are the first batch of soldiers. He raised his voice and dropped a bombshell. After this battle, All survivors may choose to remain in the army. You will receive a monthly stipend of 2 silver coins. 2 silver coins. This number instantly turned the eyes of all the soldiers red. In the capital, an ordinary family's monthly income is only 1 silver coin. This means that as long as they join the army, they can provide a comfortable life for their whole family. This is no longer just about protecting our homeland. It's a supremely glorious profession that can change our destiny. I will die for your highness. Grag was the first to react. He knelt on one knee and roared with all his might. I will die for your highness. 50 people knelt down in unison, their voices like a mountain roaring and a tsunami, filled with fervor and loyalty. Done. Combining ideological work with material incentives, that's the right way to lead a team. Thorn was secretly pleased and was about to say a few more words to boost morale. Just then, a slight commotion broke out at the entrance to the training ground. Everyone instinctively turned to look. Then, everyone fell silent. Kalvana, the mysterious and noble spider queen, was walking slowly towards them. 10 figures followed behind her. That's not human. Those were 10 beings whose upper bodies were muscular female forms, but whose lower bodies were enormous, supported by 8 long, arthropod legs that shimmered with a dark luster. Arachne. Each of them was taller than an average human, exuding a wild, powerful aura. Their movements were silent, their 8 long legs shifting in a rhythmic, unsettling way, like death itself walking among humans. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. The recruits, who had just been bursting with enthusiasm, instantly had their fervor replaced by fear and awe. They instinctively stepped back, gripped their wooden rifles tightly, and swallowed hard, their Adam's apples bobbing. Holy crap, they didn't even need background music for their entrance. They're just radiating a terrifying aura that screams, keep out. This isn't an ally. It's clearly an alien army they've brought in. Thorn couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. The leader of the spider women was none other than Alea. She appeared more agile than the other spider warriors, her dark red eyes sharp as an eagle's, and she held a short spear crafted from the bones of an unknown beast. My lord. Corvana approached Thorn and bowed slightly. As you commanded, I have brought 10 of my tribe's most elite spear weavers. Her gaze shifted to Alea. Alea, demonstrate your power to the Lord. Yes, clan chief. Alea's voice was clear and crisp, yet carried a hint of coldness. She took a step forward, her gaze sweeping across the edge of the training field, where a large tree 100 meters away had a straw target hanging on it for the new recruits to practice on. Under the astonished and uncertain gazes of everyone, Alea moved. Her body sank slightly, and then, with a sudden burst of power from her 8 long legs, she shot towards the nearby woods like a black lightning bolt. But she wasn't running on the ground. Call out. A shimmering spider silk shot from her abdomen, precisely attaching itself to a tree trunk high above. Using the silk's strength, her entire body traced a graceful yet deadly arc through the air, flitting and weaving among the trees like a ghost of the forest. All the human soldiers were dumbfounded. Their mouths gaped open, their eyes wide like saucers, completely unable to comprehend the unimaginable mode of maneuver before them. Just as Alea swung to the highest point, her body almost parallel to the ground. The bone spear in her hand flew out. Whoosh! The bone spear drew a straight white line in the air, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air. The next second, puff! 100 meters away, the straw target hanging on the tree trunk was pierced right in the center. The tail feathers of the bone spear were still trembling violently. The entire venue was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Even Lord, whose eyes were usually calm and collected, showed a hint of disbelief and shock. He considered himself unparalleled in swordsmanship, but to move at such high speed, and from an incredible angle, to accurately hit a target 100 meters away with a javelin. He can't do it. This is no longer a skill, this is talent. It's the instinct ingrained in the blood, the hunter's instinct. Alea landed lightly, her 8 long legs supporting her body steadily, without making a sound. She retracted her spider silk and returned to the ranks expressionlessly, as if she had only done a trivial matter. Fear spread wildly through the hearts of the human soldiers. Going to war alongside such a monster. Are you kidding me? Thorn saw the rift between them, but that was exactly the effect he wanted. What he wanted was to make these arrogant guys realize the gap between themselves and the truly elite. From today onward, they are your comrades in arms. Thorn's voice broke the silence. You will train together and fight together. Now, begin coordinated formation training. With the order given, the two teams had no choice but to stand together. Disaster has begun. Human soldiers would freeze at the mere sight of the spider women, unsure of what to do with their hands and feet. The spider women's enormous bodies and 8 incredibly sharp legs made them feel like rabbits standing among a pack of ferocious beasts. Right face all aligned. Lord's command rang out. On the human side, their movements were unsteady, and several people, preoccupied with watching the spider woman beside them, tripped over their companions. On spider woman's side, the 10 warriors moved in perfect unison, as if they were one person. The contrast is appalling. A bunch of useless trash. Lord was furious, his face turning ashen. Just then, the conflict broke out without warning. During a simulated assault training exercise, a young recruit named Tim, due to excessive tension, slipped and lost his grip on his wooden rifle, which flew straight towards Alea, who was standing to his side. "Watch out," someone exclaimed. Alea's reaction was incredibly fast. Without even turning around, she faced the flying wooden spear, and a spider leg gleaming with metallic luster sprang up like lightning, precisely blocking the spear. Clang! With a crisp sound, the wooden gun was sent flying. But Alea's instinctive reaction also had unexpected consequences. The sharp tips of her spider legs, as sharp as blades, not only deflected the wooden gun, but also tore through the recruit Tim's shirt. Sizzle. The sound of fabric tearing was particularly jarring in the tense atmosphere. Tim was so frightened that he sat down on the ground with a thud, his face turning deathly pale as he looked at the gash on his chest and the blood seeping out. The ranks of human soldiers instantly erupted into chaos. They attacked us. I knew it. These monsters are unreliable. Grag's eyes were bloodshot. He grabbed his wooden gun, stood in front of Tim, and roared at Alea. "What do you want to do? Kill someone." Sensing the hostility, the spider warriors hissed and raised their 8 long legs slightly, assuming a defensive and offensive stance. A flash of cold anger also appeared in Alea's eyes. She was offended. Just as an internal conflict was about to erupt, Thorn's icy voice, like the north wind of winter, instantly drowned out all the noise. "Stop it, all of you." He strode to the middle of the two teams, his face expressionless. He first looked at Glag and the group of indignant human soldiers, his eyes sharp as knives. Weapons dropped, charging at teammates. "Is this the result of your training? Because of your incompetence and mistakes, you turn your blades against the comrades who saved your fellow soldiers. Your prejudice and folly are more deadly than any enemy." Grag's face turned a deep purplish red. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Thorn then turned to Alea and the spider women behind her, his tone slightly softer, but still serious. "I know it's instinct, but in my army, instinct must also be controlled by discipline." He took a deep breath and glanced at everyone. "I'll say it again. Look at your comrades with 8 legs around you. On the battlefield, when the enemy swarms in from all directions, they will be your most reliable support, and you will be their only support. If you can't even trust each other, then we can disband now. Let Viscount Roscoe's army come and crush us all into mincemeat." Thorn's words were like a bucket of ice water poured over everyone's heads. The fervent anger subsided, but the deep-seated estrangement and distrust remained, like a block of ice, standing between the two races. Thorn knew that preaching alone wouldn't work. He must take action to break through this solid ice. Looking at the two distinct and wary teams before him, a mysterious smile suddenly appeared on his lips. "It seems you need to take a more profound lesson." He looked around at everyone and slowly announced, "Tonight, training is on hold. We're going to play a special game. A trust game." His gaze shifted back and forth between Glag's stubborn face and Alea's cold eyes. "And I will personally set the first example for you." Everyone was stunned. "A game of trust? What is that? The Lord is going to demonstrate himself? How is he going to do it?" Everyone was filled with immense confusion and bewilderment. On that training ground, which had just been shrouded in the shadow of war and ethnic conflict, a new atmosphere called suspense began to quietly spread. Chapter 30: The Game of Trust. The night was as dark as ink. In the training ground in the backyard of the Lord's manor, dozens of torches flickered and burned, casting flickering light and shadow on everyone's faces. The shadows behind them twisted and turned like menacing ghosts. The air was as cold as ice and as still as a tomb. 50 human soldiers and 10 Arachne spider women stood clearly separated on either side of the field, with an open space large enough for warhorses to charge between them. That wasn't physical distance. It was a distance etched into their very bones, a mixture of suspicion and fear. All eyes were focused on the relaxed figure in the center of the arena. Thorn. He clapped his hands, the crisp sound standing out starkly in the deathly silence of the night. All right, everyone, welcome to tonight's team building activity. He had a warm smile on his face, as if he were hosting a bonfire party rather than facing a group of soldiers about to go into battle. The name of the game, as I just mentioned, is Trust Gamed. Holy crap, this atmosphere. It's more like preparing for a feast than a team-building event. I'm the dish on the table. Thorn silently complained in his heart, but the smile on his face grew even brighter. The rules of the game are simple. He pointed to the end of the field, where 10 grass targets stood. In a moment, our human soldiers will stand in front of the targets with their backs to our Spider-Woman comrades. As soon as he finished speaking, a collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the human soldiers' ranks. With his back to the Spider-Woman, standing in front of the target? Is this person tired of living? And our Spider-Woman comrades? Thorn's gaze shifted to Alea and the others behind Corvana. Will throw their bone spears over the heads of your human comrades, hitting the targets behind you. The crowd erupted in chaos. Are you kidding me? That's impossible. People will die. Your Highness, you're sending us to our deaths. Grag's face turned ashen. He thought the Lord must have gone mad. This wasn't a game of trust. It was a fucking believe it or not, I'll stab you to death with my spear. Even the usually silent Lord couldn't help but step forward and lower his voice, saying, Your Highness, this is too dangerous. The slightest mistake could cost lives. Corvana frowned slightly, not understanding why this young human lord would resort to such an extreme method to solve the problem. Thorn ignored the uproar and simply watched them quietly until all the noise subsided. I know what you're thinking. His voice calmed down, but carried an undeniable power. You think they're monsters, you think they're untrustworthy, you think they might pierce your chests with their sharp spider legs at any moment. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the face of each human soldier. But a few days later, when Viscount Roscoe's army besieges the city, you will be back to back, facing hundreds and thousands of enemies. If at that time you are still wondering if the people around you will stab you in the back, then we will surely be defeated. Therefore, I need you to make a choice now. Believe or die. His words were like a cold hammer, shattering everyone's hopes. Thorn smiled as he looked at the still hesitant crowd. It seems that all talk and no action is useless. What I hate most is a leader who only talks the talk. It's time to show off my real skills. The Oscars owe me an award. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Thorn slowly walked to the center of the field and stood in front of the straw target in the very center. Then, he slowly turned around, his back to the entire audience. He looked at the line of spider women and found Alea's dark red eyes, which held a hint of surprise. Alea. Thorn's voice came clearly. Your turn. Alea was stunned. Corvana was also stunned. Everyone was stunned. Lord, he wants to be the first one himself. Your Highness. No. Lord's voice was filled with panic for the first time. He wanted to rush forward, but Thorn stopped him with a look. Execute the order, Lord. Alea looked at the human lord, whose back was to her and whose figure was not particularly imposing, and her heart was filled with turmoil. This human, has he gone mad? Did he not know how fast and accurate his bone spear was? Did he not know that if his wrist deviated even slightly, his head would explode like a rotten watermelon? What? Thorn's voice rang out again, tinged with a hint of mockery. Scared? Afraid of making a mistake and killing the only ally of your Arachne clan. This provocation instantly ignited Alea's pride as a top-tier warrior. She took a deep breath, stepped out of the queue, and held a short spear made of animal bone that gleamed with a cold, white light in the firelight. She walked to the throwing point, 20 paces away from Thorn. The entire training ground was so quiet that you could hear the crackling of the torches and the heavy heartbeats of everyone. All eyes were fixed on those two people. Alea raised her bone spear. Her arm muscles bulged, exuding explosive power. Thorn could feel a sharp aura locking onto the back of his head like a needle. Holy crap! This is even more thrilling than playing a VR horror game. My adrenaline is pumping. System, if I die, remember to pick a good burial plot for me, with good feng shui. Calm down. Thorn, you are the Lord. You are a transmigrator. You have a persona. You can't back down. If you back down, this team will fall apart completely. His legs were rooted to the ground like nails, completely still. His back was ramrod straight, without the slightest bend. He used his body to demonstrate to everyone what absolute composure means. Alea's breathing also became long and even. All she could see was the small bullseye above Thorn's head. At this moment, what she threw was no longer a spear. Rather, it is the future of the entire Arachne clan. Whoosh! The sound of something cutting through the air was sharp and piercing. The white-boned spear, transformed into a bolt of deathly lightning, grazed Thorn's scalp and flashed past. He could even feel the strong wind blowing through his hair. Time seemed to slow down countless times at this moment. Everyone instinctively held their breath, their eyes wide open. The next second, puff! A dull thud, like a sharp weapon piercing flesh. The bone spear was firmly and deeply embedded in the very center of the straw target. The spearhead was still buzzing violently from the immense force. Hit the bullseye. The entire venue was deathly silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Thorn slowly turned around. His face still held that calm and serene smile, as if the bone spear that had almost killed him was nothing more than a gentle breeze. He brushed off non-existent dust from his shoulders and looked at the crowd who were completely dumbfounded. See, it's very simple, isn't it? Shocking. Unparalleled shock. All the human soldiers looked at Thorn with the eyes of someone looking at a god. That's not the kind of courage an ordinary person should have. For the first time, the spider women looked at Thorn with genuine respect. This human had earned their respect. Now, Thorn's gaze fell on Grag. Who's next? Grag's throat bobbed violently. He looked at Thorn, then at the spider woman Alea who had just thrown the fatal spear. His mind was in complete chaos. On one side are deep-rooted fears and prejudices, and on the other side is the example set by the Lord with his life. His brothers behind him were all looking at him. He was their leader. If he backs down, they'll never be able to hold their heads high again. Damn it! Grag spat on the ground and cursed gruffly. So what if I die? 18 years from now, I'll be a hero again. He gritted his teeth, strode out, and stood in front of the second straw target. He imitated Thorn, turning his back to Alea. But his clenched fists and slightly trembling back betrayed his inner fear. Alea raised the bone spear once more. This time, her gaze was even more focused. She knew that this spear was meant to solidify the fragile trust that had just been established. Whoosh! Another whooshing sound. Glag felt a chill run down his spine, and he instinctively closed his eyes. Puff! The bone spear hit the bullseye again. Grag stood stiffly for several seconds before he dared to slowly open his eyes. He is still alive. He was unharmed. He slowly turned around and saw the bone spear embedded in the bullseye, and then he saw the spider warrior opposite him who had withdrawn her throwing stance and was quietly watching him. In the firelight, a faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared on Alea's usually cold face. It was a smile of mutual recognition between warriors. Grag was stunned. Looking at the spider woman he had always regarded as a monster, he suddenly felt that her 8 legs weren't so scary after all. He subconsciously gave Alea a thumbs up. Holy crap, this NPC's AI has awakened? It can even smile? This interaction is pretty good. Is it focusing on a brotherhood that transcends race? Thorn mentally gave this dramatic scene 32 thumbs up. At this moment, the solid ice completely cracked open. With Glag leading the way, the other soldiers also became bolder. Count me in. Me too. One soldier after another stepped forward and stood in front of the target. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The The sound of something cutting through the air rose and fell in waves. Each precise hit of the bone spear was like a heavy hammer, shattering the fear and prejudice in the hearts of human soldiers. When the last soldier also completed the test and returned to the ranks unharmed, the atmosphere on the entire training ground was completely different. The invisible wall between humans and spider women, though not completely gone, had become thinner. They began to look at their future comrades with a new, scrutinizing gaze. Trust, the most precious seed, has finally taken root and sprouted in this land of despair. The next morning, when all the soldiers reassembled, they found dozens of long wooden crates placed in the center of the field. Yesterday, you learned about trust. Thorn stood in front of the wooden crate, his voice booming. Today, I will give you strength. He waved. Lord stepped forward and used his sword to pry open the lid of a wooden box. Splash. Bathed in the morning light, a row of brand new weapons, gleaming with the cold luster of metal and the sheen of wood, appeared before everyone's eyes. Military crossbow. After the carpenters and apprentices worked tirelessly day and night, and after consuming a large amount of wood and spider silk, all 50 crossbows were finally completed. My God! One of the soldiers couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Like iron filings drawn to a magnet, they involuntarily swarmed around it, reaching out cautiously yet with immense longing to touch the cold crossbow body and feel the terrifying power contained within the spider's silk-woven string. This was completely different from any bow or weapon they had ever seen before. It's smaller, more refined, and also more deadly. Now, name your weapon, Thorn shouted. From this day forward, it will be your second life. Under the command of Lord and several royal knights, the crossbows were distributed to every human soldier. The new recruits clutched their crossbows tightly to their chests, as if they had received the most precious toy in the world, their faces beaming with uncontrollable excitement and ecstasy. Now, let me show you what kind of divine artifacts you hold in your hands. Thorn had a scarecrow dragged out of the warehouse. But this scarecrow was fully armed. It wore a thick, tanned leather armor confiscated from the old guards. A similarly styled round wooden shield was also strapped to its left arm. This is the best equipment the old guards of Wuguang Town have ever had, enough to withstand most sword and blade strikes and a barrage of ordinary arrows. This is the defense your future enemy might possess, Thorn said calmly, pointing at the scarecrow. He personally took a crossbow from the box. Click, click, click. He skillfully turned the crank, easily attaching the sturdy spider silk crossbow string to the mechanism. Then, he loaded a crossbow bolt that gleamed with a sharp, cold light. He raised his crossbow and aimed at the scarecrow 50 paces away. The entire room fell silent once again. Everyone wanted to know just how powerful this divine artifact, which they had helped create and which the Lord himself had designed, truly was. Thorn pulled the trigger. Buzz! A deep, muffled twang, like the breath of a giant beast. The crossbow bolt was released. Instead of tracing a parabola like a regular arrow, it drew a straight, almost invisible black line in the air. The next second, a deafening, piercing roar that made your teeth ache. To everyone's utter shock, the thick wooden shield was pierced through in an instant, as if it were made of paper. The crossbow bolt continued its trajectory, piercing the scarecrow's leather armor on its chest. Tearing, piercing through. Finally, carrying a clump of straw, it emerged from behind the scarecrow and embedded itself deeply into the earthen wall behind it. The entire process was smooth and effortless, utterly devastating. Glug! Someone swallowed hard. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone seemed to be petrified, staring blankly at the scarecrow with an arrow through its chest, at the hideous hole in the wooden shield, their minds completely blank. Holy crap, this power is practically a physical cheat code, far ahead of its time. Leather armor and wooden shields are practically useless against a modern composite crossbow. Thorn was very satisfied with the effect. He blew on the non-existent gunpowder smoke on the crossbow, and a devilish smile appeared on his face. How is it? He asked his soldiers. Is this thing any good? The silence was shattered by a rough, broken roar. It works. It's fucking amazing. It's Glag. He raised his crossbow high, his face flushed red with extreme excitement, and the veins on his neck bulged like dragons. Long live the Lord! Long live! The thunderous cheers, like a volcanic eruption, soared into the sky. Fear? Confused? At this moment, everything was thrown to the winds. They looked at the crossbows in their hands, their eyes filled with unprecedented fervor and confidence. This is no longer a cold weapon. This is hope. This is strength. This is the confidence that allows these humble civilians to stand against the regular army. Their adoration for Thorn reached an unprecedented peak at this moment. Miracle. All of this is a miracle. Only gods could bestow such power upon mortals. Now, Lord's icy voice swiftly quelled the fervor. You possess the best weapons, but you are not yet qualified soldiers. Everyone, line up in 3 rows, as you did yesterday. The soldiers immediately sprang into action, their movements several times more practiced than the day before. First rank. Load the gun. Aim. The clicking of the mechanisms was uniform and synchronized. 30 soldiers raised their crossbows and aimed at the target area 100 meters away. Put. Lord's command was like a slashing blade. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 30 crossbow bolts were released simultaneously. The dense, air-tearing shrieks merged into a terrifying symphony of death. Arrows rained down, like a dark cloud, instantly covering the distant target area. Puff, 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 puff. The target was riddled with bullets. The terrifying sight made the blood of every soldier boil. This is the power of the military. This is the power of a volley. Their faces beamed with pride and self-satisfaction. At this moment, the morale of the volunteer army in Wuguang town reached an unprecedented peak. Excellent. A powerful weapon has been given to the newbies, morale is high, and combat strength is beginning to take shape. Now we just wait. Thorn was basking in the immense sense of accomplishment from this simulation game. Just then, a scout responsible for guarding the perimeter rode a fast horse and charged into the training ground like a madman. The warhorse let out a painful neigh as it came to a sudden stop. The scout tumbled off his horse, so startled that he even tripped and fell, but he scrambled to Thorn's side, his voice distorted by fear and rapid breathing. Your Highness, something terrible has happened. The training ground, which had just been filled with cheers, fell silent instantly. An ominous premonition hung over everyone's hearts. Thorn's eyes sharpened instantly. Explain. The scout, panting heavily, roared with all his might. Viscount Rosk, his army has broken camp. They are marching at full speed toward Darkness Town. Based on their marching speed, it is estimated that despair filled the scout's eyes. At most 3 days. In 3 days, they will be at the city gates. Chapter 31, The Butcher's Honor. Panic, like an invisible plague, swept across the entire training ground in an instant amidst the scouts' desperate roars. 3 days. Viscount Roscoe's army is coming. The blood that had just been boiling with excitement at having such powerful weapons instantly turned cold. The soldiers' fervor and confidence were replaced by a more primal and profound fear. They instinctively gripped their crossbows, but the cold touch offered them no comfort whatsoever. 3 days later, they will use this to face a real, battle-hardened army. Are you kidding me? Even Grag's fleshy face lost its color. He had spent years on the streets and seen the bloodiest fights, but compared to real war, those were nothing more than children's games. The entire training ground was deathly silent. Only heavy, suppressed breathing could be heard, rising and falling. Amidst this frozen panic, only 2 people remained unmoved. One was Lord, whose icy face was taut with even more lines, his hand already on the hilt of his sword, his whole being like a reef ready to face a storm. The other one is Thorn. His face remained completely expressionless. 3 days? That's a day slower than I expected. It seems this Viscount Rosk isn't exactly a top-tier military strategist after all. Thorn muttered a casual complaint to himself, as if what was approaching was not a large army, but a late delivery. His calm gaze swept over the crowd, taking in every trace of fear on their faces. He cleared his throat, his voice not loud, but like a precise scalpel, cutting through the thick, deathly silence. Very good, dismissed. The soldiers were all stunned, thinking they had misheard. Disband? With a formidable enemy at hand, you're suggesting disbanding? Go back, eat, and then get a good night's sleep. Thorn's tone left no room for argument. Restore your energy. Starting tomorrow, you will no longer have time to rest. He paused, then added, remember, fear is the most useless thing in the world. It can neither fill your stomach nor stop an enemy's knife. After saying that, he ignored everyone and turned to walk towards the Lord's mansion. Lord, Kalvana, come with me. We need to have a meeting. The atmosphere in the Lord's study was heavy and oppressive. A rough, uncolored map lay spread out on the table. Thorn, Lord, and Corvana stood in a three-legged stance around it. Relying on the Lord's manor, we will defend it to the death. Lord spoke first, his finger pointing heavily at the location of Dark Town on the map, his voice resolute. Although the stone walls of the Lord's manor are not high, they are sturdy enough. By guarding the main entrances and blocking them with crossbows, we can wear down the enemy to the greatest extent. This is the safest defensive tactic. This is a textbook city defense strategy, a tactic that every imperial knight knows by heart. Corvana remained silent, her dark red eyes fixed on Thorn, awaiting his decision. Thorn looked at the map and shook his head. No. One word made Lord's brows furrow instantly. Hold on to the death. Thorn looked up, his eyes sharp as knives. Lord, look out the window. What is our town built of? Lord was taken aback. It's wood. Thorn's voice turned cold. 90% of the buildings are made of wood. Once war breaks out, Rosk only needs to send out a squad of archers to fire a few rounds of fire arrows, and the entire town of darkness will turn into a sea of fire. So, at that time, will we guard this stone manor, listen to the screams of the townspeople outside, smell their burning bodies, and then wait to be suffocated and roasted to death? We're not guarding a fortified castle. We're guarding a bonfire that could catch fire at any moment. Fighting here is like packing ourselves and all the townspeople up and sending them to the oven. Lord's face instantly turned pale. He only considered the optimal military solution, but ignored the harsh reality behind it. A typical military academy type, with rigid thinking. They only consider troops' strength and terrain in warfare, ignoring society and people's livelihoods. In a game, this kind of person would be a reckless brute who only knows how to attack the ground. Thorn mentally labeled Lord, his fingers slowly moving across the map, finally stopping at a narrow strip of land 5 miles east of Dark Town. The battlefield is not here. His fingertip pressed heavily on that spot. Here. Lord and Kalvana's gazes were simultaneously drawn to it. It was a necessary route sandwiched between 2 dense hills and woodlands, marked on the map as Howling Canyon. It was said to be named so because the wind blowing through the canyon would make a sound like ghostly wails. Here, Lord's eyes were filled with confusion. There's no natural defense here, just an open field. One charge from the enemy cavalry could tear us apart. Who said we were going to defend? Thorn's lips curled into a chilling smile. We're not going to defend. Let's go hunting. Corvana's dark red eyes lit up. Hunting. She liked that word. The terrain here is narrow and long. It's enough to prevent Rosk's army from fully deploying, and their numerical advantage will be greatly reduced. Thorn drew circles on the woodland on both sides of the canyon with his finger. And these 2 woods, Corvana, are the stage prepared for you and your people. Corvana's tall figure leaned slightly forward, emanating an aura befitting a top predator. The woodland is Arachne's home. Her voice carried a hint of cruel pleasure. In the trees, my children can go wherever they want, appearing in any corner the enemy can't expect. Excellent. Infantry paired with air force. This is a combined land and air 3-dimensional operation. Thorn nodded in satisfaction. Let's go and see for ourselves. Some things can't be seen on a map. Half an hour later, Howling Canyon. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the entire canyon in a poignant crimson hue. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying a mournful tone. It's beautiful and peaceful here. It was as still as a canvas yet to be stained with blood. Thorn didn't admire the scenery. As soon as he arrived, he picked up a dry twig and began sketching rapidly on the soft ground. Lord and Aleya, who, as the representative of the Spider-Woman warriors, had also come over, both curiously approached. Then, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. First, dig the first trench here, 50 paces from the canyon entrance. Thorn drew a horizontal line on the ground with a branch. It doesn't need to be too deep, just half a person's height. The purpose is not to kill, but to slow them down, to disrupt their cavalry's charging formation, to throw them into disarray. Second step, dig a second trench 10 paces behind the first. This one must be deep enough to bury an entire warhorse. Fill the bottom of the trench with sharpened wooden stakes, upside down. Let any living thing that falls in be skewered into meat. Lord's breath hitched slightly. The third step is to fill the space between these two trenches and in front of the first trench with horse traps. They don't need to be big, just about the size of a bowl, a foot deep, and each trap should have a poison spike stuck in it. After digging, camouflage them with turf and loose soil, making sure they're completely seamless, so they look exactly like ordinary ground. A strange light flashed in Aleya's cold eyes. This insidious, layered trap reminded her of a spider's web. It seemed simple, but was actually deadly at every turn. Next, it's your turn. Thorn looked at Aleya, his eyes becoming extremely solemn. Chief Corvana has agreed. I need you and your people to weave a web of death with your strongest spider silk in the narrowest part of the canyon, between the trees on both sides. He used a branch to draw countless horizontal lines between the trees on both sides. I don't want a big net. I want countless deadly strings, starting from half a person's height above the ground, and moving up to one person's height. Stretch a spider web every palm's width. Keep it taut. Keep it sharp, like the sharpest blade. Inspired by the three-body problem, the Gujing project embodies this kind of dimensional reduction attack. While the technology may not reach the nanometer level, imagine a high-speed warhorse and rider colliding with this highly resilient spider silk. A human-horse separation technique. On stage. Thorn's heart was ice cold. Aleya's heart skipped a beat. She instantly understood Thorn's intention. That wasn't a net. It was a three-dimensional, invisible wall made of countless sharp blades. Any cavalryman attempting to charge through at high speed would be instantly sliced into countless pieces. This human, his heart is more wicked than the demons of the abyss. Finally, Thorn drew 3 parallel lines on the ground, dividing the canyon into 3 shooting zones. This is the first firing zone, 120 paces away. When the enemy vanguard steps in, first rank of crossbowmen, fire a volley. This is the second firing zone, 80 paces away. If the enemy charges here, second rank crossbowmen, fire a volley. This is the third firing zone, 40 paces away. When they rush here, stepping over the corpses of their own men, the third rank of crossbowmen, fire a volley. Then, the first rank, once the crossbows are knocked, continue firing. 3-stage volley fire, saturation attack. I will use our crossbows to unleash an unending barrage of steel in this area. I will ensure that no living thing can stand and pass through this land until the battle is over. Thorn's voice echoed through the silent canyon. He depicted a hellish scene. A massive and sophisticated meat grinder made up of trenches, spikes, traps, spider silk, and a hail of arrows. Aleya trembled as she listened, not from fear, but from an excitement stemming from the hunter's instinct. However, Lord beside her looked extremely pale. He was trembling all over, not from fear, but from anger and extreme anger at the trampling of his faith. Enough! He suddenly shouted, interrupting Thorn's explanation. Thorn looked up at him calmly. My lord. Lord's voice trembled as he pointed to the murderous sketch on the ground, his once upright eyes now filled with pain and bewilderment. This is not a battle. This is not a duel between knights. This is a butcher's trap, a coward's trick. We are warriors. We should be on the battlefield, charging head-on into battle, using our swords and courage to win victory and glory. Not like a bunch of rats hiding in the gutter, resorting to these despicable and shameless means to launch sneak attacks. This tarnishes the honor of a knight. The clash of ideologies erupted like a volcano at this moment. Lord's worldview was shaken to the point of collapse by Thorn's war theory, which came from another world and was so practical that it was almost ruthless. The air in the study seemed to freeze. Thorn watched him quietly, looking at the loyal knight whose face was flushed and whose eyes were filled with struggle. He didn't get angry. He simply straightened up slowly. Honor. He repeated the word softly, his tone carrying a hint of cold sarcasm. Lord, I ask you, can your honor stop the swords wielded against our townspeople? Lord suddenly choked. Can your honor save unarmed women and children from the enemy's iron heel? Lord's lips moved, but he couldn't utter a single word. Can your honor really save those 50 peasant soldiers who have just picked up weapons and can't even tell left from right from being outmatched by well-equipped professional soldiers? Thorn's voice grew heavier with each word like a heavy hammer, striking Lord's heart with devastating force. He walked step by step to Lord, his deep eyes staring straight into the other's soul. Put away your ridiculous chivalry that the nobles in the capital have painted so beautifully. It's nothing but a fairy tale made up by the strong to bind the weak and make them willingly go to their deaths. Here, in the land of no light, in this forgotten land struggling to survive, there is only one truth. That means survival. Thorn's voice suddenly rose, like a thunderclap. My honor lies not in how I fight. My honor is that all those who take up arms to defend their homes can return home alive, to kiss their wives, to embrace their children. My honor is that the smoke from the chimneys of Wuguang town will rise as usual tomorrow morning. If, in order to protect all of this, I must become a despicable, shameless, and unscrupulous butcher. Thorn's face revealed a resolute and cold smile. Then I'm willing. Now, tell me, Grand Knight Lord Heinrich, he asked, enunciating each word clearly. Would you rather take your noble but empty honor and be buried with our enemies? Or would you rather dirty your hands and join me in protecting what truly needs to be protected? His words, like bolts of lightning, cleaved through the chaos in Lord's mind. He stood there, stunned. Thorn's words, every single one, were branded into the depths of his soul like a hot iron. Yes. Honor. What is the meaning of honor if everyone dies? If homes are destroyed, what are the knights protecting when they charge? His handsome and resolute face was drained of color, and his lips were deathly pale from the intense inner turmoil. For a long time, he took a slow, deep breath. Then, he knelt down on one knee before Thorn, lowering his proud head. My lord, I understand. His voice was hoarse, yet incredibly firm. Please give the order. My sword, my life, and my now worthless honor will all fight for you. Thorn looked at him, and a slight smile finally appeared on his tense face. He helped Lord up. Very good. Then, let's get started. Night fell completely, but Wailing Canyon is even noisier than during the day. The entire town of Wuguang was mobilized. No, it wasn't mobilization, it was spontaneous. When Thorn's plan was conveyed to every town man through Pete and Sam, they did not hesitate for a moment. Our Lord wants to fight outside the city. We mustn't let the flames of war reach our houses. The Lord has set a trap. Those scum will never leave alive. We can't help kill the enemy, but we have strength. We have shovels. Fear still exists. But a more powerful emotion, an emotion called hope and participation, overwhelmed the fear. Men, women, young and old, almost the entire population came out, holding torches and carrying all the tools they could find at home: hoes, shovels, spades, even kitchen knives and axes. They coalesced into a fiery dragon and surged toward Howling Canyon. The entire canyon has been transformed into a massive, bustling construction site. Heave ho! Heave ho! Glag was shirtless, revealing a body of trembling fat. He swung a large iron pickaxe, each strike kicking up a cloud of dirt, his back glistening with sweat. You all better work harder. Do you want that son of a bitch like Roscoe to sleep with our wives and live in our houses? If not, then dig faster. Drucker, the carpenter, and all his apprentices were sitting to one side, furiously whittling wooden stakes, each one as sharp as a spearhead. The women were not idle either. They carried away the dug-up soil in baskets, or prepared food and hot water in the rear. And in the dense forests on both sides of the canyon, ghostly figures lurked everywhere. Alea, along with her spider warriors, moved like the most agile ghosts among the tree trunks. From their mouthparts, they continuously spat out strong and shimmering spider silk, drawing up deadly traps that were almost imperceptible to the naked eye at the locations designated by Thorn. Thorn was the overall commander of this huge construction site. He held the tree branch, like a strict overseer, constantly inspecting and directing. The first trench is deep enough. Begin extending it to both sides. Make the camouflage on the horse trap even better. I want it to look like virgin territory. Trees. We're running out of tree stakes. Cut down some more trees. No one complained. No one groaned. Everyone's face was covered in dirt and sweat, but their eyes shone brightly in the firelight. They are no longer lambs passively awaiting judgment. They are warriors who are building fortresses for themselves and their homes with their own hands. Throughout the entire town of Wuguang, this rusty, near-obsolescence machine erupted with an unprecedented and awe-inspiring roar at this moment. Dawn is approaching. A pale, fish-belly white dawn appeared on the horizon. After a night of frantic work, Howling Canyon has been completely transformed. From a distance, it remains that tranquil and beautiful canyon. But only those who stand here know how many deadly dangers lurk beneath this peaceful land. All the traps have been set. All the soldiers had already taken up their designated positions according to the pre-arranged plan. Holding their beloved crossbows, they held their breath, their hearts pounding with tension and anticipation. Everything is ready. All that's missing is the east wind. Just then, a black shadow flashed through the distant woods like a ghost and appeared silently beside Thorn. It's Alea. Her face held a hint of solemnity and a hint of bloodthirsty excitement. Grown-ups. Her voice was very low, yet it reached Thorn's ears clearly. The fish is here. Thorn's pupils suddenly contracted. Number? Type of troops. A vanguard has broken away from their main force. Alea licked her dry lips, her dark red eyes flashing with a predatory light. They are all heavily armored knights, well-equipped and arrogant. Their numbers are between 50 and 60. They had no scouts to explore the area, and they were charging towards us at full speed, swaggering around. At their speed, in Alea's eyes, the ever-brightening dawn was reflected. In another 15 minutes at most, they will run headlong into your trap. Thorn slowly raised his head and looked towards the entrance of the canyon. The morning mist is swirling there. Everything was eerily quiet. He could hear the increasingly rapid heartbeats of his soldiers. He took a deep breath, and the cold, earthy air made his mind clearer than ever before. A cold and cruel smile slowly curved the corners of his mouth. Pass on my orders. His voice, like the cold wind of Siberia, swept past everyone's ears. Let the guests come a little closer. After they finish eating all the appetizers we prepared, let's resume the feast. Chapter 32, The Harvester's Symphony. Dawn is the most benevolent paintbrush on the continent of Iris, casting golden light upon the earth and awakening all things from their slumber. But in Wailing Canyon, this light became the most magnificent spotlight before death took the stage. A thin veil of mist clung to the treetops on both sides of the canyon, plunging the land, which had just experienced a night of commotion, back into an eerie stillness. 50 human soldiers, like lurking scorpions, clutched their cold military crossbows tightly, concealing themselves behind makeshift fortifications camouflaged with mud and bushes. Their hearts pounded in their chests, each beat like a war drum beating on a path to hell or heaven. Sweat seeped from their foreheads, slid down their mud-covered cheeks, and dripped into their collars, chilling them to the bone. They were farmers, blacksmiths, and hooligans. Just 3 days ago, they couldn't even hold a decent weapon properly. Now, they are about to face the private army of the imperial nobles, true professional soldiers who live by killing. Don't panic. It's a minor incident. Stay calm. Thorn lay prone on the highest point at the rear of the position, calmly observing the entrance to the canyon with the only remaining crystal-polished monocular telescope in the Lord's warehouse. Beside him stood Lord, his face as solemn as iron. Think of it as a tower defense game. We're the towers, and they're the monsters that come to deliver coins. Yes, think of it that way. Doesn't it feel much better? Finally, a row of swaying black dots appeared on the distant horizon. The black dot rapidly expanded, transforming into a surging torrent of iron. The sound of horses' hooves, like muffled thunder, rolled in from afar, and the earth began to tremble slightly. A flag embroidered with a roaring wild boar fluttered in the morning breeze. Viscount Roscoe's vanguard has arrived. The lead knight was as muscular as a real wild boar. He rode a heavily armored warhorse with jet black fur. His thick plate armor was covered with scratches of varying depths from years of battle. But this did not diminish his imposing presence. Rather, it added to his ferocity. His face, somewhat distorted by his helmet, was filled with fleshy muscles, and his small eyes gleamed with greed and cruelty. Sir Herman, the Iron Pig. The bravest and most reckless vanguard officer under Viscount Roscoe. He reined in his horse, and behind him, more than 50 knights, also clad in leather armor, came to a stop in perfect unison, like an iron wall. The bloody stench and murderous aura emanating from them, honed through countless battles, made the new recruits of Wuguang Town feel suffocated even from hundreds of paces away. Holy crap, this equipment, all leather-armored cavalry, that's a mid to late game unit in this game. That old bastard Rosk really went all out. Thorn whistled inwardly, but his eyes grew even colder. The better the equipment, the more valuable you are when you die. Herman glanced disdainfully at the canyon ahead with his small eyes. He certainly saw the rumpled earth and the ridiculously crooked trench. Huh. He let out a rude sneer, his voice like a broken gong. That's it. One of his adjutants approached cautiously. Sir, something seems amiss. Should we send in scouts? Scouts. Herman seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. He turned his head sharply, spitting all over his adjutant's face. You want to use scouts to deal with a bunch of peasants who can't even afford pants? Do you want the Viscount to think that I, Herman, am afraid of a bunch of rats that can dig in the dirt? The adjutant shrank back after being scolded and dared not say another word. Listen, Herman drew his great sword from his waist, the tip pointing deep into the canyon, his voice filled with undeniable arrogance. All troops, charge. It won't take a quarter of an hour. I want you to trample this muddy ground flat and impale that so-called prince's head on my sword. A resounding success for your excellency, the Viscount. Oh, more than 50 knights simultaneously let out a bloodthirsty roar, kicking their horses' bellies to spur them on. Boom! The earth groaned in agony under the trampling of over 50 leather-armored warhorses. A torrent of steel and flesh, carrying the force to crush everything, surged towards the seemingly fragile defensive line. The new recruits hiding behind the fortifications turned deathly pale instantly. The overwhelming sense of oppression made them almost forget to breathe. Some even began to tremble uncontrollably, their hands nearly dropping their crossbows. Grag gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his gums, and muttered curses under his breath, as if trying to bolster his courage. Damn it! Don't be afraid. Listen to His Highness. Don't be afraid. Stay calm. Thorn's calm voice, like a stabilizing force, clearly reached the ears of every soldier. Trust your traps, trust your weapons. You must, trust me. The iron hooves of the torrent will arrive in an instant. The dozen or so knights at the forefront wore cruel smiles. They could almost see their horses' hooves crushing the earthen fortifications and their swords severing the heads of the farmers. However, just as they stepped into that seemingly ordinary meadow, the nightmare has begun. Uft, uft. Without warning, the leading warhorse let out a mournful wail, and its entire body suddenly collapsed forward. The knight didn't even have time to react before he was violently thrown away by the enormous inertia, his heavy body rolling on the ground, dazed and confused. Horse trap. Those deadly traps, each the size of a bowl and perfectly disguised, finally revealed their hideous fangs. The fragile legs of a warhorse running at high speed will break bones and tendons if it steps into the mud. When a horse falls, it's like toppling the first domino. The knights behind couldn't dodge in time and crashed into it hard, falling over and their horses over. The front of the entire charging formation instantly turned into chaos. Hold on. Go around. Go around. Herman's roar had not yet ended when another, even more bizarre and terrifying massacre unfolded at the narrowest point of the canyon. Several knights who had narrowly escaped the horse trap were trying to detour around the edge of the woods on either side. They charged forward at high speed, like arrows released from a bow. Then they stumbled upon the web of death woven by the Arachne people, almost completely invisible in the morning light. Call out. There was no loud noise, only a barely audible sound of a sharp blade cutting through leather and flesh. A knight charging at the very front, his upper body still on his horse in a forward charging posture, but his head had already shot into the sky, leaving behind a stream of eerie blood. The other knight beside him, along with his horse, was cleanly and smoothly cut in half by the sharp, knife-like spider silk. Warm entrails and fresh blood splattered all over the ground with a whoosh. That wasn't a battle. That was an autopsy. This hellish scene terrified everyone who witnessed it. There's an ambush. It's a trap. Stop. Stop now. Chaos spread like a plague. The cavalrymen frantically tightened the reins, trying to stop their frightened horses. But the momentum of a high-speed charge couldn't be stopped so easily. The group behind crashed into the group in front, instinctively pushing towards the center to avoid the invisible spiderweb of death. Then, they fell into Thorn's second big surprise. That trench, which didn't look very wide. Oh! Screams echoed throughout the room. The knights and their horses fell into the bottomless trench like dumplings being dropped into a pot. What awaited them below were countless, sharpened wooden stakes, gleaming with a chilling light. Uft, uft, uft. The sound of sharp weapons piercing flesh was so frequent it sent chills down my spine. Blood instantly stained the entire bottom of the ditch red. The once invincible leather-armored knight, now, is like a skewer of meat on a grill, struggling and howling in agony until his life is completely extinguished. The entire entrance to the canyon has been transformed into a massive hell on earth. Sir Hermann stared in disbelief at the chaotic and bloody scene before him. For the first time, his mind, filled with alcohol and killing, felt the emotion called fear. His proud ironclad horde had already suffered nearly half its losses before even making contact with the enemy. The rest were in complete disarray, huddled together, and had lost all their fighting power, becoming a flock of lambs to the slaughter. They had completely entered the death zone that Thorn had drawn for them. Behind the position, in Lord's pupils, the hell on earth was reflected. His previous struggle and anger were being replaced by a cold and unfamiliar emotion he had never experienced before. Awe. This is not war. This is the harvest. A meticulously planned and chillingly efficient harvest. He looked at Thorn beside him. The young prince's face was expressionless, his deep eyes as calm as a stagnant pool. He was like a ruthless chess player, watching the pieces on the board, moving precisely and deliberately into the deadly trap he had laid. Just then, Thorn raised his right hand. At that moment, the breaths of every new recruit on the entire position stopped. They looked at that hand as if they were seeing a divine decree. Thorn's hand slowly fell. First row. His voice remained calm. Put. Buzz. There were no earth-shattering shouts, no clanging of metal. There was only a dull, muffled twang, like the breath of a giant beast. 15 crossbow bolts, gleaming with a cold light, were released simultaneously, leaving 15 straight black lines in the air, like a group of silent death gods, instantly traversing 100 paces and accurately piercing into the most chaotic and densely packed crowd in the canyon. Uft, uft, uft. The sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh was faint, yet incredibly clear. A knight who was looking around in panic suddenly had a burst of blood erupt from the joint of his chest armor plate. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before he fell straight off his horse. Another knight was pierced through a gap in his visor by an arrow, the immense kinetic energy causing his entire head to tilt backward. Another knight, whose warhorse was shot in the neck, fell with a mournful cry and pinned him down. There were no screams. There were no cries of pain. Those who were hit by arrows almost always died instantly. This silent death is more terrifying than any battle fought with shouts. The surviving knights watched in horror as their companions fell silently, like puppets with their strings pulled, each with a simple wooden crossbow bolt embedded in their bodies. Those crossbow bolts looked so ordinary, yet they were so deadly. Fear, like an invisible hand, gripped everyone's heart. They didn't know where the enemy was hiding. All they knew was that death was creeping in from all directions. Second row move. Thorn's voice, like a precise metronome, rang out again. Buzz. Another 15 crossbow bolts came whistling in, filling the gap between the first round of shots. A new wave of death has arrived. The chaotic enemy troops fell like stalks of wheat after being cut down. Third row move. Buzz. First row fully cocked. Release. Buzz. Thorn's arm swung down steadily and rhythmically. Each swing represents a volley. Each salvo represents the end of dozens of lives. Three-stage volley. This efficient and continuous firing method from another world revealed its most ferocious and terrifying side at this moment. Arrows rained down like a never-ending downpour, completely covering the entrance to the canyon. That was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided, cold-blooded, industrialized massacre. The new recruits in Wuguang Town had completely shaken off their initial tension and fear. They mechanically repeated the actions of cocking the gun, aiming, and firing. Their eyes had become numb, yet held a hint of fanaticism. They watched as their crossbow bolts easily tore through the enemy's leather armor, shooting down those leather-armored knights who had once terrified them. An unprecedented sense of power and confidence was growing wildly in their hearts. So this is what war can be like. So, we can be this powerful. Devils. They are devils. Finally, one of the surviving knights completely broke down psychologically. He threw down his longsword, let out a hysterical scream, turned his horse around, and galloped wildly back the way he came, disregarding everything else. Run, run. The defeat has begun. The surviving knights had lost all will to fight. Only one thought remained in their minds: escape. Escape this hell. Escape this canyon shrouded in the shadow of death. They cried out, screamed, and shoved each other, wanting only to get as far away as possible from that silent battlefield that constantly spewed death. Sir Hermann was completely stunned. He watched as his proud, invincible warriors fled past him like stray dogs, crying and screaming. His mind was blank. Defeated? How is that possible? We lost without even seeing the enemy's face. No retreating. Anyone who dares to retreat, I'll chop him up, he roared hoarsely, trying to salvage the situation. But no one listens to him anymore. Just then, he felt a piercing pain in his knee. Uft! An arrow, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, pierced precisely through the weakest point of his kneecap and embedded itself deeply. Ah! Herman, nicknamed Iron Pig, let out a blood-curdling scream. His body swayed, and he fell heavily from his tall warhorse in a sorry state. Several loyal guards rushed over, grabbed him, and dragged him away to escape. In excruciating pain, Hermann instinctively turned his head and looked at the battlefield that had swallowed all his men. The canyon remained quiet. Apart from the piercing screams of their own people and the incessant, muffled buzzing sound, nothing else could be heard. There were no cheers of victory, no shouts of insults from the enemy. That position was like a silent, emotionless behemoth, its gaping maw silently reaping all lives that stepped into its territory. An unprecedented fear, originating from the depths of his soul, instantly overwhelmed Herman. That was not fear of a powerful enemy. It was an extreme fear of the unknown, of the inhuman, of a completely new way of dying. Behind the position, Thorn slowly lowered his arm, which had been waving. There were no more enemies standing in the canyon. The ground was littered with corpses and warhorses riddled with crossbow bolts, their bodies like hedgehogs. The pungent smell of blood, mixed with the scent of earth, permeated the morning breeze, making one want to vomit. Several new recruits, seeing such a horrific scene for the first time, could no longer hold back and ran to the side to vomit violently. But most people simply watched the results of the battle in silence, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Shock, pride, lingering fear, and a godlike awe of Thorn. We won. Grag's voice was somewhat hoarse as he looked at his hands in disbelief. These are the hands that just shot and killed a leather-armored knight. Lord stood behind Thorn, saying nothing. His hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. His worldview was utterly shattered at that moment, and then reshaped in a completely new and even more ruthless form. He looked at Thorn's back. The figure wasn't tall, but it seemed more stable and more terrifying than the Dragon Spine mountain range behind him. Thorn did not turn around. He continued to hold up his binoculars, observing the disorganized remnants of the army fleeing in the distance. He spoke calmly, as if he were merely stating a trivial matter. This is just the beginning. He put down his binoculars, turned to his side, and looked into the depths of the dense forest at the lithe, agile black figure that had quietly appeared. It's Alea. Her face showed a hint of bloodthirsty excitement and genuine admiration for Thorn's tactics. Thorn's lips curled into a cold smile. Inform your people. It's their turn. Chapter 33. The forest is breathing. The setting sun, like blood, bathed every inch of the howling canyon in a thick crimson hue. The air was thick with the stench of blood, sweat, horses, and the earthy smell of turned soil, creating a nauseating, battlefield-specific odor. The defeated Iron Torrent finally surged back to the front of Viscount Roscoe's main camp. Leading the group was Herman, nicknamed Iron Pig, who was being held up by two bodyguards, a crossbow bolt stuck in his knee. His once imposing heavy armor was now covered in mud and blood, his helmet askew, revealing his deathly pale face, distorted by fear and agony. Mr. Viscount. Herman was dragged to Viscount Roscoe's horse and fell to his knees with a thud. He didn't even care about the excruciating pain in his knees. He clung to the Viscount's horse's legs, his voice trembling like leaves falling in the autumn wind. A devil! A devil! There's a devil in the canyon. Viscount Roscoe, a man nearing 50, still robust in stature, with a meticulously groomed short black beard, looked down at his most disheveled vanguard officer with a gloomy gaze that seemed to drip water. His gaze passed over Herman and landed on the scattered, defeated army behind him. Of the 50-odd proud, heavily armored knights who set out, fewer than 20 have returned. And each one is disheveled, their armor and weapons in disarray, their expressions filled with terror, as if they have just crawled out of hell. His heart was bleeding. Those were the elite troops he had armed, which cost him 5 years' worth of taxes from his territory. They were the iron fist he used to show off his power and intimidate all sides. Now this iron fist has been shattered by a single punch. A devil. Viscount Rosk's voice sounded like it was being squeezed out from between his teeth, each word carrying a chilling, killing intent. Herman, I think your brain is caked with the dung of those peasants. Tell me what happened. What trick did that little bastard use? Traps. My lord. Traps everywhere. Herman roared incoherently. Man-eating trenches, invisible blades, and those deadly arrows. Like the eyes of death, we have no idea where they come from. One arrow, just one arrow, and it can pierce our armor. Brothers, and they just fell silently. As he spoke, he looked around in terror, as if the unseen crossbow bolts might fly at any moment. Viscount Roscoe's brow furrowed even more deeply. Traps, arrows. He can understand these things. But he couldn't understand what kind of traps and arrows could cause a battle-hardened leather-armored cavalryman to collapse like this without even seeing the enemy. How many of them are there? The Viscount asked in a cold voice. No, I don't know. Herman's eyes were blank. We didn't see anyone. Not a single one. Sir, that's not war. That's slaughter. It's the devil's hunting ground. Oh, here comes the standard answer. If you can't win head-on, flank from the side, first page of the tactics textbook, right? Too bad. You didn't enter the jungle. You entered my slaughterhouse. Behind the distant position, Thorn held up his monocular binoculars, taking in the commotion in front of the Ross camp. He felt nothing. In fact, he even wanted to laugh. Coward! Viscount Roscoe finally snapped, kicking Herman to the ground with a deafening roar. A bunch of useless trash. His chest heaved violently, and the flames of anger nearly consumed his reason. But he was, after all, the commander of this army, and he forcibly suppressed his rage, his mind racing. According to Herman's description, the core of the enemy's tactics was those powerful bows and arrows. Bows have a narrow field of fire and a slow reload time. The reason they were able to inflict such heavy casualties must be because they took advantage of the narrow terrain of the canyon and maximized their frontal defenses. I never expected them to have so many archers. Therefore, the solution becomes obvious. As long as they attack from the flank, their seemingly solid defenses will crumble instantly. Pass on my orders. Viscount Rosk's voice regained its commander's authority and ruthlessness. 1st and 2nd Light Infantry units on the left flank, 3rd and 4th Light Infantry units on the right flank. Attack immediately. His whip pointed to the two seemingly tranquil and harmless forests on either side of the canyon. Surround them from both sides of the woods. I want you to be like pincers, clamping those rats hiding in their holes to death. Those archers, leave no one alive. I'll hang their heads on my flagpole. Yes, sir. Military orders are absolute. The 4 infantry commanders immediately took their orders and left. Soon, 2 light infantry units, each with 500 men, totaling 1,000, broke away from the main formation and, like 2 long gray snakes, cautiously made their way to the dense forests on either side of Howling Canyon, one on the left and one on the right. Looking at the enemy's movements, a look of seriousness appeared on Lord's face. Sir, they're trying to flank us. Our crossbow positions are completely undefended on both flanks. If they break through, don't rush. Thorn put down his binoculars, a mysterious smile on his face. Let them go. He turned his head and looked towards the woodland. The real show is just beginning. The forest was dimly lit. The tall canopy, like a giant umbrella, blocks out the sunlight, leaving only dappled, fragmented light that filters through the gaps in the branches and leaves onto the thick layer of fallen leaves. The air was damp and stuffy. It was unusually quiet. There were no birdsong, no insect chirps, not even the sound of the wind. The entire forest was as silent as a giant tomb. You all better pull yourselves together. The commander of the left-wing light infantry unit, a burly man named Milo, lowered his voice and growled at the soldiers behind him. His hands gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist tightly, his palms already covered in cold sweat. It's too quiet. The silence was unsettling. As a veteran, he knew that this unusual silence was often more dangerous than deafening shouts of battle. The soldiers behind him were even more tense. Holding their spears and carrying round shields, they trudged step by step on the soft fallen leaves, the rustling sound particularly jarring in the deathly silence of the forest. Each soldier's eyes, like those of a startled rabbit, warily scanned the shadowy figures around them, as if a deadly assassin lurked behind every tree. They walked slowly and carefully. The procession stretched out in a long line, winding its way through the dim forest. Sudden, the soldier at the very front of the column suddenly felt a sudden tightening in his foot. Ugh! He only had time to let out a short scream before he was grabbed by an invisible hand, his feet lifted off the ground, and violently pulled backwards into the air. A large net woven from grayish-white silk threads sprang up from under the fallen leaves, wrapped him tightly, and hung him on a tree branch 3 or 4 meters above the ground. He was like a fish caught in a net, struggling frantically, but only making the tough spider web tighten more and more. There's a trap. Milo's pupils constricted sharply, and he roared hoarsely. However, his warning came too late. It was as if a switch had been flipped, and the entire forest came to life. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless similar spiderweb traps sprang up from all directions. Help! My leg! Screams rose and fell. One soldier after another was entangled in the spiderwebs that sprang out from all sorts of tricky angles, either suspended in the air or tripped on the ground, dragged into the depths of the dark bushes by the immense force at the other end. The entire unit's formation was thrown into chaos instantly. The soldiers huddled together in terror, back to back, futilely defending themselves with their spears and shields against an attack that could come from who knows where. Don't panic. Maintain formation. Back to back. Defend. Milo brandished his longsword, trying to bolster morale. But his voice sounded so pale and powerless amidst the soldiers' screams of agony. Just then, call out. A barely audible whooshing sound came from overhead. A soldier next to Milo suddenly developed a small black spot on his neck. His expression froze instantly, a gurgling sound came from his throat, his eyes rolled back, and then he slumped to the ground, his body beginning to twitch slightly. Dead? No, he's not dead. It just can't move. Patton looked up in alarm at the dark canopy of trees. He saw nothing. There were only layers upon layers of branches and leaves, like ghostly shadows. But the deadly attack, like the scythe of death, began to silently sway above their heads. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something cutting through the air rang out continuously. Short spears, polished from animal bones or obsidian and coated with a dark green liquid, shot out from the shadows of the tree canopy with precision towards the lone soldiers or those on the edge of the formation, like the fangs of a viper. Their target is not the fatal throat or heart. Instead, it's the vulnerable areas of the neck, wrists, and ankles. None of the soldiers who were infected died on the spot. They simply stiffened, then collapsed to the ground like soft mud with its bones removed, completely incapacitated. Fear spread silently. The torment of not seeing the enemy and only being able to watch helplessly as comrades fall one by one is more destructive to one's will than actual combat. In the tree. The enemy is in the tree. Finally, a soldier noticed something, pointed to the ceiling, and let out a terrified scream. Fire arrows. Fire arrows at the top. A few archers began to fire frantically at the dark canopy above. But most of their arrows were blocked by the dense foliage, or they missed entirely. Their actions, however, completely exposed their position and provoked an even fiercer counterattack. Call out. A spider's silk thread, like a ghostly tentacle, descended from the sky and precisely wrapped around the neck of an archer. Well, before the archer could even scream, he was violently dragged upwards by a tremendous force and instantly disappeared into the dark canopy of trees. Immediately afterwards, a muffled thud of bones breaking and a forcibly suppressed scream came from above, then silence fell. A monster! It's a monster! The young soldier's psychological defenses completely collapsed. He threw down his spear, let out a hysterical scream, and turned to run away. But he had only taken 2 steps when a spider's silk wrapped around his ankle, pulling him violently to the ground. Then, like a puppet being dragged by strings, he was quickly pulled into a dark tree hole nearby. From inside the tree hollow came his last desperate, muffled sob. The forest, like a giant, living mouth, is swallowing them up one by one. The surround sound effect is pretty good, Dolby Atmos level. Listen to this soul-stirring fear. I'll have to give Alea and the others a Best Sound Effects award later. Thorn stood behind the lines, eyes closed, as if enjoying a symphony. Lord stood beside him, his expression complex as he listened to the increasingly piercing screams coming from the forest. He knew that this forest had become the hunting grounds of the Arachne tribe. For the first time, he felt a pang of pity for his enemy. Above the tree canopy lies another world. Alea is like a black phantom, with 8 long and powerful limbs that allow her to move at high speed and silently through the lush branches as if walking on flat ground. Behind her followed dozens of equally agile spider warriors. They are the masters of this forest, natural hunters. At this moment, their dark red eyes gleamed with a cold yet excited light. To them, the human soldiers below, in their chaotic state, were nothing more than a group of panicked moths that had stumbled into a spider web. To disperse, to surround. Alea gave the command through a slight abdominal tremor that only spider women could understand. Execute the entanglement tactic, do not engage in direct combat, and do not linger in battle. Remember the master's orders. He must live. Yes. The spider women scattered instantly, like drops of ink falling into water, silently blending into the shadows of the entire forest. They did not launch a mass assault. They simply used their absolute familiarity with the terrain and their unpredictable movement to constantly harass, divide, and disintegrate the enemy below. They are patient hunters. They would use spider silk to silently drag away lone soldiers. They would use short spears coated with paralyzing venom to cripple the enemy's ability to resist. They would deliberately create all sorts of terrifying sounds, such as imitating the roars of wild beasts or scratching tree trunks with their claws, making a teeth-grinding sound. They would even hang captured soldiers on the path of another enemy force so that they could see their comrades' faces contorted with fear. This is a complete psychological battle. Milo is going crazy. His 500-man team had been scattered and broken up in less than half an hour after entering the forest. He was left with less than 100 people who stood back to back in a circle, trembling in place. Their enemy, from beginning to end, never revealed his full appearance. All they saw in the darkness were pairs of eyes that gleamed with a dark red light, eyes that were not human. They only sensed the spider silk that clung to their bones like a malignant sore and the poisoned short spears that fell from the sky. We surrender. Stop killing us. We surrender. Finally, Some soldiers could not bear the extreme mental torment, threw down their weapons, knelt on the ground, and wept bitterly. His actions were like toppling the first domino. More and more soldiers threw down their weapons and knelt down to beg for mercy. Their fighting spirit had been completely crushed by this breathing forest. Milo looked at the pathetic state of his soldiers, then at the bottomless darkness around him, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He knew he had lost. The defeat was inexplicable and utterly devastating. He slowly planted the long sword in his hand into the ground. "We also surrender." Viscount Roscoe's expression grew increasingly grim. He paced back and forth restlessly on his horse. The two light infantry squads had been in the forest for almost an hour. The expected shouts and screams of battle coming from the enemy's flank and rear did not occur. Instead, the forest echoed with the intermittent, piercing screams of their own soldiers. The sound grew more desperate and more terrifying with each note. This plunged the entire main force into an eerie and oppressive silence. Every soldier was straining to hear the terrifying sounds coming from the dark forest, their faces filled with unease and fear. Morale is wavering. "What's going on? What is that Milo guy up to?" The Viscount roared at his adjutant. The adjutant was also deathly pale, stammering, "Sir, the situation, something seems wrong." Just then, splash. A loud bang. From the edge of the forest on the left, a huge package, wrapped in white silk thread, was suddenly thrown out from the branch of a large tree. The package slammed heavily onto the open ground 100 paces in front of the main army, producing a dull thud and countless suppressed groans. The package rolled a few times on the ground, revealing its true form. Those were dozens of soldiers who had been stripped of their armor and were only wearing their undergarments. They were like a string of rice dumplings, tightly bound together by a kind of extremely resilient, bright white spider silk, one next to the other, forming a long string, only able to writhe and whimper in vain on the ground. Their faces still held that extreme fear and despair. "Wow, the packaging is quite neat. 5 stars. I just don't know if Viscount Rosk will like this specialty. We're highlighting our door-to-door delivery with free shipping, dear." Thorn mentally gave Alea a big thumbs up for her work efficiency. The entire Rosk army was dumbfounded. Everyone stared in disbelief at the human-shaped rice dumpling wriggling on the ground, their minds blank. "What's this? Is it humiliating?" Before they could even react, splash, splash. Several similar packages were also thrown out from the forest on the right. Then, to the left, to the right. One after another, prisoner packages were carelessly tossed out of the forest like trash and piled up in front of the Rosk army. In less than 15 minutes, on the open ground in front of the battle line, a small, wriggling hill made up of hundreds of prisoners had already been piled up. In the forest, the screams gradually subsided. Instead, there was a deathly silence. But everyone knew that something in that forest was coldly watching them. Viscount Roscoe's pupils had shrunk to the size of pinpoints. He stared intently at the humiliating prisoner hill in front of him, made up of his own soldiers, and then at the two forests that were now as quiet as ghosts. His expression changed several times in a short period of time, from anger to astonishment, from astonishment to confusion, from confusion to a deep-seated, chilling fear. He finally understood. He was not facing a down-on-his-luck prince who had been exiled. He wasn't facing peasants equipped with crossbows. Hidden in that forest is something capable of silently binding up thousands of professional soldiers and throwing them out like bundles of firewood. What is that? He couldn't understand it. Unimaginable. Human fear stems from the unknown. And now, Viscount Roscoe is tightly enveloped by an extreme unknown he has never experienced in his life. He felt as if his heart was being gripped by an icy hand, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. This person, this seventh prince named Thornarest, he is not human. He is a complete and utter devil. He transformed the land of no light, the empire's dumping ground, into a true, all-consuming hell. At this moment, the initiative in the war has completely shifted to the other side. Although his army still outnumbered his troops, their morale had plummeted. Every soldier looked at the two forests and the mysterious lord who was deep in the canyon and had never shown his face before, with the eyes of someone looking at a monster. They didn't want to fight anymore. They just want to go home. Viscount Rosk's lips were cracked with fear. He knew he was cornered. Retreat? Impossible. He paid such a huge price. If he were to slink back like this, he would become a laughingstock among the entire southern noble family. Attack? What should we use to attack? Should we attack that man-eating forest? Or should we charge into that death valley, where an arrow can pierce through heavy armor? A mad, gambler-like crimson glint flashed in his eyes. He has one last card to play. It was also the card he least wanted to use. He slowly turned his head and looked at the rear of the army, at the mysterious carriages covered with thick linen. His voice was hoarse and resolute, as if a demon crawling out of hell was whispering. Go! Bring out that thing for me. Chapter 34, The Funeral of Steel. Viscount Roscoe felt his blood freezing and then boiling again in the next second. The prisoner mountain in front of him, composed of his own soldiers, writhing and exuding an aura of humiliation and fear, struck his soul like the loudest slap. His once proud army now had its morale at rock bottom. The soldiers stared at the two desolate forests, their eyes filled with fear of the unknown, as if they were looking into the jaws of two colossal beasts that could devour them at any moment. His adjutant, a seasoned veteran, approached him, his face pale and his voice trembling. Sir, let's retreat. We don't even know what we're fighting. If we continue, morale will completely collapse. Withdraw? Viscount Roscoe turned his head sharply, his bloodshot eyes staring intently at his adjutant. Retreat meant defeat. Defeat to an exiled, calloused prince, a crushing and inexplicable defeat. He would lead this defeated army and that shameful prisoner's mountain to become the biggest laughingstock of the entire southern aristocracy for the next decade. No, absolutely not. A surge of madness, like a gambler who has lost his last chip, erupted from the depths of his heart. He hasn't lost everything yet. He still has his most elite trump card. He still has these thousands of soldiers who, though demoralized, still hold their weapons. As long as he charges through, as long as he can get into that damned canyon, as long as he can engage those rats hiding in the gutter in close combat, he can crush them into mincemeat with sheer numbers and his most elite heavy armored guards. Retreat. Viscount Roscoe's voice was hoarse, like two rusty pieces of iron rubbing together. Anyone who utters that word again, I'll twist their head off and use it as a football. He suddenly drew his commander's long sword from his waist, the tip pointing directly at the Death Valley ahead. Listen up, all of you. His roar, like that of a wounded beast, echoed over the oppressive military ranks. You see, those cowards only dare to hide behind traps and forests and shoot arrows from the shadows. They dare not come out, because their numbers are pitifully small. They are afraid to fight us head on. Now, I command you, all troops, general offensive. I don't care what methods you use. Use corpses to fill it. Use human lives to pile it up. You have to level that damned muddy ground in front of me. He turned his horse around, facing all the soldiers, his eyes flashing with a mad light. Just charge through. The first soldier to break into the enemy lines will be rewarded with 100 gold coins and a 3-rank promotion. The first person to cut off that little bastard's head, I'll reward him with a manor and 100 women. Now, for the gold, for honor, for your future, give it to me. Rush. A generous reward will surely attract brave men, especially when it comes to being driven by the commander's fanatical will. The fear on the soldiers' faces was gradually replaced by a mixture of greed and despair. They let out chaotic and hoarse roars and began to surge like a tide toward the canyon that had just swallowed countless of their comrades. Oh wow, classic trope. The boss paints a rosy picture and the employees rush in. But this rosy picture is a bit too realistic. A manor plus 100 women? TSK. If this were in my day, HR would be asking him if he was involved in illegal fundraising or human trafficking. Behind the lines, Thorne held up his binoculars, taking in Viscount Roscoe's frantic, desperate state after losing, but he felt nothing. In fact, he almost wanted to laugh. But his smile quickly faded, because he saw that the enemy was leading a small group of ragged, unarmed soldiers at the very front of the charging column. They were light infantrymen who had been captured and then released, pitiful creatures who had just escaped the spider web of Arachne only to be pushed into another hell by their own people. Charge. Anyone who doesn't want to die, charge. The officers of the supervisory team brandished leather whips, lashing these human shields hard. They cried out and begged, but could only stagger step by step into that death zone filled with traps. Uft. A soldier stepped into a trap, and a poisoned spike pierced his calf from the sole of his foot. He screamed and fell, only to be immediately swallowed up by the surging crowd behind him. Another soldier fell into the trench and was impaled by a sharpened wooden stake. The positions of the Chinese People's Volunteer Army were deathly silent. The new recruits, gripping their crossbows, watched the enemy soldiers being driven to their deaths by their own men, and for a moment, they were at a loss. Should we fire? For these unarmed, pathetic creatures? Don't hesitate. Thorne's icy voice, transmitted clearly through the megaphone, reached every soldier's ears. They are the enemy. Now, they are the tools to pave the way for us. Remember, mercy to the enemy is cruelty to your comrades. First row, ready. However, at that moment, a series of heavy footsteps, as heavy as mountains, drowned out all the cries and roars. Thump, thump, thump. 50 figures, clad in heavy iron armor, emerged from the chaotic enemy ranks. They held heavy tower shields that could cover half of their bodies in their left hands and gleaming slashing swords in their right hands, with only their cold and ruthless eyes peeking out from the gaps in their helmets. Like 50 moving steel fortresses, they marched forward with uniform, heavy steps, ignoring the cries of agony and blood beneath their feet. Viscount Roscoe's personal guard, his last and strongest trump card. Put. Thorne gave the order without hesitation. Buzz. Arrows rained down once more. But this time, what awaits them is no longer fragile leather armor and flesh. Ding. Clang. Clang. Ding. A series of rapid, teeth-grinding metallic clanging sounds rang out. Countless crossbow bolts struck the heavy tower shields and iron armor, exploding into weak sparks before being easily deflected and falling to the ground. Only a handful of lucky crossbow bolts found their way into the gaps between the armor plates. But the negligible damage was utterly insignificant to these tin cans. They didn't even stop walking. Grass, a type of plant, is heavy infantry. I haven't even gotten my armor-piercing rounds yet. Using wooden arrows to hit a tin can isn't that just pure scraping? Thorne's heart sank. For the first time, he felt things were slipping out of his control. At this moment, the technological gap was forcibly erased by the enemy in the most primitive and barbaric way. The scales of victory began to tip dramatically. Second row, release. Third row, release. Thorne's voice remained calm, but fine beads of sweat had appeared on his forehead. Arrows rained down, wave after wave. But the heavily armored guards continued their unwavering advance. Braving a hail of arrows and stepping over the corpses of their comrades, they waded across the trenches, getting closer and closer to the makeshift defensive line made of wooden fences. 100 steps, 80 steps, 50 steps. Boom! The heavily armored soldier at the very front, holding his tower shield in front of him, slammed his entire body weight into the wooden fence like a bull. Snap! The fragile wooden fence let out a painful groan and shattered into pieces in an instant. A gap has appeared. Charge in. Kill them. Behind the heavily armored soldiers, the long-suppressed enemy troops, like a floodgate, opened, roared, and swarmed in through that breach. The defense line has been breached. Retreat. Crossbowmen, retreat. Pick up your swords. Prepare for melee. Pete roared at the top of his lungs, directing the disorganized crossbowmen to retreat and attempt to regroup. But it was too late. Chaos descended instantly. For the first time, the new recruits of the Chinese People's Volunteer Army, who had once been perpetrators of massacres, had to face the enemy's gleaming swords. They frantically threw away their crossbows, drew their crude short swords from their waists, and their faces were filled with fear. Before a young soldier could even stand up straight, he was slashed in the shoulder by an enemy soldier who rushed in, and blood instantly stained his clothes. Oh! He screamed and instinctively swung his sword to fight back, but his sword was easily parried. Then, a second stab pierced his abdomen. At this moment, war finally revealed its most ferocious and bloody true nature. At this critical moment, a roar like that of a lion silenced all the noise on the battlefield. Royal Knights. Lord's tall figure had somehow appeared at the forefront of the defensive line. His perpetually icy face was now filled with determination and fervor. He suddenly drew his knight's long sword from his waist, the blade reflecting a dazzling light in the morning sun. "Charge with me. For His Highness the Prince." Without the slightest hesitation, he was the first to bravely face the surging torrent of steel. The 4 royal knights behind him also drew their long swords, let out a roar, and followed closely behind. The 5 people, like 5 rocks thrown into a raging storm, resolutely crashed into an enemy many times their size. Uft! Lord's figure moved with lightning speed. The long sword in his hand drew a beautiful yet deadly arc, slicing precisely across the neck of an enemy soldier. Before the soldier's sinister grin had faded, a large, fine head flew into the air. Immediately afterwards, Lord sidestepped another enemy's slash, and with a flick of his wrist, his long sword shot out like a venomous snake, piercing the opponent's heart from an unbelievable angle. Without pausing, he kicked the corpse aside, swept his sword horizontally, and instantly forced 2 more enemies back. Every swing of his sword was concise, efficient, and deadly. That was a killing technique honed through countless life and death battles. He and the 4 knights behind him, like a sharp wedge, forcefully withstood the enemy's fiercest first wave of attack. With their own flesh and blood, they built a shaky yet indestructible dam on the torn defense line. This scene was deeply imprinted in the eyes of all the new recruits of the Chinese People's Volunteer Army. Their fear, infected by this tragic yet passionate spirit, gradually transformed into courage. "For His Highness. Let's go with Lord. Kill them," Glag roared, brandishing his battle axe, and was the first to charge forward. More and more new recruits, their eyes red, gripped their weapons tightly, letting out youthful yet resolute roars, and joined this bloody meat grinder battle. The battle devolved into the most brutal and primal hand-to-hand combat. The swords clashed, producing a harsh, screeching sound. Flesh was torn apart with a nauseating thud. Screams, roars, and dying groans intertwined to create a hellish symphony. Every second, someone falls. There are enemies, and there are also our own people. A young man named Tom, who had just been fighting alongside Greg, had excitedly boasted to Greg yesterday that he would propose to the girls in town once they won. At this moment, he was locked in combat with a tall, heavily armored soldier. He used all his strength to thrust his short sword at the opponent's breastplate, but it only produced a string of sparks. The heavily armored soldier wore a cruel smile as he looked down at the enemy and slowly raised his slashing sword. No! Greg's eyes widened in fury as he tried to rush to the rescue, but he was held back by 2 enemies beside him. Puff! The heavy sword, whistling through the air, slashed down fiercely. Tom's simple leather hat and fragile skull were smashed like a watermelon by this sword. Red and white splattered all over Greg's face. Warm liquid, with a strong, fishy smell, slowly slid down his cheeks. Greg froze completely. He stared blankly at Tom's headless corpse, which slumped limply into a pool of blood. His mind was blank. Fear, like a cold, enormous hand, gripped his heart, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. He saw the heavily armored soldier who had killed Tom turn around slowly, as if he had done something insignificant, and his cold gaze, shining through the gaps in the helmet, fell on him. Greg's body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. He wanted to escape. He wanted to throw away the axe in his hand, turn around, and run away from this terrible hell. However, his feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, and he couldn't move an inch. The warm blood of his comrade felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, pinning him firmly to the spot. His hand, gripping the battle axe, was trembling violently. Fear continued to gnaw at his sanity. But deep within this extreme fear, a small, scalding flame was ignited by the scalding blood. What is that? Is it anger? Is it hatred? Or something called guardianship, something that has never existed before? Greg didn't know. All he knew was that he couldn't back down. Behind him were Pete, who was directing the battle, the women, who were treating the wounded, and the prince, who had given them hope and dignity. If he withdraws, they will all die. The trembling gradually subsided. Fear was replaced by a more primal, more violent emotion. Grag's hand, gripping the battle axe, trembled as he tightened his grip, his knuckles turning white from the force. He slowly raised his head, and his eyes, which had once been filled with the cunning and cowardice of a street thug, were now only a wild, crazed blood red. He stared intently at the heavily armored soldier walking towards him, letting out a suppressed, beast-like growl. Chapter 35. Him to the madman. The heavily armored soldier's footsteps were heavy and steady, like a moving iron mountain, each step landing on Grag's heartbeat. Fear, like icy seawater, had already reached Grag's neck. He could smell the unique, rusty stench of death. The battle axe in his hand was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He wanted to escape. This thought, like a venomous snake, relentlessly tore at his will. Escaping was his forte. In the streets and alleys of Wuguang Town, he had survived to this day, thanks to his faster legs and sharper instincts to escape. But today, his legs feel like they're filled with lead. That warm blood, belonging to Tom, seemed to transform into countless invisible hands, gripping his ankle tightly. You fucking... Grag's lips trembled uncontrollably. He wanted to roar, but only a hoarse, leaky sound came out of his throat. The heavily armored soldiers had already reached him. He could even see through the gaps in the other man's helmet, those eyes, filled with contempt and cruelty. He raised his sword. The cleaver that had just split Tom's head open still had his companion's brains on it. Tom seemed to stretch out infinitely at this moment. Damn, isn't this a classic case of morale collapsing? If 1 point falls, the whole line is finished. All the tower defense advantage I painstakingly built is going to be wiped out in one fell swoop. Behind the lines, Thorn's heart clenched. He stared at the thug named Grag, frozen in terror, at the falling knife, and at the other recruits around him, equally terrified and beginning to retreat. His brain was working at an unprecedented speed. Shouting slogans? It's useless now. Promising money? That's too far-fetched. He has to go down. He had to stand before them. Without any hesitation, Thorn turned and stepped down from the makeshift command platform made of wooden crates and sandbags. He didn't run, or even quicken his pace. He walked steadily, step by step, through the chaos of the rear guard, toward the reserves who were beginning to stir. The reserve team members were mostly teenagers and elderly people. They held sharpened wooden sticks and kitchen knives in their hands, and their faces were filled with the same fear as Grag. They saw Thorn walking towards them. The young lord, who had given them living water, exempted them from heavy taxes, and brought them hope, had no expression on his face at this moment. There was no anger, no anxiety, not even fear. There was only one kind of, a calm as deep as an abyss. This tranquility itself is a silent force, like a tranquilizer, forcibly injected into the hearts of these restless people. Thorn stopped in front of them, his gaze sweeping over each panicked face. He did not issue any orders. He simply pointed a finger behind them, towards the dilapidated, dark town that was faintly visible amidst the flames of war. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Look behind you. That is your home. You have wives, your children, your parents. Now tell me, where do you intend to retreat to? There were no rousing slogans, no flowery language. Only the simplest, most unadorned, yet most soul-searching questions. Yes. Retreat? Where can we retreat to? Behind you lies everything. Taking a step back means the destruction of your family and the loss of your loved ones. A surge of primal, burning passion erupted in the hearts of these civilian soldiers. Just then, on the battlefield ahead, the sword that had been raised high finally fell. Rorea, a roar, inhuman and beast-like, exploded from the depths of Grag's throat. He neither fled nor parried. Just before the sword fell, his body, suppressed to the extreme by fear, erupted with an incredible power. He suddenly ducked forward, like a wild boar cornered, and rammed his shoulder into the heavily armored soldier's knee. Bang! A muffled thud. The heavily armored soldier clearly hadn't expected this terrified rat to dare retaliate in such a suicidal manner. He shifted his stance, and the falling sword tip deviated by a fraction. Uft! The blade grazed Grag's back, tearing away a large patch of flesh and blood, so deep that bone was visible. Excruciating pain, like flames, instantly engulfed Grag's entire body. But the excruciating pain did not break him. Instead, it ignited the madness in his eyes. Die! He grabbed the heavily armored soldier's leg, opened his mouth, and with all his might, bit down. Through the thick iron armor, he couldn't bite anything. Only his mouth was full of blood. But he didn't budge. He was like a mad dog, clinging tightly to this steel behemoth. Damn it! Let's fight them. For my wife. For my children. Grag's two brothers were completely infected by his madness. Their eyes were red. They roared, raised their spears, and no longer tried to pierce the indestructible breastplate, but instead imitated Grag, one stabbing at the heavy infantryman's other leg, and the other smashing the spear shaft against his helmet. The heavily armored soldier completely lost his balance. He was like a giant tree whose roots had been cut off, letting out a resentful roar before crashing backward. Boom! The heavy body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Kill him! Kill him! Grag got up from the ground, not even feeling the pain in his back. He raised his battle axe, and in his blood-red eyes, all that remained was the tin can lying on the ground. Puff! 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 He and his brothers, with their weapons, frantically and haphazardly stabbed and slashed at the gaps in the tin helmet, the neck joint, and the weak points under the armpits, until there was no more struggling sound from inside that tin can. Glag's transformation was like a spark thrown into a powder keg. The entire battlefield exploded. Learn from Girich. Don't fight one-on-one. 3 people. 5 people. Let's take him down one by one. Trip them with spears. Smash them on the head with stones. The kitchen oil. Quick. Pour the oil on the floor. Make them lose their footing. At this moment, the common people unleashed an astonishing survival wisdom belonging to the lower classes. They are no longer afraid of those seemingly invincible tin cans. They launched a frenzied counterattack using the most primitive and scrupulous, yet most effective tactics. Several people worked together to form a makeshift spear formation, holding off a heavily armored soldier and making it impossible for him to move an inch. The others circled around to his back and sides, attacking his joints with stones, axes, and anything else they could find. A cook, carrying a bucket of grease that smelled rancid and had somehow found, vigorously splashed it onto the path of the heavily armored soldiers. Several soldiers slipped and fell flat on their faces, immediately being engulfed by the swarming crowd around them. Holy crap, this is a vast ocean of people's war. The main theme is a disregard for martial ethics, using magic to defeat magic. No, it's using rudimentary methods to defeat steel. These guys' creativity is wasted if they're not inventing. Thorn was deeply moved by the chaotic yet tragically beautiful scene before him. Just then, a series of black, agile figures, like ghosts, silently rushed into the battle from the forest on the flank. It's Alea and her spider warriors. They are no longer satisfied with remote harassment. Tear them apart. Alea let out a sharp screech, her 8 sharp limbs like 8 unsheathed scythes. Like a black lightning bolt, she instantly closed in on a heavily armored soldier who was wrestling with 2 human soldiers. The heavily armored soldier didn't even have time to react. Alea's 2 forelimbs, like 2 precise scalpels, pierced through the tiny gap between his helmet and neck guard with lightning speed. Snap! A crisp sound of bone cracking. The heavily armored soldier's body stiffened abruptly, then he slumped to the ground. The arrival of the spider women became the final straw that broke the camel's back. They formed a bizarre yet highly effective partnership with the human soldiers. Human soldiers are responsible for drawing fire from the front, using their bodies and rudimentary weapons to restrict the movement of heavily armored soldiers. Spider women, on the other hand, are like top-tier assassins, using their incredible speed and sharp limbs to deliver a fatal blow from all sorts of tricky angles. A heavily armored soldier was being held tightly by 3 farmers when one of Alea's tribesmen descended from the sky, his sharp spider legs piercing right through his mask. Another heavily armored soldier slipped on the grease on the ground, and before he could get up, 2 spider women used their silk to tightly bind his limbs. A volunteer soldier roared and stabbed the spear in his hand hard into the gap in his eye socket. This is not war. This is a hunt. A frenzied, no-holds-barred hunt involving both humans and non-humans. Viscount Roscoe's soldiers completely collapsed. They had seen fierce enemies, and they had seen enemies who were fearless in the face of death. But they had never seen an enemy like this before. They were not facing an army at all. They're a bunch of lunatics. A bunch of lunatics who would risk their lives to defend their lair. They will bite your armor with their teeth. They'll break your legs with their bodies. Before they fall, they will cling to you tightly, creating an opportunity for those 8-legged monsters that emerge from the shadows to deliver a fatal blow. No, don't come any closer. You are devils. A Rosk soldier, seeing a blood-soaked resident of the town of No Light laughing as he lunged at him, completely broke down. He threw down his weapon and ran away. Morale surged like an avalanche, sweeping across the land. Hold the line. Hold the line. Supervisors, kill those who retreat. An enemy centurion was still desperately trying to salvage the situation. He brandished his longsword and cut down 2 of his own men who were trying to escape. His bravery stood out in the chaos of the battlefield. You're the one, the most handsome guy. Thorn's gaze locked onto the centurion. He took a properly adjusted military crossbow from Pete. System, calculate the trajectory for me. Target, enemy centurion, face. Wind speed, light breeze. Distance, 73 paces. Ding. Calculating. Trajectory planned. Optimal firing angle locked. Beginner aiming assist, function activated for you. In Thorn's vision, a pale blue virtual crosshair appeared, making subtle adjustments with his breathing and heartbeat, and finally locking onto the gap in the centurion's visor. Good heavens, this is an official cheat, the most deadly kind. If my account gets banned, who can I complain to? Thorn held his breath while mentally complaining. His finger gently rested on the trigger. The centurion was still roaring, trying to regroup his troops. He didn't know that death's eyes had already been set on him. Call out. A faint twang of a bowstring, almost completely drowned out by the noise of the battlefield. A crossbow bolt, like a venomous snake with eyes, slashed across a distance of more than 70 paces. The centurion, who was roaring, suddenly stopped. A small, inconspicuous black spot appeared between his eyebrows. His expression froze for a moment, and then, like a chopped-down log, he fell straight backward. This arrow, like a silent hammer blow, struck the hearts of all the Rosk soldiers who were still resisting. Their commander is dead. He died silently and mysteriously. The last vestige of resistance was utterly destroyed. The defeat has begun. Viscount Roscoe stared in disbelief at everything before him. His most elite heavily armored guard, his last trump card, was simply worn down and killed by a bunch of peasants and monsters in the most primitive and savage way. His once proud army was now scattered and fleeing like a flock of terrified sheep. He lost. We lost. Such a complete and humiliating defeat. An overwhelming anger and resentment consumed Viscount Roscoe's last shred of reason. His eyes instantly turned blood red, like a demon crawling out of hell. He saw it. He saw the culprit standing behind the position, holding a crossbow in his hand. That young, damned 7th prince who ruined everything for him. Thornurist, I'm going to kill you. Viscount Rosk let out a roar that sounded inhuman. He threw away his commander's longsword and drew a heavier, more menacing 2-handed greatsword from his saddle. He spurred his horse's flanks with both legs, and the heavily armored warhorse beneath him neighed and charged forward like a runaway chariot toward Thorn's location. All those who blocked his way, whether his own soldiers or the militia of Wuguang town, were cleaved in two by his raging great sword, men and horses alike. He was blinded by rage. In his world, there was only one goal left. That's Thorn. Lord was in the other side of the battle, reaping the remaining enemies like a god of war descending to earth. He noticed the Viscount's movements immediately, and his expression changed drastically. Your Highness, be careful. He wanted to get away to provide reinforcements, but he was held back by several fearless enemy guards and couldn't break free for a while. The battle took a dramatic turn just before victory was in sight. The outcome of the entire war was condensed into a crazed, heavily armored Viscount with off-the-charts combat prowess, and a tech-savvy prince who was powerless to even kill a chicken. What the hell? Thorn stared at the red-named boss, who had transformed into a berserker and was charging straight at him, and his brain went blank for a fraction of a second. The final boss skipped the team fight and went straight for me, the ADC. Young man, that's no sportsmanship. Chapter 36, A Bloodstained Triumph. Viscount Rosk's massive figure, shrouded in an aura of death and madness, rapidly magnified in his vision like a runaway heavy truck. The blood stained his monstrous two-handed greatsword, traced deadly crimson trails through the air. Everything along the way, whether it was his own defeated soldiers or the militia of Wuguang Town, was easily torn to pieces by the raging storm of swords. He went berserk. His blood-red eyes clearly reflected Thorn's slightly astonished, damned young face. It's over. This was the first thought that flashed through Thorn's mind. With my small frame, let alone taking a sword, even being grazed by that heavily armored warhorse would probably require me to reload the game. The problem is, this damn life doesn't have a save/load function. Just a second before that giant sword, capable of cleaving a person in two, was about to reach Thorn. A figure covered in blood appeared as if teleported between him and Viscount Rosk. Thump. A deafening metallic clang. Lord held his sword in one hand, using the blade to forcefully block the unstoppable two-handed greatsword. The immense impact cracked the ground beneath his feet. The muscles in his sword-wielding arm bulged instantly, veins bulging like writhing dragons. He was propelled backward by the force, sliding several meters and carving two deep furrows in the ground. He stopped, coming to a steady stop 3 steps in front of Thorn. Like a mountain. A crimson mountain, teetering on the brink of collapse, yet stubbornly refusing to fall. Your Highness, came Lord's voice, usually steady but now tinged with a hint of hurried breathing, from beneath his helmet. Step back. Dude, your entrance was almost unfairly cool. Shouldn't you get Employee of the Year? Thorn looked at Lord's tall and straight back, and his heart, which had just jumped into his throat, was pressed back down. Royal Knight. Viscount Rosk squeezed out the words through gritted teeth. He looked at the man who had blocked his fatal blow, his madness intensifying. Then I'll kill you first, you loyal dog. He roared, withdrew his great sword, and swung it down again. This time, it was no longer a simple charge, but a barrage of continuous slashes. Lord's swordsmanship is the pinnacle of the Empire's skills, emphasizing elegance, precision, and lethality. Each strike is like a gazelle's horns, leaving no trace and always finding the weakest point in the enemy's defense. But Viscount Roscoe's swordsmanship had no method whatsoever. He only has power. Pure, reckless, and insane power that trades injury for injury. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of swords exploded into bursts of dazzling sparks. Lord's figure moved like a small boat in a raging storm, twisting and turning, his sword flashing, leaving deep scratches on the Viscount's heavy armor. But it didn't work. These injuries are nothing more than a tickle to a heavily armored warrior who has gone completely insane. Each of the Viscount's counterattacks forced Lord to defend with all his might. Puff. To dodge a sweeping blow, Lord paused for a barely perceptible moment. The Viscount's sword grazed his ribs, tearing a gash in his heavy knight's armor, from which blood gushed out instantly. Lord grunted and stumbled. He was injured. Moreover, the injury was quite severe. Die. Viscount Roscoe seized this opening, raised his great sword high with both hands, and with all his might, slammed it down like a mountain crashing down. This sword strike was unavoidable. Damn it. Lord is about to be instantly killed. Thorn's heart leaped into his throat once again. However, at this critical moment, facing a fatal blow that could have smashed him into a pulp, Lord's eyes showed not fear, but rather a resolute and fierce glint. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward. He abandoned his attempt to block, letting the deadly greatsword fall towards his head. At the same time, his knight's longsword flashed out at an unbelievable angle. His target was not the Viscount's body. It was the Viscount's right wrist, the one holding the greatsword. Trading life for injury. No, trading life for a single opening. Viscount Roscoe's pupils constricted sharply. He hadn't expected this loyal dog to be even crazier than himself. But it was too late for him to change his tactics. Just as their attacks were about to hit each other. Call out. A barely audible, yet incredibly sharp whistling sound rang out from the forest on the flank. A black shadow, like the fangs of a venomous snake, struck first despite being behind, with a fierceness that tore through the air and aimed precisely at Viscount Rosk. Its target was neither the sturdy breastplate nor the heavy helmet. Rather, it was the fleeting flaw that Lord created with his life, the weak gap between the armor plates that was exposed under the Viscount's right armpit when he raised his greatsword. Uft! The sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh was dull yet clear. A short spear, crafted from obsidian and with spider silk at its end, pierced fiercely through the gap, disappearing completely into the hilt. Viscount Roscoe's overwhelming attack came to an abrupt halt. His raised hands froze in midair. He slowly and incredulously lowered his head to look at the short black spear under his right armpit, now reduced to a small tuft of tail feathers. A searing pain and a rapidly spreading numbness instantly swept over his entire body. The two-handed greatsword in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Immediately afterwards, his massive, mountain-like body, as if all its bones had been removed, crashed backward. Boom! Dust flew everywhere. The arrogant Viscount of the South, the culprit who started this war, had his expression forever frozen in that moment of shock and resentment. His eyes were still fixed on Thorn's direction. It's as if it's asking, why? The battlefield fell eerily quiet for a moment. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared in disbelief at the fallen steel giant. Their commander is dead? Lord Viscount. The Lord has fallen. The closest guards let out desperate howls. They tried to rush forward, but were overwhelmed instantly by Grag and his men, whose eyes were already bloodshot, who swarmed over them like a pack of hyenas. The Viscount is dead. Someone, using all their strength, let out a roar. This sound was like a thunderclap, completely shattering the last thread in the hearts of all the Rosk soldiers. Faith has crumbled. Run. It's over. It's all over. The rout was no longer a sporadic escape, but a complete and utter collapse, like a landslide or a tsunami. The soldiers threw down their weapons and took off their armor, and like a swarm of headless flies, they cried and screamed as they fled in all directions, wishing they had two more legs. The war is over. Thorn looked at the chaotic scene before him and let out a long, long breath. That breath carried the smell of blood, the smell of gunpowder, and the exhaustion of surviving a catastrophe. Stop chasing. His voice was somewhat hoarse, but exceptionally clear. Regroup. Treat the wounded. Clean up the battlefield. Pete and the soldiers around him were stunned for a moment, then reacted and immediately relayed the order loudly. His Highness has ordered. Cease the pursuit. All medical teams. Quick. Save lives. The cheers of victory did not erupt immediately. All the survivors seemed to have all their strength drained away. Many collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The relief of surviving the ordeal and the grief of losing companions intertwined, creating a complex and oppressive atmosphere. Thorn ignored the fleeing soldiers and strode over to Lord. The loyal knight knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his sword, his blood staining a large patch of earth beneath him. His knights were frantically tending to his wounds. I'm fine, Your Highness. Lord struggled to bow when he saw Thorn approaching. Don't move. Thorn pressed down on his shoulder, looking at the deep, bone-revealing wound under his ribs, and felt a wave of fear wash over him. He turned his head and looked at Alea, who was slowly emerging from the shadows of the forest. The spider warrior remained as cold as ever, but her dark red eyes seemed to have lost some of their wariness and gained something else. Thanks, Thorn said sincerely. Alea simply nodded slightly in response. Her gaze fell on Lord's wound, as if assessing something. Thorn said nothing more. He stood up and began to survey the battlefield that had just been baptized by blood and fire. The air was thick with an overwhelming stench of blood. The ground was littered with broken weapons, broken arrows, and cold, twisted, or mutilated corpses. There were enemies, and our own people. His pace gradually slowed down. He saw the young man named Tom. Grag was kneeling beside his headless corpse. This fearless street thug was now holding the cold body and crying like a child. He saw a young soldier with a youthful face, still tightly gripping a sharpened wooden spear in his hand, but a long sword pierced his chest. The expression on his face was still that of determination and tension before the charge. Thorn recognized him. Yesterday, when dinner was being served, the boy blushed and asked him for an extra piece of bread, saying he wanted to save it for his sick mother. The joy of victory vanished at that moment. Instead, there was an unprecedented heaviness. He slowly knelt down, reached out his hand, and gently closed the boy's eyes, which would never open again. So this is what war is like. Thorn thought to himself. It's not data from a game, nor words from a history book. It's warm blood, it's cold corpses, it's living, breathing people turned into names that can never return home. And all of this is because of my decision. At that moment, something called responsibility was like a red-hot branding iron, deeply imprinted on his soul. He stood up and continued walking forward. He walked to a place where the fighting was most intense, bent down, and picked up a broken crossbow bolt that belonged to his side. The arrow shafts were made of rough wood, and the arrowheads were also made of animal bones and grass. He then walked to Viscount Roscoe's body and picked up a piece of armor that had been knocked off his breastplate. That was a piece of finely refined steel. It feels cold, heavy, and indestructible to the touch. He took the two items and walked back to Lord, who was being bandaged, and Pete, who had come to report the casualties with a grief-stricken expression. What about the casualties? Thorn's voice was eerily calm. Pete's lips trembled, and his eyes reddened. Your Highness, we won. But, Tom, Jack, 7 brothers in total gone. 16 are seriously injured. Thorn fell silent. He handed the wooden arrowheads and iron armor plates in his hand to the 2 men. We won, he said slowly, his voice devoid of any emotion. But the victory was too lucky, too brutal. He looked at Lord's tattered knight's armor, at the sorrowful tears on Pete's face, and at the ragged soldiers in the distance who were collecting the bodies of their comrades. Look, he said, holding up the fragile wooden arrowhead, we'll use this to fight this. He then raised the sturdy iron armor. We used human lives and flesh and blood to bridge the gap between us. This time we were lucky. We had Lord. We had Alea. We had the terrain, and we cornered the enemy, driving them mad. But what about next time? Thorn's voice suddenly turned cold and sharp, like a drawn sword. What if next time the enemy has twice as many heavily armored soldiers? What if they charge straight at us from the plains? What else can we use to fill this gap? I will never again let my soldiers use their chests to ram into the enemy's steel. His words struck Lord and Pete like a hammer blow to their hearts. Yes, behind the victory lies a bloody reality. Without steel, there is no true strength. Without a strong army, there is no secure homeland. Thorn's gaze passed over the ravaged battlefield and the grieving crowd, looking towards the distant, undulating mountain range that resembled the spine of a giant dragon in the setting sun. That place was the edge of the empire, an unknown territory. But in Thorn's eyes, that place was no longer synonymous with barrenness and danger. There lies hope. Pete. Yes, Your Highness. You are in charge of handling all post-war matters. Make sure the compensation is sufficient, reaching the families of every fallen and wounded soldier. Let them know that their blood was not shed in vain. Yes. Then, Thorn paused, a burning desire igniting in his eyes like never before. The first thing to do is to immediately organize an exploration team. If we don't have enough manpower, we'll pick from the prisoners. Find all those who know mining, all those who know geography. We must find mines, iron mines, copper mines, coal mines, all the mines that can make us stronger. We must have our own steel. His voice echoed across the empty battlefield, firm and powerful. He was no longer the time traveler who only wanted to survive. After witnessing this bloody victory firsthand, a grander and more urgent desire took root in his heart and grew wildly. What he wanted was no longer just to live. What he wants is power, to build a truly powerful civilization that can protect all of this. The moment he made up his mind, a cold, mechanical voice, audible only to him, quietly echoed in his mind. Fight. Side quest, the People's Armament, completed. Mission evaluation, Pyrrhic victory. Rewards are being processed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 300 civilization points, unlocking the prerequisite technologies for the industrial age. Basic mineral exploration map, and primary blast furnace design blueprint. Thorn's pupils suddenly contracted. In his field of vision, two drawings, glowing with a pale blue light and filled with complex lines and data, slowly unfolded. One of them is a detailed geological map of the area surrounding Wugwangling, with dozens of potential mineral-rich areas marked by dots of different colors. The other one was a complete structural design drawing of a blast furnace, a great creation he was extremely familiar with, representing a new era in human civilization. The bloody chapter of the military technology tree has just come to an end. And at this moment, the heavy door to the industrial age, the path to the steel torrent, swung open to him with a resounding crash. Chapter 37, A Dawn More Cruel Than War. Thorn barely slept all night. It wasn't that he didn't want to sleep, but rather that his cerebral cortex was so excited it was like it was dancing at a disco, and he just couldn't stop. Before the afterglow of victory had even faded, those two pale blue glowing technological blueprints were like two potent injections of adrenaline, plunging directly into his major artery. Basic mineral exploration map, primary blast furnace design drawings. Holy crap, isn't this the perfect beginner's guide to the Industrial Revolution? A game-winning start. Once the ore is mined and the furnaces are built, a massive steel torrent will come. Who's going to be afraid of a Viscount then? I'd even take on a Duke. In Thorn's mind, a CG animation of climbing the tech tree had already begun to play automatically. First, the exploration team sets out to locate the ore vein. Second, they cut down trees, burn charcoal, and build blast furnaces. Third, molten iron flows, casting into steel ingots. Fourth, plate armor, long swords, cannons. He had even sketched out a rough outline of a blast furnace on scrap paper with charcoal pencil, which was as ugly as Picasso's abstract paintings, with the words Wugwang Heavy Industry No. 001 Experimental Furnace written next to it, which had a kind of crazy beauty of postmodern industrial punk. Just as he was envisioning a bright future, a rifle in his left hand, power armor in his right, standing atop the city walls of Darktown, giving the world the middle finger. Boom! The study door was slammed open with a force that almost tore the door apart. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Interior Secretary Pete stumbled in, his usually respectable face now as white as a sheet of paper just pulled from the water, his lips trembling, unable to speak coherently. No, something terrible has happened. Thorn's good mood was interrupted, and he frowned. What's the panic? Is the sky falling? Is Viscount Ross going to crawl out of his grave and bite me? Hey buddy, I'm just dreaming about the stars and the sea. Don't mess things up. The CEO, just finished my PowerPoint presentation. Don't tell me the company is going to go bankrupt. It's even worse than that. Pete's voice trembled with tears as he grabbed Thorn's sleeve as if it were his last lifeline. It's the wounded soldiers' camp. Your Highness, you must go and see. If you don't go now, it will be too late. Wounded soldiers' camp? Thorn's heart sank. He dropped his charcoal pencil and followed Pete quickly outside. The closer you get to the wounded soldiers' camp, which was hastily converted from tents and storerooms in the Lord's mansion, the more eerie the smell in the air becomes. It was a smell that was a mixture of blood, sweat, herbs, and some kind of indescribable putrid odor. There was also sound. Suppressed, painful groans, like countless invisible hands, gripped Thorn's heart tightly. When he lifted the tent flap that served as the entrance, the scene before him made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The joy of victory was shattered at this moment by the cruelty of reality. Holy crap! Is this some kind of hell on earth, a veritable hellscape? There was no cheering, no relief. Only pain. A dozen or so wounded soldiers lay or leaned against each other, crammed into this small space. The dry grass on the ground had long been soaked through with blood and some unknown liquid, turning it a dark brown. A soldier's thigh was hastily bandaged, the bandages soaked with dark red blood. He was biting down hard on a tattered cloth, his body convulsing violently from the intense pain. Another soldier had an arrow in his chest. Although the arrowhead had been pulled out, his entire chest was swollen like a steamed bun. When he breathed, he made a hoarse, broken bellows sound, and every breath felt like he was being slowly tortured. The source of the stench in the air was a soldier with a severed arm. The flesh around his wound was turned outwards, revealing a nauseating bluish-gray color, with flies even hovering over it. The entire camp was filled with cries of despair. This is hardly a wounded soldier's camp. This is clearly a 5-star bacterial culture dish, a slaughterhouse waiting for death to come and reap the harvest. Where is Lord? Thorn's voice was terribly hoarse. Pete pointed to the innermost corner. Thorn pushed through the crowd and walked over. Lord, the knight as reliable as a mountain on the battlefield, now lay quietly on a fairly clean bed. His knight's armor had been removed, revealing the gruesome wound under his ribs. The wound was deep. Although it had stopped bleeding, the surrounding skin was abnormally flushed, and the edges were even faintly black. His lips were chapped, his eyes were closed. His face was flushed red from a high fever, and the damp cloth on his forehead became warm almost as soon as it was placed on him. He fell into a coma, muttering something unconsciously. Your Highness, be careful. Upon hearing this murmur, Thorn felt a sudden pang of sadness. How is the situation? He asked one of the knights who was in charge of looking after the situation. The knight's eyes were red-rimmed, and his voice choked with emotion. Your Highness, Lord's fever won't go down, and he's been delirious since midnight. We've tried to give him water, but he can't swallow. The doctor said. Say what? They say. This is blood heat attacking the heart. The wound has been contaminated by the filth of the battlefield, and all we can do is leave it to fate. Leave it to fate? Screw fate. This is a classic case of sepsis caused by a wound infection. If it's not treated soon, even a miracle won't save it. Thorn clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. Just then, a commotion and arguing broke out outside the camp. Get them out. Carry them all outside of town. They have the plague. If we stay any longer, we'll all die. Please, we can't risk the whole town to save a few people who are about to die. Soto went outside and saw a group of townspeople holding pitchforks and sticks, blocking the entrance to the wounded soldiers' camp, their faces filled with fear and disgust. Opposite them stood several surviving militiamen, led by Glag, armed and with red eyes, blocking the doorway like fierce wild beasts protecting their cubs. Bullshit. Grag's back was still wrapped in thick bandages as he roared, spitting everywhere. Who was shouting kill with us yesterday? Who was hiding behind us, passing us stones? Now that we've won the battle, my brothers are wounded, and you're just going to throw them out to feed the wolves. A townsman, seemingly the leader, cried out tremblingly. Grag, that's not what we meant. But look at them. Their wounds are festering. This is a sign of the plague. If we don't isolate them, the entire town of darkness will become a dead zone. Corpse plague. These two words, like a spark, instantly ignited the fear in everyone's hearts. Looking at the figures struggling in pain in the camp, smelling the stench of decay, their comrades from yesterday now seemed to have become walking sources of plague in their eyes. Good grief, while I'm still wrestling with death, you guys are already playing out a farmer and the snake. No, I mean a wounded soldier and a troublemaker? The complexity of human nature never disappoints me. Thorn's heart was ice cold. He knew he had to step forward. He walked step by step between the two groups of people. All eyes were on him. Thorn didn't look at the terrified townspeople. His gaze slowly swept over Grag and the wounded soldiers behind him who were still fighting to the death. Then he turned to face all the townspeople. His voice, though not loud, was like a cold hammer, striking everyone's heart hard. Corpse plague. He gave a cold laugh. Let me tell you, the only thing that can destroy Dark Town right now is not the plague, but ungrateful cowardice and stupidity ingrained in its very bones. He pointed his finger at the wounded soldiers in the camp. Yesterday, they shielded you from the slaughter with their own blood. Every wound on their bodies is a medal they earned for protecting your families from enslavement and your homes from being burned down. Now, what you need to do is throw your heroes outside the city and let them be devoured by wild beasts in pain and despair. Thorn's voice suddenly rose in pitch, like a thunderclap. I, Thorn Urist, am making this clear today. Every soldier who sheds blood for the land of no light is our hero. I will not abandon anyone. Who wants to throw them out? His hand rested on the hilt of the sword at his waist, his gaze like a blade, scraping across the face of the leading townsman inch by inch. You'll have to step over my dead body first. The entire scene was completely silent. The commotion caused by fear was forcefully suppressed by Thorn's unquestionable, bloodthirsty force. The townsman who was leading the group was so intimidated by his gaze that his legs went weak, and he knelt down with a thud. "Your Highness, we didn't mean that. We were just scared." "If you're scared, go home and lock the door." Thorn's voice was devoid of warmth. "There's no need for cowards here." The crowd slunk away. As Greg and his brothers watched Thorn's retreating figure, their eyes held not only the original awe, but also a burning desire called following. Thorn turned and went back to the Lord's manor, locking himself in his study. His tough stance just now was merely to reassure people. But he knew better than anyone that willpower and slogans alone could not save people. He paced anxiously back and forth in the room, like a wild beast trapped in a cage. What to do? What to do? No antibiotics, no disinfectant, no surgery. I'm just a damn good talker. Am I really going to just watch these brothers who risked their lives for me rot and die of disease? If so, I'd be a total failure as a transmigrator. His gaze finally settled on the pale blue light screen that only he could see. Civilization Apocalypse System. His finger traced the icon with the green cross that read, Basic Hygiene and Epidemic Prevention. Unlockable Technology. 1. Soap making unlocked. 2. Alcohol distillation and disinfection unlocked. 3. Basic wound cleaning and bandaging required civilization points. 20. 4. Public toilet and sewage system planning unlocked. 20 civilization points. He had just won a battle and received a reward of 300 points from the system. Combined with what he had left over, he was now quite well off. He did not hesitate at all. Unlock. Immediately. Right now? Bite. Consuming 20 civilization points. The basic wound cleaning and bandaging skill has been unlocked. Knowledge is being transmitted. Transmission complete. In an instant, a flood of knowledge about wound treatment rushed into Thorn's mind. How to determine the degree of wound infection, how to clean necrotic tissue, how to disinfect using basic materials, and how to bandage to prevent secondary infection. This knowledge, simple and straightforward, is the most valuable experience summarized by humankind through countless lives before the advent of modern medicine. Thorn's eyes lit up. He rushed out of the study and gave a loud order. "Pete, bring out all the remaining holy water alcohol in the manor. Don't leave a single drop. Prepare a large amount of salt, boil water, and dilute it to make a concentrated salt solution. Also, find all the cleanest and used linen in the manor, boil it in hot water, and then dry it over a fire." Once the order was given, the entire Lord's manor was thrown into chaos once again. Soon, Thorn returned to the wounded soldiers' camp with his cobbled-together first aid kit. He was the first to approach Lord's bedside. Amidst the shocked, bewildered, and even slightly terrified gazes of everyone, Thorn, the seventh prince of the empire and lord of the land of no light, slowly knelt down and personally untied the blood-soaked bandage under Lord's ribs. A stench hit me. The gruesome wound was even worse than what he had seen before. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" The knight beside him exclaimed, trying to stop him. "Save him." Thorn said only 2 words, then dipped a boiled cloth in the pungent liquor. Without the slightest hesitation, he pressed the cloth directly onto Lord's wound, which had already begun to turn black. Sizzle. It felt like a red-hot iron had been branded onto raw meat. Ugh. Lord, who had been unconscious, suddenly let out a muffled groan of extreme pain, his body arching violently. He was actually jolted awake for a moment by the intense pain. Thorn's hands were trembling. It wasn't out of fear, but out of empathy and shared feeling. But he didn't stop. With his other hand, he pressed down hard on Lord's shoulder and growled in his ear in a trembling yet incredibly firm voice. "Lord, hold on. If you want to live, you'd better hold on. Sorry, bro. This is just a physical ritual to help you pass on. Just bear with it. It'll be over soon." He gritted his teeth and used strong liquor and concentrated salt water to wash the deep, bone-revealing wound again and again, cleaning out the pus, blood, and necrotic tissue bit by bit. The whole process was torture for Lord, and for Thorn, it was also a form of mental torment. Everyone around was stunned. They watched their Lord, like a butcher and a god, wrestling with death in the most brutal, primal, yet sacred way. Finally, when the wound was cleaned and the fresh, red flesh underneath was revealed, Thorn was covered in sweat and nearly collapsed. With his last bit of strength, he used clean linen to re-bandage Lord's wound. Lord's breathing seemed to have calmed down a bit, and the abnormal flush on his feverish face had subsided. The first step was a success. Thorn let out a long sigh of relief and plopped down on the ground. But his heart sank instantly. The wound cleaning only saved his life. But he looked around at the soldiers he had treated in the same way. Their wounds were cleaned up, but each one was torn open, with wounds so large that a fist could fit inside. Damn. If we don't stitch it up, what's the difference between this and having a window opened in our body? It'll get infected sooner or later. Thorn knew that the next step was to stitch it up. Using needle and thread, they stitched up the everted skin and flesh, like sewing clothes, stitch by stitch. This is a step that is 100 times more precise and 100 times more crucial than the initial cleaning and treatment. But he looked around. Pete, this home office official can't even bear to watch a chicken being killed. Those soldiers? You can let them wield knives to chop people, but let them embroider with needles? They'd probably just sew the wounds into a tangled mess. Those maids, their faces pale with fright? Their hands were trembling worse than those with Parkinson's disease. Thorn's gaze finally settled on his own hands. Those were hands that had been pampered and spoiled. Although they were now covered in blood, they had never done even the roughest farm work. He has knowledge, but technical skills, he didn't have them. Without a qualified surgeon, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Manpower has become the new dead end. Chapter 38, The Eight-Legged Surgeon. Thorn felt like he was about to have a heart attack. In front of him was a piece of fresh pigskin that had been cut in several places, with crooked stitches drawn on it in charcoal. Beside the pigskin were several maids trembling like the last leaves falling in the autumn wind. The one in the lead was none other than Ella, the head maid whom he had once promoted and who had now grown much bolder. Look carefully, Thorn said patiently, threading a piece of equally sterilized hemp thread through a sewing needle that had been scorched by a flame and wiped with alcohol. Prick, pull, tie a knot. I'm not asking you to embroider. It's not that complicated. Imagine you're sewing a torn purse. Except this purse is more expensive and it will hurt. Holy crap, I was a 996 workaholic in my past life, and now I have to be a surgical instructor at a medical school? This career shift is so extreme, even Newton would be turning in his grave. If I'd known it would turn out like this, I should have gone to a vocational school and learned welding. Maybe that would have been more useful than what I'm doing now. Ella and several of her hand-skilled maids, whom she had chosen, took a deep breath and, following Thorn's example, began practicing on the pigskin. At first, it looked quite decent. After all, it's just a piece of dead pigskin, so there's not much psychological pressure. Very good, very energetic. Thorn clapped his hands and gave what he thought was a friendly smile. The theory class is over, now it's time for clinical practice. Ella, you're the first one. He led a few quasi-surgeons to a wounded soldier. He was a very young soldier with a long but not deep knife wound on his arm, which Thorn had cleaned up. The flesh was turned inside out, making it look like a gaping mouth. The young soldier turned pale when he saw several maids approaching him with needles and thread. He looked at Thorn for help and said, Your Highness, perhaps you should do it? Shut up, Thorn said succinctly. They are my students, the future nightingales. You must have faith in them. The soldier was on the verge of tears. Ella was almost in tears too. When she actually faced the bloody wound and smelled the stench of blood that alcohol couldn't completely mask, the confidence she had just built up on the pigskin crumbled instantly. Her hands began to tremble uncontrollably. He aimed the needle at the edge of the wound, probing several times, but dared not pierce it. Stab me, Thorn urged in a low voice. Just think of it as stabbing that guard you hate the most. Provoked by him, Ella steeled her resolve, closed her eyes, and plunged down. Uft! The needle went in. Awoo! The soldier let out a blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered. Ella misjudged the needle and thread, piercing perfectly intact, tender flesh. Startled, she loosened her grip, and the needle and thread fell to the ground. Upon seeing this, the other maid rolled her eyes and promptly fainted. The scene was quite awkward at one point. Thorn covered his face. We're doomed. These aren't nightingales. They're clearly the 4 heavenly kings of the southern heavenly gate, specifically tasked with sending the wounded to their deaths. Relying on them, Lord and his gang are probably waiting in line to meet the god of light. Just as Thorn was sinking into despair and seriously considering whether he should personally go into battle, even if it meant stitching his wounds into a centipede shape, it would be better than his current state. A tall and distinctive figure silently appeared at the entrance of the wounded soldiers' camp. It's Alea. Behind her followed several equally tall, wary Spider-Woman warriors. They were here on Queen Corvana's orders to assist their lord. Alea's gaze immediately fell on Lord, who was lying unconscious in the corner. She walked slowly over and looked at the man who was as reliable as a mountain on the battlefield, but now he was as weak as a baby. She also saw the battered royal knight's armor lying carelessly by the bedside. At the shoulder joints of the armor, several plates had come loose, and the leather straps had been severed by a sharp blade. A complex emotion flashed in Alea's dark red eyes. Then, to everyone's astonishment, she made an unbelievable move. From the spinneret at the end of her abdomen, a wisp of crystal clear, shimmering spider silk was secreted. At the same time, several long, segmented appendages beneath her enormous spider body moved deftly, like the most intricate arms. The tip of one of the appendages deftly hooks onto the spider silk. The other appendage firmly supported the damaged armor. 2 other appendages began threading, weaving, and knotting at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Throughout the entire process, there wasn't the slightest tremor. Stable, precise, efficient. Those spider legs, which looked ferocious and terrifying, now resembled the hands of the most skilled craftsman, reweaving the broken leather and loose scales together in a way that was far stronger and more beautiful than before. The entire wounded soldiers' camp was completely silent. Everyone was stunned. Thorn's eyes widened, and his breathing became rapid. His gaze was fixed on Alea's appendages, which were performing an ultra-precision operation. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! His mind was as if struck by lightning, instantly becoming completely clear. Stable, multi-threaded operation, comes with sterile sutures. Isn't this a born surgical genius? I'm still teaching a bunch of bronze players how to last-hit minions, and there's a master-level smurf standing right in front of me. An absolutely insane idea exploded in Thorn's mind. He whirled around, his eyes fixed intently on Pete, on Ella, and on all the stunned onlookers, and declared in an unquestionable tone, "Stop practicing, everyone. I found a real doctor." He reached out and pointed to Alea, who had just finished repairing her armor and was looking at him with a puzzled expression. From now on, they will be responsible for suturing the wounded. Boom. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The entire wounded soldiers' camp erupted in chaos. What? Pete was the first to jump up, his face showing a look of utter disbelief. Your Highness, are you not running a fever? You want them, these Arachne, to stitch up our wounds? No, absolutely not. The soldier, who had just been pricked with an injection, scrambled to the corner. I'd rather have my wound rot than let a monster touch me. Your Highness, please reconsider. This is too absurd. Opposition voices rose and fell. The fragile trust that had just been built up in the fight against the enemy collapsed instantly in the face of the soul-crushing fear of letting the monster cut you. Human beings' fear and rejection of other races are ingrained in their very being. I knew it. Getting a group of medieval natives to accept a surgeon from another race is as difficult as getting them to understand quantum mechanics. However, rules are made by people, and prejudices are meant to be broken. Thorn ignored the noise and kept his eyes fixed on Alea. In those eyes, there was no doubt, no probing, only complete and unreasonable trust. Alea understood that trust. She looked again at the faces of those lying on the ground, contorted with fear and pain. She thought of her own people, dying in despair from the debilitating disease. It was this man before them who, with his unbelievable knowledge, pulled them back from hell. Now he needs her. Alea slowly straightened up, her enormous figure casting a reassuring shadow. Facing the fearful and resistant gazes of all humanity, she spoke for the first time, proactively, in a clear and steady tone. Sir, I'm willing to try. Her voice silenced the noisy camp. She took a step forward and swept her dark red eyes over everyone present. Our hands are steadier than those of humans. This statement carries an undeniable confidence. Thorn smiled. Very good. He turned to the soldier who was still trembling in the corner. You come here. Let her sew it up for you. Once it's done, your compensation will be doubled. A generous reward will surely attract brave men. The young soldier hesitated for a moment, looked at his hideous wound, then at Thorn's determined eyes, and finally gritted his teeth, lying back down on the straw mat, as if he were going to the execution ground. Come on. He closed his eyes, looking like he was about to be slaughtered. Don't be nervous. Thorn crouched down, patted his shoulder, then turned around and began to talk nonsense with a straight face. Alea, use alcohol to thoroughly disinfect your most flexible surgical arms. Alea obediently did as she was told. Then, the toughest and cleanest spider silk is secreted, and it is also treated with alcohol. Thorn paused for a moment, then dropped a bombshell. Finally, put a tiny bit of your own venom on the tip of your suture needle. Remember, just a tiny bit, that's enough. What? Venom? Pete almost fainted again. The soldier was so frightened that he almost died on the spot. Quiet. Thorn glared at Pete, then explained to the soldier in a mysterious tone. Foolish human. Arachne's venom, under their precise control, is the best anesthetic in the world. It can temporarily numb your wounds, and you won't feel any pain. Come, friend, drink this bowl of placebo I personally prepared for you. If you believe it, it's more effective than morphine. Under the watchful, skeptical gazes of everyone, Alea's first surgery officially began. She approached the soldier, her 8 long legs firmly planted on the ground, her upper body leaning slightly forward. 2 appendages, gently yet firmly, tightened and aligned the skin and flesh on both sides of the wound. The tip of the 3rd appendage deftly coiled the sewing needle, which was coated with anesthetic, and steadily pierced the skin. The soldier's body shuddered violently, but the expected excruciating pain did not come. There was only a slight, stinging sensation, like being bitten by a mosquito. He opened his eyes in surprise. Then, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. Alea's hand was as fast as a phantom, like needles weaving and spider silk tightening. Her movements combined mechanical precision with biological gentleness. A wound that was originally ugly and turned outward like a centipede was, under her skillful hands, pulled together and aligned at a speed visible to the naked eye, and stitched into an incredibly neat and artistic thread. Finally, she used the tip of her appendage to tie an incredibly delicate surgical knot and cut the spider silk. The entire process was smooth and quick, taking no more than a minute. All right. Alea straightened up, her voice flat. Everyone gathered around, staring at the perfect stitch, and fell silent. Oh my God. Ella covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. My God, this is simply a miracle. Pete muttered to himself, his gaze towards Alea shifting from fear to awe. The young soldier carefully moved his arm, and apart from a slight pulling sensation, it didn't really hurt much. He scrambled to his feet and bowed deeply to Alea. Thank you, Alea, my lady. That one word, sir, completely changed the nature of the situation. The flame of hope was instantly rekindled throughout the entire wounded soldiers' camp, and it burned brighter than ever before. Me? I'll do it. Me too. Your Highness, let Lady Alea sew some for me too. The wounded soldiers, who had previously avoided the area, were now scrambling to get ahead, afraid of falling behind. The problem is easily solved. Over the next few days, the wounded soldiers' camp transformed into a peculiar, human-spider combined operating room. Alea and the spider women she brought with them, skilled in delicate work, became the most sought-after surgeons. The human soldiers and maids, on the other hand, were responsible for cleaning, disinfecting, and delivering tools, becoming their assistants. Prejudice is shattered in the face of tangible therapeutic effects. Seeing the wounds being perfectly stitched up and the soldiers' spirits improving day by day, Thorn finally felt relieved. Done. As long as they don't get infected, in 10 days to 2 weeks, these guys will be back to their energetic selves, mining for me. Looks like my industrialization process is just around the corner. He had even started planning whether to use the first batch of steel, once the blast furnace was built, to make farm tools, or to give Lord and the others a thicker suit of plate armor. However, on the morning of the 5th day, just when Thorn thought everything was going to be on track and the light of dawn would completely dispel the darkness, a deeper, more profound nightmare was about to begin. Your Highness, something terrible has happened. Once again, Pete burst into Thorn's room with his signature terrified, tearful voice. The wounded soldiers' camp. Something's happened at the wounded soldiers' camp again. Thorn's heart skipped a beat. He rushed to the wounded soldiers' camp, where a more intense and ominous stench of decay hit him. He saw that the young soldier who had been the first to receive the stitches was lying on the straw mat, his body burning hot and trembling violently. His arm, which had been perfectly stitched up, was now swollen like a carrot, and the skin had taken on an eerie purplish-red color. And the neat, healed suture line was constantly oozing yellowish-green, foul-smelling pus. Thorn quickly stepped forward and checked on several other wounded soldiers. The situation is exactly the same. Lord's fever flared up again. High fever, chills, red and swollen wounds oozing pus. Holy crap! Thorn's mind went blank with a buzz. He looked at the soldiers groaning in pain, at their perfectly stitched, decaying bodies, and a chilling coldness shot from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The thing he feared most, and the thing he felt most powerless to change, still happened. Postoperative infection. Large-scale, uncontrollable bacterial infection. In this world where there is no penicillin and no antibiotics. This is an irrevocable document, signed by Death himself. The verdict of mass death. Chapter 39, The Forbidden Book in Desperate Circumstances. Death has its own unique smell. It wasn't the intense, scalding stench of blood on the battlefield, but a cold, cloying, and rotten smell. Like invisible maggots, it silently burrowed into every pore, crawling from your lungs all the way to your brain. When the first young soldier to receive stitches stopped breathing in the darkest hour before dawn, the smell completely enveloped the entire wounded soldiers' camp. There were no wails, no cries. Only deathly silence. A deathly silence, more terrifying than death itself, permeated with despair. The soldiers, their eyes bloodshot, watched silently as the gradually cooling corpse was carried away, their gaze fixed on his arm, which had been perfectly stitched up but was now swollen like a purplish-black wooden stake. The stitching they once regarded as a miracle now seems more like a curse drawn by the grim Reaper himself, a path to hell. Panic, like a plague, spread wildly in the silence. Thorn stood in the center of the camp, motionless, like a weathered stone statue. He watched as that young life slowly faded away before his eyes. He tried everything he knew, wiping with alcohol, rinsing with strong liquor, cooling with cold water, but the damned fever was like an erupting volcano, burning his insignificant efforts to ashes time and time again. All he could do was watch helplessly. Congratulations, Thornurist. You've successfully transformed what should have been a swift and decisive death into a ritualistic, 5-day ordeal. You're not a savior. You're a top-tier hospice care worker, the kind who hands death the knife. Self-deprecating thoughts swirled in my mind, but brought no relief whatsoever, only a cold, bone-chilling sense of powerlessness. Your Highness. Pete's voice sounded behind him, trembling and choked with sobs. Lord. He started talking nonsense again. His fever is high, and his wound. The wound is starting to ooze pus. Thorn's body stiffened abruptly. He mechanically turned around, pushed through the crowd, and walked to the deepest part of the camp. Lord lay there, his face, usually as resolute as a rock, now flushed red, his lips cracked and chapped, twitching unconsciously as he uttered incoherent murmurs. The wound under his ribs, which Thorn had personally cleaned and Alea had perfectly stitched up, was now oozing a foul-smelling, yellowish-green pus from the edges of the stitches. Thorn reached out to touch Lord's burning forehead, but his hand trembled violently in mid-air and wouldn't fall. This was his only support and his most loyal bulwark since he came into this world. Now, right before his eyes, this fortress is being crumbled and corroded inch by inch from within by a group of invisible enemies. And he, This time traveler who claimed to possess knowledge that spanned eras could only stand here like an idiot, unable to do anything. Knowledge? To hell with knowledge. I know this is sepsis, a Staphylococcus aureus infection. I can even draw its cellular structure for you. But what's the use? Can I kill it with my words? Or can I strangle it with my own hands? The immense sense of defeat and self-blame, like two invisible hands, gripped his throat tightly, almost suffocating him. Just then, a fierce argument and commotion suddenly broke out at the entrance of the camp. Get out of the way. Get them out of the wounded soldiers' camp. It was Grag's roar, his voice distorted by anger and fear. It's them. It's these spider monsters. Their silk is poisonous. They're shrouded in demonic energy. They're the ones who brought this curse upon us. Thorn turned around abruptly. There stood Glag, leading several equally agitated militiamen, blocking Aleya's path and those of the Spider-Woman warriors. They carried no weapons, but their bloodshot eyes and ferocious expressions were more menacing than swords. You're talking nonsense. A royal knight responsible for protecting the Spider-Woman drew half a long sword and shouted sternly, Lady Aleya is saving people. It's His Highness's order. Saving people? They've only managed to kill them. Grag roared in grief and anger, pointing at the corpses that had just been carried away. They weren't saving people. They were using some kind of sorcery we don't understand to steal our brothers' lives. I don't care about any of those bullshit orders. Today, we must drive these monsters out. That's right. Get rid of them. Get out of here, monster. The human soldiers' fear finally found an outlet after the first death. They poured all their resentment and helplessness onto these alien doctors. Aleya stood there, her tall figure silent. Her dark red eyes calmly surveyed the hysterical humans before her, her face expressionless. But the tips of her limbs, draped over the ground, were deeply embedded in the earth. The spider warriors behind her hissed menacingly, their web-spinning heads trembling slightly, clearly on the verge of attacking. The fragile alliance, painstakingly built, crumbled at the slightest touch under the shadow of death. Internal conflicts erupted before any enemy. Shut up, all of you. A thunderous roar silenced all the noise. Thorn strode over, not looking at Grag or Aleya, his gaze like a cold knife scraping across the faces of every soldier present. What? You won the war, so you've lost your mind. Who saved you from the butcher's knife yesterday? Who worked tirelessly day and night to clean your wounds and stitch up your flesh? Now that something's happened, instead of going after the real enemy, turning your knives on your own people, on the very people who saved your lives. Where is your honor? Where are your brains? Have they been devoured by fear? His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chilling pressure. Every word struck the soldiers' hearts like a heavy hammer. Glag shuddered under his gaze, and the anger on his face was gradually replaced by shame and confusion. But, Your Highness, our brothers are dying, he murmured, his voice filled with helplessness. Die like a man. Like a soldier. Thorn's voice was as cold as ice. Not like a coward who only barks at his own people. He ignored the distraught soldiers and turned to Aleya. He looked into her calm eyes and whispered in a voice only they could hear, I'm sorry. Aleya's enormous body trembled almost imperceptibly. She shook her head and replied in a low voice, It's not your fault, sir. Fear is the instinct of all living things. Thorn took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging emotions in his heart. He knew that now was not the time to reason with people, much less to assign blame. All he has to do now is find that damn way to break the deadlock. Everyone, listen up. He whirled around and issued an unquestionable order to the entire area. The wounded soldiers' camp is to be sealed off immediately. No one is allowed to enter or leave without authorization. All the dead are to be cremated immediately downwind outside the camp. Grag, you take your men and maintain order. If I hear another word of nonsense directed at Arachne, you will be court-martialed. After saying that, he stopped looking at anyone, turned around and rushed out of the wounded soldiers' camp, like a caged beast escaping its cage, and plunged into the Lord's mansion. Bang! He locked himself in his study. The world fell silent instantly. All that remained was his own heavy breathing and the frantic pounding of his heart. What to do? What to do? What to do? Antibiotics. Penicillin. Where the hell am I supposed to get you penicillin? Make a wish in a petri dish? Or kowtow to moldy bread? Magic. Alchemy. Do these unscientific things really exist in this world? Even if they're fake, even if they're a lie, just give me a glimmer of hope, just a tiny bit. He started rummaging through the study like a madman. He rushed to the huge bookshelves, pulled out the beautifully bound books one by one, and slammed them to the ground. 33 hymns praising the holy light of our Lord. Get out. On aristocratic etiquette and heraldry, get out of here. Empire heroes, the legend of the glorious knights, fuck you. He frantically searched through the text, hoping to find any record of healing, miracles, or mysterious power between the lines. However, no. There is nothing but empty praise, lies that gloss over the truth, and vulgar novels with obscene illustrations from the former Lord's collection. Hope was mercilessly extinguished with each search. If it's not in the study, then let's go to the storeroom. He kicked open the warehouse door and rushed inside. He was greeted by mountains of luxury goods. Wine glasses edged with South Sea pearls, a whole chest of silk underwear from the Kingdom of Dawn, a gilded saddle inlaid with inferior gemstones, and even a life-sized, lewd female statue carved from an unknown wood. Thorn looked at the room full of rotten and decadent garbage, and a surge of revulsion rushed to his head. He kicked over an old box containing miscellaneous items next to him. Splash. The contents of the box were scattered all over the floor, mostly broken candlesticks, rusty ironware, and a few moth-eaten old clothes. Despair overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. He leaned against the wall, slowly slid down to the ground, and buried his face in his hands. Exhaustion, anxiety, helplessness, all negative emotions exploded at this moment. He lost. They suffered a crushing defeat. He lost to the laws of this world, and he lost to his own ignorance. He slumped down on the cold stone floor, staring blankly at the mess before him. Just then, his gaze inadvertently swept over the bottom of the empty wooden box that he had kicked over. There, it seems, there's an unnatural gap. Thorn's heart skipped a beat. He scrambled towards it as if it were his last lifeline. With trembling fingers, he groped around at the bottom of the box. It was a movable wooden board. He pressed down hard. Click. A faint, almost inaudible click of a mechanism sounded. A flat, hidden compartment popped out from the bottom of the box. In the hidden compartment, a rectangular object wrapped in thick oilcloth lay quietly. Thorn's breath caught in his throat. He carefully, as if holding a priceless treasure, took out the package. It's very heavy. It is much heavier than a book of the same size. With trembling hands, he unwrapped the tightly bound oilcloth layer by layer. Beneath the oilcloth was an old manuscript without a cover, its cover made of rough animal hide. The pages are yellowed and brittle due to their age, and there are traces of water damage on the edges. Thorn took a deep breath and, with an almost reverent devotion, slowly turned to the first page of the book. There was no flowery preface, nor was there an author's signature. The first thing that catches the eye is a line of elegant and powerful titles written in the ancient imperial common language. Random notes on natural observations. Below the title was a meticulously drawn charcoal illustration of a plant he had never seen before. The plant had silver, serrated leaves, and a small, pale purple flower at its tip, drawn with lifelike detail. Next to the map, in the same font, are rows of dense text. Silverleaf grass is commonly found in shady, damp rock crevices in the Dragon Ridge Mountains. It is cold in nature and bitter in taste. Its juice can reduce high fever. Crushing it and applying it externally can eliminate the fire toxin in wounds and promote healing. Warning: this thing is contrary to the doctrine of holy light, and its very existence is heresy. This record was written by a prisoner of truth. May those who come after him inherit my will and see the reality of the world with the eyes of nature. Thorn's mind went completely blank, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Fire poison. Isn't that what the world calls inflammation and infection? Reduce high fever? Clear heat and toxins? This isn't what he's been dreaming of, antibiotics and fever reducers. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with a terrifying light. This is not some spell book containing some vague and ethereal magic. It wasn't some fabricated alchemical manuscript. This is a book strictly forbidden by the Church of Light and considered heresy, yet it meticulously records the medicinal value of various plants this world. Compendium of Materia Medica. In the deepest, thickest darkness, just a second before he was about to be completely swallowed by despair, a faint yet incredibly real ray of dawn finally pierced through the veil of despair. Chapter 40 Eastern Wisdom engraved in our blood. Hope is both a powerful medicine and a poison. It can bring a dying person back from the brink of death, or push them into an even deeper abyss in the moment of destruction. At this moment, Thorn is experiencing the extreme torment of being caught between fire and ice. In the study, the light of the oil lamp paled in comparison to the fervor radiating from his eyes. He was like a traveler who had been thirsty in the desert for 3 days and 3 nights, finally discovering an oasis. No, a life-saving instruction manual. Random notes on natural observations. Come on. My cheat code. My Nobel Prize in medicine. My otherworldly version of the Barefoot Doctor's Manual. Tell me quickly, who is the biological father of Staphylococcus aureus? Which herb should I chop it up and feed it to the dog? He greedily and almost violently flipped through the old handwritten book, every nerve buzzing with extreme excitement. However, 1 page, 2 pages, 10 pages. The ecstasy on his face vanished quickly, like the receding tide, replaced by an increasingly solemn and gloomy expression. Oh shit, this book seems a bit off. The contents of the book are less a rigorous work of pharmacology and more like the nature notes of an ancient literary youth. On the spring equinox, clover can be seen on the sunny south-facing slopes. Its petals can be crushed, mixed with honey, and made into a balm, which is very popular among noble ladies. After the summer solstice, red-capped mushrooms grow in abundance in the forest. They are brightly colored, slightly poisonous, and eating them can cause bizarre and fantastical illusions. Use with caution. In autumn, white-headed grass grows on the riverbank, and its fluff can be used as stuffing to keep warm. Thorn's eye began to twitch violently. Holy crap. This isn't a medical Bible, it's a medieval-style life hacks encyclopedia. My wounded soldier's camp is practically a Resident Evil set, and you're telling me how to make balm? How to elegantly poison myself? How to stuff a pillow with dandelions? The further he flipped through the pages, the colder his heart became. The book does record some so-called medicinal effects, but most of them are just things like cough suppressant, sedative, and cold remedy. For a severe infection like this causing high fever and sepsis, what's the difference between these lukewarm remedies and drinking cold water? Bang! Thorn slammed his fist on the table, his chest heaving violently. The flame of hope that had just been ignited was doused with a bucket of cold reality, leaving only a wisp of smoke. Despair, like a persistent, insidious disease, began to gnaw at his sanity once more. It's all over. A complete disappointment. The author of this book is most likely a plant enthusiast who loves to blog. If he lived in modern times, he'd be a top blogger on Xiaohongshu, a Chinese social media platform. I've even come up with a title for him. Stop paying the IQ tax. These grasses in your backyard have amazing whitening and anti-aging effects. He slumped back in his chair, his gaze unfocused on the illustration of a plant on the page of the book, his mind blank. It was an ordinary-looking little grass, and next to the illustration, its name was written in delicate handwriting, bittergrass. The following description is even more outrageously simple. Bitter grass grows in damp places. It tastes extremely bitter, like drinking bile. The locals believe that it can clear internal heat and detoxify poisoned. Extremely bitter. Clear the inner fire. These 2 words, like 2 insignificant needles, gently yet with unparalleled precision, pierced a long-forgotten corner of his soul's memory. In an instant, Thorn's pupils contracted sharply. Before his eyes, there were no longer yellowed pages, but a different scene. It was a modern room. He was a teenager who had developed pneumonia from a severe cold and had a persistent high fever. He had taken a lot of Western medicine, but the effect was not ideal. Then, his mother, carrying a bowl of dark brown, strangely smelling, viscous liquid like petroleum, with a kind smile on her face, came to his bedside. Come on, Xiaoan, whose name was Moun before she transmigrated. Drink this bowl of Chinese medicine. Good medicine tastes bitter, but if you drink it, you'll clear the heat from your body. That smell? That bitter taste, a mixture of soil, tree roots, and some indescribable burnt flavor, instantly transcended time and space, pierced his soul, and exploded on his taste buds. He remembered that fear of being controlled, that feeling that you're not drinking medicine, but rather a bowl of despair condensed from the entire Chinese medicine shop. Holy crap! Traditional Chinese medicine? Thorne sat bolt upright as an absurd yet chilling thought, like a bolt of lightning, cleaved through his chaotic mind. Clearing heat and detoxifying. Right. How could I forget that? The natives of this world don't understand bacteria or viruses. They only know how to explain it using the most basic materialistic worldview. I'm getting heaty. I'm poisoned. Although he was a corporate slave in his previous life, he couldn't overcome his poor health. He became a doctor through long illness, and his mother had been forcing him to drink Chinese herbal medicine for more than 10 years. He was so used to hearing it that his ears were calloused. Honeysuckle and forsythia are considered holy medicines for clearing heat and detoxifying. Coptis chinensis, Philodendron chinense, and Scutellaria bicolensis, collectively known as the three yellows, are a powerful combination of bitter and cold herbs for purging heat. Dandelion and Houtuinia cordata are natural antibiotics. He used to regard this knowledge as feudal superstition, a mysterious metaphysics from the East. But now, he looked at the book, Natural Observations, in his hand, and then recalled those traditional Chinese medicine theories that he regarded as dross. A whole new world slowly unfolded before him. Holy crap! I've been using the targeted therapy approach of modern medicine to find antibiotics, but this book isn't a Western medicine manual at all. It's a freaking general outline of the properties of Chinese medicine. Its logic isn't about killing germs, but about changing the body's environment. It uses cold herbs to neutralize the heat symptoms caused by infection. It's a radical solution. This is philosophical wisdom ingrained in the DNA of the Chinese people. At this moment, Suo Shinong understood. He stopped getting bogged down in the incomprehensible pathological descriptions and instead directly applied his existing knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine to the book. Like a madman, he grabbed a huge sheet of parchment, spread it on the table, and began writing and drawing rapidly on it with a charcoal pencil. He wrote down the names of the Chinese medicines he remembered. Then, he began frantically searching through this forbidden book for plants whose medicinal properties were similar to those described. I've got it. This golden-veined grass. Its flowers are gold and silver in color, and it is sweet and cold in nature. It can dispel wind heat and relieve sores and toxins. Isn't this honeysuckle? And this? Heartbreak grass. The name isn't very auspicious, but the description says extremely bitter, burning like fire in the stomach, can clear heart fire and dry dampness. Isn't this just a copy of Coptis chinensis? The kind that makes you want to have diarrhea after eating it. Dandelion. Got it. White fluff flower. Grows everywhere. Its roots can be used in medicine. It's a diuretic and can also detoxify food poisoning. Exactly the same. Thorne's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and the charcoal pencil in his hand moved so fast, it almost flew. He used his abstract painting skills, comparable to Picasso, to recreate and supplement those vaguely described plant illustrations, clearly marking the key characteristics of the Chinese medicinal herbs he remembered. Although most of it was based on guesses and guesses about the medicinal properties, a brand new emergency prescription that combined Earth's wisdom and otherworldly botany was taking shape in his hands at an unprecedented speed. He didn't know which one would work, or perhaps none of them would. But he had no other choice. This is a huge gamble. Using soldiers' lives to test a time traveler's unreliable childhood trauma about traditional Chinese medicine. Let's do it. It's all or nothing. At worst, I'll go down and play cards with Lord and the others. Anyway, with this hellish start, just surviving this long already puts us far ahead. Half an hour later, Thorne kicked open the study door, his eyes bloodshot, but his face showed a desperate, almost manic excitement. Pete. Yes, Your Highness. Are you all right? Pete was terrified when he saw Thorne looking as if he had just wrestled with the devil 300 times. Go. Summon Alea and all the spider women who can still move to the front courtyard of the Lord's manor. Immediately. Right now. Once the order was given, The entire Lord's manor was thrown into chaos once again. Soon, the atmosphere in the open space in the front yard became eerie. On one side stood dozens of tall Spider-Woman warriors led by Alea. They stood quietly, their 8 long legs like steel supports, exuding an aura that kept strangers at bay. On the other side, human soldiers led by Greg and townspeople who had rushed over upon hearing the news stood at a distance, their faces filled with confusion, vigilance, and a lingering fear. All eyes were focused on the young lord in the center of the arena. Thorn didn't waste any words. He walked up to Alea and solemnly handed her the several pieces of parchment covered with scribbles. Alea, his voice was hoarse, yet carried an undeniable strength. I need your help. Alea extended her slender fingers and took the parchment. When she saw the crooked yet distinctive botanical illustrations on them, a hint of surprise flashed in her dark red eyes. This is herbs. It's the antidote. Thorn's gaze swept over everyone present, finally settling on Alea's face. I don't know what they are called, but I know their smell, their growing environment, and what they can do. He pointed to one of the paintings depicting flowers in gold and silver. This, golden veined grass, should have a faint, sweet fragrance and like to grow on the edge of sunny woodlands. He then pointed to another plant that was completely withered and yellow. This, bitter gall vine, has roots that smell extremely bitter, like a mixture of soil and metal, and it usually clings to cold, damp rock walls. He rattled off the characteristics of 5 or 6 plants in one breath, his description so detailed that it was as if he had seen and tasted them himself. The forest is your home. Your sense of smell, your perception of the scent of plants, is far more acute than ours. Thorn's voice was filled with an unprecedented solemnity. I need you to enter the misty forest and retrieve these things for me at all costs. This is our last chance. The entire front yard was completely silent. Everyone was stunned by Thorn's words. The human soldiers looked at each other, unable to understand the complex descriptions, but they understood the last 4 words, the last chance. Their gazes turned incredibly complex as they looked at Arachne, whom they had once regarded as monsters, even as the source of a curse. Hatred, fear, doubt, and a faint, humble hope that they themselves were unwilling to admit. Their last hope was to be placed on these spider monsters. This is simply the biggest irony in the world. Alea did not answer immediately. She lowered her head, carefully examining the map in her hand, using her superhuman sense of smell to rapidly match the sense of tens of thousands of plants in the forest in her mind. After a long while, she raised her head, and her dark red eyes burst forth with a light called hope. My lady, her voice was steady and strong. There are at least 3 plants on the atlas that I remember. Their scents are very distinctive. Thorn's heart skipped a beat. There's hope. Excellent. He suppressed his elation. Take everyone you can. I must see them before nightfall. Yes, sir. Without the slightest hesitation, Alea turned around and emitted a series of rapid, unintelligible hissing sounds towards her tribesmen behind her. That was the language of Arachne. The next second, all the spider warriors, like elite troops receiving the highest orders, instantly transformed into black afterimages, following Alea and disappearing in the direction leading to the misty forest. They were incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, only their receding silhouettes remained. The human soldiers stared blankly in the direction they had disappeared, speechless for a long time. Greg clenched his fist, then slowly released it. He glanced in the direction of the wounded soldiers' camp, where the suppressed groans seemed to have grown louder. He turned his head and looked at Thorn's face, which was full of exhaustion yet incredibly resolute. His lips moved, but in the end he said nothing. He simply turned around silently and returned to his post. The seeds of trust, catalyzed by death, began to sprout quietly between the 2 races in a twisted and eerie way. Meanwhile, deep within the misty forest, Alea's efficiency far exceeded Thorn's expectations. She divided the team into 3 groups, each responsible for finding a herb she remembered. She herself led the most elite team of warriors to find the most important and unique herb described by Thorn, golden pattern grass. They are like ghosts of the forest, moving at high speed through vine-covered and ravine-filled woodlands inaccessible to ordinary people. Their appendages allow them to traverse any terrain with ease, and their compound eyes can see through the finest camouflage. Stop! Alea suddenly raised a hand, and the entire squad instantly froze, blending into their surroundings. She closed her eyes, and the huge spider's abdomen rose and fell slightly, its nose twitching gently. A faint, sweet fragrance wafted from ahead on the damp breeze. This is the taste. It's exactly as the adults described. Alea suddenly opened her eyes, a hint of joy flashing in her dark red pupils. Following the source of the fragrance, she led her people, carefully parting the last clump of bushes. The sight before them made all the spider women hold their breath. It was a precipice, below which lay a fertile black land nourished by the mist from the waterfall. On that very land, a vibrant patch of golden and silver flowers grew. Each flower was like a meticulously crafted work of art, radiating a soft and sacred glow in the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees. Golden vein grass. Found it. However, just as all the spider women were about to rush down to pick the fruit, Alea's pupils suddenly contracted into dangerous pinpoints. Her gaze was fixed intently on the center of the flower bed. There, a giant lizard, over 5 meters long and covered in moss like dark green scales, was lying on the ground, taking a nap. Its body rose and fell rhythmically with each breath, and with each exhale, it brought up a hot, fishy wind that made the golden-patterned grass sway slightly. The forest monitor lizard, the apex predator in the food chain of the misty forest. Its scales are as hard as iron, its claws and teeth are as sharp as knives, and what's more troublesome is that its tongue can shoot out like lightning, snatching prey from several meters away into its mouth. Clearly, it was also attracted by the unique fragrance of the golden-veined grass and regarded it as its own territory. The antidote is right in front of us. But guarding the antidote is a sleeping beast capable of tearing their team to shreds. If you disturb it, you will be wiped out. Without disturbing it, how can we pick the life-saving herbs from beside its gaping maw? Alea's hand slowly moved to the bone blade at her waist. A cold, deadly choice lay before her. Chapter 41, The First Panacea. The misty forest, beneath the precipice. The air was filled with the sweet scent of golden-veined grass, which mingled with the hot, fishy breath exhaled by the sleeping forest monitor lizard, creating an eerie and chilling balance. Alea's 8 appendages, like the most precise crane, were firmly anchored in the crevices of the cliff face, while her enormous spider body hung motionless in midair. Her eyes calmly calculated the distance, the wind direction, and the interval between each breath of the behemoth. Holy crap, isn't this just a real-life version of Bomb Disposal Expert? Red wire, blue wire, cut the wrong one, and we're all going to the Western Paradise. If Thorn saw this, his heart would probably give out on the spot. But he can't see it. At this moment, only Alea and her group of well-trained spider warriors can decide everyone's fate. Alea didn't order a full-scale attack. That would be the most foolish choice. Instead, she gave a series of complex instructions to her people behind her with a few light taps on her limbs, taps only they could understand. The operation has begun. The 2 spider women moved silently to the upwind position of the monitor lizard, and from the spinnerets on their abdomens, they secreted extremely fine spider silk with a strong, pungent odor. That odor was what they used to mark their territory and warn intruders. To the keen-nosed beasts, it was like the smell of ammonia to humans, pungent and repulsive. They gently draped the spider silk over the branches, letting the scent drift on the breeze towards the side and rear of the monitor lizard. Meanwhile, 3 other spider women, like agile apes, used their spider silk to dart through the forest on the other side at high speed, deliberately creating the sound of leaves rustling, as if some small prey was moving around there. Faint to the east while attacking in the west. Sure enough, the sleeping giant lizard let out a dissatisfied grumble in its throat, and its huge head turned impatiently toward the direction from which the sound and smell came. But in the end, it was too lazy to get up and just rolled over, completely exposing its soft belly. Chance. Alea's body, like a silent leaf, quietly slid down the cliff. The moment she landed, the spinnerets on her abdomen suddenly shot out dozens of highly adhesive spider silks, like a large net, which precisely covered the patch of golden-patterned grass next to the giant lizard. The ends of the spider's silk were firmly attached to her steel-like appendages. She didn't touch the herbs, and didn't even come within 3 meters of the monitor lizard. The next second, Alea suddenly exerted force from her waist and abdomen, and her whole body shot backward. Whoosh! The enormous spider web, along with dozens of golden-veined grasses whose roots were still covered in soil, was forcibly stuck up from the ground and pulled up from the earth. The whole process was smooth and seamless, so fast that it didn't even make a single unnecessary sound. It wasn't until Alea swung back onto the cliff with the life-saving herbs that the forest monitor lizard belatedly opened its sleepy eyes, glancing in confusion at the barren land beside it, seemingly wondering why its calming incense had suddenly lost its scent. It yawned and then fell into a deep sleep again. Withdraw, at Araya's command. All the spider women, like the receding tide, quickly disappeared into the depths of the misty forest, carrying their spoils. The Lord's Manor, the backyard. This place has been completely transformed into a bustling, open-air workshop. This time, however, there were no sparks from smelting, nor flying sawdust. Instead, there was a strange and intense smell mixed with soil, grass roots, and unknown sap. Holy crap, this smell is awful. It's like they've boiled a whole Chinese medicine shop, rotten vegetables, and smelly socks in a pot for 3 days and 3 nights. If I'd known that infrastructure work involved being a pharmacist, I should have memorized and recited the entire compendium of Materia Medica 10,000 times back then. Thorn covered his nose, looking at the scene before him that resembled an alchemical accident, and inwardly he was furious. Headmaid Ella, along with a group of the town's most experienced women, their faces wrapped in wet cloths, were frantically processing the divine herbs that the spider women had just risked their lives to bring back, following Thorn's instructions. Listen up. Listen carefully, Thorn yelled, like an unreliable amateur troop leader. This, the golden-veined grass with its gold and silver bicolor flowers, and this, the bitter gall vine that smells like mud, crush them all. Yes, crush them into a paste. This is for external application, to detoxify wounds. And this, boil the root of white fluff flower and the stem of this heartbreak grass separately, on low heat. It must be simmered slowly. After the water boils, simmer for another half an hour. This is for internal use. It's used to clear internal heat. His instructions were based entirely on the few fragments he'd overheard in his past life, when his mother forced him to drink traditional Chinese medicine. He knew nothing about the concepts of principal, assistant, adjuvant, and medicated herbs, or the properties and compatibility of the herbs. His only principle now is that bitter, smelly, and poisonous-looking things are likely to cure diseases. This isn't science anymore. This is fucking metaphysics. It's some mysterious power from the East protecting us. Although the townspeople were full of doubts, looking into Thorn's bloodshot yet unusually determined eyes, and at the spider warriors who stood silently to the side, still covered in the dampness of the forest, they chose to believe. Even if it's a dead horse, let's try anything. Soon, the first batch of finished products was produced. A basin of thick, dark green ointment that emitted a pungent odor, and several bowls of black, eerily hot herbal soup that made you question your existence just by smelling it. Ella carried the first bowl of the prepared medicine to Thorn, her hands trembling. Your Highness, it's all right. Thorn stared at the liquid in the bowl, which resembled crude oil, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Holy crap, is this stuff even drinkable? If I drink it, won't I just ascend to heaven on the spot and go discuss materialistic worldviews with the god of light? He took a deep breath and accepted the scalding hot ceramic bowl. Let's go to the wounded soldiers' camp. His voice carried a sense of resolute determination, like burning one's bridges. When Thorn carried that bowl of hell's special into the lifeless wounded soldiers' camp, everyone's eyes were instantly focused on him. Doubt, fear, and a faint glimmer of hope, suffocating under the weight of despair. Thorn ignored everyone and went straight to the deepest part of the camp, where he knelt down beside Lord's bed. This loyal knight was now in a deep coma, his breathing as faint as a candle flickering in the wind, as if it could be extinguished at any moment. Thorn touched his forehead with the back of his hand. The temperature was frighteningly hot. Without hesitation, he scooped up a spoonful of the dark medicine, blew on it, and carefully brought it to Lord's chapped lips. "Lord," he whispered, as if speaking to Lord, but also as if speaking to himself. "I don't know if this thing will work, but this is our last chance. If you trust me, drink it. If you pull through, I'll forge you a suit of pure gold armor so you'll dazzle everyone. If you don't make it, I'll go down and join you. On the way to the underworld, I'll tell you what a fighter jet is and what an aircraft carrier is. I promise I won't let you get bored." The medicine was slowly fed into Lord's mouth by prying open his teeth little by little. The bitter, earthy liquid, mixed with So Shin's mutterings, slowly flowed into Lord's throat, spoonful after spoonful. The entire wounded soldiers' camp was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath, watching this scene unfold. This is more than just a bowl of medicine. This was the Lord's decision, the knight's life, and the last hope for all the survivors of the Darklands. The bowl of medicine was empty. Thorn put down the earthenware bowl, his palms covered in cold sweat. He did everything he could. The rest can only be left to time, to fate, and to this damned, unreasonable metaphysics of another world. Time, at this moment, becomes incredibly viscous and endless. A minute feels like an eternity. In the wounded soldiers' camp, only the suppressed groans of the wounded and the increasingly heavy breathing of the crowd remained. Thorn squatted down beside Lord, motionless, his eyes fixed on Lord's face, trying to find the outcome of the trial from any slight change in him. An hour has passed. Lord's face remained flushed, and his high fever persisted. 2 hours have passed. The situation has not improved at all. The atmosphere in the camp began to become oppressive, and the glimmer of hope that had just been ignited seemed to be extinguished little by the cold reality. Some soldiers couldn't bear to watch any longer and silently lowered their heads. Pitt's eyes were red again. "It's all over. This makeshift operation has finally failed. It seems my knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine is limited to drink more hot water. Brother Lord, I'm so sorry. I'll start researching how to design a 3-bedroom, 1 living room cemetery plot for you right now." Thorn's heart sank to the bottom, and a cold, bone-chilling despair enveloped him once again. Just then, a soft gasp, tinged with extreme uncertainty, came from the side. "It's Ella." She was ordered to stay by Lord's side, and every 15 minutes, she would use the back of her hand to check the temperature of Lord's forehead. "Your Highness," Ella's voice trembled with tears, but this time, it wasn't from fear, but from an incredulous excitement. "Your Highness, you touch it again." Lord's forehead. It seems not as hot as it was before." Thorn's brain felt like it had been hit by a depth charge. He suddenly reached out, his hand trembling, and placed it on Lord's forehead once more. The temperature was still very high, but real. It's not as scalding hot as it was before. That volcano that was about to erupt seems to be calming down. "Quick, cold water, towels." Thorn's voice was hoarse and distorted with excitement. Like a gambler grasping at a straw, he roared with red eyes. "Physical cooling. Keep going. Don't stop." Everyone sprang into action. The oppressive silence was instantly shattered, replaced by a chaotic yet hopeful frenzy. 2 more hours passed. The sky was already beginning to lighten with the first hint of dawn. Dawn is approaching. Lord's breathing became steady and long. The flush on his face had faded considerably. Although he was still pale, it was a weakness after illness, not the withered decay of someone on the verge of death. Ella placed her hand on his forehead again, and this time, she did not gasp. 2 streams of hot tears welled up in her eyes and spilled out. She turned her head sharply, looked at Thorn, looked at everyone present, and with all her might, let out a scream of joyful tears. "It's gone. The fever's gone. Lord's fever has completely subsided." The echoes of life resounded loudly in the wounded soldiers' camp before dawn. After a brief silence came a deafening roar of cheers, the pent-up emotions that had been building up for so long. "Oh, by the God of light. He's alive. Lord is alive. It's a miracle drug. Your Highness's medicine is a miracle drug." The soldiers hugged each other, laughing and crying like children who had survived a catastrophe. They released all their exhaustion, fear, and sorrow in that moment. Hope, like the dawn's first light, instantly dispelled the deathly gloom that had shrouded the town of no light for days, illuminating the entire camp. Grag, the fearless street thug, stood there dumbfounded. He looked at Lord, who was still fast asleep amidst the cheers, and then at the spider women warriors standing silently in the distance, like guardian deities. The expression on his face was incredibly complex. Shame, shock, gratitude. In the end, all turned into one action. He pushed through the crowd and walked up to Alea. This man, who normally felt unlucky even to look at the spider woman, bowed his proud head deeply, deeply before Alea. Alea, my lady. His voice was hoarse and clumsy. I'm sorry, and thank you. Behind him, the soldiers who had once spoken ill of the spider woman also lowered their heads, following his example. Thank you. We were wrong. Heartfelt apologies and expressions of gratitude echoed throughout the camp. As Alea looked at the sincere and remorseful humans before her, for the first time, a trace of emotion she herself was unaware of, an emotion called being moved, revealed in her dark red eyes. She turned her head slightly, avoiding their burning gazes, and responded calmly in her usual cool voice. We are allies. These 5 simple words are more powerful than any fancy words. It proclaims that an invisible yet unbreakable bridge, witnessed by blood and herbs, has finally crossed the racial divide, tightly connecting 2 completely different groups together. What followed was perfectly logical. With Lord's successful clinical trial case, the remaining wounded had no more doubts. They lined up eagerly to drink the divine soup that they considered sweeter than honey, and then the maids carefully applied the dark ointment to their inflamed wounds. Miracles began to unfold in large numbers. One by one, the soldiers with high fevers gradually had their body temperatures return to normal. The red, swollen, and pus-filled wounds began to subside under the ointment, and the pain was greatly reduced. The entire town of Wuguang was immersed in a miracle of life created by herbs. Looking at the scene of rebirth before him, Thorn's nerves, which had been taut for days, finally relaxed completely. A wave of overwhelming exhaustion instantly swept over his entire body. He staggered out of the noisy, wounded soldiers' camp, leaned against the wall outside the door, and breathed in the cold, fresh morning air. Finally, we weathered this epic team-wipe crisis, and my makeshift team actually managed to take the lead by a wide margin. He looked at the eastern horizon, where a golden sun was slowly rising, casting its radiant light upon this barren yet resilient land. The joy of victory and the relief of surviving a close call made the corners of his mouth involuntarily turn upwards. However, at that moment, Your Highness, Pete appeared before him. The interior official's face showed no joy, only a solemnity mixed with sadness and heaviness. In his hand, he held a piece of parchment written in charcoal, its edges slightly crumpled. Thorn's smile slowly froze. What's wrong? Pete didn't say anything, but simply handed over the parchment in his hand. Thorn took it, and his gaze fell on the paper. That wasn't a battle report, nor was it a list of supplies. That was a list. A cold, incurable list of victims, beyond the reach of any miracle cure. Tom, the young man whom Glag had held and cried for half the night. Little Jack, the boy soldier who wanted an extra piece of bread for his mother. There were also 5 faces whose full names he might not know, but which he was extremely familiar with. There are 7 names in total. Each name was like a red-hot branding iron, fiercely imprinted on Thorn's retina. The euphoria of victory was instantly washed away by those 7 cold names. Instead, it has become an unprecedented and weighty responsibility. The problem of the living has been solved. But questions about the deceased followed one after another. He won the war. He won the race against death. But how can he console the souls of those who shed their last drop of blood for him? This problem is more serious and more urgent than manufacturing steel or finding mineral deposits. He will directly decide whether all that he has built is a castle in the air, or a true home that inspires the living and allows the dead to rest in peace. Chapter 42. In my name, I remember you. Thorn's fingers lightly traced the parchment covered with 7 names. The paper was rough, and the charcoal handwriting was crooked because of Pete's trembling hand, but every word was like an invisible mountain, weighing heavily on his heart. The clamor of victory still echoes in our ears, and the joy of being reborn in the wounded soldier's camp has not yet faded. But these 7 names were like 7 buckets of ice-cold water, drenching him from his brief moment of ecstasy. Damn it, it's already this painful even after winning. If I lost, I'd be in EMO for 3 days and 3 nights straight. Thorn cursed inwardly. The relief of surviving the ordeal had now completely transformed into a cold, heavy sense of responsibility. Your Highness, Pete's voice was hoarse as if it had been sanded. Regarding the compensation, the territory's accounts, we have not a single penny left. As he spoke, his eyes reddened again. This is not an excuse. It is a statement of desperation. The finances of Wuguang town had long been plundered by the former lord. Not to mention the pensions, even the guards' salaries for next month were nowhere to be found. I know. Thorn carefully folded the list, tucked it into his pocket, and pressed it against his chest. He stood up and walked to an inconspicuous, dusty wooden box in the corner of the study. This suitcase was one of the few personal belongings he brought from the capital. Inside was the last bit of decency his cheapskate father, Emperor Poorest, bestowed upon him before kicking him to this barren land. It was also the entire amount of startup capital he originally intended to use to make a comeback in some small place, or rather, to survive. Bang! Thorn didn't look for the key. He simply kicked open the rusty brass lock. Wood chips flew everywhere. The next second, Pete's breathing stopped abruptly. His eyes were wide open, like 2 copper bells, staring intently at the light reflected from the box, which almost blinded him. That's not gold or silver, nor is it antiques or calligraphy. It was a box, a full box, neatly stacked, gleaming enticingly under the oil lamp. Gold. Standard gold coins produced by the royal mint of the Iris Empire, each bearing the portrait of the emperor. Pete had never seen so much money in his life. He felt like he wasn't looking at a box, but at a mountain of gold that could crush his soul. Your Highness, this. His tongue was tied, and he couldn't utter a single complete word. My heart is bleeding. Holy crap. This is my savings for getting married. My escape fund. My down payment for that dream ocean view villa. Thorn was inwardly wailing, but his face remained calm and composed. He bent down and grabbed a handful of gold coins. The cold, heavy touch made his heart ache. He turned around and stuffed the gold coins into Pete's hand, who was now completely petrified. Pete. Huh? Yes. Pete almost dropped the gold coins as if he'd been burned. Take this money, Thorn said, pointing to the box, and do 3 things. First, each family of every fallen soldier will receive a pension of 10 gold coins. Remember, it's gold coins, not silver coins. What? Pete screamed in disbelief. 10 gold coins. Your Highness, the Imperial Royal Legion's compensation standard is only 3 gold coins. This is more than generous. This is absolutely insane. 1 gold coin is enough for an ordinary family to live comfortably for several years. 10 gold coins are a huge sum of money that can change the fate of a family. The Empire is the Empire, and I am I. Thorn's voice was resolute. They died for me, and they were worth it. He extended his second finger. Secondly, all soldiers seriously wounded or disabled will receive 5 gold coins each. Those lightly wounded will receive 1 gold coin each. Everyone who participated in this battle, whether militia or soldiers, including the warriors of Arachne, will receive double pay. Pete was numb. He felt as if he were not listening to his Highness's orders, but rather to a spendthrift son who had squandered his entire fortune in a single day. Spending a fortune on horse bones. Damn it, I didn't buy horse bones, I bought people's hearts. This stuff is worth way more than gold. This was angel investment, investing in my core portfolio, no loss. My ass. My heart aches. Despite the excruciating pain of having his flesh cut off, Thorn extended his third finger. Third, use the remaining money to buy food, tools, cloth, everything we need. Then, build me a high platform in the town square. He looked at Pete's face, which seemed to say, Your Highness, are you crazy? And his tone became extremely solemn. I want to hold the grandest memorial service for our heroes." Pete opened his mouth, but in the end, all the words of dissuasion turned into a scalding hot stream that stuck in his throat. He looked into Thorn's clear and determined eyes, at the chest full of gold coins, and then at the heavy list in his arms. He suddenly understood. This young lord is not insane. He was using the most expensive thing in the world, gold, to buy something that couldn't be bought with gold. Dignity. It is the dignity of those who have died, and also the dignity of all who are alive. Pete didn't say another word. He held the heavy gold coins in his hands and bowed deeply, deeply to Thorn. Then he turned around and strode out. His back was more upright than ever before. 3 days later, in the central square of Wuguang Town. The square, which used to be filled with sewage, shouting, and transactions, has been cleaned up today. The atmosphere was so solemn it was suffocating. In the center of the square, 7 coffins made of the simplest wooden planks were placed side by side. On one side of the square stood all the surviving human soldiers and militiamen led by Glag. They wore the cleanest clothes they could find, with a small white flower pinned to their chests, and each of them wore a heavy, suppressed sadness on their face. On the other side of the square stood Alea and her Arachne warriors. They stood silently, their 8 limbs firmly planted in the ground, like black sculptures. Their appearance no longer caused any commotion or fear. Some in the human ranks even cast complex, slightly grateful glances at them. The townspeople spontaneously gathered around the square, a dense, silent mass. When Thorn appeared, all eyes were on him. He wasn't wearing the magnificent robes that symbolized his princely status, nor even the armor of a lord. He wore only the simplest black linen clothes, no different from any other ordinary person in town mourning a loved one. He did not walk towards the makeshift platform. He walked straight to the 7 coffins and stood shoulder to shoulder with all the soldiers. He is with the dead. At that moment, without any words, an invisible force called respect had already reached the hearts of everyone present. The ceremony began. There were no lengthy eulogies, no pronouncements of imperial glory, and no celebrations of illusory victories. Thorn simply pulled out the somewhat crumpled list from his pocket again. He stepped forward and gently stroked the first coffin, his voice low but clear, carrying throughout the entire square. Tom, Glag's body trembled violently, and this tough man's eyes instantly reddened. 21 years old, a street thug, a filial son who always thought about saving money to buy his mother a new dress. When he died, he was still tightly clutching his short knife with a dull blade, and in front of him lay the corpses of 3 enemies. Thorn paused for a moment, then walked toward the second coffin. Little Jack. In the crowd, a middle-aged woman let out a suppressed sob. It was Jack's mother. 17 years old, a silly boy who always boasted that he would marry the prettiest girl in town. He hadn't even learned how to shave yet. But with a sharpened wooden spear, he bravely charged at the heavily armored enemy. He used his body to shield his comrades behind him from a fatal sword. Thorn walked over to them one by one, calling out their names one by one. What he recited was not a string of cold code names. Instead, they are vibrant, ordinary people with dreams, families, flaws, and fearless courage. Martin, a cook who dreams of opening his own bakery. Raymond, an old soldier with 2 daughters who always boasted when drunk that he could throw a bull over when he was young. The entire square was silent. Then came the sounds of suppressed sobs, rising and falling. They were not only weeping for these 7 fallen heroes. They were crying for themselves. For each and every one of them, struggling to survive like weeds on this land of despair, yet being seen and remembered so solemnly for the first time. Damn, the atmosphere's gotten so tense, it's making me want to cry. Thorn took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions within him. This damn immersive experience is more real than playing a VR game. I'm not holding a funeral. I'm redefining what it means to be human. After reading the last name, he turned around and faced the crowd. His gaze searched through the crowd, finally settling on the old stonemason with gray hair and a face etched with deep wrinkles. To everyone's astonishment, Thorn bowed deeply to the ragged old man. Mr. Stonemason. The old stonemason trembled with fear and tried to kneel down, but Thorn stopped him with a look in his eyes. Your Highness, you are making this old man feel terrible. No, Thorn straightened up, his voice utterly sincere. I have a request that will require you to use all your skills to fulfill. I beg you to erect a monument for our 7 heroes, and for all the guardians of Darktown who shed their blood and sacrificed their lives in this battle, using the hardest rocks on this land. A monument. Thorn's voice suddenly rose, like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's ears. I don't ask for it to be ornately decorated, nor do I ask for it to be magnificent. I only ask that it be indestructible, that it can withstand the wind and sand, and endure the years. I demand that these 7 names, each and every one of them, be deeply engraved on this, so that 100 years from now, 1,000 years from now, all those standing on this land will be able to see it and know it. It is these ordinary people, our brothers, our children, our fathers. It is they who, with their lives and blood, have brought us the home we stand on today. The old stonemason was stunned. His cloudy old eyes gradually filled with tears. He looked at Thorn, at the coffins, and at the sorrowful yet moved faces around him. He straightened his back, which had been bent by the weight of time, and with all his might, pounded his chest. Your Highness. Tears streamed down his face, but his voice was as loud as a bell. Rest assured, as long as these old bones of mine can still move, I will definitely erect an immortal monument for the heroes. The moment the words, an immortal monument, were uttered, all the suppressed emotions in the square found an outlet, and were instantly ignited and erupted. Reverence for the Lord, remembrance of the hero, and anticipation for the future. All these emotions were completely fused together at this moment. It is no longer just about worshiping a particular person. It has been transformed into something entirely new, grander, and more solid. A belief that belongs to the collective, that belongs to us. Long live the Lord. I don't know who it was, but the first person shouted it out at the top of their lungs. Immediately afterwards, a roaring sound, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing, converged into a torrent that shook the very soul. Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord! Grag, kneel down on one knee. All soldiers, kneel down on one knee. All townspeople, kneel down on one knee. Splash. Even Kalvana and Aleya, who had been standing silently, hesitated for a moment before leading all the Arachne warriors to slowly and heavily bend one of their forelimbs and lower their proud heads. At this moment, there was no longer a distinction between humans and demi-humans in the square. Everyone turned to the young lord, dressed in plain clothes, who stood before the coffin and offered their most sincere and fervent loyalty. Their eyes no longer held only awe and gratitude. It was a fanatical faith that one could give one's life for without hesitation and entrust the future of the entire tribe to. Thorn stood in the center of the roaring waves, his heart pounding with excitement. Holy crap, this effect, isn't it a bit too good? Those fanatical gazes are even more outrageous than those of fans chasing celebrities in my past life. Have I prematurely built up a top-tier corporate culture? He knew that from this moment on, the hearts of the people of Wuguang Town had truly been united by him, forged into an unbreakable iron plate. The foundation for development has finally been laid solidly. The ceremony concluded that evening. The study in the Lord's mansion was brightly lit. Thorn sat in the main seat. To his left was Lord, whose condition had stabilized. Although his face was still pale, his eyes had regained their former sharpness. To his right was Pete, whose eyes shone and whose spirits were high. Outside the window, the town gradually quieted down, but the air still seemed to retain the fervent and hopeful atmosphere of the daytime. Your Highness, the pensions have all been distributed. In addition, as you instructed, I sent men at breakneck speed to the nearest free market to exchange 4 gold coins for a large quantity of grain enough to feed us for 3 months, as well as a large amount of ironware and tools. They will arrive in 3 days. Pete reported, his voice filled with unprecedented confidence. When you're rich, that's how you become arrogant. Thorn nodded in satisfaction. He didn't speak, but instead took something out of his pocket. It's neither gold coins nor a file. It was a drawing with a faint blue glow, filled with complex lines and precise data. Design drawing of primary forging blast furnace. He slowly unfolded the drawings on the table. Lord and Pete's eyes were instantly drawn to it. They couldn't understand the strange symbols and structures on it, but they could sense that this drawing contained a power powerful enough to change the world. Thorn looked out the window at his territory, a land of unity and shared destiny, and then at the blueprint on the table that represented a new era. Finally, a genuine, heartfelt smile appeared on his lips. He raised his head and looked at his two most trusted right-hand men. His voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable, epoch-making aura. "We have food and people's hearts. Now," he said, tapping lightly on the core structural diagram of the blast furnace, "let the age of steel begin." Chapter 43. The Foundation of Immortality. The morning in Wuguang Town was damp and chilly. As dawn broke and the first faint rays of sunlight failed to pierce the mist, the town square was already bustling with people. Thorn stood at the window on the second floor of the Lord's mansion, looking down at the dense crowd below, and couldn't help but yawn. Holy crap, what time is it? These guys are even more enthusiastic than I was back when I was preparing for graduate school entrance exams, reserving seats for everyone. Looks like their efforts in promoting civilized behavior are really going well. They're all spontaneously coming to study early? He rubbed his sleepy eyes, and his gaze fell on the center of the square. There, a colossal figure was completely shrouded in thick linen, like a sleeping giant. Around it, the old stonemason later was busy working with several seemingly young apprentices. Although the old stonemason's face showed a hint of weariness that he could not hide, his cloudy old eyes shone with an unprecedented light. That was the purest pride a craftsman could express about his work and the glory that would soon be witnessed by the world. "Your Highness, you should leave now." Pete's voice carried a hint of barely concealed excitement. He had specially changed into his cleanest home office robes today, and his hair was neatly combed. Thorn nodded, turned, and went downstairs. He did not wear any fancy clothes, but was still wearing the plain linen clothes he had worn at the memorial service. He wanted to witness this moment as an ordinary person, together with his people. When Thorn appeared in the square, all the noise instantly fell silent. Thousands of eyes turned to him. In those eyes, there was awe, gratitude, expectation, and an almost blind trust. Thorn walked up to the monument and exchanged a glance with the old stonemason. Later, the old stonemason's lips trembled, as if he wanted to say something, but his excitement choked him up. He simply nodded heavily, and then suddenly waved his hand. "Pull," he roared hoarsely. Several strong townspeople suddenly pulled on the ropes tied to the linen. Splash! The heavy linen, like the receding tide, slowly and solemnly slid down to both sides. In an instant, the entire square was filled with gasps of astonishment. It was a stone tablet. A stone monument, 3 meters high and about 2 meters wide, is carved entirely from the hardest and most unadorned gray-black granite. It has no fancy decorations, no dragons, no phoenixes, no gods, and not even any totems that symbolize power and wealth. Its surface, polished to a mirror-like smoothness, reflects the faint morning light, exuding a heavy and restrained sense of power. It is like a giant rock rising from the depths of the earth, carrying the fragrance of soil, the resilience of mountains, and a profound, silent, yet soul-stirring weight. Wow, this old stonemason is amazing. This is the epitome of minimalism. It's all about back to basics, and it has more impact than those Baroque sculptures. Thorn couldn't help but admire it. The monument was even better than he had imagined. It doesn't deliberately create a tragic atmosphere, nor does it deliberately exaggerate its grandeur. It simply stands there quietly, which is enough to bear everyone's sorrow and respect. Thorn slowly walked forward, reached out, and gently stroked the cold surface of the stone tablet. The stone feels rough and solid, as if you can feel the defenses built by the sacrifices of those who perished on this land with their flesh and blood. He turned around, facing everyone in the square, his voice deep and powerful, carrying a strength that could penetrate the soul. "People of Wuguang Town." His voice echoed in the silent square. "Today, we stand here not to sing praises to any particular god. It's not to praise any particular monarch. We are doing this to remember." Thorn's gaze swept over the solemn faces, over the red and swollen eyes, and over the clenched fists. Remember those ordinary people who fought alongside us and protected our homeland with their lives. They are not nobles, and they do not have fancy surnames. They are not knights, they have no shining medals. They are not even heroes chosen by the gods. They are just people around us, fathers, brothers, and children. His voice trembled slightly, yet it was filled with an undeniable solemnity. This monument does not belong to me, nor to any living person. It belongs to all those who have shed blood, tears, and lives for the town of no light. It will stand here forever, reminding our descendants that it was these ordinary yet great souls who, with their blood and flesh, built our new home where we can bask in the sunlight today. Thorn paused, his gaze returning to the stone tablet. Their names will be forever engraved on this monument. Their bravery will live on in our blood forever. Their sacrifice will forever be our unwavering and indomitable foundation, the cornerstone of immortality. The moment Thorn finished speaking, the entire square erupted in a resounding, earth-shattering roar. Countless people were moved to tears. They raised their arms and repeated those 4 words with all their might, as if they wanted to engrave them into their very bones and into every inch of the town of Wuguang. Wow, this is even more inspiring than when I was reciting the core socialist values back in the day. Thorn took a deep breath, calming his turbulent emotions. He turned to look at the old stonemason, Later. Later's body trembled violently as he looked at Thorn with eyes filled with fanatical reverence. With trembling hands, he took a small carving knife and a wooden hammer from an apprentice beside him. "Your Highness," the old stonemason's voice was hoarse and trembling. "Please, carve the first name for our hero." Thorn took the carving knife and wooden hammer. Their heavy weight seemed to carry the hopes of everyone. He walked toward the stone tablet and stopped at the spot the old stonemason had indicated. It was a blank area, waiting to be imprinted with an eternal mark. He raised the carving knife, the tip pressed against the cold stone surface. "Damn, this is way harder than my sculpting game. What if my hand shakes? What if I make a mistake? What if I carve an abstract Tom? Will he come after me tonight?" Thorn took a deep breath and tried to steady his hands. He aimed, and then, gently yet with unwavering resolve, brought down the first hammer. Clang! The crisp sound of the impact was particularly clear in the silent square. Stone chips flew everywhere. The carving knife left a shallow mark on the stone tablet. Thorn, stroke by stroke, clumsily but earnestly, carved the name Tom onto the stone tablet. Every stroke of his pen embodies his respect, his commitment, and the heavy responsibility deep within his heart. He carved very slowly, very slowly. It's as if every stroke of the brush is deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. When the name Tom was fully displayed on the stone tablet, Greg could no longer hold back. This tough man suddenly knelt down and let out a suppressed sob. "Tom, my brother." Behind him, all the soldiers and the families of all the victims knelt down as well. Sorrowful cries echoed throughout the square. But this time, the cries contained not only despair and pain. There is still a glimmer of hope, a hope that will be remembered, respected, and promised. Under the guidance of the old stonemason Later, his new apprentices, carrying carving knives and hammers, went to the stone tablet. In their clumsy yet earnest efforts, they helped the relatives and friends of the victims to carve familiar names onto stone tablets. With trembling hands, Jack's mother carved a small flower next to her son's name. Raymond's 2 daughters, crying yet with a hint of pride, carefully engraved their father's name. This is a memory-shaping effort involving the entire population. Each engraved name is like an invisible bond, closely connecting the living and the dead, the past and the future. The ceremony lasted a long time, until the sun was high in the sky, casting golden light upon the entire monument. The names on the monument shine brightly in the sunlight, as if those departed souls are gaining eternal life on this land. When the last name was carved, Thorn looked at the stone tablet covered with 7 names, his heart filled with mixed emotions. This move has completely won over the hearts of the people. From now on, if anyone dares to tell me that Wuguang Town is a mess, I'll move this monument to their doorstep and let them experience what an immortal cornerstone truly means. He turned around, preparing to announce the next steps of the plan. However, an old man with the scent of earth suddenly walked up to him. It was the old stonemason, later. He bowed deeply to Thorn once again. Your Highness. The old stonemason's voice was filled with unprecedented excitement and earnestness. You are a true god. You bring peace to the dead and dignity to the living. I don't ask for anything else. I only ask that you give me a chance. What opportunity? Thorn asked gently. I want to pass on all the skills I've learned in my life without reservation. The old stonemason's eyes were filled with fervor. Look at my children. They learn so quickly. They're talented. They can carve even more and greater things for Wuguang Town. We craftsmen, we can also contribute all our strength to you, to the town of darkness. As the old stonemason spoke, he suddenly knelt down, his voice almost screaming. Your Highness, please grant the artisans a title that will allow them to serve the territory openly and legitimately. Thorn looked at the old stonemason kneeling on the ground, and then at the young apprentices behind him with their burning eyes. He knew that this was an extremely important juncture in the process of civilization. The artisan class is the foundation of civilization's development. Wow, isn't this exactly the kind of skilled worker I've been looking for? This old stonemason is incredibly insightful. This is truly a display of the wisdom of the people, far ahead of the curve. Thorn was overjoyed, but his face remained impassive. He stepped forward and personally helped the old stonemason, later, to his feet. Mr. Later, Thorn's voice was filled with solemnity and certainty. What you have requested is exactly what our dark town needs most. He turned around, facing all the townspeople, his voice booming like a great bell, resounding through the sky. Starting today, I, Poorest, hereby formally announce. Establish the Wuguang Town Craftsmen Association. Mr. Later will be the first president of the Craftsmen's Guild. All skilled artisans will receive the recognition and protection of the territory. Their labor will be respected. Their contributions will be rewarded. We will provide them with the best materials, the best tools, and the best learning environment. I want to make the artisans of darkness the most respected and creative group of people in the entire empire. I want their hands to create a brand new miracle for us, for the town of darkness. Long live the Craftsmen's Association. Your Highness, long live the Emperor. The crowd erupted in cheers once again. The old stonemason, later, was so moved that tears streamed down his face. He knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Thorn. Damn, this old man. Hope he doesn't hurt himself. But the effect is really good. Now we have a talent pool for infrastructure construction. Thorn looked at everything before him with satisfaction. With spiritual development reaching its peak, it's time to put material development on the agenda. Just then, Pete rushed over. With an undisguised excitement on his face, he whispered something in Thorn's ear. Your Highness, the exploration team you requested? We are ready and can depart at any time. Thorn's gaze pierced through the crowd, looking towards the vast and unknown land beyond the town of darkness. Oh dear, now that we've finished building up our spiritual civilization, we need to catch up with building up our material civilization too. Now, the real highlight is about to begin. Chapter 44, The Expedition on the Dragon's Spine. Wuguang Town, Lord's Mansion, Study. Outside the window, the fervent atmosphere of faith from the daytime seemed not to have completely dissipated, but a sense of solemnity had already settled in the air. Thorn's fingertips tapped lightly on the pale blue glow of the primary blast furnace design drawing on the table. The lines were intricate, the data precise. To him, it was more than just a drawing, a ticket to the industrial age, a ticket to another world. Damn, when I read novels, the protagonist would casually draw some kind of cutting-edge technology. Now that I'm doing it myself, I realize this thing is even more mind-bending than the last math problem on my college entrance exam. Luckily, the system gave me a finished product image, otherwise I probably would have exploded on the spot. He took a deep breath and carefully rolled up the blueprint. Pete, pass on the word. The exploration team will assemble in the square first thing tomorrow morning. Thorn's voice carried an unquestionable air of command. Lord, you're in charge of their security this time. Make sure they're safe. Lord's pale face showed a barely perceptible furrow of his brow. He had just escaped death and was not yet fully recovered. but he had never questioned Thorn's orders. "Yes, Your Highness." His voice was hoarse, but his eyes were firm. "Your Highness," Pete said with some concern. Lord is not yet fully recovered. And the Dragon Spine Mountains are a place teeming with legendary monsters, fraught with danger. With only a few guards and militia, I'm afraid. "I know." Thorn interrupted him, his tone calm, but with a chilling edge. "So, this team is no ordinary exploration team." He looked at Lord, then at Pete, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. "This is an expedition team that carries the future of Darkness Town." The next morning, the central square of Wuguang Town. The cool morning breeze fluttered the gear and wheat ear flags that were waving in the square. A strange team gathered in the morning light. They were not the loose militia of the past, but a mixed formation personally planned and selected by Thorn. At the head of the procession stood 5 fully armed guards, led by Glag. Though they looked exhausted, their eyes shone with a fervent longing for life and the future, a longing that came after a brush with death. They were burly men, responsible for clearing the way and providing security, their hands gripping newly sharpened swords and wooden shields. These guys might not be as strong as the regular army in terms of combat power, but their loyalty is off the charts. And after the last battle, their mental fortitude is exceptionally strong. They're definitely elite infantry prospects. Thorn was making plans in his mind. Behind the guards were 10 strong townspeople, carrying heavy backpacks filled with food, water, and various tools, tasked with manual labor and transporting supplies. Their faces showed tension about the unknown, but even more so, anticipation for a new life. What's most eye-catching are the 5 gray-white figures at the back of the group. Those were 5 Spider-Woman warriors of the Arachne tribe, their 8 appendages firmly planted on the ground, carrying light bows and arrows and sacks of spider silk on their backs. Their compound eyes gleamed coldly in the morning light, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The lead Spider-Woman was slightly smaller than the others, but more agile. Her grayish-white spider body shimmered with a silvery light in the sunlight, giving her an air of mystery and elegance. Her name was Avina, personally recommended by Kalvana, and she was the Spider-Woman with the strongest sensory abilities. "Wow, isn't this my professional exploration team? Humans are in charge of brute force and manual labor, while Spider-Women are in charge of scouting, climbing, and agile maneuvering. This teamwork is simply perfect." Thorn looked at the team and was filled with satisfaction. "Your Highness." Avina walked up to Thorn, bowed slightly, and spoke in a cool and respectful voice. The spider warriors behind her also bowed to Thorn at the same time. Thorn nodded, his gaze falling on Avina. "Avina, your Arachne clan's perception of this land far surpasses that of humans." Thorn cut to the chase without mincing words. "You can feel the vibrations deep within the soil, distinguish subtle scents in the wind, and even detect the energy contained within the rocks." Avina's compound eyes flickered slightly. She was somewhat puzzled, but she still listened attentively. "Therefore, this exploration," Thorn's tone became unusually solemn, "will be centered around you." He pulled a piece of parchment from his pocket, on which Thorn had hand-drawn a simplified version of the basic mineral exploration map, overnight. On the map, the terrain and several mineral-rich areas he speculated to be marked with various strange symbols and lines. Avina and Grag. Thorn unfolded the parchment, pointed to the crooked symbols on it, and began a geological lesson in another world. "This map is based on my knowledge. These red dots," he pointed to a circled area, "represent iron ore. They are usually found in reddish-brown rock layers or mixed in red soil. Remember, pay special attention when you see particularly dark reddish-brown soil or stones that sound dull when struck." Glag was completely confused, but he still tried his best to remember. Avina's compound eyes widened slightly, as if she was trying to understand these concepts she had never heard of before. Holy crap, this is like talking to a brick wall. Trying to explain geology to a bunch of medieval people is no less difficult than asking Einstein to explain the business model of live streaming e-commerce. Thorn couldn't help but complain in his heart, but he still patiently continued to explain. "There are also these black stones." He pointed to another area on the drawing, where several black squares were drawn. "They're called coal. They look like black stones, but they're very light and can burn, releasing heat that lasts longer than firewood. They're usually found in damp, vegetation-covered areas. A burning stone? Greg exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that a miracle? Miracle, my foot. That was the fuel for the Industrial Revolution. Thorn rolled his eyes, but his face remained serious. And then there are these green or blue rocks. Thorn pointed to an area marked with small copper coin symbols. That's copper ore. They're usually soft and easily deformed. And this white stone, which makes a crisp sound when struck, is called limestone. He handed the blueprints to Avina. These symbols represent the areas where they might appear. But more importantly, it's about your perception. Thorn's gaze returned to Avina, his eyes filled with trust. Avina, trust your instincts. If you sense any unusual energy fluctuations or smell any unusual odors in the soil, whether it's marked on the blueprints or not, tell me. Your 8 appendages can sense the fine structure inside rocks. Your compound eyes can see color differences invisible to the human eye. Your sense of smell can distinguish the unique scents of various minerals in the soil. These are more reliable than any map. Avina's body stiffened slightly. She had never imagined that the abilities her race was born with would be so important in the eyes of humans. Her gaze towards Thorn held an unprecedented pride, a pride born of being recognized. Yes, Your Highness. Avina's voice, for the first time, carried a hint of emotion. We will certainly not fail Your Highness's expectations. Wow, this psychological manipulation is even more effective than gold coins. Indeed, feeling valued is the best motivation. Thorn was overjoyed. Just then, Lord's figure slowly walked over. His face was still pale and his figure was slightly weak, but he had changed into light leather armor, held his sword in his hand, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Your Highness, Lord's voice was somewhat low. I will be traveling with the troops. No, Thorn refused without even thinking. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet, and as a Grand Knight, staying in town will deter the villains and protect our foundation. But the depths of the mountains are fraught with danger, Lord insisted. As you said, wild beasts roam there. This team needs a strong knight to lead it. I know. Thorn patted Lord's shoulder, feeling his lean but hard muscles. Precisely because it's dangerous, you can't go. We cannot afford to take any chances on this exploration. If we encounter any wild beasts we cannot defeat, my only order to them is retreat. Coming back alive is more important than any mineral deposit. Thorn's tone suddenly became extremely serious. High risk comes with high reward, but the prerequisite for reward is survival. He looked at Lord, his eyes carrying a deep meaning that only the two of them could understand. You are my last line of defense. Your life is more important than these mines, more important than any gold coins. Lord's body trembled slightly. He looked into Thorn's sincere and resolute eyes, and finally, all his words turned into a heavy sigh. Yes, Your Highness. He took a step back, his gaze sweeping over the exploration team that was about to depart, his eyes filled with worry. That Lord is practically my mother, always worrying me sick. But with him around, my Lord's manor is finally secure. Thorn muttered to himself. There's one more thing before we set off, Thorn said, turning to face all the team members. There was no wine, no flowers, and no lengthy vows. Thorn simply took from Pete a burlap sack full of dried meat and a leather flask full of water. He walked up to the first guard and personally handed him the dried meat and water. Remember this. Thorn's gaze swept across the faces of each team member, his voice deep and powerful, piercing the chill of the morning. I have only one request. He paused, then said, slowly and deliberately, come back alive. These 4 simple words struck the hearts of every team member with a heavy weight. They accepted the food and water, their eyes gleaming with a complex light, a mixture of gratitude for being valued by their Lord, and a yearning for life and a commitment to the future. Yes, Your Highness. The unified shouts echoed throughout the square. Let's go, Thorn commanded. The exploration team, carrying the hopes for the future of Dark Town, led by Glag and Avina, strode confidently toward the forest path to the east of the town. The townspeople spontaneously gathered around the square, offering no boisterous farewell, but silently watching the procession. Their gazes held a mixture of curiosity, blessings, and a hint of nervous anticipation for the unknown. Those were eyes of hope. The exploration team gradually disappeared at the end of the forest path. Before them lay the majestic mountain range, the dragon's backbone, which, according to legend, was transformed from the fallen dragon. That place is full of unknown dangers, but also contains endless treasures. Thorn stood in the square, watching the procession disappear into the distance until their figures were completely swallowed by the trees. He didn't stop at all. All right, the first wave of Pathfinders has been sent out. Now it's time for something bigger. Thorn turned to Pete beside him and said, Pete, go and call the old stonemason later and Chief Corvana to the backyard. Pete was somewhat puzzled, but he immediately bowed and accepted the order. Soon, the old stonemason later and the Spider Queen Chief Corvana, led by Pete, arrived at the backyard of the Lord's Manor. This place was originally a deserted vegetable garden, but now Thorn was pointing at it with a burning gaze. Mr. Later, Chief Corvana. Thorn skipped the pleasantries and slowly unfolded another drawing, the primary blast furnace design drawing before them. This drawing is more complex than the exploration map, filled with all sorts of strange pipes, furnaces, and vents. The old stonemason Later's eyes lit up instantly. Although he couldn't understand the specific structure, the grandeur and precision revealed in the drawings made his heart pound wildly. Corvana's compound eyes narrowed slightly as she sensed the immense energy contained within the blueprint, of power she had never seen before, yet one of unparalleled strength. Thorn's gaze swept over these two key figures who represented the future technological power of Darktown, and a fanatical smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He pointed to the open space, then to the huge furnace on the blueprint. Before the ore is brought back, Thorn's voice carried an undeniable, groundbreaking momentum. We must first create this, or eating monster. Blast furnace, here I come. Industrial age, charge. Chapter 45. The ore-eating monster. Wugwang Town, Lord's Mansion, backyard. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, and the air was filled with the damp scent of earth and grass. Thorn tapped lightly on the primary blast furnace design, drawing with his fingertips. The intricate lines and symbols on the drawing were like gibberish to Later and Corvana. The old stonemason, Later, took the drawings with trembling hands. His cloudy eyes were almost touching the parchment as he muttered in confusion, Your Highness, what is this? Is it some kind of divine inscription? I have never seen such strange drawings. Corvana's compound eyes contracted slightly. She extended one of her appendages and gently touched the edge of the drawing, seemingly sensing some kind of power contained within it. She could feel that this thing was unusual, but she had no idea what it was. Sigh. This level of difficulty is about the same as teaching calculus to cavemen. Thorn sighed inwardly and cleared his throat. This is not an inscription of the gods, Mr. Later. Thorn's voice held a mysterious allure. It is a furnace that can make the fire burn brighter than anywhere else. He pointed to the massive main structure on the drawing, then to the chimney at the top of the blast furnace and the tuyères at the bottom. Look, it's like a giant chimney, with bellows at the bottom constantly blowing air in. The stronger the wind, the bigger the fire. How big? Thorn paused, his gaze sweeping over the two shocked faces. So big, it can melt stones into water. What? Later's eyes widened in shock, nearly dropping the blueprints in his hand. He had spent his entire life working with stone and had seen all sorts of furnaces for smelting metals, but melting stone into water? That was simply a fantasy, unheard of. Your Highness, you mean, turn stones into water? The old stonemason's voice cracked, and he felt his worldview was being challenged like never before. Corvana's compound eyes flickered a few times. She already had a deep understanding of the concept of water, but the idea of melting stone, turning into water was beyond her comprehension. She keenly caught the key word in Thorn's words, extremely high temperature. Yes, Mr. Later. Thorn nodded firmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. And it's about melting that red, hard stone into molten, flowing iron. Molten iron? Later's mouth gaped open, unable to close for a long time. He had seen blacksmiths heat iron blocks red hot with fire and then hammer them into shape. but he had never imagined that iron could flow like water. "Your Highness." Later suddenly knelt down, his voice trembling with despair. You're going to kill me. What kind of earthen wall can withstand the high temperature of melting rock? The furnace wall will melt before the stone. This goes against my common sense." He pointed to the furnace wall structure on the blueprints, his eyes filled with incomprehension and fear. He was an experienced craftsman. He knew what materials could withstand what temperatures, but what Thorn described was completely beyond his comprehension. Damn, this question is too technical. This old stonemason is definitely something. Thorn's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained calm. He knew this was the critical point in his persuasion. If he didn't handle it well, the craftsman's confidence would completely collapse. "Mr. Later, stand up and speak." Thorn stepped forward and helped the old stonemason to his feet, his tone gentle yet firm. "You're right, ordinary earthen walls simply can't withstand that kind of temperature." Thorn's gaze was profound, as if he could see into the future. However, the key to this blast furnace lies in its structure, and the special earthwork. Pointing to the complex internal structure of the blast furnace on the blueprints, he explained, half jokingly. It can lock the heat firmly inside, preventing the furnace walls from being directly burned by the high temperature. Moreover, what we need is not ordinary soil, but a special mixture of earth that will be as indestructible as the monuments you erected for the heroes before. He paused, his tone becoming more solemn. "Mr. Later, do you remember? I once had you conjure clean, living water from charcoal, sand, and gravel. Didn't that seem like a miracle to you, defying common sense?" Thorn's eyes were filled with powerful confidence and unquestionable authority. This aura, coupled with the previous miracle setup, made Later's body tremble violently. He looked into Thorn's calm and deep eyes, and recalled the monument in the square where Thorn had personally carved his name. This young lord always seemed to be able to turn the impossible into the possible. This is truly. Later's lips trembled, and finally, all his doubts turned into a heavy sigh. Although he still couldn't fully understand, Thorn's strong confidence and past miracles temporarily suppressed his inner doubts. He chose to believe. Phew, I bet right. Sure enough, brainwashing has to start from childhood, or rather, from the human heart. Thorn wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. "In that case, Mr. Later, Chief Corvana." Thorn's gaze swept over the two men, his tone becoming even more excited. "While the exploration team is still searching for we must first create this, eating monster." He pointed to the cleared area in the backyard and began to explain in detail the steps involved in building the blast furnace. "First, we need to dig a foundation deep enough to ensure the furnace is stable. Then, we need to consider the material for the furnace walls." Thorn crouched down and drew a simple diagram on the ground with his finger. "We need clay, the best clay, the finer the better. Then river sand. It must be clean, coarse sand. And gravel, the smaller the better." Finally, he changed his tone, with a hint of mystery. "We also need some tough animal hair, preferably cow or sheep hair, cut it up and mix it into the soil." Animal hair? Later and Corvana were both stunned. They had seen methods using thatch and mud, but animal hair? What kind of earthenware method was this? Isn't this just a primitive version of reinforced concrete? Only the steel bars have been replaced with animal hair, and the cement with clay. Thorn chuckled inwardly, but outwardly explained with a serious expression. "The animal hair makes the furnace walls more resilient, like bones, firmly binding the clay together and preventing it from cracking." Over the next few days, the backyard of Wuguang town was completely transformed into a bustling construction site. Thorn personally oversaw the operation, taking off his plain clothes, rolling up his sleeves, mixing mud, carrying materials, and even demonstrating how to blend the earthenware. Every movement and every glance of his was filled with fervor for this monster. Later and his apprentices were responsible for digging the foundation, strictly controlling the proportions of clay, river sand, gravel, and animal hair according to Thorn's instructions. They stomped and kneaded the various materials with their hands, mixing them into a strange, resilient mud. Damn, this job is inhuman. I've never touched so much mud in my life. It feels like I'm back in kindergarten playing in the mud. But this mud is the mud that led to the Industrial Revolution. Thorn thought to himself as he mixed the mud, but a satisfied smile remained on his face. The Arachne people, on the other hand, demonstrated their architectural talent. Their 8 limbs moved with remarkable dexterity, precisely applying the mixed mud to the framework of the hearth walls. Their limbs possessed both immense strength and a delicate touch, allowing them to compact the mud so thoroughly that it was airtight, ensuring that each layer of the hearth wall was sturdy and uniform. Corvana personally supervised the work of her people. She discovered that their compound eyes could more clearly distinguish impurities in the soil, and their appendages could sense the most subtle structural changes in the soil, ensuring the density and strength of the furnace walls. Your Highness, Alea and the others have managed to compact the mud more tightly, leaving no gaps, Corvana reported to Thorn, a hint of pride in her eyes. Good heavens, isn't this a natural vibrator? The efficiency and quality are simply amazing. Thorn was overjoyed as he watched the seamless cooperation between the human and spider races. Human craftsmen were responsible for the basic moving and rough shaping, while the spider women were responsible for the delicate application and compaction. Their movements were elegant and efficient, their gray-white bodies moving through the mud like a group of 8-legged building sprites. Day after day passed, and amidst everyone's sweat and anticipation, this monster that eats or rose from the ground. Its shape resembles a giant, earthen yellow honeycomb, about 5 meters high, wide at the base and gradually narrowing upwards. The top has a pre-reserved chimney opening, while the bottom has several openings for blowing air and tapping molten iron. It looks simple and rugged, yet it exudes a primitive and powerful industrial aesthetic. If this thing were in modern times, it would probably be sent to a museum as an abstract work of art. But for me, it's my Iron Man suit, the first step of my industrial revolution. Thorn stood in front of the blast furnace, feeling the earthy fragrance emanating from it, and the immense power that was about to change the world, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. The main structure of the blast furnace is basically completed, with only final internal finishing and a long drying process remaining. Once dried, it will be ready to be ignited by flames, truly consuming ore and producing steel. Just then, a gray-white figure rushed back from the east, like an arrow released from a bow. It was an Arachne spider scout, her 8 appendages slicing rapidly across the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Her compound eyes were filled with anxiety, and as soon as she reached the backyard of the Lord's manor, she rushed straight towards Thorn. My lady, the Spider-Woman scout knelt on one knee, her voice urgent and tinged with excitement. The captain ordered us to bring this back. She took out a sample wrapped in layers of coarse cloth from her bosom and carefully handed it to Thorn. Thorn took the cloth bundle. It was icy cold to the touch, yet unusually heavy. He eagerly untied the cloth, revealing what was inside. It was a reddish-brown stone, rough in surface and smelling of earth, but under the sunlight, it shimmered with a kind of dull yet alluring luster. We found a lot of heavy, red stones in a cave in the misty forest, the Spider Scout said quickly, slightly out of breath. The captain said they look exactly like the iron ore you drew on your blueprints. Thorn's hand trembled violently. He stared intently at the ore in his hand, then looked at the blast furnace that was beginning to take shape in front of him. Holy crap, they arrived so fast. Now, the ingredients and pot are all ready. His heart suddenly raced, and a surge of ecstasy welled up inside him. The age of steel seems within reach. Chapter 46. The First Industrial Workers. Thorn's hand gripped the reddish-brown stone tightly. Its weight far exceeded that of an ordinary rock of the same size, pressing heavily on his palm as if he were holding the weight of an entire future. Holy crap! The color, the texture, the density. If this isn't hematite, I'd eat this rock right here and now. His heart was pounding wildly in his chest, so excited it felt like it would burst out of his throat. He forcibly suppressed the urge to immediately perform a give-it-to-me dance, and instead roared at the system in his mind. System, scan. Quick, scan this little one for me. A pale blue light curtain, visible only to him, instantly enveloped the ore. Beep item scanning in progress. Scan target, high-grade hematite. Composition analysis, Ferric oxide Fe2O3 content is approximately 68.7%, with low levels of impurities such as silicon, aluminum, and phosphorus. System evaluation, excellent smelting raw materials, an epic treasure in the beginner village. Congratulations, host, you've taken another big step closer to leaving the Stone Age behind. Holy crap, 68.7%. This quality would have been considered a gold mine in my day. And it's an exposed vein. This is practically a backdoor opened by the system, like they just shoved the newbie gift pack into my mouth. Thorn's lips curled up uncontrollably, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. His sudden, slightly lewd laughter stunned everyone around him. The Spider-Woman scouts, who had just finished their report, blinked in unison, filled with confusion. Was the Lord ecstatic? The old stonemason later and the Spider Queen Chief Corvana exchanged bewildered glances, completely baffled by the young lord's emotional turmoil. Cough, cough. Thorn realized he had lost his composure. He coughed twice, forcibly straightening his face, which was about to split open with a smile, and resumed his inscrutable lordly demeanor. He raised the hematite in his hand high, his eyes sweeping over everyone present with intense gaze. His voice trembled slightly with excitement, but it also possessed a penetrating power that ignited the passion of everyone present. Do you know what this is? Without waiting for anyone's reply, he announced loudly to himself in an almost chanting tone. This is no ordinary stone. It is our hope for the future. It is the backbone that allows us to stand tall again on this barren land. It is the steel bones that enable us to forge the sharpest swords, the strongest plowshares, and the warmest homes. Steel bones. These 4 words, like a thunderclap, exploded in the ears of everyone in the backyard. Later's eyes widened instantly. As a craftsman, he knew perfectly well what steel meant. It was a weapon only nobles could possess, a power capable of changing the course of war, a symbol of wealth and power. Corvana's eyes narrowed sharply as she recalled Thorn's descriptions of weapons that could easily pierce the fur of wild beasts and farming tools that could cultivate hard soil. It turns out that the source of all this was this ordinary red stone in the Lord's hand. Your Highness. Later's voice trembled like an autumn leaf in the wind. You mean, we can also possess steel? Not ownership. Thorn's lips curled into a confident, almost arrogant smile. It's creation. To create our own steel with our own hands. He turned around and strode out of the backyard, his voice booming like a bell, echoing throughout the entire Lord's mansion. Pete. Yes, Your Highness. I'm here. The Minister of the Interior, Pete, scrambled out of his office. He thought he had just heard the Lord giving some exciting speech in the backyard. Immediately. Right now? Write me a recruitment order. Thorn shoved the ore sample into Pete's arms. The weight of the sample made Pete stumble and almost lose his balance. Write this. Darktown is recruiting brave pioneers. Head to the misty forest and mine steel bones. Pete nodded. He understood. Salary. Thorn held up 3 fingers. 30 copper coins per day? Settled daily. No delays. How much? Pete's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He wondered if he'd misheard. 30 copper coins. A day. Damn. That expression is exactly the same as when I heard the company was giving out year-end bonuses back in the day. Thorn chuckled to himself. Your Highness. Pete's voice trembled. He lowered his voice, leaned close to Thorn's ear, and said urgently, 30 copper coins. That's more than a guard's monthly salary. Our finances. A generous reward will inspire courage. Thorn patted him on the shoulder, his eyes deep. Pete, remember, we're not doing this for a quick buck. We're making history. I want everyone who sweats for Darktown to know that their labor is valuable. Incredibly valuable. 30 copper coins were an astronomical sum for ordinary people whose monthly income was only 1 or 2 silver coins, 200 copper coins. This news was like a bomb, creating a huge uproar in the desolate town of No Light. When Pete, his hands trembling, posted the recruitment notice with a huge 30 written in charcoal on the bulletin board in the square, the whole town erupted in excitement. At first, there was doubt. 30 copper coins a day? Are you kidding me? Has the Lord gone mad? Go to the misty forest? That place is teeming with wild beasts. It's not worth risking your life for money. But soon, doubt was replaced by a more primal impulse desire. A emaciated man pushed through the crowd and was the first to approach the guard in charge of registration. His wife was bedridden for years, his child was crying for food, and he hadn't tasted meat in a long time. I'll sign up. His voice was hoarse, but his eyes shone with an astonishing light. I'll go too. Another man with a missing arm shouted. I still have one arm I can use. I don't want my daughter to go hungry with me anymore. One after another, ordinary people living at the very bottom of society were ignited with a fire in their hearts by this unprecedentedly high salary. They may be timid or cowardly, but for their families and for the dignity of being able to eat their fill, they are willing to gamble their lives for a future. The main focus is on targeted poverty alleviation. Indeed, nothing can motivate the people's enthusiasm for production more than real money. Thorn stood at the second-floor window of the Lord's mansion, watching with satisfaction the crowd of people eagerly signing up in the square. Just then, Kalvana, accompanied by several tall Spider-Woman warriors, entered the Lord's mansion. Your Highness. The proud Spider Queen chieftain bowed slightly to Thorn, her attitude utterly sincere. Mining ore is a dangerous and arduous task. My people are willing to serve you. She pointed to the spider warriors behind her. Their lower spider bodies were much thicker than those of ordinary spider women, and their appendages were covered with hard carapaces, exuding explosive power. Their strength far surpasses that of humans. Their appendages allow them to stand firmly in complex caves and even climb cliffs. They are both the best warriors and the best porters. Corvana's compound eyes gleamed with wisdom. We, the Arachne people, also want to contribute to building our new home. Holy crap! This is the heavy-duty engineer I've always dreamed of. With its built-in stabilizer and lifting capabilities, it's practically top-of-the-line equipment for mining operations. Thorn was overjoyed, but his face showed a look of gratitude and relief. Chief Corvana, your understanding and righteousness have moved me. On behalf of the Town of Darkness, I welcome you to join us. He paused, then added, Of course, your salary and benefits will be the same as those of human workers. We don't need a salary. Kalvana shook her head. You gave us a new life. Everything we have belongs to you. Wow, that's a high level of awareness. But I still have to pay what's due. I'm not a miser. This is a matter of principle. Thorn insisted. No, this is a principle. All those who have worked for Darktown deserve to be rewarded. This is my promise as Lord. Looking into Thorn's unwavering gaze, Kalvana remained silent for a moment before finally nodding slowly. For the first time, she sensed that this young lord was establishing a completely new order in a way she had never seen before, an order based on respect and value. 3 days later, the first mixed mining team assembled in the square. 20 human civilians and 10 Arachne warriors were led by a royal knight. Their equipment was so rudimentary, it was heartbreaking. Without iron pickaxes, Later and his craftsmen worked through the night to forge 30 heavy stone pickaxes using the hardest obsidian and wooden sticks. Without carts, the women wove huge baskets from sturdy wrought tan. Everything was imbued with a primitive and arduous atmosphere. Thorn stood at the front of the line without giving any impassioned mobilization speech. He simply had everyone sit in a circle and began a unique pre-job training. Listen up, all of you. Thorn's expression was unusually serious. Money is important, ore is important, but your lives are the most important. I don't want any of you to lose your lives in that black hole. He picked up a stick and drew a diagram on the ground. First, before entering the cave, we must check the rocks at the entrance and the top to see if anything is loose. Grag, you and your men are in charge of this, and you must check it every day. Second, work in pairs, and absolutely no one is allowed to act alone. One person digs while the other observes the surroundings and is ready to provide support at any time. Third, there might be a lack of oxygen in the cave, so we'll be using bellows to blow air in regularly. If you feel dizzy or nauseous, get out immediately. Don't try to be brave. Fourth, and most importantly, if you hear any strange noises or feel the ground shaking, ignore everything else. Drop your tools, drop your ore, and run as fast as you can. Understand? Everyone was stunned. Throughout their lives, from serfs to tenant farmers, and then to vagrants, no nobleman had ever spoken to them about these things. In the eyes of those powerful figures, their lives were no different from the weeds growing by the roadside. But now, this noble prince is repeatedly telling them your lives are the most important. An old, unshaven miner could no longer hold back. 2 streams of tears rolled down his cloudy old eyes. He suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily to Thorn. Your Highness, you are a true god. Get up, all of you. Thorn frowned. I am not a god. I am your lord. I need you to come back alive and create more value for me and for Darkshire. So, engrave my words into your very bones. Yes, your Highness. The shouts of the 30 men were perfectly synchronized, filled with unprecedented excitement and trust. Under the watchful eyes of the entire town, the mining team, carrying the future of Dark Town, embarked on their journey to the misty forest with high morale. They arrived at the huge cave located deep in the forest. The cave entrance resembled the gaping black maw of an ancient behemoth, exuding a cold and damp aura. As the group lit torches and led the way into the depths of the cave, everyone was awestruck by the sight before them. Wherever the firelight reached, the cave walls were covered with large patches of dark red veins. The reddish-brown ores shimmered with a dull yet alluring metallic luster under the flickering flames, like the ceaselessly flowing, scalding blood within the body of a sleeping dragon. The air was filled with the earthy smell and the coldness of rocks, and everyone's breathing became involuntarily rapid. Holy crap, this isn't a mine, it's an open treasure trove. We're really going to strike it rich. Although Thorn wasn't there, the magnificent scene had already appeared in his mind through the knight's report, and he was so excited that he kept rubbing his hands together. Let's get to work. The knight's voice trembled slightly. A young civilian, unable to contain his excitement, was the first to rush forward. His name was Tim, and he was the first man to sign up. He raised the heavy stone pickaxe high in his hand, and with all his might, smashed it down hard against the shimmering rock wall. Clang! A crisp yet dull thud echoed through the silent cave. Sparks flew everywhere. A piece of hematite the size of a human head, smelling of earth, rolled down the rock wall and landed heavily at Tim's feet. He threw away the stone pickaxe and, with trembling hands, lifted the heavy piece of ore. The cold touch and the heavy weight felt so real. It was as if he was holding not a stone, but the money for his wife's medical treatment, the winter clothes for his children, and the steaming bread for the whole family's future. His eyes instantly filled with tears, but a brilliant smile spread across his lips. Meanwhile, dozens of miles away in Wuguang Town, in the backyard of the Lord's mansion, the 5-meter-tall, rugged, earthen yellow blast furnace, after several days of wind and sun exposure, had its surface clay completely dried, presenting a hard, cracked texture. It stands silently in the afterglow of the setting sun, like a silent, hungry, ancient behemoth. Later stood in front of the blast furnace, gently stroking the cold, rough furnace wall with his hand, his eyes filled with awe and anticipation. The steel bones have been found. The monster that devours bones and refines them into flesh and blood has also awakened. Everything is ready, except for the east wind. Chapter 47. A Hymn to the Blazing Fire. The path leading from the misty forest to the town of No Light was widened by a factor of 2 in just a few days. A peculiar transport team, day after day, never stops. The workers carried heavy wicker baskets, leaving deep footprints on the soft earth with every step. Sweat soaked through their worn clothes, but their faces showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, they radiated an almost fanatical excitement. Beside them were the even more efficient main force of transportation, the warriors of the Arachne tribe. They wove huge nets from tough spider silk, each filled with hundreds of kilograms of reddish-brown ore. Their 8 appendages gripped the ground firmly, moving with incredible speed as if on flat ground. In the backyard of the Lord's mansion, at the foot of the earthen yellow blast furnace, the once empty land was quickly piled up into a real mountain. A small hill made up of countless reddish-brown minerals. Under the sunlight, the mine shimmered with a dull yet alluring dark red luster, like a gigantic, still beating heart. It brought an unprecedented visual impact and a primal sense of security called abundance. Whenever the townspeople passed by, they couldn't help but stop and stare at the mine, their eyes filled with awe and hope. My God, so many stones, how much are they worth? Fool. The Lord said this isn't stone, it's steel bones. It can turn into iron. Really? I still can't believe it. Holy crap, the production enthusiasm of these villagers is comparable to that of a shopaholic who rushed to buy things at midnight on 618 in my past life. To earn 30 copper coins a day, they're planning to empty the entire mine for me. Thorn stood in the backyard, watching the mine rise at a visible rate, and he was overjoyed. The core principle is more work, more pay, and distribution according to work. This is the spirit that the first generation of industrial workers should have. He waved his hand and shouted to Tim, who was panting heavily after unloading a basket of ore. Tim, well done. I'll give you an extra 5 copper coins as a bonus today. Tim was stunned for a moment, then broke into a smile that looked more like a grimace. He was so excited that he couldn't speak and just kept bowing. The surrounding workers were envious and worked even harder. Amidst this lively atmosphere, Civil Controller Sam, like a startled rabbit, stumbled over, clutching a roll of parchment. His face was somewhat pale. Your Highness, Sam ran up to Thorn, panting. The preliminary results of the census you requested are in. Thorn's smile faded slightly as he took the roll of parchment, still smelling of ink, and slowly unrolled it. The data above is alarming. The current registered population of Wuguang Town is 732. Among them, 98 were children under the age of 10. The neonatal mortality rate over the past 3 years was approximately 42%. The mortality rate for children under 5 years old is approximately 31%. Causes of death statistics estimated by sampling surveys. Approximately 18% died from starvation. Approximately 75% died from illness, fever, diarrhea, wound infection, etc. The remainder were accidents. Thorn's pupils contracted little by little. Those cold numbers, like poisoned steel needles, pierced his heart. He knew this place was poor and backward, but he never imagined that the situation would be this bad. This is not a mortality rate. It is a silent massacre that has lasted for centuries. The culprits are the ubiquitous poverty, ignorance, and filth. Oh shit. Thorn's hands crunched the parchment so hard it made a crunch. These damn data are 1,000,000 times more terrifying than my medical reports from my past life. This isn't a natural disaster. It's a man-made catastrophe. It's a complete, systemic murder caused by backwardness. Sam was so frightened by Thorn's sudden darkening of his face that he didn't dare to breathe. Your Highness, this is the fate we've been accustomed to for generations. What a load of bull. Thorn suddenly looked up, and the cold glint in his eyes made Sam shudder. He rolled up the parchment and clutched it tightly in his hand, as if he were holding on to an incredibly heavy vow. I'm determined to forge this batch of steel today. No one can stop me. I said it. He took a deep breath, suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, and turned to look at the silent, earthen yellow blast furnace. Its name is Hope. Mr. Later. Thorn's voice boomed. Gather your men. Prepare to load the fuel. Loading a blast furnace is an extremely meticulous task. Thorn personally supervised the process, allowing no mistakes whatsoever. Under his guidance, the workers first broke baskets of hematite into fist-sized pieces and slowly lowered them into the bottomless belly of the blast furnace using a hoist basket. Clang, clang. The sound of or hitting the furnace wall was dull and powerful, like a giant beast chewing. After laying down a layer of ore, Thorn immediately gave the order. Bring on the charcoal. Another group of workers carefully filled the ore with the high-quality charcoal that had been prepared beforehand, spreading it evenly over the ore. Your Highness, why are they placed layer by layer like this? A young apprentice couldn't help but ask curiously. Thorn wasn't impatient. He explained in the simplest terms. Think of charcoal as the food for the fire. Think of the ore as the bones we're refining. Only when the food and bones are evenly mixed together can the fire burn brighter and more thoroughly, forcing the iron out of the bones. This theory of eating to strengthen bones is simple and straightforward, yet it made all the craftsmen suddenly realize its meaning. Their gazes toward Thorn grew increasingly awe-inspiring. Just how much wondrous knowledge, unheard of by anyone, is contained in this lord's mind. One layer of, or one layer of coal. A layer of hope, a layer of fuel. The entire process was filled with a solemn sense of ritual. It was as if they were not filling a furnace, but offering sacrifices to a god about to be born. My lord, you're about to light the fire. We need to use that giant monster to turn stones into molten iron. The news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of Dark Town. Almost everyone put down what they were doing and flocked to the backyard of the Lord's manor from all directions. They crowded outside the police line, craning their necks and standing on tiptoe. The dark mass of people completely surrounded the backyard. The children were carried on the shoulders of adults or climbed onto nearby rooftops and walls, their bright eyes sparkling with curiosity, excitement, and a hint of fear. A complex emotion permeated the air. Expectation, doubt, fervor, unease, all intertwined, making the atmosphere incredibly heavy. What they are about to witness may be an unprecedented miracle, or it may be a colossal joke that exhausts the territory's resources. Everyone's fate seemed to be tied to this silent, earthen yellow monster before them. Dusk quietly descended. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a golden outline on the blast furnace. Thorn stood in front of the blast furnace. Behind him were several huge bellows made of tough leather, each of which required 4 strong men to operate. He didn't rush to light the fire. His gaze swept over the tense yet expectant faces before him. Then, he did something that surprised everyone. He turned around and extended his hand to the old stonemason Later, whose face was full of tension, and to Corvana, who represented the workers of Arachne. Mr. Later, Chief Corvana, please come to my side. Both of them were stunned. Under everyone's gaze, a humble human craftsman and a demi-human chieftain regarded as a monster slowly walked to the Lord's side and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. This scene itself is a powerful impact. Thorn cleared his throat, and his voice, through the brief silence, reached everyone's ears clearly. Today, we are gathered here not to pray to any god. His opening remarks surprised everyone. Today, we stand here to witness a miracle we ourselves have created. He pointed to Later beside him, his voice suddenly rising. This furnace that can melt rock was built by Mr. Later and his team of craftsmen, with every handful of mud and every drop of sweat. He is a hero of Darktown. Later trembled, and tears instantly welled up in his cloudy old eyes. He had never received such high praise in his entire life. Thorn then pointed to Corvana. This small mountain of steel bones beneath our feet was carried back for us piece by piece from the dark cave by Chief Corvana and her brave people, who risked their lives. They are heroes of Darktown too. Corvana's compound eyes gleamed with a complex light. She looked at Thorn, then at the humans around her whose gazes had shifted from fear to admiration. So, Thorn's voice, like a war drum, struck heavily on everyone's heart. Today, there is no divine messenger here, nor a savior. Only craftsmen, only miners, only us laborers who change our destiny with our own hands. We will ignite this miracle with our own hands. Glory belongs to the workers. Roar! The crowd erupted in cheers. Glory to the workers. Long live Master Later. Praise be to the ladies of Arachne. The cheers were deafening, almost lifting the roof off the entire town of darkness. At this moment, class, race, prejudice, everything was burned away by a burning emotion called collective honor. Thorn smiled. He took 3 burning torches from the guards. He solemnly handed 2 of them to Later and Corvana beside him. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes, a banished prince, a humble old craftsman, and a spider-woman from another race. The 3 of them stepped forward simultaneously. They threw their torches together into the dark ignition port at the bottom of the blast furnace. This is a highly symbolic gesture. It represents the perfect combination of knowledge, skill, and power. It heralded the end of an old era and the birth of a new one. Call. Flames quietly ignited at the bottom of the furnace. Below the wind, Thorn let out a deafening roar. The burly men, who were already prepared, used all their strength to take turns pushing the huge leather bellows. Huff, huff, huff. The bellows heaved heavily, and the powerful airflow, like a trapped gale, rushed wildly into the furnace through the ceramic pipes. Boom. In an instant, The faint flame at the bottom of the furnace suddenly burst into flames, as if oil had been poured on it. A scorching wave of heat surged out from the ignition point, forcing the people standing at the front to retreat repeatedly. Thick black smoke billowed from the chimney at the top of the furnace, and then a dark red tongue of fire shot into the sky. Woo 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 woo. The entire blast furnace began to emit a deep rumble, like an ancient beast that had been sleeping for thousands of years being completely awakened. The flames at the furnace opening, propelled by the strong wind, turned from red to white, emitting a deafening roar. That sound was domineering and tyrannical, filled with the unparalleled power of primitive industry. Everyone was speechless with awe at the terrifying yet magnificent sight before them. They stared wide-eyed at the white pillar of fire shooting into the sky, feeling the ground beneath their feet tremble slightly. Their faces were filled with fanaticism. So this is the power that the Lord spoke of, to melt stones into water. This isn't a stove at all. This is clearly a man-made volcano. Time passed, second by second. The roar of the blast furnace became the only background noise in this world. The temperature inside the furnace was rising steadily. Even people standing more than 10 meters away could clearly feel the scorching heat that was almost baking them dry. The blast furnace's yellowish-brown exterior wall gradually turned dark red from bottom to top at a visible speed, then to a glaring bright red, like a huge branding iron that had been thoroughly heated. The air, distorted by the high temperature, made the blast furnace appear somewhat illusory and unreal. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Success seems to be just around the corner. Thorn stood in the spot closest to the blast furnace, his forehead covered with fine beads of sweat. His face still held a confident and calm smile, but only he knew that his back was already soaked with cold sweat. His hands, clenched inside his sleeves, had turned white. Stay calm. You absolutely must stay calm. My old buddy, you were the cradle of my industrial revolution, so pull it together. Don't you dare cause any trouble. He stared intently at the glowing red-hot furnace wall, Later's earlier worries echoing in his mind like a nightmare. What kind of earthen wall can withstand the high temperatures of melting rock? The furnace wall will melt before the stone. Just then, crack, a crisp, faint cracking sound came from the middle of the blast furnace. The sound wasn't loud, but it hit Thorn's heart like a heavy hammer. The enthusiastic cheers abruptly ceased. Everyone heard it. Thorn's pupils suddenly contracted. He suddenly looked up, staring intently in the direction from which the sound came. On the glowing red furnace wall, an extremely fine, black crack, like a winding venomous snake, was slowly but steadily spreading upwards. Crack, crack. More, fine crackling sounds rang out one after another. Later's face turned deathly pale in an instant. His lips trembled as he pointed to the increasingly obvious crack, his voice filled with a desperate tremor. It's cracking. It's cracked, Your Highness. It can't hold on any longer. Chapter 48. The day the fire went out. Crack. That crisp popping sound was like a needle, instantly puncturing the huge bubble of fervor in the arena. The thunderous cheers seemed to be abruptly stopped, as if an invisible hand had choked them. Dead silence. A deathly silence, more unsettling than any clamor, enveloped the entire backyard. All eyes were fixed on the black crack that spread from the middle of the furnace wall. It was like a venomous snake that had come to life, twisting and growing on the red-hot furnace. Crack, 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 crack. More and more frequent cracking sounds rang out one after another, like bones breaking. No way, please stop. My old buddy. Hang in there. You're my first shot. You can't be the second one here. Thorn's heart sank into an ice cellar. The smile on his face froze, and the blood in his body seemed to freeze at that moment. Your Highness, something's wrong. Step back. Later's wrinkled face, illuminated by the firelight, was as pale as a sheet of paper. He grabbed Thorn's arm and dragged him backward with all his might. The old stonemason's life experience was now manifesting as primal fear, screaming wildly in his mind. That wasn't an ordinary crack. It was a harbinger of death. The color of the blast furnace is undergoing a strange change. It is no longer that hopeful bright red, but has turned into a deeper, darker red, as if the blood inside is seeping through the skin, carrying an ominous, impending collapse. Wah! The roar of the blast furnace, which had previously been a powerful and majestic roar, had turned into a painful and suppressed wail, as if a giant beast was uttering its final sob before its death. Damn it, this is bad. This is going to explode. Thorn's mind went blank. All his wishful thinking was shattered in that instant. He wanted to shout, to make everyone back off, but his throat felt like it was blocked by something, and he couldn't utter a single word. Time seemed to stretch out infinitely at that moment. Then, boom! A deafening roar, so deep it seemed to shatter one's internal organs, exploded out. The 5-meter-tall, earthen yellow blast furnace, which carried everyone's hopes, broke in half right in front of everyone's eyes from that crack. It did not collapse as people had imagined. The upper half of the furnace was violently thrown several meters upwards by the terrifying pressure inside the furnace, tracing a desperate parabola in the air before crashing heavily to the ground and shattering into pieces. The lower half of the furnace body resembles a volcanic eruption, a viscous, scorching, incompletely reacted mixture of slag and semi-molten iron, carrying with it a destructive white flame, transformed into a terrifying fan-shaped torrent that gushed wildly from the fracture. That's not molten iron, that's hellish lava. With unstoppable force, it instantly swallowed up the ground in front of the blast furnace, burning the solid soil into a sizzling, billowing black hole. The scorching heat wave, like a solid wall, slammed down on everyone. Ah! A heart-wrenching, distorted scream erupted from the crowd. Immediately following was a panic as if the earth were collapsing. The monster is alive. Run! Help! The townspeople, who were immersed in a sense of collective honor just a moment ago, were now driven by their most primal survival instincts. They screamed, pushed and shoved, and cried out, like a flock of startled sheep, fleeing desperately. The scene instantly spiraled out of control, with trampling and screams mingling together, creating a chaotic, apocalyptic scene. Protect His Highness. Lord's reaction was lightning fast. In the instant the explosion occurred, he had teleported to Thorn's side, his broad back forming an impenetrable wall. Another royal knight drew his sword, frantically driving away the surging crowd. Kalvana reacted just as swiftly. Instead of fleeing, she let out a sharp screech, her 8 appendages plunging into the ground to steady herself. Several strands of resilient spider silk shot out from her abdomen, precisely binding several terrified human workers closest to the lava torrent, pulling them back from the brink of death. The backyard had been completely turned into a living hell. It's all over, it's all over. Thorn was tightly protected behind Lord, and through the gaps in the knight's arms, he stared blankly at the mess before him. His mind was blank, and all he could hear was the pounding of his own heart and the desperate cries of the crowd. My industrial revolution. My steel age. Am I supposed to be all wiped out right from the start? The flames, after releasing their last burst of energy, finally extinguished. Thick black smoke, mixed with a pungent sulfur smell, filled the air. The chaotic crowd gradually calmed down under the control of the guards. They did not disperse, but instead gathered again from a distance, still shaken, gazing towards the epicenter of the disaster. When the thick smoke cleared, what was revealed to everyone was a scene that could make anyone's heart stop. The wreckage of dreams. That once magnificent blast furnace, on which high hopes were placed, has now become a pile of twisted, ugly, and smoky ruins. The lower half of the furnace stood there alone, like a gnawed tree stump, the broken end charred black. The inner wall, once solid clay, had been completely burned by the terrifying heat into a strange, shimmering dark green glass, like the entrails of some monster. Fragile, yet utterly ironic. The entire backyard was deathly silent. Only the large black hole burned out was still sizzling and emitting white smoke, as if the earth had been torn open with an unhealable wound. The fervor, at this moment, was completely extinguished by the cold reality. The townspeople slowly recovered from their extreme shock and fear. Then, whispers began to spread through the crowd like a tide. It failed, it really failed. An old man's voice was choked with sobs. I always said, turning stones into water is something only gods can do. How could we mortals possibly do it? My God, We dug so many stones and burned so much charcoal for this monster, and it's all gone. My lord, he's not omnipotent either. These seemingly casual words struck everyone's hearts like a boulder. Yes, this young lord descended from the heavens, bringing living water, bread, and hope. He abolished exorbitant taxes, embraced foreign tribes, and led them to victory in a seemingly impossible war. In everyone's mind, he has almost been deified. He is an omnipotent divine messenger, a savior who leads them out of despair. But now, can even God fail? At this moment, for the first time, cracks appeared in the almost blind worship and faith in Thorn. Doubt, disappointment, confusion, these negative emotions spread rapidly among the crowd like a plague. The way they looked at Thorn was no longer pure fanaticism, but rather tinged with complexity, a hint of alienation, and even a trace of resentment. Thorn heard the whispers. Each word was like a small knife, repeatedly cutting into his heart. He gently pushed Lord away from him. Your Highness. Lord's voice was filled with worry. Thorn did not answer. He walked alone, step by step, toward the pile of ruins that still emitted scorching heat. All eyes were fixed on his somewhat thin figure. The road wasn't long, but he walked exceptionally slowly, each step seeming to tread on his shattered pride. He walked up to the half of the wreckage and stopped. He reached out, ignoring the lingering heat that could burn his skin, and gently touched the vitrified, ugly furnace wall. Upon first touch, it has a strange, rough yet smooth texture. A tremendous, unprecedented sense of frustration and powerlessness overwhelmed him instantly, like a tsunami. He was wrong. That's completely wrong. Materials science. I actually forgot the most basic materials science. His mind was filled with the knowledge he had acquired before his time travel. The refractory limit of ordinary clay is only around 1,200 degrees Celsius. To reduce iron ore into molten iron, the temperature inside the furnace needs to be at least 1,500 degrees Celsius. He mixed clay, river sand, and animal hair, thinking he had created some primitive version of reinforced concrete. Bullshit. This little trick is a joke in the face of absolute heat. It's not even a proper refractory material. The furnace walls melt before the ore. Later was right. He was right from the start. He recalled how confidently he had been, half-jokingly deceiving the old stonemason. I recall standing in front of the blast furnace, shouting with fervor, "Glory belongs to the laborers." I recall those faces brimming with hope and trust, which I had ignited within them. Now, all of this has turned into a complete farce, a public execution. And he was the most pathetic clown on that stage. He even recalled the census report Sam had handed him, with its alarmingly high mortality rate. He had vowed to change it all, but his first attempt had ended in a disastrous and utter failure. Not only did I fail to bring them steel, I almost blew them all up. What kind of worthless lord am I? Self-blame and shame, like two venomous snakes, were frantically gnawing at his heart. The night grew deeper and deeper. Amid disappointment and murmurs, the crowd gradually dispersed. In the end, only Thorn, Lord, Pete, and a few others, including Corvanna and later, remained beside the devastated ruins. Your Highness, Pete cautiously stepped forward, wanting to say something comforting, but he didn't know where to begin. Lord stood silently behind Thorn, like a speechless statue, but the clenched grip on his sword revealed his inner turmoil. Thorn simply waved his hand, signaling them all to step back. His gaze never left the pile of ugly wreckage. He stood alone in front of the ruins, not moving at all. It seemed to have turned into a statue as well. The wind blows, carrying the chill of the night and the smell of ashes. He just stood there, standing there all night. Moon rises, moon sets. When the first rays of dawn tore through the darkness, illuminating the sky and his pale, bloodless face, Lord and Pete remained standing guard not far away. They saw that Thorn had finally moved. He slowly raised his head, facing the first ray of light piercing the darkness. The frustration, confusion, and self-doubt in his eyes had vanished without a trace. Instead, there is an almost obsessive, extremely cold calmness, and a resolute determination to stop at nothing. It was as if, in the deathly silence of that night, something had died completely in his heart. and something else had been rekindled from the ashes. I see. A chillingly calm voice echoed in Thorn's mind. There are no shortcuts. Science allows no room for opportunism. To obtain flames of 1,500 degrees Celsius, one must first possess a container capable of withstanding them. Refractory bricks. I need real refractory bricks. He knew where the problem lay. He also knew that to cross this chasm called materials science, he would have to pay a much higher price than before. Because manufacturing refractory bricks requires a rarer and more difficult to find raw material. We also need an even more insane gamble. Chapter 49, The Birth of Red Bricks. As night faded, the first rays of dawn, like a sharp scalpel, dissected the gray, gloomy sky of Wuguang town. Thorn was still standing in front of the pile of rubble. He stood there all night. The cold morning wind ruffled the dusty hem of his clothes. His handsome face was drained of color, leaving only a sickly pallor and deep dark circles under his eyes. His gaze, however, no longer held the dejection and bewilderment of yesterday, but rather the cold, hard ashes remaining after the fire had burned out. The main focus is on the journey from beginner to giving up, and then from giving up to deleting the account and starting over. Science, as always, doesn't play by the rules. If you try to fool it, it'll just blow your mind. His heart was eerily calm. Later huddled on the steps not far away, having also spent the night. The old stonemason seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. His cloudy eyes held only fear of the ruins and regret for his own incompetence. Just then, Thorn moved. He didn't look at anyone and walked straight up to Later. The old stonemason was startled. He struggled to stand up and bow, his lips trembling, but he couldn't utter a single word. He thought the Lord had come to reprimand him. Thorn crouched down to look him in the eye. He took out a brand new roll of parchment covered with intricate lines from his pocket and slowly unrolled it. Mr. Later. Thorn's voice was hoarse but unusually clear. We'll build another furnace. Later's pupils contracted violently with fear. No, Your Highness. No, I beg you, he pleaded, his voice trembling with tears. It'll explode again. It's a man-eating monster. We can't. This time, it's different. Thorn interrupted him. He spread the drawing on the ground in front of Later. It was a drawing that was more than 10 times more complex than the previous blast furnace design. It was no longer a simple cylinder, but a precise rectangular structure filled with intricate, labyrinthine channels and vents. This is... Later's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the blueprints. As a top-notch stonemason, he immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the design. This is called a brick kiln. Thorn's fingertip touched the blueprint, and he began his first real technical evangelism. Look here, he said, tracing a curve with his finger. This is the main fire channel. The flames go in from here, but they don't rush straight to the top. It will follow this designed flue, first downwards, then upwards, encircling the entire kiln chamber like a greedy fire serpent, evenly transferring heat to every corner inside. Finally, the excess heat and smoke will be discharged from this tallest chimney. Heat circulation? Later blurted out a word he had never heard before. Yes, it's the heat cycle. Thorn's eyes gleamed. Our previous failures weren't because the fire wasn't strong enough, but because the heat was too concentrated and too violent. It was like a wild beast without a bridle, instantly bursting the furnace walls on its own. And this design is like putting a leash on this beast, letting it release its power docilely, continuously, and evenly. Later was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the exquisite flue design on the blueprints, his mind a complete blank. He had spent his entire life working with stone, but he had never imagined that flames and airflow could be designed and guided so ingeniously. This is no longer the skill of a craftsman. This is dissecting the creation of the gods. But what will we use to build it? Later's voice was still trembling. Our earthen walls simply can't withstand it. So, we're not building a wall. Thorn's lips curled into a cold smile. He pointed to the neatly arranged small squares on the drawing. We first use mud to create the strongest stone in the world. Then, we use these stones to build our kiln. Later's gaze was fixed intently on those small squares. Using mud to make stones? Yes. Thorn raised his head, facing the rising sun, and spoke each word as if he were reciting a divine oracle. We named it Brick. A new recruitment notice was posted in the square of the Lord's Manor. This time, however, the townspeople watching no longer looked fervent. Instead, their eyes were filled with doubt, confusion, and a hint of wariness. What? We're playing in the mud again. He even said he wanted to burn the mud into stone. Has the Lord been driven mad by yesterday's explosion? Sigh, forget it. My cellar still needs repairing. I don't want to go through any more trouble. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, but no one stepped forward. Last night's earth-shattering explosion and the towering flames were like a bucket of ice water, completely extinguishing the flames that had just ignited in their hearts. Faith collapses much faster than it is built. Thorn stood not far away, quietly watching all of this. Pete was sweating profusely. Your Highness, what? What are we going to do? Nobody believes us anymore. Trust isn't something you can just talk about, Thorn said, his expression calm and collected. It's something you can do with your hands. He took off his fairly decent coat, leaving only a simple linen lining, rolled up his sleeves, and revealed his arms, which were slightly pale from being pampered. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he shouldered a shovel and, as the first, strode towards the riverbank outside the town. Your Highness! My lord! Lord and Pete exclaimed and wanted to follow, but Thorn stopped them with a look. All the townspeople were stunned. They watched as the noble prince, carrying a shovel, walked towards the muddy riverbank like an ordinary laborer. His silhouette was stretched long in the morning sunlight. Lonely, yet stubborn. For some reason, something in some people's hearts was gently touched. Riverbank. Without saying a word, Thorn dug up a large clump of moist, yellowish-brown clay with a single shovel. He knelt on the ground, like a child playing with mud, and began to knead and sift the mud with his hands. The clay particles must be fine, without too much sand or gravel impurities. Otherwise, uneven heating during firing will easily cause cracking. His movements were focused and earnest, as if he were handling a rare treasure. Just then, a staggering figure walked up to him. It is later. The old stonemason looked at Thorn, who was covered in mud, and his lips moved. In the end, he said nothing, but silently picked up another shovel, knelt down next to Thorn, and began to sift the clay. Next up is Corvana. The proud Spider Queen chieftain, along with several Arachne warriors, silently joined in. Their appendages were naturally the most efficient selection tools. Then came Tim, the first man to sign up for mining. He hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and carried his tools over. 1, 2, 10. More and more townspeople were moved by this silent scene. As they watched their lord, master craftsmen, and allies from other races working diligently, their doubts and hesitations were gradually replaced by a strange sense of shame and gratitude. Finally, one of the boldest men roared, "Damn it! If the Lord isn't afraid, what are we afraid of? Let's do it!" Boom! The crowd surged toward the riverbank like a floodgate being opened. An unprecedented, nationwide brick-making campaign began in this silent, yet stubborn atmosphere. Thorn did not say another word. He simply took out a hollow rectangular mold made of wooden planks. Standardized production is the soul of industry. He filled the mold with the selected clay, compacted it, and then carefully demolded it. A perfectly uniform, moist brick blank is thus created. Everyone was stunned. This small wooden box seemed to possess some kind of magic, instantly solving the problem that had plagued all the craftsmen: how to keep the building materials uniform. My God, can this even be done? This thing called a brick mold is simply a miracle. The craftsmen were overjoyed and immediately began to frantically imitate it. The entire town of Wuguang was engulfed in a peculiar, bustling activity. The men were responsible for digging and mixing the soil. Women and children are responsible for making brick blanks using brick molds. Neatly arranged green bricks were carefully stacked on the open ground, like an army awaiting inspection, drying in the sun. The scene was full of primal, yet vibrant life. Meanwhile, under Later's personal leadership, all the stonemasons in town began carefully constructing the intricately structured brick kiln in the backyard of the Lord's Manor. They used the sturdiest stones to build the foundation and mixed the best clay with animal hair to coat the kiln walls. Thorn supervised the entire process, demanding perfection in every detail. Make the arch wider. It needs to allow the hot air to flow smoothly, instead of hitting the corners. Look at the blueprints carefully. This area is for an observation port, not for you to block up. The flue. The flue is the lungs of the kiln. Smooth the inner walls. Smooth them so smooth you can see your reflection in them. His demands were so stringent that they bordered on the abnormal. But this time, not a single craftsman complained. Looking at Thorn's bloodshot eyes and his hands-on, mud-covered appearance, they felt only pure awe and respect. 1 week later, a rectangular brick kiln, with its simple and unadorned appearance yet incredibly ingenious structure, rose from the ground. Tens of thousands of dried brick blanks were carefully loaded into the kiln and stacked in an orderly manner, leaving enough gaps for the flames to pass through. Seal the kiln. Ignition. When later personally threw the torch into the ignition vent, everyone's hearts were in their throats. This time, there was no deafening roar, no towering flames. Only a wisp of smoke rose gently from the tall chimney. The flames, firmly confined within the kiln by the ingenious flue, were like a tamed beast, gently licking each brick. Dry over a low flame for 2 days, Thorn said calmly and steadily. Force out the last bit of moisture from the bricks. The next few days were a long yet bittersweet ordeal for the entire town of Wuguang. Under Thorn's control, the temperature of the brick kiln gradually increased. From a gentle fire, to a medium fire, and finally to a fierce fire for calcination. The townspeople spontaneously took turns standing guard by the brick kiln day and night, bringing water and food to Thorn and the craftsmen. They dared not speak loudly, but simply watched from afar the silent brick kiln and the equally silent Lord. They placed all their hopes there. They were terrified, hearing that desperate explosion once again. They were even more eager to witness the miracle of soil turning into stone. Day 7, early morning. The kiln fire finally went out. Open the kiln. Thorn's hoarse roar shattered the tranquility of dawn. The entire population of Wuguang town gathered in the backyard in a dense, dark mass, even more than the last time people watched the iron smelting. They held their breath, staring intently at the kiln door sealed shut with mud. Later picked up a large hammer himself, took a deep breath, and bulged the muscles in his arms. Bang! The mud sealing the door was broken open, creating a gap. A wave of intensely hot air, mixed with the unique fragrance of burnt clay, suddenly burst forth from the opening. The crowd instinctively took a step back. Everyone's heart was pounding in their throats. Later threw down his sledgehammer and, together with several craftsmen, hurriedly pushed down the entire brick wall that sealed the door. When the dark interior of the cave dwelling was completely exposed to everyone, the world seemed to have been muted. Everyone saw it. That splash of red, like a burning sunset, was vibrant, dazzling, and perfectly uniform. In the dimly lit cave, thousands of bricks were neatly stacked, like a mighty army. They were no longer the fragile, earthy yellow they once were, but instead displayed a uniform, steady, fiery red color, carrying the warmth of flames. They lay there quietly, as if silently announcing their rebirth. Dead silence. The scene was deathly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed and gaped, unable to believe what they were seeing. Their minds went blank from the unimaginable beauty of order and power that greeted them. Holy crap, this color, this texture, it's a hit. This is it. Thorn let out a wild shout of joy. A miracle. In the crowd, an old woman knelt down, trembling, and muttered to herself. Her voice became the fuse that ignited the entire venue. A thunderous, earth-shattering cheer erupted instantly. We did it. We did it. My God. It really is stone. The mud really turned into stone. Long live the Lord. People shouted wildly, hugged each other, and wept with joy. The tension, fear, and unease that had been suppressed for days transformed into the purest and most fervent joy, erupting completely at this moment. This time, the cheers were louder and more sincere than ever before. Because this is a miracle they participated in and witnessed firsthand. Thorn, protected by Lord, stepped forward. He picked up a red brick from the kiln, still warm from the heat. Upon handling it, you feel a hard, heavy texture. Its sharp edges and smooth surface exude a reassuring sense of strength. This is no longer fragile soil. This is the most fundamental and solid cornerstone of modern industrial civilization. Thorn held the red brick high in his hand, facing the rising sun. Under the sunlight, that red brick seemed to be burning with flames. He addressed the utterly jubilant crowd with all his might, issuing a declaration of victory. Today, this land beneath our feet will bid farewell to mud and dampness. From this day forward, we will use our own hands to build the strongest houses, the widest roads, and the most magnificent cities. The first cornerstone of this city lies in my hands. Glory once again belongs to the workers. Awoo! The cheers, like real sound waves, almost lifted the sky, later burst into tears. He looked at the perfect red brick in Thorn's hand, then at his own calloused hands, and cried like a child. Just as Thorn was basking in the adoration of the crowd and enjoying the hard-won, immense joy of success, that cold, long-lost mechanical voice arrived as promised, exploding in his mind. Fight! The host has successfully mastered a key basic building material technology, red brick firing. Unlock special achievement, the cornerstone of civilization. Achievement reward, civilization points plus 500. Territory industrialization process initiated. Based on the core technology of red brick firing, we are unlocking subsequent technology trees for you. Before Thorn's eyes, the pale blue technology tree screen flickered wildly. Centered on the small icon of red brick, several dazzling rays of light extend in all directions, illuminating one new and dazzling icon after another. The basic architecture branch of technology has been unlocked. Tile firing civilization points required, 30. Ancient Roman concrete recipe required civilization points, 100. Basic carpentry and furniture making required civilization points, 50. Ceramic firing and glazing techniques required civilization points, 80. Thorn's heart was pounding wildly. We've struck gold. This is a huge profit. However, that's not all. That beam of light eventually converged into the thickest and brightest beam, illuminating an icon on the technology tree that he had never seen before, yet which haunted his dreams. Thorn's breathing stopped for a moment. His pupils shrank to the size of dangerous pinpoints. Prerequisite technology for basic metallurgy has been unlocked. Refractory brick manufacturing process required civilization points, 200. Chapter 50, The Road to Steel. Thorn, bathed in a chorus of adoration, held aloft the scorching red brick as if it were the scepter of a new king. The crowd's fervor, the people's tears, Later's unrestrained wailing. It all seemed like a grand drama directed by him. However, on his retina, within that pale blue screen of light, a grander and more turbulent feast was just beginning. Holy crap, I'm having a serious case of decision paralysis. Ancient Roman concrete, ceramics, tiles. This isn't an open book exam. It's like they've just crammed the answers and a whole set of problem-solving strategies into my head. Thorn forcibly suppressed the urge in his heart to unlock all technology and leap into communism. His gaze, as calm as a scalpel, precisely swept across the icons that gleamed with alluring light. He knew that food must be eaten one bite at a time, and life must be walked one step at a time. There is only one path to the Steel Age. System, refractory brick manufacturing process unlocked. Ding. 200 civilization points consumed. The refractory brick manufacturing technique has been unlocked. Related knowledge is being transferred. A massive and complex stream of information, larger than ever before, surged into his brain. Kaolin, quartz, mullite, aluminum oxide, countless unfamiliar terms, and the chemical principles and physical properties behind them flashed wildly in his mind like a textbook that had been forcibly opened. Thorn's body swayed slightly amidst the tsunami like cheers. Lord immediately noticed and stepped forward discreetly, using his body to block most of the crowded people from him. Thorn took a deep breath and steadied himself. That's not enough. With refractory bricks, the blast furnace's framework is stable. But to truly get the wheels of industrialization turning, we need a cheaper, more efficient, and more future-supporting force. His gaze fell on another icon. Ancient Roman concrete formula. System, unlock it. Ding. 100 civilization points consumed. The ancient Roman concrete recipe has been unlocked. It's done. Thorn slowly lowered his raised hand, and at that moment, the blueprint in his mind was completely closed. He turned to face the craftsman who had worshipped him as a god, and to later, who was weeping uncontrollably. "Why are you crying?" His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly drowned out all the noise. "The work has only just begun." He picked up another red brick from the ground. Then, he walked to the pile of blast furnace ruins and, from a pile of sintered, glass-like waste, pulled out a piece of clay that was deformed by the heat, but miraculously hadn't completely shattered. It was a lighter-colored kaolin sample that he had deliberately added for his experiment. "Come on, build a fire and make it burn brightly," Thorn commanded. The workers immediately sprang into action. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Thorn placed the bright red brick and the unassuming pale yellow adobe brick side by side on the blazing fire. The flames greedily licked them. At first glance, the two seemed to be no different. But soon, things changed. Crack. A crisp popping sound. The red brick that held everyone's pride developed a tiny crack on its surface under the scorching flames. Next came the second and third rounds. Under sustained high temperatures, it becomes like a dried-out biscuit, starting to become brittle and even showing signs of peeling. The pale yellow adobe brick next to it, however, seemed immune to the flames. It simply stayed quietly in the fire, its color changing from pale yellow to brighter and brighter, then whiter and whiter, until finally, it emitted a warm, jade-like luster. It was undamaged, without cracks or deformation. This bizarre yet striking scene instantly silenced the crowd. Everyone was stunned. What's going on?" a young craftsman stammered. Later stared wide-eyed at the white adobe brick, as if trying to see right through it. Thorn smiled. He used pliers to remove both bricks and threw them on the ground. "Did you see that?" He pointed to the cracked red brick. "It is our warm home, the solid road beneath our feet. But it is afraid of fire. It cannot withstand temperatures above 1,000 degrees Celsius." Then he pointed to the white, intact adobe brick. "And it," Thorn's voice took on a sacred quality, "was born with only one mission. Born for the flames. It's called refractory brick. A super brick that can withstand the terrifying high temperatures when steel melts. Why did our blast furnace explode? It wasn't our fault, nor was it a design flaw. It was because we, with the mortal bodies of those who build houses, challenged the divine fire that melts steel. We used the wrong materials from the very beginning. Boom. The mystery has been solved." These words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the minds of all the craftsmen. "I see. So that's how it is. The reason for the failure was not a curse or divine punishment, but simply, the wrong brick was used?" This explanation is simple and straightforward, yet it is full of irrefutable scientific power. Later was jolted awake. He suddenly looked up at Thorn, his eyes filled with utter shock and sudden realization. He understood. He understood everything. "Lord, you knew from the very beginning. That earth-shattering failure was not an accident at all, but a costly and necessary experiment. It was to prove a most basic truth to these ignorant craftsmen. This plan, this vision." The old stonemason's knees buckled, and he was about to kneel down again. "Your Highness, stand up straight." Thorn steadied him. "I said, glory belongs to the laborers. And you will be the first craftsman in the world to master the bricks of divine fire. If we say that the principle behind refractory bricks has unveiled the mystery of the past, the next scene opened a bizarre and fantastical door to the future for everyone." Thorn didn't stop. He immediately led a group of people to the other side of the blast furnace ruins. There, a large amount of cooled black slag, which had been ejected from the last explosion, was piled up. "Grind these things into powder," Thorn ordered. The workers immediately began hammering with stone hammers. "Go and get some more limestone, and grind it into powder as well. Also, take the clay from the riverbank, sift it clean, dry it, and grind it into powder as well." 3 piles of powder, each with a different color and texture, were quickly piled up in front of Thorn. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Pete asked curiously. Thorn did not answer. He simply dipped his finger in, then mixed the 3 together in an odd ratio. Add water and stir. A bowl of gray, muddy slurry that looked like cheap batter appeared before everyone. Corvana looked at the pot of mud, a hint of confusion flashing in her dark red eyes. She instinctively compared it to the spider glue of her own kind. Spider glue is a miracle of life, a natural adhesive. And this stuff in front of me is just a lifeless pile of garbage, a mixture of stones and slag. Thorn noticed her confusion. He smiled, had someone dig a small pit, poured the mud into it, and smoothed it out with a wooden board. Okay, let's wait, he said calmly. Everyone looked at each other, completely baffled as to what the Lord was up to now. Time passed, second by second. Half an hour later, Thorn walked to the edge of the small pit, squatted down, and poked it with his finger. That's about it. He stood up and gestured towards the most burly royal knight. Come on, use the hilt of your sword to smash it. The knight hesitated for a moment, but faithfully carried out his order. He walked to the edge of the pit, raised his heavy steel hilt strong enough to crush a skull, and slammed it down on the patch of gray mud. When, a crisp, resounding sound, like striking a rock. The knight's arm went slightly numb from the powerful recoil. He looked down, and his pupils suddenly contracted. On that patch of gray mud, only a faint white mark remained. It's frozen. In just half an hour, that puddle of mud actually turned into a piece of rock as hard as iron. An artificial rock. Holy crap! A young craftsman couldn't help but swear. The entire audience gasped in shock. Later scrambled over, his calloused hands trembling as he touched the cold, hard, seamless gray surface. The texture was even harder than the smoothest bluestone he had ever polished. What kind of magic is this? The old stonemason's voice had completely changed. Corvana's eyes were also filled with disbelief and shock. Spider glue, though magical, requires air drying and has a texture more akin to tough leather. But this stuff before us, it's stone. Real stone, transformed from liquid. And its production can be unlimited, provided there's enough lime and slag. I named it cement. Thorn stood behind everyone, his voice calm, yet like a divine pronouncement. It will be the flesh and blood of our city. It will firmly bind every red brick and every stone together, forming an indestructible whole. With it, we can build city walls hundreds of meters high, pave roads that will last for 1,000 years, and build bridges that span natural barriers. It, along with the refractory bricks, are the two keys I promised you, the keys to the Steel Age. At this moment, no one doubted it anymore. Lord and Pete exchanged a glance, both seeing utter shock in each other's eyes. They finally understood Thorn's incomprehensible plan. That devastating defeat was not the end, but the beginning. It's for recycling the iron slag necessary for cement production. It is to educate all craftsmen with the harshest reality what refractory materials are. It was to bring everyone's expectations to rock bottom, and then use the success of the red bricks to push morale to an unprecedented peak. Interlocking steps, proceeding cautiously at every turn. This young prince's wisdom is as deep as the sea. The new order was issued swiftly. The entire town of darkness, this war machine that had just been warmed up, once again began to operate at an unprecedented efficiency. I hereby declare, the first brick factory of Wugwangling is officially established. Tim, you take half the men and mass-produce red bricks for me. I want everyone in town to have warm, leak-proof brick houses before winter comes. Yes, Your Highness. The first man to sign up for mining was so excited that his face turned red and his shout shook the heavens. Master later. I am here. You, personally lead the team. Establish a special materials research group. Gather our best craftsmen and resources to overcome the firing process of refractory bricks. I don't need just one or a few, but tens of thousands. Enough to build a brand new blast furnace. Yes, Your Highness. Even if it costs me my life, I guarantee I will complete the mission, later said, his eyes brimming with tears, his voice strong and resolute. Chief Corvana. Grown-ups. Charcoal production must double. I don't care what methods you use. I want to see charcoal kills springing up across the territory. As you wish, my lord. The Spider Queen bowed slightly, her eyes filled with absolute loyalty. 2 lines of progress simultaneously no. 3 lines of progress simultaneously. People's livelihood industry, and energy, the three driving forces are being launched simultaneously under Thorn's unified plan. The entire town of Wuguang has been transformed into a massive, bustling construction site. The thick smoke from the brick factory mingled with the blue smoke from the charcoal kiln, drifting into the sky as if announcing the arrival of a new era to the world. 1 week later, at the camp of the Special Materials Research Team, a specially designed kiln, taller and more heat-insulating, built specifically for firing refractory bricks, has achieved its first fruiting. When the kiln door was opened, everyone held their breath. Inside, there was no bright, fiery red. Instead, it was a simple, unadorned, and even somewhat ugly pale yellow. But later looked at the pale yellow bricks with a fascinated smile. He carefully took out a piece. This refractory brick is heavier and denser than a red brick, with a rough, granular surface. Thorn also came over and picked up a perfect red brick from the side. Under the tense gaze of everyone, he gently tapped the two bricks together. Clang! A clear, crisp sound, like metal striking stone, echoed through the air. It's done. Thorn turned around, his gaze passing over the cheering craftsmen and looking at the mountain of iron or not far away, at the ruins of the blast furnace that represented failure and shame. In his eyes, a flame ignited, hotter than the fire in the furnace. He raised the pale yellow firebrick in his hand. His voice was not loud, but it carried throughout the entire construction site and clearly reached everyone's ears. Tear down the old one. He paused, then spoke each word as if declaring war on the entire world. We want to build a furnace that will never be extinguished. Chapter 51, The Fire-Resistant Great Wall. From ruins, new life will surely emerge. Thorn had heard this phrase before in a documentary, but only today did he truly understand the profound and powerful force behind it. The remains of the old blast furnace have been completely cleared away. The black ravine, carved out by lava and resembling a scar on the earth, has also been filled in. In its place was a brand new open space, trodden solidly by countless footsteps. All the artisans of Wuguang town, along with the town's representatives who had come spontaneously, stood in a dense, silent mass. Their eyes were all focused on the young man in the center of the open space. In front of Thorn was a huge workbench. He took a deep breath, and then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he suddenly flicked his hand. Splash! A roll of parchment, larger and more complex than any previous drawing, was unfurled and spread across the entire tabletop. The wind rustled the edges of the blueprints. When the crowd saw the incredibly complex and mind-numbing structure on the blueprints, a collective gasp rippled through them. My God! A young craftsman instinctively covered his mouth, his eyes wide as saucers. This is no longer a blueprint. This is a work of art, a creation from the study of the gods, beyond the comprehension of mortals. It is no longer a simple cylinder, but a magnificent assembly of countless intricate components. The deep underground foundation, a network of steel bars made of Arachne spider silk and hardwood interwoven together. The double-layered furnace walls, divided into inner and outer layers, and filled with mysterious insulating material in between. The intricate air duct system, like the aorta of a giant beast. Even the lid on the furnace top, with its double-sealed valve for adding ore, was depicted with every dimension marked down to the millimeter. Blast Furnace, version 2.0. Thorn tapped the title of the drawing lightly with a charcoal pencil. The sound was soft, but clear enough to reach everyone's ears. Or, you can call it Fortress. Later reached out his hand, his calloused fingertips hovering above the drawing, hesitant to bring it down. He feared that his own worldly nature would taint this sacred design. He understood. Based on his life experience and Thorn's guidance during this time, he understood the horror of this design. The foundation is its root. Its double-layered furnace wall is its armor. The blower system is its lungs. This is a living creature, an industrial behemoth that they are about to create with their own hands, feeding on fire and drinking from steel. Your Highness. The old stonemason's voice was hoarse and dry. What is the net underneath for? That's its skeleton, Thorn said, pointing to the complex concrete foundation design. The ground beneath our feet isn't solid enough. When this fortress is operating at full capacity, its weight will be enough to crush the ground. So, we must first build an indestructible skeleton for it underground. He looked up and surveyed the faces of the utterly shocked people. And the material used to build the framework is the same one I showed you before: cement. The first large-scale concrete pouring project in the history of Wuguang Town began with an almost sacred sense of ceremony. When truckloads of gray powder, a mixture of iron slag, limestone, and clay powder, were transported to the side of the excavated giant foundation pit, the eyes of all the craftsmen changed. They looked at the seemingly ordinary pile of powder with awe in their eyes. Stir! At Thorn's command, the workers, who had already practiced countless times, immediately sprang into action. Bucket after bucket of water was poured into the mixing pit, and strong men wielded specially made wooden rakes to thoroughly mix the powder with the water. Soon, pits of gray mud, emitting a unique lime smell, were ready. Pour the concrete. The mud was slowly and continuously poured into the huge foundation pit, which had already been laid with spider-web steel mesh through the wooden chute. The flowing gray liquid filled every crevice and enveloped every steel bar, as if injecting the first life-giving elixir into the sleeping behemoth. Everyone held their breath, watching this incredible scene. In their minds, architecture is about piling up and stacking. But what we see before us is the flow, the filling. This completely overturned the worldview that had been passed down from their ancestors. One night passed. The next morning, the craftsmen returned to the construction site with trepidation. The gray lake in the foundation pit has completely disappeared. Instead, there is a single piece of rock that is as smooth as a mirror and as hard as iron. Artificial rock. A daring craftsman picked up a fist-sized stone and smashed it down with all his might. Clang! A crisp sound. The stone was deflected, and not even a white mark was left on the gray ground. It's hard. It's really turned into a stone. A miracle. This is the miracle that the Lord has bestowed upon us. An uncontrollable gasp of amazement erupted from the crowd. The way they looked at Thorn was beyond mere adoration. It is a kind of primal and pure awe when facing a deity walking among humans. Reverence for knowledge. The foundation is stable. Next, it's time to build the wall. This is to build armor to protect this industrial fortress from everything. The outer red brick wall rose swiftly from the ground in the skilled hands of the craftsmen. Its bright, uniform fiery red color, like a burning flame, was full of vibrant life and hope. But everyone knows that the real core is inside. Once the outer wall had reached a certain height, later personally led his most outstanding apprentices to form the inner wall construction team. The refractory bricks they used were light yellow in color and heavy in texture, fired in special kills. Every refractory brick had to be personally inspected by later before it could be used. He would tap it gently with a small hammer to hear if the sound was clear and crisp like metal or stone. He would measure repeatedly with a ruler to ensure that the size of the bricks was exactly as described. He would even use his tongue to lick the cross-section of the bricks, feeling the unique, rough yet dense granular texture. He was like a most devout believer, inspecting the offerings to be presented to the gods. Look carefully. Later's voice was serious and loud. He picked up a firebrick and began his first real open class. His Highness taught us that fire is alive. It breathes and expands. The wall we built is not to confine it, but to give it a comfortable home where it can dance freely. He pointed to the edge of the brick. Therefore, the gaps between each brick cannot be too big or too small. They must be exactly the thickness of a straw. This is called the allowance for thermal expansion and contraction. As he spoke, he evenly applied a special refractory mortar, made from a mixture of kaolin powder and animal bone glue, to the bottom of the brick. Then, he placed it firmly in the designated position and gently tapped it with a small hammer to adjust it. The entire process was fluid and graceful, full of rhythm and power. It was like a sacred ritual. The young apprentices watched with rapt attention. For the first time, they realized that bricklaying, a craft they thought they knew by heart, actually contained such profound and precise principles, as precise as the movement of stars. An apprentice, nervous, dropped a firebrick, breaking off a small corner. The apprentice's face turned pale instantly. Later didn't scold him. He simply walked over, picked up the broken brick, and sighed. Child, remember this. Every brick of divine fire in our hands was hard-won. It represents more than just a brick. It represents the hope of all of us, the wisdom of our Lord, and the path to the future for our town of darkness. Treat it with the same reverence you would your own eyes. The apprentice lowered his head deeply, his face filled with shame. From that day on, not a single brick was wasted at the entire inner liner construction site. The artisan's skills improved rapidly in such a rigorous and sacred atmosphere. What they are building is no longer a melting pot. Rather, it is a fire-resistant Great Wall, built with knowledge and sweat, to resist failure and despair. Weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Thanks to the tireless investment of the entire town of Wuguang and the day and night efforts of all the artisans. The day of its completion has finally arrived. When the last iron hoop used for reinforcement was firmly riveted to the furnace body. A brand new, colossal structure, brimming with raw industrial beauty, was laid bare before everyone. Standing 7 meters tall, it was a whole size larger than that ridiculous blast furnace. Its entire body was covered in the calm color of red bricks, and its surface was tightly bound by black iron hoops, exuding a sense of power. The towering chimneys, like spears pointing to the sky, stand silently yet proudly. It stood there silently, like an ancient behemoth that had fallen into slumber, exuding a chilling, profound, and reliable aura. Just looking at it fills one with boundless confidence. We succeeded. We really created a monster. Pete stood beside Thorn, muttering to himself. His mind, which was supposed to be in charge of finances, had completely shut down. Thorn did not speak. He walked around the blast furnace once, then nodded to later. The two men, each carrying a lantern, entered the blast furnace through the pre-reserved slag removal port at the bottom. Inside the furnace, it was pitch black. When the lantern's light shone, the surrounding scene left Lord and Corvanna, who were following outside, feeling a sense of awe. It was a huge, inward shrinking circular space. The walls were no longer ugly, charred black from being burned into a glazed surface. Instead, they were smooth, neat brick walls that radiated a warm, pale yellow luster. Each refractory brick is joined together seamlessly to form a perfect, flawless whole. The light from the lantern shone on it, as if it were shining on the bones of some giant beast, making it appear holy and solid. Later reached out and gently, tenderly stroked the cold wall with his wrinkled and calloused hands. The texture was firm, smooth, and reassuring. He could sense the terrifying power hidden behind that wall. He could also sense how indestructible the wall itself was. The old man turned around and looked at Thorn. The light from the lantern illuminated his face, which was contorted with excitement, and tears glistened in his cloudy old eyes. His voice hummed in the empty furnace, carrying a tremor and ecstasy from the depths of his soul. Your Highness. This time, even the breath of a legendary dragon couldn't melt it in the slightest. Everything is ready. Thorn and later emerged from the furnace, seeing the light of day once more. Outside, there was a deathly silence. All eyes were on Thorn, awaiting the final verdict. Thorn's gaze swept over the faces that were tense, expectant, and mixed with a little fear. He saw the piles of black iron, ore, like small mountains. He saw the charcoal stacked neatly, enough to burn for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, his gaze fell upon the silent, godlike, majestic steel fortress. The shame of failure, the joy of success, the blueprint for the future. Countless images flashed through his mind. FeO, plus 3 CO2 Fe plus 3 CO. At high temperatures, carbon monoxide will remove oxygen from iron oxide, reducing it to its purest form. He recalled the damned chemical equation etched into his DNA, and his mind became clear. Although what was produced was merely pig iron rich in impurities and high in carbon, a far cry from true steel, its hardness and production volume were enough to crush any ordinary iron of this era. He glanced instinctively at Lord beside him. The royal knight's sword at Lord's waist gleamed with a cold, profound luster in the sunlight. Thorn had observed it privately. The sword's material was an alloy he couldn't comprehend, a perfect blend of toughness and hardness, something far beyond the forging technology of this era. The Empire's alchemy workshops, Those mysterious royal alchemists. How did they create such a weapon? A brand new, more distant goal quietly sprouted in his heart. Use science to deconstruct magic, or alchemy. Use the torrent of industrialization to break down those mystical barriers monopolized by a few. But now, you have to eat one bite at a time. The road must be walked one step at a time. The first step is to make this behemoth emit its first heartbeat since it was born. Thorn snapped out of his thoughts and took a deep breath. He raised his hand, swung it forward with all his might, and issued that long-awaited, earth-shattering command. Load the ingredients. Prepare for ignition. This time, we will make the mountains hear the roar of steel being born. Chapter 52. How Steel Was Tempered. The ashes of the old era are the breeding ground for the new era. With Thorn's earth-shattering command, the entire construction site, this land that had just risen from the shadow of failure, was instantly enveloped in an unprecedented atmosphere of solemnity and fervor. This was not a simple ignition. This is a trial, a sacrifice, a farewell to the past, and a vow to the future. The workers acted silently but swiftly. Baskets of carefully selected, uniformly sized charcoal and baskets of thick, black iron were alternately and carefully poured from the charging port on the top of the furnace into the bottomless belly of the fortress. There was no noise, no rushing. The only sounds were the muffled crash of the wooden baskets tipping over and the heavy breathing of the workers. Each person performed a sacred ritual, their movements precise and their expressions solemn. They knew that what they were delivering was not just fuel and ore, but the future of the entire town of Wuguang. When the final charging was completed and the heavy, double-sealed valves were tightly shut, the entire blast furnace was completely transformed into a silent, steel behemoth, its neck outstretched, awaiting its slaughter. All was silent. All eyes were on Thorn. Thorn did not move. He simply watched the old stonemason Later quietly beside him. Later's body trembled slightly, not from the cold, but from extreme tension and excitement. His gaze was fixed on the fortress he had built with his own hands, the one that bore the weight of his life's glory and shame. In his cloudy old eyes, there was a mixture of a father's tenderness towards a newborn and the fear of facing an unknown fate. Thorn picked up a torch that had been prepared beforehand. Flames danced on his young yet composed face, casting flickering light and shadow. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he slowly and solemnly presented the torch, which symbolized supreme authority, to Later. Master Later. Thorn's voice was calm yet powerful. It is your child. You must awaken it. Later jolted, and he looked up in disbelief at Thorn. Your Highness, I am not worthy. His voice was hoarse with excitement, almost incoherent. You deserve it. Thorn's eyes brooked no argument. This furnace is imbued with your sweat and etched with your wisdom. Go, and let everyone see what a magnificent miracle can be created by the hands of a laborer. Later's eyes instantly reddened. He looked at Thorn, his lips trembling for a long time, but in the end, he couldn't utter a single word. He simply stretched out his calloused and scarred, trembling hands and, with all his might, took the torch. At that moment, it was as if an invisible force came from the torch and instantly permeated his entire body. His back, which had been slightly hunched due to tension, suddenly straightened up. At this moment, the fear and unease in his eyes were completely replaced by an unprecedented, burning pride and sense of mission. He is no longer a sinner awaiting trial. He is a creator who is about to usher in a new era. Ignition. Later mustered all his strength and let out a hoarse, thunderous roar. He strode to the ignition point and, without hesitation, threw the torch in his hand into the deep darkness. Boom. A ball of orange-red flame exploded with a roar at the bottom of the blast furnace. Immediately afterwards, a visible wave of heat burst forth from the gaps in the bottom of the furnace, causing the people in the front row to instinctively take a step back. Blow the wind. Thorn's calm commands were like a stabilizing force. Dozens of strong men, who were already prepared, immediately started pushing the modified, huge, human-powered bellows. Whoosh, whoosh. Heavy, rhythmic breathing began to echo across the construction site. This was no longer the chaotic noise of the last time, but rather a heartbeat. It is the first heartbeat of an industrial behemoth after it has been awakened. The powerful airflow, following the ingeniously designed annular air duct, was evenly injected into every corner of the furnace. With the help of oxygen, the fire in the furnace instantly became raging. The color of the flames changed from orange-red to a dazzling bright yellow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The temperature is rising. One of the craftsmen responsible for observation, looking at the copper bar inserted in a specific position on the furnace wall to estimate the temperature, exclaimed in surprise. It's already exceeded the temperature of the last explosion, and it's still rising. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Their eyes were fixed intently on the furnace wall of that fortress. They were afraid to see that familiar, death-foreshadowing crack once again. However, nothing happened. The sturdy outer wall, constructed of red bricks and iron hoops, stood firm as a rock, unmoving. Through the specially designed observation port, one can see that the inner layer of light yellow firebrick wall is gradually becoming translucent under the scorching flames, emitting a warm and holy luster like beautiful jade. It didn't crack, it wasn't deformed, and it didn't even tremble in the slightest. It was like a proud monarch, calmly, even somewhat disdainfully, accepting the worship of mortal fire. Refractory bricks have withstood the test. It worked. It had held up. From the crowd, the first suppressed cheer, tinged with tears, erupted. Then came the second and third sounds. The long-suppressed tension and fear, at this moment, transformed into a euphoric joy as if they had survived a catastrophe, and erupted completely. Later's knees buckled, and he collapsed to his knees. Looking at the furnace that remained unscathed in the flames, tears streamed down his face as he wept loudly, like a child who had finally found his beloved toy. Thorn breathed a heavy sigh of relief. The main focus is on being as steady as a rock. Version 2.0 is far ahead. He walked to the highest observation post that had been reserved specifically for him. Push open the heat insulation baffle. A wave of heat, so intense it almost set your eyebrows on fire, rushed towards you. Thorn squinted, enduring the blinding light, and peered into the furnace. He saw it. In that churning, hellish sea of fire, he saw a golden ocean. The hard, black ore that was thrown in has long since disappeared without a trace. Instead, there was a patch of golden red liquid that was violently churning and boiling. Countless bubbles rose from the depths of the liquid, bursting and splashing up dazzling golden waves. The entire furnace is like a small, sealed-off sun. It's done. Thorn's heart skipped a beat. He knew the time had come. He turned around abruptly, facing the ecstatic crowd, raised his hand, and forcefully waved it downwards. Prepare. His voice pierced through all the cheers and noise. Open the furnace. The whole world seemed to have been muted. All the cheers came to an abrupt halt. All eyes were instantly drawn to the tap hole at the bottom of the furnace, which was completely blocked by a large piece of refractory mud. That place is the gate that determines ultimate fate. Thorn personally picked up a 5-meter-long steel rod with a specially treated tip. It was almost the hardest metal in the world that he could find. Lord stepped forward, wanting to do it for him. I'll do it. Thorn said only 2 words, but his eyes left no room for doubt. This is his war, and he must be the one to fire the final shot. He gripped the end of the steel rod with both hands, took a deep breath, and poured all his strength into his arms. Drink. He let out a low growl, and, with all his might, thrust the tip of the steel rod fiercely and precisely into the refractory clay that was already glowing red-hot. Puff! A dull thud. The tip of the steel rod was embedded in the mud. An unimaginable resistance came from ahead. Thorn gritted his teeth, his arm muscles bulging and veins popping out. He could feel the tip of the steel rod rapidly softening under the terrifying heat. Time is running out. Again. He roared, took a half-step back, and using the momentum of his entire body, thrust forward again. Bang! A crisp, loud crash, like glass shattering. The refractory mud blocking the tap hole was completely penetrated. The next second, a blinding white light, 10,000 times brighter than the midday sun and beyond description, suddenly burst forth from that small hole. Oh! A gasp rippled through the crowd. and everyone instinctively closed their eyes and shielded their faces with their arms. In that instant, the entire world lost all color, leaving only a pure, domineering, all-consuming white. Immediately following was a deafening roar. Roar! A stream of golden red, viscous, scalding liquid, like the blood of an ancient dragon imprisoned for millions of years, gushed out from the iron spit with a world-destroying power. Iron flood. It's a true iron torrent. It was no longer the dirty lava mixed with a lot of slag like before. Instead, it was a pure, bright, golden red torrent full of life and power. It surged forward along the guide channel that had been dug and filled with dry sand. The intensely hot air swept across the entire construction site. The air was distorted and hissed. Everyone felt a stinging pain on their faces. But no one backed down. Their eyes widened as they stared intently at the river of fire and metal rushing across the ground. The golden red light illuminated the face of everyone present. It illuminated their faces, contorted with shock, their eyes, wide with ecstasy, and the hot tears that streamed uncontrollably from the corners of their eyes. The air was filled with a rich, pungent yet intoxicating aroma, a mixture of sulfur and the distinctive scent of burning metal. That was the toxic fumes that made the losers want to vomit. But it is the fragrance of industry that the victors revel in. Holy crap, this light, this color, this is the true beauty of industry. Thorn stood closest to the iron torrent, feeling the heat wave that almost melted him, and his heart was screaming wildly. The iron flow, following the guide channel, eventually merged into rows of pre-prepared rectangular sand molds. Sizzle. The golden red molten iron filled the sand mold, making a teeth-grinding sound and sending up bursts of white steam. Then, under everyone's gaze, its violent, flowing life began to gradually subside into silence. The surface luster, which had been dazzling golden white, slowly cooled and turned into a calm, dark red. Finally, it solidifies and takes shape. The heavy iron ingots, their edges still glowing with the warmth of the setting sun, and their surfaces gleaming with the unique luster of metal, lay there quietly, like rows of the most loyal soldiers awaiting inspection. The town of Wuguang finally has its own iron. Dead silence. There was a deathly silence that lasted for more than 10 seconds. Everyone seemed to be frozen in place, their minds blank from the powerful and orderly beauty of the scene before them. Until Tim, the first man to sign up for mining, trembled, reached out, pointed at the iron ingots, and let out the first incoherent, dreamlike roar. Iron, it's iron, our iron. His voice became the fuse that ignited the entire venue. A woo! A thunderous, earth-shattering cheer that nearly lifted the sky exploded instantly. We did it! We did it! Long live the Lord! We have iron now. Wah! We no longer have to fight people with bone clubs. People were shouting wildly, hugging each other, crying and laughing. The poverty that had oppressed generations, the trauma of the war they had just experienced, and all their hopes for the future, all erupted in the purest and most fervent joy at this moment. Later, a group of old craftsmen embraced each other, weeping uncontrollably. Kalvana and her people watched the surging torrent of iron, their dark red eyes filled with indescribable shock and awe. For the first time, they realized just how immense, world-changing the power that this young lord wielded truly was. Thorn stood amidst the thunderous cheers and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. He walked to a sand mold that was cooling down the fastest, and despite the astonishingly high temperature, used tongs to pick up an iron ingot that was still radiating scorching heat. The first impression was one of an unprecedented, reassuring heaviness. This is the texture of power. This is the weight of civilization. He turned around, raised the iron ingot high in his hand, and faced everyone's gaze. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly drowned out all the noise, like a divine oracle descending upon everyone's heart. Today is just the beginning. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the still unattainable royal knights, sword at Lord's waist, and a deeper, more intense flame ignited in his eyes. Pig iron is its skeleton, and we will forge a soul called steel for it with our own hands. Chapter 53, The Soul of Steel. The cheers, as loud as a tsunami, crashed against the warm walls of the new blast furnace fortress like a real wave. The pungent yet intoxicating industrial aroma in the air, mixed with people's most primal ecstasy, brewed into a potent liquor that could intoxicate even the gods. The flush of excitement, reflected in the torrent of iron, still lingered on everyone's face. They laughed and roared, and some weathered old men even knelt on the ground, kissing the scorching earth that had witnessed the miracle. Poverty and despair, like two nightmares that haunted them throughout their lives, were burned to ashes today by that surging golden-red iron torrent. Thorn stood in the center of the revelry, the iron ingot in his hand long since cooled, heavy as if he were holding the future of the entire town of darkness. He could understand that joy. For a group of people who struggled to even eat and fought battles using animal bones and wooden spears, being able to create shaped iron ingots by hand was itself a leap from hell to the human world. But that's not enough. That's far from enough. His gaze swept over the faces of ecstatic joy and finally landed on the Night Lord. Lord did not cheer like the others. He simply walked over to the cooled iron ingots, drew his royal knight's sword from his waist, and lightly traced the tip of one of the ingots. Sizzle. A faint yet incredibly grating scraping sound. The sword, capable of cutting through iron like mud, left a clear and deep scratch on the surface of the iron ingot. The blade, however, remained completely undamaged. Lord's brow furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. This subtle movement did not escape Thorn's notice. Thorn understood perfectly. Sure enough, the professionals could spot the problem at a glance. The iron produced by my version 2.0 blast furnace is just relatively pure pig iron. It has hardness, but the carbon content is too high, making it brittle and hard. Compared to real weapons-grade steel, it's a piece of cake. Trying to take on the Imperial Army's super-refined steel with this thing? That's just suicide. It's time to teach these people who have just tasted the fruits of victory another lesson. It's time to let them know that there is no end to the pursuit of science. Thorn took a deep breath and suddenly raised the iron ingot in his hand high. Quiet. His voice, as if possessing some kind of magic, instantly drowned out all the noise. The frenzied crowd seemed to be paused, and all eyes turned back to their sole lord. I know you're happy. I'm happy too. Thorn's voice echoed across the silent construction site. Because from this day forward, we, the town of no light, have stood up. We have our own backbone. He shook the iron ingot in his hand, his voice strong and clear. But a sudden turn of events made everyone's hearts jump. Thorn's eyes sharpened like knives. He surveyed everyone and said, enunciating each word clearly, having bones alone is not enough. Because our bones are not hard enough. They are still brittle. As he spoke, he handed the iron ingot in his hand to the strongest man beside him. Tim, smash it against that rock with all your might. The man named Tim was the first person to sign up for mining. He paused for a moment, then nodded heavily, took the iron ingot that weighed at least 20 pounds, took a deep breath, and with all his might, slammed it hard against a huge rock next to him. Clang! A deafening explosion. Sparks flew everywhere. To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly indestructible iron ingot actually. Snap! A crisp sound. It broke in two in the middle. It fell to the ground with a dull thud. The entire venue was deathly silent. The ecstasy that had just graced everyone's faces froze instantly. They stared in disbelief at the two broken pieces of iron, as if their newly established faith had crumbled along with them. How could it be so brittle? See that? Thorn's voice was calm and cruel, like a scalpel dissecting the illusory satisfaction of the crowd. This is pig iron. It's hard, but because of that, it's brittle. Use it to make a hoe, and you might be able to dig a few more holes. But use it to make armor, to make swords, and an enemy only needs one blow to shatter it to pieces. A collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The newly ignited flame of hope was almost extinguished, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. Seeing the disappointed and even somewhat desperate expressions on everyone's faces, Thorn's lips curled up slightly. This is exactly the effect he wanted. Only by shattering their cheap satisfaction can we instill them with truly great souls. But it's that damn but again. Everyone's heart skipped a beat at that word. Thorn's voice suddenly rose, filled with boundless confidence and charisma, like a thunderclap piercing the night. This iron is our skeleton, and today, I will personally teach you how to infuse this skeleton with a soul called steel. We want it to be not only hard, but also flexible. We must ensure that it will only bend, never break, under the enemy's sword. What we're forging isn't iron. Thorn opened his arms as if embracing the whole world. It's steel. Steel. This word, like a bomb, exploded in everyone's mind. They didn't understand the underlying principles, but they could sense from Thorn's godlike confidence a power far stronger and greater than iron. In everyone's eyes, the flames that had just been extinguished reignited with an even more intense and frenzied intensity. No one is resting. No one even wanted to leave. Everyone spontaneously formed a huge circle, held their breath, and prepared to witness the birth of another miracle. Thorn did not disappoint them. Instead of using the huge fortress, he had someone temporarily build a small, semi-open hearth furnace next to it using refractory bricks. Then he ordered the craftsman to put the broken pieces of pig iron back into the furnace. Light the fire. Blow the air. Burn it to a crisp. This time, the craftsman's movements were more skilled and more enthusiastic than ever before. The raging fire was reignited. Soon, those hard iron blocks, under the high temperature, turned back into a pool of golden red, viscous liquid. Now, Thorn's gaze suddenly became focused. He picked up a specially made, long iron rod from the side, with a flat stirring head at the front end that resembled a paddle. Everyone, look carefully. Thorn gave a low shout and stepped forward himself. He slowly and steadily inserted the iron rod into the boiling molten iron. Sizzle. A wisp of smoke rose up. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Thorn began cooking. Yes, he was like a seasoned chef, holding a long iron skewer in both hands, stirring the molten iron back and forth rhythmically and continuously. Huff, huff. Each stirring creates a wave of scorching heat. Each stirring allows the molten iron to come into close contact with the air in the furnace. Your Highness, what are you doing? A young craftsman couldn't help but ask Later beside him. Later stared intently at Thorn's movements, his once cloudy old eyes now shining with an astonishing light. It was as if he saw the door to a new world slowly opening before him. I don't know. The old stonemason's voice trembled slightly, as if he were talking in a dream, but I feel His Highness is giving the molten iron breathing. Breathe. Yes, he's forcing the molten iron to spit out some things and also ingest some. Later's intuition was terrifyingly accurate. Thorn was inwardly giving this native tech genius a huge thumbs up. Wow, you're amazing. You even figured this out. That's right, this is the most primitive steel frying method. Using oxygen from the air at high temperatures, you oxidize the excess carbon in the pig iron, turning it into carbon dioxide, which is then released. C+O equals CO. Get out of here, you carbon kid. As Thorn continued to stir the molten iron in the furnace, a visible and miraculous transformation was taking place. Its color is no longer that dazzling golden red. Instead, it gradually transforms into a brighter, purer, bright white. At the same time, its consistency changed from being viscous at the beginning to becoming increasingly dry. It was as if something was being slowly drawn out of its body. Finally, when Thorn felt the resistance in his hands increasing and the molten iron in the furnace had turned into a semi-solid, sponge-like lump that emitted a dazzling white light, he suddenly pulled the iron rod out. Cease fire. Bring it out of the oven. At a single command, several burly men, who were already prepared and wearing thick leather gloves, immediately used huge iron tongs to lift the lump of sponge steel that was still radiating terrifying heat out of the furnace, and then placed it heavily on a huge iron anvil. Forging. Thorn didn't stop for a moment. He grabbed the heaviest forging hammer he could find in Darkshire, which he had prepared beforehand, and his eyes flashed with a sharp light. Get out of the way. He roared, swung the sledgehammer, and smashed it down with a gesture full of primal power and industrial beauty. When a deafening roar, clearer and louder than any before, like the cry of a dragon, suddenly exploded out. Countless dazzling sparks, like shooting stars, burst forth from that mass of sponge steel. The sight was so magnificent that it was as if a god was forging stars on his anvil. When, Thorn did not stop. He was like a tireless machine, repeatedly hammering the red-hot metal with a constant, rhythmic beat. With each hammering, black, shaving like oxide scale would peel off the steel block. Each hammering makes the metal denser and more solid. Everyone was stunned. They had never seen such a breathtaking forging scene. In their understanding, forging is the job of a blacksmith. And at this moment, wielding the hammer before them was their lord, the embodiment of knowledge like a god. His noble body seemed to contain a volcano that could erupt at any moment. It was filled with unparalleled power. This is more persuasive than any language. As the temperature of the steel block gradually decreased, Thorn finally stopped. He threw the sledgehammer aside, his chest heaving violently, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. Damn, this physical labor is inhuman. Luckily, my physical abilities have been enhanced. He looked at the rectangular steel ingot on the anvil, which had already been forged into shape, and a look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. It no longer has the rough, porous texture of pig iron. Its surface, after being repeatedly hammered, exhibits a delicate, strangely textured, and deep metallic luster. It lay there quietly, like a ferocious beast that had sheathed all its claws, silent, yet full of restrained power capable of tearing everything apart. This is steel. Use it to forge me the finest logging axe. Thorn commanded the town's best blacksmith, who was already waiting nearby. Use the best craftsmanship you've ever had. Yes, your highness. The old blacksmith's voice trembled as he held the still warm steel ingot, as if it were a sacred offering, his eyes filled with fervor. The rest of the time became the old blacksmith's personal showcase. Quenching, tempering, polishing, sharpening. He used all his knowledge and poured his soul into forging this axe. Thorn then sent someone to the forest to cut down a piece of the hardest iron oak, as thick as a bucket, and placed it in the center of the square. Everyone knew that the moment of judgment was approaching. When the brand new steel logging axe, gleaming with a cold, eerie light, was handed to Thorn, everyone instinctively held their breath. That axe was unlike any iron tool they had ever seen. Its axe blade, reflecting the sunlight, cast a chilling, gleaming white line. Just looking at it made one feel a dull ache on their skin. Let the strongest man in town go first, with our best iron axe, Thorn said calmly. A burly man, carrying the best axe in town, forged repeatedly from pig iron, stepped forward. He took a deep breath, swung his arm with all his might, and chopped the iron oak with the axe. Clang! A muffled thud. The iron axe left only a white mark less than half a finger deep on the hardwood. The axe blade even had a small chip. The burly man's face turned bright red. A sigh of regret escaped from the crowd. Iron oak is renowned for its hardness. Then Thorn went up. He casually carried the brand new steel axe in one hand. He made no preparations, not even looking at the wooden stake. He simply swung his axe forward casually and nonchalantly, under everyone's gaze. The movement was as fast as lightning. Whoosh! There was no loud noise. There were no obstacles. There was only one sound, a smooth, almost chilling, whooshing sound, like a hot knife slicing through butter. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Thorn. 1 second, 2 seconds. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, the massive upper half of the thick iron oak log, as thick as a water bucket, slowly, slid to one side along a smooth, mirror-like cut. Thump! A dull, loud thud struck everyone's hearts. Quiet. A deathly silence. The whole world seemed to have lost its sound. People stared at the smooth, mirror-like cross-section of the tree's stump, reflecting their images, and at the undamaged steel axe that still gleamed with a chilling light. Their minds went completely blank. This is not a chop. This isn't an axe at all. This is clearly a divine weapon from mythology, capable of cleaving mountains. I'm so damn good. A young guard instinctively uttered a curse, his voice trembling. His words became the trigger for the entire event. A woo! A deafening, completely out of control, frenzied cheer, 10 times louder than when molten iron was first produced, erupted into the sky. A miracle. It's a miracle. One axe blow, and it's broken. My God. Steel. This is the power of steel. This time, the cheers were no longer just about joy. Intertwined within it is a most primitive, fanatical worship of absolute power. If the molten iron gave the people of Wuguang Town hope for survival, then this steel axe that can cut through wood with a single blow gave them the confidence to conquer everything. Thorn raised his steel axe high, facing the faces contorted with fanaticism, his voice like a final pronouncement. From today onwards, I will equip every farmer in Wuguang Town with steel hoes and sickles. I will replace the hammers and chisels of every craftsman with steel ones. I promise you, your harvest will double. Your efficiency will double. Your lives will be free from poverty. Boom! The crowd went completely mad. Long live the Lord. Long live Lord Thorn. Countless people knelt down from the bottom of their hearts. They offered their most devout and fervent faith to Thorn. Amidst the deafening roar, Thorn announced his next decision. I hereby declare, the first steel plant of Wuguang Town is officially established. He looked at the old blacksmith, who was already trembling with excitement. You are the first factory director. Later, the deputy factory director, in charge of technology. I need you to make steel, like molten iron today, flow to every corner of the town of Wuguang in the shortest possible time. Corvana. Thorn looked at the Spider Queen again. Yes. Corvana immediately knelt on one knee. I need your people, your strongest warriors, to join the steel mill. Forging requires strength, and you possess the greatest strength. Yes, sir. Corvana's eyes also gleamed with fervent light. For the first time, humans and Spider-Man have achieved true and profound integration under the banner of industry. A brand new, highly efficient production system is being built at an unprecedented speed. Just as everyone was immersed in their boundless imagination of a better future, a silent figure walked through the revelry and stood before Thorn. Its Lord. There was no joy on his face. There was only one kind of desire, an unprecedented, burning desire, as intense as fire. He walked up to Thorn, knelt on one knee, and performed the movement with textbook precision. His gaze was fixed on the steel axe in Thorn's hand, his voice low but trembling slightly. Your Highness. The cheers gradually subsided. Everyone sensed the unusual, somber atmosphere. With this, Lord raised his head, his ever-calm blue eyes now seeming to hold magma flowing within them. Only then can we possess, in the truest sense, a sword and shield. He paused, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Please allow us to use it to forge our fangs, to arm our soldiers. I beg you to give us priority in having 300 sets of armor and 300 longswords made. Next time, I will never allow any soldier to face the enemy's steel with their own flesh and blood. Lord's voice was firm and resounding. The shadow of war instantly dispelled the joy of production. Everyone remembered that fierce victory and their comrades who died at the hands of the enemy. Yes, farm tools allow them to survive, but only weapons can allow them to live with dignity. Thorn looked at Lord, seeing the heavy sense of responsibility and the resolute killing intent in his eyes. He knew that this loyal knight had already planned his next move. One path to a strong military. I approve. Thorn's voice was calm yet firm. He helped Lord up, and then, under everyone's gaze, a curtain of light, invisible to others, seemed to appear before his eyes. Ding! Strong military expansion needs detected in the Lord. The medieval military technology pack has been unlocked. Congratulations. You have obtained complete set of plate armor forging blueprints, halberd crafting diagram. Thorn's lips curled into a cold smile. He reached out his hand, as if grasping something in the air, and then slowly offered it to Lord. To the astonishment of Lord and those around him, several brand new parchment scrolls, covered with intricate drawings they had never seen before, appeared out of thin air. Lord, Thorn's voice was like a devil's whisper, full of deadly allure. I'm giving you more than just steel. Lord trembled as he took the scrolls of blueprints that seemed to still carry the warmth of another world. He slowly unfolded the first volume. When I saw the depiction of that full body armor, perfectly covering every corner of the human body, full of streamlined and powerful aesthetics, like a steel demon, this great knight, who was used to seeing the Empire's elite troops, stopped breathing completely at this moment. Thorn looked at him, at the stunned silence on everyone's faces, and slowly announced, "What I am giving you is a completely new era. An era of steel and fire, armed to the teeth." Chapter 54, Summer and Restlessness. Steel changed everything. When the first batch of steel logging axes and saws were distributed to the craftsmen, the forests of the Dragon Spine Mountains heard for the first time the roar of efficiency. Iron oak, which used to require 3 to 5 people to work all day to fell, can now be neatly felled in just half an hour by 2 well-coordinated workers, accompanied by a crisp crack sound. When the first batch of steel hoes and plowshares were installed on brand-new wooden handles and delivered to the farmers, Wu Guangling's barren, hardened land, which had been barren for hundreds of years, experienced for the first time what true farming meant. The gleaming plowshare, like a cheese cleaver, effortlessly tore through the hard soil, revealing deep, moist, fertile earth teeming with life. The pace of cultivation was more than 10 times faster than before. The entire town of Wuguang was engulfed in a almost frenzied construction boom. New residential areas sprang up, and neatly planned streets stretched into the heart of the forest. The foundation for the public bathhouse, which could accommodate hundreds of people at the same time and was personally supervised by later, had already been dug. Even the underground drainage system, made of ceramic pipes that ran through the entire town, was taking shape under the planning of this enlightened old stonemason. Every face beamed with a genuine, hopeful smile. They toiled, chanting rough work songs, watching their homeland transform at a visible pace from a sewage-filled, hopeless town into a vibrant city of hope. Thorn was very satisfied. He stood at the window of his study on the second floor of the Lord's mansion, looking down at the thriving scene below the mountain, a gratified smile on his lips like that of an old father, focusing on the self-cultivation of an infrastructure-building fanatic. At this rate, we'll have running water by the end of the year, and next year we'll strive to have a toilet in every household. We'll catch up with the capital in 3 years, colonize it in 5 years, achieve common prosperity in 5 years. However, this sense of accomplishment belonging to the Lord was soon shattered by another, more primal and irresistible force. That is heat. It's damn hot. With the arrival of midsummer, the basin surrounded by mountains and deserts in Wuguangling has completely transformed into a huge, airtight steamer. The scorching sun baked the earth until it was burning hot, and the air was filled with a sweltering heat. Every breath felt like inhaling a ball of fire. The intense heat brought new troubles. Or rather, a series of moving, deadly scenic views. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the study door. "Come in," Thorn replied without looking up, his attention still absorbed in a sketch he had just drawn of a 3-section septic tank for a public toilet. "Your Highness, here is your iced water." A clear and melodious sound rang out. "It's the head maid, Ella." She carefully entered, carrying a ceramic plate filled with clear water. On the plate were several pieces of ice, not yet completely melted, taken from deep within the cellar. The cool air was the only solace in this stuffy study. "Just leave it there," Thorn said casually. However, when he looked up, ready to say thank you, his voice caught in his throat. Ella wore a very common sleeveless dress, made of coarse linen today. Normally, this garment would be sufficient to cover the body. But today, in this scorching heat, the girl's smooth forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and a few strands of brown hair, damp with sweat, clung tightly to her slightly flushed cheeks. Sweat trickled down her graceful neck, soaking the rough linen cloth covering her chest. The soaked linen, now translucent, tightly and faithfully outlined the breathtakingly full contours of the young girl beneath. Even the tiny, crimson nipple at the very top was faintly visible. Gulp. Thorn heard himself swallow. Holy crap. This is a physical attack. Who can withstand this? His brain instantly shut down. The lines on the septic tank design drawing in front of him began to twist and deform, until finally, they all transformed into the 2 perfect, deadly curves on Ella's chest. "Your Highness?" Your face is so red. Ella put down the water tray and looked at Thorn with some concern. Are you suffering from heatstroke? Should I call a doctor for you? The girl's pure, innocent, and caring gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing Thorn's sordid thoughts. He instantly felt like a pervert caught red-handed peeping at his neighbor's sister taking a shower. Cough, cough, cough. Thorn coughed a few times, forcibly pulling his gaze, which was about to fly into the sky, back to the blueprints, and put on a dignified and solemn lord's expression. It's nothing. I'm fine. I was just pondering a very serious, sacred, and great technical problem concerning the future of our territory. He spoke with righteous indignation and in a loud voice, as if he were trying to cover something up. Oh, well, Your Highness, please take your time to think it over. I won't disturb you any longer. Ella nodded as if she understood, bowed, and turned to leave. Call. Thorn let out a long sigh of relief and slumped into the chair like a lump of mud. This is terrible. This is even more exciting than a one-on-one duel with Baron Rosk. Luckily, I have a strong will, otherwise I would have lost my dignity as a lord right here and now. He picked up the glass of ice water and took a big gulp, trying to use the coldness of the ice to extinguish the evil fire in his heart. However, no sooner had one wave subsided than another arose. The physical attack had barely ended when a devastating magical attack followed. Lord Thorn. A clear, ethereal voice, with a touch of natural allure, came from the doorway. Alea walked in silently. If Ella's scenery is the allure of a young girl, imbued with naivety and innocence, so Alea is an alluring woman from another world, a blend of divinity and savagery, possessing a charm that is on a level of dimensional reduction. Her long, silvery white hair was simply tied back, revealing her smooth, full forehead and delicate, pointed ears. A healthy blush tinged her beautiful face from running around. And her upper body. It was made from just a few strands of the purest, silvery white spider silk, woven into a simple bodice that barely covered the most vital parts. The spider silk, thin and breathable, shimmered with a soft, moonlit glow in the sunlight. It clung perfectly to the girl's skin, displaying her slender waist, so delicate it could be grasped with a single hand, and her magnificent curves, enough to make any mountain peak envious, to Thorn in the most direct and breathtaking way. Large swaths of snow-white, delicate skin were exposed to the air without any protection. The visual impact was 10,000 times stronger than any Victoria's Secret fashion show I had ever seen on a computer screen in my previous life. Because it's true. Alive. It can move. She would also look at you curiously with those pure, flawless amethyst eyes. Thorn felt as if his CPU had been completely burned out at that moment. His mind went blank, with only 3 words scrolling wildly across the screen. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Lord Thorn, you wanted to see me? Alea tilted her head, her 8 grotesque spider legs making a soft rustling sound on the floor, creating a strange yet deadly harmonious beauty with her sacred upper body. Huh? Oh, right. I was looking for you. Thorn snapped back to reality, his gaze snapping away as if burned, quickly shifting from her to the chandelier on the ceiling. He felt a warm current stirring inside his nasal cavity. How's the new textile workshop going with Chief Corvana? He asked in a businesslike, emotionless tone, as if he were a robot devoid of feelings. It's finished. The tribe loves the spacious and bright houses you designed. Alea replied happily, completely unaware of the fierce internal struggle the man before her was going through. Good, very good. Thorn's voice was a little unsteady. By the way, Lord Thorn, Alea seemed to remember something and curiously pointed to the spider silk bodice she was wearing. The kind of pattern you drew for us before, called underwear. Are we really going to make it like that? It feels so strange. Puff. Thorn felt as if something inside him had been pierced by an arrow. He finally couldn't hold back anymore. Alea. He stood up abruptly and said in a tone of unprecedented seriousness. Huh? Here. Alea was startled by him. You go and put this on first. Thorn took a large linen robe from the rack next to him, which could cover her from head to toe, and stuffed it into her arms without saying a word. Then, notify Chief Corvana. Then notify Drucker. And Pete. Tell them to come to the conference room in half an hour. I have something extremely important to announce. Yes, yes. Although Alea was full of confusion, she still hugged her robe and obediently withdrew. Thorn was left alone in the study once again. He slumped back into his chair and covered his face with his hands. What a terrible thing. He was screaming inwardly. How did I, a well-mannered and cultured modern young person who has received 9 years of compulsory education and been exposed to countless works of art, end up like this? This is no longer a matter of willpower. It's a generational gap in civilization, a chasm in aesthetics. He thought of Ella and of the other women in town who were also tormented by the rough linen. Those simple chest binders offer absolutely no support or protection. They're stuffy and unbreathable in summer, and don't keep you warm in winter. Wearing them for extended periods is detrimental to physical development and health, not to mention how aesthetically pleasing it is. This is an absolutely inhuman design. The progress of a civilization is not only reflected in how powerful its weapons or how magnificent its buildings are. It is also reflected in how it treats each individual and how it improves the quality of life for everyone. Of the 4 basic necessities of life, clothing, food, housing, and transportation, clothing comes first. How can we talk about civilization when we can't even solve the problem of what to wear? Thorn's eyes gradually changed. The restlessness caused by hormones gradually subsided and transformed into something deeper and more resolute. It was a sense of responsibility that arose spontaneously from being a time traveler and a disseminator of civilization. That's right. I'm not doing this for myself. I'm not lusting after their bodies. I did this to liberate them, to advance the civilization of the entire world. What a noble and great undertaking this is. Thorn instantly found himself a plausible and irrefutable reason, and his whole being was elevated. He left the Lord's mansion and came to the new village that was under construction. He saw that the women who were helping to move timber at the construction site were also soaked in sweat, and the rough linen had left red marks on their skin. He saw that the girls weeding in the fields had to loosen their clothes to stay cool, but they also had to be careful not to expose themselves. The universality of demand acts like a mirror, reflecting the enormous gap in the world's quality of life. And this blank, that's a business opportunity. It's a nuclear-level business opportunity, powerful enough to unlock the wealth of the entire continent. A flash of inspiration struck Thorn. He thought of the Arachne clan, whose uniquely bestowed super spider silk was regarded as an extremely expensive luxury by all the nobles on the continent. That spider silk is thin, flexible, breathable, and also has a natural antibacterial effect. If only we could combine this top-quality natural material with those forward-thinking, ergonomic designs in our minds. What kind of monsters would be born from that? Thorn could almost see the future capital in those magnificent palaces. The scene of pampered noblewomen, princesses, and even queens spending lavishly and fighting tooth and nail to buy a piece of intimate clothing from the dark territory called Whispers of Victoria, or Wings of Eros, was a scene of madness. By then, soap and rum will be nothing compared to what we've come to know. This is true luxury. It's a real money-printing machine. Thorn's breathing became rapid. In his eyes, it seemed as if he could already see countless gold coins surging towards the dark territory like a tidal wave. With money, we can recruit more troops. We can purchase more advanced technology. We can transform the lightless territory into an impenetrable, independent kingdom, separate from the empire. Restlessness. This time, it's not just a surge of hormones. Rather, he was an ambitious man who, upon smelling blood, felt a deep-seated, restless yearning for wealth and power. He turned around abruptly and strode back to his study. He sat down at the table, a thought suddenly occurring to him. The pale blue system light screen, visible only to him, suddenly popped up. Among the dazzling array of technologies, his gaze precisely locked onto an icon that remained grayed out due to a lack of prerequisites. The icon depicted an old spinning wheel and a loom. Basic textile technology. Unlock conditions. Have a stable source of fiber already achieved, spider silk/flax, and the territory's residents have a strong collective demand for improving clothing already achieved. Consumes 200 civilization points. The prerequisites have all been met without anyone noticing. Thorn watched as 200 civilization points were consumed without the slightest hesitation. This is hardly a consumption. This is clearly an investment. An angel round investment with returns of 10, 100, or even 10,000 times. His eyes gleamed with a fierce, wolf-like determination. He reached out and pointed heavily at the icon in midair. System. His voice was deep and filled with unquestionable decisiveness. Unlock it. Weekend update galore. Chapter 55, Shuttle and Spindle. Byte. Basic textile technology has been unlocked. When it was detected that the Lord had unlocked this technology, the territory already possessed advanced fiber raw materials, spider silk, and had urgent social needs, resulting in a comprehensive assessment and an upgrade of the reward level. Congratulations! You have obtained the Pre-Industrial Revolution Technology Pack, Shuttle and Spindle. Rewards include 1. A revolutionary textile machine, the complete set of precision blueprints for the improved spinning jenny. 2. A revolutionary weaving machine, the complete set of precision blueprints for the improved flying shuttle loom. Before Thorn could even process the system's cold notification, two massive, almost terrifying torrents of information crashed into his mind like a burst dam. That's not a two-dimensional drawing. Those were two living, intricate monsters made up of countless gears, connecting rods, spindles, and rollers, full of mechanical beauty, running wildly in his mind as three-dimensional holographic images. One machine, like a steel octopus with countless arms. One by one, the raw silk threads are sucked in, stretched and twisted, and finally transformed into 8, 16, or 32 rapidly spinning spindles, frantically spitting out uniform and tough yarn at a speed that exceeds the limits of human power. The spinning jenny, and it's a heavily modified, more efficient version. The other one was even more ferocious. The wooden shuttle, known as the flying shuttle, was brought to life by an ingenious shuttle-throwing box device. It didn't need to be thrown by hand at all. With a series of crisp thuds, it was like invisible lightning bolts, shuttling back and forth between countless warp threads, so fast that only afterimages remained. Flying shuttle loom. Damn, I just wanted to solve everyone's clothing problem, and maybe make a little extra money by selling some luxury goods. System, did you just bundle the two mothers of the Industrial Revolution together and dump them on me? Thorn was overwhelmed with emotion. This isn't just taking a leap into a moderately prosperous society. It's kicking open the door to the industrial age. With these two magical tools, the textile industry in Wuguang Town will deliver a devastating blow to all other handicraft workshops in the world. The atmosphere in the meeting room was somewhat awkward. Pete, the minister of the interior of the Lord's mansion, Drucker, the old carpenter, and Corvana, the Spider-Woman chieftain, sat upright, watching their lord, who had just stirred up an iron frenzy outside, now looked like a child who had received a new toy, with a strange smile on his face that they couldn't understand, a mixture of ecstasy, and he. Cough. Thorn cleared his throat, forcibly suppressing his barely concealed lewd grin, and regained his lordly dignity. I have invited everyone here today because there is something more important than steelmaking that concerns the future of our territory, and I have to announce it. More important than steelmaking? The expressions of the three people instantly turned serious. Then, Thorn took out several huge, scalp-chilling blueprints from his mysterious storage space to others, which were filled with drawings 10 times more complex than crossbows and blast furnaces, and spread them on the table. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. Pete was completely dumbfounded. He felt that he recognized every single part on the blueprint, but when they were put together, they became a completely incomprehensible mystery to him. Corvana's beautiful eyes were also filled with confusion. She could tell that it seemed to be some kind of sophisticated machine, but its operating principles were beyond her comprehension. Old Carpenter Drucker reacted the most strongly. His hands began to tremble. I wasn't excited, I was scared. His wrinkled old face instantly fell. His lips trembled, and as he pointed at the blueprint of the spinning jenny, his voice was choked with sobs. Your Highness, please spare my life. What kind of monster is this? So many wheels, so many poles. How are they? How are they all connected together? Good heavens, if this thing starts moving, won't it twist itself into a pretzel? Holy crap, that expression is exactly the same as when I was explaining Fourier transform to liberal arts students back in the day. Despair, pure despair. Thorn was internally ranting, but on his face he wore a warm smile. Master Drucker, don't be afraid. He put away the engineering drawings that would have made any pre-industrial craftsman's SAN value plummet, picked up a charcoal pencil, and began to draw on another piece of white paper. Let's not look at the whole picture. Let's look at a short story first. Story? Everyone was stunned. Thorn drew a simple stick figure of a mother with her hands on her hips on the paper. Look, this is a mother. She is spinning yarn. Then, in front of his mother, he drew 8 stick figures of children with their mouths open, crying for food. These are her 8 children, all hungry, waiting to eat the yarn their mother spun. In the past, a mother could only spin 1 thread at a time to feed 1 child. The other 7 children would just cry from hunger. It was very inefficient, right? Drucker and Pete nodded subconsciously. It made perfect sense. Thorn smiled and then changed the subject. But now we've invented a magical device. He drew a peculiar machine with 8 hands in front of the stick figure mother. This magical device can transmit the mother's movements to 8 spindles at the same time. When she makes 1 movement, 8 threads are spun out simultaneously. Look, one mother can now feed 8 children at the same time. Isn't that 8 times more efficient? Thorn looked up at Drucker. The old carpenter stared blankly at the comical, childlike sketch, his eyes widening in disbelief. The tangled mess of gears and linkages in his mind seemed to be straightened out instantly. One person, spinning 8 threads at the same time. Drucker's voice trembled, not with fear, but with an extreme excitement that followed a moment of profound realization. That's right. Thorn nodded emphatically. That's how it works. We call it the spinning jenny. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Thorn painted a second picture. This time, he drew a picture of a loom. Let's look at weaving now. In the past, didn't we have to use our hands to throw the shuttle from one side to the other, catch it from the other side, and throw it back? Yes. Drucker nodded vigorously. Are you tired? Are you slow? Tired. Slow down. Good. Thorn drew 2 small square boxes on either side of the loom, and then used exaggerated lines to draw a shuttle with legs that was running at high speed. Now, let's attach a spring and legs to this shuttle. We step on it here, and pop. This little box sends the shuttle flying like a bullet. Over there, another box catches it, and we step on it again, pop. It flies back on its own. Our hands will be completely freed. We only need to concentrate on changing the thread and pressing the pedal. Tell me, how many times faster can we weave this cloth? A shuttle that flew past? Drucker and Pete were completely dumbfounded. Their brains are being repeatedly bombarded, crushed, and reshaped by this unprecedented, yet extremely simplistic and brutal dimensional reduction explanation method. Is it complicated? No. It sounds ridiculously simple. But, is that possible? The image of a mother feeding 8 children, and a shuttle with legs that can fly on its own. Just imagining that scene makes their hearts pound wildly. Your Highness. Drucker slapped his thigh, leaping up from his chair. His face flushed crimson, and his eyes shone with an unprecedented light. I understand. I completely understand. Rest assured, even if it takes a lifetime, I will definitely create these 2 monsters for you. A thirst for challenge. When faced with a divine creation that transcends time, a top craftsman's most primal desire to conquer all is completely ignited. Thorn nodded in satisfaction. Done. Next, we come to another crucial question. His gaze shifted to Corvana, the spider queen who had remained silent throughout, but whose eyes were growing brighter and brighter. Chief Corvana. Thorn's voice became gentle and solemn. Your Highness, please speak. Corvana bowed slightly. I need your help, Thorn said bluntly. I need spider silk. Not ordinary spider silk, but the kind produced by the strongest warriors of your Arachne clan, the toughest, finest, and purest. War silk. The air suddenly became somewhat heavy. Corvana's brow furrowed slightly. Your Highness, you should know that war silk is our clan's most precious strategic resource. Her voice was cold, tinged with wariness. We use it to make bowstrings, traps, and even weapons in critical moments. Its production is extremely limited. Forgive my bluntness, but what do you need it for? In her view, Thorn wanted this top-quality spider silk simply for military purposes. But since Darktown already has steel, do they still need spider silk bowstrings? Is there some scheme behind this that she is unaware of? Thorn smiled at her wary look. If I said I didn't want it to be a weapon, but rather to be made into clothing, would you believe me? Clothing? Corvana was stunned. Pete and Drucker were stunned too. Make clothes from war silk, which is extremely precious and comparable to pure gold? What extravagance! What a waste of resources! Your Highness, are you joking? Corvana's tone was tinged with confusion. I never joke. Thorn's expression became extremely serious, and his eyes seemed to pierce through the walls of the conference room, seeing an infinitely vast future. Corvana, tell me, why is it that your Arachne clan, despite possessing great strength and unique skills, has been confined to dark caves for generations, regarded as monsters by the world? This question, like a needle, pierced Corvana's heart. Because people are foolish and fear us. No, Thorn shook his head, pointing out the crux of the matter. Because you haven't created a unique value that would force them to set aside their fears and even desire to trade with you. Value. Yes, value. Thorn's voice was filled with a seductive power. Power only brings awe and wariness, but wealth brings respect and unity. He stood up, walked up to Corvana, and looked at her intently. I will use your spider silk, combined with the technology in my mind, to create a fabric that has never existed in this world before. A fabric that is lighter than silk, softer than feathers, and more beautiful than moonlight. I want all the noble women, princesses, and queens of the continent to be proud to wear a garment made of their spider silk. I want the name Arachne to no longer be a synonym for monster, but a symbol of ultimate luxury and nobility. By then, will you still worry about not being able to sell your spider silk? No. You will worry about not being able to keep up with production. Gold coins will flood into Darktown and into your Arachne clan like a tidal wave. You will no longer be warriors dependent on me, but my most important and wealthiest business partners. Thorn opened his arms and drew up a grand, breathtaking blueprint for her. A fashion empire that uses spider silk as its core to leverage the wealth of the entire continent. Corvana was completely stunned. Looking at the man before her, at the ambition and vision in his eyes that seemed to burn with the whole world, her heart began to pound uncontrollably. She never imagined that her clan's innate talent, besides being used for fighting and survival, could also lead to such a broad road to sunshine and wealth. This was more persuasive to this pragmatic clan leader than any empty promise. A long time. Corvana took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in her heart, and a breathtaking smile bloomed on her beautiful face. Your Highness, your ambition is enough to make even dragons tremble. She slowly knelt on one knee. This time, it was not just submission, but also a solemn gesture of being a partner. On behalf of the Arachne clan, I agree to your proposal. We will provide you with the first batch of the finest war silk as the beginning of our great undertaking. She paused, then looked up, her purple eyes sparkling with intense curiosity and anticipation. However, I have a small request. Speaking, can I see the first work you made with it? Damn, it's not just for you to see. We're also going to hire you as our top model. Thorn laughed inwardly, but on his face he wore a generous, of course, no problem, expression. Of course, I will invite you to witness the birth of a new era. Cooperation achieved. The entire town of Wuguang was once again injected with a powerful stimulant. The backyard of the Lord's Manor, the place where the crossbow assembly line was once born, has once again become the most forbidden area in the entire town. Old Carpenter Drucker, along with his most prized apprentices, locked themselves inside. Sometimes they argued fiercely, sometimes they pondered deeply, and sometimes they burst into cheers of sudden realization. The sounds of hammering, sawing, and sanding never cease, day and night. A completely new rhythm, more precise and complex than the steel symphony, began to brew on this land. On the other side, that very evening, a carefully wrapped scroll was personally delivered by Alea to Thorn's study. Thorn opened the package. In an instant, the entire study seemed to be illuminated by moonlight. It was a roll of silk thread, a roll of top-grade spider silk, seemingly woven from moonlight and stars, light as a feather, yet flowing with a liquid metallic sheen. It lay quietly on the table, exuding a sacred and pure aura. Thorn reached out, his fingertips gently touching the cool, smooth texture. Everything is ready. He looked at the perfect roll of raw materials, and then thought about the timeless designs in his mind. Designs specifically created for the female body curves. Designs that embodied the wisdom of humankind over hundreds of years. A mysterious smile appeared on his lips. His gaze seemed to already see what the first finished product would look like when it was born. That will not be a simple garment. That would be something that would drive all women crazy and make all men lose their minds. The ultimate weapon. Chapter 56. The Secret Under the Moonlight. Night has fallen. In the Lord's study, only one candle was lit. Thorn sat at the table, his fingers gently brushing over the spider silk that flowed like moonlight. Cool, smooth, with a pure texture that seems to belong to another world. The raw materials are top-notch. The design blueprints are a revolutionary masterpiece, representing a dimensional reduction attack that transcends time and embodies the wisdom accumulated by humankind over hundreds of years. Everything is ready, except for the east wind. It would probably take Drucker and his fellow old carpenters at least 10 days to bring those two industrial monsters, the spinning jenny and the flying shuttle loom, from blueprints to reality. But I can't wait any longer. Thorn's heart was roaring. He desperately needed to see a finished product, a living prototype that could bring the grand blueprint in his mind to life. This is not only to verify feasibility, but also to set an unshakable and sacred tone for the upcoming fashion empire. He needs a highly skilled, absolutely loyal, and tight-lipped chief craftsman. A handsome and respectful face instantly appeared in Thorn's mind. Headmaid Ella. Perfect candidate. Her loyalty is off the charts. She's skillful and meticulous, and, well, she was one of the initial sources of inspiration for this technological innovation. It is most fitting that she personally creates history. Having made up his mind, Thorn cleared his throat and said in a deep voice to the door, "Ella, come in for a moment." "Yes, Your Highness." The door was gently pushed open, and the headmaid, Ella, entered with a plate of sliced fruit, her head bowed. She seemed to think Thorn wanted a midnight snack. "Close the door." Thorn's tone was more serious than ever before. Ella's heart skipped a beat, and a strange sense of tension welled up inside her. She did as she was told, closed the door, stood at her sides in front of the desk, and even held her breath. The atmosphere in the study instantly became mysterious and solemn. Thorn didn't speak. He pulled out the drawing he had hidden the deepest, and had spent the longest time drawing from the bottom of a stack of drawings. Then, he pushed the sacred spider silk, along with the blueprints, in front of Ella. "Ella," Thorn began slowly, his voice carrying the weight of a nation's destiny. "I am about to entrust you with a secret mission. A great invention concerning the health, comfort, and even dignity of all the women in our dark town. That's right, I'm not doing this for pornography. I'm doing it for the cause of women's liberation. How noble I am." Thorn gave himself a mental pat on the back, his expression growing increasingly sacred. A secret mission? A great invention? Ella was somewhat stunned by these words. With utmost reverence, she cautiously turned her gaze to the blueprint. Then, the next second, her world collapsed. A surge of heat rushed from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Ella's face, at a speed visible to the naked eye, changed from fair to pink, and then from pink to a blood-red tomato. What did she see? Good heavens! On the drawing were two things she couldn't describe in words. One item was two small, round cloth bags connected by several thin straps. Their shape was so daring that she didn't dare to look at them closely. The other item was an even smaller, almost triangular piece of fabric. Is this even considered clothing? What's the difference between wearing this and not wearing anything at all? Ella's mind went blank, buzzing. She felt her heart was about to jump out of her throat, and she felt like she had been thrown into a steam room, about to be steamed alive by shame. "Your Highness." Her voice was barely audible, trembling with sobs. This is... She didn't even dare to ask the question. What is this? Seeing the girl's expression, as if she were about to crash and her CPU burned to ashes, Thorne suppressed a laugh and explained in a serious tone. This is a completely new type of underwear. He pointed to the cloth bag and said, this is called a bra. It has a special curved design that perfectly supports and protects women's breasts, so they are no longer bothered by bumps and friction when working or running. Moreover, it is breathable and comfortable, and it can completely liberate you from that damn thick and stuffy breast wrap. He then pointed to the small triangle. This is called underwear. It's also for hygiene and comfort. Believe me, Ella, the value of this thing is far beyond your imagination. Thorne's voice was filled with an unquestionable, scientific, and rational power. It was as if he wasn't talking about shameful underwear, but rather expounding a sacred truth. Ella was stunned by this argument. Although she was still so embarrassed that she wanted to disappear into the ground, the sense of absurdity in her heart was inexplicably suppressed a little. Protection? Comfort? Hygiene? So that's what your highness was thinking? I need you. Thorne's gaze hardened. Use this roll of spider silk to sew it perfectly. Remember, this is top secret. No one else can know except you and me. Ella looked at the shimmering spider silk, then at the blush-inducing design on the blueprints. In the end, all her shyness, confusion, and shock transformed into unconditional loyalty and trust in the Lord. Yes, your highness. She bit her lower lip and nodded heavily, clutching the blueprints and spider silk tightly to her chest, as if they were the most precious sacred objects. Ella, we'll never let you down. After saying that, she practically fled, turning and rushing out of the study. The night was as still as water, and moonlight streamed through the small window into Ella's room. The girl sat on the edge of the bed, her heart still pounding wildly. She unfolded the blueprints, and in the candlelight, the bold design still made her cheeks burn. But when her fingertips gently touched the coil of spider silk, a strange sensation instantly spread throughout her body. It was a kind of blood-related intimacy. It was as if these threads were born to be controlled by her own hands. She took a deep breath, suppressed all her distracting thoughts, and picked up the needle and thread. At first, she was just carefully imitating the lines on the drawings. But gradually, her movements became more and more fluid, and she became more and more confident. That tiny sewing needle, at her fingertips, seemed to come alive. It was no longer a cold tool, but an extension of her arm, a manifestation of her will. Threading the needle, taking the first stitch, tying the knot, sewing. Every movement carries a graceful, flowing beauty. She doesn't even need a ruler. With a gentle twist of her fingers, she can cut out the most precise dimensions. She doesn't even need to look closely. The stitches will naturally follow the most even and perfect lines. An unprecedented, exhilarating feeling filled her heart. She forgot the passage of time and everything in the outside world. In her world, all that remained were the spider silk in her hands and the gradually clearer, perfect form in her mind. She was no longer the shy headmaid. At this moment, illuminated by the moonlight and candlelight, her focused and holy expression resembled that of a weaving goddess who was creating a miracle and had been kissed by the gods. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the study, there was a knock on Thorne's door. It's Ella. She looked like she hadn't slept all night, with faint bluish circles under her eyes. But her eyes were surprisingly bright, sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance, a complex light that blended fatigue, excitement, and pride. In her hands, she held a tray wrapped in clean white linen. Your Highness, I'm done. Thorne perked up and immediately sat up straight. As Ella slowly peeled back the linen cloth, Thorne's breathing stopped. Holy crap! In his mind, only these two words were frantically scrolling through his mind. That was not a piece of clothing. That was a work of art. A weapon woven from moonlight and stardust, a weapon that dwarfs any language, the ultimate weapon. The bra lay quietly on the tray. The spider silk material shimmered with a dreamlike luster in the morning light. It was as light as a cicada's wing, seemingly weightless, yet perfectly outlining an alluring and powerful curve. Every stitch was so fine it was almost invisible, blending seamlessly with the fabric itself. The small pair of underwear next to it was even more exquisite. The edges were embroidered with a subtle yet luxurious pattern using finer silk threads, like the work of an elf. It has completely surpassed the design on Thorne's drawings. With her innate talent, Ella imbued this creation from another world with a unique soul belonging to this world. It's sexy, but not vulgar. It is bold, yet carries a sacred and inviolable nobility. It's over, the CPU is completely fried. I only wanted to build a money printing machine, but she built me a nuclear bomb. If this thing were taken out into the world, not only would the noble women of the capital be tempted, but even the holy maidens of the temple would probably secretly place an order. Your Highness. Ella saw Thorne staring blankly at the artwork, silent, and felt a little uneasy. Is there something about it that doesn't suit your taste? No, that's not it. Thorne snapped back to reality, raised his head, and looked at Ella with an unprecedentedly intense gaze. That's not how a man looks at a woman. That's the look of a talent scout, the kind of ecstatic, treasure-like gaze one has when they see a thoroughbred horse. Not to my liking. Ella, what are you saying? Thorne's voice trembled slightly with excitement. This isn't about whether it suits my liking or not. This is genius. This is a miracle. He was lavish in his praise. I thought I had simply given you a blueprint. But I was wrong. All I gave you was a bunch of dry lines. But you gave it life. You gave it a soul. Ella, you are not an ordinary maid, nor are you an ordinary tailor. Thorne stood up, walked up to her, and solemnly announced, You are an artist kissed by the god of weaving. Artist? Ella was stunned by the word. She had never imagined that a servant like herself, who only knew how to sew and mend, could be associated with such a noble term. Your Highness, Let me finish, Thorne interrupted her. Master Drucker is building a textile workshop, and once it's finished, I need someone to manage it. Someone technically skilled, talented, and capable of leading all the women of Darktown to create a brand new industry. His gaze was fixed firmly on Ella's eyes. Ella, in the name of the Lord of the Darklands, I hereby formally appoint you. From this day forward, you will be the future Chief Textile Officer of the Darklands, and the first director of the Venus's Silk Workshop. Chief Textile Officer. Workshop Supervisor. Happiness came too suddenly, too intensely. Ella felt like she was dreaming. She had gone from a lowly maid, a tool that could be used and discarded by her former lord at any moment, to an official in charge of a brand new industry. Overwhelmed by joy, she was instantly overwhelmed. Her eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you. She was so excited that she could only repeat the sentence over and over again. Seeing her tears of joy, Thorne smiled with relief. This is exactly the effect he wanted. He wanted everyone who served him to understand that in the land of no light, birth and past were unimportant. As long as you have talent and loyalty, he can give you a future you never even dared to dream of. He turned around and took out a yellowed parchment covered with writing from the drawer. That was Ella's indenture, proof that she was the private property of the Lord's manor. A workshop manager can no longer be a maid. Thorne's voice was gentle yet powerful. That would affect your authority and tie your hands. He held up the parchment, a kind and generous smile on his face. So, Ella, so that you can unleash your talents without any worries. He was prepared to tear up this contract, which symbolized enslavement and humiliation, completely in front of her. He wanted to give her true freedom. From this day forward, you are free. Thorne smiled and uttered what he considered to be the greatest and ultimate gift he could give Ella that day. He looked forward to seeing her even more excited and grateful. However, what he saw was a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. The joy on Ella's face froze the moment she heard the words, "You are free." Immediately afterwards, that captivating blush faded at an alarming speed, replaced by a deathly pallor. The light in her eyes went out. The flame that had just been lit, called hope and the future, was extinguished by a bucket of ice water from hell. Excitement turned into horror. Joy turned into boundless fear and despair. No. A broken syllable escaped from her trembling lips. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if she had seen the most terrifying monster in the world. Thorne's action of tearing up the contract suddenly froze in midair. The smile on his face froze. Wait a minute. This script is wrong. Freedom, isn't it the greatest gift? Why? Why does she have that expression? Your Highness. With a thud, Ella fell heavily to her knees. She crawled over desperately and clung tightly to Thorn's leg, trembling like a withered leaf in the wind. Her voice was filled with a heart-wrenching plea and despair. No, Your Highness, please, don't send me away. Please. Did I do something wrong? Did I do something to displease you? I can change. I can change anything. Please, don't abandon me. There was a mix-up sob. Chapter 57. The shackles called hiring. Thorn's smile froze. His action of tearing up the contract also abruptly stopped in mid-air. The parchment, a symbol of enslavement and humiliation, became scalding hot in his hands, as if mocking his ridiculous, self-righteous benevolence. Wait a minute. This script isn't right. Oh my God. I messed up. I thought I was acting out The Shawshank Redemption, but she thought I was acting out Memories of Matsuko? Freedom, isn't it the greatest gift? Why? Why does she have that expression? Thorn's brain briefly went blank at that moment. Ella's reaction was 10,000 times more intense than he had imagined. It was a fear that surged from the depths of the soul, a fear powerful enough to utterly crush a person. No. A broken syllable escaped from her trembling lips. Her body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably, as if she were standing on the edge of a cliff, and the person she trusted most was smiling, preparing to push her into the abyss. Your Highness. Ella collapsed to her knees with a thud. She crawled over desperately and clung tightly to Thorn's leg, trembling like the last withered leaf in a downpour. Her voice was filled with a heart-wrenching plea and despair. No, Your Highness, please, don't send me away. Please. Did I do something wrong? Did I do something to displease you? I can change. I can change anything. Was my work too ugly? I can tear it down and redo it. Was it that I shouldn't have dared to ask for the supervisor position? I don't want it anymore. I don't want anything. She was incoherent, and tears streamed down her face like broken beads, instantly soaking Thorn's trouser legs. Please, don't tear it up. Don't abandon me. Abandon? The word struck Thorn like a hammer blow. He looked down at the trembling girl in his arms, at her face, which was pale with extreme fear. A terrible thought, mixed with the cruel truth of this world, crashed into his mind. He finally understood. In this barbaric and chaotic world, what does a lord's contract mean? It is not a constraint. It is a place of belonging. It is not slavery. It is protection. It means you belong to someone. You are no longer a stray dog. Your food, your safety, are all the responsibility of your owner. If you are beaten, your owner will stand up for you. If you are sick, your owner will give you some medicine. And what about a free person without a contract? That means you are nothing. You are a piece of trash discarded by the roadside, someone anyone can step on. Men can abuse you at will. Bandits can kill you at will. You don't even deserve to enter a town. You can only fight with wild beasts for food in the wilderness, and eventually rot silently in some muddy swamp. Tearing up the contract is not liberation. It is the cruelest exile in the world. It was the most vicious punishment a lord could inflict on a slave. I no longer care whether you live or die. You are left to fend for yourself. Holy crap, my modern way of thinking is like the ultimate idiotic version of let them eat cake in this context. I thought I was giving her human rights, but it turns out that in her eyes, I was taking her life. What kind of worldview is this? Freedom is the highest form of punishment? The idea that 996 is a blessing is practically a biblical truth in this worldview. Thorn was overwhelmed with emotion. For the first time, he felt so deeply the unfathomable gap in understanding between the two worlds. He slowly and carefully placed the parchment, which he had almost torn to shreds, back onto the table. This gesture seemed to possess a kind of soothing magic. Ella's sobs subsided slightly. She raised her tear-filled face and looked cautiously at Thorn, her eyes filled with confusion and pleading. Thorn took a deep breath, crouched down, and, in an unprecedentedly gentle tone, attempted to conduct a difficult enlightenment that spanned two civilizations. Ella, look at me. He gently lifted her shoulders, making her look at him at eye level. I ask you, do you consider yourself a tool? Ella froze, nodded subconsciously, then shook her head quickly, tears welling up again. Your Highness, as long as you don't send me away, Ella is willing to be your most useful tool. No. Thorn interrupted her, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable force. You are not. You are a person with thoughts, talent, and the ability to create works of art that even I find amazing. He pointed to the stunning work on the tray. Tell me, can the best tailor in town make something like this? Ella shook her head instinctively. So do you think that someone as unique as you only deserves the identity of a maid, serving me tea and water every day, and then trembling and waiting to be abandoned? A hint of confusion appeared in Ella's eyes. Thorn knew the time had come. He decided to explain this new concept in a way she could understand. Ella, listen carefully. I'm not going to abandon you. On the contrary, I want to put a stronger shackle on you. Shackles? Ella's pupils dilated slightly as she looked at him, puzzled. That old contract, Thorn pointed to the parchment on the table, was like a rusty iron collar, heavy enough to chafe your neck, with only 2 words written on it, property. It could only keep you from starving, but it couldn't give you anything, could it? Ella nodded, seemingly understanding. Now, Thorn's lips curled into a seductive smile. I want to give you a brand new set of shackles. A shackle made of gold and studded with jewels. It is light and beautiful. Wearing it around your neck will make you the envy of everyone. On this shackle, it is no longer written property, but partner and chief textile officer. It will not only give you food and shelter, but also give you a salary every month. Salary. Ella heard this word for the first time. Yes, salary. It's money. Lots and lots of money. Thorn explained in the simplest and most direct way. You can use this money to buy pretty clothes, delicious candy, anything you like, without needing my permission. Moreover, this shackle will also give you power. You can manage a workshop, direct many people, and make them create more and more beautiful things according to your ideas. Your talent will be seen by everyone, and everyone will admire you. Thorn's voice, like the whisper of a demon or the gospel of a god, pierced Ella's already chaotic mind, word by word. She was completely stunned. Those keywords kept replaying in my mind. The golden shackles, partners, chief textile officer, salary, power. She didn't understand the complicated principles, but she grasped the core point. Master, you're not trying to send me away. My master thinks I'm very capable and wants to promote me, give me money, and let me do more important and respectable things. That old, humble contract is no longer worthy of me. Therefore, my master wants to give me a new and more glorious contract. Boom. As if a bolt of lightning had cleaved through the chaos, Ella's fearful and uneasy heart was instantly filled with this simple and brutal logic. She looked at Thorn, at his sincere and expectant eyes, which held not a trace of disdain or rejection, but only pure, undisguised appreciation and respect. She understood. I understand completely now. An indescribable surge of emotion, a mixture of immense joy, endless grievance, and profound gratitude, rushed into her heart. Wah! Ella could no longer hold back and burst into tears, like a child who had suffered a great injustice and finally received candy. This time, it was no longer a plea of fear, but an outpouring of joy. She threw herself into Thorn's arms and hugged him tightly, as if she wanted to pour all her loyalty and gratitude into that embrace. Thorn was taken aback by her sudden embrace, then smiled helplessly and gently patted her trembling back. Phew, all done. The communication cost is higher than explaining the concept of a rainbow of colors to the client. However, the results were outstanding. After crying for a long time, Ella gradually calmed down. Her face was flushed as she stepped away from Thorn's embrace, lowered her head, wiped her tears with the corner of her clothes, and her voice was still thick with a nasal tone. Your Highness, I am willing. I am willing to wear that golden shackles. Very good. Thorn stood up and sat back down at his desk. Instead of taking the old contract, he pulled out a brand new, pristine white parchment. Under Ella's incredibly tense and expectant gaze, he dipped his brush in ink and began to write with an unprecedented solemnity. Every word he wrote seemed to possess a strange magic, shimmering in the morning light. Employment contract for Chief Textile Officer without a crowd. Party A. Thorn heiress, Frontier Lord of the Darklands. Party B, Ella. After friendly consultation on the basis of equality and voluntariness, Party A and Party B have reached the following agreement. Option 1. Position and responsibilities. Party A officially appoints Party B as the Chief Textile Officer and first supervisor of the Venus's Silk Workshop in Wugwangling. Party B is responsible for all related matters, including the daily management of the workshop, technology research and development, and personnel training. Option 2. Salary and benefits. 1. Party A shall pay Party B a monthly salary of 10 imperial silver coins. 2. Party A shall provide Party B with a separate residence with a studio and shall bear all of Party B's food expenses. 3. At the end of each year, Party B shall receive 5% of the workshop's total net profit for the year as a year-end bonus. Option 3. Rights and obligations. 1. Party B has the right to refuse to execute any orders unrelated to the workshop's responsibilities. 2. Party B shall enjoy freedom of choice during the contract period. If Party B wishes to terminate the contract, Party B must submit a written application to Party A 1 month in advance. 3. Party B shall have the highest level of confidentiality obligation regarding all technologies of the workshop, especially the core design drawings provided by Party A. Option 4. Contract term. This contract is valid for 1 year and shall come into effect on the date both parties sign and affix their seals. It may be renewed upon the expiration of the term with the mutual consent of both parties. Thorn finished writing the last word and gently blew the ink dry. He presented Ella with this groundbreaking contract, one that could upend labor relations worldwide. Look, this is your new shackles. Ella reached out with trembling hands and carefully picked up the parchment that still smelled of ink. She can read some words, but she can't read most of them. But the words Chief Textile Officer, 10 silver coins, 5% bonus, and freedom were like red-hot branding irons, fiercely imprinted on the depths of her soul. 10 silver coins a month. Good heavens! A skilled guard earns only 3 silver coins a month. She, a mere maid, was able to earn 3 times the salary of a guard. And that, 5% profit sharing? Although she didn't know how much that would be, it sounded incredibly impressive. What made her heart race was the sentence, Party B shall enjoy freedom during the contract period. So His Highness really did give her freedom. It's not the kind of freedom that comes from being abandoned and having nothing, but a true freedom that is respected, protected, and given value and the right to choose. This contract is hardly a shackle. This is clearly a source of glory, a gift from the gods. Your Highness, Ella raised her head, her eyes no longer filled with fear or confusion, but only with a fervent light as bright as stars, a light that was called "A scholar will die for one who understands him." What should I do? Press your handprint here. Thorn pointed to the blank space at the end of the second party's line, next to which was his own bright red lord's mark, which he had already pressed. Ella took a deep breath, and without the slightest hesitation, she bit her finger and solemnly and reverently pressed the drop of bright red blood onto the parchment. When her fingerprints were placed alongside Thorn's lord's mark, she felt her entire life was illuminated. She no longer felt like a lowly slave who could be discarded at will. She felt like she was in shackles. A warm, glorious, and unique shackle called Ella. She will forever dedicate everything to the one who put this shackle on her. Thank you, my master. She knelt down again, this time not out of humility, but out of the deepest and most sublime submission. Thorn put away the contract with satisfaction, giving 1 copy to Ella and keeping the other for his own records. Done. Loyalty is probably off the charts now. I managed to snatch up a top-tier technical and managerial talent with just 1 HR contract. I'm truly a business genius. He felt a surge of satisfaction looking at Ella's expression, which seemed to say she would die for him. The internal problem was perfectly resolved. Next, all that's left is to wait for Drucker and his team to create the textile artifact, and then use Venus's silk to sweep through the high society of the entire continent, turning on the money-printing machine. However, just as he was immersed in his beautiful fantasies about the future, bang, 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 the study door was being pounded on urgently, like a drumbeat. Your Highness, Your Highness. Urgent military intelligence. Chapter 58. The Profit-Driven Vulture. Thorn's smile hadn't even fully blossomed when he was jolted to his knees by the thunderous knocking at the door. Urgent military situation? His first thought was, had Baron Roscoe's remnants returned? Or was some clueless neighbor trying to freeload? I was just about to turn on the Venus's silk money printing machine when someone came knocking on my door to deliver military merits. I'm focused on my career, stop fooling around. He gestured for Ella to stand behind him and said in a deep voice, "Come in." The door was suddenly pushed open, and a guard scrambled in, his face a mixture of surprise and excitement, his expression extremely strange. "Your Highness, a caravan has arrived outside the town." "A caravan?" Thorn raised an eyebrow. "A caravan? Coming to Darktown? This is more absurd than Columbus discovering the New World. Are they lost or just asking for trouble?" On the Empire's commercial map, Wuguang Town was practically a black forbidden zone marked with a skull. Forget caravans, they hadn't seen a single scrap collector in decades. Yes, a small caravan. The guard, panting heavily, clearly had run all the way back. He swallowed hard and delivered the crucial information. "I don't recognize the Merchant Guild's flag. They don't seem to be well known. But they specifically asked to see you." The guard's eyes gleamed. "They say there's a huge business deal they want to discuss with the Lord of Wuguang Town." Meanwhile, outside of Wuguang Town, Eastbourne Green, a man with an unremarkable name, but whose nickname, the Vulture, sends chills down the spines of many in the business world, is squinting his shrewd, narrow eyes as he scrutinizes the legendary place of despair before him. His old horse snorted uneasily, seemingly disgusted by the barrenness of the land. A desolate atmosphere permeated the air. Even the weeds on the ashen ground grew listlessly. "Boss, is there really any money to be made here?" A guard with a scar on his face spat in disgust. Eastbourne did not answer, but simply tapped his boots lightly with his riding crop, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Oil and water. Oil and fat never grow in the ground, but rather in people. Especially in those unfortunate, exiled, and straw-brained young nobles. He likes doing business with this kind of person the most. They are usually extremely short of money, have naive fantasies about the world, and are obsessed with saving face. With just a few words of flattery and a couple of shiny pieces of junk from the capital, they can exchange a bag of moldy wheat for the last piece of valuable ore in their territory." He accumulated his first fortune by circling and pecking at prey like a vulture in the remote corners of the empire where he was exiled. This time, he heard that the empire's least favored seventh prince had been sent here. A perfect prey. A prince without even a title, thrown into this place where even the devils of hell wouldn't bother to defecate, would probably have been driven mad long ago. As long as he retains even a shred of aristocratic vanity, I can devour him clean, bones and all. Eastbourne was already planning 100 bankruptcy schemes for Thorn. However, when his caravan rounded the last barren mountain ridge, the legendary town of No Light finally came into view. Eastbourne's sneer froze. All the guards behind him were also frozen in place, collectively falling silent. Is this the town of No Light? That legendary place, where sewage flowed freely, people starved everywhere, and the townspeople were numb like the living dead. A living hell? The scene before him was like a resounding slap across Eastbourne's face. There was no open-air latrine as I had imagined, and no overwhelming stench. In its place is a wide, flat dirt road, with obvious signs of cleaning. Along both sides of the road, rows of brand new houses built of logs stand side by side, exuding a rugged yet vibrant beauty. The townspeople were moving about, their clothes patched but clean. Their faces still bore the sallow complexion of years of malnutrition, but their eyes held no numbness, no despair, but rather something Eastbourne had only ever seen in those emerging, opportunity-filled pioneering frontiers' hope. What made his scalp tingle the most was that he saw several tall arachne, whose lower bodies were like ferocious giant spiders, working together with human craftsmen to lift a huge roof beam. The two sides worked together seamlessly, and were even talking and laughing loudly. Eastbourne felt that his worldview had been severely shaken. Ash humans, building houses with humans? What the hell kind of crazy bard came up with this bizarre story after drinking too much? "Boss, Did we go to the wrong place? The scarred guard's voice trembled. Eastbourne ignored him. His vulture instincts sounded a sharp alarm at that moment. Something's not right. Everything here has an eerie feel to it. This is not a dying territory at all. This is a monster that is crawling out of its grave at a terrifying speed and being reborn. He suppressed his shock, put on a professional and friendly smile again, and, accompanied by two of his most respectable guards, cautiously entered the town. He quickly found the only decent shop in town. Sunstone General Store. A simple yet vibrant name. Eastbourne took a deep breath and went inside. The shop wasn't big, but the shelves were spotless. They held some basic goods, dried strips of meat, small bags of salt, rough linen, and some bone tools. Everything seems normal, until his gaze fell on the most conspicuous spot on the counter. There, a pile of pale yellow, square stones with a strange smell were neatly stacked. "Boss, what are these?" Eastbourne asked casually, pointing to the yellow stones. Behind the counter, the owner, Drinker, who was dozing off, raised his eyelids and glanced at Eastbourne's splendid clothes. There was little respect in his eyes. Instead, there was a sense of superiority that came from someone who had been there looking at a country bumpkin. "Good stuff," Drinker said succinctly. "Oh." Easter became interested. "How so?" Too lazy to waste words, D-Link took out a basin of greasy, dirty water from under the counter, which was still wet from washing pots, and threw in a rag so dirty that its original color was unrecognizable. Then he picked up a piece of Yellowstone and rubbed it a few times on a rag. Something amazing happened. Clumps of fine, white foam appeared out of thin air. Drink stirred the foamed dishcloth in the oily water, and when he took it out, the grease on the cloth had visibly thinned. He then rinsed the dishcloth in a bucket of clean water next to him. Although the rag was still worn out, most of the stains on it had been washed away. The oily liquid in the bowl became even more murky. Eastbourne's breathing stopped. His small eyes widened instantly. He stared intently at the Yellowstone in Sam's hand, his heart pounding uncontrollably. He wasn't unfamiliar with cleaning products. The nobles used wood ash mixed with various expensive spices, or the juice of crushed certain plants. Those things were pricey, but their effectiveness, frankly, was barely noticeable, mostly just masking the smell of dirt with fragrance. But what's in front of me? This is not a cover-up. This is removal. It's purification. It can snap oil stains out of the cloth. What kind of unfathomable alchemy is this? How much for this? Eastbourne's voice was hoarse with extreme excitement. Sam held up one finger. Eastbourne's heart leaped into his throat. A gold coin? Or a silver coin? 10 copper coins. Sam yawned. A generous price, thanks to the Lord's grace. 10 copper coins. These 4 words struck Eastbourne like a thunderbolt, hitting him hard on the head. He felt like he was hallucinating. 10 copper coins. Damn it, this thing only costs 10 copper coins. This lord, he's not a fool, he's a madman. An ultimate madman who treats mountains of gold like dirt. Eastbourne's mind was instantly filled with a storm of emotions. His businessman's mind, which works faster than any computer, completed the valuation of the item in 0.01 seconds. Stain removal. What does that mean? This means that ladies can actually clean their expensive silk gowns, instead of throwing them away after only a few wears because of oil stains that can't be washed off. This means that gentlemen can keep their white collars clean at all times without having to change them every day. This means that the military's logistics department can use it to clean clothing around wounds, greatly reducing the chance of infection. This means, no, its greatest value lies in its ability to wash away grease and dirt from the body. Why do the nobles in the capital soak themselves in perfume? Because they don't bathe often and they smell bad. With this, they can easily wash away body odor. This stuff is definitely not a cleaning product. This is the key to unlocking the entire lifestyle of high society. It's the highest level of luxury, enough to drive all the ladies of high society crazy. If you package it nicely and tell a story like Tears from the Fairy Kingdom, you can sell it for 10 gold coins, and people will fight tooth and nail to get their hands on it. And now, this mountain of gold is being piled up here like garbage for the price of 10 copper coins. Greedy. Extreme greed, like a monstrous beast awakening, instantly devoured all of Eastbourne's reason. He must get it. At all costs. He must monopolize the formula for this product, or at least have exclusive distribution rights for it. A plan was taking shape wildly in his mind. This young prince was clearly a fool who knew nothing about business. He probably thought he had invented something convenient for the people and was basking in his own benevolence. It's perfect. He felt like he was sent by a god to save him. Ispin wanted to use an astronomical price that he absolutely could not refuse, such as 100, no, 200 gold coins, to buy out the right to sell it in the capital for the next 10 years in one go. That poor prince, who has probably never seen so much money in his life, will be so grateful that he sees himself as a savior and will obediently put his fingerprint on the contract. And I will use these 200 gold coins to leverage a vast empire worth millions of gold coins. Thinking about this, Eastbourne almost trembled with excitement. He forcibly suppressed his elation, straightened his expensive collar, and made his smile even more kind and sincere, like a generous and benevolent elder. He bowed slightly to D-Link and spoke in a respectful, Arya-like tone. Sir, please introduce me to your great lord. Please tell him that the humble merchant Eastbourne Green has earned him endless admiration, and a deal that could change the fate of the entire town of Darkness. His voice was full of seductive power. However, deep within his small eyes, the shadow of that pale yellow soap was reflected. That shadow did not radiate any sacred light. It gleamed with an intensely greedy light called gold, almost overflowing from its eyes. An experienced vulture with a keen sense of smell had already circled above its prey. It set its sights on the seemingly plump and foolish lamb, preparing to unleash its sharp claws and teeth for a fatal blow. The Lord's mansion, the study. Thorn listened to the guard's report, and a playful expression appeared on his face. Oh, they specifically requested to see me, saying they wanted to discuss a business deal that would change the fate of Darkness Town? Why does this dialogue sound so familiar? Thorn's mind flashed back to those angel investors from his past life who held PowerPoint presentations, talked about business models, closed-loop ecosystems, and empowering industries, and then wanted to buy 80% of his company's shares for $500,000. This smell is too strong. They're mainly exploiting an information gap, trying to treat me like a naive country bumpkin and use that to their advantage. He glanced at Ella, who was still basking in the joy of her promotion, and then thought about the businessman outside who might already see him as a fat sheep to be slaughtered. Thorn's lips curled up uncontrollably. Interesting. My Venus's silk nuclear warhead hasn't even been launched yet, and someone's already trying to rob my soap factory with BBs? Okay, let me see just how sharp your teeth really are, you greedy vulture. He calmly instructed the guards at the door. Let him in. No, wait. Thorn changed his mind. He stood up, a sly glint in his eyes. Change the meeting place to an open space in the workshop area. Let's also call Master Drucker, Sam, and Pete. He paused, then added, Oh, and by the way, bring a few more boxes of our best soap and pile them up over there. So, the former marketing director and now the Lord decided to personally give this investor, who had come from afar, a vivid public lecture on what the hell brand value is. A disruptive force in the business world is about to strike before everyone's eyes. Let's begin. Chapter 59. The Value of a Silver Coin. The open space in the workshop area is less a meeting place and more an arena filled with the raw power of industry. The air was filled with the fresh scent of freshly cut timber, the earthy smell of soil, and a faint aroma of sulfur and coke wafting from the nearby blast furnace, which had just been extinguished but was still radiating residual heat. This mixture of flavors creates a unique hormone called creation. Thorn sat right in the middle of this hormonal storm. Instead of choosing the enormous desk in the Lord's mansion, a symbol of power, he casually sat on a large, freshly planed log. Behind him stood the somber-faced Minister of the Interior, Pete, the honest and loyal Minister of Civil Affairs, Sam, and the old craftsman Drucker, arms crossed, his expression as resolute as a rock. Beside them were a dozen open wooden crates, neatly stacked with pale yellow soaps, reflecting a simple, yet more golden glow in the afterglow of the setting sun. This setup doesn't look like a business meeting. It was more like a gangster transaction at the docks, with their respective top henchmen and financial advisors standing behind them. Leverage home field advantage, so that this old vulture can smell our strength as soon as it enters. Thorn swung his legs leisurely, his mind clear as a mirror. In negotiations, presence is key. You talk business with me, I flex my muscles. You flex your muscles, I talk business again. This back and forth, keeping him guessing, is called asymmetric warfare. Soon, the vulture was led in by the guards. Eastbourne Green paused noticeably as he stepped into the open space. He had imagined 100 different scenarios for their meeting: a dilapidated lord's mansion, a desperate young prince, pleading eyes. I never expected this scene to unfold before my eyes. Without luxurious decorations, it exudes a strong sense of, I have the goods, and I call the shots. The legendary seventh prince sat casually on the wood, too young for his age, his face still bearing a trace of childishness. But when he looked over, his black eyes, as deep as an ancient well, held no trace of tension or anticipation, only calmness, and a hint of amusement that sent chills down the spine of even a seasoned veteran like Eastbourne. It was as if he were not a lamb to the slaughter, but a hunter who had already laid a trap. Illusion. It must be an illusion. Eastbourne quickly suppressed the ominous premonition in his heart and put on his best smile, a smile that could melt an iceberg. Oh, my esteemed Prince Thorn. He struck his chest and performed an impeccable merchant's bow. Your wisdom and creativity, like the sunset on the horizon, dazzle and fascinate this humble merchant. Here it comes. A rainbow-colored compliment at the start, classic lines. Thorn was internally ranting, but his face remained impassive. He simply raised his chin slightly, signaling him to continue the performance. Eastbourne, seeing that Thorn didn't respond, wasn't embarrassed. He walked over on his own, picked up a bar of soap, held it under his nose, closed his eyes, and showed an exaggerated, intoxicated expression, as if he were savoring a fine wine. Incredible. Truly an incredible creation. It is pure, simple, and carries the fragrance of the earth. I dare say that once this thing appears in the capital, it will drive all the noble ladies mad. He first praised the soap to the skies. Pitt straightened his back instantly, a smug look on his face saying, You know your stuff. However, Eastbourne abruptly changed the subject, his face showing deep sorrow and regret. But the turning point is here. It's time for PUA pickup artist tactics to begin. Your Highness, Eastbourne exclaimed in anguish. Do you know how far it is from the land of no light to the capital? It's a desolate wasteland stretching for thousands of miles. Along the way, there are vicious bandits, greedy checkpoints, and those damned, all-consuming swamps. He held up a finger and gestured in the air as if it were a road leading to hell. Transportation costs. Your Highness, just getting this thing safely to the capital will cost several times more. And that doesn't even include the expenses for bribing the nobles and officials along the way. Moreover, he lowered his voice, sounding even more earnest. The market in the capital is exclusive. Those nobles only trust the old brands they are familiar with. How much advertising money does a new product from the border need to invest in to open up the market? How many salons need to be held to promote it? These are astronomical figures. Most importantly, it's scent. Well, forgive my bluntness, it's too plain. The ladies of the capital prefer fragrant, floral luxury goods. They might use this, but they would never display it in the most conspicuous place. A series of combined attacks transformed what was once a dazzling miracle into a chicken rib, something with potential but huge problems, neither useful nor worth discarding. Pete's smug expression froze. Sam and Drucker also frowned. Although they didn't understand business, they could tell that the old man was desperately trying to lower the price. Eastbourne was pleased with their reaction. He felt the time was right. He looked at Thorn with a compassionate expression that said, I'm thinking of you. Your Highness, I, Eastbourne Green, have always been happy to help talented young people like you. I am willing to take all the risks to promote your great invention. He took a deep breath, as if he had made a huge decision, and extended 3 thick fingers. I'm willing to pay 3 copper coins per piece to buy all your stock. And I'm willing to pay you a deposit of 100 silver coins first. 3 copper coins. This number was like a slap in the face to Pete. He jumped up, his face flushed with anger, and pointed at Eastbourne's nose, ready to unleash a torrent of abuse. You're robbing us. We, Pete. Thorne spoke calmly, his voice not loud, but it immediately silenced the agitated interior officer. Thorne remained seated, even sporting a slight smile, as if Eastbourne's offer wasn't an insulting price, but rather a funny joke. Ignoring Eastbourne, who was about to explode with anger, he instead asked leisurely, Mr. Eastbourne, I rarely leave my territory and am not very familiar with the outside world. I would like to ask you a question. Eastbourne was taken aback, wondering what this young man was up to, but he maintained his composure and said, Your Highness, please speak. I will answer to the best of my knowledge. Thorne smiled, a smile like that of a fox ready to pounce. I'd like to know, in the capital, what would be the approximate price of a bottle of enchanting perfume from the southern duchy of Doria, made with violets and ambergris? Eastbourne's eyelids twitched. This kid actually knows about enchanting perfume? That's one of the most exclusive luxury items among the high society ladies of the capital. A sense of unease rose in his heart, but he still answered truthfully. A small bottle of the highest quality would cost about 50 gold coins. 50 gold coins. Thorne raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. That's not cheap. How about a piece of moonlight brocade from the Eastern Fren Empire, woven with gold and silver threads? The kind of fabric that sparkles under the banquet lights. Eastbourne's heart sank. That kind of silk is of tribute grade. It's priceless and unavailable. If it appeared on the black market, it would cost at least 300 gold coins a bolt. Oh, Thorne drawled out his words and nodded, like a diligent student listening attentively in class. He stood up, strolled slowly to the pile of soap, picked up a bar, and tossed it in his hand. Then, he turned around, looked at Eastbourne, whose face had become somewhat pale, and his smile became meaningful. Mr. Eastbourne, you seem to have made a mistake. Do you think my soap is meant to compete with those cheap, skin-burning lye blocks sold on the street? He paused, then his voice suddenly became clear and powerful. No, my target is them. He pointed to the air, as if priceless perfumes and silks were displayed there. Eastbourne's pupils suddenly contracted. What is he planning to do? Thorne gave him no time to think. His voice, like that of the most seasoned mentor, launched a public lecture that would overturn the prevailing business understanding of this era. You're right, it smells simple. But do you know what that means? It means purity. Why are perfumes so expensive? Because they use strong scents to mask the body odor that nobles develop from not bathing often. My soap solves that problem at its root. When a lady washes away the grease with my soap, exuding a fresh, clean scent that is uniquely hers, do you think she still needs those pungent perfumes? No, soap will become a more elegant body fragrance than perfume. You're right, it has a simple design. But do you know what that means? It means endless possibilities for customization. We can engrave a noble's coat of arms on a bar, we can incorporate crushed gemstone powder, and we can even add their favorite flower petals. Each one is a unique work of art. We're not selling a bar of soap, Mr. Eastbourne. Thorne's voice possessed a peculiar magic, captivating everyone present, including his own men. What we're selling is a completely new, cleaner, and more elegant lifestyle. It's a status symbol that puts us ahead of everyone else. It's a need that can be defined. He looked at the stunned Eastbourne and dropped the final bombshell. Tell me, this revolutionary product is enough to overturn the hygiene habits of the entire upper class in the capital. This miracle that can free all noble ladies from their dependence on perfume. Thorne's smile vanished, replaced by an undeniable air of authority. Is it only worth 3 copper coins? His words were like a series of thunderclaps, exploding wildly in Eastbourne's mind. He was completely stunned. He stared blankly at the young man in front of him, feeling like an ancient person with an abacus watching a person from the future explaining calculus. Create demand? A symbol of status? Custom-made artwork? What kind of unbelievable nonsense is this? But why do these lies sound damn reasonable? His proud business logic, those cliches about cost, risk, and market, all seem so naive, ridiculous, and utterly vulnerable in the face of the grand blueprint drawn up by this young man. He felt like he wasn't negotiating with an exiled prince. He's having a conversation with a devil in the business world. This young man is not a sheep at all. He is a dragon in sheep's clothing, a dragon from the abyss. Thorn was quite pleased with Eastbourne's horrified expression. You think you can play business psychology with me? Back when I was out there battling wits with clients, your sales tactics were still in their infancy. He knew the time had come. He held up one finger. A silver coin. His voice was calm, yet it sounded like a final judgment. The bottom price for each bar of soap is 1 silver coin. This is my bottom line, and also my only price. Moreover, he added, a smirk playing on his lips, this is just an initial trial promotion price. Once the market opens up, this price will only go higher. A silver coin. 100 copper coins. That's 33 times higher than Eastbourne's offer. Pete was so excited, he almost bit his tongue. He clenched his fists tightly, barely managing to suppress a cheer. It was so satisfying. This was the true value of their divine artifact. Eastbourne's face instantly turned a deep liver color. Shock, anger, resentment, a variety of emotions flashed across his face. He knew he had lost, utterly defeated in terms of both momentum and understanding. But he couldn't just accept it. His vulture dignity wouldn't allow him to be so easily manipulated by a mere kid. He has to get his revenge. You're insane. You're absolutely insane. Eastbourne abruptly flicked his sleeve, performing his final and most habitual act, feigning rage and storming off. A silver coin. Why don't you just rob someone? Who do you think you are? A poor, destitute, exiled wretch. Do you really think your things are so indispensable? The nobles of the capital will still be singing and dancing without you. He roared, turned and walked away, his steps quick and hurried, as if he was truly enraged and didn't want to stay a moment longer. You'll regret this, kid. You'll be stuck with these broken stones, starving and rotting away in this backwater. And I'll be looking for a smarter partner. As he walked, he secretly observed Thorn's reaction out of the corner of his eye. He believed that the young man would panic. He will definitely call out to you, and then a new round of bargaining will begin. At that point, the initiative will be back in your hands. However, he took 5 steps. Behind me, there was complete silence. 10 steps. Behind me, there was only the sound of the wind. 15 steps. He had almost reached the edge of the open space. Behind me, that devilish voice finally rang out. But what he said was not any of the attempts to persuade him to stay that he wanted to hear. Lord, Thorn's voice was languid, with a hint of amusement. Show him out. Mr. Eastbourne has come from afar. Don't let him get lost. Eastbourne's steps suddenly froze on the spot. He slowly, inch by inch, turned around. The young lord had already sat back down on the log, and even took a water pouch from Sam and leisurely began to drink water. He looked at himself with the same gaze he would give a clown who had put on a great performance but messed it up. With an undisguised mockery at the corner of his mouth, he lightly made a go-ahead gesture. That posture, that expression, seemed to say, "The door's over there, I won't see you out." Boom. Eastbourne felt his mind go blank. His last trump card, his most prized bluff, was so easily and dismissively exposed by the other party, mercilessly. He doesn't care at all. He wasn't afraid to leave on his own at all. He has absolute and unwavering confidence in what he has. Cold sweat broke out in a flash from Eastbourne's forehead, instantly soaking his meticulously groomed sideburns. He finally understands now. He was not facing a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. He was facing a true wolf, one that devoured people without spitting out the bones. A patient alpha wolf with absolute control over its prey. And I am the one who, in my cleverness, has stumbled headlong into the trap. Walk. How could he possibly leave? He witnessed the soap's magic firsthand and heard the devil's description of a business blueprint that could shake the wealth of the entire empire. Asking him to give up now would be worse than killing him. Eastbourne's Adam's apple bobbed up and down with difficulty. The anger on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by a complex expression that mixed humiliation, greed, and a hint of awe. He gritted his teeth, as if using all his strength, and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Good. Just 1 silver coin. Only 1 silver coin. He stared intently at Thorn, his small eyes gleaming with a gambler's madness. The price is acceptable to me. But Eastbourne straightened up abruptly and threw out his last and most crucial piece of the card. You must grant me one request. From this day forward, your soap, in every place outside of the dark territory. Must, and can only, be sold to me alone. I want the exclusive distribution rights for it. Chapter 60, Deposit and Promise. Exclusive agency rights? Thorn almost burst out laughing when he looked at the businessman in front of him, who had just been humiliated by him, but was now trying to regain some of the initiative. Damn, bro, you've got a concussion and you're talking nonsense, right? We are the original manufacturer, we have a technological monopoly, and we set the standards. You, a mere distributor, have just obtained entry-level qualifications and already want to monopolize the national distributorship? Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru. With this level of professional skill, I would have been eliminated in the first round of interviews in my past life. Thorn was internally ranting, but on his face he put on a perfectly timed, slightly embarrassed smile. Instead of answering directly, he slowly walked over to Eastbourne and patted his shoulder, which was as stiff as a rock due to nervousness. Mr. Eastbourne, look. Thorn pointed to the path in the distance that the townspeople had widened, leading to the misty forest. That's a road, isn't it? Eastbourne didn't understand, but he nodded subconsciously nonetheless. Now, only you have brought me wealth from that path. Thorn's voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable penetrating power. I am very grateful to you. You are my esteemed friend. He then changed the subject. But if in the future, more people open up new paths from the east, from the west, or even from the sky, wanting to bring me wealth and become my friends, do you think I should block all other paths for the sake of you as my only friend? Eastbourne's expression instantly became incredibly interesting. He understood. This analogy was simple and blunt, yet he couldn't refute it. Yes, why should he expect others to give up the whole forest for his one tree? He thought he was a savior who came to offer help in his time of need, but in the other person's eyes, he was at best just the first customer who smelled the aroma of meat and ran away quickly. He wants a monopoly? What gives him the right to monopolize the market? Use his fat face? The main strategy is to make many friends and place bets in multiple places. This is called risk hedging, or fish farming. You've bought out my entire fish pond with just one fish? What am I supposed to do with my fish pond now? Thorn watched Eastbourne's face turn from red to green, then from green to white, and felt a secret sense of satisfaction. He knew that he had completely crushed the old vulture's last struggle. Eastbourne's Adam's apple bobbed laboriously. His prized business acumen had completely crumbled before Thorn's overwhelmingly logical and utterly devastating approach. He felt like a robber with a knife who had stormed into an armory, only to be greeted by the armory owner who, instead of being frightened, smiled and asked him if he wanted to see the latest Gatling gun. The gap is too big. This is not a business negotiation. This is a one-sided cognitive crushing. I understand. After a long while, Eastbourne seemed to have all his strength drained away, and his shoulders slumped down in despair. He lost. They lost convincingly. He bowed deeply, deeply to Thorn, this time with utmost humility and a deep sense of awe. Your Highness, your wisdom is as deep as an abyss, and I am far too shallow. We'll do as you say. The first batch will cost $100, 1 silver coin. I'll take them all. Very good. Thorn snapped his fingers. Pete. Yes, Your Highness. Interior Secretary Pete was already trembling with excitement. Upon hearing the summons, he immediately straightened up. Check the goods and collect the money. Yes. What happened next was nothing short of a miracle for all the native inhabitants of Wuguang Town. Eastbourne carefully took out a heavy purse made of fine deerskin from his bosom. When he untied the bag and poured its contents onto a clean wooden board next to him, everyone instinctively held their breath. Splash. The sound was crisp and melodious, like a fairy singing or a sweet spring flowing. 100 brand new, round little darlings, shimmering with a charming luster in the sunset, unexpectedly piled up into a small mountain. Silver. A full 100 silver coins. In Wuguang Town, 1 silver coin is enough for a family of 3 to live frugally for a month. And now, there are 100 here. Pete's hands were shaking. His eyes widened like saucers, fixed intently on the pile of silver coins. He felt as if he weren't counting money, but touching a burning dream that could change everything. He stretched out his hand, trembling, and neatly arranged the silver coins one by one. 10 in a stack. 10 stacks in total. Like 10 small silver towers, they exude a magic that makes one's soul tremble. When the last silver coin was counted, Pete looked up at Thorn, his lips trembling, too excited to utter a complete sentence. Your Highness, the money, the payment is complete. Thorn nodded, his expression as calm as if it were just 100 copper coins. Calm down, calm down. This is basic stuff, don't overthink it. This is nothing, just a piece of cake. Once I finish making my Venus silk, I'll have to carry sacks of gold coins. However, just as Eastbourne's men were carefully loading the dozen or so boxes of soap onto the carriage, this shrewd businessman made another move that surprised everyone, including Thorn. He stopped Thorn, who was about to leave. Your Highness, please wait. Eastbourne took out 50 more silver coins from his purse, held them with both hands, and respectfully handed them to Thorn. Your Highness, this is a token of my sincerity. His face held a gambler's resolute determination and fanaticism. I know that with your wisdom, a second and third batch of divine objects will soon appear. I also know that a second and a third merchant like me will soon come to your territory. I don't dare to ask for a monopoly, but I beg you, please give me priority in purchasing. These 50 silver coins are not for purchasing your current goods. They are a deposit for your next batch of goods. No matter how many you produce next time, I'm willing to take at least half at the same price. He was scared. He was genuinely scared. He was afraid that as soon as he left, other vultures would smell him and fly over. He feared that if he went back this time and opened up the market, the goods would be sold out by the time he returned. He has to get a head start. He had to use real money to leave the deepest and most sincere impression on this mysterious prince. Wow. Not bad, bro. You've got your hands on futures trading now? That business acumen is incredible, like someone born in the year of the dog. Thorn looked at the 50 silver coins, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. He knew that Eastbourne had been completely won over this time. This deposit did not represent a transaction, but rather a form of surrender. He's using money to buy a ticket to the future. Mr. Eastbourne. Thorn smiled, not taking the money himself, but letting Pete accept it. You're a smart man. I like to be friends with smart people. I appreciate your sincerity. The next batch of goods costs 500 yuan. Half of it is yours. This is a promise. A priceless promise from the god of goods. Eastbourne trembled with excitement. He knew he had made the right bet. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you for your generosity. He bowed deeply again, then climbed onto the carriage without looking back, as if afraid Thorn might change his mind. The caravan slowly drove away. Eastbourne, sitting in the bumpy carriage, couldn't help but turn back for one last look at the land he had recently scorned. The town is small, and could even be described as somewhat rudimentary. But for some reason, in his eyes, the blast furnace that had just been shut down, the wooden houses under construction, and the townspeople whose eyes burned with fire. Everything was shrouded in a mysterious and powerful aura. This is not a place of despair. This is a colossal beast called civilization that is awakening. And he, Eastbourne Green, was fortunate enough to be the first to offer a sacrifice to it the moment it opened its eyes. He touched the bar of soap he had been using as a sample, and then thought about Thorn's eyes, which seemed to see through everything. For the first time, he felt a sense of awe towards a barren land and an exiled prince. We won. We won. 100 silver coins. Good heavens. Am I dreaming? As the caravan disappeared completely on the horizon, the long-suppressed cheers erupted like a volcanic eruption, instantly sweeping across the entire workshop area. Pete hugged the money bag full of silver coins, laughing and crying with excitement, like a 200-pound child. Sam and Drucker, two elderly men whose combined age was nearly 150, embraced each other with the same excitement as young people, tears streaming down their faces. The townspeople, the artisans, the warriors of Arachne, everyone was swept up in a sea of ecstasy. This is not a simple business. This is proof. This is the most direct and resounding affirmation of all their hard work. With their own hands, they created wealth on this cursed land that even the merchants of the capital were mad about. Quiet. Thorn stood on the log, his voice not loud, but clearly drowning out all the cheers. The entire room fell silent instantly. All eyes were focused on their sole lord, their gazes filled with fervent worship and trust. Thorn held up the heavy money bag and announced loudly, "This money belongs to everyone who has shed sweat for the town of darkness. I hereby announce, all workers involved in or transportation, blast furnace construction, and soap making will have their wages tripled today. Mr. Lader and Master Drucker, you two are each awarded 1 gold coin. Pete, Sam, you've both worked hard these past few days. Here's 1 gold coin for each of you." The crowd erupted in cheers once again. If the cheers just now were joy, then the cheers now are pure, deafening fervor. Generous. Their lord is so generous. Unlike the nobles of the past who hoarded their wealth, he unhesitatingly shared the spoils of victory with each and every one of them. Long live your highness. Glory to the laborers. Glory to his highness Thorn. The slogans, as loud as a mountain and as powerful as a tsunami, resounded through the sky. At this moment, Thorn's prestige reached an unprecedented peak in everyone's hearts. He was not only a divine messenger bringing knowledge and hope, but also the most generous king leading them to wealth. Thorn smiled, enjoying the moment of jubilation. See that? That's what corporate culture is all about. Money is nothing. People's hearts are the most valuable thing. As long as we don't lose heart, there's always a way to overcome difficulties. If we can build team cohesion, we can build anything, from spinning machines to Gundams. He was indulging in his own fantasies of being a team-building master. Sudden, a figure covered in sawdust and with hair as messy as a bird's nest scrambled out from the crowd. It was the old carpenter Drucker. He had just been so excited about receiving a gold coin that he almost fainted, but now his face was filled with an expression that was even more conflicted and painful than during the negotiations. In his hand, he clutched a wooden strip that had been shaved into an odd shape and a piece of wire that he had bent, as if he were holding 2 hot potatoes. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" The old carpenter rushed to Thorn, almost catching his breath from running so fast. Something terrible has happened. The enthusiastic cheers abruptly ceased. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Thorn's smile faded, and he frowned. "Master Drucker, don't rush. Tell me slowly what happened." Drucker, panting heavily, held up the 2 strange objects in his hands in front of Thorn, his old face flushed red, and his voice had a sob-like quality, as if he were about to break down from obsession. That spinning jenny, and that flying shuttle loom that can fly by itself. It's stuck. We made all the parts according to your drawings. Gears, connecting rods, rollers, no problem. But, the old carpenter pointed at the bent wire, as if he had encountered the most incomprehensible problem in the world, and he was almost going crazy. "But this thing called a spring, what the hell is it? Why does it need to be elastic? Why can it bounce back after being pressed down? Why can it store energy? This doesn't make sense. This goes against the nature of metal, stone, and wood. Your Highness, please tell us." The old carpenter's voice echoed in the quiet workshop area, filled with a thirst for unknown knowledge and the pure madness of a top craftsman being choked. "This spring, what exactly is it?" Chapter 61, The Roar of Industry. Drucker's desperate and frantic shout was like a bucket of ice water poured over the heads of the reveling crowd. The entire workshop area fell into a deathly silence. The smiles on the faces of the crowd who had just been overjoyed at receiving their share of the reward money froze. They looked at each other, their fervor quickly replaced by a fear of the unknown. Yes, no matter how grand the blueprint drawn up by the Lord is, or how much money he can make, if that divine object cannot be created, isn't it all just a mirage? Everyone's heart skipped a beat and sank. Pete's hands, which were holding the money bag, stopped trembling. He looked nervously at Thorn, afraid of seeing even the slightest bit of difficulty on the young lord's face. However, Thorn's reaction surprised everyone. He didn't frown, didn't think, and wasn't even slightly surprised. He was stunned for a moment. Then a look of bewilderment and sudden realization appeared on his face. "Holy crap! I forgot. This world, it doesn't even have springs. This isn't just a technological gap, it's a civilizational divide. I kept cramming them with calculus, and they still don't even know the multiplication table. What a sin, what a sin." Thorn mentally ranted, looking at the national treasure-level master craftsman in front of him who was questioning his existence because of a tiny spring, and a sense of absurdity welled up within him. He finally realized that his greatest advantage might not be the system. Rather, it was the basic common sense in his mind that was taken for granted or even somewhat outdated in modern society. Master Drucker. Thorn jumped down from the log, walked up to the old carpenter, and put on a reassuring smile. Don't panic, don't frantically try to stop it. What you've encountered isn't a ghost, nor is it some kind of magic that defies common sense. It's just a small technique that we haven't mastered yet. He picked up the wire that Drucker had bent and flicked it lightly with his fingertips. You're asking why it's elastic and why it can store energy? Thorn looked at Drucker, then at the bewildered artisans around him. Their ears perked up. His voice, like that of the most patient mentor, began an introductory lesson that spanned 1,000 years. Because we gave it a new form. Through heating, forging, and rapid cooling, we changed the structure inside the metal that we cannot see with the naked eye, turning it from a piece of dead iron into a living tendon with memory. It remembers how it was bent and always wants to spring back to its original shape. That's the secret of elasticity and the source of its power. Form, structure, memory. These words, like voices from beyond the heavens, left Drucker and the craftsman completely bewildered. They don't understand. But their minds were forcibly opened by this unheard-of theory, and light shone through it. Your Highness, you mean this thing can be made? Drucker's voice was still trembling, but the despair had been replaced by a budding emotion called desire. Of course, Thorn smiled. Not only can it be made, but it's also very simple. However, before we can make it, we need to make a tool that can help us make it. Use one tool to create another tool? Drucker muttered to himself, and his cloudy old eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying light. Yes, how could he not have thought of that? What distinguishes humans from beasts is the ability to make and use tools. When existing tools cannot meet our needs, why not think about creating a completely new tool? This idea, so simple it was almost naive, was like a divine revelation, instantly breaking through the mental barriers that had bound him for decades as a craftsman. Your Highness. The old carpenter's face flushed with excitement. Tell me, what kind of tools do you need? I'll get them for you even if it means staying up all night. Very good. That's the kind of drive Thorn wanted. He turned to the blacksmith Seams and shouted, Seams, bring your best steel and come with me. The next morning, the blacksmith's furnace was burning brighter than ever before. Kems, shirtless and with bulging muscles, stared at the strange drawing Thorn had made on the muddy ground, his face full of confusion. The thing on the drawing looked like two iron mouths connected by a pivot in the middle, with two long handles at the back. Your Highness, what kind of clamp is this? Its mouth is so short, it can't even hold a red-hot iron block. Thorn didn't explain, but simply picked up a piece of charcoal and drew fine, interwoven patterns on the inside of the two iron mouths on the drawing. We call it pliers. Its function is not to clamp, but to bite. Under Thorn's full guidance, Prometheus and his most capable son began this unprecedentedly meticulous forging process. Thorn did not have them use conventional forging, but instead brought out another steel-making technique that he had kept secret after the frying method, the crucible method. The molten iron is poured into a refractory mold. This is casting. Although the casting technology of this era was extremely crude, with the assistance of Thorn's system, the temperature, time, and impurity ratio of each step were controlled with almost superhuman precision. Later's eyes widened when the two parts with handles were removed from the taupe. That thing was seamless, with a smooth surface, requiring almost no polishing. This is no longer forging. This is God molding clay. The next steps were even more eye-opening for the Chem's father and son. Quenching, tempering, grinding, and carving fine anti-slip teeth into the jaws of the clamps with a steel chisel. When the last rivet is hammered in, the two parts are perfectly joined together. A pair of needle-nose pliers, brimming with raw industrial aesthetics and gleaming with the unique cold light of steel, was born. Chems grasped the two warm handles and squeezed them gently. Click! The jaws snapped shut with a crisp sound. The force was transmitted through the lever, making him feel as if he could easily cut a wire. A divine object, This is yet another divine object, Kims murmured to himself, stroking the cold patterns on the pincers. However, Thorn shook his head. No, it is not a divine object. It is merely a tool. Thorn took the pliers, weighed them in his hand, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Although it's a bit ugly, the lever arm and bite force are sufficient. A product of the system, it's always a top-quality item. Now, the real show is just beginning. Thorn's gaze fell on a steel bar, about the thickness of a finger, that had been prepared beforehand. He had later heated the steel bar to a cherry red color, and then, under the breathless gaze of everyone, he took over himself. He held one end of the steel bar with one hand, and with the other hand, he used the brand new pair of pliers to clamp the other end of the steel bar. Then, he started to exert his strength. It's not pulling, it's not smashing. Instead, twist. 1 lap. 2 laps. 3 laps. Under the powerful torque of the pliers, the straight steel bar began to be twisted into a perfect, tight spiral in a uniform, spiraling manner. This scene completely shattered the worldviews of everyone present. They've seen iron forged into sheets and blocks, but they've never seen anyone twist a steel bar into a braid. Quick! Water! Thorn gave a low shout. Later Sun suddenly realized what was happening and quickly poured a bucket of cold well water on it. Laugh! White water vapor exploded with a roar, accompanied by a sharp hiss as the metal structure contracted rapidly. A strangely shaped, pitch-black spiral iron rod covered with a fine oxide layer appeared before everyone. It looks ordinary. Drucker mustered his courage and poked it with his finger. It's rock hard. Your Highness, this is... He hadn't finished speaking. Thorn picked up a hammer and smashed it down hard on the middle of the spiral iron rod. Clang! A loud bang. A miraculous thing happened. The spiral iron rod, under the heavy pressure of the hammer, suddenly retracted downwards. However, just as the hammer was raised, boom, a crisp, melodious, and vibrant sound. The flattened iron rod actually bounced back on its own. It returned to its original shape. It seemed to possess life. It possessed an indomitable will. It's alive, it's alive, it's alive. Oh my God. It bounced back by itself. The entire blacksmith shop instantly erupted in chaos. Drucker and later, 2 old men who were nearly 150 years old combined, stared blankly at the spring that was trembling slightly on the ground, their eyes wide open and their mouths agape like idiots. Their brains completely shut down. Turn out to be. So this is what elasticity is. So this is what the Lord meant by memory. This is no longer a skill. This is magic. It's the alchemy that gives soul to steel. Thorn ignored their shock. He knew that the seed of the Industrial Revolution had already taken root and sprouted in the hearts of these finest craftsmen. He picked up the world's first spring, a symbol of epoch-making wisdom, and turned to walk away. Master Drucker, Master Kermos. The parts are all there. Now, let us witness the birth of a new era. The newly built textile workshop is unbelievably spacious and bright. The huge wooden windows allowed sunlight to stream in unobstructed, illuminating every speck of dust dancing in the air. The floor was paved with smooth stone slabs, and the walls were coated with a layer of white lime. This will be the first true factory in Wuguang Town. In the very center of the workshop, 2 giant beasts, made of steel, and would stand silently. At one end is the spinning jenny, a relatively simple machine with 8 spindles. At the other end is a more complex loom with mysterious shuttle boxes on both sides. They were like 2 deities from the future, silently looking down on a group of tiny believers from the past. Pete, Sam, Corvana, Alea, and all the women of the town's textile workers gathered there, craning their necks, their faces filled with awe and curiosity. At the very front of the crowd stood the head maid, Ella. She wasn't wearing her maid's dress today. Instead, she had changed into a neat, practical short-sleeved shirt and trousers. Her hair was tied up high, and her brown eyes, which always carried a hint of timidity, now shone like 2 ignited stars, fixed intently on the spinning jenny, gleaming with longing and confidence. She knew that today, this place would be her battlefield. Ella. Thorn's voice roused her from her concentration. Do you remember the steps I taught you? I remember, Your Highness. Ella took a deep breath, her voice still trembling slightly, but her eyes were incredibly firm. "Don't be afraid," Thorn encouraged gently. "It's not a monster. It's an extension of yourself. Trust your hands. Trust your instincts." Ella nodded emphatically. She walked up to the huge machine and, following Thorn's instructions, carefully threaded the prepared high-quality hemp fibers through the guide hooks and attached them to the 8 spindles. Her movements were a little awkward at first, but soon, an innate talent, flowing in his blood, was awakened. Her fingers became incredibly dexterous, as if they had become one with the fibers. "Everything is ready." Ella glanced at Thorn, and after receiving an encouraging look, she closed her eyes and took another deep breath. Then, she opened her eyes and grasped the machine's drive crank with her right hand. With his left foot, he pressed down on the pedal. She started driving it. Creak, creak. The machine emitted a heavy, reluctant groan, as if a sleeping behemoth was being slowly awakened. The first attempt failed. The hand and foot coordination was not good enough, and a hemp thread broke instantly. A sigh of regret arose from the crowd. Ella's face paled slightly, but she didn't give up. She quickly reconnected the broken wire and began her second attempt. Gala gala. This time, it was much smoother. The 8 spindles began to rotate slowly and unevenly in response to her movements. "Got it." A suppressed gasp escaped from the crowd. Ella's eyes grew brighter and brighter. She felt it. She could feel the machine's breathing and pulse. She started to accelerate. The hand cranked faster and faster, and the foot pedals became more and more rhythmic. Buzz. The machine's groans disappeared. Instead, there was a steady, continuous, and powerful roar. The 8 spindles no longer rotated unevenly. Like 8 precisely commanded soldiers, they began to spin wildly at the exact same speed, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. A miracle happened right before everyone's eyes. The 8 loose hemp fibers, under high-speed rotation and stretching, were instantly stretched and twisted into even, tough yarns with a faint luster. The yarn is continuously ejected from the front and is rapidly wound onto the 8 spindles. That speed, that efficiency, so fast it's breathtaking, so fast it defies all expectations. The entire workshop fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was petrified. Their mouths were agape, their eyes wide as if they'd seen a ghost, staring intently at the machine that was frantically spitting out yarn, their minds completely blank. A woman subconsciously rubbed her eyes and then pinched her thigh hard. The intense pain told her that this was not a dream. This is... From the crowd, an elderly woman with gray hair and calloused hands walked out step by step, trembling. She was Aunt Martha, the best spinner in town. She spun yarn her whole life and was known for her speed and evenness. She was an idol worshipped by all the female textile workers. At this moment, this former queen of textiles is like a most devout believer, worshipping her own god. She walked to the machine, stretched out her weathered hands, but dared not touch them. She just stared blankly at the 8 rapidly spinning spindles, her lips trembling, and 2 streams of murky tears flowing from her eyes. "No, this is not spinning," the old woman murmured to herself, her voice filled with endless shock and a sense of desolation, being completely abandoned by the times. "This is a magic trick performed by the gods. It's a creation of the gods." She whirled around, looking at her equally stunned sisters, and with all her might, screamed hoarsely. "Did you see that? All by herself. In just a short while. She spun more thread, and it was of better quality than 10 of us combined could spin all day. I've spent my whole life, my hands, in front of this machine." The old woman pointed to her hand, cried, then laughed, appearing almost insane. "We've all lived in vain. We've all lived in vain." This mournful cry was like a heavy hammer blow, striking everyone's heart. At this moment, the old era was ruthlessly and utterly crushed by this machine. And a new era, amidst the roar of industry, heralded its arrival. Ella stopped what she was doing. She stood beside the now quiet machine, slightly out of breath, sweat dampening her bangs, but her cheeks flushed with a healthy, excited blush. Looking at the neat and full work of her labor on the spindles, an unprecedented and enormous sense of accomplishment and confidence burst forth from the bottom of her heart. She was no longer the timid little maid who served tea and water in the Lord's mansion. Standing here now, under everyone's gaze, she is the one and only one who controls the most advanced productive forces of this era. Workshop Queen. Her back straightened unconsciously. Her gaze swept over the crowd, no longer showing any timidity, only calmness and confidence. That's a kind of unparalleled confidence, bestowed by knowledge and technology. Thorn looked at her and smiled with satisfaction. Focusing on technology empowerment, transforming the ugly duckling into a black swan. Ella, you are my goddess. A thunderous burst of enthusiastic applause finally erupted. Awakened from their petrification, the people erupted in cheers and shouts 10 times louder than when they saw the soap. They rushed forward, surrounding Ella and Thorn, their eyes filled with fervent adoration and awe. Thorn gestured for everyone to be quiet. He savored this moment of victory, but he knew it was far from over. The power of the spinning jenny has been proven. But this is only the first step. He turned around and, amidst everyone's expectant gazes, pointed to the even larger and more complex steel behemoth beside him, the flying shuttle loom. His voice, clear and undeniably alluring, echoed throughout the workshop. The spinning machine is just the beginning. Tomorrow, we will use it. Thorn slowly raised his arm, pointing to the silent loom, weaving the world's first true miracle cloth. He paused, and after building up everyone's suspense, he dropped the final bombshell that was enough to drive everyone crazy. And its materials. Its top-grade battle silk from the Arachne clan. Chapter 62. A dream woven for her. The lamentations of the old era have not yet subsided, and the roar of the new era has already begun once again. All eyes were fixed on the steel behemoth with a more complex structure, full of unknowns and a sense of power, the flying shuttle loom. If the spinning jenny was revolutionary, then what is this machine? Thorn didn't give them much time to think. He simply looked calmly at Ella. Ella, it's your turn. Yes, Your Highness. Ella's voice was clear and resonant, filled with unprecedented confidence. She walked to the loom, her hands, which had trembled with nervousness, now as steady as a rock. She skillfully secured the 8 strands of freshly spun, even and strong linen yarn to the warp frame of the loom. Then, she took a deep breath and placed a wooden shuttle with pointed ends into the shuttle box on the side of the loom. Everything is ready. Under the deathly silence of the entire arena, Ella pulled the shuttle rope. Call out. A sharp, piercing sound. The wooden shuttle seemed to come alive, transforming into a blurry shadow that was difficult to see with the naked eye, and instantly shot from one side of the loom into the shuttle box on the other side. Click. With a soft click, the shuttle landed steadily. At the same time, Ella stepped on the pedal, and the heavy reed shoved forward. Bang! With a loud bang, the latitude line that had just passed through was tightly woven into the warp line. Immediately afterwards, Ella pulled the shuttle rope again. Call out. The shuttle shot back from the other side like lightning. Bang! Whoosh bang! Whoosh clang! Whoosh clang! Whoosh clang! Quick! That's too fast. A ferocious efficiency, beyond everyone's comprehension, unfolded before their eyes. Traditional weaving requires the weaver to manually pass the shuttle through the warp threads and pull it back, a time-consuming and laborious process. A skilled weaver can only weave a few inches of cloth per minute. But what about the scene before us? Like a bolt of lightning, the shuttle darted back and forth across the loom, each movement accompanied by a heavy, powerful impact. The gray linen was being spit out from the front of the loom at a visible speed, inch by inch. This is hardly weaving cloth. This is like conjuring cloth out of thin air using lightning and thunder. An eerie silence fell over the workshop once again. The textile workers stared wide-eyed, their eyes vacant, as if their souls had been stolen away by the shuttles that flew back and forth. Aunt Martha, the old woman whose worldview had just been shattered by Jenny's spinning machine, suddenly felt her legs go weak and knelt down on the ground with a thud. She neither cried nor laughed. She just stared blankly at the machine, at the ever-lengthening burlap, her cloudy eyes reflecting only one emotion. Numb. Worship. She finally understood what the Lord meant by the era. That's not improvement, that's not progress. It was an unreasonable divine punishment that uprooted all old things. Yes, it is divine grace. When a 10-meter-long, evenly textured bolt of linen was completely woven, Ella stopped. Slightly out of breath, she looked at her masterpiece, her eyes gleaming with unparalleled pride. However, Thorn shook his head. He walked to the loom and gently stroked the linen cloth that anyone would consider to be of the highest quality. His voice was not loud, but it clearly carried throughout the entire workshop. This is just an exercise. Practice? Everyone was stunned. Such terrifying efficiency, producing such exquisite linen, and it's just practice? True miracles require true divine objects to bear witness. Thorn turned around, his gaze passing over the crowd and landing on Chief Arakin, Corvana. Corvana understood immediately. She stepped forward with her tall frame, followed by two of the strongest spider warriors who carefully carried an object wrapped in a huge leaf. When the leaves are uncovered, a clump of silvery white yarn, seemingly imbued with moonlight, appeared before everyone's eyes. The top-tier battle silk of the Arachne clan. It was finer and more supple than the silk threads previously used to create the embrace of Venus, each strand radiating a faint, ethereal sheen. This was a strategic resource, produced only by their tribe's most elite warriors at their peak of energy, used to craft life-saving weapons. My lady, Corvana knelt on one knee, holding the precious ball of spider silk high in her hands. Thorn took it personally, and then solemnly handed it to Ella. Ella, yes, your highness. Use it to weave to weave the dreams of all of us. Ella's hands were trembling, holding the ball of spider silk, which felt as light as a feather yet as heavy as 1,000 pounds. She felt as if she were holding the future of the entire town of darkness. She nodded heavily and carefully replaced the spider silk on the loom. This time, everyone in the entire workshop held their breath. When Ella started the loom again, a miracle occurred. Buzz! The sound of the loom was no longer a heavy roar, but a soft, trembling sound, like the plucking of a harp string. The silver shuttle that flew through the air no longer traced lightning. Instead, they were streams of flowing moonlight. A piece of cloth, slowly and dreamlike, began to be born before everyone's eyes. It is so thin that it seems to be non-existent, and it has a translucent texture in the sunlight. It is as smooth as the finest silk. No, even smoother than silk. When light falls on it, it seems to flow quietly along the fabric's texture. It is incredibly tough, though as thin as a cicada's wing. It shimmers with a metallic luster, leaving no doubt that it can withstand the slashing of swords. When the last strand of spider silk was used up, Ella cut the cloth. Together with Corvana, she slowly unfurled the 5-meter-long piece of fabric. The whole world seemed to fall silent at that moment. The shadow of that piece of cloth was reflected in everyone's pupils. That's not cloth. That was the sigh of the gods under the moon. That was the reflection of an elf on the lake. It was a dream, created by taking an entire galaxy, breaking it down, and then weaving it back together. It should have a name. Pete stammered, feeling his business vocabulary was pitifully inadequate in the face of this piece of cloth. Thorn looked at it, at its flawless form, radiating a holy and alluring light, and a name naturally came to mind. Let's call it Venus's Tears. The Tears of Venus. A name brimming with mythology and endless imagination. It deserves this beauty. Your Highness, we're rich. We're really rich. Sam exclaimed excitedly, almost incoherently. This bolt of cloth, let alone 100 gold coins, even 1,000 gold coins. Those crazy women in the capital would fight tooth and nail for it. The frenzied atmosphere was reignited. However, Thorn made a decision that nearly gave everyone, especially Sam and Pete, a heart attack. He walked up to Ella and, to everyone's astonishment, returned the priceless Tears of Venus to her. Ella, this first Tears of Venus is not for sale. It has a more important mission. Thorn leaned down and whispered an instruction in Ella's ear in a voice only the two of them could hear. Ella's eyes widened suddenly. The next second, a surge of scalding heat shot from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head, with a whoosh. Her face turned red from her ears to her neck at a visible speed, like a boiled shrimp. with steam seemingly rising from the top of her head. Your Highness, this. She stammered, her mind blank, completely unable to form words. Thorn straightened up, his face bearing his usual enigmatic and gentle smile. This is an order. He paused, then added, his voice carrying a barely perceptible gentleness. It's also a gift. Make it tailor-made for her. Remember, it should be the most comfortable, the best fit, so that it can look its most perfect. After saying that, he patted Ella on the shoulder, turned and left, leaving behind a chief textile officer who was standing there, petrified in the wind, her face flushed red as if it were about to bleed. Night has fallen. In Aleya's room, the firelight from the fireplace cast a warm glow on the walls. There was a gentle knock on the door. Miss Aleya, it's me, Ella. A slightly nervous voice came from outside the door. Please come in. Ella pushed open the door and entered, holding the tears of Venus that flowed like moonlight in her arms, and in her other hand she was holding a ruler made of soft leather. Her face was still red. Ella, is something the matter? Aleya was sitting on the carpet, carefully combing her long, silvery white hair with a sharpened bone spur. She saw Ella and tilted her head curiously. Miss Aleya. Ella took a deep breath, as if she were going to the execution ground, closed her eyes, and said in one breath, Your Highness. His Highness ordered me to make a very, very comfortable dress for you. After saying that, she nervously opened her eyes and secretly observed Aleya's reaction. Clothes. Aleya blinked her amethyst-like eyes, looking somewhat confused. Because of their unique physical structure, the Arachne people usually only cover their upper bodies with animal skins or leaves, and have never had the concept of clothes. Yes, a one-of-a-kind dress. Ella placed the tears of Venus on the bed, and the shimmering fabric instantly brightened the entire room. Aleya's gaze was immediately drawn to the piece of cloth. She reached out a finger and carefully touched it. Silky smooth and cool, yet with a strange temperature. So beautiful, she exclaimed sincerely. So, to make it fit better, I need to measure your body size. Ella's voice was barely audible, and her palms were sweaty as she held the measuring tape. Measure? Aleya was even more curious. How do you measure? It's. Ella felt her tongue was tied in knots, so she decided to just go for it. She walked up to Aleya, blushing, and gestured, I need to use this ruler to measure your here, and here, and here. Her fingers pointed to the chest, waist, and the location of human legs. Aleya nodded, seemingly understanding, but not quite. Unlike human girls, she wasn't sensitive to physical contact. She simply felt a sense of novelty. Okay, she readily agreed. Having received permission, Ella's heart began to beat even faster. She reached out with trembling hands and gently wrapped the soft measuring tape around Aleya's chest. A cool, soft touch came from my fingertips. Aleya's body trembled slightly involuntarily from the coolness and slight itch of the soft ruler, and she let out a very soft whimper, like a kitten. Ella's hand trembled, and her cheeks burned even hotter. Oh my God, what am I doing? This is someone the Lord values highly. She forced herself to calm down, focused her gaze on the markings on the ruler, and quickly jotted down a number. Next is the waist. The measuring tape encircled Aleya's slender waist, so small it could be encircled by a single hand. Her flat stomach, without an ounce of excess fat, exuded a wild, healthy beauty. Miss Aleya, could you raise your arm a little? Oh, okay. The measurements continued in a subtle atmosphere filled with the whispers of young girls. When Ella crouched down to measure the connection between her enormous spider abdomen and human upper body, she encountered a problem. How should I make the clothes here? Ella stared at the perfect, powerfully integrated parts of the body, lost in thought. Will it rub? Aleya looked down and asked curiously. No way. Ella immediately shook her head, her eyes gleaming with professionalism. I will be here to edge it with the softest silk thread, and I will design a structure that will not hinder your movements at all, based on your habits. The moment Ella touched Aleya's body, her designer spirit was completely ignited. Countless inspirations began to burst forth in her mind. Traditional clothing is designed for humans, but not for the Arachne people. They have 8 legs, They need to climb and jump. Perhaps it could be designed as a two-piece set. The top could be a vest that perfectly covers and supports the chest, and the bottom could be shorts that only covers the key areas and is secured at the waist and thighs with a few ribbons. In this way, it can provide protection and comfort, liberate their mobility to the maximum extent, and also perfectly showcase their powerful beauty. Ella became more and more excited as she thought about it, her eyes shining with an alarming intensity. She looked at Alea as if she were looking at a piece of uncut, perfect jade. Alea felt a little uneasy under her fanatical gaze and unconsciously shrank back. Ella, your expression is so strange. No, it's nothing. Ella snapped out of her daze, quickly calming the storm in her mind, and solemnly wrote down the last data in her notebook. All measurements have been completed. Holding the precise yet blush-inducing data, Ella and the divine tears of Venus bowed to Alea. Miss Alea, please wait a few days. There was no trace of nervousness or shyness in her eyes anymore. Instead, there was a burning flame called creation. I will present you with a gift that you will absolutely love. After saying that, she turned around and quickly left the room, like a general about to go to the battlefield. By candlelight, Ella was in her studio, laying the cloth flat on the huge wooden table. She looked at the data in her hand, then at the shimmering fabric, and a confident yet expectant smile appeared on her lips. The scissors gleamed coldly in her hand. The next second, it gently fell, gliding across the flowing moonlight, making a soft and pleasant rustling sound. A unique dream, embodying groundbreaking technology, a young girl's pure emotions, and top-notch craftsmanship, is slowly taking shape in her hands. This gift, destined to amaze the world, is about to be born. Chapter 63, Sinking. In Thorn's study at the Lord's Manor, the firelight from the fireplace danced tirelessly, casting a warm, golden glow on the huge map on the wall. The air was filled with the dry scent of burning charcoal and a hint of barely perceptible tension. Thorn sat in his large lord's chair, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table, his eyes fixed on the exquisite wooden box wrapped in dark blue silk and tied with a silver ribbon. Thorn's mind was enacting a situational comedy with comments more intense than a typhoon. His face, which was usually calm, confident, and even somewhat mystical in public, was unusually tense at this moment. This made his heart race even faster than when he decided to confront Baron Roscoe's 3,000-strong army head-on. The outcome of a war can be calculated, but the direction of people's hearts, especially the hearts of young girls, is pure metaphysics. Knock knock. 2 soft knocks on the door felt like 2 heavy hammer blows to Thorn's heart. Go in. He cleared his throat, forcing his voice to regain its usual composure. The door was pushed open. Alea's tall and lithe figure appeared in the doorway. Her long silver hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her amethyst-like eyes shone with a clear and curious light in the firelight. Sir, you wanted to see me? She moved silently on all 8 legs to the desk, her movements as graceful as a silver leopard patrolling its territory under the moonlight. Sit down. Thorn gestured to the chair opposite him. Alea sat down as instructed. Her enormous spider body prevented her from sitting in the chair like a human. Instead, she leaned her upper body gracefully against the back of the chair, her forelimbs slightly bent to support her body, a unique and powerful posture. Her gaze fell on the exquisite box, and a hint of curiosity flashed in her purple eyes. It's here, the moment of judgment. Thorn took a deep breath and gently pushed the box in front of Alea. This is for you. Alea was stunned. She looked at the box, then at Thorn, seemingly at a loss. In all her life, apart from her mother and Corvana making her simple ornaments out of pretty stones and feathers, no one had ever given her a gift so solemnly. She reached out her fingers and carefully touched the cool, smooth silk ribbon, then, with Thorn's encouraging gaze, gently untied it. The lid of the wooden box was slowly opened. Inside, there were no jewels, no weapons, and nothing she recognized. Lying quietly on the velvet cushions was a creation she couldn't describe in words. It was a set of separate, close-fitting garments woven from Venus's tears. It is as beautiful as a work of art. every inch of it shimmering with light and color, as if it embodies all the holiness and allure of the world. Alea felt her mind go completely blank for a moment. A surge of scalding heat shot from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. She slammed the lid shut with a soft click, as if a scalding hot iron lay inside. Her head was bowed, her silver hair falling down to obscure her expression, but the tips of her bright red ears betrayed the turmoil within her. Thorn's heart sank to the bottom. He immediately stood up, walked around the desk, and went to Alea, his tone extremely serious, even a little anxious. Alea, let me explain. His voice pulled Alea back from the chaos. She looked up, her eyes filled with shock, shyness, and a hint of confusion that she herself couldn't quite grasp. Thorn crouched down so that he could look her in the eye. His gaze was clear and honest, without a trace of frivolity or desire. I know this thing looks strange, but I designed it not to offend you. He looked into her eyes and spoke clearly and solemnly, word by word. I've noticed that every time you return from battle, you always have red marks from your leather armor. Your Arachne people have a very unique physical structure, and human armor is simply not suitable for you. It restricts your movements and can even hurt you in the heat of battle. So, I had Ella make this for you using strong yet soft battle silk. It's light, but its defensive capabilities are comparable to leather armor. Most importantly, it conforms to your body, so you won't feel any restriction or friction during combat. Alea's breath hitched slightly. She instinctively recalled the itchy, painful red welts hidden beneath her leather armor after those battles. Those were the insignificant price that all her people silently endured. She never imagined that anyone would notice such a detail. Thorn's voice continued, growing softer. And I've thought about it too. You're a warrior, but first and foremost, you're a girl. You deserve the most beautiful things, not just for fighting, but for yourself. I hope that after you take off your cold armor, you can also feel comfort and beauty. Alea, this gift is not an ordinary piece of clothing. It is my most precious gift to you, to my most important partner, my sharpest spear, and my one and only treasure. In this world, only you deserve it. The study was completely silent. All that remained was the crackling sound of the flames burning in the fireplace. Thorn's every word was like a warm, precise scalpel, peeling away layer by layer from Alea's hard shell, striking the softest, most vulnerable part of her heart. Comfortable, beauty, unique, cherish. These words, like scalding torrents, instantly shattered all her psychological defenses. From childhood, she was taught how to fight, how to hunt, and how to sacrifice everything for the survival of her tribe. Her people praised her strength and revered her martial arts skills. But no one has ever been like Thorn. He saw her pain as a soldier, and he also saw her deep-seated longing for beauty as a woman. He respected her strength and cherished her very existence. This gift has long transcended the garment itself. It was a kind of understanding and care that struck straight to the soul. Clatter! A single, glistening tear slid down Alea's cheek, landing on the lid of the wooden box and shattering into a tiny splash. Then came the second drop, the third drop. She could no longer hold back and began to sob silently. It wasn't a cry of grievance, but a tremor deep within her soul after being completely overwhelmed by an immense, sudden sense of happiness. She raised her hand and wiped her tears haphazardly with the back of her hand, but she couldn't stop them no matter how hard she tried. She looked at the man who had knelt down for her, his eyes full of sincerity and concern, and nodded, her voice choked with emotion. I'll accept it. That night, the moonlight, like water, streamed through the huge French windows, casting a silvery glow into Thorn's bedroom. Thorn tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. The tears Alea shed when she accepted the gift were like a brand, deeply etched into his heart. He felt both gratified and a strange, stirring emotion within him, just as he was lost in thought. Knock, knock. The knocking sounded again, lighter and more hesitant than during the day. Thorn's heart skipped a beat, a strong premonition washing over him. He rolled out of bed, strode to the door, and opened it. Alea stood at the doorway. The moonlight seemed to drape her in a sacred wedding gown. She changed into the Tears of Venus outfit. The silvery white spider silk on her body seemed to come alive. She was like a goddess from mythology, in charge of moonlight and slaughter. Thorn felt his breath being stolen away at that moment. Grown-ups. Alea lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eye. Her voice, like a dream, trembled, yet was filled with a resolute determination. I came here. She took a deep breath, suddenly raised her head, and her amethyst-like eyes shone brightly in the moonlight, burning with endless love and determination. Everything I have already belonged to you. After saying that, she moved her spider legs, went into the room, and closed the door behind her. With a click, it seemed as if the entire world was shut out. Thorn's brain crashed. She walked up to Thorn, extended her slightly cool hand, and gently, tentatively, took his hand. Her palms were sweaty. You don't like it? Her voice carried a hint of unease. Thorn snapped out of his daze, turned his hand over, and held her cold little hand tightly in his palm, warming it with his own body heat. He looked into her eyes, which were filled with adoration and trepidation, and whispered, "No, I like her very much." No words were spoken. This is a completely new world. This night was very long. I don't know how much time passed. Thorn held Alea in his arms as they lay on the bed. Alea curled up in his embrace like a cat that had finally found its home, her breathing steady and long. Her enormous spider abdomen lay quietly beside the bed, her long legs stretched out casually. The whole room seemed a little crowded because of her presence, yet it was filled with a strange, reassuring atmosphere. This was the most peaceful sleep she had ever had in her life. Thorn stroked her long silver hair, feeling a sense of peace and contentment. Everything seemed so perfect. However, just as he was feeling content and about to fall into a deep sleep, in Thorn's mind, the system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly sounded a cold, emotionless notification tone without any warning. Warning, an unknown high-order gene sequence has been detected. Warning, the host is establishing a deep genetic link with the ancient divine descendant. The link is irreversible. Analyzing the consequences of the link. In progress. Triggering the hidden protocol cradle of bloodline. Agreement content. Insufficient permissions to view. JM54647, this is the only similar one for now. Of course, Billy also has one. LOL.jpg. Chapter 64, The Light of Evolution. The first rays of dawn, like the gentlest feathers, quietly brushed past the window pane, casting a soft gray-white hue on the bedroom floor. Thorn woke up. He didn't open his eyes immediately, but quietly savored this unprecedented tranquility. Gone was the initial fear of arriving after transmigrating. Gone was the tension of facing a powerful enemy, and even the heavy responsibility of being a lord seemed to be gently blown away by the morning breeze at this moment. In his arms, there was a warm and soft source. He slowly opened his eyes and looked down. Alea, like a kitten finally finding shelter, nestled in his arms, sleeping soundly and peacefully. Her long, silvery white hair cascaded across the pillow like a waterfall of moonlight, a few playful strands clinging to her smooth cheeks. Her long eyelashes cast two small, adorable shadows beneath her eyes, and the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, as if she were having a sweet dream. Her human upper body, with skin as smooth as the finest porcelain, shimmered softly in the morning light. Her enormous, powerful spider abdomen lay quietly beside the bed, its long, slender legs stretched out casually, like a silent and reliable fortress, guarding this small, tender haven. The room felt somewhat crowded because of her presence, yet it was also filled with a strange, comforting sense of belonging. Thorn's heart was softer than ever before. He came into this world, starting from hell, proceeding step by step, scheming against people's hearts, developing technology. He thought he was pursuing survival, power, and building a civilization of his own. Only then did he realize the truth. What he truly desires is perhaps just a morning like this, a morning where he can let down his guard and wake up peacefully. A home. His gaze inadvertently swept over the bed sheet beneath him. On that pristine white, a touch of crimson, like a winter plum blossom quietly blooming in the snow, was imprinted there silently, yet stubbornly. It wasn't some dramatic bloodstain, just a tiny bit, yet it felt like a burning brand, searing deeply into Thorn's heart. This silly girl. She entrusted him with her purest and most precious self without reservation. A sense of responsibility, far heavier than conquering the world, arose spontaneously. It was not only a lord's responsibility to his people, but also a man's eternal vow to a girl who had given him her heart and soul. I swear, Thorn solemnly told himself in his heart, I will never betray this trust. Just as his heart was pounding and he was about to steal another good morning kiss, the cold, long-dormant system notification sound, without warning, exploded like a nuclear bomb in his mind. Bite. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the hidden epic achievement home plate. Achievement description. You have achieved a harmonious union with a key character in the story. Congratulations. You have taken a crucial step from boyhood to manhood, a cornerstone of civilization's propagation and continuation, the ultimate command etched deep within your genes. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thorn. Holy crap. Home base. Your supposedly high-tech civilization apocalypse system has to be so down to earth. Even this kind of achievement. Have you been secretly watching porn in my head all the time? He was internally cursing, but dared not show the slightest change in expression, for fear of waking Alea in his arms. However, the system's relentless bombardment had only just begun. Achievement rewards issued. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a permanent legendary level buff, source of energy. Buff effect. Your base physical fitness cap increased by 200%. Stamina and energy recovery speed increased by 500%. You will possess stamina comparable to a dragon and inexhaustible vitality. Say goodbye to backaches and aches, and 7 times a night is no longer a dream, allowing you to stay far ahead in the great cause of building your territory and continuing your civilization. Boom! An indescribable, overwhelming heat surged from Thorn's tailbone, sweeping through his limbs and bones like a flood bursting its banks. Last night's fatigue vanished instantly. He felt like he could kill a ground dragon with one punch, then run 100 laps around Wuguang town, and on his way back, he could even make the blower of the blast furnace smoke. This buff. Thai pants are hot. Thorn's lips curled into a wide, uncontrollable smile. However, before he could recover from the ecstasy of 7 times a night, a deeper and more shocking notification sound, like the tolling of a bell at the beginning of creation, resounded deep within his soul. Bite. A deep genetic link has been detected between the host and a core member of the ancient divine descendants Arachne race. The completion rate of body fluid exchange detected is 100%. Emotional integration completion detected, 98%. The special unlocking conditions for the hidden tech tree have been met. Congratulations, host. You have uncovered another side of civilization and unlocked an epic biotechnology formula, Arachne Clan Divine Evolution Potion Unique. Thorn's pupils suddenly contracted. Divinity and Evolution Potion? He almost couldn't wait to immerse his consciousness in the new term that was radiating golden light. The next second, an unbelievable list of recipes suddenly unfolded in his mind. Arachne Clan Divine Evolution Potion. Ingredients. 1. High-purity battle silk, 10 grams. 2. Adult female Arachne body hair non-regenerated, 3 hairs. 3. Blood of adult female Arachne active, 5 milliliters. 4. Penicillin stock solution extracted in petri dishes, 1 unit. 5. Black powder standard ratio, 0.5 grams. Thorn's expression froze. His brain completely shut down after processing this series of information. Spider silk? Sure, that's easy to handle. Body hair? It's a bit weird, but it's not impossible. I could secretly pluck a few strands. Menstrual blood? Holy crap. System, are you out of your mind? How am I supposed to work with this? Am I supposed to sincerely say to Alea, honey, when you get your period next month, could you save some for me? I'm afraid she'll pin me to the wall with her spider legs right there, and I won't be able to pry me off. And another thing, penicillin. That stuff is still just a concept, lying dormant in my tech tree. We don't even have petri dishes. How am I supposed to extract it? And what the heck is this last one, black powder? Sulfur, saltpeter, charcoal? Where am I supposed to find that? What does this stuff have to do with biological evolution? Are you planning to make the Arachne race fail to evolve and just explode on the spot? Thorn felt his CPU was emitting a burning smell. This recipe is all about abstraction. It's about being outrageous. He suppressed the urge to drag the system out and beat it up, and instead turned his attention to the description of the potion's effects below the recipe. I only glanced at it. His breathing stopped instantly. Effects of the medicine. The user limited to female Arachne will undergo a divine return evolution. 1. Form reshaping. Retaining all combat instincts and power, its giant spider-like lower body will evolve into a standard human bipedal form. 2. Weapon externalization. Its original 8 spider-like legs will be relocated to its shoulder blades on its back, and can be freely retracted and extended like wings. When retracted, it appears no different from a normal person. When extended, it becomes a most lethal and indestructible bone blade weapon. 3. Ability transfer. Its silk spinning ability will be transferred from its mouth parts to its 10 fingertips. It can freely shoot different types of spider silk, tough, sticky, highly venomous, etc. from its fingertips, becoming a true weaver of life. 4. Increased lifespan. Base lifespan extended to 3 times that of humans. Boom! If the previous rewards were a pleasant surprise, then this passage was nothing short of a magnitude 12 earthquake for Thorn. He was completely stunned, as if struck by a bolt of lightning from the divine realm, charred on the outside and tender on the inside, his soul leaving his body. Human legs. 8 spider spears that can be retracted and deployed at will, and transformed into weapons. Spider silk shoots from your fingertips. This is no longer evolution. This is creating gods. Thorn suddenly realized how terrifying this thing was. It would completely eliminate the biggest obstacle to the Arachne people's integration into human society, that enormous, terrifying spider's lower body. A race that appears no different from human girls, yet can instantly unleash 8 deadly bone blades from behind and shoot out a net of deadly power from their fingertips. They will become the most perfect assassins, the most elegant warriors, and the most unpredictable nightmares. The land of no light will possess a mythical army. Thorn's heart began to pound uncontrollably, his blood surging wildly through his veins, bringing waves of excited dizziness. He stared blankly as he looked at the outrageous recipe again. Sulfur and saltpeter. There seemed to be signs of volcanic activity over there in the Dragonspine Mountains. Maybe we can find some. Penicillin. This requires starting from scratch and building a scientific foundation. Petri dishes, constant temperature environment, bacterial strains. The workload is enormous, but not impossible. As for the rest, Thorn's gaze slowly returned to his arms. Alea seemed to sense his gaze. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she let out a soft, contented whimper like a kitten. She snuggled closer to him, finding a more comfortable position. She was sleeping so soundly and sweetly, completely unaware of everything that had just happened in Thorn's mind. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, Thorn thought about the entry for blood of menstruation, and his heart was instantly filled with turbulent emotions. His old face began to burn, which was rare for him. This grand plan is enough to change the fate of the Arachne clan and even the entire world order. The first step was surprisingly to start by solving a teenage girl's menstrual cycle problem. Moreover, we also need to find a way to collect the products. Thorn's lips curled into a smile that was both sweet and awkward, yet also carried a hint of unfathomable confidence. This favor, it seems like she's the only one who can do it. He lowered his head and gently placed a kiss on Alea's smooth forehead. Chapter 65. The Coronation of the Textile Queen. The Evolution Potion Project was far too ambitious and far-fetched. Any mishap at any stage could lead to unpredictable consequences. Especially that damned gunpowder, it was something that made him deeply uneasy. Well, one must take things one step at a time. For now, let's get this money-printing machine, the textile factory, up and running first. Thorn carefully pulled his arm away from Alea's neck, gently covered her with the blanket, and placed a kiss on her smooth forehead. Looking at her peaceful, sleeping face, Thorn felt a wave of tenderness wash over him. He quietly got up, dressed, and went outside. The cold morning wind instantly woke him up and calmed his restless heart, which had been agitated by various grand plans. It is time to crown a new queen for this territory. The newly built textile workshop was packed with people. Almost everyone in the entire town of Wuguang, except for the necessary guards and the steelworkers on their days off, had gathered here. They craned their necks, stood on tiptoe, their faces filled with curiosity, anticipation, and a hint of awe for the unknown. Above the main entrance of the workshop, a brand new wooden sign was covered with a red cloth, fluttering slightly in the wind. Thorn stood on the makeshift wooden platform in front of the workshop, looking down at the vibrant, hopeful faces below, his heart filled with emotion. Once upon a time, the people here wore expressions of numbness and despair. But now, the spark of hope is burning brightly in their eyes. My fellow citizens, Thorn's voice, transmitted clearly through a simple tin horn made by a blacksmith's shop, resounded throughout the entire square. The crowd fell silent instantly, and all eyes were on him. Today will be a day that will be recorded in the history of Wuguang Town. Thorn didn't waste any more words. He pointed to the brand new workshop behind him. From today onwards, this place will no longer be a simple workshop. I hereby declare the first textile workshop of Wuguang Town officially established. As soon as he finished speaking, Pete and Sam, who had been waiting nearby, immediately pulled hard on the rope. The red cloth covering the plaque slipped off with a sound. The first textile workshop of Wuguang Town, a line of strong, powerful characters written in charcoal, appeared before everyone. A burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crowd. Thorn raised his hand to suppress the cheers. His gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on a figure standing below the stage. Ella. She was dressed in a neat work uniform today, her hair tied up high, and her usually timid face was filled with nervousness. Her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, her knuckles turning white. A successful workshop needs an excellent leader. Thorn's voice was full of solemnity. She needs to understand technology, be good at management, and, more importantly, have a heart that is willing to dedicate everything to the future of Darktown. Everyone held their breath, wondering who the lucky winner would be. Is it the shrewd and capable Home Office official, Pete? Or the highly respected old carpenter, Drucker? Thorn smiled slightly and pointed to Ella in the audience. This leader is her. Ella. From today onwards, Ella will serve as the first manager of our textile workshop. She will be fully responsible for personnel appointments and dismissals, production planning, and salary disbursement. The crowd erupted in chaos. All eyes were fixed in disbelief on the thin, seemingly bewildered girl. Ella. That little maid who serves tea and water in the Lord's manor? She, the general manager? And with full authority? Questions, confusion, and bewilderment surged forth like a tide. Ella's face turned deathly pale in an instant, and she instinctively wanted to back away, trying to escape those scrutinizing gazes. However, Thorn's gaze, like a warm and unwavering light, was fixed firmly on her. There was no command in his eyes, only encouragement and trust. Ella, lift your head. You're not that timid little maid anymore. You are the one I have chosen, the one who controls the most advanced productive forces of this era. Summon your confidence and conquer them. Ella seemed to hear Thorn's inner voice. Her trembling body slowly stopped. She took a deep breath, her clenched fists slowly loosened, and when she raised her head again, her brown eyes still held tension, but even more so, a do-or-die courage ignited by trust. She took a step forward, and under the astonished and uncertain gazes of everyone, she walked step by step up the platform and stood beside Thorn. I know that people don't believe me. Ella's voice was still trembling slightly, but she did not back down. She spoke her first words into the tin megaphone. I'm just a maid. I don't know how to manage things, and I can't read. The murmurs from the audience grew even louder. Ella straightened her back, and her voice suddenly rose. But, I understand it. She turned abruptly and pointed at the two machines in the workshop that looked like prehistoric behemoths. I know every single part of it. I know its temperament. I know how to make it work for us. And that is why the Lord has given me the right to stand here. She turned around and bowed deeply to everyone in the audience. Please, everyone, give me a chance, and give yourselves a chance. Come in and take a look before you decide whether you want to trust me. After saying that, she turned around and was the first to walk into the workshop. The crowd looked at each other in bewilderment, but eventually, driven by curiosity, they followed Ella and filed in. Inside the workshop, the spinning jenny and the flying shuttle loom stood quietly like two silent monarchs. Ella didn't say anything more. Actions speak louder than words. She walked to the spinning jenny, took a deep breath, and began to operate it. Creak. Buzz. The roar of the machines rang out again. The 8 spindles, like 8 enchanted sprites, began a frenzied dance. Even and resilient yarn was continuously produced. Everyone was once again utterly awestruck by this miraculous sight. Next, Ella walked to the flying shuttle loom. She skillfully loaded the spun yarn onto the loom. Then, she stepped on the pedal. Snap! A crisp, gunshot-like explosion. The shuttle, known as the flying shuttle, flew from one end of the loom to the other in an instant, like an invisible lightning bolt. Snap! And then, with another sound, it flew back on its own. Quick! It's incredibly fast. So fast that no one's eyes can keep up with its speed. All you can see are even, flat pieces of linen, being produced at a speed visible to the naked eye on the loom. The entire workshop was deathly silent. All dissenting voices were crushed in the face of this overwhelming productivity. When Ella stopped the machine and picked up the linen that had been woven in less than 15 minutes, a piece that could rival the daily output of the town's best craftsmen, she turned around and faced a group of stunned faces. In her eyes, an unprecedented light shone, a light called confidence. Now, I will announce the workshop's recruitment and salary rules. Her voice, no longer trembling, was now full of power. We don't want lifetime employment. We only sign employment contracts. As long as you're willing to come and learn, the workshop will hire you. We don't pay a fixed salary. We pay by the piece. The more yarn you spin and the longer the cloth you weave, the more money you get. There's no upper limit. Every month, the workshop will select the weaving expert with the highest output, and the Lord will personally award her a bonus. As long as you're willing to work hard, here you can earn enough money with your own hands to buy soap, meat, and new clothes, to give your family the best life. Her words were simple and blunt, yet they were like a red-hot branding iron, leaving a deep imprint on everyone's heart. There are no empty promises, only the most real and tangible benefits. The more you work, the more you earn. These 4 words were like a thunderclap, instantly dispelling the last trace of doubt in everyone's hearts. I'm in. Manager Ella. I'm in. I want to come too. I can spin yarn really fast. My God, I can almost see mountains of copper coins. The crowd erupted in jubilation. Their gazes toward Ella had shifted from skepticism to fervent worship. At this moment, this once insignificant little maid was crowned in front of everyone. She was the first queen of textiles in Dark Town. Thorn stood aside, watching all of this with satisfaction, focusing on technology empowerment, transforming the ugly duckling into a black swan. Ella, you are my goddess. He waited until everyone's emotions had calmed down before stepping forward again. The salary rules set by Steward Ella are my will. However, before the workshops can officially create wealth for the territory, we have our first and most important task. He looked around at everyone present, especially the women whose faces were flushed with excitement. His voice became gentle and solemn. I hereby announce that the first task of the textile workshop is to make a set of the most comfortable, brand new linen underwear for every woman in the territory, regardless of age, free of charge. An eerie silence fell over the square once again. Everyone was stunned. Free? For everyone? Underwear? The women looked at each other, their faces filled with disbelief. In this era, what was called underwear was nothing more than a tattered, rough piece of linen, and many people didn't even have that. It was an unspeakable discomfort and embarrassment that accompanied them throughout their lives. And now, the Lord is actually going to make a new set of clothes for all of them for free? My Lord, are you telling the truth? A bold woman asked in a trembling voice. Of course it's true. Thorn smiled. Comfort is the first step to a decent life. My people deserve a decent life. He added that the bomb wasn't loud enough. This benefit isn't just for humans. His gaze shifted to the tall, equally astonished Spider-Man warriors in the crowd. I will also design unique styles that best fit the physical structure of our great Arachne allies, ensuring that every warrior who has shed blood for darkness enjoys the same comfort and respect. Boom! If before it was fanaticism, then now it is the collapse and reconstruction of faith. Especially the women, whether human or spider people, their gazes toward Thorn have completely changed. It was a kind of fanatical worship, regarding him as a god. This lord saw more than just grand plans and cold, hard wealth. He also saw the pain of these people at the very bottom of society, the most insignificant pain that they themselves were even ashamed to talk about. He respects them. From the bottom of my heart, I respect them as human beings. Long live the Lord. Someone, I don't know who, was the first to shout out. Immediately afterwards, a thunderous roar of cheers engulfed the entire square. Countless women, their eyes brimming with tears of emotion, praised their lord in the simplest and most sincere language. Although the warriors of the Arachne tribe did not shout, their eyes as they looked at Thorn were filled with unprecedented, heartfelt respect and recognition. At this moment, Thorn's reputation in Darkshire reached an unprecedented peak. The recruitment scene was so bustling it was almost out of control. A large number of townspeople, especially women eager to change their fate, signed up enthusiastically. With Pete's help, Ella carried out registration, grouping, and training in an orderly manner. The entire textile workshop, like a sophisticated machine infused with a soul, began to operate swiftly and efficiently under Ella's command. The roar of industry never ceases, day or night. Thorn stood on the balcony of the Lord's Manor, looking down at the brightly lit workshop area below, listening to the vibrant symphony, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The internal production issues have been resolved. Next, we should consider longer-term issues. His gaze pierced through the noise and landed on his study. There, lying quietly, is a roll of fabric woven from Venus's tears, as beautiful as moonlight. Linen is essential to people's livelihood and is a basic necessity. That roll of spider silk was his ultimate weapon, the one he planned to throw at the world and leverage the wealth of the entire continent. Thorn's lips curled into a deep smile. With the internal circulation system in place, it's time to start the export phase. I wonder what kind of interesting expressions those self-proclaimed nobles, princesses, and empresses will have when they see this miracle woven from the silk of monsters. He was incredibly excited. The looms have begun weaving the future for the town of No Light. Now is the time to weave a net large enough to encompass the world's wealth and power, a net that will cover everything. Chapter 66, the starting point of the Silk Road. As night deepened, the workshop district of Darktown remained brightly lit, the roar of machines mingling with the cheers of the people, creating a vibrant symphony. Thorn stood on the balcony of the Lord's Manor, feeling this burgeoning vitality, but his mind was already contemplating a grander scheme. Productivity is like a newly tamed wild animal. You have to show it the way, otherwise it will just run wild in place. Linen is a basic necessity, a necessity for people's livelihood, and a stability maintenance tool. But if you want to get rich quick, you'll have to look to my Tears of Venus. He turned around, returned to his study, and picked up the roll of spider silk fabric that shimmered in the moonlight. His fingertips lightly touched it. The smooth, cool texture reaffirmed its extraordinary value. "Pete," he called out. Soon, Interior Secretary Pete entered, looking both excited and exhausted. "Your Highness, you're still busy." Pete's eyes were bloodshot. Clearly he had just finished working at the textile workshop and was so tired he wanted to collapse and sleep immediately. "Sit down." Thorn gestured to the chair, indicating that he didn't need to be so formal. Pete sat down as instructed, but sat ramrod straight, his eyes fixed on Thorn, as if afraid of missing a single word of wisdom. Thorn placed the roll of spider silk on the table and pushed it in front of Pete. "Take a look at this." Pete picked up the fabric with a puzzled look, and the moment he touched it, his pupils, which had been somewhat unfocused due to fatigue, suddenly contracted. What is this?" His hands trembled as he carefully stroked the fabric, his eyes filled with an incredulous fervor. "It's even softer and stronger than elven silk. This is Venus's tears, woven from the war silk of our Arachne tribe after special treatment," Thorn said calmly. his tone carrying an undeniable pride. Pete was stunned. He knew the Arachne people could spin silk, but he never imagined that those rough war silk threads could be processed into such a divine object. Your Highness, this thing, if sold, would cost 1 gold coin per foot. No, 10 gold coins per foot, and people would be fighting over it. Pete was so excited that he was incoherent. He could already see the illusion of mountains of gold coins. Thorn smiled. Little brat, this is nothing. Pete, you're right. This is the real key to wealth. Thorn's tone became serious. Listen carefully. This is our future business strategy. He held up 2 fingers. The linen cloth that the textile workshop is currently producing is our mass-market product. It is cheap, practical, and plentiful, used to meet the needs of the residents within the territory. Any surplus can be sold outside, with small profits but quick turnover, following the volume-driven approach. And this, Tears of Venus, is our luxury item. It's not about quantity, but quality. We won't mass-produce it. Instead, we'll strive for perfection and make it the world's finest fabric. Pete was stunned. He had never heard of such terms as mass market and luxury goods before. Thorn continued, we will package it as a mysterious treasure from the lightless territory, supplying it only to the most elite nobles in the capital. Its value lies not in its practicality, but in its rarity, prestige, and uniqueness. Imagine it, Pete. When the ladies of the capital wear lingerie made from our Tears of Venus, or use it as an embellishment to their gowns, they will be the center of attention at the banquet. Everyone will go crazy for them, be completely captivated. This is called scarcity marketing, brand premium, and high-end customization. Luxury goods aren't just selling products. They're selling desires, status, and prestige. Pete was thrilled. He could almost see countless nobles kneeling before him, clutching gold coins, begging for a tear of Venus. Your Highness is wise, he exclaimed sincerely. Therefore, Thorn's smile faded, his expression turning serious. We must strictly control the production of Tears of Venus on Ella's side. Every inch of fabric must be of the highest quality. Moreover, no one except me is allowed to circulate the samples. Yes, Your Highness. I will keep a close watch on them. Pete immediately straightened his back, as if he were carrying a mountain of gold on his shoulders. The next morning, one of the Eastbourne caravan's remaining personnel was brought before Thorn by the guards. The man's name was Cobble, one of Eastbourne's most astute men, and a spy, whom Eastbourne had specifically left behind to observe the movements of Darktown. As soon as Cabber entered, he saw Thorn sitting behind his desk, toying with a small bar of pale yellow soap. Cabber's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately bowed respectfully. Your Highness, Cabber greets you. May I ask what brings you here? Thorn put down the soap and pointed to a small package in an exquisite wooden box on the table. Cabell, please take this to Mr. Eastbourne for me. Cabell took the package. It felt surprisingly light. He was puzzled, but dared not be careless and carefully opened it. Inside, there lay a small piece of cloth, no bigger than the palm of your hand. The fabric, silvery white as the moon and as thin as a cicada's wing, possessed an indescribable resilience. It was unlike any known silk, much less linen. It seemed to absorb all the light in the room, its surface rippling with a flowing, water-like sheen. Cabber's breathing stopped for a moment. His eyes, which had been through countless trials and tribulations in the business world and had seen countless rare treasures, were now wide open, bigger than copper bells. His hand trembled as he gently touched it. It's cool, smooth, yet has a strange elasticity. What is this? He felt that his worldview had been overturned once again. Soap is amazing enough, but this thing is simply a miracle. Your Highness, Cabber's voice became hoarse, and he even forgot to bow. Thorn looked at his shocked expression, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. This thing is called Venus's Tear. It is the true treasure of our dark town. He picked up a pre-written letter from the table and handed it to Cobble. Give this letter to Mr. Eastbourne in person. Tell him that soap is just an appetizer, and this piece of fabric is the real future. Let him taste the sweetness. Lure him in. Old Vulture, let's see if you can stay calm this time. Cobble took the letter, feeling the cloth in his hands suddenly heavier than 1,000 pieces of gold. He knew that once Eastbourne saw this, he would probably go mad on the spot. Your Highness, you can rest assured, I will definitely deliver this item and the letter safely to Mr. Eastbourne. Caber's voice trembled slightly. The look in his eyes as he looked at Thorn had changed from awe to near worship. This young lord is not some exiled fool at all. He is a god who can turn lead into gold. He had a premonition that the once hopeless town of Wuguang would be completely transformed by this young lord, changing the entire continent's commercial landscape. Go ahead. Thorn waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Caber was overjoyed. He carefully put away the cloth and letter, then respectfully withdrew. Days slipped by in a flurry of activity. The industrial system of Wuguang town is like a giant machine, roaring and running at high speed. The blast furnaces in the steel mills burned day and night, their flames shooting into the sky. In the textile workshops, the spinning jenny and flying shuttle looms creaked and groaned, continuously producing linen and precious spider silk fabrics. And Thorn and Aleya's relationship grew increasingly intimate through this close cooperation and trust. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the window and fell on the soft bed. Aleya nestled lazily in Thorn's arms like a kitten, purring contentedly. Her long silver hair spread across the pillow, making her smooth cheeks appear even more radiant. Thorn gently stroked her soft hair, feeling her warm body, and a sense of peace settled in his heart. This is the life of a perfect couple, like gods and goddesses. Well, we still need to figure out how to get the ingredients for that potion. He felt a chill run down his spine when he recalled the outrageous divine evolution potion recipe in the system, especially the two items menstrual blood and body hair. I can't just ask directly, can I? That would scare the girl away. We need to find a suitable opportunity to subtly and indirectly explore the topic through an academic discussion that is subtle and unobtrusive. Aleya, Thorn called softly. Aleya opened her amethyst-like eyes, looked at him hazily, and asked in a sleepy, innocent voice, My lord. Thorn carefully chose his words. I've been studying the physical structure of our Arachne people lately, and it's truly amazing. A hint of pride appeared on Aleya's face. Of course, we, the Arachne people, are a race blessed by the moon goddess. That's right. Thorn continued. I've noticed that your bodies, especially the joints, tend to experience wear and tear and discomfort during prolonged battles. I'm trying to figure out if I can design a more perfect armor, or even a healthier way to maintain it. Aleya's eyes lit up. She had never imagined that anyone would care so meticulously about these small problems of her people. My lord, you are so kind. She nuzzled against his chest, moved. Thorn seized the opportunity to steer the conversation toward academic research. So, I have some questions I'd like to ask you. Ask away, Aleya said without hesitation. Well, for example, Thorn cleared his throat, trying to sound like a serious scientist. During the physical development of your people, especially after adulthood, do certain parts of the body, such as the growth of body hair, undergo any special changes? Do they fall out regularly? Or are there any special types of hair that only grow at specific times? Holy crap, this question is so embarrassing it's giving me the cancer. Thorn, you really went all out for your research. Aleya tilted her head, clearly not thinking that much about it. She thought about it carefully for a moment, then answered seriously, Body hair? The body hair of our people, especially on our spider legs, falls out periodically. However, only after adulthood, every now and then, a few particularly tough hairs will grow at the junction of our abdomen and chest. They are a symbol of our strength and don't fall out easily, but if they are damaged in battle, they will fall out naturally, or we will shave them off ourselves. Thorn's eyes suddenly lit up. The hair at the junction of the chest and abdomen. Strong, non-regenerating. Bingo. He forcibly suppressed his inner elation and continued to ask, I see. Then, are you physiologically different from human women? For example, human women have a special period every month when their bodies are weaker. Do you experience something similar? Menstrual blood. It all depends on you, my darling. Aleya's cheeks flushed slightly, but she didn't think much of it. She just felt that the Lord's understanding of their people was truly meticulous. We people also have similar periods, she said softly, her voice slightly muffled. However, we are not as weak as human women. We just feel a little uncomfortable, and we also have that kind of blood. She spoke so softly that her voice was almost inaudible, but Thorn heard her clearly. It's done. Innocent and naive Alea, you are my god. However, I need to carefully consider this collection method. I need to find a way to collect it without her noticing, while also ensuring its viability. This is even harder than doing scientific research. Thorn felt his face burning hot, but he knew this was the academic price he had to pay for the future of the Arrain race and the future of the town of No Light. He gently kissed Alea's forehead and said softly, "Thank you, Alea. You've helped me a lot." Alea nuzzled against him contentedly, completely unaware of his unorthodox research thoughts. Thorn returned to his study alone, his heart overflowing with excitement. The materials are all ready. High-purity battle silk, adult female Arachne body hair, menstrual blood. He opened the system interface and brought up the recipe for Arachne clan divine evolution potion again. Ingredients. 1. High-purity battle silk, 10 grams. 2. Adult female Arachne body hair non-regenerated, 3 hairs. 3. Blood of adult female Arachne active, 5 milliliters. 4. Penicillin stock solution extracted in petri dishes, 1 unit. 5. Black powder standard ratio, 0.5 grams. He had already mastered the methods to obtain the first 3 items. However, when his gaze fell on the last 2 items, Thorn's brows furrowed again. Penicillin stock solution. Black powder. Both of these are purely technological barriers. Penicillin production requires microbiology, biological culture techniques, and a complete set of sterile culture dishes and extraction equipment. Black powder requires a precise ratio of saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal, as well as a refining and purification process. It's not something you can just make by randomly mixing ingredients, especially achieving this standard ratio required for the powder. That's incredibly difficult. Thorn took a deep breath, focused his consciousness into the system, and began searching for the prerequisites for these 2 technologies. Penicillin. Prerequisite technologies. Fundamentals of microbiology, aseptic culture techniques, introduction to organic chemistry. Black powder. Prerequisite technologies. Basic chemistry, mineral purification processes, introduction to combustion theory. A series of technology trees, like the skeleton of a dragon, vast and complex, lay before him. This is not just a simple technological breakthrough, but a subversion of the entire system of understanding civilization. Thorn's eyes became sharp and deep. Very good. If we're going to play, let's play big. He knew that the future of Wuguang Town would not be limited to textiles and steel. An industrial revolution about life, chemistry, and explosions is about to begin. And he, Thorn Arist, will personally ignite the light of evolution in this forgotten land. He reached out and gently stroked the 2 shimmering technology entries on the system interface, his eyes filled with fervent anticipation. Come on, my next challenge. I want to see what amazing potential this barren land can unleash. Chapter 67. A New Era on the Horizon. The town of Wuguang in the early morning of late summer is no longer the lifeless place it once was. Sunlight pierced through the thin mist, scattering across the newly repaired stone path and reflecting dappled light. The air was filled with the distinctive aroma of toasted bread and molten iron, mixed with a faint scent of soap, the most authentic, everyday atmosphere, a tapestry woven from labor and life. Thorn stood on the balcony of the Lord's manor and took a deep breath. Holy crap, this isn't just a town without light. It's practically a town of hope. The stale, decaying smell of before has been completely washed away by the industrial atmosphere. He looked down. The workshop area was brightly lit, and the roar of the machines beat as powerfully as a heartbeat. The blast furnaces of the steel plant billowed thick smoke, which was the most robust breathing of Wuguang Town. In the textile workshops, the spinning jenny and flying shuttle looms creaked and groaned, which was a concerto of flowing wealth. The townspeople, who were once numb, now have genuine smiles on their faces. Several children chased and played in the square, dressed in brand new linen shirts, no longer in tattered burlap. A woman carried a wooden bucket and carefully walked towards the public water station. In her hand, She held a bar of white soap, stroking it lightly with her fingertips, as if it were not a cleaning product, but some kind of precious work of art. Not far away, several Spider-Man warriors were training. They wore partial plate armor that gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Their movements were more fluid and powerful. They were no longer the skeleton warriors of the past, but true, reserve forces of an iron torrent. Thorn's gaze fell on a Spider-Woman warrior who was polishing her longsword. She wore a newly made linen belt around her waist. Though made of simple fabric, it looked exceptionally neat. Every now and then, she would raise her hand to touch the inside of the belt, where the softest linen underwear, which Thorn had ordered Ella to sew free of charge for all the female subjects, was kept. TSK, this wave of benefits is really something. It's directly reaped a wave of faith. Thorn muttered to himself, sure enough, people's livelihood is the ultimate political correctness. Who would have thought that a pair of underwear could stabilize public sentiment? This cost-effectiveness is simply unbelievable. Looking at this thriving scene, he felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. This was no longer just cold numbers and blueprints, but a living, breathing destiny that he had personally changed. Sir, what are you looking at? A soft body pressed against me from behind, carrying the unique warmth of the morning and a faint scent of laurel. Alea rested her head on his shoulder, her amethyst-like eyes gazing downwards. I'm looking after my territory, Thorn said softly, reaching out to embrace her. Our territory, Alea corrected, her voice filled with sweet satisfaction. Everyone is so happy now. I've never seen Darktown so lively, so vibrant. She nuzzled his cheek, her voice filled with longing. My lord, do you think we'll always be this good together? Just like now, eating our fill every day, wearing new clothes, and everyone having smiles on their faces. I just want to stay like this, with you, my lord, and protect this home. Her words were simple and sincere, like a clear spring, washing away Thorn's grand and complex thoughts. Silly girl, your perspective is still too narrow. Thorn gently stroked her long, silvery white hair, his gaze drifting into the distance, beyond the town of darkness, to the endless mountains and the horizon. It will be better, he said firmly, with an unwavering conviction in his voice. In the future, we will have an endless supply of food and new clothes. Not just Darktown, but the whole world will be changed because of us. Alea didn't fully understand his grand ambitions, but she smiled happily and snuggled closer to him. As long as there are adults around, Alea isn't afraid of anything, she said softly. Thorn's heart softened instantly. My God, this is a barrage of sweet talk. Who can resist? It's a critical hit. No, I have to stand up straight. I can't let this girl down. He lowered his head and kissed the top of her head, but his mind was already rapidly sketching out a future business empire. The Eastbourne caravan should be arriving in the capital soon, right? He recalled the shocked expression on Cobble's face when he left with the Tears of Venus sample, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. That old fox Eastbourne, if he saw that piece of cloth, he'd probably explode on the spot, then cry and beg me for a few more feet. Soap is the key, the weapon to open up the market. It's low cost, high volume, and follows a small profits, quick turnover strategy, a strategy for the common people. Once it's widely available, I'll raise the overall hygiene standards of the empire by a whole level. At that point, those noble gentlemen who don't smell of soap will be embarrassed to call themselves upper class. That's called leading a lifestyle, understand? But the Tears of Venus, that's the real killer weapon. Luxury, exclusive, limited edition, scarcity marketing. The noble women of the capital would probably empty their husbands' savings for this thing. At that point, all that elven silk and celestial silk will have to step aside. I'll make Made in Wuguang Town the most noble, mysterious, and coveted label. This is called brand premium. This is called monopoly. Won't gold coins flood in like a tidal wave? This prince, starting from hell, will become a billionaire, richer than a country, in no time. Thorn's eyes burned with fervor, as if he could already see mountains of gold and seas of silver beckoning to him. Commerce is the lifeblood of civilization. With money, we can support more people and invest in more important scientific and technological research. His thoughts turned once again to that cold, yet infinitely possible system interface. The recipe for the Arachne clan divine evolution potion lingered in his mind like a divine oracle. Aside from those bizarre biological materials, what troubled him most were the two technological barriers that stood in his way: extracting penicillin stock solution in petri dishes and black powder standard ratio. Gunpowder. This stuff is no joke. Once it's developed, it'll be a revolutionary weapon. Conquering cities and seizing territory, it'll be incredibly precise and efficient, many times more powerful than catapults or battering rams. With a thought, the technology tree for black powder was lit up on the system interface. Prerequisite technologies: basic chemistry, mineral purification processes, introduction to combustion theory. Holy crap, chemistry again. This stuff is way more complicated than iron smelting. Saltpeter, sulfur, charcoal, the proportions, purity, and how to ensure stable production are all huge problems. And this stuff could explode. If I blow myself up in the lab, this time travel would be such a waste. Thorn couldn't help but complain. And penicillin, microbiology, aseptic culture, organic chemistry. This is practically jumping straight from the agricultural era to modern biotechnology. Petri dishes, microscopes, incubators. Isn't that all a fantasy? He looked down at Alea, who was nestled in his arms. She was closing her eyes, emitting a soft, contented snore, and a sweet smile played on her lips. This silly girl has no idea what an extraordinary future I'm planning for her. Thorn's eyes became incredibly gentle, yet incredibly firm. Divinity returns. Form is reshaped. Weapons are externalized. Lifespan is extended. The description of the potion's effects flashed through his mind, and his heart surged with excitement once again. I swear, Alea, I will give you human legs, so you can walk proudly in the sunlight, no longer discriminated against because of your body. Your 8 spider legs will become your most lethal weapons. Your fingertips will weave the most resilient destiny. You will no longer be a monster. You will be a god. He knew this wasn't just for Alea alone, but for the future of the entire Arachne race, a race capable of integrating into human society while retaining immense power. This army would be the sharpest fangs and the strongest shield of Darktown. This evolution potion is not just a technological breakthrough, but a complete overhaul of the definition of life itself. If word gets out, the entire continent will go crazy. Thorn's gaze once again passed over Alea, over the town of darkness, and landed on the distant horizon. There lies the unknown distance, the challenging heartland of the empire, and an ancient and decaying aristocratic system. The concerto of silk and iron has begun to play a magnificent symphony on the land of Darktown. It has brought prosperity, hope, and the power to change the world. Now, what he needs to do is to extend this power to a wider world. Chapter 68, The Devil's Bundled Sail. Royal Capital, Green Chamber of Commerce. Eastbourne Green felt like a gambler awaiting trial, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. On the rosewood table before him sat a cup of fine Dorian tea, but he didn't even bother to glance at it. All his senses were focused on his trusted confidant, Cabber, who had just returned weary from the land of no light. Cabber's expression was strange, a complex mix of extreme horror, fanatical worship, and deep exhaustion, as if he were not delivering a message on the border, but witnessing the descent of a god. Speak. Eastbourne's voice was a little hoarse. Cabber, trembling, took out a wooden box wrapped in layers of oilcloth from his bosom, his movements as devout as if he were holding the remains of a saint. The moment the wooden box was opened, that small piece of fabric was exposed to the candlelight in the room. Eastbourne's breathing stopped. That's not cloth. It was flowing moonlight, frozen starlight, a tear fallen from a goddess onto the mortal world. It was as light as nothing, yet it seemed to contain life, with light flowing across it, creating dazzling ripples. For the first time, Vulture Eastbourne, a businessman who had spent his life surrounded by countless treasures, felt his vocabulary was so limited. He reached out his hand, which trembled slightly with excitement, and gently touched it with his fingertips. Cool, silky, yet with a wonderfully elastic texture that defies conventional understanding. A miracle, he muttered to himself, his small eyes flashing with a green light 100 times hotter than the discovery of a gold mine. This is fucking a miracle. Cobble handed Thorn's letter. Eastbourne snatched it away and quickly scanned it. The letter was very simple, even carrying a hint of understated humor. Mr. Eastbourne, my friend. Soap is just an appetizer. This, Tears of Venus, is the real main course. I look forward to your next visit. Eastbourne felt as if his CPU, no, his entire brain, had been burned out by this letter. An appetizer? The soap that made him a fortune and sparked a sanitation revolution in the capital was just a damn appetizer. You CPU, Thorn Heiress. You call this a small dish? Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about the word small? Eastbourne clutched the piece of fabric tightly, his business acumen, which he was so proud of, working at full speed. He instantly understood Thorn's intention. This thing can't be mass-produced. This thing is a symbol of status. It's the embodiment of desire. It's the ultimate weapon that can make a queen jealous and a princess go mad. He had even come up with a marketing plan. Name it the Kiss of the Moon Goddess, create a poignant myth, and then showcase it only to the most powerful women in the most exclusive secret salons. Price? To hell with the price. Is this thing measured in gold coins? It's exchanged for power, status, and loyalty. Eastbourne's body trembled with excessive excitement. But he quickly calmed down, a chill rising up his spine. Thorn, that devilish young man. He's so easily handed over such a divine object, capable of overturning the wealth structure of the mainland. What is he after? Monopoly? No. Eastbourne immediately dismissed the idea. He recalled Thorn's, I make many friends and bet on many things attitude during the last negotiation. That devil would never put all his eggs in one basket. He wants more. A terrible thought, like a venomous snake, burrowed into Eastbourne's mind. Or, should I just quit? Let's just pack up the entire Green Chamber of Commerce and pledge allegiance to him. Being his dog is better than being his opponent. The thought only lasted 3 seconds before he dismissed it. No, Eastbourne Green, was a man of some standing. He jumped to his feet and roared at the door. Prepare the carriage. The fastest horse. To Wugwang territory. Now. Immediately. Right now. A few days later, when Eastbourne set foot on the land of Darktown again, he wondered if he had come to the wrong place. If the last time I came here, this place was a newborn that had crawled from hell to earth, then now it is simply an industrial behemoth in its early stages. The road had been widened, and rows of brand new, gray-white buildings had appeared along the smooth stone-paved road. The houses were square and had strong lines, without a single superfluous decoration, yet they exuded an indescribable sense of sturdiness and practicality. What the hell is this? A stone? No. Mud? Even less so. Eastbourne tapped the wall. It was as hard as iron. He saw workers mixing sand and water with a gray powder and then pouring it into wooden molds. A completely new way of building that he had never heard of before. He felt as if he had not come to a border town, but had stumbled into a civilization of another world. The air here is filled with creative hormones. He saw Thorn again, in that open space in the workshop district, still brimming with the raw power of industry. Mr. Eastbourne, my friend, Thorn said, still sitting on the log, swinging his legs and grinning like a cat that had just stolen some cream. How is my appetizer selling in the capital? Eastbourne had completely lost his temper by now, and he bowed deeply in respect. Your Highness, that's not a small dish, that's a feast. These days, in the capital's social circles, if a woman doesn't smell of soap when she goes out, she's embarrassed to greet people. They call it the fragrance of Wugwang Town. Ha ha, what a wonderful fragrance of Darktown. Thorn chuckled. After exchanging pleasantries, Eastbourne couldn't wait to get to the point, pointing to the box he had brought, filled with gold coins. Your Highness, name your price for the Tears of Venus. He's learned his lesson, and this time his main selling point is, whatever you say, I'll never haggle. Oh, Thorn raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by his quick thinking. Mr. Eastbourne is being so agreeable this time. Any bargaining before your wisdom is a desecration of your artwork, Eastbourne said, adopting an extremely humble stance. Thorn smiled. Little brat, you're suffering from the aftereffects of my PUA, aren't you? He stood up and said slowly, Mr. Eastbourne, you should know that the Tears of Venus is a divine object woven by the Arachne people with their lives and souls, and its production is extremely limited. He held up one finger and gestured. At most, 180 horses will be produced in a year. Of course, that was a lie. As long as the spider girls were spinning silk freely, the textile factory's machines would run 24 hours a day, producing an astonishing amount of output. But luxury goods, after all, are all about rarity. Eastbourne's heart skipped a beat. He had just realized it. So, Thorn changed the subject, revealing a devilish smile. To ensure that only our most distinguished and loyal friends can possess it, I have set a small threshold. He looked at Eastbourne. To qualify for the purchase of Venus's tears, you must first purchase a certain amount of linen from our town of darkness. Bundled sales. Devilish bundling. Eastbourne's business acumen kicked in instantly. Your Highness, how much do you need to purchase? He asked cautiously. Thorn held up one finger. 1 gold coin. Given our pleasant collaboration last time, I'll offer you a special price this time. As long as your total purchase of linen reaches 1 gold coin, I'll give you the purchase quota for 10 tears of Venus. Eastbourne's mind raced. 1 gold coin is equal to 100 silver coins, which is equal to 10,000 copper coins. He remembered that linen in Wuwang town cost about 30 copper coins a bolt. 10,000 divided by 30. Holy crap. Over 330 horses. That old fox. That swindler. To sell me his tattered linen. He actually made me buy over 300 bolts up front. This is practically robbery. Eastbourne cursed Thorn 1,000 times in his heart, but still maintained a smile on his face. Your Highness, this is no problem. It's just that I don't know about your linen. Sam, Thorn called out. Civil clerk Sam immediately came over carrying a neatly folded piece of linen. Eastbourne took it and just touched it casually. The next second, the smile on his face froze. It was a sensation he had never experienced before. Is this really linen? It lacks the roughness and prickliness of ordinary linen, instead possessing a unique smoothness and suppleness. The fabric's texture is even and fine, far surpassing even the finest linen workshops in the capital. This sells for 30 copper coins. Eastbourne's voice trembled. Yes, that's right. Thorn nodded matter-of-factly. It's all about low profit margins and high volume, focusing on good quality at low prices. Before Eastbourne's eyes, a golden ocean suddenly appeared. Monopoly. He could use this quality linen to completely destroy the entire linen market in the capital at an outrageously low price. Those noble lords may look down on linen, but what commoner, soldier, or ordinary family can live without it? It's a market 100 times larger than soap. He just thought Thorn was a shrewd businessman, but now he thinks Thorn is a money-giving genius. Buy? I'll buy. Eastbourne slapped his thigh excitedly. Your Highness, I'll take as much of this linen as you have, as much as you can get. Thorn smiled with satisfaction as he watched the man's expression, which suggested he wanted to take the entire textile factory home. See that? That's what you call a dimensional reduction attack. Use industrialized, standardized products to attack your small, handcrafted workshops, and you'll be so badly defeated you won't even recognize your own mother. Very good. Thorn patted Eastbourne on the shoulder. Seeing how sincere you are, I'll add 5 more spots for you. 15 tiers of Venus horses. How about that? Yes. Thank you, Your Highness. Eastbourne was moved to tears. The price. Thorn stroked his chin. How about 99 silver coins per bolt? I'll give you a 1% discount. Isn't that generous? Eastbourne nodded repeatedly, but in his heart he was thinking, 99 silver coins for a bolt of cloth, more expensive than gold. And you call that a discount? You devil. You're a devil. Ultimately, this deal, which satisfied both parties greatly, was reached. The caravan from Eastbourne, laden with enough linen to overturn the capital's markets and the 15 miraculous tears of Venus, departed in a grand procession. Sitting in the bumpy carriage, Eastbourne looked back at the industrial town that was beginning to take shape, his heart filled with mixed emotions. This Thorn Urist is terrifying. He's not just creating products. He's creating rules and defining the market. Soap, changing lifestyle habits. Concrete alters the form of buildings. High-quality flax is changing the foundation of people's livelihoods. The tears of Venus, changing the landscape of luxury goods. Each and every one of them is precisely targeted at the lifeline of this era. Thankfully it's peacetime now. If this guy were born in a chaotic era, given 10 years, he could probably conjure an invincible army out of thin air, then march all the way to the capital and sit on the emperor's throne as if it were his own. Eastbourne shuddered, feeling for the first time a deep-seated fear of a young man. Chapter 69, Famine Beneath Prosperity. The night in Wuwang town has never been so noisy. The bonfire blazed in the center of the square, the dancing flames casting a flushed red on everyone's faces, a blush that was a mixture of alcohol, sweat, and pure joy. The sizzling sound of fat dripping from the roasted whole lamb onto the charcoal fire, and the rich aroma of the meat domineeringly dispelled the last trace of the decaying scent of poverty in the air. Large pieces of white bread were casually distributed. Food that was once more precious than gold had now become toys for children to chase and play with. Homage to our Lord. Lord Thorn-Arist. A blacksmith, his face flushed from drinking, raised his earthenware bowl and roared with all his might. Homage to Lord Thorn. Long live Lord Thorn. The thunderous response nearly blew the roof off the Lord's manor. Thorn sat in the main seat, holding a glass of cheap ale in his hand, with a businesslike smile on his face, but inwardly he was ranting and raving. Holy crap, this atmosphere is even more exciting than when my company went public before I time traveled. It's just that this liquor, it tastes like dishwater mixed with alcohol. I'm really afraid I'll have to quit right there and then. He looked at the fervent faces below the stage, dressed in brand new linen clothes, simple in style, but clean and tidy. In their eyes, there was no longer numbness and despair, but a flame of hope, burning, like the bonfire tonight. This feeling is wonderful. It's more satisfying than earning your first pot of gold or forging your first batch of steel. TSK, the feeling of being a savior is so exhilarating. No wonder so many people want to be emperor. This mental massage is spot on. Interior Minister Pete stood beside him, a proud smile on his face, busy returning the toast from the artisans, soldiers, and townspeople. The entire town of Darkness was immersed in a grand and exhilarating celebration. This banquet, spurred by the first large sum of money delivered by the Eastbourne caravan, was the first collective celebration since the town of Darkness was reborn. It was like a declaration, proclaiming to this barren land, to all those who had once despaired the suffering was over. The revelry continued until midnight. When the last drunken townsman was helped away by his family, only the crackling bonfire and the mess remained in the square. Thorn rubbed his face, which was stiff from smiling, and returned to his study in the Lord's manor. The warm fireplace and the silence after the commotion brought him a comforting weariness. However, when Pete pushed open the door, all the joy of celebration had vanished from his face. In its place was a solemnity that Thorn had never seen before, bordering on fear. Your Highness. Pete's voice was dry and hoarse. He did not sit down, but stood upright, and with slightly trembling hands handed Thorn a document written on fine parchment. This is... Thorn took the parchment, his brows furrowing slightly. What's going on? That expression, like they've seen a ghost. Could it be that that old fox from Eastbourne is going to renege on their dead? Doesn't seem like it. He unfolded the parchment. There were no complicated business terms, only rows of simple, clear, yet alarming numbers. Current permanent resident population of Wugwangling, 2357. Among them, 812 new workers were recruited. New spider warriors and their families to be recruited, 324. Daily food consumption converted to wheat, approximately 3,100 pounds. Current grain reserves, 45,000 pounds. Estimated duration of support, 14 days. 14 days. Thorn's pupils suddenly contracted. At the end of the parchment was a conclusion written by Pete in trembling handwriting. Your Highness, winter is approaching. Without external food supplies, in half a month, Lightless Town will once again be plunged into famine. The warm air in the study seemed to have been sucked away in an instant. The lingering warmth of the campfire outside the window could no longer penetrate even a little. Thorn felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him from head to toe. The blissful sense of satisfaction he had felt at the dinner party was instantly shattered. How could this be? He muttered to himself. Your Highness. Pete's voice trembled with a sob and deep self-reproach. It was my oversight. The establishment of factories, the expansion of the army. Our population multiplied several times in a short period of time. Everyone was immersed in the wealth brought by steel and cloth, but forgot that the land beneath our feet simply could not support so many people. Most of the money we earned from Eastbourne went into buying food, but his caravans take almost a month to make a round trip. We can't keep up with the rate at which we consume food. Thorn fell silent. He didn't blame Pete, because he himself was the biggest culprit. I'm fucking a genius. A genius player who was so focused on scaling the tech tree and triggering the Industrial Revolution that he forgot to check his own health bar. I actually skipped the most basic farming quests in the beginner village. He stood up, said nothing, and walked straight out of the warm, spring-like Lord's mansion. The moonlight, like water, fell coldly on the land of Wuguang Town. Thorn did not head towards the still brightly lit workshop area, but instead turned and walked towards the fields on the outskirts of the town. The evening breeze carried the earthy smell and the scent of withered plants. The scene before us, in stark contrast to the bustling activity of the workshop area, created two completely different worlds. The fields were divided crookedly, and under the moonlight, the marks left by a heavy farming tool were clearly visible, varying in depth and disorderly. Large tracts of land were severely compacted from repeated, ineffective cultivation, resembling cracked skin. Sparse crops drooped, swaying weakly in the evening breeze, as if telling the story of the land's barrenness. Thorn crouched down and grabbed a handful of dirt. Dry, cold, and lifeless. Straight-shafted plow. Holy crap, this thing deserves to be called a plow? It's just a wooden stick with a piece of iron tied to it, shoved into the ground. Without a plowshare, it can't turn up any soil. Without a plowshare, you can't control the depth. Relying solely on the brute force of the ox and the weight of the person to push it down, the plowing efficiency is outrageously low, and it severely damages the soil's fertility. If you could get a good harvest using this stuff for farming, that would be a miracle. Just then, at the end of the ridge, a hunched figure caught his attention. It was an old farmer with gray hair, who was struggling to carry the heavy wooden plow on his shoulder, preparing to go home. Old man, why aren't you resting so late? Thorn walked over, his voice very soft. The old farmer was startled by the sudden sound. When he saw that it was Thorn, he hurriedly tried to kneel down to pay his respects, but Thorn stopped him. Your Highness, how did you get here? The old farmer seemed at a loss. Couldn't sleep, so I came out for a walk. Thorn pointed to the wooden plow on his shoulder. This thing, it must be heavy. A sense of complacency flickered in the old farmer's cloudy eyes. He patted the rough wood, grinned, revealing his missing front tooth, and said, It's heavy, but for hundreds of years, our ancestors have used this thing to compete with the local earth god for food. Without hard work, how can there be a harvest? Didn't you think about making it easier? Thorn asked. The old farmer was stunned, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Easy work? Your Highness, you're joking. He shook his head, his tone resigned to his fate. Plowing is the hardest labor in the world. It's a rule set by the gods, a truth passed down from our ancestors. We only ask for good weather, and that the earth god will grant us a little more food, and we'll be thankful. The truth passed down from our ancestors. These 6 words struck Thorn's heart like a heavy hammer. In his mind, one side was a steel plant where workers used scientific proportions to refine ore into molten iron, their cheers deafening. On the other side, there is this old farmer, clinging to a truth that has remained unchanged for hundreds of years, praying for God's mercy on the barren land in the most primitive and clumsy way. No matter how fiercely the flames of industry burn, they cannot illuminate this field imprisoned by ignorance and tradition. The stark contrast sent a chill down Thorn's spine, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. He always believed that money could buy everything. Food was just one item on the list. But he was wrong. Absolutely wrong. A strategic blunder. This is a fatal strategic blunder. I have personally handed over the lifeline of Darkshire, its most fragile, yet fundamental lifeline, to Eastbourne. Today, he can happily sell me grain because it's profitable. But what if one day war breaks out and the roads are blocked? What if some high-ranking official in the capital issues an order prohibiting the sale of any supplies to the land of no light? What will I use to feed my thousands of mouths then? Those beautiful iron ingots? Or those luxurious spider silk fabrics? By then, everything he had painstakingly built would become a joke. His steel mills, his textile workshops, his proud industrial system, his arming army. All of it would crumble like a sandcastle in the face of this disaster called famine. Food. Food is the cornerstone of all civilization. It's the most solid piece at the very bottom of the pyramid. At this moment, Thorn was more lucid than ever before. He bid farewell to the old farmer, turned around, and strode towards the Lord's mansion. His steps were steady and powerful, without a trace of hesitation. Back in his study, he ignored the already cold fireplace and felt no sleepiness whatsoever. He walked to his desk and spread out a brand new, pristine sheet of parchment, an expensive material used to draw the most intricate blueprints. He picked up the charcoal. The moonlight outside the window shone through the glass and fell on his profile, outlining his focused expression like a sculpture. Without the slightest hesitation, his wrist remained steady, and his strokes were decisive. A bizarre sketch of an agricultural tool, completely overturning the understanding of this era, began to slowly emerge on the parchment. It is no longer a clumsy straight line, but possesses smooth and elegant curves. It has a plowshare that can rotate freely, a plowshare that can easily turn up waves of soil, and a plowshare that can adjust the depth of tillage. Every component is full of wisdom and ingenuity that transcends this era. That is not a tool. That was a promise, a declaration of war against hunger and poverty, the ultimate weapon. The flickering candlelight cast his long, elongated shadow on the wall as he hunched over his desk. After an unknown amount of time, as the first rays of dawn pierced the darkness, Thorn finally straightened up. The drawings are complete. Next to the sketch, he wrote the name of this artifact in clear and powerful handwriting. It wasn't a complicated incantation, nor a divine gift. It was just 3 simple Chinese characters that were destined to change the world's landscape. Quanli. Chapter 70. Farm Tools from Another World. Chapter 70. Truth lies only under the hammer. The first rays of dawn had just pierced the horizon of the town of no light. The atmosphere in the Lord's meeting room was even more somber than the deepest midnight hour. Thorn sat at the head of the long table, his spirits high, his eyes, which hadn't slept all night, shining brightly. Before him lay the parchment drawing that embodied all his hard work and hope, the design of the curved plow. Come, my artisans, are you ready to be struck by the dimensional destruction brought by future technology? Tremble, old era. He swept his gaze across everyone present with an almost missionary-like fervor. To the left were the master carpenters, led by the old carpenter Drucker. They all had solemn expressions, their hands on their knees, as if awaiting divine guidance. To the right were skilled blacksmiths, led by Kims. They were burly and thick-shouldered, their bodies bearing the indelible smell of rust and charcoal, yet they held their breath, staring curiously at the mysterious blueprint. This is the highest decision-making level of the industrial system in Wuguang Town, and Thorn's most valuable technical dream team. Gentlemen, Thorn cleared his throat, his voice tinged with an excitement he himself didn't realize. Yesterday, we celebrated wealth. But today, I will lead you to solve a problem more important than wealth survival. He pointed to the barren land outside the window. The land beneath our feet is starving. And what's starving it isn't the curse of the gods, but the foolish stick in our hands. He slowly pushed the blueprints to the center of the table. Now, I will bestow upon you a key that can awaken the earth. A divine artifact that can increase our food production tenfold. All eyes immediately focused on the parchment. Then, everyone was completely dumbfounded. The entire conference room fell into an eerie silence. The craftsmen craned their necks, widened their eyes, and their expressions quickly shifted from anticipation to confusion, then to bewilderment, and finally to an incredulous look as if they had seen a ghost. What is this drawing? Is this still a plow? It has a smooth, curved plowshare, like the elegant neck of a swan. Its plowshare is small and sharp, with a strange, upward curving iron plate attached to it, that's called the plowshare. Below the plowshare is a wooden wedge that can adjust the depth, that's called the plowshare. Connecting the plowshare and the plowshare is a replaceable short wooden stick, that's called the plowshare frame. More than a dozen parts of various sizes and shapes are ingeniously assembled together using mortise and tenon joints and rivets. It looks less like a farm tool and more like a flashy work of art designed by some mad artist. The blacksmith, Kims, was the first to lose his composure. Pointing to the tiny plowshare on the blueprint, he asked in a gruff voice, "Your Highness, this thing, isn't it too small? With so little iron, it'll probably break on the spot if it hits a rock." "Its brilliance lies in its small size," Thorn explained confidently. "It doesn't crash with brute force, but cuts with angles." Cut. This word made all the artisans' CPUs burn out. Plowing land. You can use cutting to do that? Isn't that a butcher's job? Finally, Drucker, the carpenter's leader and an old man who almost blindly worshipped Thorn, slowly stood up. He didn't look at Thorn, but stared intently at the blueprint, his cloudy old eyes filled with struggle and pain. "Your Highness," his voice was hoarse and heavy. "Forgive my bluntness, but this stuff won't do." "No way." Thorn raised an eyebrow. No, Drucker emphasized, raising his head and looking directly at Thorn with an almost offensive, stubborn gaze for the first time. "Your Highness, you are a god. You created soap and spinning machines, things we could never even dream of. We believe in you as we believe in the sun." He abruptly changed the subject, pointing to the blueprints, and became agitated. "But Your Highness, this is a plow, something that has dealt with the land all its life. A plow must be heavy. It must be clumsy. It must be straightforward. It must use all the strength of an ox and all the weight of a person to press it firmly into the ground, to tear a gash in the earth with absolute force. That is what tilling the land is all about." He pointed to the bent plowshare, almost in anguish. "Look at this. It's so light, so clever. It's even curved. Something like this, once it hits the ground, it'll just float away. It can't support any weight at all. This isn't tilling the land. It's just tickling the earth." "Well said. Master Drucker is right. This thing looks good, but is useless." Drucker's words instantly ignited the doubts in the hearts of all the craftsmen. They all nodded, looking at Thorn with an expression that seemed to say, "Your Highness, you really don't understand this time." Thorn felt his blood pressure start to rise rapidly. "Holy crap. I'm trying to explain Newtonian mechanics to a bunch of medieval guys? Am I crazy or are they? This is worse than casting pearls before swine. It's like trying to teach calculus to a cow." He suppressed his urge to complain and patiently explained, "Master Drucker, listen to me. Its lightness isn't a weakness, it's an advantage. Look at the design of this plowshare. It can push the turned-up soil to one side while moving forward, which greatly reduces the resistance to movement." "Resistance?" Drucker looked bewildered. It's the force of the land pulling the plow," Thorn rephrased. "And this plowshare can precisely control the depth of tillage, ensuring that the soil fertility isn't over-depleted. That's called sustainable development." "What the hell?" Kim scratched his almost bald head. "You see, the entire plow's center of gravity is designed using the lever principle, allowing you to move a larger object with less force." Thorn couldn't continue. Looking at the faces before him, each filled with expressions of, "I don't understand, but I'm deeply shocked," he despairingly realized that every word he uttered sounded like the twisted logic of an alien demon to them. This is not a technological gap. This is a cognitive barrier. It is a high and thick wall built from centuries of experience and tradition. Finally, when Thorn tried to explain that streamlined bodies can reduce fluid resistance, Drucker spoke up again, this time with a hint of pleading and evasion in his tone. "Your Highness, your wisdom is beyond our comprehension. But creating this thing is too difficult." He pointed to the intricate curves and mortise and tenon structures on the blueprints. These bent pieces of wood need to be heated over a fire and boiled in water to slowly shape them, which is time-consuming, labor-intensive, and has a low success rate. And these components require extremely high precision. The slightest mistake will prevent them from being assembled. Not to mention, it will also use the fine steel we painstakingly refined, which we've prepared to use to forge the armor. Kims quickly chimed in. "Yes, Your Highness, if we fail, we'll be wasting our lifeblood. Our soldiers are all waiting to put on their new armor." They were outwardly respectful and spoke earnestly, but Thorn understood the unspoken meaning behind their words perfectly. Your Highness, stop fooling around. This thing can't be made, and even if it were, it would definitely be useless. Please, let us do something worthwhile. This was a soft, technical form of resistance that left him with no way to get angry. They were not disloyal. Quite the opposite, they were too loyal and too attached to the hard-won resources of Wuguang Town, and therefore did not want to see him waste his precious resources on such a wishful-thinking thing. Thorn fell silent. He looked at the group of the most skilled craftsmen in Wuguang Town, and saw the sincere, puzzled, worried, and stubborn light in their eyes. He suddenly smiled. I've been manipulating you all for so long, turning you into my fanatical followers. Now, your loyalty has backfired. All right, it seems that the path of popularizing science is not viable. Since the truth cannot convince you. Thorn slowly stood up, his smile gradually fading, replaced by a cold, unquestionable authority. The temperature in the conference room seemed to drop suddenly. Then let the hammer show you what the truth is. I have not gathered you here today to listen to your opinions. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a cold iron hammer, striking everyone's heart hard. They've come to give orders. The breath of all the craftsmen stopped. They stared at Thorn in astonishment, as if they did not recognize the young lord before them. Thorn's gaze, like a knife, slashed from Drucker's face to Kim's face. From now on, all work in the carpentry workshop and blacksmith shop is suspended. Gather all the best craftsmen and the best materials. Drucker, you're in charge of carpentry. Kims, you're in charge of forging. He pointed heavily at the drawing with his finger. 3 days. I'm only giving you 3 days. I want to see it, alive and well, standing in this room. Every part, every dimension, must be exactly the same as the blueprints. During this period, I will personally supervise. This is not a discussion, nor a request. Thorn spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice devoid of any emotion. Yes, order. Did you all understand? Dead silence. A deathly silence, so profound you could hear a pin drop. The craftsmen kept their heads down, none daring to meet his gaze. They could sense the fierce, winter-like will emanating from this young lord. That wasn't a discussion, that was a decision. It was a gamble, a dictatorial act. Yes, Your Highness. Drucker's voice was dry and weak. He seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. The meeting ended unhappily. The craftsmen, like puppets whose souls had been ripped from their bodies, silently withdrew from the meeting room. Drucker, walking at the back, couldn't help but look back. He saw Thorn still standing in front of the blueprint, his figure upright, yet exuding an indescribable loneliness. The old carpenter shook his head and let out a long, disappointed sigh. He's gone mad. His Highness has lost his mind this time. Beside him, Kims also looked distressed, muttering to himself. Yes, why not forge perfectly good swords and armor, instead of messing with a piece of broken wood? Sigh. Their voices drifted through the crack in the door into the empty conference room. Thorn heard it. He felt neither anger nor disappointment. He simply stood there quietly, his gaze fixed on the blueprint that embodied the wisdom of a generation. Damn, these old fogies. He mentally complained, but a helpless yet determined smile appeared on his lips. Trying to use centuries-old common sense to blackmail me? Excuse me. Within my own domain, I am the embodiment of common sense. He knew that from this moment on, what he had to fight against was no longer famine, no longer an enemy. It is something more stubborn and powerful than all of these. It is a habit and tradition that is rooted in this land, flows in the blood of everyone, and has lasted for hundreds of years. And he will be the sole, solitary challenger. Chapter 71, Forging the Future. The conference room door closed behind Drucker, and that deep sigh seemed like the last lament of an old era. Thorn stood silently, the cold, unyielding authority on his face receding like the tide. He let out a long sigh, relaxed completely, and plopped back into his chair. Damn, I'm exhausted. Being a tyrant is so mana-intensive, and you have to keep a straight face the whole time. It almost gave me facial paralysis. These old fogies are so stubborn, they had to force me to use my ultimate skill. He rubbed his slightly sore cheeks, and his gaze fell once again on the blueprint of the curved plow. When I talk to you about science, you talk about your ancestors. When I talk to you about mechanics, you talk about feel. Fine, Since you won't listen to reason, then I'll just have to let you experience the iron fist of technological gap. You all think I'm obsessed? Well, I'll show you what obsession is. Thorn wasted not a second. He grabbed the blueprints and strode out of the conference room. His destination clear neither Drucker's carpentry workshop nor Kim's blacksmith shop. He went straight to that bustling new area that belonged to young people. The steel mill was taking shape, and the young workers were smelting pig iron furnace after furnace, strictly following the standard operating procedures left by Thorn. They may not have the superb experience of the generation of seams, but they were disciplined, enthusiastic, and most importantly, they regarded every word of Thorn as divine revelation. Thorn's appearance was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. Your Highness, my lord. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at him with a mixture of awe and fervor. Thorn's gaze swept across the young, dark-skinned faces. He saw the boy with the greatest talent for temperature control during the steelmaking process, and the quick-witted young man who knew how to use leverage to save effort when moving ore. He didn't waste any words and simply extended his finger. May I have your name? The boy who was pointed at jumped, his face flushed with excitement, and he stammered. Your Highness, my name is Tyr. Very good, Tyr. And you, and you. Thorn called out a few more people in succession. Put down what you're doing and come with me. Those who were chosen were all promising talents who had demonstrated exceptional learning and practical skills in their previous work. They stood frozen in place, their hearts pounding, as if they had been personally selected by a deity. Those around who weren't chosen cast envious glances at her, as if she were undergoing plasmolysis. Thorn ignored the astonished looks of the veteran foreman and led his hastily assembled youth commando team back into the carpentry workshop. The situation here is exactly the same. Old carpenter Drucker, his face dark, was instructing his apprentices on making a new batch of spinning machine parts, ignoring Thorn's arrival and clearly engaging in passive resistance. Thorn didn't bother with him. He went directly to the young apprentices who were working hard and, in the same way, selected a few of the most patient and quick-witted young people who were good at making precision parts. One of them was Ryan, Drucker's last disciple who had questioned life because of springs. Ryan, stop studying your springs. Grab your best tools and come with me. I'll show you something more exciting. Yes, Your Highness. Ryan's eyes lit up instantly. He dropped what he was doing and followed after him eagerly, completely forgetting the murderous glare from his master Drucker behind him. Thus, a curved plow problem-solving team, consisting of 7 blacksmith apprentices and 5 carpenter apprentices, with an average age of no more than 20, was officially established in an abandoned warehouse in Wuguang Town. There was no grand ceremony, no blessings from the elders, only Thorn and 12 pairs of eyes filled with confusion, curiosity, and boundless admiration. I know that you must be full of questions right now. Thorn spread out the huge parchment drawing in the open space in the center of the warehouse. Your masters, the best craftsmen in town, all think this thing is a joke. A flashy, impractical, and whimsical piece of junk. The young craftsmen looked at each other, speechless. They had indeed heard rumors. What they say might make sense. Thorn changed the subject, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. Because what I gave them was a problem they couldn't solve. He pointed to the complex, seamless blueprints. But what I'm giving you today is not a difficult problem. Thorn picked up a charcoal pencil and quickly sketched one simple, independent part after another next to the main drawing, clearly labeling them with numbers. Part number 1, plowshare. Requirements: forged from high-quality steel, sharp cutting-edge, tenon at the top. Part number 2, plowshare. Requirements: made of iron, forged in one piece, with a smooth curved surface. Part number 3, plow. Requirements: hard oak, mortises to be cut according to the drawings. He instantly broke down a complex whole into a dozen independent, clear, and seemingly simple modules. See that? Thorn put down his charcoal pencil and clapped his hands. I don't want you to build a complete behemoth. I just want each of you to be responsible for your own piece of the building block. Tyr, you and your team are responsible for parts 1 and 2. Ryan, you and your team are responsible for parts 3 and 5. Your task is not to understand why it is the way it is, but to use your most exquisite craftsmanship to make it exactly the same as the blueprint. not even a millimeter off. This is no longer a difficult problem. This is a fill-in-the-blank question. Dimensional reduction attack. This is the purest form of dimensional reduction attack derived from the concept of modern industrial assembly lines. As the young craftsmen looked at the clearly disassembled parts, the fog of doubt in their minds about this thing not working instantly dissipated. They lacked confidence in building a complete, oddly shaped plow. But isn't making a palm-sized piece of iron or chiseling a precise mortise the work they do every day? Your Highness, do you mean we just need to do these little things well? Ryan asked, mustering his courage. That's right. Thorn nodded with a smile. Make your parts to the best of your ability. Then, I will personally teach you how to assemble these blocks into a miracle that can change the world. Yes, Your Highness. The 12 young people shouted in unison, creating a deafening roar. In their eyes, there was no longer any confusion, only a blazing flame that had been completely ignited. Their mentors, those experienced elders, saw an impossible whole. Under Thorn's guidance, they saw clear and distinct localities that could be conquered. The power of role models is boundless, especially when this role model is, in their hearts, an omnipotent God. For the next 3 days, this abandoned warehouse became the most mysterious and hottest place in the entire town of Wuguang. Thorn personally oversaw the operation, living and eating here. The young craftsmen displayed astonishing enthusiasm, working tirelessly day and night, their eyes bloodshot, like a group of fanatical believers, devoting all their energy to the small part they were responsible for. The process of tackling technical challenges was fraught with difficulties. The biggest challenge comes from part number 2, the plowshare. The curved iron sheet that required to be forged in one piece became a nightmare for Tyr's team. They tried every possible method, but either hammered the sheet to uneven thickness or made the curvature completely wrong, wasting several precious pieces of iron. Your Highness, no. This thing can't be made by knocking it out unless it's shaped by a god. Tyr was sweating profusely and on the verge of collapse. Thorn, however, remained calm and had a wooden box filled with damp sand brought in. Then, he personally dug out a depression in the sand that perfectly matched the curve of the plowshare. Now, forget your hammers, Thorn said to the dumbfounded Tyr. Go, heat the molten iron to its highest temperature, and then, like pouring steel, pour it into this mold. Casting. Use casting to make forged parts. This idea completely overturned Tyr's worldview. When the perfectly curved piece of iron was removed from the sand mold, Tyr and his companions looked at Thorn as if he were a god. So, you can do that. Another challenge came from the carpentry team. The curved plowshare required shaping the hard oak into an elegant arc. Ryan and his companions tried various methods, such as heating it with fire and pressing it with heavy objects, but the results were either scorching or breaking the wood. Your Highness, wood it won't listen to me, Ryan said with a mournful face. Thorn smiled. He had a large pot built to boil water, and then ordered a sealed wooden box to be made, with only 2 small holes for entry and exit. He piped steam into the wooden crate, and then placed the straight oak log inside. Give it a sauna, Thorn explained simply and bluntly. Once it's softened by the steam, it will become very obedient. As Ryan and his companions effortlessly fixed the scalding hot, moist oak into the mold, and watched it slowly cool and solidify into a perfect curve, their brains completely shut down. This lord not only understands metallurgy and textiles, he even understands the temperament of wood. Who exactly is he? What does he even know? This is no longer knowledge. This is omniscience. The bustling scene inside the warehouse naturally did not escape the notice of Drucker and his fellow master craftsmen, chems. On the surface, they seemed dismissive, saying things like, let those brats run wild. But their actions betrayed their true intentions. Every day, they would find various excuses to loiter around the warehouse. On the first day, when they saw Tyr's group carrying out a box of scrap metal, they wore a mocking smile that said, just as I expected. The next day, they saw that Ryan's team had broken several good oak logs. Drucker trembled with heartache and cursed them as spendthrifts. But on the third day, when they peeked through the crack in the door and saw a perfectly shaped curved iron sheet and a piece of wood with an unbelievably elegant curve neatly placed on the ground, their steps froze. The mockery and disdain on his face also froze. Then, how was that piece of metal made? Kim's rubbed his eyes, unable to believe it. That bend. How did you make that bend? Drucker's voice trembled. Without heating it, there wasn't a single scorch mark on the surface of the wood. They watched as those incredible parts, which seemed impossible to them to manufacture, were produced one after another by that group of young boys, as if by magic. Their worldview began to crumble. A feeling called wavering is quietly taking root and sprouting in their hearts, which are tightly wrapped by tradition and experience, like vines. The morning of the fourth day, the warehouse door was slowly pushed open. For the first time, sunlight shone into this mysterious space that had been closed for 3 days. In the center of the warehouse, a dozen or so parts of various sizes and shapes were neatly arranged on a clean linen cloth. Each part gleamed with the unique, brand-new luster of metal and wood, like sacred objects waiting to be awakened. 12 young people stood in 2 rows. Although they looked exhausted and their eyes were bloodshot, their spirits were higher than ever before, and their backs were straight. Thorn stood at the very front of all the parts, with a dense crowd of people behind him who had rushed over after hearing the news. There were curious townspeople and awe-inspiring soldiers, while on the outermost edge of the crowd stood Drucker, Kims, and a group of master craftsmen with complex expressions. Today will be the day we witness a miracle. Thorn's voice, though not loud, reached everyone's ears clearly. He didn't say another word, bent down, and picked up the first part. Plow bed. Ryan immediately stepped forward and shouted back, "Here." Thorn placed the plow firmly in the center. Plow. Another carpentry apprentice stepped forward and precisely aligned the graceful curve with the mortise of the plow. Plowshare. Plow review. Plow and build. Plowshare. Plow the wall. For every part Thorn called out, a young craftsman would step forward with the culmination of 3 days' work and personally install it in the designated position. The entire process was solemn and dignified, filled with a sense of ritual. It was no longer a simple assembly. It was a sacred coronation. Drucker and Kim stood on the periphery of the crowd, watching those parts they had once scorned mesh together perfectly, one after another, like the most precise gears. Their breathing became increasingly rapid. When Thorn picked up the last rivet and hammered it in, securing the plowshare to the plow bed completely. Clang. A crisp, long metallic clang echoed throughout the workshop area. Everything has settled down. Thorn straightened up and took a step back. A complete and unprecedented creation stood quietly before everyone. Its entire body gleams with the cold gleam of steel and the warmth of raw wood, its flowing lines exuding a sense of power and an indescribable elegance. Small and exquisite, it forms a stark and ironic contrast with the large, heavy, seemingly ancient straight-shafted plow leaning against the corner of the warehouse wall next door. One is a barbaric past. One is the future of civilization. The whole world seemed to have fallen silent. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the farm implement that resembled a work of art, their minds blank. It's so beautiful. This was the only thought in everyone's mind. It's so beautiful that it doesn't look like a tool that should be in the mud. Among the crowd, the old farmer who had seen Thorn yesterday was also squeezed to the front. He looked at the curved plow before him, his cloudy eyes filled with shock and confusion. He subconsciously reached out his calloused hand, wanting to touch it, but then stopped in mid-air, as if afraid that his rough skin would defile this sacred object. In the silence, a timid voice, full of doubt, rang out from some unknown corner, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. It's so beautiful, and its pointy tip is so small. Really, can it be used for plowing? Chapter 72, The Judgment of the Earth. That question, filled with skepticism and naivete, was like a drop of cold water thrown into boiling oil, instantly igniting a long-suppressed discussion throughout the room. Yeah, it's so lightweight, like a toy. She may look pretty, but working in the fields requires strength, not a pretty face. Our straight shaft plows are all made of the thickest and heaviest hardwood. They rely on their weight to press them into the soil. This one, I'm afraid it would fall over with a gust of wind. Questions, like a tidal wave, surged from all directions. This time, they were no longer the professional prejudices of the craftsmen, but the most basic and deeply ingrained common sense from every farmer who had spent their entire life working the land. There was no malice in their eyes, only a defense of ancestral experience and an instinctive distrust of this unorthodox object. Drucker and Kim stood on the outskirts of the crowd. They didn't speak, but the complex expressions on their faces, which had just been replaced by shock, were now tinged with a knowing, "I knew it," understanding. "See, Your Highness, it's not that we don't believe you. It's just the way things are in this world." Faced with a barrage of doubts, the 12 young craftsmen who had just been holding their heads high for creating a miracle turned pale. Their newly ignited confidence was instantly doused with cold water and teetered on the brink of collapse. However, Thorn, at the center of the storm, laughed. This is exactly the effect he wanted. Shatter the pinnacle of hope and rebuild an unbreakable faith from the ruins of despair. Here it comes, the classic segment. Questioning, understanding, becoming a believer. I know this script inside and out. I'll crush your values 100 times over before you understand what it means to be utterly crushed from a higher dimension. Well said. Thorn's voice, clear through the noisy crowd, reached everyone's ears. Instead of getting angry, he clapped his hands in agreement. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Since no one believes it, let the land itself make the judgment. He looked around the room, his gaze finally settling on the old farmer who had carried the straight-shafted plow yesterday. "Sir, what's your name?" The old farmer was startled and quickly bowed. "Your Highness, my name is Bart. Uncle Bart." Thorn pointed to the westernmost wasteland on the outskirts of town, a place no one had ever dared to cultivate. Everyone in town knows that the soil there is hard and compacted, as hard as stone. Can we even make a furrow in that with our old plows? Uncle Bart's face twitched, and he shook his head repeatedly. "Your Highness, you must be joking. That place is a devil's den, let alone digging a ditch. Even a cow's hoof would find it too uncomfortable to step on. For so many years, no one has been able to touch it." Very good. This was the answer Thorn wanted. His voice suddenly rose, as if he were issuing a divine decree. "Today, on the Ghost's Bane, we will hold the fairest showdown between the old and new eras." He pointed at Uncle Bart. "Uncle Bart, you, with our 2 best oxen and our heaviest straight-shafted plow, conquer it." Then he pointed to a young farmer of medium build who looked ordinary in the crowd. "What's your name?" The young man was flattered and stammered. "Your Highness, my name is Phil." "Phil." Thorn pointed to the brand new curved plow. "You only need 1 ox to conquer it with this new toy. Today, everyone in the town is a judge. The land is the only testing ground. Let's see for ourselves whether the rules of our ancestors are more binding, or the steel of Thorn is sharper." These words, filled with unquestionable confidence and arrogance, instantly ignited everyone's emotions. Go and challenge the Devil's Bane. A public showdown using both old and new plows? This is no longer an experiment. It is a gamble of the century that stakes the Lord's reputation and future hopes. The crowd erupted in excitement, automatically parting to make way for Thorn, and marched in a grand procession toward the legendary barren land. The name Ghost Sorrow for this wasteland is well-deserved. The ground was a dry, grayish-white color, its cracked lines resembling an old man's skin. Even the few clumps of tenacious weeds looked withered and lifeless. This place was synonymous with despair. Uncle Bart took a deep breath. He had been put in this position and had no choice but to grit his teeth and go for it. He untied the 2 strongest oxen and harnessed them to the heavy straight-shafted plow. "Drive." He raised his whip and lashed it hard across the cow's rump. The 2 oxen let out a painful growl, their 4 hooves straining with all their might, their muscles bulging and veins bulging. They dragged the heavy wooden plow forward, step by step, with great difficulty. "Hey, let's go." Uncle Bart was giving it his all, pressing down hard on the plow handles with both hands, putting all his weight on it, his face turning red, and sweat pouring down his forehead. Crunch, squeak, crackle. A harsh, teeth-grinding scraping sound rang out. The heavy plowshare scraped against the hard ground like a fingernail desperately scraping against an iron plate. It's slipping. It's pulsating. It simply cannot break through the earth's hard surface. The two oxen were exhausted and foaming at the mouth, and Uncle Bart was putting in all his strength, but the plow, like a stubborn old man, refused to bow its head. A full quarter of an hour passed. Even the most optimistic person in the crowd fell silent. Uncle Bart finally stopped, exhausted. He was panting heavily as he looked at the spoils behind him, his old face filled with shame. The so-called furrow was nothing more than a broken white scratch less than half a finger deep. It's both laughable and pathetic. The struggles of the old era ended in failure in the most direct and tragic way. Drucker and Kim's faces drained of all color. They knew better than anyone that this was the strongest force that Darkness Town could muster. Even the strongest power can only leave a white mark. That light and airy toy. Everyone's eyes instinctively turned to the other side. Young Phil was so nervous that his palms were sweating. He led only one ox, which looked far less imposing than the two magnificent ones, and harnessed it to the beautiful curved plow. To be honest, he had absolutely no confidence. This thing is too light. He could lift it with one hand. Don't be afraid. Thorn walked to his side, patted his shoulder, and whispered instructions. Remember what I taught you. Don't use brute force to press it down, hold it steady, and let it walk on its own. Phil nodded heavily and took a deep breath. Drive. He gave the reins a gentle tug. The cow started to walk. Under the watchful eyes of everyone who held their breath, a miraculous scene unfolded. There was no teeth-grinding scraping sound. There was a soft, plop sound, like a sharp knife cutting through a piece of warm butter. The small, sharp plowshare sank into the hard earth effortlessly in an instant. Immediately afterwards, that strangely shaped plowshare began to perform its mysterious and unpredictable function. Splash. The black, damp soil was no longer torn apart, but rather turned over completely to one side like a smooth wave. Easy. Smooth. It's so elegant. It doesn't look like tilling the land, but rather like creating an art piece. Phil didn't even feel much resistance. He only needed to hold the plow handle and control the direction, and the ox pulled the plow steadily, firmly, and unstoppably forward. The whole world fell silent. Everyone was petrified. Their mouths were agape, their eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out of their sockets, staring intently at the neat and deep black furrow that stretched ever forward, their minds completely blank. This is the devil's bane. This is clearly a soft, fertile soil waiting to be sown. No, it's impossible. In the crowd, someone uttered a dreamlike whisper. An old farmer subconsciously rubbed his eyes and then pinched his thigh hard. The intense pain caused him to let out a suppressed cry, which also brought him fully awake. This is not an illusion. That thing they mocked as a toy is creating miracles in a way they can neither understand nor imagine. The battle continues. Or rather, it can no longer be called a duel. It was a one-sided, inhumane, crushing defeat. The same 15 minutes. Uncle Bart and his two cows were still panting heavily in the same spot, the white trails behind them still so glaring. Meanwhile, Phil had already driven the curved plow, effortlessly making 4 rounds back and forth. A neatly arranged field, hundreds of meters long and nearly 10 meters wide, covered with glossy black soil, suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. The efficiency gap is not 2 times, not 3 times, 10 times, or even more. Moreover, with 2 oxen and 1 person on each side, they were exhausted. On the other side, a cow and a man strolled leisurely. Thump. In the crowd, someone, I don't know who, was the first to kneel down. Then came the second, the third. Like dominoes falling, hundreds and thousands of farmers, facing the newly born black land exuding hope, and the quietly standing, seemingly divinely created curved plow, knelt down with tears in their eyes and in devotion. They are not kneeling before Thorn. They are kneeling in worship of a tangible future called harvest. However, there was one person who did not kneel. He rushed out of the crowd like a madman, staggering towards the newly turned land. It's Drucker. The old carpenter rushed to the edge of the field, his knees buckled, and he knelt on the soft soil. He stretched out his calloused, trembling hands and scooped up a handful of black, moist, and vibrant soil. The fragrance of the soil filled his nostrils. He felt the soft texture, then suddenly looked up at the ingeniously designed and smoothly operating curved plow. That curved plowshare wasn't just for show. It was there to save effort. That small plowshare wasn't made with cheap materials. It was designed to make breaking ground more efficient. That strange plowshare wasn't a wild idea. It was there to make turning the soil easier. Every design he once scoffed at, every detail he thought violated ancestral laws, at this moment, turned into a series of resounding slaps, striking his face hard. What is experience? What is tradition? Faced with absolute and overwhelming scientific truth, his so-called truth, that he clung to his whole life, is a huge joke. I was wrong. Old Drucker trembled violently, and his cloudy tears flowed out like a burst dam. I was wrong. I was so wrong. He turned around abruptly and kowtowed heavily to the young lord who stood tall and straight on the high slope in the distance. Your Highness. He used all his strength to cry out hoarsely, his voice filled with endless regret and the deepest repentance. I'm blind. I'm a fool. A blind man who's clinging to a stone from a latrine as if it were a treasure. You're not out of your mind. It's our brains that have been rusted shut by the rules of our ancestors. Please, punish my ignorance. Punish my short-sightedness. This kneeling, this confession, was like a heavy hammer blow, completely shattering the last stubborn barrier in everyone's hearts. The thunderous cheers finally erupted at this moment. A miracle. This is a true miracle. We're saved. Dark Town is saved. Long live Lord Thorn. The farmers scrambled to their feet and rushed frantically toward the curved plow. They dared not touch Thorn, pouring all their fervor into this sacred object. They carefully stroked its smooth wood and cold iron, their eyes burning with the most fervent desire for the future. Thorn stood on high ground, quietly watching the frenzied ocean below. He knew that from this moment on, the flames of the agricultural revolution had been completely ignited in Wuguang Town. Tools are no longer a problem. Next, it comes down to the people. He raised his hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet. The frenzied shouts miraculously subsided. Thousands of eyes were fixed on him, awaiting a new divine decree. Thorn's gaze swept over every excited and hopeful face, and his voice, steady and powerful, echoed in the air above Ghost's sorrow. 1 plow is not enough. 10 plows are not enough. I want the curved plow to flow like molten iron today, throughout every corner of Wuguang Town. However, having tools but no people is still just scratching the surface of the earth. He took a deep breath and unveiled a grand plan that was enough to get everyone's blood pumping. I hereby declare, from this day forward, the Wuguang Town Agricultural Production and Construction Corps is hereby established. All farmers, all those willing to change their destiny with their own hands, are welcome to join. Members of the Corps will have priority access to the use of curved plows. 70% of the first year's harvest from the reclaimed wasteland will belong to you personally. We have only one goal. Thorn extended his 5 fingers and, under everyone's gaze, slowly clenched them into a fist. Before the harsh winter arrives, expand the arable land area of the Dark Territory 5-fold. I want to transform this barren land into a golden granary flowing with milk and honey. Are you willing to join me in the final assault against hunger and poverty? Silence. A deathly silence. Then came a roar 100 times stronger than before, powerful enough to shake the heavens and earth. Willing. We do. Fuck them. War on hunger. Amidst the frenzied shouts, a barely perceptible smile curved Thorn's lips. Done. Next, it's time to let these primitive people, stimulated by both industry and agriculture, see what a military-style, farming, and building army rapids approach really looks like. Chapter 73, The Song of the Iron Ox. The old carpenter Drucker's cry, filled with regret and relief, became the background noise of the complete collapse of the old era. And from this moment on, the gears of the new era began to spin at an almost insane speed. They're insane. They're all fucking insane. Inside the blacksmith shop, Prometheus stood shirtless, his muscles bulging, sweat pouring down his face like streams. His eyes were bloodshot as he wielded a sledgehammer, smashing a piece of red-hot steel, sending sparks flying. He was muttering curses, but his hands were full of piety. He wasn't cursing Thorn, he was cursing himself. I've been a blacksmith for 30 years, and I still can't understand a single plowshare. Shameful. Utterly shameful. Clang. 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 Every strike was delivered with all his might. Every strike seemed like a confession offered to the creation he named Divine Plow. The atmosphere in the woodworking shop next door was equally enthusiastic. Drucker seemed to have become 20 years younger. He was no longer the slow-paced old man who clung to ancestral rules, but had become a devilish foreman who could not tolerate even a grain of sand in his eyes. Bend. The curve is wrong. Redo it. A mere hair's breadth off. Are you insulting His Highness's intelligence? Chop him up and use him as firewood. Speed. Speed. You bunch of cowards. His Highness is waiting for his plow. The entire town of Wuguang is waiting for his plow. Your actions are a desecration of life. The young apprentices were berated mercilessly, yet not one dared to complain. Their eyes, too, burned with a fire. Their masters, the two most outstanding masters in Dark Town, have completely transformed into the Lord's most loyal and fanatical followers. Thorn looked at the bustling scene without feeling anything. He even felt a little amused. Holy crap, this is CPU overload, and they've already converted? If I'd known you guys were so susceptible to PUA tactics, why did I waste all that effort explaining? However, enthusiasm alone, without the right methods, is just a bunch of headless flies. It's time to give these medieval folks a management lesson from the future. Thorn did not disturb the two masters' self-redemption. He directly called Tyr and Lane, the two young leaders who had been completely brainwashed by him, aside. From today onwards, you two will be in charge of the blacksmith shop and the carpentry workshop, respectively. Your tasks are not to forge iron or saw wood. You are the process officers. Process officer? The two young people looked completely bewildered. What were these incomprehensible words from the divine realm? Thorn didn't bother to explain. He simply picked up a charcoal pencil and drew a simple flowchart on the ground. Master Kems is in charge of forging the plowshare. Master Drucker is in charge of making the plowshare shaft. This is the core, and also the most difficult. Let them tackle it, and pursue perfection. The rest of you dismantle it. Thorn's pen danced across the floor. You are only responsible for cutting the iron. You are only responsible for melting the iron. You are only responsible for pouring it into the mold. The three of you will form the plowshare team. I demand that you produce 10 standard plowshares for me within 1 hour. He then turned to carpentry apprenticeship. You are only responsible for drilling the mortises. You are only responsible for polishing the plowshare. You are only responsible for giving the wood a sauna treatment. Each of you is only responsible for one thing. Do it as fast as possible. Do it with the most skill. Do it so that you can do it without making a mistake even with your eyes closed. Finally, all the parts will be sent to the warehouse. Ryan, you will lead the final assembly team to put them together. This is what we call assembly line work. Everyone is a cog in this assembly line. You don't need to think about the big picture. You just need to keep turning your own gear. Tyr and Lane listened with their eyes wide open. Their brains were frantically trying to comprehend this entirely new and incredible theory. Break down a complex task into countless simple, repetitive actions? To turn everyone into a wooden person who can only do one thing? Will this work? Your Highness, Tyr asked, mustering his courage. Wouldn't this be too inhumane? Treating people like tools? Thorn finished the sentence for him, a cold smile appearing on his face. In times of war, efficiency is the greatest form of humanity. Go and execute. Yes, Your Highness. Despite being filled with doubts, blind trust in Thorn overwhelmed everything. When this brand new production model was forcibly implemented, the entire workshop area erupted in chaos. The master craftsmen, who were used to completing a piece of work independently from start to finish, issued a strong protest. What? You want me to just drill this one hole all day long? Wouldn't that make me look like an idiot? Why can't I touch a hammer? All I know how to do is cut iron. This is an insult to my craft. However, their protests were instantly silenced by the murderous eyes of Drucker and Kems. His Highness's orders are divine decrees. Anyone who dares to question them, get out of the workshop. Under the iron-fisted suppression of the two masters, the assembly line was forcibly started in Wuguang Town in an unprecedented manner. The first day was fraught with difficulties and complaints. Production, 15 units. The next day, the process was smoothed out, and the complaints decreased. Production, 30 units. On the third day, everyone had become silent, highly efficient machines. Production, 52 units. When the 52nd brand-new, metallic-looking farm implement was carried out of the assembly warehouse, the entire workshop area was deathly silent. All the craftsmen, young and old, stared blankly at the mountain of divine objects piled up at the warehouse entrance, their minds completely blank. 5 days ago, even if all of them combined their efforts and spent a month, they might not be able to build one. Now 52 units a day? This is no longer production. This is creation. An unprecedented sense of accomplishment, stemming from the collective, from order, and from efficiency, overwhelmed every craftsman like a tsunami. They looked at each other, their eyes no longer filled with complaints, but with an almost manic worship of the system. Thorn gave this divine object a resounding name. Tractor. Because it will plow a brand new future for Darktown, just like a tireless steel ox. However, new problems soon arose. On the 7th day, when the number of iron bulls in the warehouse exceeded 200, the newly appointed commander of the Agricultural Production and Construction Corps, old Farmer Bart, with a bitter face, went to Thorn. Your Highness, plowing enough. What do you mean enough? Thorn frowned. My target is 500 units. No, Your Highness. Uncle Bart's face was almost contorted with bitterness. It's because we don't have enough cows. He counted on his fingers, doing the math for Thorn. In our entire town, there are only 73 oxen of all sizes that can pull plows. Even if we work 3 shifts a day and exhaust the oxen to death, we can only get about 70 iron oxen running. The rest, the remaining 100 or so iron oxen, are just sleeping in the warehouse. They can't run. Thorn. Damn it. They were so focused on getting loot that they forgot the number of players in the starting village is limited. Now this is awkward. There's a serious overproduction, and the equipment is just sitting in the warehouse getting moldy. Isn't this just like a gold farming operation in a game getting banned and having its account throttled by the official developers? This is a dead end. Animal power was the natural ceiling for agricultural development in this era. Without enough oxen and horses, even the best plow was just a pile of scrap metal. Thorn paced back and forth in the Lord's manor, while Lord stood quietly to the side, saying nothing. What to do? To rob? To buy? Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Thorn's gaze inadvertently swept across the window. He saw the new camp belonging to the Arachne tribe not far away. A spider warrior effortlessly hoisted a massive log that would require 7 or 8 strong men to lift onto her shoulder, her 8 spider legs moving steadily along the rugged mountain path, as if walking on flat ground. Thorn abruptly stopped in his tracks. An absurd, bold, even insane idea, like lightning, instantly cleaved through the fog in his mind. Ox. Who says you have to use oxen to pull a plow? Holy crap. Not enough cows, so spiders are making up the difference. What the hell is this? Cyberpunk farming game. 8 legs, for wheel drive. No, 8-wheel drive. Built in hydraulic suspension. Incredible torque. Isn't this much better than that beat-up, four-legged bull? Thorn's breathing became rapid instantly. On his face appeared that smile that Drucker and Semesis both knew all too well, a smile belonging to a god. A smile that was about to overturn the world. Lord. He turned his head, his voice tinged with barely suppressed excitement. Prepare the horses. We're going to see a real Hercules. The camp of the Arachne people. Chieftain Corvana watched as her people built their new homes using spider silk and wood. Upon seeing Thorn's arrival, she immediately went to greet him. My lord, what brings you here? Corvana. Thorn said bluntly. I need your help. Please give your orders. Corvana replied without hesitation. Thorn took a deep breath and pointed to the vast, uncultivated wasteland in the distance. I need your warriors to conquer that land. A battle. Corvana's eyes sharpened instantly. Who is the enemy? The enemy is barrenness. Thorn shook his head, and then he said something that made Corvana freeze on the spot. I need your warriors to pull the plow. The air seemed to freeze. An expression of disbelief appeared on Corvana's heroic face. Pulling a plow? She doubted she had heard correctly. My lord, you mean to make my noble Arachne warriors, who take pride in battle, be shackled like those lowly livestock, and plow the fields? Her voice unconsciously carried a hint of coldness and humiliation. This is an offense to her entire race. They are born hunters, queens of the forest. They would bleed for Thorn and fight to the death for him, but they would never accept such an insult. No. Thorn looked into her dark red eyes, where the flames of vigilance had been rekindled, and slowly shook his head. I'm not treating them like livestock. His voice was seductive. I am inviting them to become the chariots of the earth. Cattle and horses can only leave a shallow mark on the land. But you, warriors of Arachne, your power is enough to tear the earth apart and reshape the mountains and rivers. Those are not shackles. They are the reins that tether the earth. That's not farmland. That's a war waged against barrenness. You will be the invincible siege beasts in this war. Thorn's every word struck Corvana's heart like a heavy hammer. Her anger, which had been fueled by the offense, gradually subsided, replaced by an unprecedented and redefined sense of awe. The chariot of the earth? A siege behemoth? This man always manages to depict something seemingly insignificant from an unbelievable angle, making it so magnificent, so exhilarating. Go ahead and give it a try. Thorn's tone was full of confidence. Let your people experience firsthand what it is like to use their own power to revive all things. Corvana fell silent. She turned around and glanced at the tribesmen who had gathered around out of curiosity because of Thorn's arrival. Finally, she nodded. Good. Half an hour later. The Ghost Sorrow wasteland has once again become the focus of everyone's attention. This time, the protagonist is a tall, muscular spider warrior. She looked at the strange creation called Iron Bull in front of her, and then at the wrap that Thorn had made for her, made of the toughest spider silk and soft leather. Her face was full of resistance and awkwardness. Under the incredulous gaze of thousands of human farmers, she reluctantly put the harness on her strong upper body. Remember, use the strength of your core, like you're pouncing on prey. Thorn instructed from the side. The Spider-Woman warrior took a deep breath, and her 8 ferocious spider legs, like steel claws, pierced deeply into the hard ground. Drink. She let out a low growl and suddenly thrust forward. The next second, a scene that everyone will never forget has appeared. Boom! That Iron Bull seemed to be dragged along by an invisible prehistoric behemoth, emitting a roar that was unable to bear the burden. Soil, stones, and grass roots were frantically swirled up and tossed into the air. A ravine nearly half a meter wide and a foot deep, as black as ink, spread wildly across the wasteland with an overwhelming force. Quick! That's too fast. That's not farmland at all. That's an earth dragon turning over. It's a god using a giant sword to cleave the earth. The Spider-Woman warrior was also stunned. She used less than half her strength to feel that unparalleled force of breaking through the earth. An unprecedented, pure sense of power surged through her, making her blood boil. She stopped and looked back at the shocking scar on her back, then at her 8 spider legs firmly rooted to the ground. Turn out to be. Her power, used here, is so terrifying. Oh my God! In the crowd, a farmer's legs buckled, and he knelt down on the ground. All of humanity seemed to be petrified, their mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. If the previous curved plow was a miracle, what you see before your eyes is divine punishment. It is the most brutal and unreasonable judgment on this barren land. Corvana's body swayed violently. She looked at her soldiers, at the grotesque furrow, and her eyes blazed with unparalleled light. She understood. Lord Thorn did not lie to her. This is war. A brand new war belonging to Arachne. She turned around abruptly and roared like thunder at her clansmen who were equally shocked behind her. All soldiers, step forward. Our battlefield is no longer a dark forest. This is it. This vast land. Let these mortals see. What is Arachne's true power? Roar. Dozens of spider warriors let out excited and wild roars. They rushed toward the mountains of iron oxen, scrambling to put on their harnesses, like a group of heavily armored cavalry about to charge into enemy lines. A magnificent pioneering symphony, worthy of being recorded in history, has begun. On the vast wilderness, dozens of Arachne warriors, with their 8 steel-like legs, moved forward like rows of black tanks, pulling the iron oxen with a deafening roar. A black wave surged wildly from beneath their feet toward the horizon, and behind them, hundreds and thousands of farmers followed this unstoppable tide, scattering seeds mixed with wood ash into the newly awakened, moist land. They sang ancient songs, their faces beaming with smiles they had never seen before. One is responsible for deep cultivation, and the other is responsible for sowing seeds. One is responsible for creating, and the other for protecting. Humans and spiders, 2 species that were once wary of and even hostile to each other, formed a perfect and moving collaboration at this moment. As the sun sets, it paints the entire earth in gold. The newly reclaimed land stretches out in neat rows like a chessboard, seemingly endless. A bountiful harvest appears to be within reach. Everyone was cheering and celebrating. For the first time, the warriors of Arachne discovered that their power, besides bringing death and destruction, could also give birth to new life and hope. They huddled together, stroking their muscles that ached from exertion, their faces bearing smiles of satisfaction greater than any victory they had ever won. However, in this sea of revelry, there was only one person who did not laugh. Thorn stood on the ridge of the field, bent down, and grabbed a handful of freshly turned soil. The soil in his hands was warm and soft. But it's too dry. With a gentle squeeze, the handful of black soil, a symbol of hope, turned into dry dust, which slipped through his fingers. He raised his head and looked at the cloudless sky, which was burned red by the sunset. It's been almost a month. Not a single drop of rain fell. He knew that an enemy more deadly and irresistible than tools or manpower had quietly seized the throat of Wugwangling. Lord, he spoke softly, his voice carrying a hint of solemnity that went unnoticed by anyone. We have awakened the earth. But if we can't make the sky cry, then what we build with our own hands will be the largest in the world. Graveyard. I feel like this is written in a bit of a Chinibu style. Chapter 74, The Thirsty Land. The handful of black soil, a symbol of hope, turned into dry dust between his fingers and slipped away. Thorn's heart sank little by little along with the handful of dust. Holy crap, I just finished bragging about building a gold mine, and then God unplugged my internet? This script is wrong. Shouldn't it be that once the king unleashes his domineering aura, the weather immediately improves and auspicious omens descend? How did it turn into a hardcore survival game for me, with a hellish desert start? System, are you asleep? Come out and chat for a few cents. What happened to your newbie protection period? Did the dog eat it? The system was completely silent. Not even a beep could be heard. Thorn raised his head, and for the first time, his face, which always wore a mysterious smile in front of others, was devoid of any smile in the afterglow of the setting sun. He looked down at the sea of revelry, at the farmers who wept with joy at having cultivated thousands of acres of fertile land, and at the spider warriors who roared to the heavens in celebration of their newfound glory. Their joy was genuine. Their hopes are real. The fervor for land reclamation, like the receding tide, came quickly and went just as fast. Instead, a suffocating, anxious silence prevailed. The third day, the only water source in Wugwang town, those few small ponds that could barely sustain the town before the dry season, had its shallowest pond bottom completely exposed, cracked, and covered with white alkali. Several poor little fish that couldn't escape in time lay there, mouths agape, now stiff and dried. The children no longer played by the water. They just stared blankly at the dry mud, as if they could see their future fate. Day 5. Phil, the young farmer, the lucky one who was the first to ride the iron ox and create a miracle, rushed into the Lord's mansion like a madman. He didn't cry, but his eyes, which had once been full of hope, were now bloodshot, and his face was filled with a terror more desperate than crying. He was holding something in his hands. Your Highness. Phil's voice was hoarse, as if it had been sanded, and he opened his palms with trembling hands. Inside was a handful of wheat seedlings that had just sprouted from the soil. They should have been lush and vibrant. But now, they have turned a sickly, withered yellow, with curled leaf tips and shriveled roots, like a group of newborn babies whose vitality has been strangled. Your Highness, it's dying. Phil's voice was choked with tears. I just watered it yesterday, using up the last bit of water I had in my house. And this morning it's like this. It's thirsty, it's dying of thirst. Thorn looked at the handful of withered seedlings and felt as if his heart was being squeezed tightly by an invisible hand. He knew this was just the beginning. Phil's field was the first. Soon there would be a second, a third, until that vast, newly reclaimed area, which held everyone's hopes, was completely turned into a barren, yellow graveyard. Grass. I fucking forgot that the most water-consuming time is when seeds germinate. This isn't farming. I'm using the hopes of the entire town to stage a grand desert greening performance art piece. And it's destined to fail. On the 7th day, the worst thing finally happened. At the eastern end of the town, there is the last public water collection point, which still has a shallow layer of murky, muddy water. Two farmers who used to be neighbors and could sit together drinking and boasting, turned against each other over half a bucket of water. Put it down. I saw it first. A tall, thin man clutched the wooden bucket tightly, his eyes bloodshot. Bullshit. Another short, stocky farmer grabbed him by the collar, spitting all over his face. My wife is almost dying of thirst. Didn't your land just get water yesterday? That little bit of water is nowhere near enough. You can't even see a splash if you pour it. Let me tell you, anyone who tries to take this bucket of water today, I'll fight them to the death. Fight to the death? Fine. I've fucking had enough of living. Bang! The dull thud of a fist hitting a cheek was so jarring. They wrestled, cursed, and tore at each other. The bucket of mud, as precious as holy water, was overturned in the scramble and quickly seeped into the parched earth, leaving not a trace. The two men were stunned, then burst into even more frantic, desperate roars, like two trapped beasts rolling around in the mud. The people around watched numbly. No one stepped forward to break up the fight. In their eyes, there was no sympathy, only a fear of kinship. They knew that today it was the two of them, but tomorrow it could be themselves. On the fields of hope, fangs called despair have grown. That's enough. A cold voice, not loud, yet clearly drowned out all the noise. Lord appeared there without anyone noticing. He hadn't even drawn his sword. He simply stepped forward and, in front of the two farmers who were still fighting, extended his right hand, clad in steel armor, and picked up the wooden bucket that had been trampled and deformed. Then, under the horrified gaze of everyone, slowly tighten your 5 fingers. Crack, squeak, snap. The sturdy wooden barrel, like a cookie crushed by a giant, turned into a pile of twisted fragments with a tooth-grinding sound. Lord released his grip, letting the fragments fall to the ground. He said nothing, but simply scanned the area with his unwavering gray eyes. The entire water intake point was deathly silent. The two farmers, who had been fighting fiercely, suddenly felt as if they had been doused with a bucket of ice water. They shuddered, released each other, and collapsed to the ground, panting heavily with empty eyes. The crisis was temporarily suppressed by overwhelming force. But everyone knows that the string called order has been stretched to its limit. With just a little more pressure, it will completely break down. That evening, Thorn issued the harshest decree since he took office. State of emergency order for Wuguang Town. First, effective immediately, all public water sources will be taken over by the Lord's Guard and allocated in a unified manner. Second, a strict water rationing system will be implemented throughout the town. Each person may receive 2 liters of domestic water per day upon presentation of their identification card. It is strictly forbidden to hoard or resell water resources. Third, all agricultural irrigation is suspended, pending unified planning by the Lord's Mansion. Anyone who takes water for irrigation without authorization will be considered a rebel and executed on the spot. Fourth, establish a water patrol team, personally led by Knight Commander Lord, to patrol day and night. Those who disobey will be severely punished. When the decree was posted in the square, there were no cheers or angry protests from the crowd as usual. There was only a chilling, deathly silence. Everyone had their heads down, the smiles long gone. replaced by deep worry and a sense of powerlessness, as if fate had them by the throat. The once bustling fields have fallen into complete silence. Those brand-new iron bulls were neatly parked in the warehouse, and soon a thin layer of dust settled on them, like silent steel tombstones. As people gazed upon that vast but parched land, the light of hope in their eyes was slowly fading. The town of no light seems to have returned to the way it was when Thorn first arrived. No, it's worse than that. The numbness we felt then stemmed from the lack of hope. The despair we feel now comes from watching hope wither and die right before our eyes. In the study of the Lord's manor, Thorn stood by the window, looking down at the long line of people waiting in the square to collect their pitiful 2 liters of water. The procession, winding and twisting, resembled a giant, lifeless gray serpent. He felt unprecedented pressure. This pressure was 100 times heavier than facing Buck's provocation, Heck's arrogance, or Baron Roscoe's charge. Those enemies are visible and tangible. If you're strong enough, you can smash someone with a single punch or cut them down with a single sword strike. But this time, his enemy is this land, this damned nature. Damn it, when I read novels, the protagonist would unleash their domineering aura, and either heavenly rains would fall or a divine spring would appear. Why is it that in my story, there isn't even a beginner's bonus level? When it comes to fighting people, I can use a dimensional reduction attack. But when it comes to fighting against God, where am I even supposed to find its dimension? Not even a complaint hotline. This after-sales service is terrible. I'm giving it a bad review. System, if you don't show yourself soon, believe me, I'll just give up and lead the whole town to petition in the capital. I'll say your cheat system isn't what it claims to be, and it's suspected of false advertising. The system remained aloof, playing dead to the very end. Thorn scratched his head in frustration. He knew that complaining wouldn't solve anything. He has locked himself in his study for 2 days. Water purification technology? It's useless. The problem isn't water quality, it's water quantity. There's not even any wastewater, so what's the point of purifying it? Digging a well? He had already sent people to try it. Those deep wells that were expected to be the best were dug down more than 10 meters, and all they found were hard, dry rocks and sand. For the first time, he experienced the feeling of being at a loss for what to do. Modern knowledge appears so pale in the face of the absolute power of nature. Your Highness. The study door was pushed open, and the Home Secretary, Pete, walked in. His face was paler than the earth outside, and he held several old, musty-smelling parchment maps in his hands. These past 2 days, Thorn has been tasking him with digging out every document and map he could find in the Lord's warehouse about the lightless territory, hoping to find a clue about the water source. Any results? Thorn turned around, his voice carrying a hint of anticipation that he himself didn't realize. Pete's lips trembled slightly. He didn't dare look Thorn in the eye, but simply lowered his head and slowly unrolled an ancient map on the table. It was a map drawn on the hide of an unknown animal, its edges tattered and the writing illegible. But it was still faintly discernible that it was a map of the Wugwang territory and its surrounding area drawn hundreds of years ago, when the empire was first established. Mountains, hills, forests, all are clearly marked. Only, Your Highness, I've searched everywhere. Pete's voice, as if squeezed out from between his teeth, was filled with despair. I have read documents spanning 500 years, from the notes of the first pioneering baron in the 37th year of the imperial calendar to the tax records of the previous lord in the 1024th year of the imperial calendar. He raised his bloodless face, his eyes filled with a light that had been completely extinguished. No rivers are marked on any of the maps, not even a single stable stream. In all the written records, whether official reports or private diaries, the same word is mentioned repeatedly. Pete's fingers trembled as he pointed to the 3 words, lightless territory, written in dark red ancient imperial language on the map. He took a deep breath, as if using all his strength, and recited the annotation he had found in a pioneer's diary that had plunged him into an icy abyss. This place is a land abandoned by heaven. For 100 generations, there has been no river, only no light. Chapter 75, Legend in the Mist. Land abandoned by heaven. Pete's voice, which sounded like a death sentence, echoed heavily in the deathly silent study, striking Thorn's eardrums again and again. The air seemed to freeze. Even the sunlight streaming in from the window, which should have been blazing, appeared pale and weak. No river flows through the ages. These 4 words, like 4 insurmountable mountains, crashed down, threatening to crush all the budding hopes into dust. After saying those words, Pete was completely exhausted. He lowered his head, unable to look Thorn in the eye. He was afraid to see that face, always so full of confidence and miracles, reveal the same utter despair as his own. However, what he received was neither rage nor despair. Instead, it was a soft chuckle. Oh! Thorn's voice was soft, yet it was like a sharp icicle, instantly piercing the suffocating silence. Pete looked up abruptly, staring at Thorn in disbelief. His lord was slowly, finger by finger, kneading the handful of dry soil he had grabbed from the field back together. Dust fell softly from between his fingers. There was no despair on his face. Instead, a near mad, icy flame ignited in those deep eyes. Land abandoned by heaven. To hell with this God-forsaken land. I didn't transmigrate here to listen to God preach fatalism to me. Documents were written by the dead, maps were drawn by the dead. Just because they can't find them doesn't mean they don't exist. Pete. Thorn spoke, his voice eerily calm. Burn all these moldy parchments. Huh. Pete was taken aback, completely unable to follow Thorn's train of thought. I said burn it. Thorn's tone left no room for argument. What use are these things except telling us no? Impossible. Give up. They are epitaphs for cowards, not instruction manuals for pioneers. He turned around, his gaze sharp as a knife, and stared directly at Pete. Documents can lie, but memories from a lifetime can't. Go find a living map. A living map? Go find the oldest hunter in town. Thorn's voice suddenly rose. That old monster who supposedly can smell the tracks of beasts from 3 days ago. That old fellow who roams in and out of the misty forest, who's lived long enough to collect his teeth. Bring him to me. Now. Immediately. Thorn's order was like a shot of adrenaline, piercing Pete's heart, which was on the verge of stopping. Yes, Your Highness hasn't given up yet. How could he give up? A sliver of color returned to Pete's ashen face. He nodded heavily and practically tumbled out of the study. Half an hour later, an old man, reeking of a mixture of wild animal fur and aged tobacco, was brought before Thorn. He was so old. His skin was like dried tree bark, deep furrows concealing the dust of time. His back was hunched, as if a gust of wind could knock him over at any moment. Only his eyes, sunken deep in their sockets, still retained a trace of a hunter's wary glint. His name is Gray, the patriarch of all hunters in town. It is said that in his youth, he could stay alone in the misty forest for a month. Your Highness. Gray's voice was like 2 pieces of sand rubbing together. He wanted to kneel down, but Thorn held him up. Uncle Gray, don't stand on ceremony. Thorn personally brought him a chair and got straight to the point. I called you here to ask you one thing. He stared into the old hunter's eyes. Is there really no river on this land? This question caused a complex and unfathomable light to flash in the old hunter's cloudy eyes. In that light were fear, awe, and a tremor stemming from a distant memory. He remained silent for a long time, his chapped lips moving as if hesitating whether to speak. Your Highness, why do you insist on finding that thing that shouldn't have been found? He asked tremblingly. There's hope. Thorn's heart skipped a beat. Because it can save everyone's lives, Thorn said succinctly. Gray's cloudy gaze swept over the apathetic crowd queuing for water under the scorching sun outside the window. He sighed deeply, as if making a decision. Yes, yes. His voice was extremely low, as if he were telling a forbidden secret. But that's not a river. That's a living, giant python. A silver, glowing python. My grandfather, when he was young, was even crazier than me. In pursuit of a rare white deer, he ventured deeper into the misty forest than anyone else. He got lost, and just as he was about to die of thirst, he heard a voice. Gray's body began to tremble involuntarily. Boom, boom, like endless thunder coming from underground. He followed the sound, hid behind a rock, and then he saw it. A giant python whose head and tail can't be seen is rushing through the bottomless canyon. The water is more violent than the angrier bull. When it crashes against the rocks, the splashes are higher than houses. Just listening to the sound of the water makes your bones go numb. My grandfather said he was so scared his legs went weak. He wanted to go down and get a drink of water, but he saw all the powerful beasts in the forest, those monsters that even giant bears would avoid, were lying far away at the edge of the canyon, facing the river, as if they were worshipping their king. He dared not move, not even a little bit. He felt like a thief who had broken into a temple, and if he made the slightest sound, he would be torn to pieces by those guards. As the old hunter finished speaking, he took a big gulp of water, and the fear in his eyes seemed to overflow. He barely escaped with his life, and on the way back, he was only lightly brushed on the shoulder by the claw of a shadow cat. Gray lifted his tattered leather jacket, revealing his withered shoulders. Above were 3 deep claw marks that revealed the bone and remained gruesome even decades after healing. He told me that place was a forbidden zone. It was the kingdom of wild beasts. That river was their sacred ground. Mortals were not allowed to approach. Even a single glance would cost them their lives. The study was deathly silent. Only the old hunter's heavy breathing could be heard. Thorn's heart was in turmoil. Giant python, sacred site, wild beasts worshipping. Holy crap, this guy's treating a geographical wonder like a myth. The water's rushing and thunderous roar, isn't that just a typical canyon rapid? And the wild animals gathering there. Of course, large water sources are natural hunting grounds and habitats. However, Shadow Cat sounds like a tough one. This world may lack magic, but as an apex predator, its combat power is probably no less than that of a low-level magical beast. But anyway, we found it. The water source really exists. Thorn suppressed his elation. He knew that one last verification was needed. He calmed the frightened old hunter, gave him a generous reward, and then immediately turned and strode toward the camp of the Arachne people. When Thorn found Corvana and asked her the same question. For the first time, the Spider-Man chieftain's usually valiant and composed face revealed an extremely solemn expression. Unlike the old hunter who recounted a bizarre legend, her answer was more direct and more deadly. Sir, we know about the river you mentioned. Corvana's voice was deep and serious. We call it Heart of Fury because its flow is like the raging pulse of the earth, never ceasing. She paused, her dark red eyes fixed on Thorn. But on both sides of it are cemeteries. We, the Arachne clan, are hunters of the forest. But we only dare to operate in the outer and middle layers of the misty forest. The area where that river is located is called by us the Flesh and Blood Millstone. Why? Thorn pressed. Because any life that steps into that area, no matter how powerful, will eventually be ground into mincemeat. Corvana's tone was devoid of emotion, yet it carried a chilling undertone. That place is a paradise for true apex predators. I'll only tell you about the 3 I know. The first type is the iron-jawed porcupine. It is the size of a small calf, and its body is covered with bony quills that are harder than steel. Its huge jaws can easily crush granite. Ordinary swords and knives will only produce sparks when they hit it. The second type is the shadow cat that injured that old hunter's ancestor. They are perfect stalkers, able to blend their bodies into the shadows without making a sound. Their claws are sharp enough to tear through a knight's chainmail. Usually, by the time you realize they are there, your throat has already been cut open. The third, and most terrifying, we call it the Titan of the Forest. A rare hint of apprehension appeared on Corvana's face. It was a giant bear. When it stood up, it was taller than a 2-story building. Its strength was enough to uproot a 100-year-old tree. One of my aunts, one of the bravest warriors in our tribe, once saw a forest titan encounter a well-equipped imperial patrol of more than 30 men from afar. And then what happened? Thorn's heart leaped into his throat. No result. Corvana slowly shook her head. There was no battle. It was a one-sided massacre. In less than a quarter of an hour, all that remained in that woodland were the roars of the giant bears and a pile of broken iron and rotten flesh. Our current strength, Corvana concluded, her gaze sweeping over Thorn's guard of only a few dozen men, equipped with crude leather armor and steel swords, is no different from voluntarily jumping into a meat grinder than forcibly entering the meat grinder. Hope is just around the corner. However, It was firmly sealed off by a barrier called death, which was almost insurmountable. This feeling is even more tormenting than the despair before. It's like a drowning person struggling with all their might, finally seeing the light on the surface of the water. But just as they are about to break through the surface, an invisible hand grabs their ankle and drags them into a deeper, darker abyss. Thorn fell silent. He stood there, without saying a word. A strong wind whipped up sand and dust, making his robes flutter loudly. In his mind, two little figures were fighting wildly. One of them was shouting at the top of his lungs, "Charge! What are we afraid of? Fortune favors the bold. Organize a suicide squad and charge in. If we can just draw out a small tributary, we can save the entire town of Wuguan." Another offered a cold, analytical analysis, sending them to their deaths. What are you going to use? Your 100-odd guards who don't even have plate armor? Or are you going to send your newly surrendered spider women as cannon fodder? Don't be naive. This isn't a game where you can't resurrect after dying. If you rush in now, not only will you not get any water, but you'll also lose all the resources you've painstakingly accumulated. For a long time, Thorn raised his head. The struggle and fervor in his eyes had faded. Instead, there is a bottomless, calm resolve. He did not mention the incident of forcibly entering the restricted area again. He turned and went back to the Lord's Manor, where he spread the largest, blank animal hide map on the ground. Then, he invited both the old Hunter Grey and the Spider-Man chieftain Corvana over. "You too." Thorn's voice was calm, yet powerful. "I need you to use your memories to draw the approximate location of the Heart of Fury and the course of the canyons it flows through on this map." Grey and Corvana exchanged a glance, puzzled but obeyed the order. One relies on ancestral legends, the other on racial taboos. Two people, using two charcoal pencils, painstakingly sketched a grotesque, winding curve that traversed the entire misty forest on the map. That line, like a huge, ugly scar, tore the map of the land of no light in two. In everyone's eyes, it represents death and taboo. But in Thorn's eyes, what he saw, however, was a major artery, a golden bloodline that could inject life and vitality into this necrotic land. His finger, starting from the small dot representing Dark Town, slowly traced towards the black curve. His brain was working at an unprecedented speed. The elevation difference is sufficient. The distance is approximately 30 kilometers. Geology, mainly mountains and hills, challenging, but not insurmountable. An irrigation canal? No, this isn't an irrigation canal. This is a super project comparable to the Dujianjian irrigation system of my previous life. A grand blueprint, so magnificent that anyone in this era would think it was the ravings of a madman, began to take shape in his mind. What he wants to conquer is not just those so-called titans of the forest. What he wants to conquer is the terrain of this land. He wanted to be like a scalpel, precisely cutting through the earth's skin, embedding himself in its veins, so that the raging river would be tamed and flow according to his will to wherever he wanted it to go. Everyone held their breath and looked at their lord. They saw Thorn, and there he was, staring silently at the river on the map that represented life and death, falling into a long, unsettling silence. Lord stood behind him, gripping the hilt of his sword. He assumed Thorn would give the order to attack at any moment. However, Thorn slowly shook his head. He withdrew his finger and stood up straight. "I see." He only said those 3 words. Then, he turned around and gave an order that surprised everyone. "Pass on my orders. Starting tomorrow, resume production of the Iron Bull. The target is 500 units, not a single one less. The Agricultural Production and Construction Corps shall be disbanded from its current structure and converted entirely into reserve militia to begin basic drill and physical training. Tell Kims that I don't care what methods he uses. I want to see the first batch of 300 sets of standard plate armor and horse-slaying swords in the armory within a month." Besides, Thorn's gaze finally settled on Lord. "Lord, you're in charge. I want you to train all our existing soldiers to the bone. My goal for you isn't to defeat those beasts." His voice, cold and resolute, echoed in the empty hall. "I want them to become a war machine, colder than steel, more ruthless than hunger." He knew that courage and a blueprint were far from enough to conquer that river. He needs strength, an overwhelming power capable of crushing everything, making all the titans of the forest and shadow cats tremble before him. The expedition to conquer the Heart of Fury will not be now. It will be the first earth-shattering roar that the war machine of the Lightless Territory will unleash upon the world after it has completed its industrialization and militarization upgrade. Thorn stared at the distant black line on the map, a cold smile curving his lips. Don't rush. Wait until I've finished advancing the technology tree and developed gunpowder. When the time comes, we'll show you, you bunch of primitive beasts who know nothing of the Industrial Revolution, what it's all about. What the hell? Why are you calling me that? Public opinion is justice. Chapter 76, A Thunderclap in the Distance. Thorn's command was like a boulder crashing into a sea of newly ignited fervor. It boiled over, then abruptly stopped. Everyone was stunned. The militiamen who had just been shouting that they would follow His Highness, charge into the forest, and water their horses at Heart of Fury froze on their faces, their excitement turning into bewilderment and confusion. Even Lord, whose gray eyes were always as calm as an ancient well, showed a hint of surprise. He thought that His Highness would take advantage of this momentum to launch a desperate expedition. Your Highness, Pete asked cautiously, mustering his courage. Aren't we going? His voice echoed the sentiments of everyone. Thorn turned to face the bewildered faces. His gaze swept over each one, offering no explanation of complex strategies or distant visions. He simply stretched out his hand and pointed to the end of the square, where women and children were queuing up in the scorching sun, their eyes blank as they waited to receive their pitiful 2 liters of water. His voice, though not loud, struck like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. Go? Of course we're going. But tell me, what are we going to take? Are you willing to use your lives to fill in that 30-kilometer-long canyon? Are you going to use your blood to feed the monsters lurking in the shadows? And then let our women, our children, our parents, die of thirst before our graves? A series of questions, like cold knives, dissected the minds that had been clouded by passion. Yes. What can we take? The fervor faded, and the cold reality, like a bucket of ice water, was poured over my head. Thorn looked at the silent crowd, his tone softening, yet carrying an undeniable resolve. War requires weapons, armor, and well-trained soldiers. We lack all of these. Or rather, we don't have enough. Therefore, before our fangs are sharpened to the point where they can tear everything apart. He took a deep breath and made the decision that seemed the most cowardly, but was actually the most difficult. We'll use the dumbest method. From today onwards, suspend all unnecessary production. All militiamen, all craftsmen, all those who can still move. All of them shall be incorporated into the water-carrying teams. Our goal is not those unattainable 10,000 acres of wasteland. Rather, it is these 500 acres of the most fertile land beneath our feet, where hope has already been sown. We won't trade human lives for water. Thorn's voice echoed in the silence, each word resounding. We will use our shoulders, our sweat, and our hands that can still lift wooden buckets to fight for a winter, for our future. No one questioned it anymore. Behind that seemingly hesitant order lies a deeper and more pragmatic sense of responsibility. They understood. Their lord was not blinded by empty glory. He chose the most arduous, tiring, yet also the safest path. What he wanted was not a high-stakes gamble, but a steadfast commitment to victory. Yes, Your Highness. In the crowd, someone, I don't know who, was the first to roar out. Immediately afterwards, a deafening roar erupted. A mobilization, more tragic and resolute than ever before, unfolded in Wuguang town. It was a painting that could move even the most hard-hearted person. Long black dragons, made up of men, women, and even teenagers, meandered from the town's only water source, extending into the fields that held all hope. Wooden buckets, earthenware pots, water bags, all containers that could hold water were put to use. Sweat streamed down everyone's foreheads, dripping into the parched earth and evaporating instantly. Their shoulders were raw and bleeding from the rough carrying pole, and their legs felt like lead, trembling with every step. But no one stopped. They remained silent, gritting their teeth, like a group of the most devout ascetics, waging a silent war against the blazing sun high in the sky, like the eye of a demon, with their own flesh and blood. The warriors of Arachne also joined in. Instead of using harnesses, they wove enormous water sacks from their strong spider silk, capable of carrying the equivalent of a dozen strong men's worth of water at a time. Their formidable strength made them the most solid pillar on this vital supply line. There is no longer a barrier between humans and spider people. They would share the same piece of dry, hard black bread on the edge of the field, and sing off-key songs to each other with hoarse voices. In the face of shared suffering, a bond that transcends race quietly takes root. Thorn did not stay at the Lord's manor either. He rolled up his sleeves and, like everyone else, carried buckets of water and walked in the seemingly endless line. His skin was tanned dark, his lips were chapped and peeling, and his once decent princely attire was now soaked with sweat and covered in dirt. He showed everyone through his actions, "I am with you." Days passed by in this suffocating perseverance. The wheat seedlings in the field, watered by everyone's blood and sweat, stood tall and resilient. They grew slowly, and their leaves still bore a hint of yellow, but they survived. However, everyone knows that this is merely a short-sighted solution. The water level in the small pond is dropping at a rate visible to the naked eye. Despair, like dark clouds, has once again begun to gather in people's hearts. On that afternoon when everyone's nerves were on the verge of snapping, the first cloud drifted into the sky. Then, the second one, the third one. The wind is picking up. A long-lost, damp coolness was brought by the wind. People working in the fields subconsciously looked up and stared blankly at the gray sky. Clatter! A drop of cold liquid landed on the forehead of the old farmer, Bart. He froze, then stretched out his calloused hand, trembling, and touched it. "It is water. It's raining?" His voice was as soft as a dream. Pat, 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 pat. The raindrops, from sparse to dense, formed silvery threads that fell from the sky. They pounded on the parched earth, on the withered wheat seedlings, and on every face. At first, there was a deathly silence. Then, someone let out a suppressed sob. The crying, as if it were contagious, instantly ignited the entire field. People threw down their buckets and carrying poles, rushed into the rain, tilted their heads back, opened their mouths, and let the sweet rain wash over their chapped lips and dusty cheeks. They laughed and cried like a group of children. Phil, the first farmer to ride the iron ox, knelt in his field, his hands buried in the damp soil, and wept bitterly. Greg, embracing his brother Tom's gravestone, let the rain and tears mingle and flow endlessly. Thorn stood in the rain, the raindrops wetting his hair and sliding down his cheeks. He neither laughed nor cried. He simply watched quietly as the land rejoiced in the rain, and as these survivors of the catastrophe, that heart, which had been filled with plans, data, and crises, was at this moment completely soaked by an unprecedented, warm emotion. Turn out to be, is this the sense of accomplishment from farming? Damn, this is 1,000,000 times more satisfying than spending money on gotcha pulls in a game. The rain wasn't heavy, but it fell on and off for 3 days. It is like the gentlest mother, patiently and thoroughly satiating this parched land. The wheat, at a speed visible to the naked eye, shed its withered yellow and put on a bright green, vibrant dress full of life. The harvest season has arrived. When the first wheat field was harvested, the entire town of Darkness was immersed in a golden sea. The heavy ears of wheat bent the stalks, creating golden waves in the breeze. The air was filled with the intoxicating aroma of sunshine and grain. The harvest was 30% less than Thorn had estimated. But that's enough. That's enough for everyone to have delicious white bread during the long winter ahead, instead of gnawing on black mushy stuff mixed with sawdust. The harvest ceremony was held in front of the newly built, enormous barn. That barn is a sacred place in the hearts of everyone in Darktown. The mountains of golden wheat inside represent the most solid sense of security they earned with their blood and sweat. Thorn stood on the high steps of the barn, behind him piles of wheat as big as small mountains. Before him stood all the people of Wugwang Town. Their faces beamed with genuine, radiant smiles. Their gazes towards Thorn no longer held only reverence and trust. It was a kind of, almost fanatical faith. It was this young lord who led them to victory over powerful enemies, over barren lands, and over this damned fate. Thorn didn't say much in a grand and passionate way. He simply picked up a brand new steel scythe, handcrafted by Master Chems, and raised it high. We have food. We're not afraid of winter anymore. His voice echoed in every corner of the square. But I haven't forgotten my promise. Having enough to eat is not our destination. It's just our starting point. This winter, we will overhaul and upgrade all the iron bulls in the warehouse. We will forge the swords and armor in the armory to be sharper and stronger than ever before. We will train our soldiers to be fierce tigers that can tear everything apart. He pointed the tip of his scythe eastward, towards the misty forest that appeared mysterious and dangerous in the setting sun. I, Thorn Ernest, hereby swear. Next spring, when the first snow melts, I will personally lead the team to that forbidden land. I will sever the monster's claws and raze their lair to the ground. I will lead that heart of fury, like a tamed dragon, from its canyon all the way to our doorstep. I assure you, next year's harvest will be bountiful, and we will no longer need to pray for God's mercy. We will have our own inexhaustible river of life. This is the winter rendezvous, a lord's pledge to his people. Long live your highness. Long live. The crowd erupted in cheers. They raised their arms, roaring and cheering. Their trust in Thorn reached an unprecedented peak at this moment. They were willing to endure an entire winter for this promise. They were willing to give everything for this promise. Thorn looked at the frenzied crowd below, but remained calm. He knew he had no way out. This winter will be the final and most crucial upgrade period for the war machine of the lightless territory. Success or failure hinges on this one move. However, fate never plays by the rules. Just as the harvest celebration reached its climax, the first batch of bread baked from the new wheat was distributed to everyone. A swift horse, like a black lightning bolt, broke through the outer cordon and galloped madly towards the square. Urgent military situation. The man on horseback roared hoarsely, his voice filled with extreme exhaustion and panic. He was wearing the Green Chamber of Commerce uniform, but the clothes were tattered and covered in blood and dust. He rushed to the edge of the square, but could no longer hold on, and fell straight off his horse. Lord immediately went to him and helped him up. The cheers abruptly ceased. Everyone stared in astonishment at the uninvited guest, a sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. The messenger was speechless. He used his last bit of strength to pull two things out of his pocket and shove them into Lord's hand. A letter sealed with sealing wax, and a piece of charred, blood-smelling wooden plaque. Lord's pupils suddenly contracted. He recognized the emblem on the wooden plaque, which had been burned down to only half its original size. That is the guardian of the South, the Iron Fist and Rose of House Ross. Thorn walked down the steps and took the letter and wooden plaque from Lord. The envelope bore Eastbourne's familiar, illegible handwriting, but this time it was unusually messy, as if it had been written in a state of extreme panic. He tore off the sealing wax and unfolded the letter. The contents of the letter struck his heart like a hammer hardened with ice. My dear, damned, devilish prince. When you see this letter, I don't know whether you should be happy or terrified. Your soap has driven the noble women of the capital completely mad. They're even willing to trade their husbands' secrets for priority access to the next batch. And that Tears of Venus that you sent, my God, I presented it to Her Majesty the Queen. Do you know? The Queen immediately dismissed the finance minister's brother-in-law and gave me the silk monopoly of the capital. To me, I never dared to dream of such a thing. Wealth came rushing towards me like a flood. But like a flood, it also brought danger that could drown everyone. That bastard son of Viscount Rosk, that madman who climbed to power over his own brother's corpse, he's the new Viscount Rosk now. He didn't directly send troops against you. He's 100 times more insidious than his foolish father. He brought a sample of spider silk and publicly accused you in the noble council. He said you colluded with monsters from the misty forest, used inhuman power to raise a private army on the border, and intended to rebel. Colluding with monsters. Do you know how terrible that crime is? Those fat, gluttonous fools, They crave the divine artifact in your hands while simultaneously fearing your unknown power. They are like a group of sharks smelling blood, and you are the fattest, most dangerous piece of meat. An investigation team, composed of nobles from the capital and the southern border, has been formed. Their target is your lightless territory. Ostensibly, it's an investigation, but in reality, it's to carve up your territory. To carve up everything you have. Run, my friend. Before they arrive, take your wealth and secrets and flee to the north. Flee overseas. You cannot defeat them. It is an entire corrupt empire. Thorn's gaze shifted from the letter to the charred wooden plaque. On the back of the wooden plaque, a few words were hastily carved with a dagger. The prince in the mud, wait for me. The signature reads, the new Viscount Ross Kane Ross. Thorn gripped the wooden plaque tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. Holy crap. I just finished defeating the world boss in the starting area, and now the main city is sending allied forces to push my high ground? And they came under the guise of anti-cheat investigation? This group of nobles is characterized by being greedy, cowardly, incompetent, and fond of playing around. He slowly raised his head and looked at the simple people in the square who were still waiting for him to speak. Their faces still bore the joy of a bountiful harvest and the anticipation of the future. Unbeknownst to them, a storm 1,000 times more terrifying than drought or wild beasts was already howling from the distant capital toward their land, which had just begun to see a glimmer of dawn. The bonfire in the square was burning brightly, but Thorn felt a chill run down his spine. This winter is unlikely to be peaceful. Chapter 77, The Shadow Beneath the Throne. The capital, Tyrion. The heart of the empire, the crucible of power, a castle in the air built of gold and lies, a structure that will never crumble. Inside the Duke's mansion, the air was thick with the intoxicating, decadent aroma of ambergris mingled with wine. The light from the crystal chandeliers illuminated every fat or pale nobleman's face, making them gleam with an oily sheen. The newly appointed Viscount Rosk, Kane Rosk, sat in the center of the group. He was younger and more sinister than his foolish father who died at the border. His long, slender fingers tapped the solid gold goblet in front of him with a grating sound that seemed to pound on the hearts of everyone present. So, Kane's voice was soft, yet carried a venomous hiss. You mean we're just going to watch that exiled bastard turn mud into gold in some poor, desolate corner of the empire, while we can only smell it from here? On the table in front of him was a crystal-clear soap that emitted a strange fragrance, and a small roll of spider silk fabric that was as light as mist yet exceptionally tough. These two things, like two red-hot branding irons, were scalding everyone's eyes. Viscount Kane, you can't say that. A count, his belly swollen like he was 10 months pregnant, wiped the sweat from his brow and stammered, Of course we want a but, your father's, lesson from the past. He dared not continue, but everyone understood. The previous Viscount of the Rothschild family led 500 elite private soldiers to punish the enemy with great fanfare. But what was the result? They were returned with a pile of spare parts, along with their armor. This record is not only embarrassing, but it also elevates the martial prowess of Wuguang territory to an incomprehensible level. Yes, another marquis, as thin as a monkey, chimed in with a shrill voice. I heard that kid has a monster army under his command. Half human, half spider, 8 legs, can spin silk, and can build a castle in one night. Who knows if he made a deal with the devil in the abyss? Afraid? Kane sneered, a laugh that sent shivers down the spines of all the nobles present. If you're afraid, you deserve to be a nouveau riche landlord who collects taxes on a few acres of barren land for the rest of your life. He slammed his hand on the table, causing the wine in his golden cup to spill out and splatter like blood across the surface. Wealth, power, they're right there on that godforsaken land. You don't dare take them, but I do. He looked around at this group of greedy and cowardly good-for-nothings, his eyes filled with contempt. A bunch of fools who only saw the tusks, but not the gold they guarded. However, a direct confrontation is definitely a poor strategy. That Thorn, who was able to kill my father, is no ordinary person. Sending troops directly is reckless. But to defeat him, you need a knife, an invisible, soft knife that pierces his heart from the inside. Just as everyone fell silent and the atmosphere became extremely tense, a gentle and steady voice rang out from the corner. "Your Excellency, please calm down." Everyone looked over at the sound and saw a bishop dressed in a black priest's robe with a pure silver, holy emblem on his chest slowly standing up. He was the sub-highest priest of the royal cathedral, Bishop Gregory, a man whose face always wore a compassionate smile, but whose eyes held a 1,000-year-old icy chill. To deal with lost sheep, especially those tainted with heresy, Bishop Gregory smiled, a smile so holy it seemed to purify all the filth in the world. The sword is the worst means. It only taints his sins with the halo of martyrdom. He walked to the table, picked up the bar of soap, and gently sniffed it. A divine object, it can cleanse impurities and bring fragrance. This thing itself is full of divinity. A person who can create such a divine object must still have a longing for light deep in their heart. Cain narrowed his eyes. "What does your Excellency mean?" "In the name of God." Bishop Gregory's voice was full of seductive power. "We will not send troops. We will send God's messengers. We don't plunder, we redeem. We don't judge, we try to reform." He paused, looking at the expressions on the faces of all the nobles that said, "Even though I don't understand, it feels so awesome," and his smile deepened. "I will personally select 2 of the most devout, purest, and also the most innocent clergy in the entire capital. One a priest, the other a nun. Their souls are as transparent as crystal, their kindness as warm as the sun. They will be our sharpest daggers. Prince Thorn, he may be able to stand against an army, but can he stand against 2 unarmed saints who are only here to spread divine grace and save his people? If he kills them, the crime of Godslayer will be enough to make even the most stubborn lords in the entire empire willing to send troops to punish him. If he accepts them," a cold glint of triumph flashed in Bishop Gregory's eyes, "then they will be our eyes and ears planted in his heart. They will use the purest good to dismantle everything around him. They will tell those ignorant people that the true miracles come from our Lord, not from a fallen prince who associates with monsters. At that time, without bloodshed, we will be able to reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to God and to us." Hiss! The nobles in the room gasped in shock. "Hi, that's brilliant. That's what you call professional. Killing without shedding blood, destroying the heart first, using the purest methods to do the most despicable things." A satisfied smile finally appeared on Cain Rothka's face. He raised his glass to Bishop Gregory and drank it down in one gulp. "Your Excellency, you are truly my god." Royal capital, slums. Unlike the glitz and glamour of the aristocratic district, this was a corner where even the sun seemed reluctant to shine. The air was perpetually thick with the stench of despair and sewage. However, amidst this filth, there stands a small church, like a tenacious white lotus in full bloom. Inside the church, the young priest Daniel was giving the last piece of black bread to a little girl who was so hungry she was practically skin and bones. He was tall and handsome, and his blue eyes were filled with a tenderness that could melt even the coldest heart. "Eat slowly, child, don't choke. There will be more tomorrow." He smiled and patted the girl's head. On the other side of the church, a young girl dressed in a simple nun's habit was carefully cleaning, applying medicine, and bandaging the wound of a boy who had broken his leg. Her name was Isabella, and she was unrealistically beautiful. Her light brown eyes were as pure as a fawn's in the forest. Her movements were gentle, and her voice was soft, as if possessing a healing magic that gradually calmed the boy who had been wincing in pain. They are the guardians of this little chapel. With their meager salaries and donations from believers, they sustained the last glimmer of warmth in this land of despair. Their piety is not just lip service, but ingrained in their very being and manifested in every gesture. That's why they were chosen when Bishop Gregory's magnificent carriage pulled up in front of the church. "Children, God has heard your prayers and seen your good deeds." In the bishop's room, Gregory looked lovingly at the golden couple before him, his heart filled with immense satisfaction. Perfect. She was practically the perfect pawn. A foolishly kind heart, an unwavering and impeccable faith. On the far frontier of the empire, there was a lost prince, Thorn Arist. His soul, bewitched by the monsters dwelling in the misty forest, is falling into the abyss of darkness. The bishop's voice was filled with sorrow and compassion. But he is also a child of God. His land is suffering from drought and barrenness. I need you to go there, carrying the glory of our Lord. Go to purify his soul, to guide his people, and to spread true divine grace over that forgotten land. This is an incredibly difficult, yet incredibly sacred mission. Are you willing to become the sword in our Lord's hand, cutting down evil and saving the lost sheep? Daniel and Isabella exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes they saw a raging fire. That was a supreme glory and a resolute commitment bestowed with a sacred mission. They knelt on one knee, their right hand on their chest, their voices trembling slightly with excitement. For the glory of our Lord, we are willing to die 1,000 deaths. Deep within the palace, even colder and more gloomy than the slums were the emperor's palaces. Lying on his sickbed, the once brilliant and ambitious emperor of the empire was now nothing but a withered shell. His violent coughing made each breath feel like pulling on a broken bellows. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed up blood, staining his snow-white silk handkerchief red. A shadowy guard knelt silently beside the bed and handed over a secret report. With trembling hands, the emperor unfolded the secret report. It clearly recorded Bishop Gregory's treacherous plot, as well as all the information about Daniel and Isabella. The god's throne. Ah, the god's throne. A chilling coldness and a helpless anger flashed in the emperor's cloudy eyes. He knew that these jackals were not after God. They were after his son, Thorn. He was thinking of his son, whom he had personally exiled, who, in dire straits, shone with a light that even startled him. He struggled to sit up in bed, and the guards immediately came forward to help him. A pen, bring me a pen. With all his might, he wrote a crooked letter on a piece of parchment. Inside were only portraits of Daniel and Isabella and Gregory's plot. He rolled up the letter, sealed it with sealing wax, and shoved it tightly into the guard's hand. Quickly, at all costs, send it to the land of no light and hand it over to Thorn. A hoarse sound came from his throat, as if he had used up his last bit of life. Tell him, beneath the throne, are only shadows. This was the last thing he, a father nearing the end of his life, could do for his son far away. The guard kowtowed deeply, accepted the secret letter carrying his father's love and warning, turned around, and disappeared into the darkness of the palace like a drop of water. The next morning, a carriage bound for the southern border slowly drove out of the capital's city gates. By the car window, Daniel and Isabella gazed into the distance. In their eyes, there was no fear of the unknown journey, only boundless anticipation for the sacred mission about to unfold. The sunlight shone on their pure faces, making them look like angels descended from heaven. They firmly believed that they would bring light and dispel darkness. They did not know that they themselves were the deepest darkness itself. At the same time, on another, more rugged and secluded path, a swift horse, kicking up clouds of dust, gallops wildly in the same direction. The knight on horseback lowered his body, as if becoming one with his mount. In his arms, he held a burning hot letter. Behind him, it seemed as if countless shadows from the capital were relentlessly pursuing him. An unseen storm has quietly begun. At its two ends, one is a devil disguised as an angel, and the other is a messenger racing against death. Their ultimate destination is the land of no light, which has just won a brief respite after a high-stakes gamble. A real storm, powerful enough to overturn everything, is coming. Chapter 78, Heretics in the Snow and Ice. Chapter 78, Heretics in the Snow and Ice. The messenger almost died in Lord's arms. He was like a withered branch snapped in a gale, his body ice cold, clinging to life by a single breath. When Lord used his dagger to cut open his clothes, which were frozen to his flesh, the secret letter from the heart of the empire still carried the man's last trace of warmth. Thorn unfolded the thin, yet mountain-heavy parchment. The emperor's father's familiar, vigorous handwriting now appeared weak and distorted, as if each stroke had exhausted his last bit of life force. The contents of the letter perfectly and fatally complemented the warning letter from Eastbourne, which was filled with merchant-like panic. There was no word of concern or care, only two lifelike charcoal portraits and a name. Father Daniel, Sister Isabella, and their sacred mission to carry out subversion in the name of redemption. At the end of the letter was a warning that almost pierced through the paper. Beneath the throne lies only shadow. Thorn silently brought the letter to the campfire, watching it curl up, turn black, and finally turn into a wisp of ash. In the square, the revelers fell silent, stunned by the sudden turn of events. Everyone looked at their lord with uneasy eyes, awaiting his judgment. Lord's right hand was already on the hilt of his sword, and a murderous aura gathered in his gray eyes. With just a word from Thorn, he would immediately block all roads leading to the land of no light, and any suspicious travelers would be cleaned out before they even entered the territory. Your Highness. Pete's voice trembled. Is it that bastard from the Ross family who sent people again? Thorn slowly raised his head, his face showing neither the anger nor the solemnity that everyone had expected. He even smiled. The smile was faint, yet it seemed to warm the surrounding cold air. Damn, Dad's amazing. Even when he's on his last legs, he still manages to send me such accurate, cheat code intelligence. A priest and nun duo? Is cosplay a trend among the nobility in the capital now? And they even picked two of the purest, most innocent. Gregory, that old fox, is using a carefully selected saintly as an undercover agent, isn't he? Interesting, very interesting. Since they've offered me a knife, wouldn't it be impolite of me not to take it? He brushed off imaginary dust from his hands and instructed Pete, who was so nervous he was practically jumping around. Not an enemy, but a guest. What? Pete wondered if he had misheard. Pass on my orders. Thorn's voice regained its usual composure, clearly echoing throughout the square. From tomorrow onwards, everything will proceed as usual. Production will continue as before, and training will continue as before. The city gate guards will conduct routine checks as usual, and are not to harass any passing travelers, especially clergy. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally settling on the mountain of golden wheat grains. We earned our winter food with sweat and blood, not so that we would lose our composure first. Even if the sky falls, we'll talk about it after we've eaten our fill. Everyone disperse. The celebration continues. His words acted like a reassuring pill, instantly calming everyone's minds. Although still confused, the Lord's composure made them instinctively choose to believe him. The campfire was rekindled, and the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air once more. Only Lord remained standing beside Thorn, his brow furrowed. Your Highness, this is too risky. Adventure. Thorn picked up a skewer of freshly grilled venison and handed it to Lord. No, Lord. This is called fishing. The kind of bait that you put directly into the fish's mouth. The first snow came earlier than usual. The heavy snow, like goose feathers, fell gently and overnight, transforming the entire Wugwangling into a silver-clad world. On this afternoon when the snowstorm was at its worst, a rather simple-looking carriage, led by two guards, struggled to enter the town, which has now been officially renamed Dark City. Inside the carriage, the young priest Daniel was nervously and warily observing the outside world through the window, which was covered with a thin layer of ice. His hand remained tightly clenched around the pure silver emblem on his chest, as if the cold touch could give him a bit of power to fight against evil. According to the bishop's description, this place should be a projection of hell on earth. The air will be filled with the stench of sulfur and decay, black sewage will flow through the streets, and from the dilapidated houses will come the numb and painful groans of the people enslaved by demons. And that fallen prince, Thorn Arist, should be sitting on a throne made of bones, surrounded by the legendary ugly and ferocious spider monsters. However, as the carriage passed through the tall and heavy city gate, the sight before him caused the prayers Daniel had prepared to dispel the darkness to get stuck in his throat. There was no putrid stench, only a strong and peculiar heat, a mixture of coal combustion and metal smelting. There was no sewage flowing everywhere, and the road underfoot was straight and wide. The snow on the hard gravel road surface had been swept clean, revealing the dark road surface underneath. Instead of dilapidated huts, Rows of brand new two-story houses built with a peculiar white material lined both sides of the road. Thick white smoke billowed from the chimneys of each house, and warm lights shone through the thick glass windows. The streets were bustling with pedestrians. They had rosy complexions and were full of energy. They would even smile and greet the patrolling guards. This is a territory enslaved by monsters? This unbelievable standard of living is 100 times better than 90% of the commoner districts in the capital. Isabella, look. Daniel's voice was a little hoarse as he turned to look at his companion. Sister Isabella was speechless, stunned by the sight before her. Her pure, doe-like eyes were filled with immense confusion and bewilderment. Just then, the sound of children playing came from in front of the carriage. A chubby-faced little boy was chasing and playing in the snow when he slipped and fell hard with a plop. She was on the verge of crying. Suddenly, a huge, somewhat menacing shadow loomed over him. Isabella's heart leaped into her throat, and she instinctively gripped Daniel's arm tightly. That was an arachne, a monster, exactly as described by His Excellency the Bishop. She has the upper body of a human woman, heroic and beautiful, but her lower body is a huge spider body covered with a black carapace, with 8 ferocious limbs like sharp spears. She was a guard, dressed in standard steel armor, with a cold gaze that seemed to freeze one's soul. It's over. Isabella closed her eyes in despair. That child is going to be eaten by the monster. However, the expected screams did not occur. Instead, there was a crisp, amused sound of someone flicking their forehead. Isabella cautiously opened her eyes, and then she was completely stunned. The tall, aloof spider warrior vanished, all traces of her menacing aura vanishing. She bent down and, with the lightest, gentlest touch, bounced the little boy on his bottom, lifting him steadily to his feet. Then, she used the tip of her other spider leg to flick the snow off the little boy's hat. Kid, if you run around again, I'll make you sweep the streets as punishment. Her voice was cool and clear, yet it carried a subtle hint of doting affection. The human boy wasn't scared at all. Instead, he made a face at her and said in a childish voice, Sister Alay, I can't bear to part with you. After saying that, he ran off in a flash. The Spider-Woman warrior shook her head helplessly, a faint smile seemingly flashing across her face beneath her cold mask. Then, she resumed her aloof demeanor and continued her patrol. Isabella's mind went blank. A monster that helps up human children who have fallen? A human child calls a monster sister? This is in stark contrast to all the teachings she has received over the past 20 years. Daniel's face also turned extremely ugly. He forced down the shock in his heart and whispered to Isabella, Don't be fooled by appearances, Isabella. Evil is best at disguising itself as good. Even so, a hint of wavering appeared in his eyes. The carriage continued on its way and slowly came to a stop at a street corner. Isabella's gaze was once again drawn to a scene not far away. The roof of a house appeared to have been breached by the weight of the accumulated snow, and melted snow was dripping down. A human housewife stood anxiously below, at a loss for what to do. Just then, the door to the next room opened. The one who emerged was another arachne. She wasn't wearing armor. She looked more like an ordinary woman. Seeing her neighbor's predicament, without a word, she took 8 long strides and climbed onto the roof in no time. Then, to Isabella and Daniel's utter astonishment, the Spider-Woman skillfully spun out large strands of tough, translucent spider silk. Using spider silk, she weaved and twisted it back and forth across the hole, like knitting a sweater. In just a few dozen seconds, a perfect patch, with beautiful patterns, and looking even sturdier than the original roof, was completed. She came down from the roof, and the human housewife immediately came to greet her with a steaming bowl of meat soup, placing it in her hands with a face full of gratitude. The two stood at the doorway, conversing intimately in a language Isabella couldn't understand, but could sense the warmth in their voices. At that moment, Isabella felt a crack appear in her faith. If the act of helping the child up could be explained as a pretend, then it could be explained as a deception. How then can we explain this scene of mutual assistance between neighbors, which is full of life and the most genuine and simple friendship? Has evil become so thoroughly disguised that it is so deeply ingrained and flawless? The carriage finally stopped in front of the Lord's manor. Daniel took a deep breath, straightened his priest's robes, and tried to make himself look dignified and holy. He was ready to face a sinister, evil, and depraved prince whose eyes were filled with tyranny and madness. The car door was opened. He stepped down from the carriage and looked up. Then he froze. There were no guards standing at the entrance of the Lord's manor, nor were there any gloomy decorations. There was only one young man, dressed in a simple but clean gray animal skin coat, standing quietly on the steps. He was very young, looking a few years younger than Daniel. His eyes were as clear as a mountain spring, without a trace of gloom or evil. He stood there in the wind and snow, snowflakes falling on his shoulders, giving him a strange sense of tranquility, as if he were one with the icy landscape. This is Thorn Arist, who colluded with monsters and plotted a rebellion. With that kind of aura, some might even believe he's the most devout son of God in the royal cathedral. Thorn saw them and gave them a gentle smile. He walked down the steps and extended his hand. Father Daniel, Sister Isabella, you must be tired from your journey. His voice, like a spring breeze, easily dispelled the last bit of weariness in their hearts. On behalf of all the people of this land, I welcome you. He paused, his clear eyes seeming to see right through people's hearts. Welcome to the city of no light, friends of God. Daniel and Isabella shook his hand mechanically, their minds completely blank. The dinner was held in the warm dining room of the Lord's mansion. The long table was laden with a sumptuous feast, golden brown toasted white bread, steaming venison soup, and a variety of pastries made from new wheat that I couldn't name. This is no barren frontier. It is a rich and promised land. Daniel and Isabella sat upright, unable to eat. The impact they suffered in that one day was greater than it had been in the previous 20 years combined. Thorn seemed to sense their awkwardness, and he raised his glass, breaking the silence with a smile. I know that you two have come from afar, and must have a lot of curiosity about the city of no light. Please don't be shy. Here, you are free to walk around, talk freely, go wherever you want, and see whatever you want. His honesty shut down all the subtle questions Daniel had prepared. He felt like he had clenched his fist but punched a ball of cotton. His strength was useless. Your Highness, Isabella finally mustered the courage to ask the question that had been troubling her the most. Those Arachne, why are they with humans? She didn't know how to describe it. Peaceful coexistence. Thorn finished her sentence for her. He put down his glass and looked around. Because they are not monsters. As he spoke, he gave a gentle smile to a silent figure beside him. Let me introduce you to. This is my chief warrior, the deputy commander of the Dark City Defense Force, and also my most important partner, Alea. As he introduced himself, the figure stood up from his seat. Daniel and Isabella's breathing stopped instantly. At this moment, she removed her cold armor and put on a sleek black outfit, which further accentuated her fit and powerful physique. The cold indifference she displayed during patrol was gone from her face. Her purple eyes, illuminated by the lamplight, shimmered with a breathtaking beauty. Her gaze towards Thorn was filled with undisguised trust and reverence. It was the kind of look that only the most loyal knight would have when gazing up at his king. Thorn and Alea stood side by side, their natural intimacy and tacit understanding something that no language could fake. Isabella stared blankly at the scene. The monster defined by doctrine as evil, chaos, and the enemy of God, now stands heroically, beautifully, and loyally beside the gentle prince, like his most steadfast guardian. The unbreakable doctrines instilled in her mind since childhood collapsed at this moment. Monsters are the enemies of God. Those who associate with monsters will inevitably fall into the abyss. But if all that is before us is the abyss, what would the heaven described by His Holiness the Bishop, under the radiance of our Lord, look like? For the first time, Isabella felt a tiny, yet potentially fatal, glimmer of the will of that supreme God. Suspect. Chapter 79, The First Clash. The dinner ended in an eerily harmonious atmosphere. Daniel and Isabella barely touched the food in front of them. Their stomachs were already filled with churning shock and confusion. Thorn, on the other hand, ate with great relish. He even went so far as to tell the two of them which dish was baked in the improved oven by the Spider Women, and which jam was made from berries they had recently discovered in the mountains. The more natural he acted, the more Daniel's heart sank. This wasn't an infiltration of an evil lair at all. It was like going back to the royal seminary to attend a damn academic conference hosted by a heretical sect. After seeing off the two guests to their rooms to rest, only Thorn, Lord, and Alea, who had been quietly standing by, remained in the restaurant. Lord slowly and methodically wiped his long sword with a tablecloth. The blade gleamed coldly in the candlelight. He said nothing, but his message was clear. Those two were suspicious. Your Highness, Alea's purple eyes held a hint of wariness. Those two people looked at you strangely. Are they enemies? Thorn chuckled, picked up his glass, and downed the last bit of ale in one gulp. No, Alea. He looked at his most capable warriors, a hint of amusement in his eyes. They are not the enemy. They are the test questions. Holy crap, these two are walking me machines. Especially that nun Isabella. Her pupils were practically exploding the whole time. I could hear her worldview shattering even through the table. That charlatan named Daniel managed to keep a straight face, but judging from the way he was gripping the holy symbol and chanting incantations, he was probably internally praying frantically, trying to cast a ward-off evil spell on himself. Gregory, that old fox, has a truly sharp eye for people. Purity and innocence are like a blank sheet of paper. On my turf, what color I paint that blank sheet is entirely up to me. However, the test questions have already been delivered to our doorstep, so we have to do something about it. I bet that priest won't be able to hold back for long. Thorn's premonitions were always very accurate. Before he could get up and go back to his study, Father Daniel returned. He stood at the restaurant entrance, his expression devoid of all bewilderment and confusion, replaced by an almost tragic, resolute determination, like that of a saint about to be executed. He had clearly gone back and prepared himself mentally, forcibly suppressing those wavering thoughts with his faith. Your Highness Thorn, he began, his voice loud and clear, carrying an undeniable solemnity. There are some things I must tell you now. Lord stopped wiping his long sword, raising his gray eyes like a startled lone wolf. Alea instinctively stepped forward, blocking Thorn's path, her 8 spider legs slightly spread, assuming a defensive stance. It's all right. Thorn waved his hand, signaling them to calm down. He leisurely sat back down in his chair and gestured for Daniel to sit down. Father Daniel, please speak. My time is very precious. Daniel took a deep breath, as if inhaling the sacred air of the entire royal cathedral. He stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Thorn, his words righteous and resolute. Your Highness, I confess, everything about the City of No Light has exceeded my expectations. The prosperity, the order, even the harmony between humans and non-humans here has shocked me. He first gave a positive assessment, but then his tone suddenly shifted, becoming incredibly sharp. But this prosperity is a castle built on sand. This harmony is poison disguised as honey. Because here, there is no divine light. The souls of the people here are barren. They believe in you, they believe in power, but they have forgotten the supreme, true ruler. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and his voice grew louder and louder, echoing in the empty restaurant. I, Daniel, as God's humble servant, implore you to allow me to set up a pulpit in the city square. Let me spread the gospel of God and the true path of salvation to these lost sheep. Let me use my divine light to dispel the evil that occupies the skies above this land, that is called heresy. After he finished speaking, he straightened his chest, pressed his right hand firmly on the emblem, and his eyes were filled with a sacred sense of mission, as if he were the embodiment of justice. Here it comes, the main event begins. I thought he could hold it in until tomorrow. The charlatan speaks, it's the same old formula, the same old flavor. You immediately labeled me a heretic, and now you want to steal my fans from my turf? Young man, you've got yourself into a bad situation. Thorn was internally ranting, but his face still wore that gentle smile that could put anyone at ease. He showed no anger, no rebuttal, and even nodded in agreement. Father, I can feel your enthusiasm. His reaction caused Daniel's prepared, impassioned speech to instantly fall flat. That's it. Shouldn't he be furious and drag me out to be beheaded? This isn't how the script is going. Thorn slowly stood up, walked over to Daniel, and spoke with the sincerity of someone seeking advice from a wise man. The exchange of ideas is always a good thing. I welcome any voice that can improve the lives of my people. Whether it comes from God or the devil, I am willing to listen as long as it is useful. Daniel's mouth gaped open, completely dumbfounded. These words were so magnanimous that he felt completely at a loss. However, Thorn's next words were like a poisoned dagger, silently pressed against his throat. Therefore, I agree to your request. Thorn smiled, then abruptly changed the subject, his gentle gaze instantly becoming as sharp as a scalpel. But I have one condition. What are the conditions? Daniel asked instinctively. You can preach in the square, but it can't be just you preaching unilaterally. That's not communication, that's indoctrination. It's more like a form of ideological coercion. Thorn's voice wasn't loud, but every word was piercing. I propose that we have a public debate. Debate? Daniel's mind went blank. That's right, a debate. Thorn's smile deepened. Tomorrow, in the square. You set up your pulpit, and I'll bring my little stool. You expound your doctrines, and I, along with my people, will raise our questions. He extended a finger and gently touched the holy emblem on Daniel's chest. Tell us, your God, how can we make our winters no longer cold? How can we make our wheat fields bountiful year after year? And how can we make our soldiers wear stronger armor? And I will tell them how the molten iron in the blast furnace, the spider silk of Arachne, and the tools we hold tightly in our hands were all made. Finally, let all our people, those living, breathing people who need to eat and wear clothes and defend themselves against foreign enemies, judge for themselves and choose for themselves whose reasoning will enable them to eat their fill, stay warm, and live with more dignity. Father Daniel. Thorn withdrew his hand, took a step back, and spread his arms wide, his posture as elegant as a theatrical master about to take the stage. Truth becomes clearer through debate. If God's radiance is universal and omnipotent, then it must not fear any mortal's questioning, right? Daniel was completely petrified. His mind felt as if a depth charge had been dropped on him, shattering all his thoughts. Debate? To openly debate the truth of God with a heretic lord? This is blasphemy that has never been heard of before. God's truth is revelation, faith, and absolute certainty. How can it be used for public debate like cabbage being haggled over in a market? But Thorn's last rhetorical question was like an inescapable shackle, tightly binding his neck. Yes, if God is omniscient and omnipotent, why would his truth be afraid of the questions posed by mere mortals? If he refuses, he could almost imagine the young man in front of him, who was smiling like a fox, saying to everyone in a regretful tone, "Look, the messenger of God. He doesn't even dare to let the glory of God be questioned in the slightest." Then his sacred mission on this trip will instantly become a complete joke. Except, he looked into Thorn's clear yet unfathomable eyes, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He had no confidence that he could win a verbal battle against this degenerate prince with his bizarre thoughts and illogical reasoning. He felt he wasn't there to preach, but rather had been tricked into gambling by a top-notch con artist. The stakes were his belief. However, his opponent seemed to have seen through all his cards. Aye. Daniel's lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. His handsome face flushed red, and then turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Thorn chuckled inwardly as he looked at his CPU, which looked like it was about to burn out. You little brat, trying to play ideological games with me? With my background music playing, no one can beat me. He stopped pressuring her and simply patted Daniel on the shoulder gently. Father, there's no need to rush to answer. You have a whole night to pray to your God and seek the answer. I look forward to your decision tomorrow. After saying that, he turned around and led Lord and Alea straight to the study, leaving Daniel alone, frozen in place like a statue, completely consumed by immense dilemma and fear. Night has fallen. Isabella lay on the soft bed, but couldn't fall asleep. Her mind was a jumbled mess. Everything she had seen during the day, and the natural and intimate interaction between Thorn and Alea at the dinner party, were all violently impacting the faith she had built up over the past 20 years. She tossed and turned, feeling a tightness in her chest. Finally, she could no longer bear the silence in the room, so she quietly got up, put on a coat, and pushed open the door. The castle was quiet, with only the heavy footsteps of the patrolling guards echoing rhythmically in the distance. She wandered aimlessly down the corridor like a ghost. The cold stone floor sent a chill down her spine, but it also cleared her confused mind a little. Without realizing it, she found herself at the end of a corridor. Ahead is a study. The door was ajar, and a warm candlelight shone through the crack, accompanied by very soft, suppressed voices. It was Prince Thorn's voice. As if by some strange twist of fate, Isabella stopped in her tracks. Like a startled fawn, she quietly approached the door and peered through the crack inside. Then, she witnessed a scene she would never forget. Behind the large desk, Thorn was not dealing with any important military or national affairs. He sat sideways, with the tall and valiant Spider-Woman warrior, Alea, sitting beside him. Alea's enormous spider lower body lay quietly on the ground, while her human upper body leaned slightly forward, intently staring at a piece of parchment on the table. She held a charcoal pencil awkwardly in her hand. Thorn, with utmost patience and gentleness, reached out and took her hand that was holding the pen. His hand covered hers, guiding her to write something on the parchment, stroke by stroke. No, Alea. Look, the character for light has small on top and child on the bottom. You just wrote the two legs of child too far apart, like it's about to do a split. Thorn's voice carried a hint of amusement. Ugh, Alea let out a frustrated groan. Her usually icy face on the battlefield now showed a childlike dejection. It's too hard. Harder than fighting a three-headed earth dragon. Haha, don't rush, you're already learning very fast. Thorn's laughter was soft, but full of encouragement. Being able to memorize the spelling of hundreds of common words in a week, you're already a genius. Come on, let's write them again. The candlelight cast long, intertwined shadows of the two people onto the bookshelf behind them. The scene contained not a trace of evil or depravity. There is only an indescribable warmth, tranquility, and harmony. Isabella stared blankly. She saw that the monster that the church defined as the embodiment of ugliness, bloodlust, and chaos, was now, just like an ordinary student eager for knowledge, earnestly learning human writing. She would feel annoyed if she misspelled a word, and would secretly smile at a compliment from the Lord. She possesses the purest and most genuine emotions and thirst for knowledge, just like herself and all human girls. Isabella felt her heart being struck gently, yet with tremendous force. A strange, bittersweet feeling welled up from the bottom of my heart. She watched Thorn hold Alea's hand, so naturally, so intently. At that moment, she even had a ridiculous thought. She was a little envious of that monster. Just as she was in a state of utter confusion, Alea suddenly looked up from the study, seemingly sensing the gaze from outside the door. Her violet eyes, shimmering in the candlelight, met Isabella's gaze precisely through the crack in the door. Isabella froze, like a thief caught red-handed, her heart pounding in her throat. However, there was no hostility or coldness on Alea's face. She paused for a moment, then gave Isabella outside the door a friendly, slightly curious smile. That smile, like a feather, became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Isabella's brain completely shut down. She turned around abruptly, like a truly frightened fawn, lifting her skirt and running wildly towards her room without looking back. She rushed into the room, slammed the door shut, and leaned against the cold door, panting heavily. She closed her eyes. In their minds, on one hand, there was the grotesque image of Arachne with her gaping maw devouring humans, as depicted in church scriptures and shown to them by the bishop. On the other side, there was the same spirited and beautiful girl who had been diligently learning to write by candlelight and had given him a friendly smile at the end. On one side was Father Daniel's impassioned cry for the purification of heresy. On the other side, there was the gentle prince patiently and meticulously teaching the monster what light meant. Two completely different, yet incredibly real, images were intertwining, colliding, and tearing at her mind. Her head began to throb with intense pain, as if it were about to split open. God! She slid helplessly to the ground, burying her face deep in her knees. letting out a suppressed sob filled with endless pain and confusion. Please tell me, who exactly is the heretic? Chapter 80. The Child's Question. The snowstorm has stopped. A tear was made in the leaden gray clouds, and the long-awaited, pale sunlight pierced through the clouds and shone on the square in the center of the city of darkness. The air after the snow was cold and fresh, but it couldn't suppress the almost frozen, tense atmosphere in the square. A huge crowd. Almost all the able-bodied people came, and they spontaneously formed a huge circle, completely surrounding the temporary platform in the center of the square. On one side was Father Daniel. He changed into a brand new, crisply starched black priest's robe, the pure silver emblem on his chest reflecting a blinding light in the sunlight. Behind him stood Isabella, her face deathly pale and her lips tightly pressed together, like a lily about to be blown away by a gale. On the other side is Thorn. He was still wearing that simple, gray animal skin coat, without even a sword, his hands in his pockets, with the silent Lord standing behind him like a mountain, and Alea, who was on guard and had her 8 legs slightly on the ground. Wow, this is impressive. There are more people at any concert I've ever seen in my past life. Thorn looked around, inwardly cursing. The main focus is on a live, public execution. Daniel probably didn't sleep well last night. His eyes are practically panda-like. But judging from his heroic, death-defying look, he's probably been pumped up by his faith. All right then, let the games begin. Daniel clearly didn't want to give Thorn any chance. He stepped forward, walked onto the platform, opened his arms, and spoke in a loud, booming voice, filled with sacred passion that instantly enveloped the entire square. Lost sheep, people of God. His opening remarks were always a bombshell. I know your confusion. I know your bewilderment. You see the abundance before you and think you've found paradise. You see dancing with other people and think you've achieved peace. But you are wrong. Utterly wrong. His voice suddenly rose, like a sword drawn from its sheath, aimed directly at the uneasy Arachne warriors in the crowd. Open your eyes and look at what's around you. It's a failed creation, a mishap by God at the time of creation. It's the embodiment of original sin. It's a collection of filth. He quoted extensively from the creation of the holy light to the exorcism records of the sages, taking the church's original sin doctrine of dehumanization to its extreme. Their silk is the chain that binds the soul. Their fangs are the kiss that tempts you to fall. To associate with them is to be neighbors with evil. Your souls are being polluted by their inherent filth. Your fleeting wealth comes at the cost of eternal damnation. His words were powerful and resounding. In the square, many elderly people, who had been brainwashed by the church since childhood, showed expressions of fear and agreement. Their gazes towards their Arachne neighbors unconsciously carried a hint of alienation and suspicion. Even some of the younger townspeople began to waver. After all, they've heard this theory for decades, and it's ingrained in their very being. Isabella listened from below the stage, her hands gripping the hem of her dress tightly, her knuckles white. Looking at Daniel's face, flushed with fervor, she felt not sympathy, but waves of nausea and absurdity. After Daniel finished his speech, he looked down at Thorn with a victor's pity in his eyes. Your Highness Thorn, now, what else do you have to say? How will you defend your crimes of letting wolves into the house and defiling sacred territory? All eyes in the room instantly focused on Thorn. Thorn yawned. Damn, this guy's wasted talent not running a pyramid scheme. He's a good talker, but his content is so cliched, no innovation at all. It's still that old-fashioned bloodline theory, that racially discriminatory stuff. He slowly walked onto the stage, not looking at Daniel, but smiling at the entire audience. Your Excellency, the priest spoke very well, very passionately. His lukewarm opening remarks caused Daniel to swallow back all the rebuttals he had prepared. However, Thorn changed the subject. In my opinion, truth is not determined by who shouts the loudest or who memorizes the most books. It should be visible and tangible. After saying that, he didn't give Daniel any time to react. He turned around and clapped his hands at the audience. Pete, bring the kids up here. Children? What child? Everyone, including Daniel, was stunned. A path opened up in the crowd, and Pete, the Minister of the Interior, was leading a group. No, a row of little ones, huffing and puffing as they walked over. They were a group of children who were probably only 5 or 6 years old. Half of the group consisted of human children, all with chubby faces and lively expressions. The other half consists of Arachne's young children. Their spider lower bodies are not yet fully developed, their carapaces are covered with a layer of down, and their 8 short legs make them stumble as they walk. Far from looking ferocious, they actually look rather cute. The worst part is that these little guys came up holding hands. A human boy is holding onto the front leg of a spider girl, and the two are whispering and bickering about who should walk a little ahead. The entire square fell silent instantly. The solemn and tense atmosphere stirred up by Daniel vanished instantly upon being swept away by this group of adorable little ones. Everyone's face showed a mixture of surprise and tenderness. Come on, my ultimate combo. Thorn looked at the group of preschool children, and his smile deepened. Pete led the children onto the platform. They weren't shy at all, and curiously looked at the dark mass of people below. All right, children, Thorn crouched down and said to them in the gentlest voice. Do you remember what we learned yesterday? Recite it for everyone. If you recite it well, you'll get an extra chicken leg for lunch today. Good. The children cheered in unison. Then, in the deathly silence of thousands of people in the audience, a childish, uneven, yet incredibly clear voice rang out. 1 times 7 equals 7. 2 times 7 equals 14. 3 times 7 equals 21. 4 times 8 equals 32. 5 times 8 equals 40. What they were reciting was the multiplication table. A little boy recited it wrong, and the little spider girl next to him immediately slapped him with her tiny hand and corrected him in a childish voice. It's 6 8's 48. You idiot. I'm not stupid, the little boy said defiantly, shaking his hand. A low, suppressed laugh rippled through the room. This scene is so impactful. A group of monster cubs defined as filthy and evil are reciting the multiplication table, which represents logic and wisdom, in clear voices alongside human children. This is more persuasive than any eloquence. All right, Thorn interrupted them with a laugh. You recited it well, so chicken legs are plentiful. Now, Pete, hand out candy. Pete quickly pulled a handful of candy Maltos from his pocket and gave one to each child. The children cheered immediately, carefully unwrapped the candy, and popped it into their mouths, their little faces beaming with pure happiness. Just then, a little spider woman with pigtails, named Mia, looked at the candy in her hand, and then at a human boy next to her who was drooling. After hesitating for a moment, she broke off half of the candy she hadn't yet eaten and handed it to the little boy. For you. The little boy paused for a moment, then happily took it and mumbled, Thank you, Mia. Then, the two little ones huddled together, sharing the sweetness of the half candy. The entire square was completely silent. Countless people's eyes welled up with tears. Isabella, sitting in the audience, had already covered her mouth tightly with her hand, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. The grotesque images in her mind depicting demi-humans devouring humans were shattered at this moment by the innocent scene of sharing candy before her, leaving not a trace. On the high platform, Daniel's face had turned from flushed red to deathly pale. Looking at the children, at their carefree smiling faces, he felt as if his heart was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. All his theories and dogmas seemed so empty, ridiculous, and utterly vulnerable in the face of this scene. However, Thorn had no intention of letting him off the hook. Thorn stood up and slowly walked to Daniel. He didn't look at Daniel, but faced the entire audience. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. My people, you have all seen it. These are our children, the future of the city of no light. Then, he turned sharply, his gaze like a knife, aimed straight at Daniel. Father Daniel. His sharp shout sent a shiver down Daniel's spine. You are a servant of God, learned and insightful. Thorn's voice calmed down, but beneath that calm lay a thunderous force capable of overturning everything. Now, please, with your divine wisdom, point it out to us all. He stretched out his hand and pointed to the group of children who were still laughing and playing over candy. Please tell us, which of these children is the born sinner you speak of? Which one is the collection of filth? Which one's soul needs to be purified? Please point it out. Point your finger at his face and tell him. Tell us all. He is guilty. Every word Soling uttered was like a heavy hammer blow, striking Daniel's soul with devastating force. The air in the entire venue seemed to have been sucked out. All eyes were focused on Daniel's hand, which was adorned with the holy emblem. Daniel's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He looked at the children on the stage. They were also looking up at him with their little faces, their eyes, clear as mountain springs, their black and white pupils sparkling with curiosity. A human boy even gave him a silly smile with a missing front tooth. Point it out. How should I point? Can I point to the child who is smiling at me and tell him that his friend is a monster and that sharing candy with her is a form of depravity? Can I point to that little spider girl who shares her candy with her companions and tell her, "You were born filthy, your kindness is a disguise, and your soul is destined for hell"? No, no. In Daniel's mind, the scriptures he knew by heart and the dogmas he firmly believed in all seemed to turn into a bunch of meaningless, cold characters at this moment. He opened his mouth, but it felt like his throat was stuffed with a lump of scalding sand, and he couldn't utter a single syllable. He tried to raise his hand, but it felt as heavy as a mountain, and he couldn't lift it no matter what he did. "What's wrong, Father?" Thorn's voice, like the devil's whisper, rang in his ears. "Why don't you point it out? Isn't the light of God enough for you to distinguish good from evil?" Daniel's lips trembled, his face was ashen, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The crowd below the stage erupted in an increasingly loud and suppressed murmur. Why? Why isn't he saying anything? He can't point it out. Yes, how should I point? Those are all children. Could it be that everything the church says is wrong? These whispers were like countless steel needles piercing Daniel's ears. He felt dizzy, and the world before his eyes began to blur. He staggered back one step, then another, as if his feet were not on a solid platform, but on a cliff leading to an abyss. The debate is temporarily adjourned. Thorn's voice rang out at just the right moment, like a pardon. Daniel felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He didn't even dare to look at Thorn again. He turned around, looking utterly dejected, and practically fled off the platform. He pushed through the crowd, like a drowning person, just wanting to find a secluded corner to catch his breath. Just as he reached the edge of the square, a small, slightly cool hand gently tugged at the hem of his priest's robe. Daniel froze, mechanically lowering his head. "It's that little spider girl, Mia." She tilted her small face up, her pure purple eyes filled with a hint of incomprehension and sympathy. She noticed that the priest seemed very sad. She thought for a moment, then carefully placed the remaining half of the candy, which had been slightly melted from being held in her palm, into Daniel's cold, trembling hand. She spoke in a voice barely audible, soft and timid. "Father, please don't be sad. This is for you." After saying that, she turned around and ran back into her mother's arms like a frightened little rabbit. Daniel stood frozen in place. He slowly opened his palm. In his palm lay half a sticky candy, damp with the cold sweat of his hand. Sunlight shines on it, refracting a tiny, insignificant ray of light. But this light was hotter and more dazzling than the pure silver, holy emblem on his chest. Daniel stared intently at the half-eaten candy. Then, he felt in his heart the unbreakable foundation called God, built with 20 years of devout faith. With a click, the first crack appeared, tiny yet bottomless. Chapter 81, Divine Arts and Medical Skills. Daniel locked himself in his room. Like a wild beast mortally wounded, it retreats to its den, licking its deep, bone-revealing wound known as the collapse of faith. Isabella stood outside the door and could clearly hear the suppressed, caged beast-like growls coming from inside, as well as the dull thuds of the holy symbol being slammed onto the table again and again. The scene in the square was like a red-hot branding iron, deeply etched into the minds of everyone present. Especially that sticky half of the candy that was shoved into Daniel's hand. It melted completely, melting not only the sugar itself, but also Father Daniel's hardened heart, armed to the teeth with theological texts. Isabella's face was as pale as the snow outside the door. Daniel wavered. No, he wasn't wavering. Thorn tore his soul apart in the gentlest yet cruelest way, in front of everyone, and then pointed to the bloodied and mangled faith inside, asking him, "Look, this is what you're so proud of. It's not even as real as half a candy in a child's hand. No, this can't go on any longer." Isabella's body trembled slightly, but a stubborn, unwilling flame ignited in her pure, doe-like eyes. Daniel lost because of his theory. Thorn used the most basic humanity and reality to shatter Daniel's empty divinity and dogma. But the power of God is not merely the words written in books. It is still perceptible. It can be used. Isabella remembered what she was best at, and also the most solid cornerstone of her faith, healing magic. She can guide the holy light, soothe the wounded, and relieve the sick from suffering. This is the most direct grace bestowed upon her by God, an undeniable miracle. Right. A true miracle must be performed. These lost sheep, blinded by prosperity, must see who truly can save them. Once this thought arose, it spread like wildfire, instantly entangling her entire heart. Without further hesitation, she turned around and quickly walked down the stairs. She's going to win this round in her own way. Isabella easily found out what she needed. The city of no light was now like a giant, buzzing beehive, where information traveled at breakneck speed. She had only asked a spider maidservant who was preparing dinner in the kitchen, and she got the answer. In the spider silk textile district in the west of the city, Layla's daughter, Chi-Chi, suddenly developed a high fever last night, and it hasn't gone down yet. I heard she's starting to talk nonsense because of the fever, and Layla is almost frantic with worry. Did the hospital staff go? Isabella asked instinctively. They've gone, the servant sighed. Head nurse Helga led the team herself, but Kiki is too young. The holy water invented by the Lord is bitter and astringent, and she can't be fed it at all. Physical cooling methods have also been ineffective, and it seems not very effective. Isabella's heart skipped a beat. Chance. This is an opportunity given to her by God. Even Prince Thorn's medical skills were helpless against this patient. If only I could heal her with divine magic. That would be an undeniable, overwhelming victory. She practically ran out of the Lord's mansion, her feet sinking deep into the snow as she headed west of the city. She could even feel the holy emblem on her chest radiating a slight warmth, as if responding to her resolve. Lyra's house, like all newly built Spider-Man dwellings, was warm and tidy. But at this moment, the small house was filled with an atmosphere of despair and anxiety. When Isabella pushed open the door, she was greeted by a scene that made her heart clench. Lyra, the Spider-Woman mother, knelt beside the bed, her 8 spider legs completely surrounding the small bed like a mother beast protecting her cubs. Her face was streaked with tears, and she kept calling her daughter's name softly in the Spider-Woman language. On the bed, the spider child named Kiki lay among a pile of animal hides soaked with sweat. Her little face was flushed red, the skin beneath her carapace had an unnatural redness. Her breathing was rapid like a broken bellows, and she unconsciously let out soft, painful groans. This is a cold, a disease that, in this era, is no different from death for young children. Let me give it a try. Isabella's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable power. Layla turned around abruptly and saw that it was the nun from the Lord's manor. In her desperate eyes, she instantly grasped at a straw. Sister, do you have a solution? I am a servant of God, Isabella said, walking to the bedside and looking with pity at the little life struggling in pain. I will pray to God, asking him to shine his holy light on this poor child and drive away the disease from her body. She did not offer any further explanation. She knelt down beside the bed, clutching the holy emblem to her chest with both hands, and closed her eyes. She began to pray devoutly. Ethereal, sacred prayers flowed from her lips, echoing in the small room. As she prayed, a soft, holy white light began to gather in her palm. The light grew brighter and brighter, eventually transforming into a warm pillar of light that emanated from the holy emblem in her hand, completely enveloping Chi-Chi on the sickbed. Layla's eyes widened, speechless with astonishment at the sacred scene before her. In the light, Kiki's painful groans seemed to lessen somewhat. Her tightly furrowed brows also seemed to relax. Efficient. A surge of ecstasy welled up within Isabella. God did not abandon me. He heard my prayers. She exerted even more effort to rouse her spirit, pouring all her faith and strength into the holy light. The light lasted for a full 5 minutes. Isabella only stopped praying when she felt dizzy and her mental energy was almost completely drained. The holy light receded like the tide. The room was restored to its original state. Isabella, panting heavily, leaned against the edge of the bed, a victorious smile on her face. She looked up at Kiki on the bed, ready to welcome an angel who had been saved by God and was sleeping peacefully. However, the smile on her face froze the next second. Kiki's brows furrowed tightly again. Her rapid breathing only calmed down for a moment before becoming heavy again. Isabella reached out her trembling hand and touched Kiki's forehead. Scalding hot. The temperature was exactly the same as when she arrived. Even it seemed higher. How could this be? Isabella's pupils contracted sharply. Was everything just now just an illusion? No. Impossible. The holy light clearly reacted. Wah! Kiki, my Kiki. Lyra's hope, like a burst bubble, vanished instantly. She let out a heart-wrenching cry, collapsed by the bedside, and utterly broke down. It was at this moment that, bang! The door was violently pushed open with tremendous force. Get out of the way. A loud, commanding shout rang out like a thunderclap. Isabella and Layla turned around at the same time. Standing at the doorway was a tall, stern-faced middle-aged woman. She wore a faded nurse's uniform with a leather apron over it, and carried a wooden medicine box with a red cross on it. She is Helga, the head nurse of the Darkness Hospital. Behind her followed 2 young nurses, also carrying medicine kits, their expressions serious and well-trained. Their appearance was devoid of any holiness or mystery. There was only an overwhelming, professional, and unquestionable sense of pressure. Still wiping with a wet cloth? Useless thing. Helga rushed to the bedside in 3 steps, pushed away the still crying Layla, and reached out to feel Kiki's neck and armpits, his brows furrowing even more. His brain is about to be damaged from the fever. Alcohol. Quickly. At her command, the nurse behind her immediately opened the medicine box and took out a ceramic jar and a stack of clean white cloths. A pungent smell of alcohol instantly filled the air. What are you going to do? Isabella instinctively tried to stop them. Helga didn't turn around, giving her a look as if she were an idiot. Help. Sister, if you can't help, please stand aside and don't block the light. After saying that, she took the cloth soaked in alcohol, and without even looking at it, directly lifted the animal skin covering Chi-Chi and began to vigorously wipe her burning body. Neck, armpits, groin, all the locations of major arteries, without missing a single one. The cold alcohol touched her burning skin, and Chi-Chi's body trembled violently, letting out an even more painful whimper. Hold her down, Helga shouted. Although Lyra felt sorry for her, seeing Helga's unwavering expression, she gritted her teeth and gently used her spider legs to hold her daughter's struggling limbs still. Open your mouth. Helga gave another command. Another nurse had already scooped up a spoonful of the dark, bitter-smelling herbal medicine and handed it to me. It was Thorn's invention, willow bark decoction. Chi-Chi kept her mouth tightly shut and shook her head desperately. Helga's eyes turned cold. Without hesitation, he stretched out his rough fingers, grabbed Kiki's chin, and forcefully twisted it. Gulp. A whole spoonful of bitter medicine was roughly poured in. Chi-Chi choked and coughed violently, tears streaming down her face. The entire process was smooth and effortless, without the slightest hint of gentleness. It is full of scientific, calm, and even ruthless efficiency. Isabella stood there dumbfounded, staring at the scene before her that was completely opposite to her divine magic, her mind blank. Is this His Highness Thorn's medical skills? There was no prayer, no holy light. There was only the pungent smell of alcohol, the bitter taste of herbal medicine, and the rough handling. Can this really save lives? Night has fallen. Isabella did not leave. She sat in the corner of the room like a stubborn ghost, staring intently at the hospital bed. She didn't believe it. She refused to believe that her devout prayers would be defeated by these crude and blasphemous methods. She is waiting for a miracle to happen, or waiting for Thorn's medical skills to go bankrupt. The nurses took turns watching over her, wiping her body every half hour and forcibly feeding her half a spoonful of herbal medicine every 2 hours. Time passed by, second by second. Isabella's spirit was stretched to its limit by the torment. She looked at Chi-Chi's face, which had been flushed at first, and slowly seemed to lose some of its color. Her rapid breathing seemed to become a little calmer. Is it just my imagination? It must be an illusion. Isabella told herself this over and over again, until the early hours of the morning. The nurse on shift took Chi-Chi's temperature again by touching her, and for the first time, a hint of joy appeared on her face. Head nurse Helga, you're out. Your temperature has gone down a bit. This soft cry, like a thunderclap, exploded in Isabella's mind. She suddenly stood up and rushed to the bedside. She reached out her trembling hand and touched Chi-Chi's forehead again. The scorching heat really subsided. Although it was still warm, it was no longer the kind of temperature that could burn one's soul. How is that possible? Isabella staggered back, looking utterly dejected, and plopped back down in her chair. She stayed up all night. She watched as Chi-Chi's temperature, under the orderly care of the nurses, gradually, steadily, and irreversibly decreased. Her divine powers, the divine grace she was so proud of, accomplished nothing but left her with splitting headaches and utter exhaustion. Daylight broke. The first rays of morning light shone through the window, illuminating the dust in the room. It also illuminated Isabella's pale face, which was filled with confusion and failure. Chi-Chi, lying on the bed, slowly woke up. She opened her eyes and weakly called out, "Mother! Oh, my daughter! My darling!" Layla, who had kept watch all night, burst into tears of joy and rushed over to hug her daughter tightly. The joy of surviving the ordeal filled the entire cabin. Head nurse Helga nodded in satisfaction, packed up her medical kit, and instructed Layla, "The fever has subsided, but she's still very weak. Have her drink some meat porridge for the next few days, and continue giving her the medicine 3 times a day. I'll come back for a follow-up checkup in 3 days." Yes, thank you, Lord Helga. You are our family's savior." Layla, holding her daughter, was about to kneel down in front of Helga when Helga stopped her. "Don't thank me. Thank the Lord instead." A rare hint of respect appeared on Helga's face. These methods were all taught to us by the Lord. Layla thanked the nurses profusely as she saw them off. In the room, only she, her recovered daughter, and Isabella, who seemed to have lost her soul, remained. Layla, holding her daughter, walked up to Isabella. She showed no resentment whatsoever. On the contrary, her face was filled with sincere gratitude. She bowed deeply and solemnly to Isabella. "Thank you, sister." Isabella's body trembled slightly, and she raised her bloodshot eyes. With the most genuine smile on her face, Layla continued, "Thank you for staying with us all night. The light you shone when you were praying. It was so warm and gave me a lot of courage." Isabella's heart was gently stung by those words. Warmth, courage. It turns out that, in other people's eyes, her supposedly miraculous feat was merely psychological comfort. However, this is not the end. Layla paused, then, in a more sincere and matter-of-fact tone, uttered the words that utterly shattered Isabella's pride. "But, sister, if our child gets sick again in the future, we think we should just take him to the hospital." She looked at Isabella with clear and firm eyes. "The Lord said that if you are sick, you must get treatment. At the hospital, it works." Chapter 82, Revelation of Ideas. Daniel locked himself in his room, like a dying beast. Isabella sat in the corner of her room, hugging her knees, like a statue whose soul had been taken away. Thorn was in his study, looking out the window at the 2 closed doors outside, his fingertips lightly tapping the table. A complete victory in both encounters. One moment, he used childlike innocence. The next, he used cold reality. Like a top-notch demolition expert, he precisely blew up the 2 core pillars supporting the 2 people's world of belief. Now, that magnificent temple called God is crumbling, with fragments of faith scattered all over the ground. But Thorn knew that wasn't enough. It's easy to break someone's mindset, but difficult to rebuild their values. He silently reviewed the situation in his mind. These 2 are basically a system crash, a blue screen of death. I could leave them here and let them drift through life. But that old fox Gregory didn't send them here for a vacation of isolation. If a new and stronger edifice is not built upon the ruins, then the weeds representing their deeply ingrained old ideas will soon grow back. What I need is not 2 prisoners terrified of me. What I need are 2 traitors who can be used by me. They are the vanguard, who can raise my banner and fire the first shot against their corrupt world. To achieve this, factual impact alone is not enough. He must provide a completely new, complete, and logically consistent theoretical system. A system that can completely replace the theological operating system in their minds, a thought imprint. This thought was incredibly strong and incredibly clear, like a red-hot branding iron, deeply imprinted on the depths of his mind. In that instant, the cold, mechanical voice, as if responding to his deepest desire, exploded in his mind. Fight! A strong need for ideological construction has been detected in the host. Host detected attempting to fundamentally alter the target's thought structure. Requirement level, extremely high. System module adaptation in progress. Adaptation successful. Congratulations, host. The brand new system module revelation of thought has been unlocked. Thorn's breath hitched. Holy crap. This is amazing. What I wish for comes true. This system really understands me. His consciousness seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, instantly sinking into that familiar pale blue light screen. But this time, the scene before me was no longer that familiar giant tree that represented technological development. It is a library. A virtual library so magnificent that words cannot describe it. The dome is so high that its top is invisible, as if stars are flowing within it. Rows and rows of bookshelves, seemingly endless, are made of an unknown luminous substance and stand majestically like pillars supporting the entire universe of thought. Each book radiates a light that is either understated or dazzling. Thorn's consciousness floated within them, and he saw the names shining on the spines of those books. The Republic, the Wealth of Nations, the Spirit of the Laws, the Social Contract, Capital, On Practice. From the sages of ancient Greece to the giants of the Renaissance, and then to the revolutionary mentors of modern times, the most brilliant, profound, and world-changing ideas in the thousands of years of human civilization are now presented as physical books, quietly displayed before him. My God, this is a temple of human thought. Thorn's heart was filled with a tremendous surge of shock and ecstasy, a shock and joy far more intense than obtaining any black technology blueprints. This is the root of civilization. This is true power. Technology is the skeleton and muscle of civilization, and thought is the soul and brain of civilization. A record of revelation. The progress of human civilization stems from continuous breakthroughs in thought. This section contains core ideological theories from the host's home planet civilization, theories powerful enough to shape the world. The host can use civilization points to unlock reading access and obtain the core logic and application methods of this ideological system. Note: ideas are weapons. Use them with caution. Thorn's gaze swept quickly over the glittering book titles. He forcefully suppressed the urge to directly unlock Das Kapital, giving this feudal world a small shock. No, taking too big a step might backfire. To deal with late-stage theological sufferers like Daniel and Isabella, we need to go straight for the drastic measure. They'll burn out their CPUs on the spot, in a physically significant way. His gaze finally settled on 2 books that, while not the most dazzling, were incredibly solid and substantial. Unlock Technology, Basic Principles of Materialism. Required Civilization Points, 50. Unlock Technology, Practice Theory. Required Civilization Points, 50. That's it. The best weapon against idealism is materialism. The best weapon against vague and unrealistic dogmas is down-to-earth practice. As soon as he made up his mind, 100 civilization points were consumed instantly. Those 2 books, like 2 torrents of information, flooded into his mind. Thorn closed his eyes, feeling the familiar logical chains that the system had now reorganized in an unprecedentedly clear and structured way. After a long while, he opened his eyes. His eyes were clear and sharp as a knife. He knew that his ideological weapons were ready. Late at night, Thorn sent someone to invite Daniel. When Daniel arrived, He was distraught, like a walking corpse. He thought Thorn had come to give him his final judgment, and his face wore a tragic air of preparing to die a heroic death. However, Thorn simply pointed to the chair in front of the fireplace in the study. "Sit down, Father Daniel." His tone was as calm as if he were inviting an old friend. There were no swords or judgment documents on the table, only 2 steaming cups of barley tea with honey. Daniel was stunned. All the theological defenses and martyr declarations he had prepared stuck in his throat. Thorn pushed a cup of tea in front of him, picked up a cup himself, and took a small sip. "Father, I'm sorry about what happened during the day," Thorn said sincerely. "My methods may have been a bit direct." Daniel's body trembled violently as he stared at Thorn in disbelief. "Apologize?" The heretic, Lord who tore his faith to shreds, is apologizing to him. A slap followed by a treat, and psychological support must go hand in hand. The essence of PUA lies in the push and pull. Thorn inwardly complained, but on his face he maintained a sincere expression. "I just don't quite understand." Thorn put down his teacup, looking puzzled, like a student eager to learn. "So, I wanted to ask you." He made no mention of debate, nor of any attempt to energize the audience. He simply looked at Daniel and asked a completely unrelated question. "Father, how do we judge whether an apple is good or bad?" Daniel was completely dumbfounded. His mind went blank. He couldn't keep up with Thorn's wildly imaginative thoughts. "What? An apple?" Thorn repeated, picking up a piece of fruit from the table. "Like this one. There's a book, a very old, very sacred book, that describes it in the most beautiful language, calling it the fruit of heaven, the crystallization of wisdom. Does that mean it must be a good apple?" Daniel shook his head instinctively. "Then how should we determine this?" Thorn pressed. "Try it." Daniel answered almost instinctively. "That's right." Thorn snapped his fingers, beaming. "Try it. Use your mouths, your tongues, your bodies to verify it yourself. If it's sweet, it's sweet. If it's sour, it's sour. If it's rotten at the core, even if the book praises it to the skies, it's still a rotten apple. Right?" Daniel nodded blankly. This principle is so simple that even a 3-year-old child understands it. However, Thorn's next words struck him like a thunderbolt, exploding in his chaotic mind. "Then, Father." Thorn leaned forward slightly, staring intently at him, his voice low but piercing. "How then can we judge whether a doctrine or an ideology is good or bad?" Daniel's pupils suddenly contracted. He finally understood. He finally understood what Thorn was trying to say. Should we look at its scriptures to see if they are written in a beautiful and sacred style? Thorn's voice was like the devil's whisper, full of deadly temptation. Or, go and taste the fruit it bears. Go and see if it can provide food for the starving. Go see if it can help the cold weather person put on clothes. Let's see if going to see it can allow those creatures defined as monsters to live with dignity like humans and share candy with our children. Let's see if it can ensure that our soldiers, when facing the enemy's swords, wear sturdy steel armor instead of flimsy prayers. Thorn slowly leaned back in his chair, spreading his hands with an elegant posture, yet exuding an undeniable and powerful aura. "Father, I never deny the value of any idea, but I believe there is only one standard for judging whether it is good or bad." He extended a finger and gently tapped it in the air. "Practice. Practice is the sole criterion for testing all truth." Daniel was completely petrified. Practice. This word, like a supernova, exploded in his mind, instantly obliterating the theological nebula that had lingered for more than 20 years. He had never thought about the problem from this perspective. In his world, truth is revelation, divinely ordained, beyond question, and does not need to be tested. But Thorn gave him a completely new ruler. A ruler, simple yet incredibly sharp, used to measure truth. As for Sister Isabella's divine magic, Thorn seemed to see through his thoughts and changed the subject, bringing up another matter. "I'm very curious. What exactly is that holy light?" He took out a very ordinary church emblem from the drawer, which he had obtained from a guard. "I've studied it, and it's quite interesting." Thorn's fingers rubbed the rough surface of the emblem a few times. In the dark study, the edge of the holy emblem actually emitted a faint, phosphorescent glow. In this world, there are some very special minerals. When rubbed or subjected to pressure, they emit light. You call it a miracle, I call it triboluminescence. Thorn tossed the holy symbol. It's a beautiful natural phenomenon. It can indeed bring light and hope, but unfortunately, it can't cure diseases. This move became the final straw that broke Daniel's back. Even the most mysterious, holy light was explained by the other party in a way that he couldn't understand, but sounded incredibly real. He felt that his world was being ruthlessly deconstructed and crushed inch by science and logic. Aye. Daniel's lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a single word. Seeing that he was about to crash, Thorn didn't press him any further. He knew that the seed had been planted. If you fertilize it again, the roots will rot. He stood up and patted Daniel on the shoulder. Father, go back and get some rest. Don't rush to refute me, and don't rush to agree with me. Keep looking with your eyes. Use your body to continue to feel. Use the method I've taught you today to personally examine whether everything in the city of no light is honey or poison. After saying that, he ignored Daniel and turned to the bookshelf, where he began to peruse the map of the territory. Daniel didn't know how he left the study. He walked aimlessly through the castle's cold corridors, Thorn's every word echoing in his ears like a ghost. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. He returned to his room, where Isabella was waiting anxiously. Father Daniel, how are you? That devil, what did he say to you? Daniel did not answer. He simply walked to the table and picked up the book he once regarded as his life, the Book of Creation of the Holy Light. He opened the title page, where, in gold lettering, was written the statement he had once firmly believed. Those who believe in me will have eternal life. His gaze lingered on that line of text for a long time. But another image involuntarily surfaced in my mind. Beside the blast furnace, there were workers with bare upper bodies, sweating profusely, but with smiles on their faces. In the workshop, there are Arachne, who share food with humans and have clear eyes. In the square, there's a human boy with a missing front tooth who shares candy with his companions. Their faith lay in labor, in sweat, in the tools in their hands, and in that young lord. They, too, were given a new lease on life. A new life that is visible and tangible, filled with the aroma of food and the warmth of steel. Daniel's hands began to tremble slightly. For the first time, he questioned this immortality. Which one is it? Is this the true path to eternal life? He didn't know, but he knew that from this night onward, he would no longer be able to believe every word in the book as he had in the past. Inside the study, Thorn looked at the two doors outside the window that were now tightly shut again, and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He knew that the seed of thought had been planted. Next, a crisis of moderate magnitude, a perfectly timed storm, is needed to allow this seed to fully sprout, face the wind, and grow into the shape I desire. He looked at the system panel, his gaze deep. Crisis. It should be coming soon. Chapter 83, The White Catastrophe. The wind started to change in the afternoon. At first, it was just an ordinary winter cold snap, swirling with a few listless snowflakes. But just an hour later, the sky went completely mad. Lead gray clouds, like a maddened beast, crashed down from the top of the Dragon's Spine mountain range, swallowing the entire world whole. The snow was no longer snowflakes, but had become a snow curtain, a snow wall, tons and tons of cold white powder, carried by the gale, and hurled madly at the city of no light with the intention of burying the world completely. Visibility was less than 3 meters. The wind howled sharply, like countless vengeful spirits wailing in unison. Temperatures plummeted at a terrifying speed. Holy crap! This isn't a blizzard, it's an ice age demo. In the Lord's manor, in the study, Thorn pushed open the window, and the biting cold wind mixed with snowflakes instantly covered his face. But he didn't care at all. System, you better not tell me this is some kind of divine punishment, weather weapon invented by that old fox Gregory. Otherwise I'll really have to figure out how to make a nuclear bomb out of scratch to show him. He was internally ranting and raving, but his expression remained as calm as a block of ice. Level 1 Disaster Emergency Response Plan. Activated. Without the slightest hesitation, Thorn grabbed the crudely made tin cannon from the table and roared out his first command into the doorway. At the same time, in another corner of the Lord's mansion, in the prayer room that had been temporarily converted. Daniel and Isabella are doing very different things. Faced with this sudden and extraordinary power of heaven and earth, their instincts overwhelmed their nascent thoughts. They gathered a dozen or so of the most devout believers who were equally terrified. The candle was lit, and its dim yellow light cast swaying shadows on the window pane, which was fogged up by the cold. Almighty God, please calm your thunderous wrath. Daniel knelt before the makeshift altar, clutching the holy emblem tightly in his hands, eyes closed, and prayed aloud with an almost tearful devotion. The believers behind him followed him, entrusting all their fear and hope to this ethereal prayer. Isabella was also kneeling among them, but her lips only moved slightly, while her gaze was uncontrollably drawn through the blurry window to the world outside that was being swallowed by the white storm. Her miraculous healing powers couldn't even cure a child's cold. So, can all this prayer in the room really shake this earth-shattering divine punishment? She didn't know, and she didn't dare to think about it. Prayer is the only thing they can do, and the only thing they will do, at this moment. Just as their prayers began, another voice, in a completely different way, full of power and order, pierced through the roar of the wind and snow, resounding over the city of no light. This is the Lord's Mansion Command Center. Repeat. This is the Lord's Mansion Command Center. Thorn's voice was brutally, yet with unparalleled clarity, transmitted to every corner through several large tin loudspeakers placed throughout the city. All residents, return indoors immediately. Construction crew, reinforce all newly built houses immediately, especially the windward side. I don't care what methods you use, planks, stones, cobwebs, make sure the walls are completely sealed. Arachne Patrol, immediately set up safety cableways between the main roads. Ensure the supply lines remain open. Remember, your spider silk is your lifeline. I want it stronger than steel. Logistics Department, light fires in all public canteens immediately. Start cooking up the stockpiled broth. Head Nurse Helga, take people to distribute strong liquor and medicine to keep warm. Remember, every shelter must have some. Glag, you take the guards and patrol the streets. Maintain order. I have only one order for you. Anyone who dares to hoard goods or take advantage of the chaos at this critical juncture, no trial needed. Hang them on the nearest flagpole. The commands were issued calmly, precisely, and even with a touch of bloodthirsty ruthlessness. Not a single wasted word, not a single moment of hesitation. Throughout the entire city of Lightless, this newly assembled, somewhat crude machine, under the forced activation of Chief Engineer Thorn, began to roar into operation, battling against the natural disaster, accompanied by a piercing friction sound. The expressions on the faces of those in the prayer room became incredibly strange as they listened to the crystal-clear, metallic commands coming from outside the window. Daniel's prayers unconsciously lowered. His prayers seemed so pale and powerless compared to Thorn's extremely pragmatic commands. He saw outside the window several grayish-white figures nimbly traversing the rooftops of buildings against the howling wind. They were warriors of the Arachne tribe, their 8 limbs gripping the walls like the sturdiest climbing axes. Behind them, strands of strong, shimmering spider silk were stretched taut in the wind, forming an aerial corridor connecting the entire city. Immediately afterwards, teams of workers, carrying toolboxes and aided by safety ropes, struggled toward the seemingly dilapidated sheds. In the distance, warm black smoke, mixed with the aroma of food, billowed from the canteen's chimney. All of this happened right before their eyes. Clear, authentic, and full of power. But all they could do was kneel here and pray to an unseen God. A strong feeling called absurdity overwhelmed Daniel's heart like an icy tide. Just then, with a loud bang, the door to the command room was violently kicked open. A guard in charge of communications rolled in like a snowman. He scrambled to the map, his voice trembling with tears. Your Highness, Mine Number 3. The outpost in Mine Number 3 has lost contact. Before losing contact, they used their last strength to send out a distress signal. It's a cave-in. 37 miners. They're buried inside. Boom. This news struck like a heavy blow to the hearts of everyone in the command center. Landslides, blizzards, and complete isolation. These 3 words together are practically a death sentence. Thorne's pupils suddenly contracted. Damn it, what I feared most has come to pass. Murphy's Law is absolutely true. His gaze instantly locked onto the most remote point on the map, marked with a red circle. Mine number 3, the most important and also the most dangerous source of iron ore. He took a deep breath, the icy air seeming to freeze his lungs. But when he picked up the tin megaphone again, his voice was more steady than before. Lord, Alea, exist. 2 figures, one tall and one short, appeared behind him like ghosts. Assemble the first rescue team. Best equipment, strongest warriors. Meet in the square in 10 minutes. Yes. There are no questions, only execution. By the window of the prayer room, Daniel and Isabella also heard the messenger's heart-wrenching report. They saw the gates of the Lord's manor being pushed open, and squads of fully armed soldiers and agile Spider-Woman warriors beginning to assemble in the snowstorm. They saw Lord's pale face as he sheathed his sword, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. They saw Alea, who was methodically distributing special climbing tools and leather bags filled with hot water to her people. The faces of the soldiers and workers showed solemnity in the face of natural disaster and fear of the unknown. But more than anything, it's a belief, a blind, yet unwavering trust in their leader. When Daniel turned around, he saw a dozen or so faces behind him, faces etched with fear and despair. Their prayers, after learning that someone had been buried alive, became incoherent, filled with terror of death. On one hand, they are organizing their forces in dire straits, preparing to wrestle with death. On the other side, they kneeled down in despair, begging for mercy and surrendering their fate to nothingness. Reality has never been so cruel as to present these 2 choices in the same scene. Daniel felt as if his soul was being sliced apart piece by this image. He lost. From ideology to reality, it was a complete failure. Just then, that voice that made heaven and earth pale in comparison rang out again through the loudspeaker. Thorne stood before the rescue team, now dressed in a thick, grease-coated, waterproof fur coat, and carrying a windproof oil lamp. He did not conduct any pre-battle mobilization. He simply used that tin megaphone to announce a decision to the entire city of No Light. I will personally lead the first rescue team to mine number 3. The sound wasn't loud, but it clearly drowned out the roar of the wind and snow. Lightless city, my territory, under my banner, will never abandon a single citizen. After saying that, he tossed the megaphone to Pete beside him, pulled up his hood, turned around first, and strode towards that endless, seemingly all-consuming white abyss. Isabella stood at the window of the prayer room. She stared intently at the figure's back. That not-so-tall figure, yet at that moment, appeared incredibly resolute and majestic. He did not pray for a miracle. He did not wait to be saved. He chose to become the light in the snowstorm, to become a miracle that saves others. At that moment, in Isabella's mind, all those lofty, indistinct statues of gods in the churches collapsed and shattered into dust. Instead, all that could be seen was the back of the man in front of me, a mortal who steps into a natural disaster to snatch his people back from the clutches of death. This figure felt more real and warmer than any idol she had ever seen. It also makes people feel more at ease and empowered. Chapter 84. Temperature in the Snowstorm. Thorne's feet were sank deep into the snow, which was above his knees. Behind him stood the most elite warriors and craftsmen of the city of No Light, like a row of silent black wedges, ready to chisel open this white despair. Set off. He didn't turn around, uttered only 2 words, and stepped into the endless snowstorm. Wait, Your Highness. 2 voices, one clear and urgent, the other hoarse and firm, rang out simultaneously. Thorne stopped and turned his head slightly. It's Isabella and Daniel. They rushed out from under the porch of the Lord's manor, wearing only thin priestly robes that fluttered in the wind like 2 butterflies about to be torn apart by the storm. Isabella's face was red from the cold, but her doe-like eyes burned with an unprecedented, stubborn flame. Daniel pursed his lips, his hands, which he used to preach, now clenched into fists. Take us with you, Isabella gasped, speaking loudly as if afraid her voice would be swallowed by the snowstorm. I know some basic bandaging. I can take care of the wounded. Daniel took a step forward, his tall figure standing out against the wind and snow. I'm strong. I can carry things. I can clear a path. A low commotion arose within the rescue team. Everyone stared at the two uninvited guests with a strange look. A priest and a nun, going to a mining disaster site? It sounded more absurd than the blizzard itself. Holy crap, did I break their mindset? And their system short-circuited too? Is this how you feed kills? Thorn was internally ranting, but his face remained completely expressionless. His gaze lingered on the two of them for 2 seconds. He saw in their eyes a desperate, do-or-die determination, crushed by reality. Stay close. Thorn withdrew his gaze, uttered only those 3 words, and then strode off again without hesitation. Isabella and Daniel were stunned for a moment. Then their faces lit up with ecstasy, and they scrambled to catch up with the last of the group. Someone handed them 2 thick fur coats and a pot of hot water. Although their eyes were still strange, they no longer looked at them with hostility. In this team that fights against natural disasters, identity and past are unimportant. The important thing is whether you dare to step into this snowstorm. Trekking is a synonym for hell. The wind was like a knife, cutting into my face and burning with pain. The snowflakes were everywhere, sneaking into my collar and instantly turning into icy water, taking away every bit of heat from my body. Each step required using all one's strength to pull one's legs out of the thick snow before stomping them down heavily. Isabella quickly became exhausted. She felt as if her lungs were a broken bellows, each breath carrying the stench of blood. Her legs felt like lead, so heavy they didn't feel like they belonged to her. Several times, she slipped and fell face first into the snow, the icy snow instantly engulfing her, a feeling of near-death despair. But each time, she gritted her teeth, used her frozen, purple hands to support herself on the ground, and got up again. She saw the Arachne warriors leading the way, their 8 limbs supporting their bodies, making them walk more steadily in the snow than humans. She saw the guards who usually patrolled the streets, but now they were like silent yaks, carrying heavy equipment, step by step, resolutely moving forward. No one complained, and no one backed down. What right did she have to fall? She bit her lip hard, tasting the salty, metallic flavor of her own blood. The stinging sensation, however, invigorated her, and she caught up with the group again. Daniel, on the other hand, found a completely new preaching ground. His tall stature became his most valuable asset at that moment. He took the heaviest supply pack from a young soldier who looked frail and unsteady. The weight made him stumble and almost fall to his knees. But he held firm. He walked to the front of the line, standing alongside Greg, and took a spare shovel from the craftsman, and they began to take turns clearing the way. "Hey-ya!" He roared and channeled all his strength into his arm. With one shovel stroke, a large swath of snow was hurled away. Sweat quickly soaked through his underwear. Heat rose from his body, turning into white mist in the cold air. His arms ached as if they were about to break, but an unprecedented, burning sense of fulfillment surged from the depths of his heart throughout his entire body. This feeling was more real and more reassuring than any prayer he had recited in the past 20 years. It turns out that the value earned through hard work is so real and tangible. After an unknown amount of time, the wind subsided slightly. The group stopped at the foot of a huge, sheltered mountain wall. "Dig a snow cave. Take a 15-minute break." Lord's voice cut through the wind, issuing the command. Everyone sprang into action immediately. The craftsmen used shovels, and the spider women used their sharp appendages, quickly digging a temporary shelter large enough to accommodate everyone into the thick snow wall. Inside the snow cave, isolated from the howling winds outside, the temperature seemed to rise somewhat. People huddled together, warming themselves with each other's body heat, pulling out frozen jerky from their pockets and gnawing on it with difficulty. Thorn leaned against the deepest part of the snow cave. He didn't eat anything, but instead poured out a bowl of steaming hot broth from a special insulated leather bag. This was one of his few reserves, insulated with double layers of animal hide and charcoal ash, specifically prepared for emergencies. Under the envious gazes of everyone, he handed the bowl of meat soup, which exuded a deadly aroma, to Alea beside him. "Drink it to replenish your energy." "Your Highness, Alea tried to decline. "Execute the order." Thorn's tone left no room for argument. Alea said nothing more, silently taking the wooden bowl and sipping the water. There were few words exchanged between them, yet a tacit understanding that no one else could penetrate. They exchanged a glance, as if to say, "Don't worry, I'm here." Isabella was sitting not far away, watching this scene, and felt a warmth in her heart for no reason. In this icy and snowy landscape, such trust and care are more heartwarming than any flame. However, the next second, her heart skipped a beat. Thorn reached out and casually brushed away the fine frost that had formed on the tips of Aleya's silver-gray hair. His movements were very light and gentle, as if he were brushing dust off a precious gem. Fingertips lightly touched Aleya's cold cheek. Aleya's body stiffened slightly, and her cold eyes seemed to flash with a different kind of brilliance in the dim oil lamp light. This scene, like an invisible needle, silently yet with unparalleled precision, pierced Isabella's heart. She felt her cheeks suddenly start to burn. An indescribable, unfamiliar emotion, like a rising tide, instantly overwhelmed her. That wasn't jealousy, nor was it resentment. It was a more complex feeling, a mixture of envy, loss, and a touch of bitterness that she herself hadn't even noticed. She suddenly felt as terribly lonely as the boundless snowfield outside the snow cave. She abruptly lowered her head, unable to look any longer, as if that warm intimacy would burn her eyes. Just then, a suppressed cry of pain came from beside me. He was a guard whose hand had been cut deeply by sharp rocks while he was digging the snow cave. Blood had soaked through his makeshift bandage. Isabella lunged at him almost instinctively. "Don't move. I'll do it." She stopped thinking about those messy emotions and took out the first aid kit from the church from her pocket. Inside were clean linen and hemostatic herbs. She knelt on the ground, carefully untied the strips of cloth stuck together by the guard with blood and mud, rinsed the wound with clean water, carefully applied medicine powder, and then re-bandaged it with clean cloth strips. Her movements were focused and gentle. As she tied the last knot, the young guard looked at her with a gaze full of gratitude and almost reverence. "Thank you, sister." Isabella's heart was gently touched by this sincere expression of gratitude. She looked up and saw the relieved expression on the guard's face. At that moment, she suddenly realized that the solace she felt from personally easing the pain of others was far more intense and more fulfilling than any divine grace she had ever received from praying to a statue of God in church all day. She seems to have found a new way to pray. After a nearly 24-hour non-stop march, the exhausted team finally arrived at the area marked on the map as the location of mine number 3. The wind and snow miraculously subsided considerably. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Hope was within reach. However, the moment they rounded the last ridge and saw the scene before them, everyone's steps seemed to be nailed to the spot. Everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. A chill more biting than a blizzard shot from the soles of my feet straight to the top of my head. There are no mine shafts. There is no entrance. There were no traces of human activity. Before them lay only a massive, smooth, death-laden snow-covered hill. A small avalanche, like a merciless giant hand, completely buried everything here, including the 37 vibrant lives and everyone's hopes. Dead silence. The world was shrouded in a suffocating silence. No, a young craftsman's legs buckled, and he knelt on the ground, letting out a desperate sob. That sob was like a switch, instantly igniting the emotions that had been suppressed to the limit within the group. It's over. Everything is over. They fought with all their might to cross hell, only to arrive at its deepest depths. Lord's hand gripped the hilt of the sword, his knuckles turning white from the force. Aleya's eyes were fixed on the snow-covered hill, her body taut like a fully drawn bow. Thorn simply stood there quietly. He gazed at the white grave for a long time, then slowly closed his eyes. "System, tell me, do they still have a signal?" His voice echoed in his mind, carrying a tremor he himself hadn't even noticed. Chapter 85, The Priest's New Life. Byte. Life Signal Detection Module activated. Scanning target area. Scan results. 37 weak but stable life signals detected. Concentrated 15 meters below the coordinates. Warning. Oxygen levels in the area are decreasing at a rate of 0.8% per minute. Estimated time remaining, 58 minutes. The cold system notification in Thorne's mind sounded like heavenly music at this moment. He slowly opened his eyes. In those dark eyes, there was no trace of despair, only a burning, intense light, like the core of a forge. Quiet down. His low shout, like a thunderclap, instantly jolted everyone who was immersed in despair. The whole world seemed to have been muted. The wind and snow seemed to have subsided, leaving only a deathly silence. Thorne's gaze fell on the most perceptive hunter in the group. Alea. Yes, the Spider-Woman warrior replied immediately. Use your senses, listen. Thorne's voice was terrifyingly calm. Listen to the sounds from underground. Without the slightest hesitation, Alea's spider-like lower body suddenly lowered, the tips of her 8 appendages, like the most precise probes, piercing deep beneath the snow and touching the hard frozen earth. She closed her eyes, and the sounds of the entire world merged into her senses. 1 second. 2 seconds. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at her. Suddenly, Alea's body trembled violently. She opened her eyes, and an unbelievable, wild joy erupted in her cold gaze. There's a sound. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Very faint, but very rhythmic. It's a knocking sound. Thump, 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 thump. That was the miners using their last bit of strength to strike the rock wall, sending a message to the surface that they were still alive. That's a survival signal. Still alive. They're still alive. Someone shouted first, and the next second, the hope that had been suppressed to the extreme erupted like a volcano. Dig. Dig faster. Several of the most impatient guards, their eyes bloodshot, grabbed shovels, and were about to rush toward the snow-covered hill like madmen. Stop right there. Thorne's roar was colder and more biting than the winter wind, instantly freezing everyone in place. He rushed to the front, spread his arms, and blocked everyone. Do you want them to die even faster? He surveyed the bewildered faces and demanded sharply. There was just an avalanche here. The snow layer structure is extremely unstable. Your haphazard digging will only trigger a second landslide, burying them, along with ourselves, alive. Damn, they're all acting like they're straight out of a shonen manga, jumping into action on a whim. If this collapses, where am I supposed to complain? This isn't how you turn a potential, team-wiping engine. Thorne was internally ranting, but on his face he maintained a cold and aloof professional demeanor. He snatched the shovel from Grag's hand and quickly drew a huge, angled fan-shaped area on the snow. This is the main load-bearing area. It absolutely must not be touched. Dig downwards at this angle. Keep the slope at 30 degrees. Every 2 meters down, we need to build a support structure using wood and spider silk. We need to dig a safe rescue passage, not dig them a new grave. His words were logically clear and beyond question. The soldiers and craftsmen, who had been blinded by impulse, instantly calmed down, their faces showing shame and lingering fear. Looking at Thorne, their eyes held not only awe but also an absolute trust akin to faith. In their world, no one has ever been so calm and so professional in the face of such overwhelming power. This is no longer the wisdom of mortals. It is almost a divine revelation. Action. With Thorne's command, the rescue officially began in an unprecedented manner, filled with a sense of science and order. The craftsmen were in charge of digging, the soldiers were in charge of moving the snow, and the spider women led by Alea used their tough spider silk and their sensitivity to structure to quickly build a temporary support frame. The whole scene was tense and exhausting, yet orderly. However, human resources are sometimes limited. Engaging in high-intensity physical labor in sub-zero temperatures, every minute and every second is frantically draining their physical strength and willpower. Gradually, people slowed down. The speed at which the shovel was swung was no longer as powerful. The breathing became increasingly heavy. A layer of white frost covered everyone's face. Their lips were chapped, and their eyes were beginning to glaze over. The flame of hope, faced with the harsh reality, seems to be slowly being blown about by the cold wind. Isabella knelt on the ground, feeding hot water to a soldier who had collapsed from exhaustion. She looked at the scene with burning anxiety and helplessness. Her bandages could treat external wounds, but they couldn't cure this deep-seated fatigue. Daniel stood at the very back of the line. He stood there like a petrified statue, staring blankly at everything. He looked at the soldiers who were fighting with all their might to save their comrades, at the craftsmen who were shivering in the cold wind but still persevering, and at the young lord who calmly directed everything, as if he were the center of this world. There is no God here. There are only people here. A group of ordinary people fighting for their lives against natural disasters. He subconsciously touched his chest, where the sacred emblem he cherished as his life hung. The cold metal seemed to carry an ironic warmth at that moment. He wanted to pray, but no matter what he did, he couldn't open his lips. To whom are you praying? Pray that the gods will send a miracle to move the snow away? No. Daniel's gaze fell on his large hands, blistered from clearing the path, now idle. He suddenly understood. Miracles don't fall from the sky. Miracles are discovered by digging them out with your own hands. An unprecedented, violent emotion, like magma that had been accumulating for thousands of years, erupted in his chest. He suddenly reached out and ripped the holy emblem off his neck. The leather cord that had been with him for 20 years snapped in an instant. He didn't throw it away. Instead, he gripped the cold, holy emblem tightly in his palm and then shoved it into the deepest part of his pocket. It's as if I'm burying an old version of myself. Roar. A roar, inhuman and suppressed to the extreme, exploded from the depths of Daniel's throat. Like a brown bear that had been completely enraged, he charged toward the pile of tools next to him and grabbed the largest spare shovel. I'll do it. His eyes were bloodshot, and veins bulged from his neck down to his forehead. Amidst everyone's horrified gazes, he charged into the excavation site like a raging bull, shoving aside a soldier who was already struggling to stand. Get out of the way. He poured all his weight, all the confusion, struggle, and newly emerging belief of the past 20 years into this one shovel. Open it. Boom. He used an almost savage force to pry up a large chunk of snow that was frozen like a rock, and then threw it aside violently. Everyone was stunned. Is this still the same gentle and refined Father Daniel who spouts theological doctrines? This is clearly a red-hot steam excavator disguised in human skin. Holy crap! Is the priest possessed by a berserker? After his faith collapsed, he practically ascended to godhood, right? That combat power is too much for mining. He should be a demolition crew leader. Thorne was so shocked by this sudden scene that he started spamming the comments section with his own thoughts. Daniel's outburst was like a powerful stimulant, piercing the hearts of everyone on the verge of their limits. The priest is already on board. What are we waiting for? Fuck him, Greg roared, spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, and swung the shovel again. Morale has been reignited. People seemed to forget their fatigue and the cold, with only one thought remaining: dig. Led by Daniel's humanoid Gundam, the rescue operation progressed at a miraculous speed. Time passed by, second by second. Finally, in the last 3 minutes before the system warned that the oxygen was about to run out, when Daniel's shovel struck a hard object with a dull thud. It's not a stone. It's wood. It's the supporting wooden beam at the entrance of the mine. It's connected. We've broken through. The shouts of ecstasy echoed through the valley, as if they were about to shake the leaden clouds in the sky apart. People frantically dug through the last snow and rubble, revealing a dark, foul-smelling hole. The first one pulled out was an old miner with a face covered in soot and a stubble beard. When he breathed in the first breath of cold, fresh air, he collapsed to the ground and burst into tears. Immediately afterwards, one miner after another, supported and carried, returned to the world of the living through that deadly hole. 37 people. Not one is missing. The entire rescue team erupted in thunderous cheers. They hugged each other, laughing and crying, freely expressing their joy at surviving the ordeal. Daniel was completely exhausted. He leaned against a rock, panting heavily, his muscles trembling uncontrollably. Looking at the reborn scene before him, a tired yet satisfied smile appeared on his face. Just then, a small, thin figure slowly emerged from the crowd of rescued people. He was a child of about 5 or 6 years old, his face dirty, like a little kitten. He had come down to the mine with his father to help out. He walked up to Daniel, looked up at the giant-like man covered in mud and snow. His eyes, clear as a mountain spring, reflected Daniel's weary figure. He spoke in a childlike, yet incredibly sincere voice. "Thank you, Uncle Hero." Boom. Hero. These two words struck Daniel's soul like a thunderbolt from the heavens. It is heavier, hotter, and more powerful than any title of priest or any gold-embossed lettering in the Holy Light creation scroll. He is not a servant of any god. He is not a lost sheep. At this moment, in the pure eyes of this child, he is a hero. A hero who pulled life back from the brink of death with his own hands. Daniel's body began to tremble violently. He could no longer control himself, and suddenly lowered his head, covering his face with his huge hands, which were covered in mud and blood blisters. Scalding, burning tears streamed down his face from between his fingers. Those were tears of sorrow, nor tears of joy. Those were tears of sudden enlightenment, tears of rebirth. He found it. He finally found his true Tao and his true God. His church was not in that distant, glittering capital. Right here on this barren, yet vibrant land. His followers are not those high in the clouds, indistinct idols. Instead, it's these living, breathing people in front of me who cry and laugh, bleed and get hurt, yet still strive to live. On the way back to the city of no light, the snowstorm had stopped. Golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, shining on the weary yet glorious team, and also on the faces of the miners who had been given a new lease on life. That night, the entire city of darkness was engulfed in a sea of revelry. In the study of the Lord's manor, Daniel took the initiative to find Thorn. He had cleaned himself up and changed into a neat priest's robe, but everyone could see that he was completely different from before. His eyes were clear and calm, yet they contained an unprecedented and unwavering strength. He walked up to Thorn, but did not kneel. He simply bowed slightly, offering a scholar's salute. "Your Highness." Thorn looked up at him with interest. "Hey, the system update is complete? It looks pretty stable. I think I understand God's will." Daniel's voice was steady and strong. He doesn't want us to talk about faith, but to put it into practice with our own hands. He doesn't want us to kneel and pray, but rather to stand up, to build, to create. He looked at Thorn with a plea in his eyes and an unwavering determination. "Please allow me to remain in the city of no light. I want to be a teacher. Teach children to read and write. Teach them to understand the world and to distinguish right from wrong. Most importantly, teach them how to use their own hands to create their own paradise on this land." Chapter 86. The First Teacher. Thorn's study is now almost unrecognizable. This place was no longer a lord's private resting place, but more like a hastily assembled, bustling wartime command post. A huge map of the city of Wuguang and its surrounding area covered the entire long table, filled with circles and arrows drawn in different colors of charcoal. Several boxes of freshly made steel tool samples were piled in the corner, and a few red bricks of varying sizes leaned against the wall. The air was filled with a peculiar smell of charcoal, ink, and sweat mixed together. This is the smell of construction. At this moment, all the heads of the core departments of Wuguang City are crammed into this not-so-spacious room, holding the first truly meaningful, expanded cadre meeting since Thorn took office. Captain of the Guard, Grag, Master Blacksmith, later, Chief Spider-Woman, Corvana, Minister of the Interior, Pete, Chief Knight, Lord, and former priest, Daniel. The atmosphere was solemn, even somewhat grim. Everyone assumed that the Lord was going to summarize the merits and demerits of the snow disaster relief efforts, or to announce the next phase of the mining plan. Thorn cleared his throat and glanced at everyone present. "I've gathered you all here today to announce something," he said, his voice not loud, but clearly drowning out the crackling of the burning wood in the fireplace. "It's the most important thing that concerns the future of our city of no light." Okay, the atmosphere is set. Next, we'll witness the historic moment of the glorious birth of 9-year compulsory education in this other world. The focus is on building a strong ideological foundation, starting from childhood. Under the breathless gaze of everyone, Thorn slowly spoke. "I have decided to establish the Academy of No Light." "Academy? What is that?" Grag and later asked the question almost simultaneously, their faces filled with bewilderment. In their minds, only the noble lords of the capital were qualified to go to such a place to learn dragon-slaying techniques or court etiquette. Pete jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Your Highness. An academy. How much money will this cost? Our finances. It won't allow us to have such lofty dreams. Thorn raised his hand to stop the Minister of the Interior's wailing. He looked at the crowd and spoke each word as if he were reciting an unquestionable legal code. The mission of the Academy of No Light can be summed up in just 8 words: to enlighten the people and make everyone knowledgeable. From today onward, all children aged 6 to 12 living in the City of No Light, regardless of gender or race. Yes, Chief Kulvana, including your children from Arachne, must be enrolled in school. A glint of light flashed in Corvana's cold eyes. She hadn't expected that this favor would also include her people. The academy is free. Thorn dropped an even bigger bombshell. Not only is it free, but it also provides a free lunch. Pete rolled his eyes, clutched his chest, and almost fainted on the spot. Free education and nutritious lunches, it's like stepping back into modern times. Pete, you've suffered. I'll give you a best scapegoat medal later. As for what we teach, Thorn's lips curled into a meaningful smile. We don't teach theology, nor do we teach those vague, aristocratic etiquettes. He held up 3 fingers. First, literacy and writing. I want our next generation to be able to understand the law and write their own names. Second, basic arithmetic. I want them to be able to calculate how much they should be paid and how much tax they should pay, so that they won't be cheated out of their life savings by a bad book. Third, common sense about nature. They need to know that thunder is not caused by the anger of the gods, but by electrical discharges in the clouds. They need to know that if they are sick, they should go to the nurse's station to see Helga, not kneel down and pray. These words were like a thunderclap from a clear sky, leaving everyone present stunned and bewildered. Later and Grag gaped in disbelief. They had never imagined in their lives that common sense could actually be taught as a subject of study. This isn't teaching knowledge. This is forcibly dragging the gods down from the heavens. Of course, there's also the most important course. Thorn paused, then pulled out a thick, handwritten book wrapped in animal hide from under a pile of drawings. On the cover, 5 large characters are written in neat font. Citizens and Society. Here it comes, the bombshell. A simplified version of the revelation of thought, a political and ideological enlightenment reader from another world, version 1.0 test version. Specifically designed to cure feudal ignorance, guaranteed to teach and teach. This course will teach children what rights and obligations are, what the individual and the collective are, what the law is, and why we must obey it. It will tell children that they are citizens of the City of No Light, and that the glory of this land is closely related to each and every one of them. Thorn's words were beyond the comprehension of most of those present, but they could sense that a completely new, unprecedented force, powerful enough to overturn the world, was quietly being born in this small study. He placed the thick book, Citizens and Society, in the center of the table, and his gaze finally fell on Daniel. And those who lead this academy, passing on this knowledge and these ideas to the next generation. Thorn picked up a letter of appointment written on fine linen and solemnly handed it to Daniel. Mr. Daniel, I hereby formally appoint you as the first dean and chief instructor of the Academy of No Light. Daniel's body jolted violently. He looked at the appointment letter, which had no ornate emblems or elaborate seals, only Thorn's strong and powerful signature and the weighty words, Dean. He stretched out his hand, the hand that had once been used to clear mountains and dig out 37 lives, and now it was trembling slightly. He accepted the letter of appointment. That piece of paper was very light, yet it is heavier than the cross he carried and the holy scriptures he held. An unprecedented, burning sense of responsibility and honor exploded from the depths of his heart, sweeping across his entire soul. He opened his mouth, his throat dry, but in the end, he just took a deep breath and, with all his might, bowed solemnly to Thorn and everyone present. I will not fail in my mission. The meeting adjourned. Everyone left hastily, their minds filled with shock and anticipation for the future. Corvana was going to select the first batch of Spider-Man cubs to enroll, Latre was going to convert the largest warehouse into a classroom, and Pete, with a long face, was figuring out how to squeeze that free lunch out of the cracks in the rocks. Daniel, The newly appointed dean held the book, Citizens and Society, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world, and plunged into his room to study it with great eagerness. The entire Lord's manor was immersed in a joyful atmosphere of busy preparations for the new life. Except for Isabella. She stood alone under the bare old tree in the courtyard. The snow stopped, and the sun shone brightly, but she felt as if she were standing at the extreme point of the world, surrounded by an endless expanse of cold white. Looking at the bright light shining from Daniel's room, at his silhouette reflected in the window as he became excited and focused, an unprecedented sense of loneliness overwhelmed her like a tide. Daniel has found his new church. He found his new believers. He has found his new path. But what about her? Her faith, along with Daniel's, was shattered in that natural and man-made disaster. But she lacked Daniel's courage and strength to rebuild from the ashes. She was just broken. She was no longer a nun. Her magic had been proven to be nothing more than a trick. She was no longer a warrior, unable to even wield a shovel. Nor was she a scholar, unable to perform even the simplest arithmetic. Who exactly is she? And what can she do? The future, like this vast expanse of white snow before us, is clean, yet also eerily empty. In the distance, she saw several arachne spiderlings, recently brought out of their burrows by their mother, timidly hiding in a corner, watching with a mixture of curiosity and fear as several human children chased and played. Their eyes gleamed. They wanted to join in, yet dared not. Isabella's heart was gently pierced by this sight. She deeply understood that feeling of being excluded and lonely. A thought, like a tiny spark, quietly ignited on the cold ruins of her mind. She took a deep breath, the icy air making her lungs ache. She clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. She finally made a decision. She turned and walked towards Thorn's study, step by step. Each step felt like stepping on her broken heart, yet she walked with extraordinary determination. Thorn was looking at the classroom renovation plans drawn by later when he heard a knock on the door and looked up. It's Isabella. She stood at the door, head down, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, like a child who had done something wrong. Is something the matter? Thorn's tone was calm. Oh, the lost lamb has come to us. Judging by her emo expression, it's time to show her the way. Isabella's lips moved for a long time before she finally mustered the courage to speak in a voice almost as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Your Highness, I beg. Her voice was so soft that Thorn had to put down the drawings and lean forward slightly. What are you asking for? Isabella suddenly raised her head, her doe-like eyes filled with moisture and a desperate, all-or-nothing longing. I want to become a teaching assistant at the academy, she blurted out, her cheeks instantly turning bright red. I may not know anything, but I can clean the classrooms, I can distribute lunches. I want to take care of the children, especially those little spider girls. They seem so shy, so scared. After saying that, she quickly lowered her head again, awaiting the verdict. The study was completely silent. Isabella felt her heart was about to jump out of her throat. She was even prepared to be rejected mercilessly with a "you don't deserve me" look in her eyes. However, what she heard was a gentle chuckle. Thorn stood up, walked around the desk, and stood in front of her. He didn't look down at her condescendingly, but nodded slightly, looking directly into her anxious eyes. Isabella. For the first time, he called her name. Knowledge and love are the scarcest and most welcome things in the city of no light. Dean Daniel can provide the former. As for the latter, I believe you are better at it than anyone else. He extended his hand, not to touch, but merely as an invitation. Welcome to the team, Ms. Isabella. Teacher. This new, warm, and kind title, full of goodwill and recognition, was like a warm current that instantly touched the softest part of Isabella's heart. She could no longer hold back. The confusion, loneliness, and unease that had accumulated over the past few days turned into scalding tears that uncontrollably streamed down her face. She didn't cry out loud, but bit her lip tightly and nodded forcefully again and again. 3 days later, the Academy of No Light officially opens for the new semester. That huge warehouse, once filled with clutter, has now been completely transformed. The walls have been painted snow white, The broken roof has been replaced with brand new tiles, and even a huge window has been luxuriously installed, allowing the warm winter sunlight to flood the entire classroom without obstruction. Dozens of desks and chairs, hastily made from new timber and still smelling of pine, were neatly arranged. On one side of the desk sat human children, most of them wearing patched old clothes, but their little faces were clean, and their eyes were full of curiosity about this new world. On the other side sat a dozen or so young arachne spiders. Their 8 appendages were somewhat helplessly tucked under their bodies, their eyes blinking nervously as they curiously observed their 2-legged classmates beside them. This scene of humans and children of other races studying together in the same room would be enough to be considered heretical and burned at the stake 10 times over in any part of the mainland. But here, in the city of no light, it is so natural, full of vibrant, new hope. Daniel stood behind a makeshift platform made of stone bricks. He took off the priest's robe that symbolized his past and put on a simple, clean gray scholar's gown. His hair was neatly combed, and he wore a gentle and dignified smile. He looked radiant, as if he had become 20 years younger. "Children, welcome to the Academy of No Light." His voice was loud and steady. "From today onwards, I will be your teacher. Here, I will teach you about the power of this world." He picked up a charcoal pencil, turned around, and wrote the first lesson of the new school year on the flat wooden board behind him. It is neither the name of a god nor the surname of a king. Instead, they are 2 huge, upright, and powerful characters. Labor. On the other side of the classroom, Isabella gently crouched down and handed a sweet candy made of maltose to the most timid little spider girl. "Don't be afraid," she said softly, with a warm, genuine smile on her face. "From now on, this will be your home." The little girl hesitated for a moment, then stretched out her tiny claws and took the candy. Sunlight streamed through the bright glass windows, falling on her, on the children's faces, and on Daniel's tall, straight back. The back door of the classroom was quietly pushed open a crack. Thorne stood in the shadows, silently watching this historic moment unfold before him. His heart was not filled with overwhelming excitement, but rather with a deep and satisfying joy, like that of an old farmer watching the first green sprout emerge from the field he had cultivated with his own hands. Done. The stamp of thought has been imprinted. The spark of civilization has been ignited. He knew that these seemingly insignificant seeds sown here today would one day grow into a forest of ideas powerful enough to shake the entire continent and even change the color of the sky. And he will be the only forest ranger. Chapter 87, Silent Thoughts. The sunlight at Wuguang Academy is sweet. This is a truth that Isabella has only recently discovered. It was not like the light cast through stained glass windows in a church, carrying a sense of sacred distance, nor like the light that pierced the clouds after a blizzard, carrying the joy of surviving a catastrophe. The sunlight here, mixed with the fresh scent of pine desks, the faint smell of milk from the children, and the smell of charcoal dust from the blackboard, warmly bathes you, giving you a lazy, blissful feeling that makes you want to take a nap. So, the word labor tells us that we should use our left hand and our right hand to create everything we want. On the podium, Dean Daniel was delivering the first lesson of the semester in his loud and magnetic voice. He completely abandoned the abstract and ethereal vocabulary of theology, instead using the most vivid stories, such as how Master later hammered a piece of or into a sharp axe with his bare hands, and how Chief Corvana led her people to spin spider silk to build sturdy houses to explain the meaning of the 2 words. The children listened intently. A chubby-faced human boy raised his hand high. "Dean, my dad said that labor means going into the mine to dig for ore, and then handing it over to the Lord to exchange for copper coins to buy black bread." Daniel smiled gently. "Your father is right. That is labor. But now, the Lord wants you to understand that your labor is not only for black bread, but also for building a better home for ourselves." Just like the table we're sitting at now, and the classroom we're using, they were all built by the hard work of the craftsman. Your learning here is also a form of labor. In the future, you will use the knowledge you've acquired to perform even greater labor. On the other side, a little girl from the Arachne tribe timidly raised one of her forelegs. Her eyes blinked nervously. Isabella immediately smiled and went over, knelt down, and encouraged her in the gentlest voice. "Don't be afraid. What do you want to ask?" The little girl whispered in the hissing tone characteristic of the spider people. Teacher, we spin silk to build houses. Is that great labor?" "Of course." Daniel's voice was full of certainty. "Your spider silk is stronger and more beautiful than any material I have ever seen. You are natural-born architects. Your labor is the most precious asset of the city of no light." The young spider, overjoyed at receiving affirmation, gently twitched its 8 legs in place. As Isabella gazed at the scene, her heart softened like a ball of cotton warmed by the sun. She picked up the stone slab in front of the little girl, wiped it clean with a damp cloth, and then, holding the little girl's small, slightly cold claws, carefully wrote her name on it, stroke by stroke. "Look, this is your name. Learning to write it is the most important achievement you have made today." It seems she has found her new divine magic. This kind of magic cannot heal fatal wounds, but it can soothe the anxiety and fear in children's hearts. It cannot bring miracles, but it can plant seeds called hope and acceptance in these young minds. This feeling filled her with immense pleasure and satisfaction, until, unintentionally, her gaze drifted past the window and landed on the open training field in the distance. Then, she froze in place, as if she had been frozen in place. On the training field, 2 figures are crisscrossing and colliding at high speed. It's Thorn and Alea. Alea was like a gray cheetah, her 8 limbs tracing uncanny arcs across the ground, allowing her to dodge and strike from angles incomprehensible to humans. Her twin short spears, like the fangs of a viper, aimed precisely at Thorn's vitals with every strike. Thorn, on the other hand, is like an iron tree rooted in the earth. The newly forged steel sword in his hand was steady and heavy. He didn't have Alea's ghostly speed, but his grasp of timing and his use of power had reached an unbelievable level. Alea's short spear whistled through the air as it pierced his throat. He merely turned slightly to the side, and the spine of his sword, like a moving wall, struck the spear tip precisely with a clang. Sparks flew, and the immense force caused Alea to momentarily freeze. In that brief moment of hesitation, Thorn's sword, like a gazelle leaping from its horn, slashed towards her side without warning. That wasn't a killer move, it was a teaching method. Alea twisted her waist, her spider-like lower body displaying astonishing flexibility as she narrowly avoided a collision. At the same time, one of her appendages, like a scorpion's tail, silently hooked towards Thorn's ankle. There was no conversation or shouting between the two. Only the crisp sound of clashing weapons and rapid breathing could be heard. It was a seamless, harmonious understanding between them. It was as if they weren't practicing, but rather engaging in a conversation with swords and spears, a conversation that no one else could understand, a conversation that belonged only to the two of them. Offense and defense, advance and retreat, all were perfectly timed. It is filled with a wild beauty that is a blend of power, speed, and death. Isabella was completely mesmerized. She saw that after a round of attacks, the two separated. Thorn had beads of sweat on his forehead, which he casually wiped with his sleeve, then smiled and said something to Alea. A faint, yet unmistakably genuine, smile appeared on Alea's usually icy face. That smile, like a snow lotus suddenly blooming on a glacier, possessed a breathtaking beauty. Isabella's heart felt as if it had been gently pricked by that smile. It doesn't hurt, but it's very sour and astringent. She suddenly felt as if she and they lived in 2 different worlds. Her world is the warm sunlight in the classroom, the children's laughter, and a peaceful and contented daily life. Their world is the sweat shed on the training field, the sparks of clashing weapons, and the trust and entrustment of fighting side by side. She could not set foot in that world. She even felt short of breath just looking at it from a distance. This feeling became even stronger in the public dining hall at dusk. In order to save resources and enhance a sense of community, Thorn ordered that everyone, except for those in essential positions, must eat in the communal canteen. The long wooden table was piled high with steaming food, stewed chunks of meat, golden brown roasted potatoes, and a large bowl of thick soup made with various vegetables. Isabella and Daniel sat at a table with their children, creating a lively and warm atmosphere. Her gaze, however, kept drifting uncontrollably towards the table not far away. The core members of the City of No Light were all seated there. They were eating while also having a heated discussion. The output of mine number 3 must be increased. I don't care what methods you use. I want to see the output double within half a month. Thorn said indistinctly while stuffing a large piece of roasted meat into his mouth. Your Highness, we don't have enough manpower. And many miners are still traumatized after the last avalanche, Greg said with a bitter face. Then pay them. Double the wages. Set up a psychological counseling team. And let Daniel. Never mind. He's the dean now. He's too busy. Let teacher Isabella talk to them. She's good at this. Damn. Even capitalists would be moved to tears. Not only do they exploit labor, but they also have to run employee welfare programs EAPs. I'm such a philanthropist. Thorn mentally grumbled, then very naturally used his fork to pick up the largest and fattest piece of roast meat from his plate and put it into Alea's plate next to him. Eat more. You've used up a lot of energy today. Alea didn't even glance at it, as if this had happened countless times before. She simply and silently pushed the few mushy, overcooked carrots she didn't like from her plate to the side of Thorn's plate with a spoon. Thorn didn't mind at all, and just forked it and stuffed it into his mouth. The whole process was as smooth as breathing. There wasn't a single thank you or a why aren't you eating. It was a kind of intimacy that had become part of each other's daily routines and was taken for granted. Isabella's fork, unconsciously, scraped across the plate with a harsh sound. The child next to her looked at her curiously. Teacher, what's wrong? It's nothing. Isabella hurriedly looked away, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. Teacher, was just thinking about something. She looked down at the food on her plate and suddenly felt that the sweet black bread in her mouth had become tasteless. That piece of roasted meat, those few carrots. Like 2 red-hot irons, they burned her heart. It turns out that what hurts the most is not some earth-shattering vow, but this kind of quiet, everyday life, intertwined with the mundane details of daily life. It's late at night. Isabella tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. She put on her coat, intending to go for a walk in the courtyard, feel the cool breeze, and clear her confused mind. As she quietly passed by the Lord's study, she discovered that the candlelight was still on. The door was ajar. As if possessed, she stopped, held her breath, and peered into the crack. By candlelight, Thorn was unfolding a huge parchment map, a draft of the city's urban plan for the next 5 years. His fingers moved slowly across the map, his expression focused, and the profile of his face appeared exceptionally soft in the flickering candlelight. Alea sat opposite him, leaning slightly forward, listening attentively. Look here, Thorn's voice was exceptionally clear in the quiet night. We are going to build a dam in the forest. This will not only solve our water problem during the dry season, but also use water power to drive our first generation of water-powered forging hammers and mills. This is the first crucial step in industrialization. A dam. Alea's eyes sparkled. I've heard that these kinds of human structures are easily washed away by floods. Therefore, we must use the best materials. Thorn smiled, a smile that carried an air of complete confidence. Chief Corvana told me that your spider silk, when mixed with some kind of volcanic ash, becomes as hard as rock and waterproof. I will have later investigate whether it can be combined with cement to create a completely new composite material. He didn't engage in romance or sentimental talk. He was talking about dams, cement, the future of a city, and a blueprint for a civilization. But Isabella felt that this was more touching than any love confession she had ever heard, and it made her heart race even faster. She looked at the man speaking eloquently by candlelight, and at the light in his eyes that shone with ideals and wisdom. She watched him patiently explain the words she didn't understand to Alea, and saw the look of adoration and trust in Alea's eyes. They were lords and generals. They are mentor and student. Yes, a comrade in arms. Isabella slowly stepped back and leaned against the cold wall, feeling as if all the strength had been drained from her body. A tremendous, boundless sense of loss, like icy seawater, completely overwhelmed her. She recalled her life in the monastery. Her daily routine consisted of prayer, hymns, and confession. Her world was small, pure, and devoid of desire. She believed that was faith, that was her life. But now, her heart is completely filled with the image of a man. His smile, his voice, his focused profile, his eyes that seemed to see into the future. All of this made her feel a sweet feeling she had never experienced before, a feeling that was unfamiliar and called heart-fluttering. It also made her feel a tremendous sense of guilt for betraying God. She was like a thief, having stolen an emotion that didn't belong to her, feeling both delighted and apprehensive about it. I returned to my small bedroom. Isabella lit the oil lamp and pulled out a small diary with a cover made of ordinary animal hide from under her pillow. This was her only and most secret, silent confession. She turned to a new page, dipped her pen in ink, and held the nib on the paper for a long time before finally putting it down. The handwriting trembled slightly, reflecting the owner's emotions. Holy Light Calendar Year 932, Winter Month. 10 days after the snow stopped. I saw him again today. On the training ground, his sword moved as steadily as a mountain. At the dinner table, he gave her the meat. By candlelight, he painted a picture of their future together. Dean Daniel said that labor is sacred. Taking care of the children and teaching them to write brought me unprecedented joy. I thought I had found a new path. But why does my gaze always follow him? God, I swore to you that I would dedicate my life to you, remain pure, and forsake all desire. But now, a mortal has taken up residence in my heart. This feeling is like honey laced with poison. Every bit of sweetness is accompanied by 10 times the pain. God, if loving someone you shouldn't love is a sin, then have I already fallen into the abyss. As she finished writing the last sentence, before the ink was even dry, a scalding tear unexpectedly slid down her cheek, landing on the paper and blurring the word abyss into a hopeless gray. The candlelight in the study finally went out. Thorne stretched and felt like his back was about to break. Damn, infrastructure construction is even more tiring than 996 working 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 6 days a week. I knew I shouldn't have made that ambitious 5-year plan. Now I've dug my own grave, and I have to fill the hole even if I'm crying. It's late. Go back and rest, he said to Alea beside him. Alea nodded and followed him out of the study. The two walked down the quiet corridor, moonlight streaming in through the window and casting long shadows on them. Your Highness, Alea suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Alea stopped and tilted her head, her eyes, still bright in the darkness, quietly looking at Thorne. She asked in a factual, emotionless tone. That human woman named Isabella, the way she looked at you, was very strange. Thorne paused for a moment. Strange? How so? Alea thought for a moment, seemingly searching for the most accurate adjective. Then, with her beast-like keen intuition, she offered a truly deadly metaphor. It's like looking at a piece of meat that you really want to eat, but don't dare to. Chapter 88, Seeds of Tomorrow. The warm sunshine of early spring generously bathed the central square of the city without light. This place is no longer the desolate, lifeless wasteland it once was. The smooth red brick ground, the newly transplanted iron oak tree sprouting tender buds in the center of the square, and the new 2-story buildings built by the Spider-Men and human craftsmen all proclaim the new life this place has taken. Today marks a new beginning for the children. The first end-of-semester project showcase of the School of Lightlessness was held here. The square was teeming with people. Those who had once been numb and only dared to eke out a living in the shadows of the walls were now dressed in their most presentable clothes, their faces bearing a complex expression of tension, anticipation, and pride, like a group of parents watching their children perform on stage for the first time. And that is indeed the case. Quiet. Everyone be quiet. The newly appointed dean, Daniel, dressed in a simple scholar's gown, stood on a makeshift platform made of desks, his voice booming and his spirits high. He looked down at the sea of people below, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented light. Next, please welcome our student representatives, Tim or Risa from the human race and Lilith from the Arachne race, to recite the poem Friends for Everyone. A burst of good-natured laughter and applause erupted from the crowd. A chubby-faced human boy and a spider-woman with the lower half of her body and an unusually petite upper body walked nervously onto the stage, hand in hand with Calicere. Tim's face turned bright red, while Lilith's 8 appendages nervously drew circles on the ground. Isabella stood below the stage, her hands clenched tightly to her chest, even more nervous than the children on stage. She mouthed encouragement silently. "Don't be afraid, Lilith, just like we practiced." Tim took a deep breath and shouted with all his might. "My friend has 2 legs, and he runs as fast as the wind." Little Lilith continued, her childlike voice, slightly hissing, clear and earnest. "My friend has 8 legs, and the web he weaves shines like stars. He taught me how to climb the tallest ironwood tree. She taught me to recognize the most poisonous mushrooms. Let's share the bread. Let's chase the butterflies together." The 2 exchanged a glance, and in unison, shouted the last sentence at the top of their lungs. "We are best friends. Dark City is our home." The innocent voices of children echoed in the square. The entire venue was initially deathly silent, then erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. A miner with a stubble-covered face and thick arms, Tim's father, was clumsily wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes with his calloused hands. And on the face of the Spider-Woman chieftain Corvana, which was always as cold as ice, a subtle, complex tenderness appeared. This scene proves more than any miracle that everything Thorn did was right. One by one, the children went up to the stage. Some used charcoal pencils to write their names crookedly on the blackboard. Some recited multiplication tables haltingly, and others displayed their exquisite architectural models made of spider silk and wood. Every small achievement drew the most enthusiastic cheers from the parents in the audience. Hope, like the new shoots of the iron oak tree in the square, is breaking through the soil and growing wildly on this once barren land. After the last child bowed and left the stage, Thorn walked onto the podium. He wasn't wearing the Lord's formal attire that symbolized power. Instead, he wore a simple black outfit that made him look capable and approachable. The entire hall fell silent instantly, and thousands of eyes were fixed on him. In those eyes were awe, worship, and even more so, a burning fervor as if looking at a savior. Damn, this atmosphere is building up so much pressure. It's like a product launch. All that's missing is the far ahead tagline. Okay, let's give them one last pep talk, and then we'll have achieved our KPI for the first volume. Thorn cleared his throat and glanced at every hopeful face in the audience. His voice, steady and powerful, echoed throughout every corner of the square. Today, I am very happy. Not because I have mined a lot of or smelted a lot of steel, but because I have seen them. He pointed to the children who had just finished their performance. I see our future. Once upon a time, I declared the establishment of the first steel plant in Wuguang City. I need you to, in the shortest possible time, make steel, like molten iron today, flow to every corner of Wuguang town. Someone told me that we are the abandoned people of the gods, and this land is a cursed prison. All we have to do is kneel down, pray, repent, and beg that the ethereal gods will occasionally send down a little bit of mercy. He paused. Then his tone suddenly became sharp as a knife. What utter bullshit. A single swear word startled the crowd below, who then erupted in laughter. The sense of superiority and distance they felt was shattered in that instant. I will tell you who our God is. Thorn raised his right hand, a hand calloused from years of wielding a sword and working. Our hands are our gods. Master Later's hammer is a god. Chief Corvana's spider silk is a god. Captain Grag's patrolling footsteps are a god. Every drop of sweat you shed in the mines, fields, and workshops is the noblest and most efficacious god. He pointed in the direction of the academy, his voice impassioned. I will tell you where our heaven is. In books lies our heaven. Knowledge will lead us to break free from the chains of ignorance. In workshops lies our heaven. Technology will forge for us the strongest armor and the sharpest spears. This city of darkness beneath our feet, which we have built with our own hands clean, prosperous, and where everyone is equal, is our earthly heaven. From today onward, I hope you will remember this. Our future is not in the sky, but in our own hands. Our faith need not be dedicated to gods, but only to this land and every one of our fellow countrymen. We will define value through labor. We will arm our minds with knowledge. We will build our nation through unity. We are our own saviors. As the last word was uttered, The entire square fell into a breathtaking, deathly silence that lasted for several seconds. Immediately, a thunderous roar of cheers erupted, soaring into the sky as if to tear the clouds apart. Long live the Lord! Long live the city of no light! People were shouting wildly, jumping, hugging, and crying. Thorn's words were like a key, completely unlocking the prison of their minds. They liberated them from their humble supplications to the gods, and endowed them with the dignity and power to control their own destiny. A brand new consciousness called citizenship and a belief called collective were deeply imprinted on the souls of every citizen of the city of no light at this moment. Daniel stood in the crowd, looking at the young man on the stage who was as dazzling as the sun, and then at the enthusiastic and hopeful faces around him. He smiled slowly, but with unwavering determination. This is his new church. The person on the stage is the only Tao he has followed in his life. Isabella stood beside him, looking at Thorn with eyes full of unwavering adoration and love. But that love was now devoid of the bitterness and inferiority she had felt before. She found her place. She is a teacher in the city of no light, a cultivator of the seeds of tomorrow. Her love may not be spoken, but it is woven into every lesson she teaches the children and into every contribution she makes to the city. That's enough. The night was quiet. On the highest terrace of the Lord's manor, Thorn and Alea stood side by side, overlooking the city lights below. Those were no longer just a few will-o'-the-wisps, but warm and bright light emanating from hundreds and thousands of windows. They converged together, like a warm galaxy flowing through the world. It's so quiet, Thorn exclaimed sincerely. Finally, I can take a break. Today's presentation almost burned out my CPU, but it was incredibly effective. I reckon production enthusiasm will be at its peak for the next 6 months. Your speech was a great success. Alea's voice was exceptionally clear in the night breeze. My people loved it. They said they didn't feel like monsters, but rather builders. They always were. Thorn smiled and turned to look at her. In the moonlight, her silver-gray hair and cold profile seemed to be coated with a layer of soft light. He remembered the interesting question from last night. By the way, about teacher Isabella. Alea turned her eyes to him, with a hint of inquiry in them. Thorn suppressed a laugh and, mimicking her tone from the previous night, slowly said, You said she looked at me like I was a piece of meat she really wanted to eat but didn't dare to. Alea's expression remained unchanged. She simply nodded. My intuition is right. Your intuition is certainly correct. Thorn's smile carried a hint of tenderness and emotion. However, what she might want to eat is not me. A question mark seemed to appear above Alea's head. She just hasn't seen a kitchen in too long. Thorn took her slightly cool hand, their fingers intertwined. When someone is used to kneeling before a god and praying for bread to fall from the sky, and suddenly sees a group of people enthusiastically clearing land, kneading dough, and building an oven, she will feel lost, envious, and long to join in. What she longs for is that warm, hands-on feeling of creating life. Alea seemed to understand, but she didn't ask any more questions. She simply turned her hand around and gripped Thorn's hand tightly. His hands were warm and steady, just like the city itself, giving people a sense of security. The two remained silent, gazing at the distant starry sky and the lights of the human world below. Peaceful and serene times, this is generally how it is. However, none of them knew. Thousands of miles away from this tranquil starry sky, in the deepest secret chamber of the Holy Light Cathedral, the capital of the Iris Empire, a completely different scene unfolds. It was cold and damp, with only a few tallow candles flickering on the walls, twisting people's shadows into hideous demons. The regional bishop of the Holy Light Church, Mars, stood before a huge military map. His gaunt, ascetic-like face was now clouded with gloom. Clatter! He stretched out his withered fingers and coldly swept the 2 white chess pieces representing the position of the lightless territory on the map to the ground. The 2 chess pieces were engraved with the names of Daniel and Isabella, respectively. Lost contact, completely lost contact. The bishop's voice, as if squeezed out from between his teeth, carried a chilling, killing intent. The last message sent by carrier pigeon praised that heretical prince and a building material called cement. They have been corrupted. From the shadows of the secret chamber, a portly nobleman dressed in luxurious silk Baron Kane emerged anxiously. Your Excellency, should we wait any longer? He wiped the sweat from his brow, his tone filled with greed and impatience. The price of iron in the Southern Territory has already dropped by 30% this month. It's all because of that damned dark territory. I heard they're using a new method to smelt steel, and the cost is frighteningly low. If this continues, our iron mine will go bankrupt. Shut up, you fat, stupid pig. Bishop Mars whirled around, his eyes flashing with a venomous light. You only see your gold coins, but what I see is that divine authority is being shaken. The foundation of faith is being pried loose piece by that little bastard with his crooked knowledge. Baron Kane shuddered in fright and dared not utter another word. Bishop Mars turned back to the map, his eyes becoming incredibly sinister and cruel. It seems that even a gentle sheepdog cannot call back a lost lamb. He slowly revealed a chilling smirk. It's time to unleash the hounds. He took out an obsidian emblem, engraved with a burning sacred flame, from his pocket and held it high. The glory of God needs a sharp sword to protect it. Weak persuasion has failed. I will immediately apply to the cardinals to establish a holy flame tribunal directly under the church, under the pretext of purifying heresy, to thoroughly cleanse that filthy land polluted by demonic thoughts. I will make that arrogant prince and his people offer the most painful repentance for their arrogance and ignorance in the burning of the sacred fire. As his fanatical and murderous words fell to the ground, in the deepest shadow of the secret room, a tall figure slowly stood up. He was completely encased in heavy black plate armor, the cold metal reflecting a deathly gleam in the candlelight. On his breastplate was a huge and ferocious emblem of holy flame inlaid in silver. He stepped silently out of the shadows and stood behind the bishop, like a silent war golem. The helmet's visor slowly rose, revealing not a human face, but a soul with empty eyes, whose reason had been completely destroyed by fanatical faith. In his eyes, there was only the flickering, all-consuming flames. The bishop did not turn around, but spoke softly in an almost lamenting, satisfied tone. Go, my hound. Let the southern border of the empire be bathed once again in the glory of God. Chapter 89. The warm sunshine of spring. The spring breeze melted the last bit of snow from the Dragon's Backbone mountain range. The most vibrant place in the city was undoubtedly the playground of the Academy of No Light. Thorn leaned against the balcony railing on the second floor of the Lord's mansion, holding a steaming cup of black tea with milk in his hand. Like a retired old cadre, he squinted his eyes contentedly, looking down at that land of joy and laughter. The children, like a herd of young animals just released from their cages, chased and played on the grass. Human children mingled with the young spiders of the Arachne tribe, chasing each other, pulling each other up when they fell, and then laughing together, completely without any concept of racial barriers. On the edge of the playground, Dean Daniel was leading a group of older children, using newly issued small hoes to cultivate a labor practice field. His face, once filled with theological contemplation, was now slightly red from the sun, and beads of sweat glistened on his forehead, but his smile was more genuine and radiant than ever before. Hey John, how many times have I told you, you have to use the hoe to push downwards, not forwards? Do you want to tickle the earth god? Lilith, your appendages are strong, try digging deeper. Yes, like this. You're a natural at farming. Daniel's voice was loud and encouraging. Not far away, Isabella sat on the grass with a group of even younger children, weaving wreaths from newly harvested, soft spider silk. Her profile radiated a holy glow in the sunlight, and her blue eyes, which had once only reflected the images of gods, were now so tender they seemed to drip with water. Watching Daniel surrounded by a group of chubby-faced boys, asking him all sorts of questions, with some even daring enough to climb onto his back, Thorn took a sip of his black tea. A truly hellish thought suddenly popped into his modern mind without warning. Holy crap! This scene, the more I look at it, the weirder it seems. A highly respected priest, surrounded by a group of innocent little boys, The combination of these elements is so powerful that the DNA of all those hellish jokes I read in my past life is starting to attack me. Should I issue a decree, the Protection of Underage Boys Act, strictly prohibiting any boy from having private contact with clergy without a guardian? Puff. He almost spat out his tea, coughing from the shock of his own wicked thought. My apologies. Dean Daniel is a loyal comrade who abandoned God to join me in the revolution. How could I think of him like that? My thoughts are so filthy, I need to criticize myself. However, the task of enlightening the minds of people in this territory is truly arduous and has a long way to go. As he was lost in thought, he heard very light, almost inaudible footsteps behind him. A familiar, crisp, cool scent, like that of a pine forest after a snowfall, accompanied by a faint, almost imperceptible smell of blood, lingered in the air. Alea appeared silently beside him, leaning against the railing side by side. She had just returned from the training ground, still wearing her tight-fitting black outfit. Her long silver hair was tied into a neat high ponytail, with a few strands of sweat clinging to her smooth forehead, adding a touch of wild sexiness to her cool and pretty face. She didn't speak, but instead mimicked Thorn's gaze towards the playground below. Thorn reached out and pulled her into his arms with remarkable ease. Alea's body stiffened slightly, then relaxed, leaning obediently against his chest. Her spider-like lower body stood firmly on the ground, while her supple waist pressed tightly against Thorn's, forming an intimate posture that was incomprehensible to outsiders and uniquely theirs. Is training over? Thorn looked down and kissed her sweaty forehead. Alea responded, her voice carrying a hint of satisfied languor. Those lads from Glag are getting tougher and tougher. You've worked hard, my great general. Thorn smiled, his fingers unconsciously tracing circles on her flat, firm belly. Alea seemed to enjoy the touch, her amethyst eyes squinting comfortably, like a feline whose fur had been stroked. Her gaze fell on Isabella, who was teaching children to make flower wreaths not far away. She seems to have changed, Alea suddenly said. Before, when she looked at you, it was like she was looking at a god. Alea's words always carried a beast-like directness and precision. Now, when she looks at you, it's still like she's looking at a god. But it's the kind of god you want to steal home, hide under your bed, and secretly lick every night. Thorn. Holy crap. That metaphor. Tie pants are hot. What do you mean by a top hunter's intuition? This is more accurate than radar. I've been feeling a chill down my spine lately, and I thought it was just the early spring chill, but it turns out someone's been casting a remote spell on me. Thorn chuckled twice, about to say something to ease the awkward atmosphere, when there was a gentle knock on the study door. Your Highness, it's me, Ella. It's Ella's voice. Thorn and Alea exchanged a glance. The latter merely raised an eyebrow, stepped out of his embrace, and gracefully walked to the weapon rack to the side, beginning to maintain her short spear as if nothing had just happened. Come in. Thorn cleared his throat. The door was pushed open, and a beautiful figure, carrying a sweet fragrance like spring flowers in bloom, walked in. Ella was clearly dressed up carefully today. She wore a brand new dress. The dress was predominantly a refreshing pale yellow, and the fabric was a fine cotton blend from the textile workshop's latest production, mixed with a small amount of spider silk. It was soft, breathable, and had a subtle, luxurious sheen. The most brilliant thing is the design. The dress features a high waistline, perfectly elongating her lower body proportions. The puff sleeves conceal the still growing muscle in her arms, adding a playful and cute touch. The skirt is crafted into layers of ruffles, which ripple like waves as she moves. This outfit perfectly blends Ella's girlish sweetness with her capable demeanor as the workshop manager. It makes her resemble a ripe, juicy peach, making one want to take a bite. Your Highness. Ella blushed slightly, still holding a stack of account books in her hands, but her eyes kept glancing at Thorn. This is the workshop's financial statement for last month, and samples of the new fabric. Her excuse was flawless, but her bright, sparkling eyes, filled with the cry of praise me, betrayed her true intentions. Well, speak of the devil and he appears. This isn't a work report. It's clearly a peacock displaying its feathers. My lord's manor is turning into a love triangle. A top-tier hunter as my main wife, a Yandere saintly woman lurking in the shadows, and now a genius designer with a nurturing system. How did my starting difficulty go from hellish survival mode to fast-forwarding to the White Album season? Thorn was internally ranting, but his face showed just the right amount of surprise and appreciation. Ella, your outfit is so beautiful. Did you design it yourself? Upon receiving the praise, Ella's eyes instantly lit up like stars in the sky, and her cheeks flushed even more. She spun around in place, a little shy yet proud. Yes, Your Highness. I call it the Spring Waltz series. I think the girls of the City of No Light should also have the right to wear pretty dresses, not just drab work clothes. Amazing, Thorn exclaimed sincerely. Your talent always surprises me. Ella, you're not just making clothes, you're creating beauty for this city. The most sophisticated form of PUA is genuine, heartfelt praise. Ella was so flattered that she felt dizzy, as if she were walking on clouds, her whole body light and airy. Holding the ledger, her voice was sweet as she reported on her work. Thorn listened attentively, nodding occasionally and asking a few key questions. And just then, that feeling of being pricked by thorns returned once again. It was clearer and colder than ever before. It was as if an invisible, cold, venomous snake was slowly crawling up the back of his neck from some dark corner, flicking its tongue and staring at him with its emotionless vertical pupils. Suwa involuntarily shivered. His gaze unconsciously drifted past Ella's shoulder and out onto the balcony. Down on the playground, Isabella was still sitting there, smiling gently, teaching the children to sing nursery rhymes. Her position, her posture, were exactly the same as before. Everything seemed so normal. But Thorn's sixth sense was frantically sounding the alarm. Something's not right. Something's definitely not right. He suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and continued to discuss work with Ella, but most of his attention was already focused on perceiving the surrounding environment. Night gradually enveloped the city of darkness. After finishing his workday, Thorn rubbed his throbbing temples as he walked down the hallway back to his bedroom. The feeling of being watched during the day disappeared after Ella left, as if it were just his imagination. But the chill that penetrated to the bone lingered. The corridor was long and quiet, with only the echo of his own footsteps. At intervals along the walls on both sides, there was a window, through which the bright moonlight streamed in, casting patches of light on the floor. These patches intertwined with the shadows cast by the window panes, creating a bizarre and surreal scene. Thorn suddenly stopped in the middle of the corridor. He suddenly turned around. There was no one behind him. Only a deep, fragmented darkness, cut apart by the moonlight. Am I being too sensitive? He frowned, chuckled self-deprecatingly, and thought he might be hallucinating due to excessive stress lately. He turned back, preparing to continue walking forward. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the windowsill of a nearby window. On it, a small flower woven from white spider silk rests quietly. The flowers are exquisitely woven, showing the maker's dedication. Thorn's pupils suddenly contracted. He remembered clearly that during the day, Isabella taught the children to weave these exact same spider silk flowers. A child was left behind. Impossible. This corridor leads to his private area. The children would never come here. So, a terrible thought surfaced in his mind. He slowly reached out and picked up the small spider silk flower. It feels cool to the touch, like that invisible gaze that was always fixed on him. Thorn stood motionless, his face pale in the moonlight. He felt his back instantly soaked with cold sweat. He slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the corner at the end of the corridor, across the beams of the ceiling, and across every shadow that might be hiding someone. The world was deathly silent. But Thorn knew she was somewhere. In some corner he couldn't see, with those blue eyes that were a mixture of holiness, fervor, and obsession, she watched him quietly and greedily. She regarded him as her god. Now, this believer seems no longer content with merely praying from afar. What are your thoughts on Yandere characters? Doge. Chapter 90. Preparations before exploration. Thorn didn't sleep all night. That delicate, cool spider silk flower lay quietly on his bedside table, like a pale eye, silently gazing at him in the moonlight. He tried to throw it away, but pulled his hand back halfway. This thing is now evidence. Damn, How come my role as Lord is becoming more and more like the male lead in a crime drama? Yesterday, it was a documentary about massive infrastructure construction, super engineering in another world. And today it's seamlessly switched to a suspenseful thriller, Meandra Saintus? That's a huge leap. My CPU can't keep up. Calm down. Thorn, you need to calm down. You're a modern person who's received 9 years of compulsory education. You need to believe in science. Don't dismiss this as mystical just because the other person is a saint. Ultimately, this is a case of workplace sexual harassment, except that the person harassing me was a promising, highly capable, and extremely respected core employee. Damn, this is even harder to figure out than metaphysics. He scratched his head in frustration, feeling for the first time the curse of knowledge. The more he knew, the more he imagined. Now he saw a pair of bright, blue eyes hidden in every dark corner of the Lord's manor. No, we can't continue to be so passive. The best way to overcome fear is with Ultraman, Kamen Rider, and Super Sentai. If not, find something else to do, fill your schedule, and keep yourself so busy that you won't have time to be afraid. At daybreak, Thorn convened a meeting of the highest-ranking Lord's Manor. Seated around the long conference table was the current power core of Wuguang City. Thorn spread out a huge, newly drawn map of the Dark Territory on the table. His finger struck heavily on the eastern side of the map, on the vast, misty forest marked in red. "Gentlemen," he said bluntly, his voice carrying an undeniable resolve, "we survived last year's drought by sheer luck, thanks to human lives and hard work. I do not wish that we would have to experience such a stroke of luck again next year or the year after. Relying on the heavens for a living means sticking your neck under God's guillotine and gambling on whether he's in a good mood today. I, Thorn, don't believe in heaven or fate." His gaze swept over everyone. "Therefore, I decided to launch an unprecedented project." He picked up the charcoal pencil and drew a thick, straight red line from the black curve representing the Heart of Fury, extending it precisely to the location of Dark City on the map. "We must bring this river out of the forest. We must build a canal, a lifeline that can irrigate all our land, so that the taps of the City of No Light will forever flow with clear spring water." The conference room was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned into a blank mind by Thorn's groundbreaking and grand plan. Bring that legendary river of death, said to be teeming with wild beasts, into our home? This is beyond insanity. This is a thought only a god would dare to have. "Your Highness." Pete's voice trembled, his face flushed with excitement. This is an enormous project. It's like giving the earth a new lease on life." "I object." A cold, clear voice suddenly rang out. "It's Alea." She opened her amethyst-like eyes, which held no excitement, only the absolute calm of a top hunter. "I'll say it again, that area is a meat grinder. If our current forces force their way in, it'll be suicide." She paused, then added, "Moreover, we know nothing about the terrain, geology, or hydrology there. Starting construction blindly is no different from throwing all our manpower and resources into a bottomless pit." Lord nodded slowly, indicating his agreement with Alea's judgment. "Here it comes, the expert skepticism. That's more like it. If everyone shouts, 'Your Highness is brilliant,' as soon as the plan is announced, what's the difference between that and a cult or pyramid scheme?" Thorn gave Alea an approving look. "You're right. That's why I didn't say we should start construction now." He circled the word "please." "Before we can get it out, we have to visit it first. We need a small, elite exploration team to go deep into that area and accomplish 3 things. First, find the section of the river where the Heart of Fury is most suitable for building a water intake point. Second, survey the topography and landforms within a 30-kilometer radius from the water intake point to Wuguang City, and draw the most accurate map to select the best route for the canal. Third, and most importantly, we need to understand the habits, numbers, and territorial ranges of the top predators that inhabit the riverbanks. Only by knowing your enemy can you win every battle. This exploration team will be our dagger to plunge into that dark forest, and the eyes and ears of all our subsequent plans." After hearing this rational analysis, everyone's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. It turns out that the plan was not to launch a general offensive immediately, but to send out scouts first. This is somewhat acceptable. Your Highness is wise. Grag, that brute, was the first to react, slapping his thigh and roaring loudly. Thorn ignored him and looked directly at Chems. Master Chems, the exploration team needs equipment. I don't care what method you use. I need you to create top-of-the-line equipment for a team of 20 people within 10 days. The armor should be lightweight, but the key areas must be able to withstand the claws of the Shadow Cat. I recommend a multi-layered composite structure with an outer layer of hardened steel plates, an inner layer of tanned iron-jawed porcupine hide, and a lining of spider silk soft armor. In addition to the standard horse-slaying sword and short crossbow, I need a specially made heavy weapon. A piercing spear that can pierce through the iron-jawed porcupine's bone spikes with a single blow. The spearhead is made of the finest steel, with a triangular piercing structure, a blood groove, and a weighted tail, so that several people can use it together if necessary. Also, all the tools for mountaineering, logging, rock climbing, and river crossing are essential. The ropes must be made of the strongest spider silk from the Arachne warriors. Kermie's eyes lit up as he listened. He picked up a charcoal pencil and frantically scribbled on the parchment, muttering to himself, "Composite armor. A triangular armor-piercing spear. Genius. This is simply a genius design." Thorn then turned to Daniel. "Dean Daniel, you are a scholar, knowledgeable and erudite. I need you to compile a survival handbook of the Misty Forest for the exploration team, based on the intelligence we have. It should include illustrations and habits of all known dangerous creatures, methods for identifying all known plants, and various knowledge on how to navigate in the forest, survive emergencies, and treat wounds." Daniel stood up excitedly and bowed respectfully. "Please rest assured, Your Highness. This is precisely what I excel at. Knowledge will be their sharpest weapon." The meeting proceeded smoothly. Thorn meticulously planned every detail, from logistical supplies to personnel selection, leaving nothing out. His forward-thinking planning abilities and attention to detail won the sincere admiration of everyone present. A grand exploration plan, backed by the entire City of Darkness, was thus launched. After the meeting, Thorn locked himself in his study. He needs to find the most critical technical support for this exploration. "System, wake up, get ready to party. My VIP client wants to recharge." With a thought, the familiar pale blue light screen slowly unfolded before his eyes. Thorn skipped over military and industrial technologies and focused his attention on the basic architecture technology tree. Below the red brick firing and ancient Roman concrete, he found what he was looking for. Introduction to Hydraulic Engineering Required Civilization Points. 300. Description: unlocks a basic hydraulic engineering knowledge package including canal design, dam construction, hydraulic calculations, and contour mapping. Knowledge is the first rein in taming rivers. You're the one. Thorn chose to redeem without hesitation. Ding. Introduction to Hydraulic Engineering has been unlocked. A massive flow of information instantly flooded his brain. How to use a level and a ruler to measure elevation differences. How to calculate the optimal slope of a channel to ensure water flow velocity. How to design sedimentation basins and overflow weirs. Countless exquisite pieces of knowledge, like trickling streams, flowed into his ocean of knowledge. Wow, that's awesome. This feeling of being overwhelmed with knowledge is more exhilarating than any form of entertainment. The joy of academic achievers is truly simple and unpretentious. But that's not enough. Having theory without tools is like talking about war on paper. He then searched through the technology tree and quickly found the corresponding technology under the basic tool manufacturing branch. Basic exploration and surveying tool manufacturing blueprint required civilization points. 100. Description: includes detailed manufacturing drawings for a series of basic surveying tools such as a wooden level, a simple theodolite, a measuring rod, and a measuring rope. Let your eyes see the numbers. Portable purification device, design blueprint required civilization points. 50. Description: a personal water purification device based on activated carbon and multi-layer filter media, effectively filtering impurities and some bacteria from outdoor water sources, making it a lifesaver for wilderness adventures. Exchange. Exchange them all. Ding. 150 civilization points consumed. He shook his head, materialized the newly acquired blueprints, and prepared to hand them over to Kim's immediately. He considered unlocking the secrets of gunpowder. However, in the technology tree, the prerequisite technologies for basic black powder are basic chemistry and sulfur and saltpeter refining process, each of which requires hundreds of civilization points and the corresponding mineral resources. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Before an absolute technological advantage in firepower is achieved, superior cold weapons and meticulous planning are the most reliable options. For the next 10 days, the entire city of No Light was transformed into a high-speed war machine. In Kim's steelworks, the furnaces burned day and night. Armor-piercing spears gleamed with a cold light, and sets of composite armor shimmered with the luster of metal and leather, taking shape under the hammering of the craftsmen. Alea and Glag, meanwhile, were conducting grueling training exercises at the training grounds outside the city for 20 carefully selected exploration team members. The team consisted of 10 of the toughest human soldiers and 10 of the most agile Arachne warriors, a mixed force that perfectly combined strength and skill. Dean Daniel, along with his students, distributed handwritten copies of the survival handbook to the team members. The entire city was immersed in an atmosphere of tension yet hope. Everyone knew that this team would carry the future of everyone in the city of No Light, embarking on a perilous expedition with a slim chance of survival. It was the night before the exploration team was to depart. Thorn was in his study, making final route calculations. There was a gentle knock on the door. "Your Highness, it is I, Isabella." The voice was gentle and pure, without any hint of anything unusual. Thorn's heart sank suddenly. He took a deep breath, suppressing the inexplicable chill in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "Come in." The door was pushed open. Isabella walked in, still wearing that simple white robe, with a hint of apology on her face. "I apologize for disturbing you so late, Your Highness." She bowed slightly. "However, I heard that you are about to send an exploration team to the Misty Forest. I might be able to help in a small way." As she spoke, she presented a thick, meticulously bound picture book in animal hides with both hands. Thorn took it and slowly unfolded it. His pupils froze instantly. It was an incredibly detailed plant guide about the outer and middle layers of the Misty Forest. Each page is meticulously drawn with fine brush strokes, depicting the form of a plant, from its roots and stems to its flowers and leaves, down to the smallest detail. Beside it, in elegant handwriting, are annotations indicating its name, characteristics, whether it is poisonous, whether it has medicinal value, and even what season and where it is most easily found. This guide is even more detailed and professional than Daniel's survival handbook, which is a collection of the wisdom of many people. Thorn raised his head, a hint of shock in his eyes. "I studied pharmacology at the Holy Light Monastery from a young age, so I have a strong affinity for plants," Isabella replied, her face radiating a pure, devout desire to dedicate everything to God. "I believe this knowledge might help your warriors, enabling them to survive better in the forest." Thorn fell silent. He had to admit that this gift was extremely important. This is practically an encyclopedia of the forest, greatly increasing the exploration team's chances of survival. He couldn't find any reason to refuse. He should even commend her for this. But when he looked into Isabella's clear, blue eyes, he saw a burning flame deep within them that he couldn't understand, which sent a chill down his spine. You're so kind." Thorn finally accepted the encyclopedia, saying in a complicated tone, "This gift is very precious. I will make sure that everyone on the exploration team remembers your contribution. It is my honor to share your burdens." A relieved and radiant smile bloomed on Isabella's face. That smile was so pure and holy that it made one's heart race. She bowed again and then slowly withdrew from the study. Thorn stood there, stroking the exquisitely tactile illustrated book, his unease only growing stronger. He flipped through the pages one by one. Suddenly, his finger stopped on a certain page. The drawing on that page depicts a very common plant called moonlight vine. But beside the vines, in a blank space, a miniature pattern was drawn with a very light, almost invisible ink. a tiny flower woven from spider silk. It's exactly the same as the one on his bedside table last night. Next to the small flower pattern, there was an even smaller line of text, about the size of a mosquito. The handwriting seemed to carry a hint of lovers' whispers, and also a hint of believers' fervor. My God, may your path be filled with flowers. Thorn felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight up to the top of his head. He slammed the illustrated book shut, as if he had dropped a branding iron. Oh shit. This is no longer just workplace harassment. This is like a Death Note announcement. Chapter 91, A March Towards Death. Thorn slammed that damned herbal plant guide, which smelled faintly of herbs, onto the table like a red-hot iron. He stared intently at the page titled Moonlight Vine, at the tiny spiderweb-like flower drawn in light ink that almost blended into the paper, and at the line of text next to it that was smaller than an ant. My God, may your path be filled with flowers. Holy crap, this is a riot of colors. It's clearly the spider lily of the underworld. Holy crap, I'm going numb. This isn't just unrequited love or workplace sexual harassment. This is a possessive declaration from a top-tier Yandra fanatic. Is the next step to chop off my limbs and make them into Kagun while I'm asleep, then say, that way you'll belong to me forever? This territory is truly a den of hidden talents. First, there was a knight with maxed-out loyalty, then a spider-woman with explosive combat power, and now a saintess with all her skill points invested in stealth, tracking, and mental pollution. My makeshift team is starting to resemble a Cthulhu role-playing game more and more. A chill, more biting than the winter night wind, crept up his spine and up to the top of his head. He didn't even dare to turn around, feeling as if a pair of clear yet fervent blue eyes were staring at him intently from behind the door, behind the curtains, or in the shadows of the ceiling. Fear is the best fuel. It either burns people to ashes or forces them to unleash the energy to overturn everything. Thorn abruptly raised his head, his gaze returning to the massive map of the Darklands on the wall. His eyes, passing over the small dot representing Darkland City and the cultivated fields, pierced like an arrow, striking the menacing, dark green patch in the east that represented the misty forest. That black curve, named Heart of Fury, resembles a lurking, malevolent dragon that could erupt at any moment to devour its prey. But at this moment, in Thorn's pupils, which were catalyzed to the extreme by fear and adrenaline, this evil dragon presented a completely different picture. It is no longer a symbol of death and taboo. It is a surging, golden bloodline brimming with primal vitality. An outrageously crazy blueprint exploded in his mind. What he saw was no longer the 30-kilometer-long dead forest, but a wide, flat, and magnificent canal running east to west. Clear water was drawn from the depths of the forest, flowed through sturdy cement embankments, passed through ingenious pumping stations, and branched into countless irrigation canals, like the blood vessels of the earth, nourishing every inch of the once barren land. He saw water-powered mills running day and night along the riverbank, rows of water-powered hammers tirelessly striking steel ingots, and ships shuttling back and forth on the canal, transporting ore and grain to every corner of the city. This is not a canal. This is the lifeline of the city of no light. It is the pulse of the Industrial Revolution. It is the creation miracle of humankind, a taming of nature. To hell with the dark corners. To hell with peeping from behind. I don't have time for this creepy office hide and seek. I want the stars and the sea. I'm going to give this wretched place a major overhaul. That fear, stemming from an unknown threat, was instantly swallowed up and crushed by a grander, more ferocious ambition. He wanted to use a super project capable of changing the landscape to combat that bone-chilling cold. When your goal is the sun, you will no longer care about the few ants at your feet. Lord, Alea, Kurvana. Thorn's voice, carrying an unprecedented, steel-like resolve, echoed throughout the Lord's manor. Half an hour later, the atmosphere in the Lord's mansion's war room was as heavy as iron. Kurvana showed an expression of disbelief for the first time after hearing Thorn's plan. You mean, you want to personally lead the team into the meat mill? Her voice trembled slightly. No, absolutely not. You are the mind of the city of no light, our beacon. I will never allow you to put yourself in such a perilous situation. She suddenly stood up, her 8 grotesque limbs scraping across the ground with a piercing sound. I will personally lead 300 of Arachne's most elite warriors to flatten that forest for you, to bring back everything you desire. Even if our entire tribe perishes in battle, we will never let you take such a risk. Sit down, Kalvana. Thorn's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable power. Kalvana was startled. Looking into Thorn's eyes, which were burning with flames, she unconsciously and slowly sat back down. I appreciate your loyalty. Thorn's gaze swept over her, then turned to the silent Lord and Alea, who had a look of, I knew this would happen. But you don't understand. This time, we're not going to fight, we're going to see, to hear, to measure. Any grand blueprint needs to be supported by data down to every single number. I need to know how fast the river flows, how deep the riverbed is, and where the best rock strata for building dams are. I need to know the elevation difference of every inch of land from the riverbank to here, which route is the least strenuous, and where the soil is most suitable for excavation. He held up one finger. These things cannot be obtained through killing. Sending 300 warriors in would be too conspicuous and would only alert those big guys we can't afford to offend. Sending 300 people in would create a completely different commotion than sending in 30. He looked at Alea. You know what I mean. Alea nodded, stating succinctly, the more people there are, the faster they die. In the forest, the quieter the activity, the longer you live. Therefore, I don't need a large army. Thorn's tone was resolute. I need a scalpel that is sharp enough, precise enough, and discreet enough. He announced his decision. This exploration team doesn't need too many people. I will lead the team myself. Lord, my shield, absolute guarantee of force. Araya, my spear, the ultimate jungle expert and assassin. He paused and looked towards the door. And our eyes. The door was pushed open, and a gaunt old man walked in. His face was covered in deep wrinkles that could trap a mosquito, his back was slightly hunched, and he wore a faded, old leather armor. But his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, reflecting the calm that comes from years of experience and countless life and death battles. He is Gray, the only old hunter in Darktown who has ventured deep into the outer reaches of the misty forest several times and returned alive. I will personally select 10 soldiers with the strongest will and best physical fitness, and pair them with 10 agile Arachne warriors skilled in stealth. A total of 23. This is our sharp knife team. We will sneak in like ghosts, sweep past like the wind, bring back everything we want, and then leave without a sound. The entire room was completely silent. Kalvana looked at Thorn, at the mixture of madness and absolute rationality on his face, and finally, slowly lowered her proud head. I understand, my lord, she said in a deep voice. The 10 finest children of Arachne will be at your command. Their lives are yours. Lord remained silent, simply standing behind Thorn, demonstrating his stance through his actions. He will always be His Highness's most steadfast shadow. That evening, a notice was posted in the most prominent position in the square by Interior Secretary Pete himself. The announcement was simple, without any passionate rhetoric, just a straightforward statement of facts. A message to all citizens of Wuguang City. To completely solve the water problem, and for the sake of future generations, Lord Thorn Arist will personally lead an exploration team into the misty forest tomorrow morning to search for new life. This journey is fraught with peril, with only a slim chance of survival. However, this is the only way. The City of No Light's Internal Affairs Office hereby issues this notice. This announcement was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. The entire City of No Light was instantly plunged into a tremendous tremor. People came out of the workshops, the mines, the fields, and their warm new homes, gathered in front of the bulletin board, and read the few short lines of text over and over again. At first came shock, then panic, and finally, a tremendous, suffocating heaviness. Their lord, the godlike young man who led them out of despair and gave them food, steel, and dignity, was about to venture into the legendary meat grinder. That forbidden zone of death that even the Empire's most elite knights dared not venture into. He's gone mad. The Lord has gone mad, someone muttered to themselves. We can't let him go. We'll go. We miners have plenty of strength. Let us go. a burly miner roared. Yes, we can't let His Highness take such a risk. The crowd began to stir, and panic and anxiety spread like a plague. However, at that moment, the blacksmith later, that muscular and greasy man, stepped to the front of the crowd. He didn't say a word, but gently stroked the words on the notice with his large, fan-like hands. Then, he turned around, faced the restless crowd, and spoke only one sentence in his booming voice. Have you forgotten what His Highness said? Our future is not in the sky, but in our own hands. Your Highness is about to use His own hands to carve out a way out for all of us. Are we making a scene here, trying to sabotage Him? The entire room fell silent instantly. Yes, they remembered. I remembered that inspiring speech, and the vow that we are our own saviors. Their Lord is putting His promise into action. And what about them? The commotion subsided, and the crowd slowly dispersed. But a deeper, more tragic emotion enveloped the entire city. Night has fallen. The lights in every household remained lit for a long time. A strange scene unfolded on the stone path leading to the training ground at the entrance of the Lord's manor guard. An elderly woman with gray hair walked shakily over, gently placed a still warm roasted potato wrapped in clean linen on the doorstep, then turned and silently left. Then came the second and the third. More and more people are silently arriving from every corner of the city. They made no noise, said nothing, but silently placed the best they could offer there. A piece of smoked meat that has been air-dried for half a year and is being treasured. A small bag of very finely ground wheat flour. A clean bandage made from torn new cloth. A little girl awkwardly put down her most beloved doll, which she had woven from spider silk. A miner took off his most durable pair of old leather boots, which he thought could last another 2 years. Food, medicine, cloth, tools. All sorts of things were silently piled up into a small mountain at the guard's gate. This is neither an order nor a call to action. This is how all the citizens of this city, in their simplest, most unpretentious, yet most sincere way, offer their prayers and blessings to their Lord and to the army that is about to face death. They entrusted their hopes, along with these insignificant yet incredibly valuable supplies, to Thorn. The next day, at dawn, the first rays of dawn had just pierced the eastern horizon, gilding the dark green outline of the misty forest with an eerie golden edge. The central square was deathly silent. Residents of the entire city, from the elderly with white hair to young children, spontaneously came here. They didn't stand in lines, but quietly, densely packed, filled every corner of the square. No one spoke. Only thousands of eyes were focused on the center of the square. There, 23 soldiers had already assembled. They wore composite armor hastily crafted by Master Kims overnight, the outer layer of which was made of quenched steel plates that gleamed with a ghostly light, lined with tough porcupine hide and soft spider silk armor, allowing them to move silently. Each of them carried a horse slaying saber on their back, a short crossbow at their waist, and held a menacing 3-edged armor-piercing spear in their hand. Their faces were smeared with mud to conceal their presence, and their eyes were like pieces of refined steel. Thorn stood at the very front of the line. He wasn't wearing a lord's robe, but just the same black outfit. The botanical encyclopedia that Isabella had given him was kept close to his body in the inner pocket of his breastplate, like a cold, protective mirror. He surveyed his ranks, and finally, slowly turned to face his people. Thousands of faces were filled with worry, reluctance, determination, and a burning, unreserved trust. He spotted Pete in the crowd, the loyal Home Secretary, secretly wiping his eyes with his sleeve. He saw Ella, whose usually bright eyes were now brimming with tears. She was biting her lip tightly, trying not to cry. He also saw Daniel, the former priest, standing at the college gate, solemnly paying him the highest respect a scholar can pay to truth. Further away, behind a second-floor window of a small building, a white figure flashed by. Thorn's heart sank slightly. He did not give a speech, nor did he say anything to boost morale. At such a moment, any words seemed pale and powerless. He simply looked deeply, very deeply, at his people, at the city he had personally pulled from despair. Then, he turned sharply, drew his long sword from his waist, and pointed the tip of the sword directly at the endless mist that swallowed the light. Set off. A low, emotionless command. 23 figures, like a drop of ink merging into the ocean, silently began to move forward. They did not turn back, bearing the hopes of thousands behind them, and with the awareness of certain death, they resolutely stepped into the misty dawn that represented the unknown and death. Their figures were quickly swallowed up by the surging mist and disappeared. It's as if it never existed. Chapter 92 Iron Jaws and Spiderwebs. Stepping into the misty forest is like stepping from one world into another. The sunlight, noise, and even the presence of the wind behind me were completely swallowed up the moment I crossed that invisible boundary. The forest was eerily quiet. It wasn't the tranquility of the countryside, but a deathly silence. A vacuum-like silence, devoid of all sound. There were no birdsong, no insect chirps, not even the rustling of the wind through the leaves. The air was stagnant, damp, and cold, carrying a heavy, pungent stench of stale decay and some unknown wild animal, pressing down on everyone's lungs. The towering trees blocked out the sun, cutting the sunlight into countless fragmented spots that sparsely sprinkled on the thick layer of fallen leaves, creating a bizarre and unsettling interplay of light and shadow. Holy crap! Thorn's inner monologue was like a cell phone ringing out abruptly in an absolutely silent movie theater. The atmosphere was just too perfect. The background music stopped, the ambient sounds disappeared. Isn't the next step supposed to be the protagonist turning around to find a ghost face standing behind him? This sense of oppression is like the sound effects in a horror game have been reduced to zero. This doesn't make sense. How can there be no sound in an ecosystem? Unless... Stop, everyone. Gray, the old hunter who was walking at the front, suddenly raised his calloused hand. His voice was hoarse, like two stones rubbing together, but in the deathly silence, it reached everyone's ears clearly. The group of 23 people froze instantly, their movements perfectly synchronized, as if a pause button had been pressed. Gray's hawk-like eyes warily scanned every dark corner around him. He crouched down, picked up a pinch of damp soil, and smelled it. Something's not right, the old hunter said in a deep voice. This forest is too clean. A young soldier asked in a low voice, puzzled. Isn't clean a good thing? What a load of crap. Gray spat. The birds aren't singing and the insects aren't chirping in the woods. There's only one possibility: there's a big guy taking a nap nearby, or he's just finished eating. All the little things have either been scared away or ended up in his belly. He stood up and pointed to several inconspicuous, broken ferns on the ground. These marks are very fresh, no more than half an hour ago. Something just passed by here. It was large and had heavy footsteps. Professional. This is professional, Thorn thought to himself, full of admiration. This old hunter was practically a living wilderness survival guide. His pitiful knowledge of modern camping was like kindergarten compared to Gray's. Everyone, weapons on your shoulders, 3 people in a group. Take turns on guard. Lord's deep command rang out, and he himself stood like a silent iron tower, protecting Thorn's side without leaving his side. The atmosphere within the team instantly became extremely tense. Just then, boom, rumble, a dull tremor, like distant thunder, came from underground. At first, the tremors were very slight, but soon they became more and more intense and clearer. The ground beneath my feet was shaking, and fallen leaves were rustling down from the trees. This is not an earthquake. That's footsteps. It's some kind of heavy creature, running in a group. Damn it, what I said came true. Thorn's pupils constricted sharply. This welcome ceremony is way too grand. Let's get straight to the main course. Left front. Prepare to engage the enemy. Gray let out a shrill roar, his entire body like a fully drawn bow, instantly entering battle mode. All the soldiers instinctively raised their composite steel shields, forming a fragile, yet incredibly resolute defensive line. 10 Arachne warriors silently dispersed, lightly tapping their forearms against the tree trunks to nimbly climb to higher ground and take up advantageous firing positions. Boom! With a loud bang, a dense thicket to the left front exploded as if it had been run over by a heavy truck. Amidst the flying sawdust and broken branches, a group of ferocious monsters burst into everyone's view. It was a herd of giant porcupines, each the size of a fully grown bull. Their entire bodies were covered with a thick layer of obsidian-like bone spurs, layer upon layer, interlocking to form a natural, impenetrable heavy armor. Most terrifying of all were their long, enormous snouts, with two massive tusks, each over half a meter long and gleaming with a metallic sheen, curling out from their mouths like two curved battle swords. Iron-jawed porcupine. According to Daniel's Survival Handbook, this is one of the most common and troublesome creatures in the misty forest. It is short-tempered, extremely territorial, and its bony armor is so hard that ordinary swords and knives cannot even scratch it. Roar. The lead porcupine with iron jaws noticed the uninvited guests. It stopped, its small, blood-red eyes flashing with savage and madness, and two streams of hot white breath billowed from its nostrils. Their target didn't seem to be Thorn's squad. Not far in the direction they had charged, there was a bare rock face with a dark red sheen. They seemed to be attracted by that kind of rock. But Thorn and his group's arrival was undoubtedly like barging into the restaurant of these mobile fortresses. I hereby declare the champion of this year's Who's the Idiot contest has been decided. That's right, it's me. Thorn mentally ranted. They came as a group to have dinner, and we just walked right into the middle of the table. Now look what happened. We've become their dessert. Hold the line. Bragg's second in command, a burly man named Barry, roared, trying to rally the soldiers. They're coming. Hold on. The lead porcupine clearly had no intention of communicating. It let out a deafening roar, pawed the ground with its four hooves, lowered its massive body slightly, and then charged forward like a cannonball. Thump. A deafeningly loud bang. Barry and two other soldiers formed a shield formation and clashed violently with the iron-jawed porcupine. The immense impact caused the three-sided composite steel shield to instantly cave in and deform. Barry felt an irresistible force surge through his arm, his hand splitting open instantly. He and the shield were sent flying like a tattered sack, crashing heavily into a large tree with a thud, and he immediately coughed up blood. The other two soldiers also rolled to the ground, their long swords flying out of their hands. With just one impact, a three-man defense team crumbled instantly. Cut it down. Cut off its legs. A soldier roared, his saber whistling as he slashed fiercely at the porcupine's thick forelegs. Clang. A screeching metallic scraping sound erupted, followed by a burst of sparks. The 100-refined steel sword, forged by Master Kims himself, struck the porcupine's bony armor, leaving only a shallow white mark. The soldier was thrown backward by the enormous recoil, his arm going numb. It's no use. This thing's skin is too tough. Monsters. These are a bunch of living tanks. For the first time, fear appeared on the soldiers' faces. Their prized steel weapons seemed like a joke in the face of these forest natives. As the second and third porcupines began to charge, the entire team's defensive line was about to be completely torn apart. A soldier was caught off guard, and his thigh was grazed by the tusks of a porcupine. His thick leather armor was torn open as if it were made of paper, and a deep wound that exposed the bone appeared instantly, with blood gushing out. Oh! A piercing scream shattered the deathly silence of the forest. We're doomed. We're going to lose staff. Thorn's heart sank to the bottom. Conventional tactics had completely failed. If this continued, the squad would be smashed into a pile of minced meat in less than 3 minutes. Spread. At this critical moment, Thorn's urgent yet exceptionally clear command boomed like thunder. Everyone, abandon frontal defense. Use the trees as cover and spread out. The soldiers hesitated for a moment, but urged on by Lord's cold gaze, they immediately carried out the order. They scrambled to hide behind the surrounding giant trees, temporarily avoiding the porcupine's frontal charge. Alea. Thorn's voice rang out again. Here, came Alea's cool reply from the treetop. Give me a net. With your strongest spider silk, weave a net that covers their path. If conventional physical attacks are ineffective, then let's use magical attacks. No, let's use biological control. Alea did not hesitate at all. Her figure, amidst the treetops tens of meters high, transformed into a black lightning bolt. 8 slender limbs, like the most agile claws, allowed her to traverse the almost vertical tree trunks with ease. Threads of incredibly fine, shimmering spider silk shot from her hand, precisely aimed at the tree trunk opposite. Her spider-like lower body spun rapidly, like a master weaver, creating a seemingly sparse yet deadly web in the path of the charging porcupines in just a dozen breaths. The spider webs were almost completely invisible in the dim forest, only reflecting a faint glimmer of light under certain spots of light. Roar! A porcupine with iron jaws, charging at the very front, blindly crashed into that area. There was no earth-shattering noise. Its unstoppable charge was like hitting an invisible, flexible wall, and its speed suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, the seemingly fragile spider silk, as if alive, instantly wrapped around its body, limbs, and tusks. The spider silk was incredibly resilient. The more the porcupine struggled, the tighter the web tightened, its powerful adhesiveness causing its bony armor to stick firmly to the silk. Its massive body was suspended in mid-air, like a giant beetle caught in a spider web, futilely letting out angry roars. Then came the second one, the third one. Every single porcupine that charged in was entangled in the enormous, resilient spider web. Their pride in their strength and charge became utterly useless in the face of absolute flexibility. The entire battlefield underwent a sudden change in style. 1 second, it was a brutal clash of flesh and blood. The next, it turned into a comical scene of a group of pigs hanging sausages. All the soldiers stared in disbelief at the scene, hardly able to believe their eyes. Now, Thorn's voice was cold and resolute. Lord, yes, Your Highness. Lord, who had been silent all along, moved. Without making a sound, he appeared instantly in front of a porcupine dangling in mid-air from a spider web, like a ghostly shadow gliding along the ground. The porcupine was still struggling frantically, its blood-red eyes fixed on Lord. Lord's gaze was even colder. The knight's longsword in his hand was no longer a heavy weapon used for slashing. At that moment, the sword transformed into a surgeon's scalpel. A flash of sword light. Lord's figure passed by the porcupine. His sword, at an unbelievable angle, precisely pierced into the only soft joint gap, not covered by bone armor, where the porcupine's forelimbs and torso connected. He twisted and pulled it out. The entire movement was fluid and seamless, without a single unnecessary element. The massive, iron-jawed porcupine's struggling movements abruptly ceased. The madness and ferocity in its eyes were quickly replaced by a blank stare, and then, the light of its life was completely extinguished. One fatal blow. Lord didn't stop. His figure moved through the porcupine herd bound by spider webs, like a phantom of death. Each strike of the sword precisely targeted the most fatal weakness of these mobile fortresses. Eye sockets, joints behind the ears. Uft, uft, uft. The sound of sharp weapons piercing flesh created a chilling, efficient symphony of killing in this deathly silent forest. Less than a minute. All the iron-jawed porcupines trapped in the spiderwebs had stopped breathing. Their massive bodies hung silently in mid-air, warm blood dripping from their wounds onto the decaying leaves, adding a new crimson hue to the land. The battle is over. It was so fast it felt unreal. Everyone was still immersed in the thrilling battle and Lord's superb swordsmanship, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. Clean up the battlefield. Treat the wounded. Thorn's voice snapped everyone out of their shock. He walked quickly to Barry's side and personally examined his injuries. Broken arm bone, but not in life-threatening danger. Thorn breathed a sigh of relief and immediately directed the medic to come forward and treat him. He stood up, walked to the carcass of a porcupine, and tapped the obsidian like bone spurs on its body with his sword sheath. It made a clanging sound and felt incredibly hard. Good stuff. Thorn's eyes lit up with a complex light, a mixture of relief at surviving a disaster and the discovery of a treasure. This thing is probably as hard as our quenched steel, and it's lighter and tougher. He looked at Alea, who had also jumped down from the tree. Is spider silk consumed in large quantities? Not much, Alea replied succinctly. These are just the most common winding silk. Very good. Thorn nodded, his lordly instincts kicking in. Gray, does this thing have any special value? The old hunter came over, pried off a fawn with his knife, and examined it carefully. Your Highness, this iron-jawed porcupine is a treasure trove. Its meat is edible. Its hide is excellent for making inner armor. These two tusks make the best spearheads for short spears. And these bone spikes. A glint of greed flashed in Gray's eyes. When ground into powder, they are a top-grade medicinal ingredient for treating bruises and sprains. In the capital, a small bag like this can be exchanged for a gold coin. Holy crap! A gold coin. These aren't porcupines, they're practically mobile gold mines. Thorn's heart skipped a beat. Order. His voice immediately became decisive. Everyone, get to work. Pry off all the quills and tusks from these porcupines. Not a single one should be missing. Cut off the best parts of the meat and smoke them into jerky. This is the first fortune we've gained since we ventured deep into this forest. Under Thorn's command, the soldiers, who had just survived a life or death battle, immediately transformed into industrious butchers. Despite their exhaustion and pain, they excitedly began to dismantle the spoils of war. The joy of victory and the excitement of the harvest temporarily overshadowed the fear brought by the forest. Thorn looked at the bustling scene before him and let out a long sigh. We won. Moreover, it was a complete victory with 0 casualties. With Alea's control and Lord's precise kills, this brand new tactical combination, which can be described as a dimensional reduction attack, revealed its ferocious and efficient fangs for the first time. However, Thorn's mind was not at ease in the slightest. He knew very well that their victory this time had a huge element of luck. They were just lucky to have encountered this kind of straightforward, reckless monster. What if next time we encounter an enemy that can fly, uses poison, or is even intelligent? His gaze involuntarily drifted deeper into the forest. The fog there was thicker and darker, like the mouth of a giant beast, silently waiting for them. Just then, Gray, the old hunter who was processing the pig carcass, suddenly let out a low, uncertain gasp. Your Highness, please come and take a look. Thorn felt a chill run down his spine and quickly walked over. Gray cut open the belly of the largest porcupine. Inside its stomach, besides partially digested plant roots, there were some other things. Some metallic, indigestible fragments. Thorn crouched down and used the tip of his sword to remove the fragments. His pupils suddenly froze. It was a broken piece of human armor, corroded beyond recognition by stomach acid. Judging from the faintly visible iris emblem, it was the standard armor of the Imperial Regular Army. Chapter 93 Claws in the Shadows. That piece of Imperial armor, corroded and mottled by stomach acid, pierced Thorn's heart, which had just become somewhat bloated with victory, like a cold, poisonous needle. He silently wrapped the armor plate in cloth and tucked it into his pocket. Previously, the misty forest was an unknown danger. Now, it is shrouded in an artificial fog, filled with conspiracy and death. All right, this is even more exciting. Thorn chuckled to himself. Not only are there native monsters, but also hidden factions. This game map is getting bigger and bigger. Don't tell me at the end that there's a relic of an ancient civilization hidden in this forest, with a haughty princess sleeping there waiting to be awakened by me. Stop. This script is wrong. This is a farming novel, not a fantasy adventure RPG. After a short rest and some harvest, the team continued their journey deeper into the forest. The atmosphere was even more somber than before. Everyone knew what that piece of armor meant. It meant they weren't the first civilized people to trespass into this place, and the fates of the earlier pioneers seemed not so pleasant. Exhaustion, like damp, cold vines, clung to everyone's body and mind. The continuous fighting and mental strain inevitably slowed the elite squad's advance. Just when the team's morale was about to plummet. Boom, 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 boom. A strange sound faintly came from the far reaches of the deepest forest. That wasn't thunder. The thunder was intermittent and violent. But this sound was continuous and incessant, carrying a powerful and muffled rhythm that seemed to shake the earth. It pierced through layers of trees and mist, like the heavy breath of an ancient beast, acting directly on one's chest and causing waves of resonance. Stop. Listen. Old Hunter Gray stopped abruptly, and for the first time, his weathered face showed an expression of excitement mixed with awe and ecstasy. He listened intently for a moment. Then his cloudy eyes flashed with an astonishing light. He turned sharply to Thorn, his voice trembling with excitement. Your Highness, it's it. It's the roar of Heart of Fury. It's that giant silver python. We're not far from it. This news was like a shot in the arm, instantly taking hold in everyone's hearts. The soldiers' exhaustion seemed to vanish instantly at the powerful roar. They looked up in the direction from which the sound came, and a renewed flame of hope rekindled in their eyes. Our goal is near. Everything they've done, the risks they've taken, is about to pay off. Damn, this sounds like Niagara Falls. The noise level is huge. Thorn's spirits lifted as well. If we could just run a pipe back here, it wouldn't be enough to irrigate the farmland. I could install a whitewater rafting machine right in the Lord's manor. Hope is the best stimulant. The team's speed picked up again. However, just as they were crossing a hollow overgrown with twisted vines, Gray, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped without warning. This time, his face showed no excitement, only a deep-seated, ghost-like solemnity. His gaze was fixed on a thick ironwood tree next to him, which was as thick as 3 people could hug. "Your Highness, please come and see." His voice was very low, as if he was afraid of disturbing something. Thorn felt a chill and quickly stepped forward. Following the direction of Gray's finger, he saw 5 deep, frightening claw marks on the iron-hard tree trunk. The claw marks stretched for over 2 meters from top to bottom. Each one looked as if it had been plowed out of the tree bark by the sharpest steel knife, so deep that the bone was visible, with perfectly smooth edges. These are definitely not marks left by a brutish creature like a porcupine with iron jaws. This is, Thorn's brows furrowed deeply. Shadowcat. Gray uttered 3 words, each one seemingly squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying a chilling aura. The top predator in the misty forest. No, it's not a predator, it's a ghost. He gently touched the edge of the claw mark with his finger. It's sharpening its claws, just like our soldiers polish their knives before battle. Gray's face was extremely grim. This thing never makes a sound. It can blend into any shadow right under your nose. By the time you find it, its claws have already slit your throat. I saw it once when I was young. A 15-man elite Imperial scout squad was camped in the forest. The next day, the camp was intact, the campfire was still burning, but all 15 men were dead. Each of them had the exact same claw mark on their throat. I take back what I just said, this isn't a horror game. This is a fucking otherworldly version of Predator. Thorn felt a chill run down the back of his neck. A top-tier assassin capable of stealth and instant kills. This setup is way beyond the norm. System, urgently requesting the purchase of a thermal imager. Waiting online, it's urgent. Alea had also appeared silently beside Thorn at some point. Looking at the claw mark, a flicker of unprecedented apprehension flashed in her amethyst eyes. Its scent is very faint, but it's very fresh, she concluded. This means that the ghost is nearby. They might even be observing these intruders with great interest from some dark corner. The excitement and chatter within the ranks vanished completely. The powerful roar from Heart of Fury now sounded like funeral music. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly, back to back, warily scanning every swaying shadow of the trees around them, as if a monster might pounce out at any moment to devour them. Camp where you are. Thorn acted decisively and issued the order. It's getting dark. Continuing forward is suicide. Everyone, clear a clearing and start a huge fire. Double the sentry posts. Alea, use your spider silk to set up a perimeter around the camp. The command was executed swiftly. The soldiers cleared a space as quickly as possible, and a huge bonfire was lit. The roaring flames rose up, illuminating an area of dozens of meters in radius as bright as day, and bringing a pitiful sense of security to everyone. Lord personally arranged sentries, 2 in a row, positioned at the 4 corners of the camp, their line of sight covering the entire area. Alea's spider silk, like invisible traps, was spread throughout the woods surrounding the camp. Anything touched would immediately trigger an alarm. This is the highest level of defense they can implement. However, everyone's hearts were still in their throats, because what they were facing was a ghost that could silently wipe out even the Empire's elite scout squads. Night deepened. The forest was completely shrouded in darkness. Only the campfire in the campsite stood like a lonely island surrounded by an endless ocean of darkness, poised to capsize at any moment. Thorn did not sleep. He leaned against a large tree, spread out the simple animal hide map, and by the firelight, plotted tomorrow's route. He had to keep thinking. In this way, he suppressed the growing fear within him. Lord sat beside him, eyes closed, like a meditating statue. But his hand gripping the sword hilt never loosened. Time passed by, second by second. Midnight has arrived. All was silent. The soldiers on guard duty strained their eyes, which were wide open like copper bells, staring intently at the edge of darkness where the firelight could not reach. No one noticed. Right in the deepest shadow cast by the flickering light of the campfire. That shadow seemed to have come to life. It began to wiggle. It flowed silently from the shadow of a tree's roots to the shadow behind a rock. It bypassed the soldiers' wary gazes and avoided all the spiderweb traps laid by Araya. It was not a physical entity. It was part of the darkness itself. Its goal is crystal clear. The leader of this team, looking down at the map in the firelight. The shadow, like a ghost, silently crept into a place less than 5 meters from Thorn. Then it stopped. The shadow suddenly stretched upwards and coalesced. A cheetah, long and slender, entirely black, seemingly composed of pure shadow, emerged from the darkness. It has not a single stray hair, and even its eyes are pure black, reflecting no light in the firelight. It opened its mouth, yawned silently, revealing razor-sharp teeth. Then, 5 foot long, obsidian gleaming claws slowly emerged from its forepaws. There was no murderous intent. There was no hostility. Like an elegant dancer, about to complete his final and most magnificent curtain call. It moved. There was no wind, no warning. A black lightning bolt shattered the brief peace of the camp, heading straight for Thorn's throat. Quick. Extremely fast. So fast that even the air didn't have time to utter a mournful cry. In that instant, Thorn's pupils barely had time to reflect the 5 increasingly approaching, chilling beams of death. His mind was completely blank. Finished. Just a split second before the claws touched Thorn's skin. Zheng, Lord, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. In his eyes, there was no fear, no panic, only a calm as still as an icy sea. He didn't even draw his sword. His body, in a way that completely defies the laws of physics, instantly shifted 0.5 meter to the side, as if teleporting, and blocked Thorn's path. He raised his left arm, using the heavy, tempered steel gauntlet forged by Master Kims himself, to meet the deadly claws. Sizzle. A sharp, tooth-grinding metallic scraping sound suddenly erupted. Sparks flew everywhere. The incredibly sturdy steel armor was ripped open like cheese by the Shadow Cat's sharp claws, leaving 5 deep gashes. The claws pierced through the steel armor, tore through the inner leather lining, and embedded themselves deeply in Lord's arm. Blood gushed from the body of this invincible knight. Lord! Thorn's scream had barely left his mouth. The shock in his eyes was completely replaced by a violent rage and the instinct for survival the moment he saw Lord injured. Damn it! You dare touch my people. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward and pulled out an inconspicuous little thing from the most inconspicuous earthenware jar at his waist, which was used to store odds and ends. With all his might, he smashed it hard at the Shadow Cat that had just succeeded in its attack and was about to retreat. Die! It was a small, sealed jar made of clay. Smack! The earthenware jar shattered instantly in front of the Shadow Cat. The white powder inside scattered and flew everywhere. The instant the powder touched the sparks flying from the campfire. Boom! A small, blazing, dazzling sun exploded in the center of the camp. An indescribable blinding light instantly engulfed everything. The whole world was bleached into a pure, unbearable, painful white. For a moment, everyone's eyes went blind. Aya, a piercing scream, so shrill it seemed inhuman, filled with pain and terror, erupted from the center of that light. The voice had lost all its previous elegance and composure, leaving only pure, burning fear. The intense light came quickly and went quickly. When everyone's vision finally returned from the stark whiteness, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. The Shadow Cat, which had been like a grim reaper in the night, was now lying on the ground, rolling around frantically and scratching its face wildly with its claws. 2 streams of black blood were now flowing from its pure black eyes. clearly destroyed by the sudden burst of light and Thorn's treasured devil's powder. Chili powder mixed in with magnesium powder. Release the arrows. Alea's stern shout rang out. The Arachne warriors in the trees, enduring the stinging pain in their eyes, unleashed a torrent of knocked crossbow bolts at the writhing, agonizing shadow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Puff, puff, puff. More than a dozen crossbow bolts accurately struck the shadow cat's body. However, this monster's vitality is terrifyingly strong. Even with several arrows in its body and its eyes blinded, it still let out an angry and resentful roar. Its body began to blur and distort, and then, right before everyone's eyes, it once again merged into the shadows of the ground and disappeared. All that remained was a scene of utter devastation and several ever-expanding pools of black blood. The battle is over. The entire camp was deathly silent. Everyone was panting heavily, their backs soaked with cold sweat from surviving the ordeal. Thorn ignored the fleeing monster and stumbled to Lord's side, his voice trembling as he looked at Lord's mangled arm. "Lord, how are you?" Lord's face was somewhat pale, but he only glanced at his deep, bone-revealing wound before shaking his head, his gaze still warily scanning the surrounding darkness. "Your Highness, I'm fine," he said in a deep voice, his tone as calm as ever. "It's just, it got away." Thorin looked at Lord's armor, which was still oozing blood, then at his own empty waist, and finally turned his gaze to the bottomless darkness where the monster had disappeared. His heart sank. The ghost of the forest did not die. He had already used up all the scientific magic he used for exorcism. Next time, when those unseen claws reach out from the shadows again, what will they use to defend themselves? Chapter 94: The Giant's Table. The camp was deathly silent. The monster known as the Shadow Cat vanished into the deep darkness like an ink stain forcibly erased. But it left behind 5 deep, bone-revealing claw marks, one on Lord's armor, and the other 4 branded into the hearts of everyone. Fear, like the shadow into which the monster had merged, silently seeped into the entire camp. "I'm fine, Your Highness." Lord's voice remained as calm as ever, as if the bloodied and mangled arm were an extension of someone else's body. He allowed the medic to wash the wound with holy water and apply precious herbs, without even flinching throughout the entire process. Thorn looked at him, his lips moved, but he couldn't utter a single word. "Hold. I fucking can't even say thank you." At a time like this, words are meaningless. He risked his life for mine. What can I say? Be careful next time. Don't risk your life so recklessly. To hell with it. I'll remember this. If I don't skin that bastard and make an armband for Lord, I'll change my name. He suppressed the surging guilt and rage within him, forcing himself to calm down. He was the leader of this team. If he lost his composure, everyone would die here. "It's injured, badly injured." Alea's voice came from the tree, her amethyst eyes flashing coldly in the firelight. "Its eyes are ruined, and it's been hit by more than a dozen poisoned crossbow bolts. It won't live much longer, but it will be even more frenzied before it dies. We can't stay here any longer." Old Hunter Gray's face was worse than a dead man's. "The smell of blood will attract more things we can't afford to mess with. We must leave as soon as it's light." Thor nodded. He glanced at his empty waist. That can of flashbang grenades that saved everyone's lives was his last trump card. Once it was used up, it was truly gone. From now on, they will have to rely on themselves. Dawn, like a rusty knife, slowly sliced open the throat of the thick fog. The team set off again. The atmosphere was oppressively tense. No one spoke. Only heavy breathing and the faint rustling of armor could be heard. Each soldier moved instinctively, back to back, their wary eyes scanning every suspicious shadow like searchlights. Lord's arm was in a thick sling across his chest, but his other hand still gripped his long sword tightly. He walked beside Thorn, like a silent and steadfast moving mountain. Thorn forced himself not to think about the ghost lurking in the shadows. He focused all his attention on what lay ahead. The powerful roar from the depths of the forest grew ever closer. It was no longer a distant background noise, but had become a real, earth-shaking force. The soil beneath their feet trembled slightly, and the air was filled with damp moisture. The sound was like a captive ancient beast breathing heavily and roaring in their ears. Almost there. Almost there. Gray's hoarse voice carried a hint of barely suppressed excitement. Finally, after passing through the last tree line, which was like a green tunnel made of twisted vines, the sight before them made everyone stop in their tracks. My vision suddenly opened up. It was as if an invisible divine hand had torn open a huge, bottomless wound in the forest ahead. A canyon, too wide to be described in words, stretched out before them. It's like a hideous scar on the earth, stretching from left to right to the horizon. The canyon is bottomless, with billowing mist churning and rolling like a boiling sea of clouds. At the bottom of that sea of clouds, a silver, raging dragon was rolling and roaring. Countless tons of river water rushed down with overwhelming force, crashing against the rugged black rock walls and churning up thousands of towering white waves. The deafening roar emanates from here, like the heartbeat of the entire earth. A heart filled with rage. This is the heart of fury. Holy crap. This isn't a river. It's like the earth's artery has burst. I used to think the Amazon River was amazing when I watched documentaries about it. But compared to this, the Amazon is just an artificial stream in a neighborhood. For a moment, Thorn's mind went blank. He was utterly overwhelmed by the pure, violent, and primal power of nature before him. All the soldiers stood frozen at the edge of the canyon, mouths agape, forgetting their fear and exhaustion. The expressions on their faces were a mixture of awe, shock, and a profound sense of insignificance. Before this giant silver python, they were not even ants. My God, a young soldier murmured to himself, then knelt down with a thud. He wasn't praying to Thorn. He was offering his knees to this world, to this irresistible force. All right, stop standing there. Thorn took a deep breath. The cold, damp air calmed his racing mind a little. We're here to conquer it, not to worship it. Gray, find a way. Find a way down. After recovering from their shock, the team began to carefully search for a way down the canyon rim. The edge of the canyon was also covered by a dense forest, but after walking for about half an hour, Alea suddenly stopped. Wait a minute. She pointed ahead. The smell here is not right. Following her gaze, the group discovered an eerie open space not far ahead. The trees were sparse, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of black humus, starkly contrasting with the vibrant green surroundings. There's a very strong smell of death. Alea's nose twitched slightly, and a look of disgust appeared on her face. The group cautiously entered the open area. Then they saw it. A rusted sword, reduced to only half its original size, lay diagonally embedded in the black soil. Beside it was a broken, curled-edge breastplate, its imperial fleur-de-lis emblem blurred by time and corrosion. Further ahead was another helmet, equally rusty, with empty eye sockets facing the gray sky. Then came the second peak, the third peak. Broken armor, shattered weapons, and, scattered everywhere, the white bones long since stained yellowish-brown by the soil. This is a cemetery, a mass grave for imperial soldiers, forgotten for who knows how many years. Everyone's hearts sank. When they reached the center of this open area, an indescribable sense of oppression made everyone stop breathing. Before them stood a small mountain made of bones. It was the skeleton of a giant bear, but its size far exceeded everyone's comprehension. Even just lying there, its shoulder blades were over 3 meters high. On its enormous, millstone-like skull, several spear-like, gleaming white fangs remained. Each rib resembled a bent battering ram, and its thick limb bones were comparable to the trunks of the oldest trees. Titan of the forest. The word instantly popped into Thorn's mind. This enormous skeleton lay silently in the center of the battlefield, surrounded by countless human skeletons and broken weapons. The scene seemed to be telling a silent story. A group of well-equipped humans trespassed into the territory of the giants, and then they became a main dish on the giants' table. This is it. The old hunter Gray's voice was dry, as if it had been sanded. He took off his leather hat and bowed deeply to the massive skeleton. The legend is true. 37 of the Empire's most elite patrolmen vanished overnight. It turns out they were all here. His words, like a block of ice, struck everyone's heart. 37 elite soldiers. What does that mean? That's military power enough to take down a small town. But in the face of this monster, they didn't even have a chance to escape. They were all neatly slaughtered here. This silent massacre site is more impactful than any desperate roar. It's like a cold hand gripping everyone's throat, making them clearly aware of the horrific world they've stumbled into. Damn. Now that's great. Not only are there assassins, but also berserkers. The monster ecosystem in this forest is truly diverse. Thorn fought off the churning in his stomach and refused to let fear take hold of him. It is precisely in times like these that we must remain calm. He took out his dwarven relics, the name given to him. Dwarves exist in this world and are considered a type of demi-human from his backpack. A simple brass compass, a telescopic rangefinder with precise markings, and a monocular telescope that can see distant objects. In the surrounding primitive, savage environment filled with the aura of death, Thorn's calm, professional, and even somewhat out-of-place demeanor served as a strange tranquilizer. The soldiers watched as their lord calmly went about his business in the face of this hellish massacre site, and miraculously, the fear that threatened to overwhelm them was suppressed. Your Highness, he doesn't seem afraid at all. Nonsense. Your Highness is the chosen one of God. In your Highness's eyes, this kind of monster is probably just a big beast. Thorn had no time to pay attention to his subordinates' wild speculations. He was fully focused on the exploration work. His brain was working at lightning speed. This canyon has too great a drop. Directly diverting water would cause the water flow to be so fast that it would wash away the foundation. We need to find a section of the river with a relatively gentle current, and the geology on both banks must be strong enough to support the weight of the hydraulic structures. He held up his binoculars and searched inch by inch along the canyon's contours. His calmness and professionalism stood in stark contrast to everything around him. It's as if an engineer from the future has stumbled into a wild, prehistoric continent. This is a form of dimensional reduction attack. It's not force, it's knowledge. Finally, his gaze settled on a section of the river about 2 kilometers downstream. The river there has a distinct bend, and the riverbed widens considerably. The rushing water forms a huge backwater there, where the current slows down noticeably. More importantly, the banks there are exposed, massive, and intact layers of bluish-gray granite. Found it. Thorn's eyes suddenly lit up. That place is the unique and perfect location for building the headworks of the irrigation canal. Hope, like a breath of oxygen blown into the ashes, reignited in his heart. He immediately issued instructions to the system in his mind. System. Establish a water diversion project model with the current target point as the starting point and Wuguang Town as the end point. Taking into account geology, elevation differences, and workload, calculate the required manpower, materials, and estimated construction period. Command received. Building a 3D geological model. Conducting hydraulic analysis. Planning the optimal route. A vast and intricate virtual blueprint instantly unfolded in Thorn's mind. Mountains, rivers, land, everything was transformed into precise data streams. Engineering simulation begins. Thorn's heart was in his throat. He waited expectantly, intently, for the number that would determine the future of Darktown. He could almost see it, the clear river water flowing through the sturdy cement channels, across the wilderness, into the fields, and to the doorsteps of every resident of Wuguang Town. He has even planned to hold a grand, water-splashing festival once the irrigation canal is completed, so that everyone can experience what freedom of water use means. 3 seconds later, the system's cold notification sounded in his mind. Simulation complete. The project report is as follows. The optimal route length is 31.4 kilometers. Tunnels need to be excavated. 3 sections. Total length 2.8 kilometers. 7 aqueducts are required, with a maximum drop of 45 meters. Total earthwork volume, approximately 12 million cubic meters. Based on the current level of technology, no black powder, no large engineering machinery and manpower calculated using untrained ordinary laborers, the following conclusions are drawn. Minimum number of workers required, 5,000. Estimated construction period, 10.7 years. Note, this construction period does not include delays and casualties caused by wild animal attacks, landslides, collapses, or illnesses. Thorn's smile froze. The light in his eyes dimmed little by little. He slowly lowered the binoculars in his hand. The wind blew from the canyon, carrying the roar of Heart of Fury, making his robes flutter. But he couldn't feel a chill at all, because his heart was colder than the millennia-old ice at the bottom of the canyon. 5,000 people. 10 years. How many decades does one have in a lifetime? By the time this irrigation canal is completed, the grass on his grave will probably be longer than Gray's beard. And that doesn't even include casualties. Anyone with a brain knows that if you undertake such a massive project in a place like this, it would be a miracle if, over 10 years, not several thousand people died. Is it worth sacrificing thousands of lives in 10 years to create a single irrigation canal? This is not a fantasy. This is a death sentence. Thorn's body swayed slightly. He endured countless hardships, traversed the cannibalistic forest, evaded ghostly assassins, and finally found the legendary water source. He thought he had found hope, but reality delivered the harshest slap to his face with a string of cold, despairing numbers. He finally realized that the most terrifying enemy in this forest was not the iron-jaw porcupine, not the forest titan, and not even the elusive shadow cat. Instead, it is this magnificent Heart of Fury before us. It is the short 30 kilometers between it and Wuguang town that feels like an insurmountable chasm, an insurmountable distance. Hope is just around the corner. Yet, it is far away, on the horizon. Chapter 95. Floating corpses in the river. The wind, roaring with the fury of a heart of rage, slapped Thorn hard across the face like a merciless blow. But he couldn't feel it. His entire world was completely frozen by the system's string of cold, emotionless numbers. 5,000 people. 10 years. Ha. Am I playing a simulation game? Or am I experiencing the latest version of one of the 81 tortures of hell? Sisyphus pushing the boulder uphill. At least the boulder was round. This is like trying to pry up Mount Everest with a toothpick. Thorn's lips curled into a smile that looked even more like a grimace. He thought he had found the Holy Grail, only to discover that beneath it lay a death warrant, with large, blood-red characters that read, "Want a drink? Trade your life for it." The surrounding soldiers, though unable to hear the system's voice, could see Thorn's face fall into a deathly silence. It was a despair even deeper than when facing the titans of the forest. Hope, which had just been ignited, was doused from head to toe with a bucket of ice water from reality. The entire team fell into an even more terrifying silence than when they faced Shadowcat. It was a silence that had drained all spirit, a silence like that of a walking corpse. "Your Highness." Lord stepped forward, his injured arm still in a sling, but his voice was like a stone thrown into an icy lake, trying to break through the suffocating ice. Thorn did not respond. He simply squatted down slowly. He reached out and grabbed a handful of damp, black soil from the edge of the canyon. The soil was cold and hard, carrying a primal, irresistible, and savage aura. Should we give up? Go back like this and tell those thousands of hungry mouths. Tell those people whose eyes have just begun to light up. Tell Corvana and her people who have staked their future on me I'm sorry, I can't do it? Tell them we found water. But is that water the moon? Visible but untouchable, hanging in the sky. And then what? Continue to eke out a living in that wretched place. Darkshire, relying on Lord's iron fist and Alea's spiderweb, waiting for those high and mighty figures of the Empire to one day be in a bad mood and send an army to crush us, along with our pitiful hopes, like an ant being crushed? No. In Thorn's pupils, a faint light rekindled in the deathly darkness. To hell with 10 years. To hell with 5,000 people. That result was calculated using algorithms specific to this era. I, Thorn Arist, am here to discuss science, not mythology. He suddenly stood up and violently flung the dirt from his hands. He turned around and faced a group of bewildered, disappointed, and even resigned faces. What are you all standing there for? His voice, hoarse yet exceptionally clear, was like an awl piercing everyone's ears. Is 10 years a lot? Is 20 years a long time? How long has this land beneath our feet existed? Tens of thousands of years. Hundreds of thousands of years. Thorn pointed to the surging, furious heart. And how long has this river flowed here? Compared to them, 10 years is nothing. He took a deep breath, and the pent-up frustration in his chest seemed to vanish with those words. This goal will not change, but we have to take things one step at a time. Right now, our tools are inadequate, and we don't have enough manpower. So let's go back and build the tools and recruit more people. He walked to the unfolded animal hide map, picked up a charcoal pencil, and began sketching on it quickly. His movements were focused and precise, like those of a surgeon working at an operating table. The location of the canal head, the orientation of the mountain, the width of the canyon, the estimated amount of work. All the data obtained from the exploration were marked in detail by him in a way that only he could fully understand, a mixture of imperial script and Arabic numerals. Retreat. Thorn put away the map and gave the order. Mission accomplished, let's go home. The soldiers stared at him blankly, as if they didn't recognize the prince before them. 1 second they seemed lost in thought, the next they were back to being the shrewd, invincible commander. Although they couldn't understand the complicated words, they understood Thorn's eyes. There is no despair there. Instead, something deeper and more resilient has taken its place. Like a seed buried in frozen soil, it is accumulating the strength to break through the soil. The team began packing their belongings. The atmosphere remained somber, but the despair of waiting to die had subsided somewhat. Thorn carefully rolled up the animal hide map, which was covered with drawings, and handed it to Lord beside him. Keep it safe. Lord took the map. It felt heavy in his hand. He looked at Thorn and asked in a low voice, Your Highness, this. Right now, it looks like a piece of waste paper. Thorn smiled, a smile tinged with self-deprecation, but with an undeniable confidence. But remember this, Lord. One day, it will be the lifeblood of Darktown, the first blueprint that will make our land flow with milk and honey. He paused, lowered his voice, and said in a volume only the two of them could hear. With current technology, it would take 10 years. But what if we could make steel move on its own? What if we could tame the power of explosions? Lord's pupils contracted slightly. He didn't understand what making the steel move on its own meant, but he understood the insane ambition behind those words. He carefully tucked the map into his pocket and placed it close to his body. Your subordinate will protect it with your life. No, Thorn patted him on the shoulder. I need you to risk your life to wait until it becomes a reality. The steam age, the industrial revolution. Give me enough time and resources, let alone 10 years, even 3. Within 3 years, I will turn this insurmountable barrier into a thoroughfare. Just as the group was about to leave this place of mixed emotions and sadness, etc., Alea's cool voice suddenly rang out. She stood on a crooked tree at the edge of the canyon, her 8 appendages gripping the trunk firmly. Her upper body leaned slightly forward, and her purple eyes were fixed on the distant downstream. There's something there. She pointed to a huge backwater about a kilometer downstream, surrounded by many black, jagged rocks. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed. It was too far away. All I could see was a dark shape on the relatively calm water, spinning helplessly in circles with the current. What the hell? A soldier muttered. Old Hunter Gray squinted for a long time, then clicked his tongue. It's probably some unlucky beast upstream that slipped and fell in while drinking water and drowned. The current in this eddy is turbulent, so it's normal for the body to get swept here and unable to get out. What bad luck, another soldier whispered. Your Highness, we'd better leave quickly. This place is very eerie. A drowned wild animal? Thorn frowned. For some reason, he always felt a vague unease in his heart. He took out the monocular telescope he called the dwarf's all-seeing eye from his backpack. The moment this thing appeared, it attracted the curious gazes of the surrounding soldiers. They watched Thorn stretch out the brass tube, hold it in front of his eyes, and gesture towards the distance, finding it all incredibly novel. Thorn ignored them. He pointed the telescope's eyepiece at his own eyes and skillfully adjusted the focus. The field of vision gradually became clearer from a blur. Rushing river, jagged black rocks. Then, he found the floating object spinning in the water. It was a tangled mess of things. There was a dark brown like rotten wood, a green like seaweed, and Thorn's breath hitched. He saw it. Among those chaotic colors, there was one extremely discordant, bright hue. It looks like a wet, brightly colored parrot. His hand, subconsciously, adjusted the focus to the clearest point. In the telescope's field of view, The details of the object were magnified instantly, slamming into his eyes. It was long hair. A head of long, wet hair that stubbornly displays rainbow-like colors against the gray, watery backdrop. Beneath the long hair was a face. A pale, bloodless, and delicate profile of a young girl. Her eyes were tightly closed, water droplets clung to her long eyelashes, and her lips were a bluish purple from lack of oxygen. Her body was wrapped in a tattered, unrecognizable piece of coarse cloth. And behind her were a pair of disheveled, mud-covered creatures dangling limply in the water. A pair of bird wings. Thorn's mind went blank with a buzz. He felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight up to the top of his head. That's not a wild animal. That's not a corpse. That was a person, a strange girl with wings, whose fate was unknown. Hold. Thorn abruptly put down his binoculars and swore. His face, contorted with shock and urgency, startled everyone around him. Your Highness. Lord immediately became alert. Thorn didn't answer him. With all his might, he let out a heart-wrenching roar towards everyone. That's not a fucking beast's carcass. It's a living person. Everyone, quick, follow me to save people. A new race is about to debut. I'll update a lot more once I've gathered enough chapters. Captain's Perks, 640555 Great art style, pure love. Feel free to go all out, but take care of your health. Chapter 96, Racing Against Death. Thorn's heart-wrenching roar was like a red-hot warhammer slamming into the deathly silence of the camp. It's a living person. Everyone, quick, follow me to save people. Before he finished speaking, he was the first to rush towards the backwater bay downstream. The guards stood frozen in place, their minds a jumbled mess from this sudden turn of events. A living person? A living person with wings? Wasn't that a monster? Save the monster? Had His Highness been driven mad by that shadow cat? However, there was one figure who acted faster than Thorn's command and more decisively than everyone else's hesitation. It's Lord. The great knight didn't even ask why. The instant Thorn uttered his first word, he had already sprung forward like a cheetah poised to pounce. He grabbed the long rope used to bind the guard's equipment, his movements as swift as lightning. He tied one end into a secure slip knot around his own waist and tossed the other into a few knights behind him who were still somewhat conscious. Stop him. He uttered only 2 words, his voice as cold and hard as iron. Immediately, his massive body unleashed an agility completely disproportionate to his size. Instead of choosing the flat but roundabout route, he charged directly towards the slippery, steep, moss-covered black rocks at the edge of the canyon. His feet seemed to have eyes. Each leap landed precisely on the only foothold that could support his weight. He was like a black bear hunting in a mountain stream, wild and savage, yet filled with deadly precision. The icy river water splashed onto his trousers and armor, but he was completely unaware. Holy crap, Lord is practically a human paladin. With that core strength and explosive power, he could sweep all the gold medals in the Olympics. Thorn mentally gave it a thumbs up, not daring to stop walking. When he ran breathlessly to the rocky beach, Lord had already grabbed the girl who was bobbing in the water. Pull! With a roar, Lord braced himself against the ground, like a bridge pier sinking into the water, and steadied himself. The royal knights on the shore snapped out of their daze and pulled the rope backward with all their might. With a whoosh, water splashed everywhere. The thing, soaking wet and wrapped in a jumble of weeds and rags, was dragged out of the icy river and slammed heavily onto the muddy bank. Only now did everyone truly see what they had risked their lives to save. Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone's breath was cut off at that moment. It was a girl, or rather, she once was a girl. Her upper body was no different from a human's, except that her skin was as pale as snow, devoid of any color. But her arms were covered with a layer of fine, soft, and colorful feathers, and the structure at her elbow joints was strange, resembling a pair of folded wings. Her lower body, from the knees down, was entirely in the form of a raptor-long, slender legs covered in tiny scales, and 3 sharp, dagger-like claws that gleamed with obsidian. Human body, bird wings, sharp claws. Huh. Happy. The old hunter Gray's voice, as if squeezed out from between his teeth, was filled with disbelief, horror, and awe. The hobbits, children of the wind, who only appear in ancient tales of the strange. Having witnessed the successful integration of the Arachne clan, the crowd, though initially shocked, no longer felt the urge to draw their swords at the sight of a monster. Instead, they were overcome by a more complex mix of emotions: curiosity, pity, and the profound shock of a legend becoming reality. Alea appeared silently beside Thorn, her purple eyes fixed on the hobbit girl on the ground, a complex emotion of being a fellow demi-human revealed in her gaze. Thorn, however, had no time to pay attention to any of this. He rushed forward, knelt on one knee, and began to examine the body. Upon touching her, it was icy cold. The girl's body was as stiff as frozen meat. He pried open her eyelids. Her pupils were already dilated and unresponsive to light. He pressed 2 fingers firmly onto her slender carotid artery. 1 second. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. There was not a pulsation. He leaned down again and pressed his ear tightly against her chest, which was wrapped in a wet, tattered cloth and barely showed any rise and fall. There was no heartbeat. He is not breathing. Everyone present, including Lord, understood Thorn's actions. The last glimmer of hope on their faces, like a candle flickering in the wind, was completely extinguished. This is no longer a living person. This is a fresh corpse that has just stopped breathing. Thorn slowly stood up, his face so gloomy it could drip water. Damn, we're still too late. Drowning, hypothermia, cardiac arrest. These are the textbook trio of death. Golden rescue time. What a load of rubbish. It's long since become scrap metal time. Everyone thought he was going to give up. Gray had even taken off his hat, ready to pay his final respects to this unfortunate legendary creature. However, the next second, Thorn did something that made everyone's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. He abruptly ripped off his fairly dry and expensive lord's coat and, without hesitation, covered the cold corpse with it. Then, he knelt down again, roughly pried open the hobbit girl's bluish-purple lips, and inserted 2 fingers into them, slowly digging out the mud and seaweed blocking her throat. "You, Your Highness? What are you doing?" a young guard asked, his voice trembling. His words echoed the sentiments of everyone. Thorn did not answer. After he finished doing all this, he took a deep breath, pinched the hobbit girl's small nose with one hand, and supported her chin with the other. Then, to everyone's utter astonishment, he bent down. They pressed their lips together, mouth to mouth. Buzz! The entire riverbank seemed to have been hit by a bomb, instantly causing chaos. My God! What is he doing? He's kissing a corpse. Madness! The Lord has gone mad. This is blasphemy. This is black magic. The timid guards were so frightened that they retreated repeatedly, crawling backward on their bottoms and using both hands and feet, as if they had witnessed the most terrifying sight in the world. As they crawled, they made random gestures to their chests and muttered some prayers to ward off evil spirits. Alea's 8 eyes suddenly shrank to pinpoints. She saw Thorn's lips pressed tightly against the lips of the strange girl. She didn't understand. Her mind went blank. But an unprecedented, bittersweet emotion, tinged with anger, instantly gripped her heart like a spiderweb. She didn't even realize that her 8 sharp spider legs had unconsciously risen from behind her, assuming a defensive posture. The baby is suffering inside, but the baby won't say it. Damn it! Why wasn't I the one drowning? No. Tui, what am I thinking? That bastard Lord. How could he do this to a girl he just met? Even if she was a corpse. Amidst the chaos, only one person remained motionless. Lord. He looked at the panicked, incoherent guards, and then at his lord who was doing something outrageous. He doesn't understand. But he doesn't need to understand. Clang. A clear, metallic hum. Lord drew his heavy knight's longsword, his massive body taking a step forward, like an unshakable mountain, firmly protecting Thorn and the hobbit girl on the ground behind him. The sword tip pointed diagonally at the ground, and his cold gaze slowly swept over each panicked guard. Your Highness's actions are a divine decree. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unwavering authority that instantly silenced all the noise. Those who question the oracle are considered heretics. Back off. The 2 cold words brought the commotion to an abrupt halt. The guards fell silent, not daring to utter another word, only staring at the unbelievable scene with horrified and bewildered expressions. Thorn had no time to pay attention to the storm behind him. Phew. Damn. I almost forgot to blow 2 breaths before pressing. The procedure can't be wrong. He breathed into the girl's mouth twice, and he could clearly see the slight rise and fall of her chest, proving that her airway was clear. Immediately afterwards, he straightened up, clasped his hands together, and placed them on the lower half of the girl's sternum. 1, 2, 3, 4. He began chest compressions. This action, even more chilling to onlookers than the previous kiss, was even more unsettling. To them, Thorn looked like a cruel executioner, pounding the poor corpse in a strange, rhythmic way. The already slender and fragile body made a sickeningly loud, crunching sound under his pressure. Holy crap, those ribs are so brittle. Don't break them, lady. I don't want to save you only to find out you died from internal bleeding. 30 chest compressions, 2 rescue breaths. Cycle. Damn, this is even more tiring than running around in the misty forest all day. It's physical labor, pure physical labor. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Thorn's forehead. His movements were mechanical and precise, as if he had done it 1,000 times. Time passed by second. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. The hobbit girl on the ground remained silent, like a delicate, broken doll. The atmosphere around them gradually shifted from initial shock to a deathly stillness, mixed with numbness and absurdity. Some of the guards' eyes had shifted from fear to pity, not for the dead harpy, but for their lord, who might truly have gone mad. Even Lord, who had been steadfastly protecting her, showed a hint of wavering in his eyes. Does it really work? The initial bitterness in Aleya's heart was gradually replaced by deep worry. She looked at Thorn's face, pale from focus and exhaustion, and at his eyes, which burned with a kind of stubborn flame she had never seen before, and felt a mix of emotions. Thorn's breathing became increasingly heavy. Each press and each breath he gave was draining his already limited energy. But he didn't stop. There was only one thought in his mind. Please, move something, give me some response. Chapter 97, The First Heartbeat. Thorn's movements began to slow down. Each press felt like pushing against an invisible, yet incredibly heavy wall. Sweat streamed down his forehead, dripping into the mud and mingling with the icy river water. His arms ached as if filled with lead, and his lungs burned from the rapid breathing. Damn, this is even more tiring than carrying cement on a construction site. The success rate of CPR is already pitifully low, let alone in cases of drowning combined with hypothermia. What am I doing? A cold voice echoed deep within his mind. Am I performing performance art in front of a group of medieval natives? Kissing and touching a corpse if they don't burn me alive as a necrophiliac, they're already being kind to the imperial family. Out of the corner of his eye, he could catch a glimpse of the expressions on the faces of the guards around him. The shock had faded, replaced by a complex expression of pity and fear. They no longer looked at the hobbit girl, but at him, as if he were a pitiful man who had gone completely insane. Even the usually steadfast lord seemed to have a slight, almost imperceptible, loosening in his grip on the sword hilt. The belief in his eyes that his highness must have a deeper meaning was being worn away little by the cruel, unrewarding reality before him. Aleya stood a short distance away, her 8 spider legs pawing restlessly at the ground. Her purple eyes were fixed on Thorn's face, which was distorted by exhaustion and concentration. She doesn't understand, but she could sense that the almost obsessive, unyielding flame within Thorn was gradually weakening. A sharp pang of heartache overshadowed all the previous bitter emotions. Give up. The voice rang in Thorn's mind again. You're not a god. You're just an unlucky guy with a little first aid knowledge. She's dead, completely cold. Continuing this will only turn your newly established authority into a complete joke. Yes, give up. Thorn's movements slowed down. His physical strength and his willpower were already at their limits. He was prepared to finish this last set of pressures and then declare failure. 28, 29. He mechanically recited numbers, his voice hoarse like that of a broken bellows. 30. With his last ounce of strength, he pressed his body weight heavily down onto that cold, slender chest. Then, prepare to stop. The instant his hands left the girl's body. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. A violent, heart-wrenching cough suddenly erupted from the throat of the corpse without warning. The sound seemed to break some kind of forbidden seal, instantly shattering the stillness of the riverbank that had been frozen like stagnant water. Immediately afterwards, puff, a stream of cold river water, mixed with mud, weeds, and gastric juices, gushed out from the hobbit girl's bluish-purple lips like a small fountain. Time seemed to have been paused at this moment. Everyone was stunned. The guards who were about to step forward to dissuade them froze in midair. The fleeting wavering in Lord's eyes instantly froze, turning into pure, unbelievable astonishment. Alea's 8 restless spider legs froze in place, like 8 black spears nailed to the ground. Thorn's mind went blank with a buzz. He remained kneeling, staring blankly at the body that had just been lifeless in his hands, now trembling, convulsing, and coughing violently like a fish thrown ashore. He's alive? Holy crap! It's alive. This thought struck him like a thunderbolt, hitting his nearly crashed CPU hard. He practically lunged forward, his hands and feet scrambling, and once again extended his 2 fingers, trembling slightly from the effort, towards the girl's wet, slender neck. This time, under his fingertips, deep within that deathly, cold skin, he clearly felt a faint yet incredibly strong pulse. Thump. It was very light and slow, as if it might disappear again at any moment. Thump, thump. Another one, this time a little more forceful than before. Thump, 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 thump. That faint pulse, like a traveler who has been lost for a long time and has finally found his way home, begins to become stable, regular, and full of the most primal resilience of life. She came back to life. She really came back to life. An indescribable ecstasy, like a flash flood, instantly overwhelmed all the dams of weariness and despair within Thorn. He could no longer hold on. His body went limp, and he fell backward, landing heavily on the cold, slippery mud. Ha! He was breathing heavily, his chest heaving, and a hoarse laugh, seemingly on the verge of tears, escaped his throat. Holy crap, it's really alive. He slumped there, looking at the hobbit girl who, though still unconscious, was now experiencing faint but steady rises and falls in her chest, and felt that everything before him was somewhat unreal. The world around him had already fallen into a deeper, more awe-inspiring silence. If the previous silence stemmed from despair and repression, the silence at this moment stems from a kind of ultimate, sacred awe that is enough to overturn one's worldview. The guards who had been terrified earlier were now staring wide-eyed and mouths agape, dumbfounded at the scene. Their bodies were trembling uncontrollably, not from the cold, but from a shiver that came from the depths of their souls. What did they see? Their lord kissed a cold corpse. Their lord performed a ritual on the corpse that they could not comprehend, a ritual filled with mysterious rhythms. Then, the corpse then came back to life. In their understanding, what is this? This is not medical skill. This is divine magic. This is a miracle only a god could snatch a soul back from the hands of the god of the underworld. A miracle. A guard's lips trembled as he unconsciously uttered those 2 words. Then, it seemed to trigger some kind of chain reaction. Thump. His legs buckled, and he knelt down uncontrollably, his forehead slamming heavily against the muddy, pebble-strewn ground. Thump. Thump. His companions, one after another, knelt down in unison, like harvested wheat. They lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at the young lord who sat slumped on the ground, disheveled, yet radiating a kind of inhuman brilliance. Lord stood there, his knight's long sword having fallen to the ground with a clang. This great knight, who had seen countless life and death, and whose will was as firm as steel, had slightly reddened eyes at this moment. He looked at Thorn, and the last trace of scrutiny and assessment as a follower vanished completely from his eyes. In its place was an almost fanatical, absolute worship, as if the other person were the sole faith in his life. He slowly knelt on one knee. This time, it wasn't out of courtesy, nor out of duty. Rather, it stems from the most humble reverence a mortal holds for a deity walking on the earth. Alea stood quietly in place. She was the only one who did not kneel down. Her purple eyes were fixed on Thorn, unblinking. She watched him slumped on the ground, panting heavily, his face a mixture of exhaustion, sweat, and a relieved smile. The turmoil in her heart was no less than that of others. But beyond this shock, there is an additional layer of more complex and personal emotion. This man, her lord, he would exhaust all his strength to fight against death for a complete stranger, a dying alien. There was something about him that she couldn't understand, yet she couldn't resist a warmth that was almost scorching. Thorn had no idea that in everyone's eyes, he was practically Jesus reborn, Buddha manifested. He was just tired, so tired that he didn't want to move a single finger. Damn it, from now on, if anyone says first aid is simple, I'll be the first to argue with them. This thing is practically a double Ironman triathlon of physical strength and willpower. It took him a long time to regain his strength, and he weakly waved to the crowd still kneeling on the ground. Everyone, get up, stop kneeling. Lord, find some firewood and start a fire. She has severe hypothermia and needs to be kept warm. Gray, get your spare fur coat and cover her with it. Also, boil some water for her to drink when she wakes up. His commands, though still hoarse, carried an undeniable magic. The guards, as if waking from a dream, scrambled to their feet and began carrying out orders with unprecedented, even devout, efficiency. Soon, a campfire was lit on the riverbank, its orange flames dispelling the surrounding chill. The hobbit girl was carefully moved to the fire, covered with thick, dry fur, and a faint trace of color finally returned to her pale face. She survived, but she kept her eyes tightly closed, trapped in a deep coma, her breathing weak and rapid. Thorn looked at her small, pitiful face, and his brows furrowed again. The person was saved, but the problems had only just begun. Who is she? Are they the legendary hobbits? Where did she come from? And why was she so badly injured, drifting downstream from the heart of fury? He recalled the pair of mud-covered, disheveled wings he had seen through the binoculars, and her raptor-like talons. There seemed to be no obvious fatal wounds on her body. So what exactly happened to her? A huge mystery, full of unknowns and dangers, officially descended upon this desperate land, which had just found a water source but was immediately overwhelmed by the 10-year construction deadline, with the first heartbeat of this strange girl. Is this yet another miracle bestowed by heaven, or a more dangerous omen before an impending storm? There will be another chapter this evening currently engrossed in writing. Chapter 98, Bloodstained Feathers. Thorn slumped onto the cold, slippery mud, feeling as if every part of his body was screaming for it to fall apart. The euphoria of surviving the ordeal receded quickly, like the tide going out, replaced by a deep-seated exhaustion. Damn it, if I'd known saving lives would be this tiring, I should have trained more in long-distance running when I was studying medicine. This physical exertion is even more outrageous than sparring with Lord all day. He looked at the hobbit girl by the campfire who had finally started to breathe faintly, his mind a complete mess, and all he wanted to do was lie down and sleep until the world turned upside down. However, reason, like an overseer with a whip, lashed him hard. No, it's not over yet. Her heartbeat and breathing have returned, but the combined effects of drowning and severe hypothermia could kill her at any moment. Giving up now would be tantamount to all previous efforts being wasted. Give me a hand. Thorn reached out his hand to Lord, who was closest to him. Lord immediately stepped forward and, with his intact arm, easily lifted Thorn from the mud like a chick. Thorn staggered, steadied himself, quickly walked to the girl's side, and knelt down again. Don't just stand there. Make the fire burn even brighter, he ordered without turning his head. And also, be careful to remove all those soaking wet rags from her body. His voice was still hoarse, but it had regained its commanding tone. The guards, as if granted a pardon, immediately sprang into action in a flurry of activity. Thorn then took matters into his own hands and began to conduct a more thorough examination of the girl. He carefully tried to untie the girl's tattered, coarse cloth garment. His movements abruptly stopped when his fingers touched the base of her wings. His fingertips felt an abnormal, solidified, hardened protrusion. Thorn's brow furrowed instantly. He brushed aside the colorful feathers that were stuck together with mud and blood. The next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. That's not mud. That was a wound. A deep, bone-revealing wound. Its edges turned outwards, had scabbed over, but its gruesome form was still clearly visible. The feathers around the wound were stained dark red with blood, congealing into hard clumps. This injury was definitely not caused by hitting a rock when you accidentally fell into the river. The shape of this wound, it's clearly caused by a sharp weapon. Thorn's heart sank. He suppressed his surprise and continued his examination. Soon, he found several similar wounds on the girl's other wing and on her legs covered with tiny scales. Some of them are straight cuts, as if they were made by a long knife. Some are even deeper penetrating wounds. When Thorn discovered the most serious wound in the girl's left knee, his breath caught in his throat for half a second. It was a small, roughly triangular wound. The skin and flesh around the wound had turned black and was necrotic. Thorn gently and tentatively pressed the edge of the wound with his finger. Damn, this shape. A clear image of a weapon instantly flashed into his mind. Triangular arrowhead. A highly vicious arrow designed to cause maximum lacerations, which are extremely difficult to heal and are often poisoned by the military. This was not an accident. This is a chase. A deliberate and brutal hunt for this strange race by well-equipped humans. This thought, like a bucket of ice water, completely extinguished the slight warmth Thorn had felt from saving a life. He slowly raised his head and exchanged a glance with Lord and Alea, who had somehow appeared behind him. No words are needed. They both understood the solemnity and vigilance in each other's eyes. She didn't fall into the water accidentally. Thorn's voice was low, as if he were talking to himself or explaining to his companion. She jumped into the river to escape. Alea's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Her instincts as a top predator told her that she smelled a familiar scent of blood belonging to one of her own kind. The people hunting her down are very professional, she added in the same low voice. The wounds are all non-fatal, but they can incapacitate her. They want to capture her alive. Lord didn't speak. He simply picked up the knight's longsword that had just fallen to the ground and held it in his hand. This time, the temperature on the sword hilt seemed to carry a chilling, killing intent. Thorn took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. All right, starting on hell difficulty is my standard practice. I thought I'd picked up an SSR-level flying unit, but it turns out to be a hot potato with a kill order attached. My heart is breaking, but I can't say it. The most important thing now is to bring her back alive. Gray, Thorn called out. The old hunter immediately ran over. Your Highness, what are your orders? From our current location, conduct reconnaissance outwards for 1 kilometer. Look for any signs of human activity, especially campfires, footprints, and broken branches. Report back immediately if you find anything. Yes. Gray accepted the order and instantly disappeared into the night. The rest of you, immediately make a stretcher out of vines and branches. Thorn turned to the remaining guards. Hurry, we must get out of here before dawn. The journey home was 10 times more arduous than the journey there. With the addition of a critically injured patient who was unconscious and whose heart could stop beating again at any moment, everyone's nerves were stretched to the limit. They wove a simple yet sturdy stretcher from the thickest vines and branches. The hobbit girl, wrapped in thick fur, was placed on the stretcher and carried by 4 of the strongest guards. The marching speed of the column was forced to be greatly reduced. The muddy woodland, the slippery moss, the steep slopes. Every step was incredibly difficult. The guards carrying the stretcher had bulging muscles in their arms and prominent veins on their foreheads. They had to stop and switch with the stretcher every so often, panting heavily. But no one complained. They gazed at the strange girl on the stretcher, a girl who, in their eyes, had come back to life, with awe in their eyes. They were no longer simply following orders, but guarding a sacred relic, a living miracle created by their Lord himself. To protect her is to protect the Lord's divine power. Thorn walked at the front of the group, his face constantly grim. His mind was racing, analyzing every possibility. Who are the pursuers? Mercenaries? A nobleman's private army? Or the church's henchmen? What is their goal? To capture a hobbit alive for research? Or to present it as a rare pet to some important person? Whatever it is, since these people managed to drive her to the point of heart of fury, they're unlikely to give up easily. They're very likely in this forest. Just then, Alea, who was walking on the side of the group, suddenly stopped. Her 8 spider legs spread silently, her upper body lowered, and her purple eyes warily scanned a dense thicket to her right. "There's something." Her voice was like a cold wind. The entire procession stopped instantly. All the guards instinctively gripped their weapons and tensely formed a defensive formation, protecting the stretcher in the center. Lord stepped forward, blocking Thorn's path. His mountain-like body exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. A rustling sound came from the bushes. A pair of eyes, gleaming with an eerie green light, lit up in the darkness. Immediately afterwards, a huge head covered in black mane emerged from the bushes. It's a shadow wolf, a more ferocious and cunning social predator than the shadow cat. The shadow wolf stared intently at the group, letting out a threatening growl, saliva dripping from its sharp fangs. Behind it, more green lights lit up in pairs. That was a pack of at least a dozen shadow wolves. The guards' faces turned pale instantly. They had just experienced the terror of the shadow cats, and now, facing a larger and more numerous pack of shadow wolves, their legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Damn it! When it rains, it pours. We just got rid of death, and now a hungry wolf appears? Did I forget to check the almanac before going out today? Thorn's heart was in his throat. However, at this tense moment, Lord moved. He didn't draw his sword, but simply took a heavy step forward. Thump! That step felt like it struck everyone's hearts. A shockwave, mixed with mud, spread outwards from his foot. He raised his head, and his eyes, which seemed to burn with two flames in the firelight, coldly and without a trace of emotion locked onto the leader of the shadow wolves. There was no murderous intent. There was no roar. There is only one kind of pure, absolute pressure from a higher-order life form. It was as if a giant dragon was looking down at a group of lizards that were trying to provoke it. The leader of the shadow wolves abruptly stopped its growl. For the first time, a look of fear appeared in its ferocious eyes. It sensed the terrifying power contained within this two-legged creature, power enough to tear its entire pack to shreds. While it tucked its tail between its legs, let out a low whimper, and actually took a half-step back. The wolf pack behind it also sensed the leader's fear and began pacing back and forth anxiously. After a stalemate of about 10 seconds, the alpha wolf took one last, reluctant look at the heavily protected prey, but finally made the wisest choice. It let out a short, low howl, turned around, and was the first to tuck its tail between its legs and disappear into the dark depths of the jungle. The wolf pack retreated like a receding tide. A bloody battle that could have wiped out more than half of the team was forced to retreat by Lord with just a glance. The guards stared in disbelief at Lord's mountain-like back, and then their awe deepened. Is this the power of the Great Knight? A humanoid beast, terrifying indeed. Thorn breathed a sigh of relief and patted Lord's strong arm. Well done. Lord simply nodded slightly and turned his gaze back to the road ahead. Your Highness, we should go. When the first rays of dawn pierced the fog and illuminated the familiar outline of the town of No Light, the entire squad was almost moved to tears of joy. They're back. He came back alive. The Lord is back. The sentries at the town entrance spotted them immediately and shouted joyfully. Soon, the entire town of Wuguang was in an uproar. People poured out of the newly built houses, from the mines, and from the workshops, gathering in the central square to welcome their lord who had created countless miracles. When Thorn and his group, exhausted, entered the town, they were greeted by thunderous cheers. Long live the Lord! Welcome home, heroes! The faces of the people were filled with the most sincere, heartfelt joy and worship. However, when their gaze fell upon the tightly packed stretcher carried by 4 people in the center of the procession, the cheers gradually subsided. What happened? Is anyone injured? Is that Lord? I heard about his arm. Amidst the curious and worried gazes of the crowd, Thorn stopped in his tracks. He gestured to the guards to gently place the stretcher in the center of the square. Then, he personally lifted the thick layer of fur covering it. When that strange creature, curled up on a stretcher, with the upper body of a human girl but possessing bird wings and sharp claws, was exposed to everyone's view, the entire square fell into a deathly silence. The cheers caught in everyone's throats. Their eyes widened, their faces filled with shock, astonishment, and a hint of bewilderment. Another monster? With the Arachne clan's successful integration as a precedent, people's reactions were no longer fear and rejection. Instead, they felt a tremendous shock at seeing a legend become reality, and pure curiosity. Oh my God! Is that the hobby they talk about in the book? Her wings are so beautiful. Is she alive? The murmurs began to spread like a tide among the crowd. Just then, an untimely, somewhat sarcastic voice rang out from the crowd. My lord, you've brought back another monster? Our town is practically a monster shelter. The speaker was a distant relative of the former captain of the guard, Buck, a guy who was always idle. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Countless gazes instantly focused on Thorn. Thorn slowly turned around. His face showed no anger, nor any other expression. He simply stared silently at the person who had spoken. But that calm gaze made the guy feel like he was being watched by a venomous snake, and his blood ran cold instantly. Thorn's gaze slowly swept over everyone present. Then he spoke. The sound wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. First, she is not a monster. She, like Arachne, is an intelligent race on this continent, equal to us. Secondly, I didn't bring her back. Thorn's voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable air of authority. She is someone I snatched back from the river of rage, from the clutches of death. She is my trophy. From this moment on, she will be under my protection, Thorn Arist's highest level of protection. Her safety is my safety. He reached out and pointed to the hobbit girl who was still curled up on the stretcher, unconscious, and announced, word by word, anyone who dares to hurt her, criticize her, or disrespect her will be considered to have committed the most serious provocation against me. Lord, here. The great knight stepped forward, his voice booming. Escort her to the infirmary. Send your elite guards to watch over her 24/7. No one is to approach her without my orders. Yes. As for those who can't control their tongues. Thorn's gaze fell again on the guy who was already pale with fright, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Let Captain Grag teach them what it means to have trouble with your words. As soon as he finished speaking, Lord directed his guards to carefully lift the stretcher and stride towards the infirmary through a path automatically parted by the crowd. Each of them stood tall and proud, their eyes sharp as knives, as if they were escorting a true queen. Grag, grinning maliciously, stepped out from the crowd, grabbed the unfortunate man by the collar, and dragged him towards the solitary confinement cell like a dead dog. The entire square was completely silent. All the people bowed their heads, utterly stunned by Thorn's declaration, which was filled with a desire for protection and an iron will. They realized once again that this young lord possessed not only divine benevolence, but also absolute, unyielding authority, like that of a monarch. Late at night, at the medical clinic, head nurse Helga was frowning as she carefully cleaned the most severe triangular arrow wound on the hobbit girl's leg with a pair of special tweezers. Those damned bastards, they're so ruthless, she muttered as she cleaned the rotting flesh. If this wound had come any later, this leg would have been useless. Although she was cursing and swearing, her movements were as gentle as if she were handling a rare treasure. Clean, apply medicine, and bandage. The entire process was smooth and fluid, full of professional beauty. This is what Thorn saw when he pushed the door open. How is the situation? He asked softly. Her life has been saved, Helga replied without turning her head. Her fever has subsided, and her heartbeat has stabilized. However, she has lost a lot of blood, and being in the water for a long time has left her very weak. Whether she can wake up, and when she will wake up, depends on her own willpower. She paused, then added, Your Highness, your method of saving people is nothing short of a miracle. But next time, could you please not put it directly into their mouths? It's unhygienic. Thorn's lips twitched. Explaining artificial respiration to a medieval head nurse is harder than explaining that the earth is round. Oh well, whatever she says goes. I understand, he mumbled in response, and walked to the bedside. The girl lay quietly on the bed, covered with a clean linen quilt. Her pale face looked especially fragile in the light of the oil lamp. Her rainbow-colored hair, carefully washed by Helga, lay softly on the pillow, like a frozen sunset. Thorn looked at her quietly, but his heart was in turmoil. The threat of drought hung like a sword of Damocles over everyone's heads. The daunting task of a 10-year project involving 5,000 people was suffocating him. Now, the appearance of this girl has brought a new and completely unknown storm. Who is chasing her? What kind of vortex will saving her drag the town of darkness into? He felt like an acrobat walking on a tightrope, with a bottomless abyss beneath his feet, while new, incredibly heavy iron balls were constantly being thrown at him. Life is getting more and more unpredictable, he thought to himself with a self-deprecating smile. He stood there for a long time until Helga finished packing her things, yawned, and went to rest. In the entire ward, only he and the girl breathing quietly remained. Night has fallen. Thorn turned around, ready to leave. Just as he reached the door and his hand was about to touch the doorknob, a strange feeling suddenly arose in his heart, and he subconsciously turned his head back. He looked at the hospital bed. In the dim light of the oil lamp, on that exquisite face, as serene as if it had been asleep for centuries. The hobbit girl's long, butterfly wing-like eyelashes trembled very slightly, almost imperceptibly. Immediately afterwards, her slender hand, which was outside the blanket, unconsciously and gently curled its 5 fingers. 119-5118 very easy to get. Chapter 99, The Awakened Caged Bird. That single eyelash, fluttering like a butterfly wing, acted as a fuse, igniting the stagnant air in the ward. Thorn's heart leaped into his throat. He held his breath, standing motionless at the doorway, afraid that any sound might disturb this fragile soul, who was struggling to return from the banks of the river Styx. Time seemed to be stretched into thick syrup, slowly flowing by second. Finally, those eyelids, which had been tightly closed for several days, slowly, with a slightly nervous tremor, opened a crack. A hazy, bewildered look, like that of a newborn chick, peeked out from the crack. Immediately afterwards, her eyelids opened completely. A pair of amber eyes, sharp and wild like a raptor, were exposed in the lamplight. The moment those eyes saw the world clearly before them, all the confusion and bewilderment vanished like the tide. In their place came an extreme fear and vigilance, etched deep within their genes and reinforced by countless bloody lessons. Her gaze, like a rusty dagger, lingered as it swept across the room. It swept across the cold stone wall, across the flickering oil lamp, and across the clean yet unfamiliar linen quilt. Finally, the focus settled on the man at the door. Thorn. The moment those amber eyes met Thorn's gaze in midair, a piercing scream, so sharp it seemed inhuman, burst forth from deep within her throat. That's not language, not vocabulary. That was the most primal, instinctive roar of a wild beast when facing its natural enemy, a roar that was a mixture of fear and threat. Almost at the same time as the screech sounded, her body erupted with a terrifying burst of power that was completely incongruous with her slender figure. Call. The wind is howling. She sprang from the hospital bed like a spring that had been suppressed to its limit and was suddenly released. The oversized hospital gown she was wearing was torn apart in an instant, revealing a pair of wings covered with colorful feathers and with a strange structure. Her goal was chillingly clear. Thorn's throat. Those bird legs, covered in tiny scales, drew a sharp arc in the air, and 3 sharp claws, as sharp as obsidian daggers, with the momentum to tear everything apart, went straight for Thorn's most vulnerable vitals. Quick. That's too fast. Thorn's dynamic vision was so fast that he could only catch a blurry afterimage mixed with feathers and murderous intent. Holy crap. This stress response is insane. Is it trying to throw a tantrum right here and now? Thorn's brain went off like a screech bell, and his body instinctively jerked backward. But it was too late. He could clearly feel the deadly wind brushing against his face, and he could even smell the faint, fishy odor of the river water that still lingered on the claws, belonging to the raging heart. He's dead. In that split second, a fraction of a second, a black, mountain-like figure appeared silently and stealthily before Thorn, like a ghost. It's Lord. He didn't even turn around. Just as the hobbit girl lunged forward, he casually and swiftly extended his intact right hand behind him. I didn't go see it. I didn't aim. That hand, as if it had eyes, precisely grabbed the base of the girl's rainbow-colored wing that was flapping. You'll The hobbit girl's sharp hiss instantly changed, transforming into a mournful cry filled with pain and terror. The wing roots are their source of strength, but also their most vulnerable point. Grasped by that iron-like hand, she felt an irresistible, violent force instantly surge through her entire body. All her explosive power, all her speed, all her killing intent were abruptly severed in that instant. She was like a fledgling bird whose neck had been grabbed, struggling helplessly in midair before being slammed back towards the hospital bed by that force, mercilessly and without mercy. Bang! A dull thud. She fell heavily back onto the bed, letting out a muffled groan of pain. Before she could react, Lord's massive body had already pressed down on her. He knelt on one knee at the edge of the bed, still using only one hand to firmly press her wings to the bedboard, rendering her unable to move. The entire process, from her sudden attack to being subdued by overwhelming force, took only 2 seconds. It happened so fast that head nurse Helga didn't even have time to scream. Absolute suppression. An overwhelming, unreasonable, and purely unequal disparity in strength. Let me go. The hobbit girl struggled frantically, her amber eyes burning with rage and hatred. She twisted her body, her claws carving deep grooves into the bed, making a teeth-grinding crunch sound. But it didn't work. Lord's hand remained motionless, like a mountain cast on her back. You filthy human. You hypocritical demon. Her voice was sharp and hoarse, filled with deep-seated hatred. She stared intently at Thorn, her eyes seeming to want to devour him alive. You liars. Butchers. I recognize your face. You're all the same. You all deserve to die. I swear. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. She used all her strength to curse and roar, like a wild beast trapped in a snare, determined to die rather than submit. Thorn stood there, his chest rising and falling slightly. The life or death race he had just experienced had left his heart pounding. He looked at the girl struggling frantically on the bed, at the pure hatred that was almost overflowing in her eyes, and he felt no anger, not even the slightest sense of being offended. In his heart, there was only a cold calm and a trace of indescribable pity. Okay, classic PTSD post-traumatic stress disorder. The fact that she keeps saying she recognizes my face probably means she thinks I'm one of the people chasing her. This level of hatred is off the charts. It seems winning her over is harder than getting that bastard Heck to grow an arm back. He slowly raised his hand and waved at Lord. Let her go, Lord. His voice was calm and steady. Upon hearing this, Lord raised an eyebrow slightly, but without any hesitation, he immediately released his grip, silently retreated behind Thorn, and transformed back into an emotionless guardian golem. The restraints on her wings suddenly disappeared, and the hobbit girl was stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting the other party to release her so easily. But she felt no gratitude whatsoever. She immediately retreated on all fours, shrinking into the innermost corner of the bed, curling herself into a ball, and staring intently at Thorn with her hostile eyes, like a cat with its fur standing on end. Thorn ignored her murderous glare. He turned around and picked up a bowl of steaming meat porridge and a glass of water from the plate that Helga was about to bring in. Then, he took a step, slowly, toward the bed. Don't come any closer. As he approached, the hobbit girl tensed even more, hissing threateningly in her throat. Thorn did not stop. He walked to the bedside, stopped a meter away from her, and then slowly squatted down, gently placing the bowl and water glass in his hands on the cold floor. Gurgle. The aroma of meat porridge, mixed with the sweetness of wheat, filled the oppressive ward. The hobbit girl's stomach, to her dismay, let out a clear, hungry growl. Her face flushed bright red instantly, and a hint of humiliation and astonishment flashed in her eyes. She didn't understand. Why isn't this person angry? Why doesn't he whip her? Why doesn't he do what they did? Brand her with a hot iron, lock her in a cage. Why did he give her food? This brief moment of shock lasted less than a second in her mind before being replaced by a stronger, more intense anger at being deceived. It's a trap. This must be a new and even more insidious trap. They wanted to use food to soften her, to lower her guard. And then, she screamed and suddenly stretched out her leg, kicking the earthenware bowl containing the meat porridge. Clang crack. The earthenware bowl tumbled through the air, crashing heavily against the wall and shattering into pieces. Warm meat porridge and thick broth were spilled everywhere, creating a complete mess. Having done all this, she seemed to have exhausted all her strength. Gasping for breath, she retreated back into the corner, looking at Thorn with a resolute and tragic gaze. It's as if it's saying, "I'd rather die than eat anything from you demons." Head nurse Helga gasped, instinctively wanting to step forward and reprimand her. Thorn raised his hand to stop her. He looked at the mess on the ground, then at the girl curled up in the corner like a wounded animal. He didn't speak. Even the expression on his face didn't change in the slightest. He stared at her silently for a good 10 seconds, then slowly stood up, turned around, and said to Nurse Helga behind him, "Pack up. From now on, 3 meals a day will be delivered here on time. If she wants to eat, let her eat. If she doesn't want to eat, or if she spills it, take it away when the time is up. Then deliver the next meal." "Yes, Your Highness," Helga replied respectfully, though he was still puzzled. Thorn didn't look at her again, turned around, and walked out of the ward without looking back. Lord followed closely behind. The door was gently closed, isolating all the chaos and hatred within that small space. Inside the ward, only the lonely hobbit girl, curled up in the corner of the bed, and Helga, who was silently cleaning up the mess on the floor, remained. She stared at the closed door, and for the first time, a hint of incomprehensible bewilderment appeared in her amber pupils, besides hatred. Night has fallen. In the corridor of the medical facility, only the steady footsteps of the patrolling guards echoed in the empty space. The daytime hustle and bustle had long since faded away, and the ward was now deathly silent. Ling, she had remembered her name, remained curled up in the corner, motionless, like a delicate, broken statue. She didn't sleep. I can't sleep either. Thanks to Helga's superb medical skills and herbal remedies, the physical wounds were no longer so painful, but the deep-seated fatigue and weakness were like waves crashing against her will. Even more agonizing is hunger. Gurgle, gurgle. Her stomach growled in protest once again. This time, the sound was louder and clearer, and in the dead of night, it was exceptionally clear and exceptionally humiliating. At noon, the human woman named Helga brought another lunch. Without even looking, she knocked it over again. In the evening, it was dinner again. She continued to express her resistance through silence and resoluteness. But now, as she stands alone, enveloped in darkness and hunger, the flame of hatred that sustains her seems to be flickering due to a lack of fuel. The aroma of the food seemed to linger in the air, like an invisible hand, teasing her empty stomach and her already taut nerves again and again. She gritted her teeth and buried her head in her wings, trying to resist the torment of her physical instincts with the familiar touch of the feathers. Just then, a crisp, vibrant sound pierced through the window and drifted into her ears. "Lilith, slow down. Wait for me." It was the voice of a human boy, soft and childlike, with a hint of anxiety. "Tim, you're too slow. You can't catch me." Immediately following was a laugh belonging to the Spider-Woman girl, accompanied by a peculiar hissing sound. Ling's body suddenly stiffened. She slowly raised her head, her amber eyes filled with disbelief. She carefully moved her still aching body and climbed little by little to the window. She parted the mesh screen on the window to let in some air and looked in the direction the sound was coming from. Outside the window is the town's central square. Under the moonlight and the glow of several magic lamps, she could see clearly. A chubby-faced human boy, panting heavily, was chasing after an Arachne cub whose lower body was a spider and whose upper body was a petite girl. The spider girl leaped nimbly across the plaza with her 8 agile limbs, occasionally turning back to let out a silvery, hissing laugh. Are they playing? A human cub and an Arachne cub, regarded by all humans as a monster, demon, and evil spirit that must be purified, are chasing and playing. How is this possible? Ling's mind went blank with a buzz. The scene in her memory is not like this. The humans she remembered were demons who charged into their lair with torches and swords, dragged her people out like livestock, cut off their wings, and shackled them. The human cubs in her memory were little devils who would take stones, scream, "Monster," and hurl them at the demi-humans locked in cages. But what I'm seeing now? On the human boy's face, there was no fear or disgust, only the pure, childlike frustration of not being able to catch up with his companions. There was no wariness or hatred in the eyes of that spider woman, only the pure, unadulterated joy of a successful prank. That's impossible. This must be a hallucination. It was that hypocritical demon lord who created this new illusion to deceive her. Ling said this frantically to herself in her heart. But that crisp, mixed laughter, brimming with vitality, was like an invisible, sharpest drill, relentlessly drilling into her impregnable barrier built with hatred and blood. In the darkness, the sharp hunger pangs in my stomach no longer seemed so unbearable at this moment. What truly caused her pain and confusion was that burst of laughter. That experience shattered all her understanding, making her begin to doubt for the first time whether everything she had experienced, everything she had firmly believed, was truly the only truth of this world. An impossible laugh. Chapter 100. An unfamiliar temperature. Dead silence. Hunger, like a vengeful demon lurking in her stomach, was relentlessly scratching at Ling's internal organs with its icy claws. But what was harder to bear than hunger was the laughter that had turned her whole world upside down the night before. That laughter, like a poisoned icicle, carved a tiny but deadly crack in the icy wall she had built with hatred and pain. She curled up in the corner of the bed, burying her head deep in her wings, trying to use the familiar touch and smell of her feathers to shield herself from the bizarre and incomprehensible world outside. She would rather believe she was insane than believe that what she saw and heard was true. Squeak. The sound of the door being pushed open made all the muscles in her body tense instantly. She looked up abruptly, and a flicker of vigilance rekindled in her amber eyes, like a hawk ready to pounce at any moment. The one who entered was neither the hypocritical lord nor the silent, mountain-like humanoid golem. It was that human woman named Helga. She carried a wooden tray with a bowl of steaming oatmeal sprinkled with minced meat and a glass of water, exactly the same as yesterday. Helga placed the tray heavily on the bedside table, making a dull thud. She didn't speak, but simply crossed her arms and looked at Ling with a scrutinizing, emotionless gaze. Ling returned the same cold, hostile gaze. She is ready. If this human woman dares to approach, she will, just like yesterday, smash these hypocritical gifts, along with the dishes, against the wall. She wanted to use this method to defend her last and only dignity. However, Helga's next move was completely beyond her expectations. This seemingly ordinary middle-aged woman neither tried to persuade him nor left. She simply moved her wrist slowly, producing a series of cracking sounds that sent chills down your spine. Then, she spoke. The sound was like the hardest rock in the mines of the city of no light, cold and hard. Little bird, I'll only say it once. Or, you can pick up the spoon yourself and eat it. Helga's lips curled into a fierce, unsmiling arc. Or I'll pry open your mouth and pour every last drop into it. I've never had much patience, especially with those idiots who don't take care of their bodies. Don't force me to use my hands. My methods aren't that gentle. Ling was completely stunned. Her amber pupils widened slightly in utter astonishment. She had imagined countless possibilities. Hypocritical words of comfort, cold threats, and an impatient departure. But what she never expected was that it would be like this, simple, brutal, and full of unquestionable arrogance, like a street fight between women. This is different from the Lord's scheme, and also different from the knight's intimidation. This is a pure, unreasonable, and utterly ruthless pragmatism that doesn't play any tricks on you at all. She could tell that what the woman was saying was true. She really will do that. An unprecedented and absurd sense of frustration suddenly surged into Ling's heart. Her pent-up hatred and determination were like a heavy punch that landed hard on cotton. No, it was like hitting a red-hot anvil, making her wrist ache. Under Helga's piercing gaze, which seemed to say, if you don't eat, I'll take action, Ling's tense body gradually slumped down. Hatred cannot fill an empty stomach. Dignity appears so pale and powerless in the face of absolute hunger and even more absolute brute force. Gurgle. Her stomach let out another humiliating, mournful cry. Ultimately, the instinct for survival prevailed over everything. She bit her lower lip, almost drawing blood. She reached out with trembling hands, picked up the wooden spoon, and then lifted the earthenware bowl. She stopped looking at Helga's face. She lowered her head, like a defeated wolf, and in an almost self-destructive way, shoved spoonful after spoonful of the warm, meaty oatmeal porridge into her mouth. Wolf. There was no tasting, only swallowing. Each bite felt like swallowing one's own humiliation. But as the warm food slid down my throat and into my empty stomach, a long-lost, comforting warmth irresistibly spread from my abdomen to every part of my body. The strength that had been drained was slowly returning to her body. After she scraped the last spoonful of porridge clean and drank the glass of water, Helga nodded in satisfaction. She took the empty bowl away without saying a word and turned to leave. As she reached the door, she suddenly stopped and, without turning her head, uttered a single sentence. Remember to change your wound dressing this afternoon. If the wound gets infected, I won't hesitate to amputate your leg. Bang! The door closed. Ling sat alone on the bed, still holding the warm wooden spoon in her hand, completely lost in a daze. This head nurse is known for her hardcore feeding methods. She's even more formidable than our dorm supervisor. Thorne, who happened to be passing by the door and had overheard the whole thing, silently gave Helga's physical therapy a thumbs up in his mind. When dealing with this prickly and arrogant type, sometimes a simple and direct approach is 100 times more effective than a gentle one. My body regained some strength, and my mind became much clearer. Being awake means even more pain. She could no longer numb herself with weakness and was forced to confront this world that had overturned her understanding of what it was all about. Just then, the door to the ward was pushed open again. 2 human guards carried in a makeshift stretcher on which lay a Arachne warrior. Ling's pupils contracted instantly, and her body went into a state of alert once again. However, the spider woman only let out a painful groan. One of her spider legs twisted abnormally, clearly indicating that she was seriously injured. Helga followed in, her face full of impatience. I told you, that bastard Grag's new training program was bound to cause trouble sooner or later, she complained loudly as she unwrapped the makeshift bandages from the Spider-Man's leg. Look at these joints, they're all dislocated. You bunch of brats, are you using your bodies as firewood? The wounded Spider-Man warrior grimaced in pain, but still retorted defiantly. Aunt Helga, it's not the captain's fault. I didn't dodge properly. Ouch, be gentle. Shut up. How dare you talk back? Helga glared, but unconsciously loosened her grip considerably. I already suggested to the Lord that your training intensity is too high. You're all acting like you're courting death. As she skillfully reset the Spider-Man warrior's joints, cleaned his wounds, and applied ointment, she kept grumbling incessantly. The movements were gentle yet focused. Although his tone was fierce, it was full of undisguised concern. The Spider-Man warrior, while gasping in pain, continued to talk back to her as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. How can we not fight with our lives? If another bunch of bastards in those tin cans come next time, I don't want my sisters to risk their lives again. All right. You always have so many excuses. Ling just stared blankly at it. She watched as the human woman she regarded as a demon carefully tended to the wounds of Arachne, whom she considered her mortal enemy. There is no discrimination. There was no aversion. Their conversations and interactions were so natural, just like she had with her own tribeswomen. It's a kind of warm, noisy family atmosphere. This heartwarming scene, like a scorching hot iron, was branded fiercely onto Ling's heart, causing her a burning pain and a deeper sense of confusion. She climbed back to the window. It seemed that only the real world outside the window could answer the questions in her heart. This time, she witnessed a scene she would never forget. Not far away, in front of the blacksmith's shop, a young human blacksmith's apprentice stood there, his face flushed, completely at a loss. He was covered in black soot, except for his eyes, which shone with an astonishing light. In his hand, he was clutching a flower? No, that's not a flower. It was a rough, black iron flower made by hammering, twisting, and welding scrap iron. The edges of the petals were covered with sharp barbs, making it look more like a crude weapon. He stopped a tall, Spider-Woman girl who had just passed by. Lisa. The young blacksmith's voice trembled slightly, as tense as a fully drawn bowstring. "This is for you." With his eyes closed, he abruptly handed over the ugly iron flower. The Spider-Woman girl named Lisa was stunned at first. She looked down at the strangely shaped iron flower, then looked up at the clumsy human boy in front of her, who didn't even dare to lift his head. Several passing miners and spider warriors stopped and let out good-natured, amused laughter. A suspicious blush also appeared on Lisa's face. She reached out and took the iron flower. Then, with a pfft, he burst out laughing. "Tyr, you idiot." She extended 2 fingers and, as if cracking a walnut, lightly tapped the blacksmith named Tyr on the forehead. "Have you ever seen a girl who likes something that's black, hard, and prickly? You're as stupid as a goblin." Tyr's face fell instantly, like a wilted eggplant. I just think it's like you," he stammered, his voice barely audible. "Very, very hard. Very beautiful." Lisa's laughter paused for a moment. She looked at the ironwork in her hand, then at Tyr's face, which was covered in soot and looked like it was about to cry. She snorted and carefully tucked the iron flower into the belt around her waist. "You do have some good taste." She left those words behind, turned around, and walked away with a much lighter gait than usual. Only her 8 spider legs seemed somewhat uncoordinated, perhaps due to some emotion. Tyr stood there, staring at her retreating figure, dumbfounded, touching his forehead where he'd been knocked on, and then flashed a bright smile that looked more like a grimace than a cry. The surrounding laughter grew even louder. The air was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Ling leaned against the windowsill, staring blankly at everything. Looking at that clumsy human boy, looking at that hypocritical Spider-Woman girl, looking at that ugly yet cherished iron flower. There was no fear. There was no killing. There was even a trace of warmth she had never seen before, clumsy, naive, and transcending racial boundaries. Her worldview was completely overturned at this moment. That impenetrable wall of ice built with hatred could no longer maintain its shape. Click, click. With a silent lament, it completely and irrevocably collapsed in Ling's heart. It shattered into thousands of sharp fragments, shimmering with confusion and pain. She felt dizzy, and the whole world was shaking. She didn't know who she was, where she was, or even what the point was of the hatred she had held onto for so long. When Thorn pushed the door open again, this was the scene he saw. The hobbit girl no longer cowered in the corner like a hostile wild beast. She simply sat quietly on the bed, hugging her knees, staring blankly out the window. There was no hatred or wariness in those amber eyes. There was only one patch, like a void of bewilderment, lost in a thick fog. She was like a delicate doll whose soul had been taken away. Thorn's heart sank slightly. Holy crap, did this go too far and cause him to become emo-stricken and withdrawn? Reconstructing psychological trauma is indeed the most troublesome thing. Simply showing it to her isn't enough. You have to give her a way to get through it herself. He didn't speak, but simply stepped forward and gently placed something wrapped in clean linen at the foot of the bed. Ling's gaze was drawn to this action, and she turned around hesitantly. Thorn unwrapped the burlap bundle. Inside was a set of neatly folded, brand-new clothes. Those were neither human clothing nor rough hospital gowns. It was a close-fitting garment meticulously woven from the softest, smoothest spider silk. Its design was unique. The upper body was a simple halter top, while the lower body was shorts. Most importantly, cleverly designed openings were made at the back and sides, according to the harpy's body structure, to allow free movement of the wings and leg joints. The design comes from Textile Queen Ella. The materials came from Corvana, the Spider-Woman chieftain. This is the culmination of the most advanced technology and materials in the entire Wuguang town. It should be more comfortable than what you're wearing. Thorn's voice was calm and gentle, like a breeze brushing across a lake. If you want to go out and see this place for yourself, put this on. The door won't lock. After saying that, he didn't look at her again or wait for any response. He turned around and quietly left the ward. The door closed gently behind him. Silence fell over the ward once again. Ling stared blankly at the set of spider silk clothes at the foot of the bed, which flowed like moonlight. She reached out, her fingertips, or rather, her claws and the tips of her claws trembling very slightly, with a hint of nervousness, and carefully touched the cool, silky fabric. A strange, soft warmth emanated from her fingertips. That wasn't the temperature of food, nor the temperature of hatred. It was a kind of unfamiliar warmth that she had never felt before, carrying a hint of respect. She looked at the outfit, then turned her head to look out the window at the world that was both real and unreal to her. The cage of hatred has collapsed, and a new door, leading to the unknown, is slowly opening before her. Or should we remain in these ruins, clinging to fragments of the past, rotting away alone? Still, wearing this unfamiliar new dress, she mustered her courage, went out, and witnessed with her own eyes the impossible world that had overturned everything she had. Under the dim light, Ling's hand stopped on the clothes. In her eyes, the empty mist seemed to be dissipating very slowly, little by little. 100th Anniversary Meow. Chapter 101. The Town Under the Sun. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the gauze screen, casting a warm patch of light on the cold stone floor of the ward. Ling sat on the edge of the bed, motionless. She was wearing a brand new set of spider silk clothing that flowed like moonlight. The fabric was cool and silky, gently clinging to her skin without the slightest friction or restriction. This feeling was so unfamiliar that it made her feel out of place. It's a feeling of being respected. More than food and warmth, it could dismantle the barriers she had built with hatred. She was still hugging her knees, but no longer curled up. She was sitting upright. Her amber eyes were fixed on the spots of light on the ground, as if trying to see right through them. The fog has not yet lifted, but she has already made her choice. Squeak. The door was pushed open. Ling's body stiffened instinctively, but this time, she did not look up or reveal her claws. Thorn walked in. His gaze fell on Ling, lingering for a moment on her meticulously designed outfit, a barely perceptible smile flashing in his eyes. Oh, you've changed. Saying no with her mouth, but her body says otherwise. That stubborn little expression is like a cat that's been rained on but still insists on grooming itself, a classic case of being tough on the outside but soft on the inside. He didn't say anything, but walked to the door and made a pleased gesture. Ling glanced at him silently, her eyes a complex mess, a mixture of wariness, confusion, humiliation, and a hint of curiosity that she herself was unaware of. She bit her lower lip and slowly stood up. Barefoot, stepping on the cold stone slabs, she followed Thorn cautiously and hesitantly out of the ward that had imprisoned her for several days, like a young animal emerging from its cave for the first time. The moment the blinding sunlight shone down on her without reservation, Ling subconsciously squinted her eyes, raised her wings, and shielded her face. It's too bright. The light was so bright it made her feel a little dizzy. She hadn't seen such warm, harmless sunlight in far too long. She slowly lowered her wings and began to observe this unfamiliar world. The streets were paved with red bricks and were incredibly clean. On both sides of the road stood rows of two-story houses, each with its own unique style and snow-white walls. Occasionally, a few townspeople would pass by, glance at her with curiosity, and then hurry on their way to do their own thing. There was no screaming. There are no stones. There was no look of disgust and fear in her eyes, as if she wanted to devour her alive. Only pure curiosity and a habitual indifference. It was as if she wasn't some terrifying monster, but just a new neighbor. This feeling of being ignored should have been offensive, but for Ling, it was an unprecedented and luxurious peace. Her body remained tense, her claws unconsciously contracting and opening as she moved, ready to respond to any possible attack. But the deep-seated hatred that had been entrenched in her heart was, unknowingly, being somewhat melted by the calm sunlight. Thorn walked half a step ahead of her, neither fast nor slow, without uttering a word. He was like a silent guide, using his footsteps to speak for himself. Welcome to the starting village of the City of No Light, where you'll begin your immersive experience. Actions speak louder than words. This is experiential marketing, guaranteed to satisfy you. They passed by a construction site where work was underway. A deafening cacophony assaulted our senses. Ling's pupils contracted sharply. She saw something she couldn't believe. Several human craftsmen stood atop the newly built wall, sweating profusely as they applied a gray mortar. In the center of the construction site, a gigantic Arachne warrior stood firmly on her 8 strong spider legs, her upper body effortlessly lifting a massive roof beam that would require 4 or 5 humans to move. Hey, spider, move a little to the left. Yes, a little more. On the wall, a human craftsman with a full beard was shouting at the top of his lungs. Upon hearing this, the Arachne warrior hissed in complaint. What's the rush? You human dwarf, if you shout again, I'll sweat you like a fly. Although she said that, she still carefully and precisely moved the heavy roof beam to the designated position. Hey, make sure it's steady. Okay, shut your stinking mouth. They cursed each other, their language vulgar and offensive, but on their faces they all wore a tacit, knowing smile that belonged to their companions. Their teamwork was seamless and perfect. Ling stared blankly, her mind a complete blank. In her past understanding, the relationship between humans and demi-humans was only one of conquest and subjugation, enslavement and subjugation. This kind of equal, even somewhat intimate, shared labor. It's out of the question. This must be magic. She continued walking forward, her steps unsteady, as if she were walking on clouds. A clear, childlike voice reciting aloud drifted out from a building by the roadside that bore a sign that read, Wuguang Academy. 3 times 7 is 21. 3 times 8 is 24. 446, 452. If you listen carefully, the sounds are mixed together. There are clear, crisp voices of human children, as well as the unique, hissing voices of Spider-Man cubs. Are they learning the same thing? Ling's steps suddenly stopped. She turned her head and, through the huge, bright glass window, saw a spacious classroom. Dozens of children, humans and Arachne's offspring, sat together, tilting their heads, watching the bespectacled anthropologist in front of the blackboard, stammering as he recited a spell called multiplication tables that they couldn't understand at all. A human boy was secretly nudging a girl next to him whose lower body was that of a spider with his elbow. The spider girl impatiently flicked his forehead with one of her tiny appendages. There was no fear, no hatred, only the purest, most impatient interactions that belong to children. This scene was like an invisible hammer that slammed heavily into Ling's heart. She had witnessed firsthand how human children cursed their imprisoned companions with the most vile language, and how they hurled stones at the already battered monsters. But all of this before my eyes. She felt even breathing becoming difficult. This world was completely beyond her comprehension. Thorn noticed her pause and stopped as well, but he didn't turn around. He simply gave her enough time to process the shock. They continued walking. Throughout the entire process, Thorn did not lecture her in any way, nor did he ever say a word like, "Look how wonderful it is here." He just let her see with her own eyes, use her own heart to feel. This silent utterance is more powerful than any rousing speech, because it represents absolute confidence that everything he has created is enough to overturn any deep-seated prejudice. Finally, they stopped outside the blacksmith shop at the other end of town. Clang, clang. Amidst the intense clanging of metal, a furious roar of exasperation was heard. "Tyr, you good for nothing. I told you to forge horseshoes. And here you are, hammering your lousy flowers." The old blacksmith Seamus was grabbing his apprentice Tyr by the ear, glaring at him with his beard bristling and spitting as he spoke. Tyr winced in pain, but in his other hand, he still clutched a sparkler tightly. That iron flower was much more exquisite than the one Ling saw by the window yesterday. The edges of the petals were polished very smoothly, and several beautiful blue-purple lines were even burned into the petals using different quenching techniques. "Master, I was just practicing my newly learned fire control techniques." Tyr blushed as he tried to deny it. "Bullshit." Kim slapped him on the back of the head. "Do you think I can't see through your little schemes? Slacking off at work and chasing girls, you're quite something. Half of your pay this month is off." Just then, a faint smile appeared on Thorn's lips. He gestured with his eyes, indicating that Ling should look at the corner of the wall not far away. Ling followed his gaze. There, Lisa the Spider-Woman was leaning against the wall with several of her Spider-Woman sisters, pretending to be interested in looking at the clouds in the sky. But her darting glances toward the blacksmith's shop and the barely suppressed, slightly upturned corners of her mouth completely betrayed her thoughts. When she saw Tyr being scolded by her master with her ear being pulled, She quickly lowered her head, covered her mouth with her hand, but her shoulders were shaking uncontrollably and violently. She was secretly laughing. There was not a trace of mockery in that smile. There is only one kind of shyness and joy that belongs to a young girl sweet, both exasperating and amusing. The sunlight shone warmly on her face flushed from a secret smile, and on the ugly, yet precious, first-generation iron flower on her belt. Awkward, naive, yet a tenderness that transcends race. Like a drop of the purest honey, it dripped into Ling's heart, which had long been soaked with bitterness and hatred. She stared blankly at it all, at the clumsy human boy, at the hypocritical spider-woman, at the noisy yet heartwarming scene full of everyday life. She felt that the hardest, coldest ice in her heart was melting away completely with a crack. A warm, sour liquid welled up uncontrollably in her eyes. Just then, Thorn's voice finally rang in her ears for the first time. His voice was calm, as if he were stating a very simple fact. Here, the standard for judging whether a person or a being is good or bad is very simple. Looking at the vibrant scene before him, he slowly turned his head, his gaze falling on Ling's face, which was filled with shock and confusion. Don't look at how many legs he has, or what kind of wings he has. Just look at his words and his actions. He looked into Ling's amber eyes, moistened by tears, and asked the question that was enough to break down her last line of defense. Do you think they are bad people? Chapter 102, Tiahua's Courage. The shock and confusion that surged in those amber eyes eventually settled into a deathly stillness. Thorn's problem is like a stone thrown into a deep pool. The ripples it creates linger, but the surface will eventually return to calm. Ling did not answer. She simply lowered her head slowly, very slowly. This action itself is the clearest answer. Thorn understood. He didn't say another word, only nodded slightly to her, then turned and walked away with steady steps. His retreating figure showed neither the swagger of a victor nor the smugness of a preacher, but only a calm confidence that said, "I'm right here, see for yourself." Okay, the first phase of cognitive overhaul is complete. Next, it's up to her to explore, encounter challenges, and accept things on her own. Forced learning is no good, and brainwashing is something cults do. My approach is like a gentle spring breeze, nourishing things silently. It focuses on providing high-end psychological counseling. Thorn muttered to himself, a smug smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. Ling was the only one left in the ward. Standing in that warm sunlight, for the first time, she didn't feel the stinging pain of being burned. She looked at her hands, those sharp claws that had been stained with blood and worn by cold shackles, now gleamed with a warm luster in the sunlight. Is he a bad person? She didn't know, but she knew that the fortress in her heart, built with hatred and blood, called the world, had completely collapsed. For the next few days, Ling became a ghost wandering around the town of no light. She walked out of the medical facility that had given her a new lease on life, and like a sleepwalker, wandered aimlessly through every street of the town. She was no longer hostile, but rather observed this bizarre world to her with an almost greedy, sponge-like absorbing attitude. She saw Helga, a human woman as fierce as a mother bear, chasing a Spider-Man cub who had skipped school, running through the streets, cursing and swearing, waving a feather duster she'd somehow acquired. The Spider-Man cub hissed and ran swiftly on its 8 legs, skillfully dodging obstacles, drawing laughter from passers-by. She saw a drunken human miner and an equally drunk Spider-Man warrior stagger out of the tavern, arm in arm, humming off-key, vulgar mining tunes, arguing heatedly about the pointless question of whether 2 legs run faster or 8 legs run more steadily. She saw, at the entrance to the academy's kitchen, the human housewife Narosa and a spider-woman exchanging recipes. Narosa praised the other woman's ingenious idea of filtering flour with spider silk in an amazed tone, while the spider-woman showed great interest in Narosa's invention of MSG that used bone meal to enhance the flavor of broth. Everything she saw was appending her life of the past 20 years. There was no oppression, no slavery, no fear, and no hatred. There is only one kind of vibrant, lively, and bustling life force. She watched and felt quietly, like an outsider. The ice in her heart was melting, But what was revealed after the melting was not a warm earth, but a deeper, more bewildering confusion. She didn't know what she should do or what she could do. Until that evening, she wandered to the town square. Then, she saw the flame called courage, which was powerful enough to ignite the entire town of darkness. The source of the flames was that clumsy blacksmith apprentice named Tyr. He's been acting like he's gone mad these past few days. He used all the wages he had saved up over the past 2 years by scrimping and saving, and also borrowed in advance of 3 months' salary from the old blacksmith, Kems, to gather a huge sum of money. Then, he went to Peter, the minister of the interior of Thorn, and used this money, enough to buy a small house, to exchange for a piece of 100 times refined steel that was only the size of a palm, but of the highest purity. That was the top-grade material used to forge the core of Night Lord's sword. The old blacksmith, Kems, was so angry he almost had a stroke on the spot. He chased him down half a street, beating him and calling him a hopeless spendthrift. Tyr just hugged the piece of steel, chuckling foolishly, letting himself be beaten and scolded. For the next 3 days and 3 nights, the fire in the blacksmith shop never went out. Tyr looked as if he had just climbed out of a chimney. Except for his white teeth, he was completely black. His eyes were bloodshot, and his lips were chapped and peeling, but his eyes shone with a frightening light, like 2 stars burning in the night. He was making a huge gamble. He used all his wealth and his life's work to forge a faint hope. On the evening of the 4th day, the square was bustling with people. After a day's work, the townspeople gathered in 2s and 3s, enjoying a rare moment of rest. Lisa was walking and chatting with several Spider-Woman sisters when suddenly a black whirlwind shot out from the side and blocked their way. "It's Tyr." "Ah." Lisa was startled. After recognizing who it was, her eyebrows shot up. "Tyr, you idiot. Do you want to die?" However, Tyr is different today. Instead of blushing and stammering as usual, he stared intently at Lisa, his chest heaving violently like a bull ready for a duel. Under the astonished, curious, and gossipy gazes of everyone, he made a gesture that instantly silenced the entire room. He knelt on one knee. No, this movement seemed too complicated for him. He first knelt down with a thud, then realized something was wrong and frantically tried to pull one leg back, only to lose his balance and nearly fall flat on his face. His comical appearance drew suppressed chuckles from those around him. Finally, he managed to get into a crooked and extremely non-standard kneeling position. Then, as if offering a sacred object, he raised his work high with trembling hands. It was a rose. An iron rose, meticulously forged from refined steel, that will never fade. Its petals are layered upon layered, as thin as cicada wings, with edges polished smooth and rounded. In the afterglow of the setting sun, they shimmer with a deep, ethereal blue luster, as if the entire starry sky had been frozen in time. The curve of each petal, the direction of each vein, is flawlessly perfect. This is neither a weapon nor a tool. This is a work of art. Lisa. With all his might, Tyr roared out the line he had rehearsed 1,000 times in his mind. His voice cracked with tension, yet it carried an indomitable and awe-inspiring power. I like you. Boom. The crowd erupted in uproar. Holy crap, they're going all in. Tyr's got some nerve. He's usually so quiet. These iron flowers are amazing. They're even more beautiful than the badge on the Lord's chest. Tyr ignored the surrounding chatter. His world consisted only of the Spider-Woman girl before him, who was completely stunned. I have no money, no skills. I'm just a lousy blacksmith. His face flushed red. He almost roared. But I swear, I will give you the best I have ever made in my life. You're willing for me to forge iron for you for the rest of my life. A moment of deathly silence fell over the square. Immediately following was a thunderous, deafening jeer. Say yes, Lisa. Oh my God, I've hit the jackpot. This is a perfect match. I'll lock this pair up forever. I'll swallow the key. Tyr, well done. You're a real man. Humans roared, and Spider-Men hissed in approval. That fervent, race-indiscriminate goodwill, like a warm wave, swept across the entire square. Lisa's face was as red as a branding iron. Her legs were frozen, rooted to the spot, and she had absolutely no idea where to put them. She was filled with shame, anger, and a strange mix of emotions. 1,000 wildebeests were galloping through her mind. This idiot. This moron. In this place, in front of so many people. She wanted to kick him into the sky. But when her gaze fell upon his dark, yet incredibly sincere face, etched with nervousness and anticipation, and upon the iron rose in his hand that shone brighter than all the stars in the sky combined, her heart pounded like the loudest hammer in a blacksmith shop. Thump, 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 making her dizzy. What are you standing there for, Lisa? Catch it quickly. Urged on by her sisters and everyone else, Lisa stomped her foot and, like a little beast that had been provoked, snatched the iron rose from Tyr's hand. Then, she stretched out her finger and, with a sharp yet subtle touch that she herself didn't realize, poked Tyr's forehead hard. Idiot. She dropped those 2 words, turned around, and with her 8 legs joined together as 2, she fled in panic like a red whirlwind. Tyr stumbled from the poke, kneeling there in a daze, touching his forehead. It took him a full 3 seconds to react. A tremendous, indescribable ecstasy erupted from the depths of his heart, like a volcanic eruption. Ooh-hoo! He suddenly leaped to his feet, waving his fists like a madman, letting out a victorious, foolish roar. The entire square cheered for him. Ling stood at the edge of the crowd, staring blankly at everything. Looking at that clumsy yet brave human boy, looking at that coy yet incredibly shy spider woman, looking at that iron rose symbolizing eternity, and that ocean filled with joyful, benevolent air. Her heart was completely filled with a strange, bittersweet, yet incredibly warm emotion. So this is love? That night, Tyr's joy reached its peak. Then, a bucket of ice water was poured over him from head to toe. He was sitting in his simple dormitory room, looking at the iron rose that Lisa had stolen. Later, Lisa's sister returned it to him, blushing, saying that Lisa had run too fast and forgotten to take it, with a silly grin that stretched to his ears. A figure appeared silently in his open doorway. Tyr looked up and was startled. The silly grin on his face froze instantly, and he stood up in a fluster. Aunt. The person who arrived was Lisa's mother, a serene and serious woman from Arachne. Her appearance was 7 parts similar to Lisa's, but her eyes lacked the liveliness of a young girl, only the maturity and composure of years. I saw what happened this afternoon, Lisa's mother said slowly, her voice calm and even. Tyr was so nervous that he didn't know where to put his hands, looking like a child caught stealing candy. You are a good boy, Tyr. Lisa's mother's tone was not reproachful at all, but rather appreciative. Your courage is rare, even among the warriors of our Arachne. Lisa's judgment is good. Hearing this praise, Tyr felt a little relieved, and couldn't help but grin foolishly again. But Lisa's mother's tone shifted, her calm gaze turning sharp. Have you thought about the future? Later, Tyr was stunned. Yes, from now on. She walked slowly into the small dormitory, her gaze sweeping over the simple furniture before finally settling on Tyr's face, which was filled with innocence and ecstasy. I'm asking you, do you love Lisa for who she is, or just for the feeling of being with her? Of course I love her as a person, Tyr answered without hesitation. Very good. Lisa's mother nodded. So, have you thought about what your future will be like? She paused, then posed the question, sharp and cruel like a knife chilled to the bone. Our Arachne tribe can reproduce even without males, but our offspring will always be female. In the ancient legends passed down through generations, there are stories of our ancestors falling in love with humans, but without exception, they left no children together. Lisa can accompany you through your short life, and with her 100-year lifespan, witness your birth, aging, sickness, and death. Her voice, every word, struck Tyr's heart like a heavy hammer. But she can't give you a child with your shared blood. She can't continue your family name, your family line. Tyr, are you really sure about this? She stared intently into Tyr's eyes, her gaze filled with a mother's deepest anxieties about her daughter's future. Can you accept a future that is destined to have no future? Tyr's ecstasy was like a waterfall frozen in time, slowly solidifying, cracking, and then collapsing with a roar. He opened his mouth, but it felt like his throat was stuffed with a ball of burning hot cotton, and he couldn't utter a single word. Child. Future. He had never thought of those words. In his mind, There was only Lisa's smile and that eternal iron rose. But now, that iron rose, which symbolizes eternity, has become incredibly heavy in his hands, so heavy that it almost breaks his bones. The fiery passion of love, strong enough to melt steel, was at this moment drenched by a basin of icy water called reality, leaving only a wisp of smoke barely clinging to life. He looked at the serious, future mother-in-law in front of him, and at the unquestionable question in her eyes. How should he answer? What could he possibly say in response?